You clearly possess the eternal longevity that everyone envies. Yet you cannot be happy. It is only because this longevity was obtained by mistakenly consuming the immortal herb, which is also a curse upon you, because you have no spiritual roots in your body, destined to be just a mortal. Even if your life is longer, you are just a slow-dying salted fish. Fortunately, the two younger brothers showed amazing talents from a young age. Over the years, you worked tirelessly to cultivate them, even sacrificing sleep. The younger brothers were grateful and diligently practiced since childhood. Finally, after sending them to top sects, knowing your own worthlessness, you quietly left on a lonely journey to travel the world on a dark and windy night, so as not to burden the future emperors, your younger brothers. However, the longevity of 10,000 years is not easily exhausted. So in these years, you have tried to use love to alleviate the boredom of life. But the curse of immortality prevents you from ending things satisfactorily. At first, you pondered reasons for breaking up, but later you simply left without saying goodbye. Thanks to adhering to the honorable tradition of monogamy, this has prevented you, this unparalleled scumbag, from ever getting into danger and even allowed you to collect many treasures from former girlfriends during your relationships. As time passed, you also grew tired of this kind of life. In the last few hundred years of your life, you no longer provoked women, but returned to the Qin family as your life was about to end, preparing to spend the last few decades with your younger brother and experience the joy of family harmony. But the emotions invested over the years are hard to forget. After returning home, you often take out the tokens of your ex-girlfriends to reminisce about the past. Soon, this behavior caught the attention of the butler, who did not dare to neglect it and immediately found the master of the house. Ancestors have not been interested in tea or food these days, staring at sachets, jewelry, and even personal items all day long. In my experience, these are all things that girls like, most likely tokens of affection. However, the styles and designs that ancestors bring out each day are different, so it's unlikely that they are all from the same person or a few people. So I suspect. The steward hesitated to speak, seeming to have some reservations and not daring to say more. He looked up at the master's expression. The landlord frowned, forgave him for his innocence and let him speak boldly. The steward, who received the permission, breathed a sigh of relief and continued, reporting to the landlord, "It's not that I disrespect our ancestors, but I suspect that our ancestors have a serious fetish for foreign objects. The origins of these things are not mentioned, but our ancestors seem to be obsessed only with female objects, which is a kind of illness. So how do you think we should solve this?" The solution is not difficult. The root cause of this illness for our ancestors is ultimately missing women, perhaps due to being single for a long time. In my opinion, if we arrange a few marriages for our ancestors and experience the different flavors, this illness will naturally be cured. The head of the Qin family nodded in agreement with the steward's idea and said in a deep voice, "You have been in charge of the Qin family steward position for nearly 100 years. With your insight and experience, you can't go wrong with this matter. However, our Qin family ancestors have a distinguished status. Even if they were to take a concubine, an ordinary woman would not be able to enter the Qin family's doors. At the very least, it would have to be a saintly or legitimate daughter to start. So, here's the plan. Send out invitations to the Qin family's affiliates and surrounding forces, stating that the Qin family's ancestors have returned and a grand celebration will be held in their honor. Considering that the ancestor has not married for a long time, we will select a woman to be a concubine at the ceremony. That's it. Those who understand will understand." As the steward was about to retire, the head of the Qin family suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped him, instructing, "This matter must be kept secret. Do not make a big fuss within the family. I want to give our ancestors a surprise." "All right, you may leave now. I have to go inform the second and third ancestors." After the steward left, the head of the Qin family sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Poor ancestors, although they live long, they have no aptitude for cultivation. In this world where strength is respected, they can't even find a Tao companion, a virgin for thousands of years. It's pitiful just to think about it. I never thought that although the ancestors appear majestic on the surface, they have such an unspeakable special hobby in private." The next day, inside the Su family mansion in Qinzhou, the head of the Su family, Su Badian, sat in the main seat and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yu, the Qin family has posted that the ancestor has returned and they are looking for a marriage alliance. Go and take a look. If you can become in-laws with the Qin family, it might not be a bad thing." He looked indulgently at the young girl in front of him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Su Xiaoyu was his youngest daughter, born in his old age and very spoiled. The young girl, upon hearing the arrangement, was unwilling to accept it and ran to Su Badian to massage his back and act coquettishly, saying, "Dad, how old is that Qin family ancestor? I don't want to marry an old man. I want to stay with you." "Xiao Yu, be obedient. Don't be angry. Age is not a problem for us cultivators. And the ancestor of the Qin family is also not a cultivator. Just like you. An ordinary person. Maybe you have common topics. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Qin family mistakenly ate an elixir when he was young, handsome and noble, never married. It wouldn't be a loss for you to marry into that family. With the status of the Qin family, it is enough to ensure your safety in this life. I won't. Su Xiaoyu pouted discontentedly. Listen. Su Baishan's tone became serious. You don't know. Although our Su family is one of the 8 great families in the northern region along with the Qin family, our strength has greatly declined with the disappearance of our ancestors and elders. Many forces are eyeing us. This is just a retreat. Whether the Qin family's ancestors will consider you is another matter. In fact, the crisis facing the Su family is much greater than this. One wrong step and there will be no turning back. So, unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to force my daughter. This is just a backup plan. The girl heard that it was not necessary to marry. With a relaxed tone, she agreed to her father's arrangement, thinking that it would be good to go out and have some fun, so as not to be scolded by her father at home all day. Seeing his daughter agree, Su Batian changed the topic and continued, by the way, this time, bring your Aunt Morone with you as well, just to relax. After speaking, the father and daughter both looked at the absent-minded beauty, Su Muru, the younger sister of the Su family, the number 1 beauty in Qingzhou at that time. Time did not defeat the beauty. Even after 300 years, her face remained beautiful, adding a unique charm. Her name is gentle and weak, but she has a terrifying title that makes people tremble at the mention, the Rakshasa Fairy. Fairy refers to her appearance, while Rakshasa refers to her behavior. It is rumored that when she was young, she was gentle and considerate and kind to others, and the men who adored her were as numerous as the carp in the river. But she fell in love at first sight with an unknown scumbag, only to be abandoned, and the scumbag disappeared overnight without a trace. And Su Molo, from love to hate, temperament changed greatly, vowed to kill all the world's negative people. Her cultivation had even soared, and over the years, countless negative men had died at her hands. Su Batian's heart ached as he looked at his sister's indifferent look that made her unapproachable. He knew that it was just his sister's self-covered look. My sister never forgot that man, even daydreamed about him, thought about him, and probably loved that scumbag dearly. Countless times late at night, he had heard sobs coming from his sister's room, and that scumbag gave her sister a pair of quills and inks that she had kept close to her for 3,000 years. When I'm alone, I stare at the pen and ink, but the sadness and missing grows deeper in my eyes. When he asked, his sister never divulged any information about the man. Thinking of this, a nameless rage burned in Su Batian's heart. It had been 3,000 years, and that person had never appeared, causing his sister to grieve for so many days and nights. Damn, if I knew who it was, I would have broken him into pieces to ease my hatred. Auntie, this time you'll accompany Xiaoyu out for a walk, okay? Su Xiaoyu came in front of her aunt at this moment, pulling Su Molo's thin and delicate hand and pampering her. Su Muru's cold look disappeared, and she naturally loved this mischievous and cute little niece. The unexpected birth of this little niece has really brought a lot of laughter to the family over the past 20 years. Unable to resist, he touched Su Xiaoyu's forehead and forced a smile. Good, then let's go with Xiaoyu to check it out. Hooray, Auntie has agreed. Su Xiaoyu jumped up happily, and the matter was settled. The Qin family. Congratulations to the Qin clan. Now that the Qin clan ancestor has returned, I'm sure it will be able to go to the next level. Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations to the Qin family. And in advance, we celebrate the old ancestor's successful concubinage and the opening of a branch for the Qin family. There was a huge crowd of people and a steady stream of guests coming and going. This was the biggest celebration of the Qin family in hundreds of years. One to celebrate the safe return of the old ancestor, and the other to celebrate the old ancestor's concubinage. As the largest power in Qingzhou, the surrounding affiliates and other powers naturally gave enough face and brought enough congratulatory gifts. However, if you look closely, you will find that in addition to the congratulatory gifts, these guests are more or less followed by a young and beautiful woman, the meaning of which, naturally, is understood by those who understand it. Grandpa, the Qin family hall is so grand. Look at the tables and chairs. All of them are made of golden sandalwood. That vase, it seems to be a spirit weapon. Those paintings, they were made by Master Wen Liangkong, the holy hand of the central region. A young girl couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Loving painting, she instantly recognized the provenance of the several landscape paintings hanging on the wall. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly covered his granddaughter's mouth and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't make a fuss. This is the Qin family. As you can see, if you can gain the favor of the Qin family's oldest ancestor, we'll be rich." And it's rumored that the oldest ancestor of the Qin family is the spiritual symbol of the Qin family and has yet to marry, even though this time it's said that it's a concubine. It's not impossible for you to become a dominant mother. And at that time, the old man couldn't help but think freely for a moment, and, returning to his senses, continued, so you must behave well and try to attract the gaze of the Qin family's old ancestor. Even if the Qin family's old ancestor is a strangely ugly, dying old man, you must still act like you love him. Do you hear me? Aha! The young girl returned, already fantasizing about becoming the Qin family's main mother. For some of the smaller forces, they weren't too clear about the Qin clan's ancestor and thought that he was an old man with white hair. Yu Ru, the future of our family is in your hands. Xin Shui, remember, you are the prettiest of our Fong family. Don't be shy. You must be greatly generous, not to mention becoming the concubine of the Qin family's oldest ancestor. Even if it's just to serve as a bedbird, this life is enough not to worry about it. Similar scenes of conversation are played out non-stop today, in this great hall. That said, on Qin Chongqing's side, he was worried that the descendants of his descendants would come to visit and harangue him again today. Sneaking out early in the morning, he blended into a corner of the great hall to grab a snack and feast on it. Chapter 3, we finally meet, and eat a banquet on our own heads. This brother, do you know why there is so much activity today? Qin Chongqing asked a young man next to him. He was a bit puzzled. Was the Qin family having some big celebration? Why did no one inform him? You don't know? Aren't you a guest invited by the Qin family? This young man asked rhetorically, but then reacted. This was the Qin family's base camp. How could any outsider possibly mix in? It was only assumed that he was an unimportant son or daughter of another power, who was brought here in passing to get a long look at the world. So patiently, he explained, little brother, your status is not high. You may not know. The old ancestor of the Qin family has returned. Today is mainly for the old ancestor of the Qin family to receive and introduce to the major powers. Of course, this is only one of the things that. The most important thing is to take a concubine for the old ancestor. Think about it. What is the status of the Qin family's old ancestor? If you are fortunate enough to become the Qin family's main mother, that would really be a step to heaven. Look at it. So many young and beautiful women, but they are all for this reason. It's really enviable. He even twisted his mouth between words, signaling him to look around. Ah! The dim sum in his hand dropped, and Qin Chongqing looked at the other party incredulously. What is this? A blind date convention? I can't believe I'm eating my own mat. Such a big melon is on one's head, and the person concerned is still unaware of it. And, what kind of ungrateful son or daughter came up with this bad idea? Concubinage. What a concubine. He doesn't even have a daughter-in-law himself, so how can he just take a concubine? Family master. It's bad. The old ancestor is missing, an underling reported under his breath. What? Qinjin was shocked. The old ancestor was the main character of this banquet, and the old ancestor's identity could be considered the most important in the Qin family. If the second ancestor and third ancestor knew that the old ancestor had disappeared under their noses, the consequences. Seemingly thinking of something, Qinjin's heart went cold and said hurriedly, don't go looking yet. Use all the Qin family's power to find it. Just before he could finish, another underling appeared just in time. Found it. The old ancestor has been found, and is eating and drinking in the corner of the banquet. Hearing this, Qinjin only breathed a sigh of relief. Lest something else go wrong, he took big strides and headed to the main hall. It was only when he saw the old ancestor in the corner with his own eyes that he completely let go. It's okay. As long as the old ancestor is fine, everything is not a problem. The next moment was to surprise the old patriarch. Looking at this hall full of warblers, Qinjin nodded with satisfaction. I'm afraid that old ancestor, being immortal, has never seen so many fairies in his life, so I hope I won't get too excited later. Ahem. Qinjin cleared his throat and walked next to the main seat in the great hall, addressing the crowd. Thank you for your support. Everyone is clear about today's theme. It's mainly about getting a well-informed and reasonable concubine for our old ancestor. Now, let me formally introduce today's protagonist, the old ancestor of my Qin family, Qin Chongsheng. The crowd at the party instantly came to life, finally getting to the point. I've long wanted to meet the legendary spiritual symbol of the Qin family, the old ancestor. But as Qinjin's gaze in the direction he pointed to look, there were only a few young people, and they were also looking at each other. Seeing the crowd looking at them, they looked at a loss for words. There was no imagined image of the immortal, white-haired, pale old ancestor of the Qin family. Where's the old man of the Qin family? Seeing that the old ancestor did not respond, Qinjin sighed helplessly and walked over to the young man who was still burying his head in his food. With a respectful curtsy, he pleaded, Old ancestor, it's your turn. Are you satisfied with today's arrangement? I'm happy with that. You ungrateful son of a. I'll teach you a hard lesson later. Who told you to take matters into your own hands? With a face like mine, I still need you to arrange a blind date for me? Qin Changsheng glared at Qinjun with an unpleasant expression on his face and reluctantly raised his head to get up. Also, Qinjun as the head of the family is not easy. Working hard, in public, it is not good to refute his face. After all, the majesty of the Qin family was still necessary. Big deal. When the time comes, just say there's nothing to see. Anyway, concubinage, marriage, never. Just the moment Qin Changsheng raised his hand and got up, the crowd in the Great Hall also got a good look at his face. So young. This is the Qin family's ancestor? Although it was said that at first glance, he had an extraordinary temperament and outstanding demeanor, but he was far from the image of the old ancestor's immortal style in his mind. As for the young women present, they were even more astonished, staring straight at Qin Changsheng. So handsome. It's so pretty. I thought that the Qin family's ancestor was an old man, and I was ready to serve the tiger with my body and offer myself in commission. Unexpectedly, happiness came too suddenly. And the Qin family's ancestor was a beautiful man. What to say about this aura? The vicissitudes, the suavity, the uninhibitedness, the dashing, prodigal son in general. Many young women were fawning, even thinking, growing up like this, even if he wasn't the Qin family's oldest ancestor, I'd still be willing. Qin Changsheng naturally felt the hot gazes in those women's eyes and sighed quietly in his heart. Hey, I can't help it. I'm trying to keep a low profile too, but the facts don't allow it. Objective conditions are here, even if he is immortal, but there are still good people like moths to the flame. After so many years of experience as a scumbag, he knew how much peach blossom luck he had. Eternally youthful face, the vicissitudes of experience of the years, formed a unique temperament, for some worldly young girls, has a fatal attraction. Auntie, look, the Qin clan ancestor is so handsome. In the other corner, Su Xiaoyu's eyes were glowing and she had become a little fangirl. However, she did not see that her Aunt Su Moru was breathing heavily at the moment, her eyes wide open, looking unbelievably at the young man over there. It's him. Is that him? Looking at the person who had daydreamed about and had appeared in his dreams countless times, the face that can't be forgotten in any way, Su Moru couldn't believe her eyes. A burst of heartache came over her, as if the whole world had collapsed. There had been countless fantasies of the two of them meeting, and there had been times when they thought he had died silently, more countless times to admonish themselves. Once again encountered this scum, must be ruthless, will be broken into pieces. She thought that after all these years, and especially after killing so many negative men, she would have already had a heart of stone, but when the day did come, she hesitated. That uncontrollable heart, thumping, seemed to be stopping itself from killing. She wanted to cry out loud, but something was stuck in her throat and she couldn't make any sound. The eyes were a blur and tears of sadness welled up in his eyes. Finally, it trickled down her stunning face. Chapter 4, Concubinage Scene, bumping into an ex-girlfriend. Auntie, why are you crying? Only then did Su Xiaoyu realize Su Muru's abnormality and asked in a panic. This iceberg beauty, known to the outside world as the aunt of the Rakshasa fairy. I can't believe I'm crying. It's okay, it's just a flying insect that accidentally flew into my eye. Su Muru gently wiped her tears, rubbed her eyes, and said softly. Su Xiaoyu was young and simple-minded in the end, and did not suspect anything. How could a Dharma realm cultivator have flying insects in his eyes? Su Muru, however, continued to ask. Auntie hasn't been paying attention to the outside world all these years. Tell me about the Qin family's old ancestor. Mentioning the Qin family's old ancestor, Su Xiaoyu's eyes were glowing, probably because she had just witnessed that celestial appearance and was extremely uplifted. Gushing, Auntie, you're asking the right person. These days I've specially made multiple inquiries about the Qin family's old ancestor, and it can be said that he's a strange person. The Qin family's old ancestor, Qin Changsheng, didn't have a single bit of cultivation qualifications, but he did lay a solid foundation for the rise of the Qin family, and is the absolute spiritual symbol of the Qin family. He alone will Qin family second ancestor 3 ancestor raised, also brother and father, young education, affect their whole life. Second ancestor 3 ancestor to their big brother several respect, especially the third ancestor. At that time when Qin Changsheng disappeared, had one person and a sword to seek the whole continent, and even ignored the danger of stepping into the Forbidden Land, but unfortunately the misadventure, never found. As for how the old Qin family's ancestor took on the identity of an ordinary person but was never discovered by the Qin family, it's a mystery. Before he disappeared, he also gave the Qin family the writing of the Qin family-style family law, which is used to this day, and is one of the reasons why the Qin family has an excellent and rigorous style and has risen to prominence so quickly. Qin family young children initiation. First of all, no Qin family old ancestor. It is said that initiation stories are all the first time he made up to the second and third ancestor to listen to. According to the gossip, The reason why the Qin clan's old ancestor lived for so long was because he mistakenly ate a longevity elixir when he was young, and was able to prolong his life for 10,000 years. Seeing how young the old ancestor is today, the rumors should be true, but 10,000 years have passed. I'm afraid that the old ancestor of the Qin clan has reached his twilight years and will not have long to live. Hearing this, Su Mulyo's heart suddenly contracted with a thump. Him? Dying? Abandoning me for so many years without even an apology and dying like this? No, I can't let him die so comfortably. It should end with me killing him. When Su Mulyo remembered her heartache for so many years, her heart was hardened, as if she had made up her mind. But the world is so big. What if they just look alike? Is he, really, Xiao Lang? His current identity was the Qin family's ancestor. What if he killed the wrong person? It doesn't matter if you lose one life for another. But this move may bring disaster to the Su family, which has already gone downhill. And, even if it was really him, what if he really had no choice but to suffer in the first place? Su Mulyo was conflicted inside and began to hesitate again. That said, on Qin Chongqing's side, he couldn't wait to immediately jump up and give Qinjin, this unfilial grandson, a few rattles on the back of his head. You're dying and you're giving yourself a concubine, and all young and beautiful fairies. When this gets out, secretly, he will still call himself a LSP and an old cow eating young grass. One's own slag, that is one's own initiative behavior. But this is being held by others with such a big black pot. That is indeed difficult. I am not afraid of breaking my bones, but I want to leave my innocence on earth. It's better to give everyone the benefit of the doubt and save yourself a good name. Cough. Qin Chongqing cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone is a guest from afar. Eat and drink well today. As for concubinage, when he opened his mouth, his magnetic voice instantly captured many more little fans. The people are good looking, their voices are still so nice, and their status is still so noble. This is not a proper treasure boy, treasure old man, but in Su Mao's ears, it was like being struck by lightning. The voice. It's him. There's no mistaking it. It's definitely him. When Qin Chongqing said the word concubine, she could no longer endure it. A nameless rage rose up, anger filling his entire body, even with a hint of other complex emotions. A concubine? Scum! You've abandoned me for so many years, and you're still taking concubines in such a dignified manner. If you're taking a concubine, why didn't you take me in the first place? And you're a man who's about to go into the ground and you want an old cow to eat young grass. Not only that, but he also used the Qin family's power to openly choose a concubine. Su Mulyo looked around at so many young and beautiful women, and even among them was his own niece, Su Xiaoyu, and became even more enraged. It's just beastly and scummy. Xiao Yan, you heartless man. A clear voice resounded throughout the room, interrupting Qin Chongqing's words. The crowd was horrified that someone was causing trouble at the Qin family banquet. Don't want to die? In unison, they looked in the direction from which the voice had come. One could only see a beautiful woman with a stunning face, her pretty face chilling, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily, and her delicate hand lifting up, pointing ahead. Rakshasa fairy. Some people had already recognized this famous female sword immortal of Qinzhou. Rumor has it that she was abandoned by a scummy man. Did she run into that person at this banquet? This is really a narrow road. Xiao Yan. Is he the scum? Wait, who's Xiao Yan? The crowd was greatly interested for a while, and they could not imagine that there was an extra reward for this banquet, and they could eat a big melon. Gossip is always human nature, and they all wanted to know what the man who could abandon such a fairy looked like. Just looking in the direction of Su Mulyo's finger, that person seems to be the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing. The people present had their collective mouths open in shock. Could it be that Xiao Yan was the Qin clan's oldest ancestor? The old man of the Qin family is the legendary Heartless Man? This melon is a bit big. If you can't get it right, you will have to be exterminated by the Qin family, and some people with quick minds are already ready to sneak away. As for Qin Chongqing, it was like 5 thunderbolts. Xiao Yan, one of his own little numbers for picking up girls. Of course, who uses their real name when they're out and about, and doing something that's not in their conscience? The most important thing about traveling the world is the trumpets. The more the better. Looking at Su Mulyo's familiar face, Qin Chongqing had some mixed feelings. What the hell is this? Retribution is coming. Take a concubine. Take a concubine. Take a nasty concubine. Ah. Qin Chongqing glanced at Qinjin fiercely, although he asked himself that he did not have a concubine in mind. At this moment, he had the feeling of being caught in the act of adultery. Purely social death. Families, urgently, what should I do when I am approached by my ex-girlfriend at the scene of my concubinage? Online, etc. It's quite urgent. Kneel and beg. Although he had long thought of various scenarios of running into his ex-girlfriends, He never expected that the first ex-girlfriend he ran into would be at his own concubine banquet, and by the looks of it, the person he was matched with was a descendant of his ex-girlfriend. Even if Qin Changsheng was thick-skinned enough, at this moment, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Chapter 5 Shock. The Qin family's ancestor is scum. The room was silent at the moment, as if silenced. Seeing Qin Changsheng's face shift and acquiesce, everyone was already certain. The culprit, the scum, who abandoned the Rakshasa fairy and caused her to change her temperament, is the oldest ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng. The Qin family's crowd was even more unbelievable, and their entire worldview collapsed. That spiritual symbol of the Qin family, the most respected old ancestor of the Qin family, leaving behind a plaque of righteousness, the Qin family's oldest ancestor of family tradition and law. Teach them to love each other and be righteous to their old ancestors. That old ancestor who, in the hearts of the clan, was radiant and magnificent, without a single black spot. Surprise, surprise, it's a scumbag. How they wished that the old ancestor would come forward and defend himself, that he was in some heavenly affliction. But looking at the old ancestor's appearance, it was clear that he was weak-minded and unjustified. Sumoru saw that Qin Changsheng was silent and did not apologize, not to mention that he did not intend to make any explanations. Anger overwhelmed her senses as she remembered the past. Scum, take your life. The autumn water sword came out of thin air in her hand, and a powerful spiritual energy surged out from her body and was injected into the autumn water sword. The autumn water sword's light blossomed as the sword's aura shot up into the sky, the dazzling light illuminating the entire hall. It transformed into a huge sword dipper and stabbed straight towards Qin Changsheng. Although Qin Changsheng is an ordinary person, the treasures he has accumulated, and eaten softly, for so many years can naturally give him 100 ways to avoid them. But, it's just a thing. Qin Changsheng chanted in his mind. Let's just die. We won't live long anyway. Moreover, one could not cultivate after all. And there was not much point in continuing to live in this metaphysical world that flew into the sky and moved mountains and seas. It's probably karma. It's a relief to die at the hands of an ex-girlfriend. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng closed his eyes and silently waited for death to come. Maybe it was a premonition before death, the moment he closed his eyes. But a pretty face suddenly flashed in his mind. There were lowly, there were imperial sisters, there were gentle, there were spicy, there were sexy, all shapes and colors. Hey, I don't know if they will grieve for themselves when they die. Su Moluo had originally struck out with hatred. Only the moment she struck out, she suddenly went into a trance. Seeing Qin Changsheng's move to close his eyes and wait for death, his heart was even softer inexplicably. The sword that was supposed to stab at the other party's heart was suddenly deflected by 3 inches, and the sword's chi was unabated as it slashed at the wall at the back. Boom! The Qin family banquet hall was instantly stabbed out with a large hole, and the place where the sword chi passed through was even more chaotic, with all the items shattered and even scratched into nothingness. Bold! Dare to injure my Qin family's old ancestor! Qin Jin bellowed and blocked in front of Qin Changsheng. Just now the incident happened suddenly. He was immersed in the collapse of his faith and did not react for a moment, even if his own family's old ancestor was at fault. But as a descendant of the Qin family's later generations, that could never allow others to make a move against the old ancestor in front of him. Even if that person was the old ancestor's old flame. Even if the old ancestor was in the wrong. Get out of the way. Get out of my way. Qin Changsheng flicked Qin Jin away with an unpleasant face, and in his heart, he even cursed. Little brat, do you need to stand in my way? If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to take some concubine, would I have come this far? Who dares to make a move in my Qin family? Just as Qin Changsheng was organizing his words and preparing to lie, a loud voice recalled over the Qin family. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man dressed in white and out of the ordinary descended from the sky. It's White Supreme Qin Chanan. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock, not expecting that they would see this killing god today. Who is it? Which dares to make a move at the big brother's banquet? Don't want to die? Qin Chanan asked with an angry face. The commotion just now was perceived even if he hadn't utilized his divine thoughts. Today was his elder brother's banquet, and he had been reluctant to step forward in case he stole his elder brother's leading role in the limelight. But he hadn't expected that someone would dare to make a move in the Qin family. It didn't matter to him if everyone else died out, but he would never be able to forgive himself if a single hair was missing from his big brother. Asterisk 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 off. Shut the up if you can't talk. Calling out your ex-sister-in-law is only something your kid can say. The more Qin Changsheng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he shone 2 slaps at the back of Qin Chanan's head. Nothing else, just familiar hands. He was used to fighting since he was a child, and for his own brother who was brought up since he was a child, he naturally wasn't that polite, and he would beat him up when he needed to, and he didn't give any face to him at all. Qin Chanan shrunk his neck. For a moment he didn't know what he had said wrong, and didn't dare to dodge, letting his big brother slap him. But it was a surprise to those present at the banquet. White Supreme, that killing god that made the foreign races fearful on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. I can't believe I'm being patted on the back of the head like a good boy and I'm not afraid to fight back. The crowd flicked their eyes away, wanting to look, but not daring to look. Who knew if they would settle scores? As for Sumoru, she was unresponsive and just stared at Qin Changsheng dead in the face. Ever since she saw him, he was the only one left in her world. Auntie! Su Xiaoyu timidly cried out in a small voice and pulled Su Moluo's sleeve. Everything happened so fast that she didn't even react before her aunt had drawn her sword and the three ancestors of the Qin family had appeared. Even if the aunt hated the Qin family's old ancestor, it was impossible for anything to come out of it in full view of the public. She was afraid that her aunt would do something irrational again in her anger and wanted to warn her. However, Su Moluo was as deaf as a statue, staring at Qin Changsheng, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Changsheng didn't pay attention to anything else and walked straight towards Su Moluo. Hey, after a lifetime of slagging, I wanted to die quietly in the Qin family at the end, but I didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. I deserve this. It's time to face it. It's a knife or a cut. I'll take it. Just as Qin Changsheng walked up to Su Moluo and was about to open his mouth. Chapter 6, The System Comes. The old ancestor is so affectionate. There was a sudden ding in my head. Ding. The necessary golden finger for Chinese travelers has been delivered. Detecting the host's current situation. The broken mirror reunification system has been bound. Every time an ex-girlfriend is encountered and the ex-girlfriend's favoritism towards the host reaches 90 again, the host will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Please ask the host to give a 5-star favorable review. Yo. Pro. I'm KAM. System. Could it be that my days as a mortal have come to an end, and I can finally fly with my sword and become an immortal? Qin Changsheng froze for a moment, pleasantly surprised, but then a wave of nameless anger surged up. 5-star reviews? Good reviews draw. Bad reviews. Bad review. I also want to complain. It's been 10,000 years since you timed out. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Do you know how I've spent these 10,000 years? Bad reviews. Must be bad reviews. What I, Qin Changsheng, say doesn't matter if the Jade Emperor comes. Ding. Upon system query. The host has been letting loose and wandering between beautiful women of all colors for the past 10,000 years. So happy. Qin Changsheng was a bit embarrassed, but then became annoyed and said loudly in his head, "That's the surface. That's just the surface. Deep down I was actually lonely and not happy at all. And I was only able to cover myself up and numb myself by falling in love." There was a moment of silence from the system. If you don't listen properly, you'll say something like that. It just manifested an immense and incomparable middle finger in Qin Changsheng's mind, with the fingertip pointing upwards, and the meaning was already obvious. Just as Qin Changsheng couldn't get it off his face and was about to get angry, the system's voice came again. In order to compensate the host, a generous compensation package has been prepared. Is it to be claimed now? Yay! Qin Changsheng was excited inwardly. Everything just now was just a demand for compensation. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he was of course excited. No, not for the time being. Qin Changsheng refused. This was not the time to collect. He had to deal with the situation at hand first. However, since the system had come, Qin Changsheng had the hope of cultivation, and suddenly he didn't want to die. And besides, there seemed to be a huge reward for redeeming his ex-girlfriend. Although the time Qin Changsheng spent communicating with the system in his mind was not long, it was a different story in the eyes of the crowd. In their view, Qin Changsheng walked up to the Rakshasa fairy, first dumbfounded, then surprised, then angry, then embarrassed, then angry, and finally at peace. The face is unpredictable. It's hard to figure out what's going on here. Sumoru was also a bit puzzled, but seeing that Qin Changsheng hadn't opened his mouth for a long time, the emotions in his heart were infinitely complicated. In the end, anger still temporarily suppressed other emotions as she raised the autumn water sword to Qin Changsheng's neck. It looked as if she had the intention of breaking it into pieces, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her state of mind at the moment. What a pseudonym, Xiao Yan. Long time no see. Sumuro said hatefully, not knowing whether she was angry at him for hiding his identity or for abandoning herself. Qin Changsheng first shook his hand towards his back, stopping the three ancestors of the Qin clan and the crowd from their intention to strike. Then he looked at Sumao's eyes and said with deep emotion, "It's been a long time for you, but for me, it was 1,133,395 days and nights, which felt longer than my whole life. You kill me, I won't live long anyway. I have an incurable disease, lovesickness. There are 3,000 diseases in life and death. but only lovesickness cannot be cured. Looking at the woman in front of him, her eyes gradually softening, Qin Changsheng continued to put in more effort. Once there was a sincere love put in front of me. I did not cherish it, and when I lost it I regretted it too much. And there is nothing more painful in the world than this. If God could give me a second chance, I would say 3 words to that girl: I love you. If I had to put a term on this love, I'd like it to be 1,000,000 years. Qin Changsheng's tone was smooth and godly. His eyes were like deep lakes, just staring, making Su Moluo's heart and sea, which she had thought was dead, stirring and surging. So touching. The old Qin family ancestor is so affectionate. I can't wait for the story of their relationship. I'm sure it will be stirring and unforgettable. Ooh, the old ancestor must have had an unavoidable pain in the ass to abandon the other. One is the old ancestor of the Qin clan, and the other is the most stunning fairy of the Su clan. So well matched. The crowd had mixed reactions, and there were already quite a few women who were touched by it and silently wiped their tears. I can't imagine that the old ancestor of the Qin family still has such a deep love side. I think there must be lovers. As long as there is each other in the heart, love will always have a perfect ending that day. There were even shouts. Fairy Rakshasa, just forgive the Qin clan ancestor. I'm sure he must have some unavoidable hardships. Together, there's already an uproar. As for Su Moru, she even let out an ah sound. Her hands and feet went limp, and her autumn water sword fell to the ground. Looking at Qin Changsheng's deep gaze from close range and hearing his words of love, her cheeks flushed slightly and she began to panic inside. Did you ever hate him? Hated. But when the person in the dream, really standing in front of himself, he was soft, no longer have a killing heart hate. Thinking of the happy times between the two of them in the past, Su Molu unconsciously shook her lips, not knowing what to say. Seeing Su Muru's appearance, Qin Changsheng knew that her heart had softened, and it was clear in his heart that he should work harder at this time, striking the iron while it was hot. Chapter 7 Misunderstanding. I bought grapes with that girl. Thus, Wan Air, I love you. Let's go back to the old days. Wan Air? Who is Wan Air? Su Muru, whose eyes were already disoriented, instantly came to her senses, and her face was covered in a layer of frost, her eyes staring unkindly at Qin Changsheng. Swish! The autumn water sword that had fallen to the ground also returned to her hand, once again resting on Qin Changsheng's neck as before. I'm Molu. Su Molu. Say, who is Wan Air? Su Moluo's words had slightly trembled. Could it be that it was because of this vixen called Wan Air that he abandoned me? Ha! Qin Changsheng's heart thumped and cried out in a bad way, itching to ruthlessly give himself 2 slaps on the face. Mouth a scoop. Said the wrong. Blame it on Mu Ro Ro. Wan Air character looks too similar. A moment to recognize the wrong. After all, with so many ex-girlfriends, it's inevitable to call them by the wrong name. A great deal of good is lost for the sake of good. It's overturned. Can anyone help me? Online question. Ex-girlfriend salvage scene. Call the wrong girlfriend's name. How to do. Wait online. Quite urgent. As for the people present, their mouths were open and silent. Stunned. The scene reversed too quickly. A beautiful love story that turns into a scum exposure scene in the blink of an eye? How the hell can you get a name wrong? Some of the emotional people had not even dried their tears yet, and when they saw this situation, they did not know for a moment whether to continue crying or not. The old ancestor was also too scummy. Qin Shen couldn't help but bellyache. However, this matter concerns the majesty of my Qin family. It is better to try not to spread it out. He looked around and made up his mind in his heart. Big brother is mighty. It seems that I'm going to have 2 more sisters-in-law. Third ancestor Qin Chana nodded his head silently. At this moment, he already knew everything, but it hadn't lowered the image of his big brother in his heart in the slightest. There it is. At the critical moment, Qin Changsheng's mind raced, finally coming up with an excellent reason. Despite the long sword on his neck, Qin Changsheng did not have a trace of fear, and looked at Su Molu's eyes with warmth and affection, and slowly said, I didn't call you wrong. In my heart, you are Molu and Wan Air. Wan Air, in our hometown, is a collective name for a gentle and graceful woman, the nicest way to address your significant other. My mother once told me that she wished my wife's name to be Wan Air, although your name is not Wan Air. In my heart, you are Wan Air, and only you deserve to be called Wan Air. If it's the title Wan Air that makes you feel uncomfortable and pressurized, then I'd better call you Mu Ro. Everyone in the room had their brains buzzing and went straight down. That's fine? How the hell did that work out? Dog thieves? Scum! The discerning people present knew at first hearing that this was just a set of deceitful rhetoric, and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, they did not dare to speak out. After all, this was the Qin family. That was the old ancestor of the Qin family. One could only look towards Su Moru, hoping that she was a woman of quality, not to be deceived by Qin Changsheng's flowery words once again. Fairy Rakshasa, grow a pair. Open your eyes and see that the person in front of you is a scumbag. He can be called by the wrong name in front of so many people, so you can imagine how many women he's had. Even third ancestor Qin Chang'an was a bit unable to look at this moment, muttering in his heart, "Brother, you can lie a little, can't you? We still have this custom in our hometown? How come I didn't know? Besides, even though mother left after giving birth to me and Lao Er, you said that she was mute." Although the crowd did not want Su Molo to be deceived again, and some people even winked at her, even Su Xiaoyu could see Qin Changxing's true colors and once again tugged on her aunt's sleeve, trying to wake her up. But Su Muru's heart was already in great turmoil at the moment, and she had long been caught up in it, and her heart was even apprehensive. Although it has been 3,000 years, but she is not versed in the world. All these years, in addition to cultivation, is to go out to kill negative people. Emotionally it is even more singular. In addition to Qin Changsheng and his family, life has never been in contact with a second man, but also refused to receive external information, which also led to her experience in the relationship cognitive, even less than her niece Su Xiaoyu. What to do? What do we do? Does Qin Lang mean he wants to marry me? He thinks I'm his future wife? Su Mora's mood was extremely complicated, both nervous and scared. Suddenly remembering something, said, "But, after you left in the first place, I had searched for you by all means, and later, my maid swore that she saw you by accident on a street. A young girl took you by the arm and bought lychees with you. Living like a couple in love, I rushed there at the news, but I could never find you again. Since you say you love me so much, tell me, who is that girl?" Saying this, Su Mora looked downcast, as if the heartbreaking images from the beginning had reappeared. Hearing Su Mura's words, Qin Changsheng recalled that there was indeed that part, took the initiative, and Su Maoro break up soon after the chaos without purpose. Happened to meet the next true love. Love is like a tornado, comes so suddenly, and that true love cool love shopping. But this sudden love is not something he can control. Misunderstanding unjustly accused Maoro, listen to my explanation, Qin Changsheng said in a hurry. This is really a wrongful accusation, and it doesn't even care about the objective facts. It just makes rumors about him like that. Misunderstanding? Impossible. There's no way my personal maid would lie to me. Will you let me explain? Okay, you explain. Su Muro stared at the other party, her eyes sharp. She also hoped that it was fake. Qin Changsheng paused, as if carefully deliberating for a long time, before he slowly said, "We bought grapes, not lychees. As you know, how can there be lychees for sale on the ordinary streets of the northern region? So this is simply a rumor." When these words came out, the banquet crowd fell down, killing and injuring. What an animal! No, it's beastly, it's scummy. Grapes, lychees, is that the point? Fairy Rakshasa, do it. Show me the way you cut down other negative men. Didn't you make a flag to kill all negative men in the world in the first place? You're looking at the scummiest negative person in the world right in front of you. However, looking at Su Molo's hesitant appearance, the crowd let out a sigh in unison at the bottom of their hearts. Hey! Everyone also found out that this Rakshasa fairy is actually a love brain. In front of her lover, her brain is completely blank, hopeless. No wonder it's still so soulful and fond after being abandoned for thousands of years. Qin Changsheng, on the other hand, took the opportunity to walk forward, stroking her hair and softly saying, "But grapes lychee, that doesn't matter. I wasn't ripe enough then. Now I am. Maoro, peach blossoms bloom only once a year, and my heart, only once in a lifetime. I believe that meeting you again is my greatest good fortune. This is heaven's way of giving me a chance to start over again. Mulu, let's start over, okay?" Su Muro's delicate body trembled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were about to answer. Suddenly, a summoning jade pendant on her waist tripped, waking her up, and her face suddenly changed when she probed her mind, glancing deeply at Qin Changsheng, his eyes suffused with a strong sense of reluctance. He nonetheless pulled Su Xiaoyu up and rode away with his sword. It looks like something big has happened to the Su family. Hey! Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh as he stared at Su Mola's back. So close to taking it down. The system's rewards are there. Unfortunately. That's right, the system. Qin Changsheng suddenly remembered that there was still a compensation gift package yet to be claimed, so he had to find a quiet place to study the system. Chadan, Xinjin, you guys take care of it. I'll go back to my room first. He then walked straight to the door, paying no attention to the strange looks of everyone present, as if to say again, "What's wrong with Slag? Am I proud? Am I proud?" Looking at Qin Changsheng's righteous and contented look, the hearts of the crowd were once again refreshed by his shamelessness. It's so scummy and so not human. You don't have any shame in front of all these people? Chapter 8 Shameless, gathering the system's wool. Xinjin, you handle this. third ancestor Qin Chang'an also slipped away. Even his thick skin was a bit unable to carry so many strange gazes. Old ancestor what is this called This spread out. My Qin family 10,000 years to accumulate a good reputation. Will be stigmatized. You passed down one of the Qin family's mottos not to start a mess and abandon it. And yet you yourself did such an unethical thing. Slandering Gue was slander. As the head of the Qin family in this generation, Qinzhen's prowess had long spread throughout Qingzhou. Under his warning, all of them said that they would definitely not talk nonsense. And only then did they leave one after another. After the crowd left, Qinzhen slapped 2 times towards the back of the head of a young man beside him. I have to say, it's quite cool, but look at the old ancestor hit the third ancestor of those 2 slaps so smooth, so artistic. How can I not hit that feeling? Father, why are you hitting me? The young man clutched his head and said with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with beating you? Look at you. You're so old. You don't even have a Taoist partner. Learn from the old ancestors. Although the old ancestors are a bit better looking, but the most important thing is to be able to talk and talk. Quickly memorize the deep confession you just made. Even if you learn 10% of it, it's enough for you to find a daughter-in-law and start a family for my Qin family. Is that a little better looking? It's good enough to take off, okay? If I inherited 1/10 of my old ancestors' appearance, plus my Qin family's identity as a direct descendant, in the pickup of girls together is not gaga mess kill. Yaoqi holy girl I dare to rush. The young man couldn't help but chortle in his mind, cursing his old man for being an old straight man who didn't know anything about aesthetics. He knew he couldn't reason with Pops, though, and shook his head as he walked out. Seeing that the people of the Qin family were also gradually leaving, Qinzhen then walked towards the piece of rubble that had been chopped up by Su Molu, and wailed with a heartache in his heart. My 1,000 miles. I spent a lot of money on the 7-color glazed walls. My treasure, the legendary vase used by the Eternal Great, all gone. Abortive. Look at the old ancestor's slaggy appearance. I know that the ex-girlfriend should not be less. Now I just hope that the fewer that live to the present the better. Otherwise the Qin family cannot withstand a few times of tossing and turning. Suddenly he thought of what the butler had once said about the numerous female-scented jewelry and the like in the old ancestor's hands. Taking a breath of cold air, he muttered. Rumor has it that the Yaoqi Empress was once abandoned by a scummy guy too. It can't be the old ancestor. If that's true, the Qin family, pills. No way. That said, on Qin Changqing's side, as soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to shout towards the void. System, are you still there? System buddy? Ding. One warning, the host should not climb relationships. A mechanical voice rang out. Hearing the system's voice again, Qin Changqing then completely put down his heart. It seems that the voice in his head at the banquet just now was not an illusion. It's been 10,000 years. Other travelers have long become immortal and become ancestors, but his own golden finger has only just come. Thinking of this, Qin Changqing was a bit angry and couldn't help but question. Then tell me first why it took 10,000 years to deliver it? As soon as this question was thrown out, the system's voice became emotionally charged and even somewhat excited as it returned. This is exciting to say the least. I ran into a couple of little caramels on my way here. It's just a couple of other systems. I couldn't resist battling them a bit. I had a monkey picking a peach, another black tiger pulling out a heart, and the next old man's wheelbarrow. Stop. Say the result. Qin Changqing couldn't help but interrupt the system's gushing. The heart can't help but slander. Is this system decent? Anyway, I won. I'm the most beautiful system in the heavens and the earth. It wasn't delayed for a while. 10,000 years have passed over here. The system seemed to still be somewhat unfulfilled. Then describe your function. Ding. This system is a positive energy system, designed to help the host walk on the right path of harmony. In light of the host's past behavior, the broken mirror function was born, hoping that the host can give every girl a home that, for every ex-girlfriend you meet and your ex-girlfriend's favorability towards you reaches 90 or more, the host will be rewarded handsomely, including but not limited to cultivation, mind techniques, divine powers, treasures, divine weapons, and so on. No more? Qin Changqing couldn't help but ask. This didn't sound so reliable. Nope. Wait. This appears to be buggy. Qin Changqing was inspired and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. So is it possible to collect multiple rewards when my ex-girlfriend is 90 plus favorably disposed to me? I then dump her, drop below 90, and then get her back, repeatedly jumping across the board? The system was silenced by the shameless. Do you want to hear what you're saying again? How dare you pull the wool over the system? And, to not be so scummy. You're still addicted to it. A girl's heart can only take so much. Can she withstand you? It's a wonder you're not depressed. And as for the grumpy ones, you're lucky if they don't secretly cut your loins. Ding. Host, Please note that this system is a positive energy system. Please do not do things that make the heavens angry. And the same ex-girlfriend can only be rewarded once. Hey, hearing that he couldn't brush the bug, Qin Shangsheng felt a pang of regret. He kept pacing back and forth in the room, searching for a loophole in the system, and suddenly, it really came to him, speaking into the void. System, have you ever thought about the fact that most of my girlfriends are from thousands of years ago? And that I didn't care if they had good qualifications or a good family when I was dating. And now that so many years have passed, what if they've all passed away? Even if there are still those who have achieved success in cultivation and survived until now, the number is too small and the reward will not allow me to reach the peak of martial arts. Isn't this a disgrace to the system, you? The system was silent for a moment. Then the voice rang out leisurely. Also, as the prettiest cub in the world of the heavens, my host naturally can't be too bad. But once the main system line is generated, it's difficult to modify. So well, within my authority, the reward gives you a big boost. For every ex-girlfriend you redeem, immortal weapons to start with. Immortal weapons for starters? This, Qin Shangsheng was shocked. This is going to take off. Anything in this world that can be even remotely related to immortality is 2 words. Invincible. In his mind, he couldn't help but begin to fantasize about the overwhelming elegance of himself in an immortal weapon. Invincible in the world. Smashing through the forbidden zone and suppressing the heavens. Stop. The system interrupted his mirth, mercilessly pouring cold water. Host, don't masturbate. You'd better think about how to make your ex-girlfriend's favorability towards you reach above 90. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Don't lose the people of this system. Ha? Sumolo good sense hasn't reached 90 yet? I feel like I've already taken it. It's just that she unexpectedly had something going on at home. Qin Shangsheng was puzzled. You immodest system 1T deliberately put small shoes on me. Ding. Remind again. Host, don't be overly narcissistic. This system naturally has a set of fair judging standards. In the future, host can consult this system in real time for favorability. Sumolu's current good sense is 88. Above the banquet is only momentarily blinded by the host. When it reacts to the host's extreme scum behavior, the good sense may drop again. Blindsided? The ultimate scumbag? You a system don't personal attack, okay? Qin Shangsheng dissatisfied heart. Hey, there's a long way to go in picking up girls. Chapter 9, 10,000 Years of Mortality. One day achieving greatness. Oh yes, and the compensation bonanza, he suddenly thought. System, receive the compensation package. With your brilliance, although unexpectedly late for 10,000 years, the compensation package should not be bad, right? Ding, don't worry host, this system won't be stingy. Will you receive it? Yes. He only saw a cluster of rays appear in front of him out of nowhere, and the specific information of these rewarding rays then appeared in his mind. Peak Great Emperor Cultivation and Mind Comprehension, 1 Void Emperor Scripture, 10 Extreme Emperor Soldiers, and a number of extreme pills. Wipe. Qin Shangsheng, who had lived for 10,000 years and had seen a lot, instantly froze. It's a straight vertical takeoff. No, it's straight up invincible. The system is too damn powerful. System, YYDS. Does that make sense? Reasonable. Simply too reasonable. Qin Shangsheng was ecstatic. Other travelers 10,000 years ago have been certified as Hongmeng, invincible in the heavens and the world. He himself had been immortal for 10,000 years before compensating for a great emperor cultivation. Not too much. Right. Not too much at all. Cultivation in this world is roughly divided into 13 realms, which are Qi Introduction Realm, Hotian Realm, Innate Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Divine Hidden Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Yuan Shun Realm, Cave Ruin Realm, Dharma Phase Realm, Sage Realm, Supreme Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Legend has it that there are immortals above the great emperors, but for millions of years no one has ever become an immortal, nor have they seen an immortal. Immortal, it has slowly become a legend, and the Great Emperor Realm has become the ultimate in this world. Just this life. The fate of the heavens has not yet carried. The new emperor has not yet come out. The emperor is the pinnacle of walking in the world. Even if there are some ancient emperors, but also limited by the way of the heavens, most of them are also lingering, either self-seal, or shut down not to come out. It was unthinkable that he had directly ignored the rules of the heavenly Tao in this realm and directly certified as a great emperor. After being an ordinary person for 10,000 years, now I can finally be proud of the world and lightly say to the 10,000 races in the world, I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. Thinking of that scene, Qin Shangsheng's blood boiled and his fingers could no longer resist pointing towards the largest light cluster. The light mass instantly transformed into countless points of light, surging towards Qin Shangsheng's body. An extremely majestic and strong cultivation power surged within his body, strengthening his 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, his violet mansion Yuan Shun, and even every cell, and his breath was climbing. Qi-inducing realm first level of the innate realm, divine hidden realm 10th level, early supreme realm. It didn't stop until it reached the peak of the great emperor realm. Qin Shangsheng slowly opened his eyes. His entire body had undergone a radical change. The purple mansion Yuan Shun opened up. A purple aura lingered, mysterious and unpredictable. The flow of the wind, the ripples of the water, the changes in the growth of flowers, plants and trees thousands of miles away. Everything was clearly visible in his eyes. Even the surge of the surrounding aura and the arcane changes in the Tao were all within his grasp. Is this the great imperial realm? Strong batch. Qin Shangsheng silently sighed, not realizing that he had drifted for 10,000 years as a mortal, only to go up to the 9 heavens one day. From there, all the world is accessible. With a thought, a mysterious force came out of his body and was confined to the room under his control. This is exclusive to great emperors. The imperial Tao domain. Qin Shangsheng felt it for a moment and his face revealed joy. His domain power was actually time, the most mysterious law among the 3,000 great Tao, the power of the law of time. This is really invincible. You guys are free to do as you please. I am invincible. Qin Shangsheng thought beautifully, but he then frowned, always feeling that something was missing. Right. I'm a great emperor. Where's the heavenly congratulations? What about the thunderstorms? What about the visions of heaven and earth? What about the pilgrimage of all the saints? Nothing. Just quietly became an emperor? What a great opportunity to manifest yourself in front of people. And it's just gone? As if sensing his thoughts, the system's voice rang out at the right time. The host doesn't need to be thankful. This system is above the heavenly Tao, shielding all information about the host. The heavenly Tao naturally can't sense it. The host can relax. I thank you, Joe. Before the words were finished, Qin Shangsheng suddenly reacted that this was quite good. One almost lost one's mind. It's good to keep a low profile. The only reason one has survived this long is because of the low profile. Moreover, the Qin family's current family style and momentum was very good, and it was also related to the fact that they were living in peace. If they were to know that there was an old ancestor of the great emperor realm, then they might produce some flighty and domineering losers. Develop slowly, reveal your cultivation slowly, and then quietly amaze everyone when everything stabilizes. The most important thing is that there are too many ex-girlfriends. If you go out to take out the garbage, you may bump into an ex-girlfriend. I've done a lot of bad things in the first half of my life, so it's better to keep a low profile for now. One's next main thing was to secretly help the Qin family develop, striving to become the #1 family in the heavens and the worlds at an early date. As far as getting your ex-girlfriend back? What's that? Come on. I'm invincible in the great emperor realm. Do I still need to redeem my ex-girlfriend to get a reward? Is it bad to be single? Is it bad to be on your cell phone? Or does it not smell good to listen to music on the hook? Women. It only affects how fast I can draw my sword. Thinking of this, Qin Shangsheng was stunned, but the voice and face of his ex-girlfriend all those years ago surged in his mind. And once his great emperor cultivation was complete, his mind was incomparably clear, and all the things that had been forgotten in the past flashed in his mind one by one. Are they okay? Maybe it was guilt, maybe it was cowardice. He was always a little resistant. Shaking his head, Qin Shangsheng drove it all out of his mind, no longer actively thinking about it. Forget it, take a step. Ding! According to this system's investigation, this world is not simple. There have been some terrifying great figures that have come out. The great emperor is not the end of the line. I hope that the host will complete the main quest as soon as possible and take control of everything. The system's voice anachronistically sounded again. Are you bored? Let me just ask you one thing. Am I invincible now? Yes. But, just yes. Nagging. Qin Shangsheng impatiently ended the conversation. Anyway, he is invincible at this stage on the line. As for salvaging his ex-girlfriend, it can only be said to go with the flow. After 10,000 years of suffering, I'm not allowed to be dashing around and having a good time. You can't just enjoy the enjoyment and move on to the music and the dance. Next he collected the other rewards one by one. Void Emperor Scripture. Sloppy, condensed the Void Emperor's lifelong learning, covering countless basic mind techniques, martial arts, secret arts, but cultivation to the highest is just a great emperor. One can no longer use it. Find a suitable opportunity to arrange for the second and third brothers. Extreme Emperor Soldier. Not bad, not bad. Still an Emperor Soldier in a fully revived state. It should be known that there were currently no more than 20 Imperial weapons in existence in the human race, and most of them were in a semi-broken state, mostly in the hands of the Central Domain Imperial clan, the immortal Tao lineage, and the Supreme Holy Ground. Once his 10 handles are circulated, I am afraid that it will cause world chaos. It is better to put it away. leaving 2 handles to be placed in the Qin family's ancestral land, and silently guarding the Qin family. Extreme grade elixir. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. This was something that could greatly accelerate the overall power of the family. After a little contemplation, he planned to find a chance to reward the outstanding sons and daughters of the family. After packing everything up, he sat down on his butt in the recliner and wandered off. But Qin Changsheng does not know. Even the system cannot be created out of nothing. He obtained everything as the system from other worlds plundered. He got, then destined to lose someone. At this time, the heavens and the earth, an unknown world. The Kanglan demon emperor stood in the void, looking at the countless so-called righteous people on the opposite side who wanted to slaughter the demons, and said with a calm and relaxed expression, "Griffins are just ants. Even if I carry the abyss on my back and the 9 devilish realms in one hand, I, San Lan, am just as invincible in the world." Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and his body involuntarily fell downward as he cried out in despair, "Impossible! Impossible! My cultivation!" Thus, in full view of everyone, the invincible Kanglan demon emperor, who was unrivaled in the world and had suppressed the world for 50,000 years, fell to his death from high in the air in such a bizarre manner, leaving behind a crowd of jaw-dropping righteous people. This matter also became one of the biggest mysteries in that world. Chapter 10 Master of the Fong family, begging for Su Maorou's hand in marriage. That said, Qin Changsheng sighed, lying down always feel a little uneasy. Maorou left so quickly, face so ugly, will not be out of something. I used to be too unarmed to help, but now I'm strong enough to fix everything. No way. With a flash of his body, he had already disappeared without a trace. Although he couldn't cultivate in the past, he had also come into contact with quite a few techniques, and now under the cultivation and comprehension of a great emperor, the techniques he had seen before instantly blended together, and with the addition of his realm, he turned complexity into simplicity, reaching an incredible realm. When Qin Changsheng reappeared, he had already arrived in the sky above the Su clan, quietly looking down. Su family, the main hall. Su Batian, the current head of the Su family, sat on the main seat with an ugly face, while Su Mola was even more filled with frost, itching to kill the other party. On the contrary, the other two had a calm face, as if they were certain that the Su family would definitely yield, especially the middle-aged man among them. His eyes glanced at Su Molu's delicate figure from time to time, especially the towering breasts, and the lecherous color in his eyes appeared, making Su Mola hate to pull out her sword and gouge out her eyeballs. Only the middle-aged man said nonchalantly, "Su family master, my request is not excessive. I just been in love with Mola for a long time and want to be a Taoist couple with her. The combination of our two families is believed to be enough to become the #1 power in the northern domain. Moreover, Su family master, think clearly. Every day of delay, the danger to the Su family ancestor and all the great elders is one more point. I have prepared the bride price. I only need a word from Su family master and Maorou." Although Su Batian was filled with anger, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to strike, saying, "Brother Fong, you're also the head of the family. You and my sister don't have any interactions on a regular basis. Calling Mu Rou at this moment is a bit of a monstrous thing to do, isn't it? Marrying my sister as a concubine is a matter that I'm sorry for not being able to comply with. But as long as you can ensure that the old ancestor and the great elders return safely, any treasures of the Su family will be at your disposal. And as long as I can do it, I will never excuse myself, even if it means I have to take my own life." Fong Wencheng sneered as he skimmed his mouth in disbelief. It seems that the Su family master is quite precious to your sister. I don't look at your Su family's treasures, and I don't care about your life. I just want to take Mao Rou as my concubine. Could it be that the lives of your Su family's old ancestor and the supreme elder are not as important as your sister's happiness? Su family master, think about it. You can be considered a deceiver. And rumor has it that Fairy Mao Rou has been abandoned by scum. I'm afraid that she is no longer intact. I don't even mind that your sister isn't innocent. Marrying your sister as a concubine is considered to be something she has climbed high up the ladder. Hearing this, Su Batian could no longer hold back. There was a loud bang, and the square table next to him was in pieces. Fong Wenchang, don't talk too much. Butler, see off the guests. Su Batian shouted towards the side. He was afraid that if he saw this abhorrent face again, he wouldn't be able to resist moving his hand. Su brother, don't be so angry. I'll stay in your Su family guest room these days. Think clearly over to find me can. However, only 3 days. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to reply, Fong Wenchang and the two of them walked out unhurriedly, taking it all in their stride, as if they were confident that the Su family would definitely agree to their request. Asshole, dog thief. After they walked out of the Su family, Su Batian couldn't help but curse angrily. At the time of the 10,000 races battlefield I also saved the life of old thief Fong. Now he treats my Su family like this. If I had known this, I should have let him be torn alive by the Skywolf race in the first place. Hateful. Seeing her brother in such a state, Su Moru felt a pang of heartache and comforted him. Brother, the old ancestor and the supreme elder are the pillars of our Su family. Now that we have gotten the news, how can we, as descendants of the future generations, see death and save them? Molu was willing to be a concubine, so agree to their request. Although her tone was cloudy, her violently trembling hands revealed that her mood at this moment was not calm. She had already made up her mind that she would die with Fong Wenchang when the news of the old ancestor and the Supreme Elder's rescue arrived. It's just that, having just met Qin Lang, are we going to be separated forever? I didn't expect that the encounter at the Qin family banquet would be the last. Thinking of this, Su Maoro could no longer restrain herself, and her tears stayed in her eyes like water that had been stored for a long time and had opened the gate. Moru, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Su Batian could no longer care about his anger and anxiously cared. He did not know at the moment that his sister had already met her beloved, and was crying over the fact that she would not be able to see her lover again. Only thought that my sister was sad and tearful because she was going to marry Fong Wenchang. That old man. Pop. It's my fault for being useless. Su Batian slapped several times towards his face, angry at his own incompetence, unable to save his old ancestor, and making his sister so sad. Brother, don't be like this. All things are destiny. Half of it is not up to me. My destiny is like this. Su Moru stopped him. Su Batian fanned himself for a while, but instead sobered up and said to Su Maoro, Maoro, I will definitely not let you marry that old piker. I suddenly figured out that I'm afraid that Fong Wencheng's news is both true and false. From his emboldened attitude, it seems that I'm afraid it's true that old ancestor and the others are lost in the valley of the heavenly abyss. But to say that their Fong clan has the ability to rescue old ancestor, I don't believe it for a million years. It also said something about their Fong clan's old ancestor being in the valley of the heavenly abyss by chance, living his second life and accidentally controlling some of the power. I think it's pure bull ********. Since I know the news of the old ancestor, then I and a few elders, bring the family holy weapon, rescue the old ancestor. Things should not be late, pack up and set off immediately, in case this is a plot and trickery of the Fong family. Maoro, you wait at home. If I can't come back, you temporarily result in the position of the head of the Su family. When Su Maoro heard this, her eyes, which were already gray, glowed with perseverance, and she said without any fear, Brother, I'm going to die together. Seeing his sister like this, Su Batian didn't refuse, but instead laughed out loud. Ha ha, good. Today let us, brother and sister, break into this legendary forbidden area together. The Valley of the Heavenly Abyss, one of the 10 forbidden areas of the human race, is rumored to be the result of an unknown peak great emperor cultivator, who was injured by a foreign race outside of heaven, and was extremely leaden, intending to become an immortal against the heavens, but ended in failure, and ultimately transformed into a land of death. Inside the valley, the rules are incomplete, the aura is barren, the dark matter is all over the place, under the quasi-imperial emperor to enter, never alive. But from time to time, there are people whose life expectancy will end. In order to win a ray of hope, to live out the second life, to take the initiative to step into, and become inhuman ghosts not ghosts. While the Su family duo were arranging various matters, Qin Changsheng above listened to all of this. Looking at the departing Fong Wenchang duo, a cold aura flashed in his eyes, already on the list of certain death. Although Su Molu is my ex-girlfriend, it is not something that others can desecrate. However, it is too easy to kill and let you die slowly in fear. The matter of the Heavenly Abyss forbidden area. It should be finished, otherwise Mao Ro will be sad for a long time again. With a movement of his divine mind, Qin Changsheng's silhouette had disappeared. Chapter 11 One of the 10 Forbidden Zones, the Valley of the Heavenly Abyss. The Valley of the Heavenly Abyss, the depths. A few old men were sitting on the ground, their faces pale and their breath weak, with only endless despair and exhaustion in their eyes. Their bodies trembled violently from time to time, as if they were struggling to resist something. Suddenly, one of the old men's mouth moved and said weakly, Old ancestor, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. My spirit power is about to run out. Before I die I'll give old ancestor what's left of my spirit power. I hope old ancestor can hold on for a little while longer, and live until the moment when the clouds are lifted. The Su family can't be without old ancestor. The old man called old ancestor slowly opened his eyes filled with sadness and pain. Xiao Wu, blame me. I didn't expect that to be a random teleportation array, and to teleport us here. What face do I have in receiving your spiritual energy? Hold out for me until the moment we get out alive. Old ancestor, Don't say it, or I'll kill myself right away. The old man who was called Xiao's eyes filled with tears and gave a deep look. Then he stopped talking and closed his eyes, not wasting any more energy. Qin Changsheng had already arrived above the valley of the heavenly abyss at this moment, looking at the blackness with cold eyes. The heavenly abyss forbidden zone. It's time to remove the name today. The 10 forbidden zones are all parasites that take the initiative to throw themselves into the darkness in order to survive. But they are never seen contributing on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It also unleashes dark turmoil every once in a while, devouring the blood of hundreds of millions of living beings as a blood meal in order to prolong its life. The human race predecessors. Firstly, the lack of strength. And secondly, there are foreign tribes eyeing. Do not dare to go all out to suppress the forbidden zone, resulting in the forbidden zone since the ancient times of the drought. In the forbidden area, it was silent. There were no living beings walking around, not even wind, only boundless darkness. Roar. Every now and then a few creepy screams came out, adding a little more terror. Qin Changsheng's gaze was slightly furrowed, the stars, sun and moon rotating in his eyes, and his sight seemed to be able to tear through the void as if he were looking into the depths of the abyss. Everything in the depths was also slowly reflected, and underneath, there was a ruin, a place of broken walls, collapsed halls, shattered earth, and uncountable corpses and bones, and in the very center of that corpse, there was a strangely empty area, and within the area, there sat a vague figure. Seemingly sensing Qin Changsheng's gaze, the figure surrounded by darkness raised its head and looked in Qin Changsheng's direction, a pair of crimson eyes filled with bloodlust and desire. Who dares to spy on my forbidden zone? A low roar emanated from his mouth, resounding throughout the valley of the heavenly abyss. Each and every living being in the heavenly abyss that had already been eroded by the darkness looked in the direction from which the voice came, not knowing what had happened to cause this great man to take the initiative to vocalize. Even the Su family ancestors and elders, who were still trying to resist the erosion, opened their eyes and looked at each other. Could it be that something has changed drastically? Up above, Qin Changsheng smiled disdainfully. It was unthinkable that this back-ranked heavenly abyss prohibited area would still have a fallen paragon emperor. Although he didn't actively hide it, this paragon was able to discover his prying eyes, and I'm afraid that he was also a supreme power before the fall. But that's as far as it goes. The valley of the heavenly abyss shall be destroyed today. As his divine mind sensed that the Su clan's crowd had already moved on, Qin Changsheng stopped dilly-dallying. A prime finger appeared out of thin air, cutting through the sky, and wherever it passed, space shattered, causing terrifying black ripples, setting off a storm of spatial energy, devouring everything around it, and heading towards the heavenly abyss prohibited area. Although he hadn't cultivated any gongfu, the finger that the great emperor's cultivation had conjured up had already formed its own rules, and the Tao rhythms flowed around it, ignoring everything. Under the great emperor, all are ants. Since the birth of the universe, there have been only 2 or 3 people who have gone against the heavens to destroy the emperor, and the one who did it was still a great emperor in his twilight years. Don't you dare! The roar of the dark presence resounded through the sky, roaring. He was the strongest person in his era, but unfortunately, the heavenly Tao restricted him from becoming an emperor, so he fell into self-depravity and lay dormant in this place, only to wait for the golden age to come and find a slight chance of proving himself as an emperor. With his situation at this point in time, he could not make a move without making a move, and every time he made a move, what was consumed was his life essence, which needed to be devoured in order to replenish it back with countless amounts of essence blood. But seeing that the prime finger was about to fall, he had to luck his entire body's energy to resist it. Boom! The moment the energies collided, a dazzling light erupted, and the entire valley of the heavenly abyss shook incessantly, as if the end was coming. As for the nameless quasi-emperor, his body had already been mostly broken apart, leaving only a head. He was shocked and cried out incredulously, "Emperor Wei? You're a great emperor? No way. No how. The heavens and earth have not yet changed drastically, and the destiny of this world has not yet been carried by anyone. So how could someone become an emperor against the heavens? You must only be at the peak of a quasi-emperor, and you don't know what means you used to carry a hint of imperial might, do you?" The nameless paragon was in a state of madness, as if he wanted an answer. Ha! Qin Changsheng frowned slightly. This forbidden zone quasi-emperor could exceptionally powerful, actually able to resist his own casual finger. Just based on this battle record, it would be enough to rank in the top few amongst all the quasi-emperors since the beginning of time. But the great emperor cannot be insulted. The emperor let you die. You have to die. Live. This is a provocation to the majesty of the great emperor, only to see his right foot stomping down heavily. His divine might was vast, countless laws entwined underneath his feet, carrying a terrifyingly destructive aura that swept toward the bottom. This time, not only did it have imperial might, but it also came with the great emperor's exclusive Imperial Dao Domain. Great Emperor, not to be insulted. At this moment, the 10,000 paths wailed, and everything in the world seemed to be suppressed. This was the intimidation of the Emperor's domain. As he stepped down with this foot, a terrifying and overwhelming aura spread across the 4 seas, and countless powerful people were instantly horrified. Looking towards the side and feeling this frightening aura, countless ancient existences, either waking up from the place of dormancy, or coming out from the place of seclusion, looked at the direction of the northern domain, without exception, with grave expressions on their faces. It's the Archon? How is that possible? Their gazes traveled through endless space, trying to see everything in this place, but it was as if someone was obscuring the sky, and the fog was so thick that one couldn't see clearly. The heavens and earth had not yet changed greatly. At this time, the heavenly Tao should not have the ability to give birth to a great emperor of this world. The rule soil was incomplete, and in such an environment, no one should have become a Taoist. The golden age was coming. If at this juncture, someone bypassed the heavenly Tao and secretly became an emperor, wouldn't that be cutting off the hopes of everyone in the world, and all of them becoming the companions of this new emperor? And this life's heavenly destiny seal is said to be the most powerful in 1,000,000 years. And the last moment of the life of the heavenly calculator 1,000,000 years ago deduced that the ancient path of the stars would open in this life, and that someone could become immortal in this life. Thus, countless geniuses, emperor sons, demons, and teenage supreme beings sealed themselves to re-emerge after the great change of heaven and earth in this world, to embark on the path of invincible emperors, and to decide the only winner in countless duels, to achieve great emperors. The great emperor of this life had the first opportunity and was the one most likely to become immortal. But whoever thought that someone would secretly become an emperor? Chapter 12. A kick in the forbidden zone destroys. The true face is exposed. No, countless existences merged their divine thoughts into the void and silently felt. No, the seal of heaven's destiny was still there, and it was never the great emperor of this world. It was possible that it was an ancient great emperor who had reached the end of his rope, wanting to extremely leaden and explode in a dazzling strike in the last moments of his life, as a way to vent his injustice against the heavenly Tao. It was also possible that they were peak paragon emperors hidden behind the long river of time. It was never going to be the great emperor of the day anyway, the crowd speculated, and there were even ancient existences that were well versed in the Tao of fate that silently deduced, but came up empty-handed. Some of those who did not die borrowed holy objects to forcefully deduce, but they were revolted and spat out blood, as if there was a great terror. In the first few dark forbidden zones that had existed since eternity, countless divine thoughts intertwined and seemed to be arguing about something. This aura is extremely unfamiliar. I'm afraid of a change. Why don't one of you go and explore? The great change of heaven and earth is imminent. It's normal for a demon to come out of nowhere. We can all just sit steadily and wait for that day. After waiting for countless years, it's finally almost time for us to reap the rewards completely. Don't make any sudden changes. Retreat. As the ancient voice came from the deepest part of the forbidden area, the many divine thoughts withdrew, and there was no more sound. The god race, the demon race, the devil race and other major races in power were also horrified by the aura coming from the human race frontier, but the interval was too far away to be clear about what was going on, and they had to send out a message, at all costs, to let the internal spies of the human race to find out what was going on. In the central domain, the Yaoqi immortal god dynasty, the Yaoqi empress, who was lazily half lying on her boudoir bed, sat up violently and looked in the direction of the northern domain. It was hard to believe that Her Majesty, who had always been a titan without changing her color, had such a horrified look on her face. She merely looked at it, however, and lay down again. The peak great emperor of her previous life, now that she was accidentally reborn and awakened, she naturally did not fear anything and thought that she could suppress all enemies in the world. Returning his gaze to the set of pen and ink, he muttered, "If two loves last forever, is it not in the morning and the evening? Good poem, excellent meaning. Before the memory awakens, is it with such a strange man to fall in love with? Seemingly, it is okay, but you do not come to me. What I am, naturally I will not go to you." Looking at it, some charming images surfaced in her mind, and she herself didn't even realize that a faint scarlet red had appeared on her fair face. Southern wasteland, on top of a mountain covered in ice and snow for 10,000 years, a magnificent woman sitting on her knees, white clothes fluttering, and the surrounding wind and snow into one, the face of the cold, and even let life not a trace of blasphemy, a good frosty beauty. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the northern domain, revealing a puzzled expression. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her ethereal voice sounded softly from her cherry lips. "Am I going off the deep end? Why am I suddenly thinking of him?" Uneasily, he rerun his gong to check it again, but found that the gong method was running without any obstruction. Eventually, She let out a long sigh and closed her eyes again, her disbelieving voice echoing from the top of the mountain. The Supreme Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. I have already practiced it to the highest level. Why? I still can't forget him? Could it be that this is the greatest single calamity of my life? As Master said? That being said, on Qin Changqing's side, as he stepped out with one foot, the heavens crumbled and the 9 heavens changed color. That forbidden area nameless paragon felt the irresistible nature of this strike, and despair instantly filled his entire body. No! The Paragon Emperor let out a desperate roar that resounded through the valley of the heavenly abyss. However, he had ultimately been invincible for many years, and at no time would he sit back and wait for death. Fellow Taoists, please wish me a helping hand, or else the heavenly abyss will be overthrown today, and all of you will be silenced as well. As he roared, from all corners of the depths of the forbidden zone, a fallen saint and supreme being stepped out, arms raised, gathering dark power to form a gigantic pillar of black light. Intending to take advantage of Qin Changqing's sleight of hand with the power of all of them, he completely annihilated him. The two streams of terrifying power did not intersect, but instead, one left and one right, staggered apart, each sweeping toward the other. Qin Changqing naturally saw through the Paramount Emperor's small mind, but he didn't care. Griffins are just ants. No matter how many there are, they are still ants, so it is just right to test how strong the flesh of a peak great emperor is. Qin Changqing's kick carried the slightest hint of imperial might as it blasted down, destroying everything it encountered. The Emperor Dao domain swept up a ripple of emptiness, enveloping the valley of the heavenly abyss and suppressing everything within the domain, including the laws of darkness. The shockwave of the combination of domain and spiritual power spread like a tidal wave, not even making a single sound, instantly dissolving any object it touched, melting like snow. No way! Emperor Dao Realm, you're a great emperor? Terrified voices rang out as the eyes of the nameless quasi-emperor's head below were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The Emperor Dao domain was the exclusive domain of great emperors, and when the domain came out, all laws would retreat, which was why all under great emperors were mole crickets. How could a great emperor appear at this time? And it was still a living great emperor, one that could go all out. Ho ho ho! The nameless paragon smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Who says there are no great emperors in the human race? The biggest variable in heaven and earth had appeared, and I was afraid that the Forbidden Zone's million years of scheming would be ruined. The heavenly destiny that the 10,000 races fought for was predetermined in advance by the human race. In this life, people are honored. After all, who would have thought that a great emperor would just come out of nowhere so abruptly? In the last moments of his life, the terror in the nameless paragon's eyes turned into mockery, mocking all the black hands in heaven and earth. Everyone thinks he is a chess player and thinks he is playing the chess of heaven and earth. But the chessboard has been secretly lifted. Even though his Yuanshan was shivering in the realm of the Emperor's Tao, he struggled hard to look up at the mysterious figure in the upper sky, intent on seeing the true face of this great emperor. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. His head, his Yuanshan, slowly melted away, failing to be seen until it was completely annihilated. The entire valley of the heavenly abyss was completely reduced to rubble under this foot of Qin Changqing. The dark and unsettling aura also grasped and dissipated under the suppression of the Emperor's Tao domain, and the darkness was completely dispersed as the sunlight flooded the earth. The true face of the forbidden area of the Valley of the Heavenly Abyss was also completely revealed to the world. It was slow to say the least, but it happened in a flash, only after all the dust had settled, possibly influenced by the laws of time within the realm. Did that supreme strike, in which all the living beings in the Forbidden Zone had converged, arrive in front of Qin Changqing? Qin Changqing didn't dodge or avoid. He didn't even use his energy to resist. He just watched the attack with interest. Unfortunately, the backbone was insufficient, and this pillar of dark light merely dispersed Qin Changqing's surrounding protective spiritual energy before dissipating. However, just this moment alone allowed those present who were interested to see Qin Changqing's true appearance. What a handsome, beautiful man. Chapter 13. One of the chiefs of the human race. Night Autumn White. At this moment, in a corner of the Valley of the Heavenly Abyss, a few old men stood trembling as if they were a few mole crickets. Are you touched to be saved when your life is in danger? I don't dare to move. I don't dare to move at all. The Su clan's oldest ancestor and a few Tai Shan elders didn't move a muscle for fear of disturbing the seniors above them. Although they didn't know why the entire Forbidden Zone had fallen into ruins under the seniors' kick, several of their saints and supreme beings had survived intact. But it's always good to be alive. But in case the seniors are upset and destroy themselves with their own hands, they will really be crying without tears, thinking that when they raised their heads in curiosity just now, they saw the true face of their seniors. A few of them shivered and lowered their heads a few more points. I can't look at it. I can't look at it. Who knows if they'll be silenced? Ha! Qin Changqing made a slight sound and looked to the void to the side. With that, he manifested a palm to grab it, and in an instant, the void shattered, and a figure fell from within, being grasped in Qin Changxing's hands. Surprisingly, it was a quasi-emperor who was proficient in the way of space. Misunderstanding. Elder. Misunderstanding. Passing by. I was purely passing by. I didn't see anything. That quasi-emperor saw Qin Changxing's murderous face and hurriedly shouted, hating to smack himself twice. How could his luck be so bad? He just went out for a walk and ran into a hidden great emperor. The great emperor who could still ignore the heavenly Tao and strike out at will in this era. Was he not the Black Hand of the ancient world? Qin Changxing stared coldly at this paragon emperor, seemingly waiting for him to give a reason not to kill him. Obviously the reason just now was too perfunctory. Seeing that Qin Changxing did not immediately make a move, the paragon emperor was overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Senior appears to be of the human race, could it be the layout of my human race 10,000 years ago? The paramount emperor was puzzled in his heart, but his mouth didn't stop. His desire for survival was extremely strong. Senior, I am Knight Shobai, the sect leader of Yuanshu Mountain, one of the chiefs of the human race nowadays. I have thrown my head for the human race, spilled my blood, killed countless enemies on the battlefields of the 10,000 races, and have accumulated a lot of battle achievements. Senior, I have vomited my heart and blood for the human race. If you don't believe me, ask a few of the human juniors below. What I said is the truth. The words are vocal and emotional. Jokingly, all cultivated to this realm. Who does not want to die inexplicably? What kind of cultivation was Qin Changsheng? He naturally detected that what the other party said was not a lie, and it was not like he was a person who killed indiscriminately. However, his own identity could not be exposed for the time being, so he let go of the other man and said coldly, my existence is a secret for now. You should know what to do or else. You know the consequences. I understand, and will never talk nonsense about leaks. After Night Autumn White finished speaking, the spatial way erupted with full force and instantly disappeared without a trace, lest the senior change his mind. In the back of his mind, though, it was as if he was relieved. It turns out that my human race predecessors had laid out their plans long ago, and there are even great emperors present. It seems that in this life, my human race has risen. His grandmother, before the fear of this and that, do not dare to go all out. This time the human race has a great emperor backing. In some days must pull down the horns of that old cow under the wine. After Night Shobai left, the hearts of the Su family's old ancestors were cold. Done. Night Shobai had made so much contribution to the human race before he reluctantly left. Night Shobai, one of the three giants sitting on the battlefield of the 10,000 races of the human race, proficient in the way of space. Although the 10,000 races hadn't clashed too much over the years, his way of space had indeed reduced many casualties for the human race, himself and others. A few small minions, although they have been on the battlefield of the 10,000 races and killed some demons and whatnot, but they are all small minions, and their battle records are really out of hand. I also accidentally witnessed the real face of my predecessor, which was completely cool. This kind of universal black hand, ancient calculations, will not let themselves such a small role to survive, even if it is to cover up the heavenly opportunity. They and others have to go to death. I am afraid that the Su clan will not be protected. Coming. Feeling that the other party had landed in front of them, a few people's faces were ashen and trembling, but the Su clan's oldest ancestor still summoned up the courage to say, Senior, we know that we can't escape death, but my Su clan has no knowledge of this, so please be magnanimous and spare the Su clan. Qin Changsheng was full of doubts. Did he look so brutal and unkind? When did he say that he would kill them and exterminate the Su clan? He laughed dumbly, realizing that the other party should have been shocked and brainstormed something, but it was a very clear brain circuit. It suddenly occurred to him that the other party was Su Molu Senior, and that the Su family was also considered an old family in the northern domain, and in terms of seniority, they were all older than himself, so for a moment, he didn't know how to address him as well. After a moment of silence, seeing the atmosphere gradually depressing, he had to break the atmosphere and said, don't call me Senior, just address me as a fellow Taoist, and I'm not a murderous person, just don't reveal my identity. No need to die. Several people who had been silently waiting for death looked at each other and wept with joy. Moreover, this Emperor Lord seemed to be quite kind, and even allowed himself and the others to address them as Tao friends. Mom, I have made a name for myself, calling each other friends with the great emperor of the current generation. The Su family's old ancestor for a moment even thought of his mother, who had been dead for 20,000 years. They nodded their heads in a hurry, saying that they would definitely keep their mouths shut and never divulge half of their secrets. I'm off. See you later. Qin Changxing's divine mind had already detected that Su Molo and the others were about to arrive, and when he finished speaking, he disappeared. Only a few members of the Su family were left behind after the robbery, wide-eyed, as if they still couldn't believe everything that had happened today. Just now, Elder was saying that there will be a meeting afterward? The Supreme Fifth Elder said with an incredulous tone. With one's status in the Sage Realm, there was still a chance to meet up with the Supreme Emperor afterward? Senior was also too kind and polite. He even suspected that he was so stressed that he was hallucinating. Chapter 14, Seeking Justice for Su Moluo. Old Ancestor. Supreme Elder. Before the old ancestor could reply, a voice appeared in the distance, interrupting their thoughts. It's Badian, Moluo and the others. Although they were puzzled as to why Su Badian and the others were able to find this place, they were still filled with joy at this moment as they had survived a great disaster and had run into the clan's descendants. Su Batian and Su Mao's group were naturally pleasantly surprised when they saw the old ancestor and the great elders from afar. However, when he went up and saw the valley of the heavenly abyss, which was full of ruins, he was completely shocked. The legendary terrifying heavenly abyss forbidden area had been overthrown? Who possesses such great power? Even the most popular Yaohe Empress in the past 10,000 years can't do it, right? Gulp. Su Badian swallowed his saliva and turned his gaze to the few remaining old ancestors. Old ancestor. Here. Before the words were finished, he was interrupted. Don't ask. Go back and leave this place first. As expected, after a few people left, countless great powers arrived in droves, shocked by what they saw before them, and then hurriedly left again. The forbidden area of the heavenly abyss that has existed for an unknown number of years. Within a single day, it was destroyed, and no one can deduce any trace of it. This was a heavenly matter, and for a while, the entire world became somewhat silent. Even the 10,000 races battlefield lay down and waited for changes. Numerous forces had tightened their grip, lest they would one day mess with someone they shouldn't. On the eve of the great change of heaven and earth, which used to be the time of the most vicious fights, it had unexpectedly become cold at this moment. The Su family's group was flying away from the valley of the heavenly abyss, a place of wrongdoing, and along the way, there was joy and laughter. After all, the Su family ancestor and the others thought that they were in trouble, while Su Badian and the others even came to the rescue with the determination of certain death, and as a result, everyone was fine, so naturally everyone was happy. Along the way, the Su clan's old ancestor also explained the matter of the valley of the heavenly abyss to Su Badian and the others, hiding part of Qin Shangxing's information and only saying that it was an unknown senior. Old ancestor, I have a favor to ask. When he was almost at the Su family, Su Badian suddenly said, what is it? The Su clan's oldest ancestor was puzzled. Next Su Badian told the story of Fang Wencheng taking advantage of the fire and wanting to take Su Molu as his concubine. The Su clan's old ancestor was silent for a while, and took out the only supreme artifact of the Su clan from the Violet Mansion, handing it to Su Badian. Just don't kill it. How to say that Fang Wencheng is also the current head of the Fang family? Killing them rashly will easily cause a big war between the two families. Su Batian was overjoyed at receiving tacit approval, and then received the supreme artifact. Old thief Fang, I've been putting up with you for a long time. If I don't you half to death this time, my surname won't be Su. A loud roar resounded for hundreds of miles around the Su clan. Old thief Fang, come out and die. Fang Wencheng was squinting his eyes, fantasizing about how ravishing it would be to marry Su Molu, when he was suddenly awakened. Then he flew into midair and stared at the other party suspiciously. What do you want? Su Badian didn't reply as a long spear carrying boundless anger shot towards him. I cam, the supreme vessel. Fang Wencheng knew that he was unbeatable, and when he went out, he didn't carry a divine weapon with him, so he could only be passive in the face of Su Badian, who was at full strength, and eventually performed the self-mutilation secret method before barely escaping from the range of the Su family. Ha ha ha, yeah. Seeing his opponent fleeing in a sorry state, Su Batian raised a loud laugh and finally got out a mouthful of bad anger. Next, Su Badian arranged various matters. After all, the old ancestor had returned safely, so it was natural to receive him. Su family, the main hall. What? Su Batian was greatly shocked, not expecting to hear such shocking news just after the reception banquet had begun. Su Xiaoyu was quick to speak and let her mouth slip, telling the news that her aunt had run into that scummy guy. Qin family ancestor, Qin Shangsheng, dog thief. Before the Qin family style is good, I still have respect for you whom I have never met. I didn't expect you to be such a scum. Su Batian gritted his teeth and cursed. Well, after all these years, I finally know who abandoned my sister. Counting, the Qin family's oldest ancestor was already over 10,000 years old, and had fallen in love with his sister, who was only in her 20s at the time, 3,000 years ago, when Qin Shangsheng was already over 7,000 years old. Dog thief, LSP. This can no longer be described as an old cow eating young grass. You're an old man of more than 7,000 000 years. But you went and cheated on a young girl in love, leaving my sister alone to this day. You're still a human being. Seeing Sumuru's silent appearance on the side, Subadian was furious and lifted his lance to kill the Chin family to seek justice for his sister. Brother, no! Sumuru hurriedly blocked it, fearing that Subadian wouldn't know what was important and make some kind of mess. Although she had hated for 3,000 years before, when she had re-encountered Qin Changsheng earlier, her long-drained heart suddenly came alive again, and coupled with Qin Changsheng's sweet words, she didn't hate so much in her heart. Wait, bully! At this time, the Su clan's old ancestor also spoke. The Qin family has been in the ascendancy lately, and although you are also the head of the family, but if you just venture forward like this, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to see the face of the other family's oldest ancestor. Let's do it this way. A few of us go along with you. The generation is also appropriate. Just to ask, what is the matter with Qin Changsheng? How could he do such a thing as to start the abandonment of things? This matter must give my Su family an explanation. After all, Sumolo is the Su family's most colorful a female, usually also loved by the elders, now suffered such an encounter, and has found the parties, naturally, to seek justice for it. With that, the group of people headed towards the Qin family in great numbers. Seeing that things could not be done, Sumaoro could only helplessly follow behind, lest she make a mess. Chapter 15 Tian'in Pavilion. Listening to songs at the Hook Bar, while the Su clan came to raise hell, Qin Changsheng was walking around in the main city at the foot of the Su clan's mountain, bored out of his mind. People come and go on both sides of the busy street. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng stopped in his tracks as he looked at the opulent little building in front of him. Tian'in Pavilion. Good name. Sounds like a good place to hook up and listen to music. Tian'in Pavilion suddenly appeared 5,000 years ago, with the pavilion of many beautiful singers and dancers, and outstanding talent. In just a few thousand years, will be in the entire human race territory to form a huge scale. The entire pavilion exudes an air of luxury and mystery, and when you listen carefully, the sound of soft musical instruments flows, making you feel a different kind of tranquility and languor. Rumor has it that the pavilion is full of well-trained purveyors, skilled in poetry and song, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting, and most crucially, selling their art without selling their bodies. Unfortunately, it was a vegetarian field. Qin Changsheng sighed quietly, although he has been talking about love everywhere in these 10,000 years, but because of no cultivation in the body, so unusually low profile, for this kind of oath and jealousy, fighting for strength, has always been to avoid. However, now that he was a great emperor himself, he was invincible. It's not too much to come to this place to see, drink tea and listen to music. Qin Changsheng thought about it for a while, but decided to go in and explore. Only just as he stepped over the threshold, he was stopped. This gentleman, please show your identity or indicate your financial strength. If you'll excuse me, this is a high-class establishment, not something you can just enter. You may be handsome, sir, but you can't whore yourself out for nothing. The tone was soft, but the words indicated one thing: poor people are forbidden to enter. Capital inspection? Qin Changsheng froze on the spot, as if dreaming back to his previous life, entering a high-end neighborhood to buy a building. You're so fashionable. You need to check your capital for a visit to a youth club? With his own Qin family ancestor status, he could naturally go in, but I'm afraid that when this matter is spoken of, he will be treated as a liar. Moreover, the Qin family's oldest ancestor visited a greenhouse. This is set out. Is it shameful? Nah. Qin Changsheng subconsciously looked at the storage ring. His sudden promotion to the great Emperor Jin had not yet gotten into the habit of storing it in the Violet Mansion. He was still used to using the storage ring. Looking all over, it was full of things gifted by his ex-girlfriend. As for mundane currencies and spirit stones, it seemed that they had all been placed in the Qin family before. All that was left of his own belongings were the lone 10 Extreme Dao Emperor armaments and a number of pills. Isn't it too extravagant to visit a greenhouse and use the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier as collateral? And it's still a matter of whether people recognize it or not. Done. Sure enough, being poor makes me upright. Qin Changsheng sighed deeply and was about to walk away when he suddenly saw the poem hanging at the door. Aura thought of various bridges in the novels of his previous life. May I ask if it is possible to enter by making a superior poem? Of course, if you can make a superior poem to the satisfaction of the sub-pavilion master, not only will you be able to enter, but you will also be the superior guest. You must know that the original purpose of the establishment of this heavenly tone pavilion is to meet talented people from all over the world. The guard replied, "It's done." Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. Sure enough, the pleasure you can get by spending money isn't really pleasure. White whoring is the real joy. We readers, we are to convince people with our talents. Swish swish swish. Qin Changsheng picked up the pen and ink next to him and wrote, handing it over to the guards when he was done and waiting on the sidelines. Accomplished. He himself wrote, copied, but the words of the heirloom. In this martial arts-oriented, literary style is not particularly strong. World is not gaga mezquil. On the third floor of the attic, Meng Xian'er leaned on the soft bed couch, a light veil enveloping her delicate figure hidden, attracting people to salivate, half squinting her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Good poem, miss, good poem. A maid ran up panting, with a poem in her hand whose handwriting had not yet dried. He, Xiao Chui'er, where is it so wet? Can't it be that you've met the man of your dreams? Meng Xian'er giggled and teased, operating this branch of the pavilion for hundreds of years. What kind of so-called great poems she has not seen? All of them are selling the name of the generation. Miss, it's really a good poem. Don't believe me. Chui'er's cheeks were scarlet from the teasing, but she still handed over the poem. Clouds thinking of clothes and flowers. When Meng Xian'er read the first sentence, her voice came to an abrupt end, and her flirtatious look vanished, leaving only a face full of unbelief and eagerness. Hands holding Chui'er's shoulders, full of seriousness, pursued. Who wrote this and where is the person? Chui'er had never seen her own young lady look like this before. She was stunned for a moment, and it took a long time before she returned. Back to Miss. A handsome gentleman outside wrote this, and is now waiting outside. Meng Xian'er also realized that her behavior was too abnormal, scaring the little maid, and stroked Chui'er's hair to show her appeasement, her cherry lips chanting, "It's good that it's not gone. It's good that it's not gone." Then, as if it were 100,000 times more urgent, he commanded, "Quickly go, lead the gentleman into room number 1. Arrange for Falling Snow and Lioli to serve him well. Make sure to stabilize the gentleman and stall for time." After the little maid left, Meng Xian'er took out a transmission talisman from her bosom, and after her divine mind sent the message out, she took a long breath, looked at the unfinished poem, and continued to read. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If not for the sight of Chuanyu Mountain, I would meet under the moon at Yaotai. She could never forget this poem, a poem that the ancestor had made them carve into their hearts. The Celestial Voice Pavilion was strictly an intelligence organization. For one thing, to give them, the weak women of pitiful, homeless backgrounds, a place to call home. Secondly, it is because this place is a gathering of people from the 3 religions and 9 streams, and it is an excellent place to find out information. But the original reason for the creation of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion was to find one person, one man. It is said that the man was the ancestor's lover, and before he left, he also left this poem for the ancestor, so that the ancestor was completely sunk and could never fall in love with anyone else. The only traits are that they are talented and literate. Oh, and one more trait, according to the ancestor, is that they are good-looking, the kind of good-looking that looks good for a million years at a glance. In particular, the ancestor had instructed that if she came across the person who had made the poem again, she must be informed in time, and she would definitely come with all her might, no matter where she was. They, the descendants, had also asked their ancestor why he did not paint a few portraits of their lovers since they were once lovers, so that they could also look for them. But when they saw that the ancestor had drawn and torn up one after another, they were still talking up a storm, saying that the mortal brush and ink couldn't draw half of the lover's charms. They have understood since then. Ancestor, crazy for love, crazy for love. It's not pure love brain. Although, in their hearts, they had held for their ancestor countless times and hated the scummy man who had abandoned her countless times. They, as juniors, were unable to persuade her to put it down. I hope, this time, ancestor will be able to get what he wants, Meng Xian'er muttered. Since that man outside knows this poem, there must be some connection with that scum of the year, regardless of whether that person from back then is still alive or not. This time, I hope that the ancestor's knot in his heart can be completely untied. Chapter 16 Brother reading Spring and Autumn, catching adultery on the spot. As for Qin Changsheng, he was oblivious as he followed Chui'er to room number 1. The heart is still smug. Brother's talent really conquers all. So elegant venue is not free to casually enter. Although he was at the cultivation level of a great emperor and could know everything in his surroundings with a single thought, his soul was still the mind of his previous life and he felt that it was a bit of an invasion of privacy, so usually try to close the divine sense, not to fight or as a last resort. Do not go to actively peep into the privacy of people. Jade, who was walking next to her, was still gushing as she walked. Your Excellency, since your poetry has pleased our lady so much, we have specially arranged for the 2 flower leaders, Falling Snow and Lioli, to perform for you. Not only do our flower leaders here have excellent looks, each of them also possesses one or more unique talents, such as Sister Lioli, who has excellent dancing skills. Then there's Sister Falling Snow, for example, whose blowjob is even more unique. A blowjob? Qin Changsheng was instantly interested. Is it the blowjob I think it is? Proper? Also solo. It seems like a good time to exchange cuts, and it just so happens that I have a unique perspective on this art. It just so happens that all the cats in my Qin family know how to do backflips, so I wonder if I could invite Falling Snow for a visit tonight? Chuyer did not notice Qin Changsheng's imaginings behind her and suddenly stared back at him, reminding him, Gongzi, we are all selling our art here. You must remember that it's okay to look, but don't touch it, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Seeing the little maid underestimating herself so much, Qin Changsheng immediately put away the dirty thoughts in his mind and had a righteous face, as if he was a gentleman of honor. Groping? Just kidding, brother is a decent man. Readers, read The Spring and Fall. I've had more stunning ex-girlfriends than you've ever met, so it's a little disrespectful to stare at me like that. The little maid, on the other hand, didn't think about it that much, staring for a couple of moments before scrambling to avert her eyes. The heart murmured, so handsome, being touched by such a man. It seemed, wasn't that hard to accept. When Qin Changsheng entered the room, the two stunning beauties in the room were already ready. With the sound of a blowjob, one of the women danced to the music. At this moment, Qin Changsheng experienced the joy of an ancient king. Good job. When rewarded, then the music was played and then the dance. While he was hooking up and listening to the music, he didn't notice that he was being watched by someone who was interested in what he was doing. This was the Qin family's sphere of influence. So naturally, there was no way to hide it from the Qin family's eyes, and an expedited message was sent to the Qin family's senior management. That being said, on the Qin family's side, the Su family's group entered the Qin family in a rage, looking for the Qin family's ancestor to seek justice. Qin Jin's head hurt vaguely as he looked at the Su family crowd in front of him, clearly meaning that he would not leave without giving them an explanation. The second ancestor and a number of supreme elders were in seclusion. The third ancestor didn't know where he had gone, and now the top echelons were left with only themselves to face the Su family's questioning. Just Su Badian is not a problem. The key disappeared for a long time. Su family ancestor and the supreme elders unexpectedly do not know why also suddenly appeared. Really is not good to fool. The clincher was the old ancestor, who had magically disappeared from the room. It's so sinful. Old ancestor, the sins you created yourself. You even sneaked away yourself, leaving me a descendant of the descendants to face it alone. Bitter. Butler, we're still at a disadvantage. How can I handle this? Qin Jin, don't hide. I know that your Qin family is based on filial piety, but shouldn't your old ancestor come out in person and give my sister an explanation for making such a start and stop? Su Batian growled. He simply didn't believe that there was such a coincidence that the Qin clan ancestor had disappeared as soon as he arrived. Moreover, how could the Qin clan's old ancestor, a mere mortal, disappear without a trace in the Qin clan? Where there were many experts, there was only one truth, and that was that the Qin clan's old man didn't dare to come out and face it. Not only a scumbag, but a coward. The more Su Batian thought about it, the more angry he became. How could his sister look at such a scum? Brother Su, the old ancestor has really disappeared. I've already sent people to search with all their might. This has happened before. I think the old ancestor has a magic weapon to hide his breath. He probably just wanted to take a walk alone. He'll find it soon. Su Batian didn't believe it at all, and was about to open his mouth to speak when a silhouette entered, interrupting his exit. Family master, the old ancestor has been found, and is listening to a song at the Heavenly Tone Pavilion. The words came to an abrupt end, and it was clear that he had seen outsiders here as well. Shinshin glared at him fiercely. So unseeing, shouldn't this kind of thing be reported secretly? Looking sheepishly towards the Su family's crowd. Sure enough, even the Su family's old ancestor's old face pulled down, wailing in his heart. Done. It's completely over. Old ancestor, you really don't let your children and grandchildren live anymore. You are always making a demon all the time. At this critical point, why go to a greenhouse? Is this kind of place where a person of your status should go? If you really want to, I will immediately invite 100 or 10 dancers and musicians to come to the Qin family to play for you. It was also heard by the Su family, who came to get a lawsuit, which made it. This is good. The lawsuit has turned into a scene to catch adultery. As expected, the Su family's old ancestor and Su Batian and the others all had a dark old face, obviously not expecting that the Qin family's old ancestor was so shameless that he left Su Molo unattended, and went on a flower hunt himself. It's just scummy as hell. Su Mao's eyes also leaked an angry light, her puffy breasts bulging, obviously already angry to the extreme. Batian, Muru, let's go. Together we'll go to the Heavenly Tone Pavilion. Old me would like to see what kind of character Qin Changsheng is, to treat my family Muru like this. After saying that, he led the Su family into the air. Hey, Qin Jin sighed, and seeing that he could not stop them, he sent an urgent transmission to the three ancestors, and then followed them. No matter what, it was his own old ancestor, and as a child or grandchild, how could he not let his old ancestor get hurt one iota? Chapter 17, Heavenly Misunderstanding. Suba Tian was confused. Tian'in Pavilion. Inside room number 1. Qin Changsheng was being mesmerized. The beautiful dance, and the gentle and touching sound of the shao, made him feel unspeakably wonderful. So good. Although some of his ex-girlfriends had given themselves close-up performances, if not more, there was something else about watching a strange woman at this time. The girl next to her, Jade, could not help but feel a little anxious as she saw that the performance was coming to an end. Why isn't Miss coming out yet? How long is this dragging on? In a trance, the hand that was supposed to be making tea shook slightly, accidentally spilling all of the boiling hot tea between Qin Changsheng's legs. I'm sorry. Jade hurriedly apologized and grabbed a towel ready to help her guest wipe up. It's just that the action of her squatting at the moment, as well as the part of her body that she wipes, is inevitably a bit ambiguous. Before Qin Changsheng could refuse, bang! Just then, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Sumuru, Xinjin, and the others appeared neatly at the doorway, witnessing all of this together. One time, a long silence fell over the whole scene. Heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. Only Jade, who was bent on making up for her mistake, was left, still wiping the tea in a panic. In the line of sight of Sumuru and the others, only a young maid was seen. There were two stunningly beautiful women dancing next to them to help cheer them up. This scene, it's hard to avoid misunderstandings. What an animal! Xinjin's mood fell straight to the bottom. Old ancestor, how do you play so fancy in broad daylight? He was also caught in the act of adultery by his ex-girlfriend and her elders. A sin. In a moment, there's a chance that I won't be able to protect you. Third ancestor, please hurry when you see the message. Otherwise, I'm afraid the old ancestor will have to suffer today. At this moment, no one could appreciate Su Molu's feelings. Although she was trying to control her body, she couldn't help but tremble violently. 3,000 years of hate and longing. God knows how one has spent so many years. For 3,000 years, his own world had been nothing but hate, killing, and longing. Yesterday, when I saw Qin Lang, I thought that I could end my bitterness and sweetness. The misunderstanding would be solved, and I would be in a pair. But in the end, it was really such an ending. Qin Lang, to be such a denizen, might as well die early and live only in my own memories. Rolling tears, she couldn't help but slide down her cheeks. Qin Changsheng was also dumbfounded at this moment, surprised at how Sumolu and the others could have found their way here. And seeing Qinjin on the side, it was as if he understood something, but this was obviously not the time to reprimand Qinjin. It was just that, how they had a strange look in their eyes, as if they were looking at human scum. Anger? Disdain? Scorn? It's just listening to a song. It's not that bad. Qin Changsheng looked down at Chuyer under the table, and then at the few people at the door, and suddenly figured it out. Well, wipe. What a lifetime of wisdom. It's a big misunderstanding. If this gets out, how can I put this old face of mine down? Especially the moment he saw Su Molu shed tears, he panicked a little. Although he was a scum, he couldn't stand his own woman shedding tears, especially a soft woman like Su Maoro. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You guys see, accidentally spilled tea. Chuyer girl to help wipe just, I inwardly refused. Qin Changsheng hurriedly got up and pointed to the tea between his legs. However, as he looked at Su Maoro, he was obviously a bit weak. No one answered, and the atmosphere once again fell into silence. Just for a moment he stood up. The pupils of the Su clan's old ancestor dilated dramatically. His breathing stopped, and time froze in general. The face was full of stupefaction, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Am I hallucinating? I can't. He rubbed his eyes and fixed them again. Gulp. He gulped, his lips quivering as his brain went into a tizzy. With an effort, he turned his head to look at a few of the supreme elders, hoping that someone would tell him that it wasn't true, but the expressions of the several supreme elders were the same, and in the end, a few of them looked at each other in disbelief, digesting the most unbelievable, unimaginable truth in this world. They had thought that the great emperor they had seen before was a hidden ancient great emperor, but who had thought it would be like this? The Qin family's oldest ancestor is a great emperor, not an ancient emperor, but a newly promoted great emperor, one that could go all out in the world, concealing the heavenly Tao and not carrying the heavenly mandate. He unexpectedly witnessed the Tao. Could it be the legendary power to prove the truth? Proof of the Tao by force, the most difficult method to obtain proof of the Tao in the legend, and also the most powerful method. Since the records, The whole world to force to prove the road of people only chat 3 or 5 people, are suppressing a world of supreme pride. However, even if one witnessed the Tao by force, it was only after the seal of heavenly destiny had been carried by a person that the barriers of heaven and earth weakened, and only then did one barely manage to witness the Tao by force. But today, the law is broken. Someone can actually forcefully use force to prove the road before the heavenly destiny is carried, which has not been heard in the ancient times. Most importantly, this person was right in front of them, and a former prospective son-in-law of their Su family. At the moment, they are being caught live in the act of adultery. The Su family took off and fell, all within a thought. Scum, take your life. Su Batian was the first to react, breaking the silence and about to swing his fist. He was already hostile to this person who had abandoned his sister for 3,000 years, but now that he saw this scene, he naturally became even more enraged. As fast as he punched, someone behind him was faster. Just as he made a move to throw a punch, he was interrupted by the Su clan's oldest ancestor. Bang! The back of his head received a slap, and then he was even kicked to the side by the Su clan's oldest ancestor. Scum, your sister, ah! Can't you see it's your senior? Is that how you treat your senior? You don't know how to show respect. What an asshole. Didn't you hear Elder Chin say it was a misunderstanding? What kind of occasion is this? You just know how to fight and kill. Not to mention hurting people. It's not good to hit the flowers and plants. Although Elder Chin is said to be your sister's brother-in-law, we cultivators are all on our own. Let's put it this way. How come Elder Chin is also so many years older than you? Come over here. Call old ancestor good. Ask for peace. And also consider it an apology for your reckless behavior just now. The Su clan's old ancestor first smiled somewhat respectfully at Qin Changsheng before saying to Su Batian on the ground, "Ha? What the hell?" Su Batian reared up from the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face and rubbed his head. "It hurts. Old ancestor hit so hard. Aren't we here for justice? Why are you beating me up and asking me to please apologize?" Even more so, he even called his brother-in-law. He just had a love affair with his sister. How come he's a brother-in-law? And, to each his own. That's not how it's done, is it? He calls me great uncle and I call him old man? Chapter 18, Master of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion. Mang Ruyan. There's no need to apologize. All of you can just address me as Dao Yu. The Su family master was also justified in his momentary eagerness. Qin Changsheng waved his hand. He naturally knew exactly why the Su family ancestor had stopped it. Old ancestor. I still don't understand, said Su Batian. Dang. Another slap. Shut up if you can't talk. Knowing Su Baishan's nature, the Su family's old ancestor was afraid that he would say something unpleasant again and directly interrupted. Didn't I say just now? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. And with the status of fellow Daoist Qin, not to mention 3 wives and 4 concubines, or 3 palaces and 6 houses and 72 concubines. It's not excessive. Yes, it was all a misunderstanding before, too, and Mulu has always been nostalgic, thinking about it day and night. However, Ma Ro's nature should be changed. What about the previous gentle and virtuous look? In the future really want to marry. Several of the Su family's supreme elders also helped out. Seeing that the Su family's old ancestor was getting more and more outrageous, really getting darker and darker, Qin Changsheng hurriedly interrupted. Stop. This is a matter between Mu Ro and I, so all of you Taoists should not get involved. The Su family ancestor and a few of the supreme elders agreed once they heard this. Fine. Stay out of it. As it should be. Like he's right about everything. Not only were Su Muru's siblings stunned and puzzled, even Qin Jin's head was filled with question marks. The Su family's ancestor and the supreme elder, are they crazy? They were rumored to be missing for a long time. Was it because they were out of their minds? To the old ancestor with a look of fawning and concurrence, you are also an old ancestor, and the seniority is higher than the old ancestor of my Qin family. No, they were normal before they came, with a very firm attitude, vowing to do justice to the Su family. After meeting the old ancestor, it seemed that the attitude was different. Is it because of the old man? What's the secret of the old man disappearing for 10,000 years? A couple of powerful female big shots? Thinking of this, Qin Jin instantly became energized and carefully stared at the old ancestor's handsome face, scrutinizing it. Indeed, good looking. Why didn't I realize it before? There's a real possibility that I'll fall for the big guy. But if my Qin family's oldest ancestor eats the soft food of a female big shot, will my Qin family be honored? Or is it a disgrace? Just as Qin Jin was in deep thought, Qin Changsheng looked at Su Molu, but he was at a loss for words within. He knew the other man was waiting for him to explain, but he didn't know how. Although he has had numerous ex-girlfriends, most of them have been pursued backwards, or watered down and consensual. It can be said that before he was totally relying on his face and copying poems to eat, and his real power of picking up girls was dispensable, although he knew that at this moment, he only needed to coax Sumuru to muddle through. But for a moment, he couldn't think of the right words of comfort. After all, it was a fact that he had come to the Tian'an pavilion to hook up and listen to music. I'm tired of begging. I am a great emperor, if not salivating for immortal weapons, which is still here to suffer for these love affairs. Qin Changsheng spat in his heart. Although he coveted the system rewards, he couldn't do it as a licking dog that kept circling around a woman. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Just when he didn't know how to weasel his way out of the situation, Su Molo prioritized opening her mouth. What? You don't even bother to say a word of explanation now? After all, she still can't be ruthless. Besides, Qin Lang did not do something against the principle. He just needs him to explain. Coax a coax. Is it so difficult? Although he had been with Qin Lang for just a few years, he still knew quite a bit about his character, and was definitely not a prodigal and indecent person. Otherwise one would have fallen long ago. How could one remain intact? Sumuru just quietly looked at Qin Changsheng, waiting for his explanation. But before Qin Changsheng could reply, a wonderful and melodious voice came. This sister, why does a man need to explain to a woman what he's doing? And it's just a matter of strolling through a greenhouse and listening to a song. What's there to explain? Men can change their minds if they're too strict, can't they, Simon? Before the people arrived, the sound arrived first. As the crowd turned around, a sexy and enchanting stunning beauty was slowly walking. Leprechauns? These two words appeared unanimously in the minds of the crowd. What a seductive woman. The figure was delicate and moving, each step just right. Wearing a flowing cloud-like light gauze tight dress, the hem of the dress gently brushed the ground, seemingly with a touch of dreamy and fresh scent. The body is hidden. The slender waist outlines the perfect curve. The eyebrows are curved like a crescent moon, and the eyes are like a pool of autumn water, taking in the heart. Even Qinjin, who was accustomed to seeing large scenes, could not help but gulp at this kind of scene. A human being. The entire room seemed to stand still, just watching as she slowly moved next to Sumuru. Sister? Who's your sister? Sumolu instantly became alert, her gaze unkindly looking at the woman in front of her. A woman's intuition told her that the sexy and seductive woman in front of her was definitely having an affair with Qin Changsheng. The seductive woman did not care about Su Molu's hostility, but instead turned her head to look at Qin Changsheng with a flirtatious smile. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a heartwarming arc, and the voice spat out from his cherry lips was even more heartwarming. Simon, long time no see. Simon? There was a gasp from the crowd. Fake name? Small number? He used to walk the Jianghu with a fake name. Full name Shiman Pao Shui. After all, I have no cultivation. Safety is most important. Qin Changsheng snapped. Oh, although the people present did not dare to say with their mouths, but their hearts were in contempt. Still safe. I think it is afraid of the debtors to find the door. By the sound of it, it's another love debt. The two stunning beauties stood together as if they were two jewels, radiant, and both had belonged to themselves. But Qin Changsheng at the moment completely did not half appreciate the mind. Heart straight said finished. Bitter ah. I never thought that I would run into this female demon here. Dream ruin. Two women touching each other. It is simply the Shura. Moreover, in the beginning, he didn't have good feelings towards Meng Ruyan. It was completely because of the other party's stalking and the other party's numerous tricks. He went from disdain at the beginning to a true fragrance later on, and completely sank into the gentle land. However, he never forgot his original heart, and used up his last ounce of sobriety to retain his innocence. Finally, one day, he came to his senses, and on a dark and windy night, he secretly lifted up his pants and ran away, completely leaving this good man nemesis of a female goblin. Shiman, I've been searching for you for 5,000 years after you bewitched me in bed with a mesmerizing incense and then completely disappeared in the first place. What? Did you leave me for this little girl in the first place? Dream Ruyan still looked at Qin Changsheng with charming eyes and said, in bed? Vertigo? So exciting? And, old man, you are simply too beastly, charming people into bed and then walking away? Wasteful. Shameful. Qin Jin's ears instantly perked up. The old ancestor's gossip was just too powerful. Chapter 19, Old Ancestor 66. Two women competing for a husband. Although the Su clan's old ancestor and the others were afraid of being counted afterward and wanted to leave, they also wanted to watch. After all, such a scene could not be seen very often. Just ask, who wouldn't want to hear the love-hate relationship of a great emperor of the world? Coupled with the fact that Qin Changsheng had not spoken, they simply stayed put, not daring to look directly at them, but their ears were all perked up. The only one who wasn't interested was Su Badian, only to see him staring angrily at Qin Changsheng. with the air of chopping him in half at the drop of a hat, but apart from the parties involved, he was the lowest in seniority, and since the elders hadn't spoken, he could only stare dryly. Who is she? Sumuro looked at Qin Changsheng and suddenly questioned. At this moment, she suddenly had a strong sense of crisis. Little sister, I'm your predecessor, the Heavenly Tone Pavilion ancestor, Dream Ruyan. Of course, you can call me Sister Dream. Dream Ruyan did not wait for Qin Changsheng to reply and took over the conversation. Dreams are like smoke. Qin Jin and the others were shocked. So it was her. Rumor has it that Dream Ruyan came from an unknown background, and with her own strength, she founded the Heavenly Voice Pavilion that now spreads across the human race's borders, which can be considered a generation of legends. But few people have seen her true face, and it is unexpected that I will see her here today. Moreover, it was reported that the reason that few people caused trouble in the Heavenly Tone Pavilion was because of her high cultivation, at least the peak of the Supreme Realm, 2 small realms higher than even the 3 ancestors of the Qin clan. Unexpectedly, such a legendary woman had even had a love affair with the Qin clan's oldest ancestor. This is heavy news. At this moment, Qin Jin straightly called out Old Ancestor 6666, Old Ancestor Oxen. Sumuro in recent years have paid little attention to things outside. To this name is unfamiliar. She brows a frown, coldly said, Who are you calling sister? You can't even figure out my husband's name and you call yourself a senior? The normally gentle woman suddenly became bold, walking to Qin Changsheng's side and wrapping one of his arms around her, as if she was swearing her sovereignty. Only when she said the word husband, a blush surfaced on her face, which then disappeared. She would never be able to do this without competition, but now she just knew that she couldn't lose. The words also revealed a hint of superiority, blithely not realizing that not too long ago, she didn't know Qin Changsheng's real name either. So what? I don't care about his true identity. I only know that he was once my Simon the Snowblower, the Simon the Snowblower that belonged to me alone. Dream Ruyan did not show any weakness. Instead, she walked to Qin Changsheng's other side and put her slender jade hand on his shoulder. The smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng felt a pang of weakness. In his impression, using the name Simon the Snowblower, he had cheated at least 7 or 8 women, being surrounded by 2 stunningly beautiful women, one on the left and one on the right. At any other time, one would definitely be ecstatic, but at this moment, Qin Changsheng only felt like ants on a hot pan. In pain. I'm so sorry. I can't hit. I can't scold. It's my own fault after all. Seeing Sumuro's silence, Mang Ruyan continued to ride the wave of victory. You said that Shiman is your husband. Can there be any evidence? To know. He could have made a poem for me back then that was passed down to the world. The clouds want to dress, the flowers want to look. The spring breeze brushes the threshold du Huanong. Describing my yo. Have you ever had it? The room went silent at the sound of this poem. Even those who didn't know much about poetry felt a tingle in their scalp and were shocked by it. That's the beauty of a million-year-old masterpiece. I didn't realize that the old ancestor had such talent. No wonder Mang Ruyan couldn't get enough of him. This poem is the pinnacle of describing beauty throughout the ages. I'm afraid, any woman who faces the talented man who gifted her this poem will not be able to help herself. Sumura's face instantly turned white and she was dizzy. She, who was quite knowledgeable about poetry, clearly understood that she had lost. Even though Qin Changsheng had composed some poems for himself before, none of them could be compared to this poem. However, it was indeed impossible to make her give up on Qin Changsheng in this regard. Qin Changsheng, compose a similar song for me on the spot. Or, otherwise, she couldn't go on. She understood that a poem of this caliber, a person who made one in his lifetime would be enough to leave a name in history. And to make another one on the spot would be difficult even if the poetry immortal was reborn. So he fiercely pinched Qin Changsheng to vent his inner dissatisfaction. Hiss! Qin Changsheng pretended to be in pain. With his current great emperor flesh, he certainly couldn't feel any pain. He blanked Mang Yunyan. This little demon. Only the world is not in chaos. All this, still stimulating Sumuro. In the face of the reproach in Qin Changsheng's eyes, Mang Yunyan was not afraid, but instead, her puffy breasts were pushed out, tightly sticking to Qin Changsheng's body, causing Qin Changsheng to have a burst of sourness. He naturally understood Dream Yunyan's nature, and knew that at this moment, he only needed to comfort Sumuro. And for Dream Ruyan, he didn't need to care about her. Okay, let me think, Qin Changsheng said, hastily leaving the 2 women's side and pretending to walk around the room. His head bowed in thought. After all, being attacked by 2 stunning beauties on the left and right, he was really a bit overwhelmed. In this case, one can only borrow, plagiarize, from the great works of previous generations. There! Qin Changsheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. There is a beautiful woman in the north. Absolutely independent. One look at the city and another look at the country. Su Muru instantly froze. She thought that Qin Changsheng was just perfunctory. She didn't expect that within a few short breaths, he would make another heirloom poem. Although this poem and the poem read by Mang Ruyan just now had different focuses, they had the same flavor, and reached a heavenly realm in describing the mood of a beautiful woman. Is this poem really for me? Am I so beautiful in his mind? Su Mao's beautiful eyes flowed with color, and an indescribable throbbing filled her heart. Qin Jin, who was on the side, even sucked in a breath of cool air. This poem, horrible as it is, looking at Qin Changsheng was like looking at a poetry immortal. The heavens are indeed fair. The heavens do not give the old ancestor cultivation qualifications, but gave the old ancestor a handsome face, coupled with the heaven-defying literary talent. The old ancestor with a mortal body, can capture the heart of the supreme being, is indeed a bit of real skill. As for the Su clan's old man who knew about Qin Changsheng's cultivation, he was even more so until he marveled. What kind of demon is this? Good looks, handsome, Wu Do, the great emperor of the day, the literary talent, I'm afraid, is also unmatched. If I were a woman myself, I'm afraid I would have sunk so far. Once you look at the city, then you look at it again. Dream Ruyan on the side repeated the chant, savoring it, and suddenly, her eyes burned as she stared at Qin Changsheng, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Changsheng was a little weak from her stare and looked away. After all, he was standing on the shoulders of a giant to copy the poem. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Dream Ruyan's favorability towards the host breaks through 90. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward of immortal level or above. Do you want to receive it now? Chapter 20, It's just a kiss and a nap. Ha! Qin Changsheng was taken aback by this sudden surprise and was a bit confused. What's going on? That's a 90% favorability rating? To not be so easy. Does this count as whoring? Moreover, I'm composing a poem for Su Mao. What does it mean that your favorability of Mang Ruyan is rubbing off on you? No, go back and collect it. Qin Changsheng decisively refused. This was obviously not the time to receive rewards, and most importantly, had not washed his hands. But, Qin Changsheng laughed in his heart. You this little goblin, was fascinated by my literary talent? Right. No, Ruyan is a little too clingy. It is better to take it easy on her. Otherwise, I do not know how much trouble it will cause. Dream Ruyan did not notice Qin Changsheng's thoughts and smiled sweetly, seemingly very satisfied with the man she had chosen, saying, worthy of being my man. When you said that once the world's talent, you alone have 8 buckets, I still did not believe it. Now it seems that what was said is not false. This poem, it's really good. Su Muru also came to her senses from her immersed state and looked at Mang Ruyan with an unkind look on her face. This vixen, what qualifications does she have to comment on the poem that Qin Lang composed for her? And Mang Ruyan also not willing to show weakness. Cicatrices slightly raised, would have been higher than Su Moluo half a head. So, more seem a little condescending. Alright. Qin Changsheng tried to ease the relationship between the two. This Thai place, he didn't want to stay for a second. Muru, Yun Yan and I are things of the past. In fact, there's nothing between me and her. Qin Changsheng said to Su Muru. In this situation, the main priority should still be clear. Mang Ruyan's nature is still clear to him. It is better to stabilize Su Muru first. However, first separate the two before saying, then stay. Do not know what kind of chaos, in case Dream Ruyan mouth, the previous tricks they played out. His old face still do not want to, with her character, may really do it. Yo, sister Su look, men are all big pigs' hooves. Used to call people sweetie when they were good. Now that the newcomer is better than the old, they say it's nothing. Hey, Dream Ruyan's tone was grumpy, but from the laughter under her eyes, she didn't seem to be angry. Qin Changsheng did not pay any attention to it, but quietly gave Qin Jin a wink. Qin Jin immediately comprehended, hastily stood out, tone anxious, said, no good, old ancestor, the home is on fire. Old ancestor, let's go back and put out the fire. Qin Changsheng was speechless. Can you make up a more reliable reason? No? However, it was obvious that he could not care so much at this moment, as Qin Changsheng frantically nodded his head. Yes, we'll go back to put out the fire. Gentlemen, the Qin family is in a hurry. We'll leave first. We'll see you later. Saying that without waiting for the crowd to reply, he pulled up Qin Jin and left straight away. After Qin Changsheng left, the Su family members also left together. This justice is afraid that it cannot be discussed, and the Su family's old ancestor just got out of the trap. The Su family still has a bunch of important matters need to be dealt with. In the blink of an eye, only Mang Ruyan and a few people from the Tian'an pavilion were left. Do you have nothing with me? It's been 5,000 years and you're still avoiding me. But now that I know your true identity, Let's play slowly. He. Dream Ruyan murmured. Her eyes were playful. The 5,000 years of searching finally had an answer. She was not going to give up easily. Qin Changsheng was still pretending to be immortal, and was led by Qin Jin all the way by his sword. Old ancestor, do you really have nothing to do with Senior Dream Ruyan? Qin Jin couldn't help but ask. Qin Changsheng glanced at him. It wasn't a good habit to be so nosy at such a young age, but still answered casually. It was nothing, just a kiss and a nap. No big deal. Ha! The flying sword shook violently. Qin Jin was shocked by the old ancestor's shamelessness, and his spiritual power almost collapsed. But fortunately, his cultivation was so profound that he was able to stabilize the flying sword in time. Young people are just unstable in their moral heart. This little can be shocked. Qin Changsheng continued. Small town. You said that you have also been the head of the family for more than 200 years. How come you are so hairy? And just now you even made up a fire in the house. Can you make up a more reliable reason? Don't let people laugh. Old ancestor, I can't be blamed. At that time, I did receive a summons of an urgent matter at home, which disrupted my thoughts, and since time was running out, I just blurted out a reason. Qin Jin smiled bitterly. What's the rush? Why don't you just be straight up honest? I can't say it. Old ancestor, it's my eldest son Qin Yu's matter. His fiancée came to withdraw from the marriage today. Wouldn't it be too much of a disgrace to my Qin family if I say it out? Withdrawal? Qin Changsheng instantly came to be interested. This retreat rotation. Today to my home. It's hard to believe that my Qin family is going to give birth to a son of heaven's destiny. Moreover, I'm a great emperor. Rounded down. My Qin family is also considered an emperor's family. How dare you withdraw from an emperor's family? Don't you want to die? Go! Qin Changsheng urged. He couldn't wait to see this classic scene. Old ancestor, stand still. Qin Jin urged his flying sword with all his might, and his speed doubled again. The small town was not very far from the Qin family mountain range, and in no time the two arrived at the Qin family. Chapter 21. What? You've returned the marriage to the Qin family. Qin family, main hall. A robed youth stood in the center, as if he was not interested in what was in front of him. It was the first eldest son of the current generation of the Qin family, Qin Yu. Although Qin Jin was not young, he had married too late in life, resulting in his 3 sons and daughters not being very old. He was once a demon who crushed people of his age, but the accident of a training trip some years ago had damaged his origin, and his cultivation was stuck in the foundation establishment realm, with no possibility of a breakthrough. The second ancestor of the Qin family had also traveled to the central region for this matter, but the cost was too great for the Qin family to pay, causing the Qin family members to feel more than sorry for this fallen genius for a time. Opposite him, there stood the slender, green-skirted woman with a haughty look on her face, as well as an old man. Qin Yu, you piece of trash, do you not even have the courage to press a handprint nowadays? No matter how much you stall for time, this marriage is backed out today. Now that my bloodline has returned to the ancestor, my cultivation is growing by leaps and bounds in a single day. While you will always be just a foundation establishment realm, you have to recognize the fact that the amount gap between us is like a real dragon and a loach. So don't even think about eating the swan's meat if you're a toad, the woman said in an overbearing manner, not even looking at Qin Yu with her eyes. As soon as these words came out, the Qin family's butler on the side raised his head unkindly, his eyes filled with anger. Qin Yu was the one he had watched over, and although his cultivation could no longer advance an inch, as the first eldest son of this generation of the Qin family, how could he not be casually humiliated? He had the impression that the engagement was still initiated by the other party, who at that time was still a mediocre qualified child of the imperial clan, while his own young master was a demon of the Qin clan, who was in the middle of the day. But now, Qin Yu's origin was greatly damaged, but the other party accidentally had their bloodline returned to the ancestor. But it was too shameless to come and withdraw from the marriage with such urgency. But the face of the Qin family, this spread out the Qin family in the future how to stand. Miss Duanmu, this is the Qin family, please watch your words, the butler said coldly. So what if it's the Qin family? A newly promoted family is just a new family. Now that I've been internally designated as the family's saint daughter, you guys dare to touch me? I have a great future. How can I be delayed by Qin Yu? Quickly sign and press your handprints, Duanmu Qingya proudly said. Qin Yu glanced at her flatly without any fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was looking at a stranger. 10 years of silence. Although he was not as radiant, but he had more composure and calmness. He also did not expect, once upon a time, that little girl who followed him playfully called Brother Yu, nowadays has become so strange. Only he said faintly, parents' orders, matchmaker's words. I can't decide without authorization on the marriage contract set by my elders. Moreover, this matter concerns my Qin family's face. It's not something that can be decided simply. Everything will wait until my father arrives. Humph. I see that you're just a waste of space, can't even make decisions about your own affairs. When your cultivation is stuck, is your brain even stuck? Duanmu Qingya said unforgivingly. Qin Yu heard this, but he did not pay any attention to it, closing his eyes and paying no further attention to it. You, the housekeeper was furious at the side. His face was red, his palms clenched, he couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap a few slaps, but in the end, he hardened himself and held back. After all, this woman's origins were astonishing, and she couldn't cause great trouble for the Qin family because of her impulsiveness. Just then, the door was pushed open and Qin Changsheng and Qin Jin walked in. Master of the house. Father. Old ancestor. The butler and Qin Yu greeted him at the sound. They were also puzzled as to how even the old ancestor had been alarmed by the matter of the marriage contract of a descendant. Qin Jin merely nodded in response, then crossed over the two of them to Duanmu Qingya. Grimly, his eyes filled with anger. He had just heard the earlier conversation at the door. How could he not expect that the other party would be so ignorant of the Qin family? A broken imperial family is just a broken empire, and now it is even more so that there is not even a single quasi-emperor. Is it hard to believe that someone has broken through to the quasi-emperor at the beginning of the marriage? Also because the other party has a great emperor's bloodline, but I did not expect. The other party once gained power, but this face, I just want to know, is it your intention to withdraw from the marriage, or is it your elder's intention? Qin Jin suppressed his anger, but his many years as a family head had still given him an extra bit of majesty. For a moment, Duanmu Qingya was taken in by his aura and took a step back, a hint of fear in his gaze. However, she then realized that the other party definitely didn't dare to move herself, so she yelled again with courage. Humph, does it matter whose meaning it is? Nowadays I'm already worlds apart from this loser. Qin Yu doesn't deserve me at all. You guys don't have any more illusions. Sign out of the marriage before it's too late. A mouthful of trash, simply not putting the Qin family in their eyes. That's right, that's the flavor. Very positive. Qin Changsheng watched her performance with interest from the back. Although she kept insulting the Qin family, Qin Changsheng did not feel half angry in his heart. After all, he was already a great emperor, and the other party was just a tiny scion of a broken emperor clan. A mole. How could he make waves in a great emperor's mood? Withdrawal from marriage, half-abandoned cultivation, plus the surname Qin, one of the surnames Yi, Xiao, Long, Qin and Chu. It's a proper manifest destiny configuration. Qin Changsheng turned to Qin Yu and scrutinized him some more. Not bad. Good seedling. It's very good to remain unassuming and sensible in the face of such a strange shame as withdrawal. It seems that 10 years of silence, instead of letting Qin Yu's Taoist heart be frustrated, it is more like a dragon diving in the abyss, just waiting for a day when the wind rises, then the dragon can enter the 9 heavens. Now that the golden great world is approaching, the Qin family deserves a person who should be robbed, punching the teenage supreme, kicking the ancient freaks, and suppressing all the enemies in the world on that ancient path of the stars, invincible to the contemporary era. Just him, quite compatible. Qin Changsheng said silently in his heart. Damaged origin. Not a big problem in front of a great emperor. Just as Qin Changsheng was thinking, Qin Jin's heart was seething with anger, his veins exposed, his palms had lifted and lowered feebly. He is the head of the family. He can't act on his own accord. He has to consider for the millions of Qin family children and affiliated forces. And he is not a one-word man in the Qin family. There is also the Council of Elders and the second ancestor and the third ancestor. At this moment, he even wished that he was not the head of the Qin family, but only Qin Yu's father. Then he could have no scruples. His own son was being insulted in such a way, but he could only endure it. When Qin Changsheng saw this, his face showed his displeasure. How did you become the head of the family? You have been bullied to the doorsteps of the family, and you are still holding back my ass. It seemed that the Qin family was still too weak. A small broken imperial clan could be so arrogant. Although he didn't want to expose his cultivation and hoped that the Qin family could develop steadily. But now it seemed that the Qin family's power had to be boosted as soon as possible to give the Qin family a surge of confidence. Chapter 22, Lessons. It's just a broken imperial clan. Qin Jin. Slap your mouth. Qin Changsheng's disgruntled voice came out. Yes, old ancestor. Qin Jin was overjoyed. With the old ancestor's authorization, it would be stable. And even if the second ancestor and the third ancestor asked about it, the old ancestor would still be able to carry it. I have long been looking at this. So what if it's the imperial clan? If we really fight, my Qin family is no slouch. Snap. Several crisp slaps rang out, and in the last one, Qin Jin even infused some spiritual energy and slapped it hard. With Duanmu Qingya's cultivation, she was naturally unable to block it, and like a kite with broken strings, she was slapped to a distance of 3 feet and fell to the ground. her white face covered in palm prints. "Don't you dare!" The old man next to him then reacted and shouted. As Miss Duanmu's protector, how could he stand by and watch being insulted in this way? He raised his palm and attacked towards Qingjin. Humph! Qingjin snorted coldly as terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body, blasting towards the old man with a destructive aura. Boom sound! The old man's was blasted into meat crumbs. Blood and pieces of meat scattered all over the place. Miserable and incomparable. Qingjin watched coldly. He had seldom made a move all these years. It seems that the world has forgotten that he had the title of a bloody-handed human butcher back then. Duanmu Qingya couldn't be killed for the time being, but couldn't a small protector of the Tao still be killed? At this moment, Duanmu Qingya looked at the old man's miserable condition. Her face was fearful and her eyes were completely dumbfounded. She never thought that Qingjin would be so ruthless and kill when he said he would. She could only muster up the last bit of courage, her voice no longer as haughty as it was a moment ago, and said, "I am the holy daughter of the Duanmu clan, and my bloodline has returned to my ancestors. You can't kill me, otherwise it will set off a great war between the two families. Just fight. Who's afraid of who? You shouldn't think too highly of yourself. A fallen genius and a living genius. Those are two different things." Qin Changshan was already sitting on the main seat at the moment and said indifferently, "Besides, it's too early to draw conclusions at this moment as to who is a divine dragon and who is a loach. In my opinion, it's not that Qin Yu doesn't deserve you, but that you don't deserve my good son of the Qin family at all. A woman who doesn't know the heights of heaven is just a woman. Killing you at this moment would not be as petty as my Qin family. Let's put it this way, Qin Yu, write a letter of repudiation and repudiate her, and by the way, spread the word to the world that it's our Qin family that doesn't want her, and that in the future, the Qin family's door is not something that a cat or a dog can just enter." Qin Changsheng finished unhurriedly, finalizing the matter. "Honor the order of the old ancestor." Qin Yu replied respectfully. There was even more reverence in his eyes, and although he appeared calm and unperturbed on the surface, there was still a trace of anger deep inside him when he was insulted in such a way. It was just that he was the first eldest son of the Qin family in this generation, so he should be stable and not disgrace the Qin family. He thought that the Qin family might endure the humiliation and give up his face this time for the sake of the future, and even though he had 1,000 grievances, he had to withdraw from the marriage in the end. But I didn't expect that the old ancestor stood up for himself, not only ordering his father to slap the other party a few times, but also letting himself write a letter of repudiation to repudiate this vicious young girl. Taking the initiative to repudiate his wife and passively withdrawing from the marriage could be two completely different things. This was telling the world that even if he was an invalid of the Qin family, he was not to be humiliated. He heavily kowtowed to his old ancestor, a line of clear tears unknowingly flowing down his face. You'll follow the old ancestor from now on and serve his old man." Seeing this, Qingjin took the opportunity to say, "This old ancestor has only been back for a few days, and has disappeared 2 times for no reason. In case of a good or bad, he will not be skinned by those old men in the ancestral temple." It was necessary to find someone to follow the old ancestor every inch of the way. A beautiful woman wasn't very good, and with the old ancestor's philandering ways, he might cause some kind of trouble. Qingjin thought carefully, or Qin Yu is suitable. Anyway, the cultivation cannot be stored in the future, so it is better to follow the old ancestor. "Okay, father," Qin Yu agreed without the slightest hesitation. Qin Changsheng didn't reject it. He was planning to focus on cultivating Qin Yu. He didn't expect that he didn't even need to bother himself with it. It came to pass. He nodded and said, "That's it, Qingjin. I'm going to make a trip to the ancestral ground later, so go ahead and get that group of old men. I'm going to announce something." Those old men. Qingjin only felt his forehead sweating. This was only the old ancestor who dared to call it that. Old ancestor. Is there something important? The elders and the second ancestor are mostly in closed-door cultivation. Is it not too good to call out rashly? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Call when I tell you to. Go! Qin Changsheng said impatiently. Yes. Seeing the old ancestor angry, Qingjin didn't dare to say much and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Although rashly going to wake up those elders might result in getting a beating for himself, it shouldn't be too much of a problem with the old ancestor on top. The ancestral land of the Qin family. Inside the ancestral hall, an aged old man sat on the main seat, white hair like snow, the traces of age clearly visible, radiating the temperament of a long time in a high position. A wave of wisdom and calmness could still be seen. It was the Qin family's second ancestor, Qin Changping, the absolute credit for the rise of the Qin family, who had worked diligently to develop the Qin family from a handful of people to the size it was today. It's just that now that he's been trapped at the peak of the sage realm for hundreds of years, and hasn't been able to make a breakthrough for a long time, and seeing that he doesn't have much life left, he's been in seclusion for all these years. However, When he heard that his elder brother Qin Changsheng had something to discuss, he still stepped out of the gate without hesitation. Qinjin, you called us all out, or else you'll get a reasonable explanation. Today is not over. An old man from below was furious. Fourth elder Taishang, I can't be blamed for this. The old ancestor requested it, saying that he wanted to make an announcement. Don't take the old ancestor to say things. The old ancestor his old man can't cultivate. What else can be important? You won't ask clearly and then consider. You at least have been the head of the family for so many years. Which is more important than the other, won't you weigh it yourself? Qinjin nudged his mouth and did not say anything again. One can't afford to mess with it. And you just scolded me. And you have the courage to wait for the old ancestor to come and you ask the same. Well, big brother, his wisdom is unrivaled. Surely has its own considerations. Will not be called to wake us up for no reason. Everything is big brother came to say it. Second ancestor Qin Changping waved his hand, signaling for silence. He and the third ancestor had been raised by Qin Changsheng since they were young and deeply worshipped this big brother. And although his big brother had not been involved in the development of the Qin family over the years, many things in the Qin family had followed Qin Changsheng's planning in the beginning. That's right, just wait for big brother to come. Gabbing, what a shame. On the side, third ancestor Qin Chanan also snapped. He was a diehard fan of Qin Changsheng, the only supreme of the Qin family, and was resolute in killing. At these words, the shrine instantly fell into silence. Chapter 23, Void Emperor Scripture. Qin clan's crowd shocked. As the door to the shrine was pushed open, Qin Changsheng slowly walked in. Flosh, it's all together. Big brother, why did you just come? I told you to let me pick you up. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an bumbled over and held Qin Changsheng's arm, then cursed towards the second ancestor above. Elder 2, your ass is itching. Can't you see that big brother is here? And you still won't let out a seat. What? Letting big brother sit next to you? Stayed at the peak of the sage realm for too long. Your brain is broken? The second ancestor was stunned by the scolding and looked at the two with an innocent face. I'm not too old to react to this, but then I stood up honestly. Well, it's annoying to argue from childhood to old age. Qin Changshan waved his hand, then walked over to the seat that the second ancestor had given up and sat down as a matter of course. The second ancestor and the third ancestor sat next to him on the left and on the right, and the others, seeing this, took their places one by one. Big brother, what is it that you need to call us all together to discuss? Second ancestor asked. A few things. First of all, I want to exterminate the Fong family, especially Fong Wenchang, but it can't be that easy. How about letting it slowly die out in despair? Big brother, did the Fong family offend you? On the contrary, it did not offend me, but only offended one of my former lovers, although there was only a marriage. But how had been my woman? Even wanted to force it to be a concubine, and as far as I know, the Fong family has the suspicion of colluding with the Darkness Forbidden Zone. At these words, the crowd fell into deep thought. The Fong family, as a veteran family in the northern domain, had a hidden power that was even stronger than the Qin family, and was not easy to deal with. To hastily start a big war with the Fong family because of this matter was obviously not cost-effective. Old ancestors' move is ill-considered. It. Dare to offend my sister-in-law. Looking for death. Second brother. You give big brother an idea. How to do it. Third ancestor had no scruples. Dared to offend big brother. Heavenly King, he dared to do it. The second ancestor glared at him, but in his heart, he was considering what to say. Even if he wanted to be destroyed, he still needed a well-thought-out plan, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Qinjin did not expect that the old ancestor would come up and throw a bomb. After all, as the current head of the family, he had a certain understanding of some things, only to see him say carefully, Old ancestor, this is something that has to be considered in the long run. After all, we have just offended the Duanmu clan, and I'm afraid that if we rashly mess with the upper clan again, we will. What? How did you get in trouble with the Duanmu clan? Good you Qinjin, after being the head of the family for 200 years, you've drifted? Going around causing trouble without our consent? Before Qinjin's words fell, there was a clamor in the ancestral hall, all of which were voices cursing Qinjin. The old ancestor can't be messed with, but you can't be scolded by a small Qinjin. The elders silently read in their hearts. Alright, don't curse, it's my intention. The Duanmu clan bullied too much and dared to withdraw from my Qin family's marriage. So if you're offended, I've already asked Qinyu to repudiate that fiancé of the Duanmu clan. Once Qin Shangsheng said this, silence fell back into the ancestral hall. This, Qinjin can curse, but who dares to say anything about the old ancestor? Well offended, well rested. That's right, a broken imperial clan is just that. Daring to slap our Qin family's face. Old ancestor bossy, that's the way to do it. The elders below were impassioned and began to buzz again, as if they were not the same person as the one who had cursed Qingjin just now. That's not what you guys just said? So I'm the youngest. I'm the one who's easy to bully. Qingjin looked at the faces of all the great elders and wanted to cry, the corners of his mouth twitching as he was scolded again for nothing. Master of the house. So damn hard to be. All old ancestors who can't be messed with. Qin Changsheng signaled for silence and continued. All these years I have been traveling outside, and I have some gains, and by chance I have picked up something. I don't know if it's useful to you. Old ancestor is also really. You are a mortal. What good things can you pick up? We are all high-level cultivators. I am afraid that the only things that are useful to us are those supreme holy places, emperor clans, and so on that can be taken out. Some people muttered silently in their hearts, secretly resolving that later, no matter what the old ancestor took out, they must praise it fiercely. Only to see Qin Changsheng take out a scripture from his storage ring, the crowd instantly froze. Taoist rhythms flowed, even with a hint of spatial rules, and it seemed to be really good. This no scripture doesn't look great, but the name is quite arrogant. It's called something like the Void Emperor Scripture, Qin Changsheng said slowly. What? Void Emperor Sutra? The crowd was startled by the name, and then their breath caught, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the scripture. Could this be the life's work of the legendary strongest emperor of the human race? The Void Emperor, millions of years ago? Wasn't it lost? How come it's here with the old man? New awe. I don't have the cultivation qualifications and I can't read it. Here, see if it's real. Qin Changsheng casually threw the scripture to the second ancestor. The second ancestor was startled by Qin Changsheng's casual appearance and took it with trepidation, then began to flip through it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, half an hour passed. The crowd didn't move at all holding their breath, lest the movement affect the second ancestor. After a long time, the second ancestor closed the scripture and carefully took out an exquisite wooden box from the Violet Mansion and placed it in it, with a look as if he was on a pilgrimage. Only when he had done everything did he raise his head and look at the crowd, which was filled with hopeful faces, and said, Scripture, it's true. When these words came out, the shrine instantly boiled over. The Qin family is going to rise. This was the legacy of the strongest emperor in millions of years, the Void Emperor, involving the spatial path, and other than those who mastered the laws of time, within the same realm, it was invincible. Second ancestor, can we cultivate? Both. Second ancestor Qin Changping said firmly, looking at some of the elders who were crying with joy. He also had mixed feelings. He understood that some of them had already reached their twilight years, and if their cultivation could not be broken through, he was afraid that they would not be able to last much longer. Not only did this emperor's scripture greatly enhance the core strength of the Qin family as a whole, it also brought hope to those whose lifespans were coming to an end and had yet to break through to their current realm. Especially for him, with this scripture, he was confident that he would break through to the supreme within a year, and his lifespan would increase drastically again. But how could Big Brother, a mere mortal, obtain such a supreme treasure? Big Brother, you said you picked this up? He asked, carefully weighing his tone. It's just picked up. What's wrong? Can't pick it up so what? Qin Changsheng retorted nonchalantly. That's the good thing about being an ancestor. You don't have to explain so much, believe it or not. Chapter 24 Extreme Pills. Old ancestor is suffering from old age. Of course, there are still some things that were given by others. Messy pills and stuff that I don't need, so I'll give some of them to you. Qin Changsheng continued, carelessly pretending to take out a handful of colorful pills from his ring again. One by one, the pills were round and crystal clear, like works of art, emitting a charming fragrance, and upon closer inspection, they were even covered in dowlines. Only just after the elixir appeared, it flew in all directions, as if it had regained its freedom. The potion has a spirit? This was an elixir that had given birth to a spirit, and it was at least a 7th grade elixir or above. The second ancestor's face changed drastically as he reached out and pointed, and the ancestral ground guardian formation rose up, stopping the elixir that was trying to fly away, and then reached out and reincorporated the elixir into his hands. After the elixir was taken in, it radiated a brilliant 7-colored aura, with each aura representing a supreme divine medicine. Is this perfect quality? The pupils of the elders suddenly contracted. Their eyes revealed an incredulous look. This quality of elixir is rare to see in 1,000 years. I am afraid that it is the few Dan Dao masters in the central region who cannot refine a few in their lifetime. Now, it was casually taken out by the old ancestor. After they approached and scrutinized them carefully, someone couldn't help but exclaim, this is a 9th grade mirror breaking pill? A mirror breaking pill that promotes 100% after taking it at the peak of the sage realm. Ha ha, there are still 8 more products. I'm on track to advance to the saint realm. This is the 9 revolutions purple gold pill. And the yin-yang universal longevity pill that can extend your life by 1,000 years. Can't be wrong. I once had the honor of seeing this divine elixir. The 9 Stripes Clear Spirit Elixir. Word is that after taking it, it can cause one to enter a state of epiphany and cultivate by leaps and bounds in a single day. The medicinal fragrance filled the air, and the pure medicinal power washed over their bodies, and even their souls, making all of them feel incomparably comfortable and refreshed, and on their faces, all of them coincidentally revealed looks of joy that were hard to hide. They knew what kind of development and status these pills could bring to the Qin family. The 8th elder of the Supreme Lord couldn't help but step forward, stretching out his trembling fingers, about to touch the elixir in the second ancestor's hand. Pop! The second ancestor slapped his hand away with a scowl. You brat! What are you touching? If you break the potion, can you afford to pay for it? Being reprimanded by the second ancestor in such a manner, the 8th elder didn't dare to get angry and could only smile sardonically. Is this for real? I'm not dreaming. An elder pinched his face, unable to believe what he saw. Of course it's true. The medicinal power emanating from these pills. Can't you feel it? The second ancestor said in displeasure, going so far as to question the pills that his elder brother had brought out. Originally, he was confident that he would be able to advance to Supreme within a year, but now with these pills, he would definitely be able to advance to Supreme within 3 months. And then the Qin family would have a double Supreme sitting at the helm. And with the Void Emperor scripture, it wasn't as if the quasi-emperor realm was impossible to peer into. Still, he hesitated and said to Qin Changsheng, Big brother, keep this life extension pill. You don't have much life left. No need. I have mistakenly consumed the immortal pill of longevity. This kind of life-extending elixir no longer works for me. Moreover, I still have quite a lot of this kind of elixir, so you can keep it for now. Okay. The second ancestor collected the elixir into his violet mansion in a swift manner, causing a flurry of contempt from the elders. Even ignored Qin Changsheng's statement that there were many more. Just thought it was Big Brother bragging. This kind of divine pills, dozens of them were already unheard of for ages. How could there be many more? I'll keep these pills on behalf of you, and if you have a need for them, write an application or use them as prizes to reward those who have made significant contributions to the Qin family. The second ancestor said righteously. Cut. The elders despised it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to openly refute it and could only look at Qin Changsheng with bated breath. Big brother, did you pick up these pills as well? Second ancestor couldn't help but ask again. There's picking up and giving away. Why are you so talkative today? Ask less and do more. Qin Changsheng impatiently replied. No play, have to break the pot to the end. Seeing this, the second ancestor didn't dare to continue asking, and with a bright idea, right under Qin Changsheng's nose, a divine thought intertwined and began to communicate. Xinjin, you've been very close to old ancestor lately. Do you know where old ancestor got these things from? Back to the second ancestor. I don't know, but it seems that in the past few days, the old ancestor is afraid that he's having an affair with some women. And right now there are 2 that I know of. The Rakshasa Immortal and the ancestor of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion. And look at the old ancestor's bodies, bomb jewelry and so on. I'm afraid the number is not less. Did the old ancestors trade their bodies for? Hiss. Even with divine communication, one could feel someone sucking in a breath of cold air. The old ancestor, surprisingly, is as terrifying as this. But with the status of the Rakshasa fairy and the ancestral master of the Heavenly Voice Pavilion, I'm afraid that they are not qualified to take out these treasures at all. Could it be that some old ancestor commissioned to feed? Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was another sound of breath being sucked back. The scene fell silent for a moment as he thought of the handsome face of his old ancestor, and then conjured up the image of him with a group of old crone. 555. The old ancestor has silently paid such a price for the Qin family. Old ancestor is just too great. Old ancestor, for the sake of the Qin clan, you've suffered a long time. I'm sorry, old ancestor. Before I thought you were a philanderer and had scolded you in my heart for being a scum, but now that I know your true purpose, I can't wait to smack myself to death. There was a cry of ghosts and wolves in the divine thoughts, all touched by old ancestor Qin Changsheng's behavior. Alright, don't cry. Stay in the same state as before for a while and don't show any differences in front of Big Brother. The second ancestor sent out a wave in his divine mind to stop them, and after a pause, he continued. Big Brother is the best face. This kind of thing must not be mentioned in front of him in the future. We can just know. But then again, Big Brother is really too bitter. These pills are distributed according to need. These are all the hard labor gains of Big Brother. We have to work even harder to cultivate and glorify the Qin family, and we cannot let down Big Brother's peace of mind. Understood. Second ancestor, don't worry. Everyone's divine thoughts responded. Unbeknownst to them, their divine thought exchanges could not be concealed from Qin Changsheng, who was a great emperor. The corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched, itching to expose his cultivation to beat up all of these ungrateful children and grandchildren. What is all this nonsense about brainstorming? However, after thinking about it, he still suppressed the impulse to strike. The Qin family needs to develop benignly, and he is afraid that exposing his cultivation rashly will lead to inertia in the Qin family, and it is better to guard the guide in silence, and then expose his cultivation when the right opportunity arises to amaze everyone. With these, is there any problem with slowly weakening and overthrowing the Feng family? Qin Changsheng asked, looking at the group of people in front of him who flashed strange eyes from time to time. This Thai place, he didn't want to stay for a second. No problem, absolutely no problem. Old ancestor, don't worry, I can tell right here that there isn't a single good thing in the Feng family. Big brother, say, is Feng Wenchang deep fried or fire roasted? The people have responded, without a trace of hesitation. This ing to not the Feng family, to stand up to the old ancestors pay a lot of money? That's it then, I'm off. You guys can discuss the details yourselves. By the way, do any of you have something to increase your qi? Preferably a liquid or something like that? Qin Changsheng suddenly remembered something. The crowd looked at each other. Increase the luck of the things. It seems that there really is no. This kind of rare things to the Qin family's strength simply cannot get. Are some supreme inheritance of the Holy Land may exist? Used to increase the probability of competing for the destiny of heaven. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an suddenly slammed his head, as if he thought of something, and took out a porcelain vase from his violet mansion, saying, Big brother, I have a little bit of million-year-old stone milk here, obtained by chance and created from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of purifying magazines and refreshing the mind. So I think it must be a little good for qi. Good. Qin Changsheng nonchalantly took it and weighed the weight. Not bad, about half a caddy. Big brother, can I ask, what do you use this thing for? I got it hard to come by. Wash your hands. Crowd. This loser old man. Qin Changsheng left without looking back, and before he left, he even casually threw out a storage ring, which stored hundreds of top-grade pills. There are still some pills in the ring, so you guys watch and divide them. All of them were compensated by the system at the beginning. The system produces absolutely fine products, a total of 3,000. First take out a few hundred for the development of the Qin family, and the second ancestor easily caught the ring and didn't immediately check it out, instead joining the crowd to watch Qin Changsheng leave. Looking at Qin Changsheng's back, he was overwhelmed with emotion. After Qin Changsheng left, all the people cannot wait to probe into the ring. The ring has not yet recognized the owner of the binding, so they can see. Only, upon seeing the hundreds of pills inside the ring, the crowd once again froze. This character was not in any way inferior to the elixir that was taken out just now. But one thought appeared in the hearts of all the people at the first moment. So many pills. How much has the old ancestor suffered? Immediately afterward, gazes, in unison, looked in the direction where Qin Changsheng had disappeared, and hot tears filled their eyes. Chapter 25, The First Law of the Heavens. Hongmeng Creation Sutra. Returning to his room, Qin Chang grew relieved. Today's business is finally done and it's finally time to open the prize packages. He carefully poured the million-year-old stone milk out of the porcelain bottle, rinsed his mouth, and then carefully washed his hands 10 more times. The main focus is a ritual. When this was accomplished, Qin Changsheng silently chanted in his heart, System, claim your reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first broken mirror mission. Since this is the first time, the rewards will be greatly increased. According to the rules, this system will randomly draw rewards for the host. Ding. Successful extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gongfu Hongmeng creation scripture. The level of this Gong method exceeds this world by too much to materialize, and there is only one person in all the heavens and worlds who can practice it. Is it possible to practice it now? Yes. As Qin Changsheng replied, a stream of light flashed and drilled into Qin Changsheng's mind. Ha ha ha. Qin Changsheng could no longer contain his inner excitement and laughed maniacally. Sure enough, is this the rookie protection period? The first drawing will be a big blowout. Hongmeng creation. The moment you hear it, it is full of force. Anything that is related to these two words is above the absolute best. Based on the information in his mind, Qin Changsheng instantly learned the technique and gained a preliminary understanding. Hongmeng creation scripture. The first scripture of the heavens and the world. The source is untraceable. It is said to encompass all things. Hongmeng chaos period. One day, heaven and earth then suddenly appeared such a lonely book, but also before the emergence of the 3,000 avenues. It is the source of all feats in the world, and with initial mastery, one can gain insight into everything, perfectly copying the feats of others and surpassing the original feats. Containing 3,000 avenues, all the rules and all the order in heaven and earth can find their source in it. After cultivation, Even the Hongmeng purple chi and the power of creation would be constantly generated within the body, crushing all elemental forces in heaven and earth. Steady, steady, steady. Qin Shangsheng was getting more excited the more he studied it. I thought that I was only temporarily invincible on earth, and although my cultivation level was at the peak of Great Emperor, I didn't have any profound techniques to fall back on, so in case there were so many tens of thousands of Great Emperors swarming around, I was still a little bit scared. Now with the Hongmeng creation scripture, it would not be as simple as being invincible in the same realm. I am afraid that those in the same realm would slap one of themselves. Moreover, it also solved the problem of having no qualifications of its own, no longer stopping at the peak of the Great Emperor, and even no longer continuing to rely on the system rewards. One could also cultivate normally, cultivate to the legendary immortals, even immortal kings, immortal emperors, and then immortal emperors above. It can be said today, I'm invincible under the immortals, one for one above them. System, YYDS. Qin Shangsheng couldn't help but cross his thumbs and give a nod to the system. His 10,000 years of waiting didn't seem to be in vain. As for breaking the ice and getting your ex-girlfriend back, Qin Shangsheng has even less motivation to get me to lick it. Depends on fate. In the past I was a bit excessive. I ran into more help to make up for it. Qin Shangsheng mused. Looking at the 8 extreme Dao imperial armaments on his body, Qin Shangsheng was a bit disgusted. There were 2 that he had secretly placed over at the ancestral ground, silently guarding the Qin clan. With the Hongmeng creation scripture in contrast, although the extreme Dao Emperor soldier was a divine weapon that all the great emperors coveted, it was indeed that much worse for today's self. If you have the leisure to do so, then you can raid your ex-girlfriend. Get an immortal weapon, a divine beast or something, that would be in line with your status. Oh yeah, and that little guy Qinyu. With the Hongmeng creation scripture, Qinyu's little bit of damaged origin was simply a trivial matter. The Qin family will receive the mandate of heaven in this life. After combing through everything, Qin Shangsheng smoothly lay down on the bed. His heart was a bit tired after so many things in a day. Although he didn't need to rest even with his cultivation, he maintained the habit of sleeping. Within a short time, he entered a state of emptiness and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Qinyu was already guarding outside Qin Shangsheng's house. Come in, Xiao Yu. Qin Shangsheng's lazy voice came. Yes, old ancestor. After hearing this, Qinyu entered the room. Oh Xiao Yu, what are you doing up so early? The serving is under its own. Qinyu made a salute and respectfully returned. Back to the old ancestor. After so many years, I've gotten used to waking up early. I really can't sleep. Moreover, my father doesn't allow me to meddle in the family's chores, so from today onwards, I'll just follow the old ancestor, take care of the old ancestor, and play a hand. Good thing too. Qin Shangsheng looked at this firstborn son of the Qin family, who had once looked out of the corner of his eye, with some mixed feelings. Can't sleep? Unwilling. I'm afraid. A demonic young man who was supposed to have a promising future, but because of an accident, his cultivation was forever stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and he could no longer survive. Even his own brother, Qin Tian, who once worshipped him, had now stepped into the purple mansion realm, with boundless scenery and a hidden trend of being the young number 1 in the northern region. And he, who originally had all this, could only handle the daily trivial affairs of the Qin family, although he also did a good job and received unanimous praise from the elders. But how could he, who once dreamed of a starry night and the peak of the martial arts, be willing to be reduced to a mere mortal? But he knew that the Qin family had worked hard and paid a lot for him, and the Qin family had to develop as well, so it was impossible to focus all of its resources and all of its strength on restoring his body. So he hates no one, just one more teenager looking up at the stars in the dead of night. Qin Shangsheng stared at Qinyu for a long time, and with his cultivation level, all the trajectories of Qinyu's first half of his life were presented in his eyes. He nodded. Not bad. This kid Qinyu. Not bad. One is in the abyss, with a bright heart. These years of lows have not broken him, and there is still a glimmer of perseverance and hope deep inside. In Qin Shangsheng's eyes, from adolescence to youth, Qinyu had never given up, silently striving to cultivate when he was alone, waiting for the time when the Qin family would become a behemoth and be able to regain his body. And he, I'm afraid, is also the only person in the Qin clan who has practiced all of the Qin clan's low-ranked techniques to perfection. A decade of lows did not make him sink, but instead made him a diamond in the rough, polished and smoother. If you want to transform the cocoon into a butterfly and the dragon into the 9 heavens, why wait? I'll give it to you just like that. Qin Shangsheng said silently, also moved by Qinyu's perseverance. Chapter 26, Qinyu of the Qin family. Birth of the Supreme Bone. Ah Xiaoyu, have you ever thought of restoring the origin of the martial arts and practicing again until you reach the peak of the martial arts? Qin Chongsheng slowly asked. Qin Yu thought about it and seriously replied. I've thought about it, but I'm just thinking about it. The Qin family nowadays can't be delayed by me alone. I just want to take care of my old ancestor now. Ha! Still not telling the truth. Could it be that you secretly practiced your sword in the dead of night to take care of me as well? Look at your calloused hands. How can you take care of an old man like me? Qin Chongsheng did not reveal the youth's mind, but beckoned him over. What, delay or not? I'm just asking you. Now, do you want to repair your origin and cultivate again? Qin Yu obediently walked to Qin Chongsheng's side, only to be deeply puzzled within his heart. Why does old ancestor ask that? Could it be that old ancestor has a way to repair my origin? Impossible. How could old ancestor, a mere mortal, do something that the entire Qin family could not do? But, what if the old ancestor traveled for 10,000 years, in case he acquired some special methods? Thinking of this, Qin Yu's breath shortened, his hands began to tremble, and his silent heart, no longer able to restrain itself, thumped. How can you not be excited when the chance to be born again is right in front of you? Qin Yu clenched his fists and raised his head to meet the old ancestor's gaze, no longer hiding, and said heavily, back to the old ancestor. I think, every moment of every day. The words slipped out of his mouth as hot tears slid down his face, and after all these years, he finally said it. Years of accumulated emotions exploded at this moment. He longed, incomparably longed, regardless of whether the old ancestor could repair his origin or not. The moment he said it, he only wanted to cry. Ha ha ha, good, as long as you want to. Qin Chongsheng fell back laughing. It's good to cry out. It's easy to go wrong if you repress it for a long time. Furthermore, it's not normal for the children and grandchildren to cry in front of their old ancestors. Give me your hand. Qin Yu was stunned. Could it be that the old ancestor really had a solution? He wiped the tears from his eyes and dutifully offered his hand, a more than hopeful gleam in his eyes. Qin Chongsheng's fingers gently tapped away, sending over a trace of the Hongmeng purple qi and the strength of creation that had been born yesterday. He had already made the decision that he would focus on cultivating Qin Yu as the Qin family's secret son, and even some things that were inconvenient and unseemly for the Qin family, he could be allowed to do. After all, he is a great emperor, cannot do everything personally, always need some errands, some miscellaneous work. There is an acquaintance under the dispatched is not convenient. How powerful and terrifying this power was, even far beyond the origin power of this world. As soon as it entered Qin Yu's body, it crashed up horizontally, but fortunately, this force did not destroy the power, but the power of the Hongmeng creation, with the effect of reshaping the meridians and transforming the bones. The power of creation flows throughout the body along with the meridians, even the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, every cell, melting all the power it encounters on its way. The spiritual power of the foundation establishment realm that Qin Yu cultivated with great difficulty instantly dissolves, and even the damaged remnants of the martial arts origin qi are melted into it, which shows the high grade of this power. Qin Yu only felt that his entire body was going to fall apart, even though the power of creation was gentle. The severe pain brought about by the bone-building rebirth and reshaping of the meridians still invaded his entire body. He gritted his teeth and struggled to support himself. This pain was nothing compared to the more than 10 years of darkness. Finally, the reshaping of the meridians was completed. The energy from the past completely disappeared, and after the power of creation flowed throughout the body, a sweet spring-like power was born from every cell in the body, nourishing the newborn body of bloodline. That Hongmeng purple color was even coiled in the middle of his yet-to-be-opened violet mansion, constantly nourishing his weak Yuan Shen and condensing the foundation of the Tao. Cool. Qin Yu couldn't help but shout out. The whole person was incredibly comfortable, as if he or she had been transformed. His aura climbed back up step by step. Qi-inducing realm. Houghtonland. Innate realm. It didn't stop until it reached the peak of the Yuan Shen realm. Unexpectedly, due to the blessing of the thick and thin, he jumped over his previous cultivation of 2 great realms. Qin Yu felt the strong power within his body and burst into tears. After more than 10 years, he had finally returned to normal and could fight with the demons of the world once again, and although he had delayed it for so long, he was confident that he was absolutely no inferior to anyone. Suddenly, he thought of something and fell to his knees with a thud. Bang bang bang! Heavy kowtowed a few times to Qin Chongsheng. Qin Yu kowtows to thank the old ancestor for his renewed kindness. Alright, family, get up. Qin Chongsheng nodded in satisfaction, but then frowned and continued. Not enough, not enough. Although the peak of the Yuanshan realm was considered high for a young man, but Qin Yu, as his own spokesperson, sometimes had to deal with some tricky matters, and this cultivation was far from enough, and it was not good enough for Qin Chongsheng, who wanted to be lazy. It's just a matter of just pulling up the seedlings to grow, have their own accompanying guidance, at any time to lose some of the power of creation. There is no problem of unstable foundation. What? Qin Yu raised his head with a puzzled look. What's not enough? Without further ado, Qin Changsheng condensed a drop of the Great Emperor's essence blood and shot it out with a finger, instantly melting into Qin Yu's body. How precious was the Great Emperor's essence blood, a treasure that even peak quasi-emperors coveted, containing part of the Great Emperor's power and comprehension, which was something a tiny Yuanshan realm's body could withstand, and it was only Qin Changsheng himself who was guarding on the side. Otherwise, it would be a peak quasi-emperor who wouldn't dare to arbitrarily melt a single drop of a Great Emperor's essence blood. Before Qin Yu could react, he felt his entire body burning up. Pain. It hurts too much, but it hurts and it's fun. The aura climbed more than once again. Early cave market realm. It didn't stop until the middle of the Saint realm. It can be a step in the right direction. One must know that the Qin family's supreme elder was only a sage realm, and as for the supreme being, there was only the third ancestor at the moment, but the second ancestor would soon be there as well. Moreover, Qin Yu also felt that his bloodline was boiling and becoming restless, as if it was returning to its ancestor. The blood contains a powerful force, which seemed to be the bloodline of the Emperor clan. Next to the heart, a powerful and unnoticeable force filled the air, and a crystal-clear bone revealed its true appearance, exuding an inexplicable majesty. This is Qin Yu, who was familiar with the various records, instantly judged the legendary supreme bone. He touched his heart and looked at his hands, feeling the majestic power as if he were dreaming. Imperial bloodline, supreme bone. This, how could it be? This was not something that he, a small Qin family descendant, could wish for. Chapter 27, Qin Yu shocked. Old ancestor is actually a great emperor. Qin Yu suppressed his inner excitement and turned his unbelievable gaze towards the old ancestor. A terrifying thought was quietly born in the back of his mind. Could it be that the old granddaddy is a hidden bigot? This emperor bloodline, great emperor essence blood. I'm afraid it's not something that ordinary cultivators can get. It is rumored that the old ancestor has had many old lovers, but I'm afraid that the great emperor's essence blood is something that even the peak of the quasi-emperor can't take out. Old ancestor, your cultivation? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, his heart filled with surprise, not for himself, but for his old ancestor. Originally thought that the old ancestor's life expectancy is approaching, even their own advanced participation in the design and planning, ready tombstone jade coffin, just waiting for the old ancestor's death, and then make arrangements. I didn't realize that the old ancestor was a hidden bigot. Xiao Yu, how do you feel? As for my cultivation, guess? Qin Changsheng said with a smile, back to the old ancestor. I feel better than ever. The old ancestor's work is profound. I guess it's the supreme realm. Qin Yu replied honestly. The supreme realm was already the highest realm he could think of. After all, even the three ancestors, who had great natural talent, were only in the supreme realm today. Oh, guess again? Early quasi-emperor? Shallow eyes. Late stage quasi-emperor? And a drop more powerful. Qin Yu's mouth was open, suddenly unable to speak. It is difficult to be the peak of the quasi-imperialist. Those who can reach this realm are only a handful of 4 or 5 people in the entire human race. All of them are familiar names in the human race. Holding down a side, could it be that one's old ancestor? A mere 10,000 years old, could rival those great men who stood at the peak of the world? Peak quasi-emperor? Qin Yu finally spoke, his lips beginning to tremble with excitement. However, Qin Changsheng still shook his head. Hey, this Qin Yu, why is he so conservative? Can't his eyesight be a little higher? Not even close. Guess again. It's not right yet. Qin Yu was completely dumbfounded. His breathing was rapid. His throat felt as if it was being pinched to death, and his entire body couldn't help but start trembling. A horrifyingly terrifying thought was born from the depths of his heart. The great emperor, old ancestor is the great emperor. No, that's not possible. How is it possible for someone to become an emperor silently? And how could the entire human race, or even the 10,000 races, be so calm if the heavenly fate seal was obtained by the old ancestor? Seeing this, Qin Changsheng no longer continued to conceal it, fearing that if he waited a little longer, this junior member of his Qin family would then die suddenly from excitement. The look in your eyes tells me you guessed right this time. That's right, old ancestor, I'm in the great emperor realm, and I'm at the peak of great emperor, almost becoming immortal. Bang! Qin Yu could no longer stand and sat on his butt on the ground. He was genuinely frightened. In today's world, quasi-emperors were already at their peak. Not enough to give birth to great emperors, but everything about his old ancestor's reaction told him that it was true. Old ancestor was not only a great emperor, he was also a peak great emperor, just one step away from becoming an immortal. Then the essence blood just now, was it the old ancestor's own? The Qin family really became one of the emperor's clans. Xinyu feels that the whole world has become illusory, dreaming, but also not so outrageous. Qin Changsheng looked at Xinyu's reaction and shook his head. His state of mind is still not enough. A great emperor is just a great emperor. He's scared like this, but then he thought maliciously, if one day the entire Qin family knows about my cultivation, what would all the reactions be? Retracting his thoughts, Qin Changsheng patted Xinyu's head and handed him a copy of the emperor's scripture, a copy he had made. Get up. Don't be ashamed. You can't cultivate my cultivation technique. This is the Void Emperor's scripture. Cultivate it well. Don't disgrace the Qin family. Currently the Qin family's senior staff have switched to cultivating this one. Void Emperor's scripture? Xinyu was once again shocked, but this time, his reaction was much smaller, compared to his own old ancestor who was a great emperor. All of this was child's play. Alright, old ancestor. Xinyu tremblingly accepted the scripture. Look at your demeanor. I saw you as steady before. You can't digest such a small matter until now? At least you are a sage realm. Xinyu could not help but scold. Little things? Xinyu didn't dare to talk back, but inwardly he was bellyaching. This who quietly no interest popped out of a great emperor. Have to be shocked for a few days and nights. They are considered good mental capacity. Put on the heart cannot. I am afraid that on the spot was scared to death. As for me, old ancestor, I witnessed the Tao by accident, and this life's heavenly fate seal is still present. Now that you are in the sage realm and have the supreme bone void emperor scripture, along with my guidance, how about it? Do you have any ideas for this life's great emperor? Don't worry, old ancestor. In this life, the seal of heaven's destiny will definitely not fall by the wayside. I will surely seize the position of great emperor for the Qin family in this life. Xinyu was full of bravado and confidence. An invincible momentum was quietly born deep within him. Just kidding. How can you say half a word in front of your old ancestor? Moreover, in this life, there was an old ancestor escorting him, and he himself was able to receive guidance from the old ancestor at all times. Imagine from ancient times to the present day, which great emperor could have this treatment? To have a peak great emperor close by to guide and protect his path. If this is not confident, then one is not too useless. Don't talk big. This world is a golden great world in the heavenly chi. There will definitely be teenage supreme beings, ancient freaks and the like coming out. When the time comes, don't you get beaten up and cry. Let me make it up to you. Qin Changsheng teased. Don't worry, old ancestor. In this life I will crush all the enemies in the world and seize the heavenly destiny of this world. Alright, cultivate yourself first. Today's weather is quite good. It's a good day to go out. I'll go out for a stroll. Remember, the matter of my cultivation must not be revealed to anyone. After Qin Changsheng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Lao Zu. Xinyu instinctively wanted to call out because the task his father had given him was to follow the old ancestor at all times, to protect the old ancestor and not to have another situation where the old ancestor disappeared. But then he thought, this is ing protection my ass. Who under the heavens could protect a supreme emperor? Moreover, as long as the old ancestor doesn't want to take himself along, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see the old ancestor's back. Forget it, it's still important to cultivate, and if father asks, he'll just make up an excuse to muddle through. He himself was already in the sage realm and had to comprehend more of the heavenly emperor's mysteries contained in that great emperor's essence blood. Thinking of this, Xinyu couldn't help but think of the younger brother who had followed his ass before. Now that he was practicing in various secret realms, with his natural talent, the younger generation was already close to running out of a few rivals, right? Qin Tian, you have to work hard too. This life, let us, the two brothers, step up to the peak of the martial arts path together, and let the Qin family's fame resonate thoroughly throughout the world. Chapter 28. Second ancestor Qin Changping breaks through to supreme being. In the following period of time, the Qin family's ancestral land gathered the core figures scattered all over the place and held an unprecedented secret meeting. It was not known how the meeting went, but from the excited faces of the clansmen, it was clear that the harvest was not small. After the meeting ended, all of the Qin family's senior management coincidentally announced their seclusion, except for Qin Jin, of course, who was the current head of the family and still needed to coordinate the next things. A sensational battle against the Fong family was launched. As for Qin Changsheng, these days he was happy to get away. Nothing to do but walk the birds, enjoy the flowers, and then guide Qin Yu's cultivation when he had time. Under Qin Yu's close guidance and the occasional infusion of the power of Hongmeng creation from Qin Changsheng, his cultivation was even more rapid, and he had already touched the edge of the supreme being. On a certain day, Qin Yu had just finished his cultivation. Little you what are you thinking about? Qin Changsheng said as he lay on the recliner with a shake and looked at Qin Yu who was dying to speak. Old ancestor, you're already invincible now. Why don't you expose yourself and step in to swat away everything and raise the prestige of my Qin family and the human race? Qin Yu seemed to be quite puzzled by the old ancestor's concealment. Qin Changsheng did not immediately return, but slowly picked up the nearby teacup, sipped the tea, and leisurely said, I've seen too much in these 10,000 years of walking. The world is not my world alone, and the Qin family is not my Qin family alone. Born in sorrow and dying in peace. As is the case with the human race, so is the Qin family. Jade does not cut into a weapon. For example, this time against the Feng family. A small Feng family I can sense a slap with a hand overthrow. But what is the significance of this? The extermination of a Feng family. There are still the Li family, Wang family and so on. It would be better to use this as a stepping stone for the rise of the Qin family. The Qin family needs to develop in a benign manner, inseparable from each and every member of the Qin family, rather than needing me to shelter them all the time. I just need to ensure that the general direction is good. Most of all, of course, because, well, I'm lazy. On the side of the Qin Yu forehead emerged a black line. The old ancestor this last said. Really honest. In my opinion too. The first ones are excuses. Only the lazy ones at the end are real. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's gaze looked toward the ancestral land. A hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, It seems that the second oldest is about to break through. My Qin family has added another supreme. It's a joyous occasion. In order to celebrate, I have to listen to a good tune and enjoy a dance to help the fun. At least for 5 hours. Qin Yu was speechless for a while. To this day he hadn't figured out how the old ancestor had cultivated to the great emperor realm when he was so lazy. Ha ha ha. A maniacal laughter spread throughout the entire Qin family as the second ancestor, Qin Changping, walked out from his place of seclusion. The moment he took a step, the entire heaven and earth changed color, and a terrifyingly majestic power erupted from within him, spreading rapidly. The cloudless sky of 10,000 miles suddenly drifted in a purple auspicious cloud at this moment, with thunder and lightning intertwined, seemingly congratulating a new supreme being in heaven and earth. As he made his breakthrough, his appearance was also changing. The original old, gray-haired face disappeared at this moment, instead becoming the image of a middle-aged man. Congratulations, second ancestor. A voice of congratulations came out from all corners of the Qin family. The second ancestor, Qin Changping, nodded slightly as a response, then turned his gaze to Qin Changsheng's side. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived by Qin Changsheng's side. Big brother, I've made a breakthrough. The second ancestor acted as if he were a small child, inviting credit to Qin Changsheng as if he were a child. Breakthrough, just breakthrough. Make such a big commotion. Like a tart. Why are you becoming more and more like Lao San? Qin Changsheng cursed, the always steady oldest too. In his eyes, at this moment, he even had the shadow of the oldest three. Don't worry big brother. I'll definitely find another longevity immortal pill for big brother after my strength increases greatly. The second ancestor said with a resolute gaze. Alright, just have this heart. I don't need it. You think immortal pills are cabbage. Great emperors don't have this ability. You've also broken through. Quickly go and take over for this brat Qinjin. I see that he's been whining quite a lot lately. Qin Changsheng waved his hand with a shooing look. Humph. This brat Qinjin. How dare he whine about working for the old ancestor. I'll teach him a lesson. Now that I've made a successful breakthrough, along with the Void Emperor's scripture, even if I take on those two old undead from the upper family at the same time, I'll be able to not fall behind. So wait for me to give big brother a chance to take out your anger. Well, go. After the second ancestor left, Qin Changsheng said to Qin Yu, Xiao Yu the conflict with the Feng family has been getting more and more intense lately. You hide your identity and go take care of it more often to minimize my Qin family's casualties. Yes, old ancestor. Qin Yu replied respectfully before turning his head to leave. North Domain. Feng family. Pop. With a loud bang, the square wooden table had been slapped into pieces by one. Feng Wencheng said angrily, It's just fine for a Su family to oppose my Feng family. Can someone tell me what's going on with the Qin family? Robbing my Feng family's merchant fleet, compelling the affiliated forces, spreading the rumor that my Feng family's ancestor defected to the Dark Forbidden Zone, and now killing my family members. Simply bullying people too much. I've let you guys investigate for a month and you can't find out any reason? Bunch of losers. All the people at the bottom kept their heads down, not daring to speak. An offering-looking man gathered his courage and said, According to the grapevine, the Su family's Su Molu had a marriage with the Qin family's old ancestor, which may have something to do with this. Which old ancestor? That mortal great-grandfather of the Qin clan, Qin Changsheng. Bang! Feng Wencheng slapped the person who spoke a few feet away and laughed in anger. You pig brain. You know this is gossip, and you still believe it? You're fooling me with this ridiculous reason? A mere mortal ancestor can command the entire Qin family? The Qin family, a newly promoted family, is just a new family. There is no interest. It's impossible to be an enemy of my Fong family for no reason. There must be some ulterior secrets. If it wasn't for the robbery of the Valley of the Heavenly Abyss, the disappearance of my Fong family's old ancestor, and the other two old ancestors are in seclusion, with only a few supreme elders sitting on the sidelines, they would have definitely been taught a lesson, and continue to investigate. You are limited to 3 days. If you can't find out again, all of you can go to hell. Yes, master of the house. Several people hurriedly answered and left in a hurry. Chapter 29, The Su family's ancestor becomes a matchmaker. Su's. Ha ha ha, the Fong family has lost a lot this time. The wealth couple law land. People who cultivate. The wealth ranked first. I see the Fong family gradually lose their secular roots. How else can they develop? A Taishang elder of the Fong clan stroked his white beard with his hand and laughed cheerfully. Old ancestor. Giving the Fong family a lesson is enough. Now that the conflict between us and the Fong family is intensifying and people are already starting to die, is it not a little inappropriate to pause? After all, Su Batian was the head of the family and still needed to be responsible for the clan. Not wanting to hastily start a life and death war with the Fong family because of what happened between himself and his sister, the Su family's old ancestor gave him a meaningful look and said, Batian, the Fong family deserves what it gets. The grasshopper in the fall. It can't hop around for long. It will be overthrown at any time. Moreover, can't you see that the Qin family is also making a move to target the Fong family? Yes, old ancestor. The Qin family and the Fong family's sphere of influence don't border each other, and I've never heard of any conflict between the two families. So why is the Qin family targeting the Fong family so recklessly? Su Batian was puzzled. Of course it was the Qin family's old man's idea, in order to take it out on your sister. The Su family's oldest ancestor's mouth nuzzled. In his mind, although Fong Wensheng's forced marriage and concubinage happened in the Su family, the great emperor was omnipotent and would definitely not be able to hide it from Qin Changsheng. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd gathered on Su Muru, who was sitting silently on the side. When she suddenly heard this, Su Muru also looked stunned and raised her head to look at the old ancestor. Qin Changsheng? It can't be. He's just a mortal. How can he command the entire Qin family? And it's been over a month, and I've never seen him come to apologize with Mao Rou. So how could he possibly be thinking of taking it out on his sister? When Qin Changsheng was mentioned, Su Baotian had a face that held a grudge. This scumbag. Not only is he having an affair with Dream Ruyan, the ancestor of the Tianyin Pavilion, and after a month-long separation, he never came looking for his sister, as if he had never seen her. Although Mao Rou's sister had never said anything, he, as a brother, was very clear about his sister's mind, and I'm afraid that she was looking forward to Qin Changsheng's visit all the time. Just now when discussing the matter, the number of times his sister's eyes glanced at the gate was at least 10 times. Her mind was clearly revealed. Humph, Batian, how many times have I said, don't call the Qin clan's elder ancestor by his name? How can I say that he is also your elder? Even if he has become a Taoist couple with your sister, you can't call him by his name. The Su clan's old ancestor warned with a serious face, and after a pause, he continued, and it's normal for the Qin clan's old ancestor to be unable to take time out of his day to come and look for Mao Rou. Old ancestor, you loved Mu Rou so much before. Now why do you keep speaking for that scummy man, who is a mortal in his district, and is still day to day? Before Su Batian could finish his words, he was aborted by the Su clan ancestor's furious glare. The Su family's old ancestor turned his head to look at Su Muru again. His old face was almost smiling as he said, Mao Rou male love is very normal. The Qin family's old ancestor is busy with business and can't get away. Can't you take the initiative to go to the Qin family to visit and look around? This kind of thing, it doesn't have to be the male's initiative. And, you don't sulk because of the previous misunderstanding. Men, 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. The Qin family ancestor is a talented man. You are still very good match. I heard that the Qin family ancestor has never formally married. You have to work hard to fight for the position of a proper wife. My Su family face is also good to see. Even if you can't become a proper wife, with the status and position of the Qin family's oldest ancestor, it's not bad to be a concubine. Mao Rou you must seize the opportunity. Don't wait until you lose it before you regret it. Su Mao Rou's heart was puzzled. These days, the old ancestor and these Taishan elders seemed to be like a different person, one by one, as if they had received the benefits of Qin Changsheng, acting as a matchmaker, and painstakingly persuading themselves to marry into the Qin family. Moreover, she vaguely felt that she didn't know whether it was an illusion or not. The old ancestor and the elders too, as if there was less of an elder's majesty, but instead there was more of a fawning. Old ancestor, you are old and confused. Right. According to my opinion, Qin Changsheng is not worthy of Mu Rou at all. As for giving him a concubine, Subadian couldn't listen on the sidelines anymore. The old ancestor and a few of the great elders were all possessed. Their minds were not clear, and they were talking nonsense. Get lost? What business do you have? The Su clan's oldest ancestor scolded angrily. Get lost and go arrange the next sniping against the other family. Okay, this is going. Subadian didn't dare to talk back and left resentfully. Mao your brother does not understand things. You should understand things. You and the Qin family ancestor of the matter, we do not get involved. But as a passerby, to give you a share of advice, some people, some things, need to take the initiative. Passive waiting is very difficult to have results. The words have come to this, so enlighten yourself. I won't bother you anymore, the Su family's oldest ancestor said amiably, then turned around and left. Ancestor? What exactly do you mean? Su Maoro looked at the back of the Su family's old ancestor for a long time. Is the Qin family's massive initiative to suppress the Fong family really to take it out on me? Qin Lang, is he really thinking of me so much? Thinking about it, Su Moluo couldn't help but recall the time 3,000 years ago. He, the literary talent, the export of logic, to their own care, never let themselves suffer half a bit of aggression. Maybe, this time, he's really taking it out on me. In that case, why don't you keep looking for me? Should I take the initiative? But he's not even coming to me, and I'm supposed to reach out to him? Or is he hitting it off with that vixen nowadays? Thinking of this, Su Moluo suddenly became nonchalant. No, I can't take advantage of that vixen for nothing. I have to go ahead and poke around. Su Moluo's figure flickered and disappeared in place as well. In the following days, Qin Changxing repeatedly detected that Su Moluo secretly stopped and looked at the edge of the Qin family mountain range. But she did not enter the Qin family, and he was happy to take it easy. Tianyin Pavilion, however, reversed its neutral stance and took the initiative to ally with the Qin family, causing Qinjin to rejoice. And under Tianyin Pavilion's intelligence, the Fong family was struggling to fight in all aspects of the tripartite suppression, especially with the end of the Qin family's high-level seclusion and joining in the suppression of the Fong family. The Fong family has been defeated repeatedly, and most of its affiliated forces have been eliminated or turned against, and its secular roots have been completely severed. Only the original Fong family members, and some loyal offerings, etc. remained. The second and third ancestors of the Qin family even joined hands and set off a supreme battle with the second ancestor of the Fong family and many of the supreme elders, severely injuring all of the Fong family, and after laughing 3 times in a row, they left. The face of the Fong family was completely swept away, and the prestige accumulated over tens of thousands of years was destroyed. And with this battle, the Qin family also became even more prestigious. No one had expected that the Qin family's second and third ancestors would be so strong. Although the strongest old ancestor of the Fong family had disappeared a few days ago, the Fong family was an old family in the northern domain, and there were still 5 supreme realm ancestors and offerings. Who would have expected to fight 5 against 2, but was easily defeated by the 2 Qin family ancestors, completely becoming a stepping stone to the Qin family's fame. For a while, the northern region was abuzz with discussion. Chapter 30, Conspiracy begins. Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier. Have you heard? One of the 8 great families in the northern region, the Fong family, is going to be finished, unexpectedly being suppressed so miserably by the rising generation Qin family. Don't listen to people's nonsense. It's the Tianyin Pavilion, Su family, and Qin family that are all working together. How can a mere 10,000 years Qin family be a match for the Fong family? Brother, you're behind on this news, aren't you? The 2 old ancestors of the Qin family have beaten up the upper family and almost pierced through their ancestral temple. A passerby shakes his head and gushes. Indeed. However, the Qin family was mediocre in the past, and it was only the third ancestor who had made a name for himself on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. I didn't realize that the second ancestor, who has always been unassuming, would have such a strong battle power as well. The Qin family wouldn't have any new opportunities, would they? It's hard to say, but the Qin family and the Fong family don't border each other, and there was no enmity or grudge in the past, so I don't know why they're targeting the Fong family so much, another passerby asked with a puzzled face. I've heard that it's the Fong clan that's secretly defected to the Dark Forbidden Zone, and someone once saw the old ancestor of the Fong clan enter the Valley of the Heavenly Abyss. Really? But even if that's the case, the higher echelons of the human race haven't even spoken yet, and it's the turn of a tiny Qin family to dispose of them? Hearing these comments, the passerby face from earlier shook his head and waved the fan in his hand with a lewd look, saying, "It's all wrong. You don't realize, defecting to the Dark Forbidden Zone is hateful, but that's not the main reason. According to the gossip that the housekeeper of my neighbor's son's fellow daughter-in-law's cousin's nephew's house got, the biggest reason has to start with that mortal ancestor of the Qin family, which can involve several bitter love-hate relationships. Qin clan mortal ancestor. No, a mortal. That is, taking life-extending pills day and night, can live long enough to become an ancestor? Many people in the northern domain didn't know about Qin Qing's accidental ingestion of the immortal pill. I am not sure about that, but the matter, according to the housekeeper of my neighbor's son's son-in-law's cousin's nephew's house, is true, but how exactly? That is, brother, let me borrow one to talk. Brother, dear brother, here are 3 top-grade spirit stones, please smile. The passerby was beaming with joy, enjoying the feeling of being courted immensely. Come, after all, this matter involves a great deal. Find a hidden place and listen to my narration. The group disappeared furtively around the corner of the street. Fong family, ancestral temple. Fong Wenchang looked at the ruins in front of him, his face full of resentment. Why would the Qin family and the Tianyin pavilion target my Fong family like this? Why is the Qin family's second ancestor and third ancestor so powerful in battle? As for the underlings who had been scouting for information recently, they had all been killed by his palm long ago. Oh, it is really ridiculous. A group of waste, dead is also dead, to the present time, but still say that it is because of the old ancestor of the Qin family to fight for jealousy. A mortal ancestor, a woman, would be the trigger for the Fong family to fall to such a state? It's ridiculous. Presumably, it's still the news of my Fong family's defection to the Forbidden Land that has been exposed, but even so, it's not their turn to dispose of it at will. There are so many people who have defected to the Dark Forbidden Zone. Why are they grasping at my Fong family? Thinking of this, Fong Wenchang was already in a state of madness and couldn't help but hiss. GGG. Since your Qin family wants to seek death, let's make it happen. He slowly stretched out a hand and took out a handful of rusty armor from his violet mansion. The armor seemed to have suffered a strong attack and had lost its luster through the ravages of the years, but it still retained an ancient aura. This was surprisingly an extreme Dao imperial armament, an imperial armament that the human race hadn't had many of throughout the ages, and was known as an invincible existence in the years that had passed. Although it was already so decayed that it was about to shatter with a gentle shake as if it was going to shatter. This was ultimately an extreme Dao imperial armament. Old ancestor accidentally obtained this nameless armor and thought that he would be able to revive it one day, but I didn't expect that it would be used so soon. GGG. It's a pity that it's a guardian emperor soldier. Otherwise, with the full power of a supreme exalt, even if it could only deliver one final blow, it would still be enough to overthrow the Qin clan. But it's enough. Jia. Qin family, since you are so deceitful, wait for your demise. GGG. After Fong Wenchang muttered, his eyes gradually became sinister and crazy, as if he had already seen the moment of the Qin family's demise. Suddenly, he turned his head aside into the void and said, "Here, Fong Yi, you have the highest realm of phantom body technique. Let's leave this matter to you. In the vicinity of the Qin clan, the closer you are to the ancestral ground, the better, and push this imperial armament with all your might, and try to make the scent of this imperial armament spread throughout the entire human race. Fong Air, go send a message to the Duanmu family. Their old ancestor has just broken through to the early stage of the quasi-emperor stage, so I'm sure they're interested in this Qin family that offended them and the sudden appearance of the Qin family's emperor soldier. As for the others, use every means possible to walk the news, and say that the Qin family has hidden extreme emperor soldiers and that they have monopolized the emperor-level secret realm, which is why their battle power has suddenly skyrocketed. Yes, as ordered." A gurgling sound came from the void, and then a figure flashed and dispersed in all directions. It was the force that the Fong family had secretly cultivated, the Fong family death guard. When they dispersed, Fong Wenchang looked at the direction of the Qin family, the color of resentment in his eyes growing thicker. "Qin family, ha, after your demise, Tianyin Pavilion and Su family, we'll play slowly." These days, just when Qinjin was in a state of high spirits, a heavy news suddenly came from the northern region. The reason why the Qin family's strength had risen so much recently was because they had accidentally taken control of an emperor-level secret realm and had also obtained extreme emperor soldiers. This news circulated extremely quickly, instantly causing the entire northern domain to shake, and even certain forces in the central domain cast their gazes. Chinatown scoffed at the news at first. "Are you kidding me? This conspiracy tactic is so cheap that no one with a brain would believe it. What secret realm? Imperial soldiers? Do you think imperial soldiers are cabbages? Just say you have it." But he still underestimated the world's greed. These days, there were surprisingly many strange faces around the Qin family, and there were still people who believed that 3 people make a tiger. This also made Qinjin a little more vigilant. Could it be that there were still some backhanders? I'm afraid that the Fong family is the only one who can spend so much energy on rumor mongering. It seemed that the old ancestor had to be consulted on when to overthrow the Fong family. Otherwise, this was ultimately a time bomb. The backyard of the Qin family. Qin Changshang was teasing a carp. He recently had a sudden thought that in his previous life there was a legend of a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and he wanted to test whether a divine dragon could be born in this world by feeding a carp with the power of creation for a long period of time. Under his enchantment, there was no sign of this carp turning into a dragon, but it unexpectedly gave birth to a spirit, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own. Surprisingly, he transformed into a demon. However, what was cultivated was not demonic power, which caused Qin Changxing to be so amazed that he actually thought of teaching the carp to cultivate the Void Emperor scripture. Look, old ancestor, isn't it cleaned? Qin Yu pointed to the outskirts of the Qin family and made a beheading gesture. No harm done, just a bunch of small fry. Besides, taking advantage of this time, it's just the right time to let my Qin family's reputation resonate throughout the world. Qin family, it's time to take a step forward, Qin Changsheng said blandly, but the movements of his hands did not stop, playing with the little carp non-stop. However, the recent rumors are quite unfavorable to the Qin family. With the blackmail, where did the Qin family get the imperial soldiers and the secret realm? To say that there is one, it is only the old ancestor. Qin Yu was still a bit uneasy, although the old ancestor was there, but by the looks of things, the old ancestor did not intend to expose his hand, and with the current strength of the Qin family it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Ah, Xiao Yu, my many years of experience tells me that when others falsely accuse you of having some kind of weapon or item that is so powerful that it can intimidate the world, then you'd better really have it. Qin Changsheng looked at Qin Yu and said meaningfully. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked toward the northwest, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. You see, this dozing off, someone is immediately going to bring a pillow. Qin Yu listened with uncertainty as his divine thoughts of the sage realm probed towards the direction the old ancestor was looking. Chapter 31 Emperor's soldier breath explodes. Human race shocked. To the northwest of the Qin family, a fluctuation came from the void, and an old man sneakily appeared. With an expressionless face, he glanced in the direction of the Qin clan's ancestral land, silently calculated the distance, and muttered, "This distance is enough. Qin family, your end has come. If you can't take out the Emperor's soldier, face the wrath of the entire northern region." Firmness and determination flashed in his eyes. As a dead soldier of the Feng family, he possessed absolute loyalty to the Feng family. He carefully took out the armor, and even though it was rotten and decayed, the ancient and terrifying aura that the armor carried still made his heart palpitate a little. Taking a deep breath, he poured his entire body's spiritual energy into this ancient guardian emperor soldier. Instantly, the air around them became oppressive, and an intense energy was about to gush out from within the emperor soldier's body. The violent fluctuations even distorted the surrounding void, as if the entire world shook. Boom! In the end, the old man's entire body's power concentrated and exploded, and the emperor's soldier erupted with an intense light that shot up into the sky. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be cut as if it could not be recovered for a long time. The entire heaven and earth was thrown into chaos, and the wind and clouds changed. All the cultivators' souls in the entire northern domain felt a shudder and couldn't help but look in the direction of the eruption of the emperor's soldiers. However, after this terrifying force finished erupting, the already decayed armor completely shattered and scattered piece by piece, with no possibility of repair. How is that possible? Isn't this the guardian imperial soldier? How come it still has such a terrifying destructive might? The old man was shocked by the sight before him. It seemed that both he and the Feng family head had underestimated the power of the extreme Dao Emperor soldier. However, at this moment, it was clearly no longer possible to think about it. He took a deep breath and quickly collected the scattered fragments before hiding in the void, looking for an opportunity to escape. He understood that the only way to fulfill his final mission was to escape without leaving a trace. At this moment when the Emperor's soldiers erupted, countless Dharma realm cultivators, saints, supreme beings, and even quasi-emperors all turned their heads this way at the same time, an unbelievable aura emanating from their eyes. This is the aura of an extreme imperial soldier? How could it be possible that there were still unknown extreme Dao imperial armaments within the human race? This scene completely alarmed the entire human race. However, high-ranked paramount emperors and the like who had experience in fighting with imperial armaments instantly judged that this belonged to the final blow of the imperial armament's self-destruction based on its scent, and instantly lost interest. However, most of the cultivators were not aware of this, especially the northern region, which was the closest and felt it the most. Marveled. The direction of this aura is the direction of the Qin clan's ancestral land. This terrifying fluctuation. It's definitely an emperor soldier. It seems that the recent news isn't a rumor. The Qin family is really hiding imperial soldiers. A mere newly promoted 10,000 years old family that possesses imperial soldiers. It's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse. Someone shook their head, clearly not optimistic about the Qin family. What? Is it still wrong to possess an imperial soldier? This is someone's opportunity. I see that some people are just red-eyed. They don't have that life themselves and still want to grab it. There were also people who fought for the Qin family. Not having strength is just wrong. The Qin family is arrogant and domineering these days, wantonly suppressing the Feng family. I see. The good days are over. The highest is supreme. Even if they have an emperor soldier, they can't keep it. For a time, the entire human race frontier was abuzz with discussion. Many people were wondering what this strange imperial soldier was, attacking, guarding, or spiritually? And at this moment, in the northern domain, the only superpower, the Yin-Yang Holy Land, deep inside, a voice echoed in the secret room. Ha! The aura of an imperial soldier. Could it be that the gossip is true? But even if it's an emperor soldier, it's still an emperor soldier that has been dormant for a long time, so it's a big price to pay to fully revive it. But an initially revived emperor soldier will be enough for me. A hint of greed flashed in the eyes of this lord of the Holy Land, who had controlled the northern region for 10,000 years. With that, a cold voice came out. Pass my order. The Qin family is arrogant and domineering, wantonly suppressing other forces in the northern region. The emperor's soldier is the root of the human race. The Qin family is not capable of reviving a supreme emperor soldier. Let the Qin family take the initiative to offer God's soldier to my Holy Land. My Holy Land will no longer be held accountable. Those who have the virtue to reside in, quasi-emperor with the emperor soldier, in order to raise the name of my northern region, raise the divine might of my human race. All the people at the bottom were half kneeling on the ground, trembling. Unexpectedly, this only quasi-emperor of the northern domain had also become greedy for emperor soldiers. However, after all, he still retained the last shred of face and did not personally step forward, but was prepared to use his power to seize the Qin family's opportunity. Yes, Holy Lord, an offering elder replied respectfully, and then led a group of Holy Land guards towards the Qin clan in great numbers. Meanwhile, in the central region, the Duanmu family, an old man opened his eyes, looked at the transmission, and then looked in the direction of the northern domain. Ah, laughed 3 times in ecstasy. Truly the heavens have blessed my Duanmu clan. I've just broken through to quasi-emperor, and the Qin clan has prepared an extreme Dao emperor soldier for me here. Humph. The Qin family dares to openly repudiate his wife, slapping my Duanmu family in the face. I have just the reason to go forward and ask for the crime, so that even if I snatch the emperor's soldiers, the gang of human race executives can't say anything about it. A hint of doubt surfaced on his face and he spoke softly. But this is too much of a coincidence. Is there something fishy going on? No matter what kind of cattiness, this emperor's soldier aura is genuine. If I go late, the Qin family might have handed over the emperor's soldier, and if I try to obtain it again, I will inevitably lose my master's name and fall into disrepute. Before the words left his mouth, he had already disappeared. The moment the emperor's soldier's breath erupted, the other forces in the northern domain, especially the other 5 of the 8 great families, had their faces changed drastically, and their scruples grew stronger. They had already ruled the northern domain for countless years, and aside from the Yin-Yang sacred land, none of them were willing to have another superpower over their heads. This force, in particular, was the Qin family, which was also one of the 8 great families. Recently, the Qin family had poured their entire clan into suppressing the Feng family, and no one dared to say that it wouldn't be the next Feng family, even though this opportunity belonged to the Qin family itself. But if he could not control the emperor's soldier, then he could not let the Qin family control it either. Let's go. Take the family clan elders with us and head to the Qin clan. Countless similar orders resounded through the great clans and forces, gathering a powerful force that covered the sky and came towards the Qin clan. Chapter 32 Crisis. Qin family emergency meeting. That being said, on Qin Chongqing's side, although Fang Yi had existed for a short period of time, Qin Yu had long ago been guided by Qin Chongqing to focus his attention over there. Witnessing the entire process of Fang Yi's planting of the evidence, he also didn't expect that the Feng family even possessed an imperial weapon, even though it was about to shatter. But that was an extreme imperial weapon, a symbol of invincibility, and it was used to assassinate their Qin family. Qin Yu wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by Qin Chongqing. No harm done. Let the bullets fly for a while. Qin Yu didn't understand what the old ancestor meant and his face was filled with anxiety. Old ancestor, this imperial soldier has a great deal at stake. I'm afraid that it will lead to countless people coveting it, and when that time comes, my Qin family will be unable to defend itself. So how can we face the siege of countless forces? What's the point of worrying blindly? Aren't I still here? Just watch. Qin Chongqing glanced at him and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's anxious mood instantly disappeared, honestly retreating behind Qin Chongqing and quietly watching. Also, the big deal is that the old ancestor made a move. A small storm is just a small storm. it can't turn over the sky. Even, he was already fantasizing about the images of his father, the Qin family elders, and the world being shocked when the old ancestor exposed his cultivation and suppressed everything. That's exciting to think about. Quickly, notify all deacons and above and the direct lineage clansmen to hold an emergency family meeting. Forget it, I'll go directly to the second ancestor. Shinjin shouted anxiously with a flustered face. The moment the emperor's soldier's aura erupted, he had a bad premonition. When he searched in vain, he even cursed. Grandma, in the end, who is it? There is such a big stroke. Even the dam with emperor's soldiers to frame my Qin family, have this ability, is not able to extinguish my Qin family 100 times. Looking at the empty ground, he knew that the thieves must have already fled, and it was not the time to chase them. But how to get through this crisis? As the head of the family, he was naturally clear about how much greed an emperor's soldier could bring about. Even he fantasized that one day he would be able to touch an extreme Dao emperor's soldier and feel the aura of an emperor's soldier, and he would have no regrets in his life. Come on, let's go over there and check it out too. Qin Changsheng and Qin Yu had naturally received the invitation to the emergency meeting, and the two of them slowly and leisurely walked towards the ancestral land conference hall. With this laid-back look, he didn't seem to be worried about the next situation. Qin Family Council Hall. All the core figures of the Qin clan gathered together, including some of the offerings and senior deacons. Their faces were unsightly as they all waited for the second ancestor to speak. It had been a long time since such an urgent meeting had been held, and they were all aware that it was a matter of life and death. Second ancestor, I've received a message that all the major forces in the northern domain have set out to come to my Qin clan and force us to hand over the extreme Dao Emperor soldier. A clan elder couldn't help but be the first to speak, his face filled with anxiety. It could be said that this was definitely the most critical difficulty for the Qin family in 10,000 years. If there really was an imperial weapon, it would be fine to hand it over. But they were all core figures of the Qin family, so would they not know whether there was one or not? Moreover, I'm afraid that some of the forces that came to force their way into the palace could also see that this was a planting by inferior means. But even so, they would still take advantage of this opportunity to suppress the Qin family. People's hearts are malicious, and they all have their own agenda. So who knows what kind of thoughts their forces are holding? What's more, the fact that they couldn't hand over the emperor's soldier at all gave the other forces an excuse to lash out. Humph. Big deal. The fish is dead. My Qin family is not a vegetarian. Asterisk with them, they don't even think about it. If my Qin family really had imperial soldiers, wouldn't I be able to suppress them with a flip of my hand? And it would still be their turn to come and flaunt their power. I've recently increased my cultivation greatly, so let's show them that my Qin clan sword is still fast. A group of clan elders sharpened their swords and were raging for war. In the Qin family, there are no cowards, especially the Qin family's direct lineage, recently practicing the Void Emperor scripture. With the cooperation of the pills, their cultivation was even more crunchy, making their confidence so high that they couldn't wait to do something big right away. No, they are outnumbered, especially with the intervention of the Yin Yang Holy Land. If we start a war rashly, even though you guys are cool, I'm afraid the Qin clan will cease to exist. There were also stable-minded clan elders who advised. When these words came out, the elders who had been boiling in fervor a moment ago instantly calmed down. Yeah, although the Qin clan had recently gained a lot of strength, it still didn't have the ability to topple everything, especially when facing a holy land that possessed a quasi-emperor. Still too impulsive. But how to get through it? This is a situation where the slightest mishap will be the end of the world. Have you discussed this? And I'm here to listen. That aura just now was so scary. My little heart is pounding. I'm scared to death. A voice came, and Qin Changsheng slowly entered the great hall from outside the door. Qin Yu, who had been respectfully following behind, had the corners of his mouth twitch and almost failed to control the expression on his face. Old ancestor, you are a real drama queen. It's all this time and acting up in front of a bunch of anxious old men. Hello, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. The people in the great hall saluted, holding reverence for this old ancestor, the spiritual symbol of the Qin family, even though he was only a mortal. Exempt. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, then his eyes swept around the hall, getting a rough idea of everyone's strength. This was the first time since his return to the Qin family that he had seen so many Qin family executives at once. The Qin family's power was still too weak, with only 2 supreme beings, 6 saints, and a dozen or so Dharma phase realms. This level of meeting, in addition to the first-generation juniors, there was even the cave ruin realm. At the very least, everyone's cultivation level would have to be raised by 1 more major realm. It seems that we have to give some more pills, find some heavenly materials and treasures or something, and after a while, the entire Qin family will migrate towards the central region. The northern region is still too barren, and the aura is too thin. Qin Shangxing came this time, and also had the intention of observing a few external family named donor elders and deacons. The Qin family is so big that it is impossible to have everything done by their own clansmen themselves, and also has a group of followers. He knew how brilliant the future of the Qin family was with himself around, and this time of crisis was just the right time to see clearly some of the followers who were not strong-willed. Big brother, you came just in time. My Qin family is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big brother, you don't have half of your cultivation. I'm afraid it will spread to you later. I've already arranged for some of the more talented young people in your clan to go first, leaving a back road for the Qin family. The second ancestor suddenly snapped, paused, and continued in another direction. Elder Zhao, elder son, Deacon Gao, you are not from my Qin family's own clan, but you have labored hard over the years, and I fear that it will be difficult for you to survive this calamity, so you can just follow your big brother and the others, and along the way, I'd like to trouble all of you to take care of the members of my Qin family. Chapter 33, The Old Ancestor's Soft Food and Hard Food. YYDS. Only the second ancestor was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Only an old man with gray sideburns was furious, pointing at the second ancestor and cursing. Qin Changping, what do you mean? Is this saying that old me is greedy and afraid of death? I was saved by the Qin family when I was young, and I have planned to die in the Qin family in my life. Besides, my children and grandchildren are all related to the people of the Qin family by marriage, so how can I possibly live in vain at this juncture? Yes, second ancestor, we have served the Qin family for many years and have long considered ourselves as part of the Qin family. How could we possibly leave at this time? Lord second ancestor, don't say anything, we've lived our entire lives with the Qin family, and we've lived enough. Go through fire and water for the Qin family. Several outer elders and deacons retorted righteously, rendering the second ancestor speechless for a time. Not bad. Qin Shangsheng, who was on the side, nodded silently. The Qin family's style was excellent, and their vision was even better. These cultivators or followers who had defected to the Qin clan were none of them greedy and afraid of death. In that case, let's meet the storm together, meet the rainbow after the rain, and ascend to the clouds together. Good. Since that's the case, then let's join together. Third ancestor Qin Chanan's blood boiled as he listened, itching to fight immediately. Xiao Yu, you quickly help the old ancestor to join the clan. Don't delay. When the second ancestor saw that Elder Zhao, elder son, and the others strongly refused, he did not continue to exhort, but instead said to Qin Yu, only this time it wasn't finished and was interrupted again. Report. The Su clan's old ancestor, along with his clansmen, and all the people from the Heavenly Voice Pavilion are requesting an audience, coming to assist in the battle, saying that they want to work together with the Qin clan. A clan member ran into the Great Hall, panting, and reported, the Su family, Tian'an Pavilion? Combined with the previous rumors, it was impossible for them not to know what the Qin family was about to face at this time, so how could they come to help out at this time and trip into this muddy water? Moreover, the Qin family did not have many deep friendships with the Su family and the Heavenly Voice Pavilion on a regular basis, so what could make them snow? Just, old ancestor. The gazes of the crowd instantly all focused on Qin Changsheng, their hearts complicated. For the old ancestor's matter, they were extraordinarily concerned, naturally very clear that the old ancestor and Su Moluo and Meng Ruyan had had a difficult love affair. I didn't realize that the old ancestors were so charming. Surprisingly, he was able to make the two families risk annihilation to stand on a united front with the Qin family. Who would have thought that at the moment when the Qin family was facing a life and death situation? It was the old ancestor who stepped forward. Without an ounce of cultivation, the old ancestor, hard by this face, brought the greatest boost to the Qin family. A small smile appeared on the faces of the crowd as they thought about it. With the Su family and the Heavenly Voice Pavilion assisting, as long as the central domain didn't intervene, it might not be impossible to maneuver with the other forces in the northern domain for a while. Although there was a suspicion of relying on the old ancestor to eat soft food, but the family could not be destroyed, which was the best result. Besides, this soft food is not for everyone. At least, having lived their entire lives, they had never heard of it. Someone could be as mortal as old ancestor and be able to eat the soft food of a female cultivator of the supreme realm. And, still, it's a soft meal, a multiple meal. Old granddaddy, YYDS, quickly have an invitation. The second ancestor reacted and hurriedly urged. This was a huge boost of confidence, and with their help, the Qin family at least had a cushion. Qin Changxing was stunned at the sight. Why did the two of them come together? Should we hide? Still, a trace of warmth flowed through his heart, not expecting that the two of them, without knowing their situation, would still righteously stand on his side. Outside the Qin family's mountain gate, two groups of people were waiting. It was none other than the Su family's crowd and the Tian'in Pavilion's crowd. Old ancestor, why do you want to raise the entire clan to come and help? This situation with the Qin clan is dangerous at a glance. With or without the emperor's soldiers, I don't want to get involved, Su Badian said with dissatisfaction. He was 10,000 times unwilling to come to help, especially to help the scum that abandoned his sister so much. And there wasn't much interaction between the Su family and the Qin family on a regular basis. There were quite a few people in the Su clan who thought like him, but when they expressed their unwilling opinions, they were beaten up by the Su clan's oldest ancestor and the supreme elder. No one had expected that the Su family elder, who had always loved his children, would strike so hard. In the end, it was only under the lustful authority of the old ancestor and the clan elders that the crowd reluctantly agreed to come and help. What the hell do you know? Regardless of whether there's such a thing as an emperor's soldier or not, this team, we must fight on the Qin family's side. The Su family's old ancestor impatiently returned, and in the process rewarded Su Badian with a slap on the back of his head, beeping all the way. How did he choose such a thing to be the head of the family? Su Maoro was calm. Su family come or not she cannot care, but she, today must come. These days she also thought clearly. No matter what happened to Qin Changsheng, she had to honestly face her heart. After thousands of years, it was time to have a result. Even if one were to die, one would want to die with Qin Changsheng. However, when she ran into Meng Ruyan at the Qin family's gate, she instantly broke her defense. This Tai vixen, ready to hook up with Qin Lang again. Could it be that when Qin Lang said he liked sexy and flirty, he was referring to her? Regarding the hostility in Su Nuru's eyes, Meng Ruyan naturally saw it clearly, but she didn't care. In her eyes, Su Mola was just a little girl, with a shallow Dao. Men, they don't like women who are clingy and treat each other as their own. Therefore, when she faced Su Molu's hostility, she instead made a strong effort to straighten her puffy breasts and twisted her plump hips. Her seductive and perfect figure was revealed, the meaning of which was self-evident. Su Muro's whole body trembled with anger, and there really wasn't a single thing she could do about it. Obviously, a confrontation in stature would undoubtedly be self-defeating. Humph, vixen. Su Muro couldn't get angry and turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. He. Meng Ruyan laughed out lightly, seeing that Su Mura no longer paid any attention. She felt uninterested and quietly waited for the Qin family to arrive. The two women's secret rivalry was all in the eyes of those around them. However, no one opened their mouths. No one dared to touch the mold for this kind of thing. A moment later, the member of the Qin family who had just transmitted the message returned and said respectfully, "Everyone, the second ancestor returns to thank you all for coming. Please follow me. The people of the Qin clan are waiting in the conference hall." After saying that, this Qin family member made an invitation gesture, signaling the crowd to follow him to the grand hall. Chapter 34 All the powers gathered in the Qin family. Thunder supreme. Right at this moment, the color of the sky suddenly changed. The 9 heavens thundered, and dark clouds filled the sky above the entire Qin family. Qin Changping, come out. A furious roar resounded for several thousand miles around, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The sound comes before the person arrives. Those who were familiar with the voice instantly knew that this was the Herculean Thunder Supreme, Lei Tianjie, arriving. As the thunder ended, the vast, sky-covering crowd became visible in the air, creating a shocking scene. It was a team composed of various forces from the northern domain, obviously, coming for the matter of the emperor's soldiers. At the very center of the group, a man in a gorgeous robe stood with his head tilted up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Clearly, not an easy man to deal with. He was followed by a group of powerful cultivators in black armor, containing this endless killing aura. Obviously, this was the guards that belonged solely to the Holy Land. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Qin Changping, hand over the emperor's soldier and you will be spared a death today. The Qin clan's people walked out of the council hall in droves, furious and with unkind eyes as they looked at the various forces in the sky, especially the leader, Supreme Thunderbolt. It's really bullying, not even investigating, and forcing the Qin family to go to court like this, especially the third ancestor Qin Chang'an. The white-clothed Supreme's reputation resounded through the 10,000 tribes. When had he ever been subjected to this kind of anger, and had the posture that he was going to raise his sword at the drop of a hat? The second ancestor waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be at ease and not to clash if they could. After all, the lives of the Qin family members could not be easily sacrificed in vain. Moreover, the elder brother, Qin Changsheng, had not yet had the time to withdraw. The second ancestor took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Supreme Lord Lei, this is clearly someone planting evidence. Your eyes are as discerning as yours. Can't you see that? How can a small, newly promoted Qin clan of ours possess such treasures as the extreme Dao Emperor soldier? Oh, really? Then hand over that person who planted your Qin family. Time is too short. The thieves have escaped. Give me 3 days and our Qin family will definitely find out the ins and outs of this matter. Hearing this, Supreme Thunder said coldly with a disdainful expression on his face. 3 days? Oh, whatever you say can't change the fact of the Emperor Soldier's breath. You mean someone used the Emperor Soldier to frame your Qin family? He, you are too high on yourself. The Holy Lord gave me orders to bring back the Emperor's Soldier. And if there is no Emperor's Soldier, then take out something of equal value. Moreover, it's a fact that your Qin family's strength has increased greatly recently, right? Even you who are almost in the ground can break through to the Supreme. Your brothers join hands to easily defeat the Feng family's 5 Supreme. According to them, the spatial way that you are practicing on the side, I guess, the harvest is not shallow, right? Hearing this, Qin Chongping instantly understood that the other party was coming from a bad place, and was afraid that they were coming for the Feng family's spatial Dao technique. After all, time was honored, space was second, and the way of space was the supreme avenue. However, the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was at least a paragon of the human race, so to just blatantly rob his juniors of their chances was too shameless. A sword chi slashed through, and the sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Indeed, third ancestor Qin Chanan couldn't hold back any longer. Shameless, Nangong Jing, that old yin and yang man, have the guts to let him come in person. See if I don't split him. Quasi-Emperor only. It's not like I haven't killed before. Bold, how dare you call out the Holy Lord's name? Today, let me learn the flowing light sword technique of the white-robed Supreme Lord Qin Chanan. A cold light flashed in Supreme Thunderbolt's eyes as he casually broke Qin Chanan's sword chi. Obviously, Qin Chanan did not use his full strength with this sword. Nangong Jing was the true name of the Northern Domain's only quasi-emperor, the Lord of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Thundering Supreme Being Lei Tianjia looked down at the Qin family's crowd below and disdainfully continued. A mid-supreme exalt is just a mid-supreme exalt. Just a sneak attack on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, killing a heavily injured and dying demon race quasi-emperor. A fluke to gain a meager reputation. How dare you be so arrogant? Today I'll let you taste the power of my Lei Ming. He had been stuck at the peak of the Supreme Realm for 20,000 years, belonging to the veteran Supreme, and even in the middle domain where demons were everywhere. His name was quite prestigious. In the northern region, there was even no opponent ever. Under today's circumstances, a small junior early stage of the Supreme Realm had defied him so much. No wonder, today, he had to go on a killing spree, letting the people of this heaven and earth know that the northern domain, whose world it was, a renegade of the Holy Land is just a renegade, barking quite fiercely. I just don't know if it can bite me? Qin Chanan similarly do not look at the other party. When the Holy Land of the dog win the habit, but also really think of themselves as the master of the northern region. Hearing this, Supreme Thunder's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems it's been so long since I've made a move that the world has forgotten about me. Today, let's take the Qin family as a sacrificial knife. Just as the two of them were drawing swords and were about to strike, another guttural laugh came from the sky. GGG, the Middle Kingdom is a long way off. I'm not late, am I? Duanmu Feng? It's you, old demon? You're still alive? Supreme Thunderbolt was interrupted and stopped his hand, frowning slightly as he looked at the visitor. What? Elder brother Lei, looking forward to my death so much. As he said this, Duanmu old ancestor Duanmu Feng had already flown to the opposite side, looking across the sky from the major forces. Thunder Supreme didn't expect this old undead to intervene at this moment, and after carefully feeling Duanmu Feng's aura, he couldn't help but be horrified. Quasi-Emperor aura? You actually broke through to Quasi-Emperor? A paragon emperor, but this world's current highest battle power. Supreme to Quasi-Emperor, there is an infinite heavenly rift, blocking how many geniuses and demons. Even Lei Tianjie, who boasted that his natural talent was no weaker than that of the ancients, had been trapped in the Supreme Realm for so many years. Duanmu Feng, on the other hand, said with a smile, it's just a fluke. Old brother Lei, I still have a grudge with the Qin family. Can you let me deal with it? Or else the swords and knives will be blind. So don't accidentally injure old brother. It sounded as if it was quite polite, but there was a hint of threat hidden in the words. However, Duanmu Feng wouldn't easily offend the Yin-Yang Holy Land until it was absolutely necessary. As for Supreme Thunder's side, he was even more unable to advance or retreat. He was afraid that a Supreme himself, even with all the people present, would not be a match for a paramount emperor, and even if he was no longer willing to do so, he could only helplessly return. Please, seeing that the Thunder Supreme, whose past might have suppressed him by more than one step, was helplessly compromised, Duanmu Feng was inwardly smug, and in the era when great emperors had not yet appeared, he had already become the pinnacle of the small group of people in this world. Next, He looked down expressionlessly at the Qin family members below. He knew that this was just the beginning of his road to the top. The Qin family was the first millstone after his paragon. Chapter 35, What time is it? The old man is still looking in the mirror. GGG. Your Qin family has great guts. To disrespect my Duanmu clan so much. To openly withdraw from the holy maiden I set out to marry. This is nothing short of humiliating. What should be done with this account? In the middle of the conversation, they simultaneously released an unrivaled quasi-emperor aura, the black robes on their bodies hunting as they pressed towards the bottom. For a while, the faces of Qin Changping's crowd below turned pale as they worked together, struggling to support themselves, their bodies trembling involuntarily. How could he not expect that Duanmu Feng would be able to make another breakthrough and advance to quasi-emperor in his twilight years when his blood chi and flesh had severely declined? They all understood just how great the gap between a supreme and a paragon was. Although third ancestor Qin Chang'an had a battle result of killing a paragon emperor, as Supreme Thunderclap had said, Qin Chang'an did belong to the category of trickery. Now that they were facing a quasi-emperor in his peak state, even if it was in the early stages, that was not something they could resist. Unless one could have a powerful quasi-emperor soldier, it might not be impossible for a supreme being to reverse a quasi-emperor at full strength. As for the imperial soldier, it's just a fantasy. Throughout history, there have been only a handful of imperial soldiers. Duanmu Feng, you know in your heart what's going on with the matter of repudiating your wife and withdrawing from the marriage. Why turn black and white upside down? Qin Changping spoke with difficulty. Black and white isn't up to you. It's up to me. Duanmu Feng smiled contemptuously and said arrogantly. The smile was full of teasing and mockery, and at this moment, he strongly felt that power was the root of everything. He wanted the Qin family's imperial soldiers and techniques. If the Qin family was in control of a fully revived imperial soldier, he would naturally be able to run as far away as he could. But nowadays the world was aware of a fact about imperial soldiers. That's, in today's world, it was impossible to give birth to a fully revived emperor soldier before a great emperor was born. Those supreme holy lands or emperor clans, the ones in control are all emperor soldiers in a half-silent state. The power that can be exerted is limited. At most it can explode a few times. And until the time of life and death, they will definitely not use the emperor soldiers. As for the Qin family, the emperor's soldier aura had just erupted once, and within a short period of time, with the Qin family's power, they definitely couldn't activate a half-silent emperor soldier again. Duanmu Feng raised his hand. A black beam of light toward the Qin family members shot extremely fast. Side shot will say, Qin Changping, you'd better hand over the emperor's soldier and the secret of the recent Qin clan's transformation into a stronger clan before it's too late. Or else I'll kill all of your clansmen one by one. He had already made up his mind to kill a few young Qin family members first to deter them. Just before the black beam of light came to the Qin family members, the space in front of those young men fluctuated and the silhouettes disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already behind Qin Changping. And after the black beam lost its target, its power didn't diminish at all, blowing out a deep black hole in the ground. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the dark abyssal black hole. A casual strike from a paramount emperor was so powerful and terrifying. Although he did not kill the Qin family members, Duanmu Feng did rejoice at the sight and said, Ha ha ha, the rumors are not false. Your Qin family has indeed mastered the way of space. So it seems that the matter of the emperor's soldier is also true. Qin Changping, Qin Chagan, you'd better recognize reality and obediently hand over the spatial technique and imperial soldier, and I'll spare your lives. However, before he finished speaking, the Thunder Supreme being next to him was a bit anxious. If both the imperial soldier and the technique were obtained by Duanmu Feng, then how could he go back and explain to the Sacred Lord? Duanmu Feng, the matter of the Qin family's imperial soldiers was personally explained by the Sacred Lord. He said as he transmitted a message to the Sacred Lord of the Yin Yang Sacred Land. Scram! Duanmu Feng was succinct and didn't bother with more words. Nowadays, he was already sure that the Qin family existed space feats, and if the emperor's soldier was also real, then he was still afraid of a ball. With that, the Yin Yang Holy Land is nothing. Humph. You two old dogs. If my Qin clan really has an emperor's soldier, then the first one to do so will behead the two of you. When third ancestor Qin Chang'an saw that they were ignoring the Qin family in the slightest, treating the Qin family like meat on a plate to be slaughtered, he immediately became furious and said, he had decided that he would fully explode the power of the Void Emperor scripture today to buy time for the retreat of the Qin family members. Although the quasi-emperor was unbeatable, with the Void Emperor scripture, maneuvering around for a moment or two should not be a problem. Duanmu Feng laughed coldly, still showing off your tongue at the end of your life. Quasi-emperor, not to be insulted. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. Receive my palm. Duanmu Feng was afraid that a delay would lead to a change. And inwardly, he foresaw that the Yin-Yang sacred lord might come, thinking that he would fight quickly and destroy half of the Qin family first, not believing that they wouldn't hand over their gongfu and emperor soldiers. 8 Extreme Cracking Palm. As Duan Mufang's voice came out, an incomparably huge palm that covered the sky materialized from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura as it pressed towards the Qin family below. Wherever they passed, space shattered, void cracks appeared, and black holes of void turbulence presented themselves, as if they were the mouths of huge beasts that chose to devour people. Don't you dare! Qin Changping roared in despair, not expecting Duan Mufang to be so ruthless, and to destroy half of the Qin family with a single strike. Although himself and the clan elders had cultivated so many heavenly void emperor scriptures that they were able to protect themselves, it would be difficult to save the other clansmen. Clan, big brother. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his elder brother, Qin Changsheng, who had raised him from a young age and was also his father and brother. No, something can happen to anyone, not to big brother. Right in this flash of lightning, he and third ancestor Qin Chang'an looked at each other as if they had a telepathic connection, and both understood each other's meaning. Looking towards his elder brother, he was about to instantly move next to Qin Changsheng, only to see the big brother Qin Changsheng do not know when his move to chaise long to follow the crowd out. Lying on the chaise long a shake, so cozy, his eyes occasionally swept across the sky, seemingly unaware of the danger facing the Qin family at this moment. The weirdest thing was that big brother was holding a smooth mirror and combing his hair. Big brother, what time is it? You are still stinking. Qin Changping couldn't help but bellyache. However, on second thought, he thought that it was also true that his elder brother had no cultivation and had survived until now by pure luck, so he probably had no concept of the quasi-imperial foe that the Qin family was encountering today, and thought that the Qin family would be able to solve everything just like in the past. Thinking of this, Qin Changping's eyes reddened, blaming himself. Incapable of protecting the Qin family, the twilight of his elder brother's life is to come to the Qin family to retire, but it hasn't been many days, and because of the Qin family, he's going to lose his life here. Although Qin Changping thought a lot within himself, this all happened in the moment he looked at Qin Changsheng, just a moment before he and third ancestor Qin Chang'an were about to make their move. They saw. Chapter 36 Imperial Soldier Void Mirror. Qin family is an imperial clan? The mirror in Qin Changsheng's hand seemed to be activated as if it had been activated, and one void rune appeared from it, emanating an incomparably dense and mysterious aura throughout. The runes flickered with light and seemed to have an infinite amount of power deposited in them, and in Qin Changsheng's hands, it was as if they had a life of their own. Immediately afterward, an incomparably dazzling light suddenly erupted, mapping the entire sky and then forming a powerful light shield that enveloped and guarded the entire Qin family. This is... Qin Changping and the two of them forgot to instantly move under the shock, staring blankly at the light shield that had suddenly appeared, only to see Duanmu Peak Paragon Emperor's most powerful strike, touching straight into this guardian light shield, and then dissipating into thin air without stirring up half a ripple. Duanmu Feng was stunned by this sudden appearance. But then he reacted. The Imperial Soldier has a spirit and guards itself automatically, and once activated will be able to have such a wide range of guarding light shield, and can make their strongest attack cannot set off half a wave of the treasure. The only extreme Imperial Soldier. I can't imagine that the rumors are true. The Qin family really does possess extreme Dao Emperor armaments, and they are also extremely rare Guardian Emperor armaments. If one could possess this Emperor Soldier and activate it with one's quasi-emperor cultivation, then all the world's greatness would be accessible. Thinking of this, Duanmu Feng breathed heavily, his greed grew thicker, his eyes stared straight at the mirror in Qin Changsheng's hand, and for a while he was in a trance. Behind them, the Thunder Supreme and other forces were even more dumbfounded as they looked at the light shield that had suddenly appeared, their eyes wide open in disbelief. For a moment, silence fell around them. Even Qin Yu, who had prepared himself mentally, found it unbelievable. He had thought that the old ancestor would step in at the last moment, suppressing everything and talking about the boom. I didn't expect that the old ancestor would take out a Guardian Emperor Soldier. It was too much to make him skeptical. It is already unbelievable for the old ancestor to achieve a peak Great Emperor in 10,000 years, but he even has an Emperor Soldier. However, does this not mean that even if the ancient Great Emperor is revived, the old ancestor can also be equally invincible? And the old ancestor, invincible, that represents the Qin family invincible, took off. Just as Qin Yu was thinking freely, the others were in shock. A few screams interrupted the quiet of the moment. Only Qin Changsheng was overwhelmed by the sudden change in the mirror. As if the mirror was hot, he casually raised his hand and threw it like garbage. The mirror flew out of his hand. In full view of the crowd, the mirror was as if it had fallen free and was about to fall to the ground. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an had the highest cultivation level. His eyes and hands were quick, and the Void Emperor scripture was fully activated, finally catching the mirror at the last moment. Phew, he took a deep breath and tapped his heart as if in hindsight. Thankfully, and finally caught it, carefully held in his hand, as if it were a rare treasure, lest he desecrate the treasure. His mouth yelled, "My good big brother, this kind of treasure how you just throw it around, stained with mundane dust or something, is not the treasure dust." Qin Changsheng was unconcerned and said with a gentle shrug of his shoulders, "What kind of treasure? I don't know, I'm just a mortal. This mirror I use to organize my hair on weekdays, often throw it around like this." "You don't say. It's quite sturdy, how to fall can't break. Today, this mirror is suddenly hot. What? Is this mirror a treasure?" Qin Changsheng pretended to look puzzled. Next to him, Qin Yu had a black face, the corners of his mouth twitching as he tried to restrain his expression. This old ancestor, addicted to acting. Listen to what you're saying about this and throwing imperial soldiers around. This pussy, it's too big to pretend. At this moment, second ancestor Qin Changping also reacted, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Qin Changsheng with a grave expression on his face. "Big brother, this mirror is of great origin. Think carefully where you got it from?" Although he was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the guardian imperial soldier, he was afraid that such imperial soldier had a great karma, and if he didn't ask about the source, he was afraid that the Qin family couldn't afford this karma. Moreover, unlike the Void Emperor scriptures and pills given by Big Brother before, this was an actual invincible emperor weapon, rarer than a great emperor even. If the items that the elder brother had taken out before could still be explained as a gift from a Taoist couple, then the extreme Tao emperor soldier, under the heavens, there was absolutely no woman who could casually take out and give it away. Not even that magnificent Yaohui empress. Unless it's Sten. As soon as such taboos appeared in his mind, Qin Changping even shivered and hurriedly shook his head to shake such absurd thoughts out of his mind. That can't be. Never. How could an existence that an epoch had only even heard of legends and no one had ever seen look at Big Brother? Don't you guys know? This mirror is a relic left behind by mother before she died. The name is still quite nice. It's called something like Void Mirror. Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled, and then he continued as if he had come to a realization. "Oh, that's right. You were young then. It's normal that you don't have that memory." The two Qin Changping brothers glanced at each other, both seeing the puzzled disbelief in the other's eyes. "Is there such a thing? But even though I was small then, I haven't seen my big brother use this mirror since I grew up though." "Aren't your parents just ordinary mortals who can still stay to guard the emperor's soldiers? Really capable? Then why the big brothers still take the two brothers to collect garbage? Hard to survive? Could it be that the imperial soldier was dusty on weekdays, and that he had no eyes to recognize it?" Seeing big brother Qin Changsheng swearing, the two of them didn't know whether to believe or not for a while, and didn't dare to ask more. Suddenly, Qin Chang'an remembered something and said with a happy face, "Second brother, have you felt anything different in your body lately? Especially the blood veins and whatnot. I always feel like my blood is boiling when I cultivate lately. My cultivation speed has all increased by more than one notch. And my ability to comprehend the techniques has also increased. It feels a little bit like the legendary bloodline awakening." "Well, I also have this feeling. At first I thought it was because of practicing the Void Emperor scripture, but recently some ordinary clansmen have also reflected this problem. If all the clansmen have this situation, then maybe our Qin family." The words came to a screeching halt as the brothers looked at each other, both seeing the other's shock as a terrible truth arose in their minds. The Qin family lineage was not simple, and a great emperor might have appeared in their ancestry. The Qin family is the Imperials. Once this thought appeared, it was ingrained in their minds, and the brothers looked towards the void mirror in unison. "In that case, it's right on. It's exactly right. Ancestors out of the great emperor, and also left a guardian emperor soldier, and then the family fell. The Qin family emperor bloodline gradually thinned. The emperor's soldier is even more dust, but the good thing is that it has been passed down. Nowadays, I don't know what the reason is. Maybe the old ancestor blessed, or the old ancestor began to slowly recover from the silence of the ages. Anyway, the Qin family bloodline began to awaken, and the Qin family guardian emperor soldier was automatically activated and relaunched its dazzling light when the Qin family suffered from the extinction of the disaster. The surprise came too suddenly. His own Qin family, transformed into an emperor clan. Thoroughly shocked by this series of truths, third ancestor Qin Chang'an once again turned his gaze to the void mirror in his hand. Gently rubbing, his eyes even containing tears, he murmured excitedly, "Emperor soldier, this is my Qin family's guardian emperor soldier." The second ancestor, Qin Changping, was also thrilled, ignoring the grief in Qin Chang'an's eyes, and directly snatched the void mirror, feeling the aura of the imperial soldier. "No! This!" Qin Changping exclaimed in shock. as if he had encountered the most incredible thing in the world. This Qin family guardian emperor soldier seems to be an imperial soldier in a fully revived state, not the other imperial soldiers in the current world that were caught in a state of semi-silence. How is that possible? Qin Changping was skeptical for a moment. Chapter 37, Is My Family Name Ji? Above the sky, the crowd also came to their senses from the shock they had just experienced. Even though some people didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of them that the only thing that could easily withstand a supreme strike from a paragon emperor was an extreme Dao emperor armament. It was surprisingly true that the Qin family possessed imperial soldiers. Most of the family heads, patriarchs, and so on of the forces looked blankly at the Qin family members below, with all sorts of emotions rolling around within their hearts, wanting to compete for the emperor's soldiers, but they all knew that in front of the yin-yang sacred ground and the quasi-emperors, it was simply impossible. In particular, the other few family heads of the 8 great families of the northern region were roaring in their hearts. Where are the promised 8 families? The Qin family actually secretly hid imperial soldiers. Hateful. If they were allowed to develop, wouldn't it be another superpower in the northern domain? Duan Mufeng didn't think about it that much. He only felt that his time had come and gone. Not only did he break through the quasi-emperor in the twilight of his life, but the Qin family had also prepared such a great gift for himself. He collected his thoughts and said coldly, "Humph. The great change of heaven and earth has not yet arrived. At most it's a half-revived state of the emperor soldier. Even if it can block my blow, but how long can it last? Besides, the emperor's soldier has not yet recognized its master. How much power can a mere supreme being exert?" 8 extreme cracking palm, only to see him gazing at his luck and shouting. His palms slapped out continuously, carrying a majestic and incomparable momentum like a shocking wave towards the guarding light shield, attempting to shatter the light shield. How terrifying was the full force of a quasi-emperor's strike, as the entire heaven and earth were instantly enveloped by countless palm prints, as if they were going to devour the heavens and destroy the earth. However, just like the first palm, the palm print instantly dissolved into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the guardian light shield, as if it was swallowed up. Not a single ripple was stirred up, and the visions in the sky instantly disappeared. No way! Duan Mufeng's unbelievable roar resounded through the heavens and earth. How could he not believe that the emperor's soldier was right in front of him and he couldn't touch it? An unclaimed, passively activated emperor soldier could actually make it this far. Nope. He calmed down and closed his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of the light shield carefully. Rumbling. He snapped his eyes open again, a hint more of horror in his eyes, and spoke out in horror. This is the Space Guardian Imperial Soldier. Don't look at only the word space more, but the significance represented in it is very different. The status of the Guardian Emperor Soldier is generally inferior to the attacking Emperor Soldier, but with the addition of the spatial way, that will surpass most of the Emperor's soldiers throughout the ages, and can definitely be ranked in the top 10. In Duan Mufeng's perception, the shroud of light produced by this imperial weapon formed its own space, as if it was a truly independent dimension inside, wandering away from the world. According to records, there was only one person who had ever controlled a Space Emperor Soldier, and that was the strongest emperor of the human race, the Void Emperor. Moreover, it seemed to be a mirror as well, and coupled with the fact that the Qin clan would suddenly be using the way of space, a guess arose in Duan Mufeng's mind. Could it be that the Qin family had accidentally obtained the inheritance of the Void Emperor? As soon as Duan Mufeng exclaimed his words, a commotion immediately arose in the back. The sound of rapid breathing was even clearly visible, and the greedy envy in his eyes became even more prevalent, making it difficult to conceal. Speaking of the Qin family below, the second ancestor, Qin Changping, combed through his mind, and also at the same time an idea popped up. Looking at his elder brother, Qin Changsheng, he couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, shouldn't we not be surnamed Qin? Think about it, what has been passed down in our family is the Void Mirror. It seems to be the imperial weapon used by the legendary Void Emperor, and you also accidentally obtained the Void Emperor scripture, and now you have even awakened the imperial bloodline. The karmic guidance here, I'm afraid that it's a backhanded move by the Void Emperor. All of this shows that we are the descendants of the Void Emperor, and the Void Emperor's surname is Ji. So in that case, we shouldn't be surnamed Qin. We should be surnamed Ji? Didn't mom and dad say anything about letting us change our last name before they died?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was greeted by several slaps from Qin Changsheng, which viciously smacked him on the back of his head. Only Qin Changsheng angrily said, "The brat has grown up, and he wants to change his last name? Also surnamed Ji? Just you surnamed Ji. Your whole ING family surnamed Ji. Bah! No! Angry me! And karma! And backhandedness! With your IQ, you can't go to heaven even if you're given an immortal weapon." Qin Changsheng scolded as he fought, one by one brainstorming some. "Lao Zi worked hard for your welfare, but you are so good that you put it all on the head of the Void Emperor, and you still want to follow his last name. It is simply intolerable. Next to him, third ancestor Qin Chang'an's head shrunk when he saw this. Just now he wanted to ask the same thing, but fortunately his second brother snatched it before he could say it. The scene was all too familiar, except that he was the one who used to get beaten up, and it was still rare for such a steady second brother to be beaten up like that by his big brother. Third ancestor Qin Changxing couldn't help but think of the old days when the three brothers were dependent on each other, and slowly moistness rose in his eyes. It's a blessing to be beaten up by your big brother. How many people grow old and dream of being scolded by their parents and fighting with their brothers, but they don't get that chance anymore. Meanwhile, above the sky, Duan Mufeng pondered for half a moment and had already thought of a way to deal with it. Elder brother Lei. Everyone, the Qin family wantonly suppressed the Feng family and bullied my Duanmu clan. Their sins are deep. I hope that all of you will work together today and lead me together to break this turtle shell. The good thing is that it's a guardian emperor soldier. It doesn't have much attacking ability, and it hasn't yet recognized its owner, so it's difficult to exert its full power. Everyone will follow me in a moment to attack a point of it, and it will surely be able to break the spatial subdimensional boundaries of this light shield. What do you think, elder brother Lei? Good. Supreme Thunderbolt agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. It was good to try out the defense of the Emperor's soldier first, and anyway, unsurprisingly, the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was about to arrive. Although most of the other forces were native to the northern domain and didn't want to be bossed around by Duan Mufeng, they had no choice but to respond when they saw Supreme Lord Thunder agree. Duan Mufeng took the lead, taking out his intrinsic supreme phantasmal artifact, urging his spiritual energy, and attacking towards a certain point of the light shield. The others followed suit, all taking out powerful magic treasures, beads of divine light, swords containing the power of thunder swords, and staffs spewing flames. All kinds of magic treasures converged in one place, forming a brilliant light that descended to earth due to the stars. These attacks raced towards a point of the light shield in an overwhelming manner, each attack erupting with intense energy fluctuations. Finally, the boundary light shield produced by the Emperor's soldiers could no longer absorb such majestic energy and began to shake violently. And as time continued, the light shield began to slowly fade and even crack. When Duan Mufeng saw this scene, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he continued to push his spiritual energy to guide the crowd to further increase their efforts. Put! With a soft sound, the guarding light shield finally broke, and a human-sized hole appeared. Just before Duan Mufeng and the others were happy, the void mirror in the hands of the second ancestor below violently trembled, and the heaven and earth force attached to the hole in the light shield instantly dissipated, while the light shield quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye, the hole disappeared. Chapter 38 Sealing Formation. Another extreme imperial soldier, the second ancestor, Qin Changping, looked up above, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes as he mocked. In front of my Qin family's imperial soldiers, a bunch of mole crickets are nothing more than ants. Even if you, Duan Mufeng, have heavenly abilities, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought that this void mirror has been completely revived, and that you won't be able to injure the Qin family even a single bit even if you attacked it for 10 days and a half months. However, it's ultimately not a solution to keep shrinking in the Emperor's soldier guardian space. If I can successfully sacrifice and recognize my master, then I can completely manipulate this space Emperor soldier and instantly move the entire Qin clan away. True to his word, second ancestor Qin Changping, after obtaining the consent of Qin Changxing and the others, focused his mind and sacrificed the Emperor's soldier. How? Seeing that the light shield actually healed itself. Such a desperate scene. Duan Mufeng once again lost his temper. Automatically activates and automatically draws on the power of heaven and earth to heal. This was simply not something that an imperial weapon in a half-silent state could do. Did. Already fully recovered? No way. Duan Mufeng shook his head, driving the ridiculous thought out of his mind. Not to mention the fact that the Qin family simply couldn't get the materials to revive an emperor soldier. Even if they could, reviving an emperor soldier that they couldn't control at this stage would simply be insane. At this point in time, there is nothing else to do but to think of other ways. There were more and more observing cultivators around, and if they waited any longer, I was afraid that there were about to be quasi-emperors arriving, and at that time, I was afraid that it would be difficult for them to snatch the Qin clan's chances again. Duan Mufeng clenched his teeth and took out a formation diagram from the Violet Mansion, as well as countless rare formation materials, and looking at these, he had a heartache. Absolute heaven sealing array. Is he from an ancient place by chance? Can isolate the power of heaven and earth? Once the array into the array of people or things, can no longer draw spiritual power or other heaven and earth power, can only use their own spiritual power, once depleted, and then there is no possibility of survival. The materials for the array were barely scraped together after exhausting his life savings, and he had thought of using them in the future to compete for the seal of heaven's destiny, but who would have thought that he would have to use them up now? However, if one could obtain the spatial feats and the Emperor's soldier, it would all be worth it. Duan Mufeng was ruthless and threw the formation diagram above the sky. Instantly a force of formation filled the air and Duan Mufeng shouted, "Don't worry everyone. This is a sealing formation. Once the formation is complete, then we will attack the Qin clan's Imperial Soldier Boundary Light Shield together, and we will surely succeed." The Qin clan's crowd also discovered the movement of the formation above them at this moment, and their faces changed drastically. The second ancestor Qin Changping's face was even more unsightly. It would take at least a year and a half to sacrifice the Emperor's soldier, and it was obviously already too late. How could he not expect that Duan Mufeng would come up with a countermeasure so quickly and just happen to have a formation that could isolate heaven and earth, worthy of being an old fox of tens of thousands of years? At this moment the only way, I'm afraid that only the initiative to step out of the light cover, desperately break out. So although the loss must be heavy, but when the Duanmu peak sealing array, I'm afraid that the whole Qin family is only the destruction of a road. Big brother, what should we do? As if their hearts were in sync, second ancestor Qin Changping and third ancestor Qin Chang'an coincidentally looked towards Qin Changxing at this moment to consult their big brother's opinion. The two of them had founded and been in charge of the Qin family for nearly 10,000 years, and had always been the ones who spoke their minds and initiated resolutions. But in the presence of Qin Changsheng, the first time they both surprisingly developed a dependence. Although Qin Changsheng was only a mortal, in their eyes, he was always the big brother who protected them behind him and held on to him even when he was severely beaten by villains. It's like having a backbone when you see your big brother. What to do? Cool it. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. It's time to lie plank. Lie plank. You're all almost 10,000 years old. You're living in vain if you still ask me about this kind of thing. Qin Changsheng returned carelessly. The two brothers, who were originally annoyed and worried inside, were rebuked by Qin Changsheng in such a manner that, for some reason, they suddenly calmed down. One could only see Qin Changsheng holding an apple in his left hand that appeared at an unknown time, and with a gentle move of his right hand, an ancient longsword appeared as if it had been taken out of a storage ring, then began peeling slowly and methodically, muttering as he did so, "The sword is sharp, but it's just too long and a bit of a pain to sharpen. Changping, Chadan, do you have any sharp pocket knives? I'll trade you this sword for it." Second ancestor Qin Changping had a little heartburn. What time is it? The fire is burning his ass. Big brother is still in the mood to peel apples. But what he didn't notice was the sudden change in the color of the sky when Qin Changxing took out the ancient and simple longsword. The entire sky was enveloped by a huge sword shadow, and an intense sword intent pierced through the sky, illuminating the entire long sky. The blades of all the swords trembled slightly, emitting a low, ear-splitting rumble that spoke of reverence and awe. A vision fell from the sky, and 10,000 swords submitted. This is the Emperor of the Sword descending. Thousands of sword intent coalesced and took shape, blossoming with dazzling light, as vast as 1,000 armies, intertwining together and filling the atmosphere with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The sword master kills and destroys, and there are many people practicing the sword way, unlike the void mirror, which generally forms its own space to hide everything, and the movement of the swordway Emperor's soldier coming out is far more than the void mirror. The second ancestor Qin Changping did not notice any of this. At the moment he was only thinking about how to break out and minimize his losses. His heart was burning with anxiety. Third brother, you take big brother to break out. I'll use the void mirror to break the back. Third brother you, Sandy? Suspicious that Qin Chang'an did not respond to him. Second ancestor Qin Changping turned back to him, only to see a stupefied Qin Chang'an. Third brother? Qin Changping placed his hands in front of Qin Chang'an's eyes and shook them. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an didn't pay attention to his second brother and remained motionless. His heart had long been like waves of shock. As a sword-obsessed man, he had felt the terrifying aura of the sword Dao the moment the long sword had appeared. The sword was like electricity, and the sword intent was like a tidal wave. That's not a sword, that's the way of the sword. In an instant, he knew that this was the ultimate in sword Dao. The sword Dao Imperial Armament. It was the most precious treasure of the sword Dao that he had ever dreamed of. I didn't realize that today it was real in the hands of my big brother, peeling apples with it. By the way, peel the apple. I'm KAM. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an suddenly reacted. His figure seemed to be 1,000,000 times faster than before, instantly appearing beside Qin Changsheng, snatching the ancient and simple longsword and carefully holding it in his hand as if it was a treasure. Big brother, this is an imperial soldier. How can you trash it like this? Is this something that can peel apples? For the first time in his life, Qin Chang'an opened his mouth to complain about his big brother. Isn't it just a long sword? Why can't you peel apples? It doesn't work very well, but it makes do, and also, you've gone against the grain. You dare to snatch something from my hand. Give it back. Qin Changsheng was dissatisfied. Although it was originally him who intentionally took it out for Lao San, but Lao San even directly snatched it. It was too hurtful to brotherly feelings. No. Qin Chang'an was decisive. Give it to me. No. After saying that, Qin Chang'an unexpectedly stopped paying attention to his elder brother and instead hugged the sword as if he was coaxing a child, gently comforting him. My baby, I've wronged you. Following in the hands of such an uneducated person as Big Brother, even using you to peel apples, it's really too much. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes. Originally he wanted to see his third brother's surprise. Who would have expected this reaction? Chapter 39, Another Ex-Girlfriend, Surprisingly Immortal. On one side, second ancestor Qin Changping was confused. Qin Jin was also confused. All the Qin family members were confused. Even if they were slow, they could see it in combination with the heaven and earth visions and the conversation between the old ancestor and the third ancestor. Old ancestors, this was taking out another imperial weapon. Moreover, it was still a Sword Dao Emperor soldier that was the main killer. I'll be damned. How many great emperors did the Qin family have in their ancestry? Qin family heritage so sufficient. But why in the beginning the old ancestor also took the second ancestor 3 ancestors to pick up garbage to eat? Many people suddenly came up with such an idea. In everyone's cognizance, a great emperor would only be able to harbor one imperial armament in his entire life. And there had never been one that possessed 2 imperial armaments at the same time since the beginning of time. The second ancestor Qin Changping looked at the void mirror in his hand, and then at his third brother's nameless ancient sword. And he, who had always been steady, stumbled over his words at this moment. Big brother. This sword is also an ancestor. Ancestor? Passed down? Qin Changsheng was surprised by the second brother's stuttering, and gave a blank look. Look at your worthless look, like you haven't seen the world. In the future, when I take out my immortal weapon, won't you die suddenly on the spot from excitement? But what to explain, Ed? Qin Changsheng paced back and forth a few times, contemplating for a while, and finally, stopping, he slowly said, it was not passed down from my ancestors, it was given to me by a deceased person. Surprised, Qin Changping continued to pursue. A deceased person? This kind of supreme treasure is not something that an ordinary person can take out. Right. Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes and looked at his second brother. Why didn't I realize you were so talkative before? However, seeing the growing number of Qin family members surrounding him, all perking up their ears in curiosity, Qin Changsheng decided that it would be better to explain in detail and make up a lie that they would not be able to puncture. In fact, it wasn't a lie. He did have such an experience. It was just as if it was a big dream, and he could barely remember a number of images only after he broke through to the great emperor, as if there was a big taboo in it. So, felicitously, that was when I was young, traveling in the continent. One day it suddenly fainted, woke up again, then appeared in the middle of a secret realm, as if it was a fairyland. And next to me, a fairy appeared, and according to her, that place is called the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven, wandering outside of the Tianxian Great World, with occasional temporal and spatial cracks, and I just happened to mistakenly enter it and was saved by it. The next period of time, I spent a wonderful and happy time with the fairy, the two of us alone, day after day. You know the drill. Understand. Totally get it. The crowd nodded their heads. It seemed to be another story of a fairy falling on her face and an old ancestor going on a soft food binge. The old ancestor is also too slippery. Even the fairy can be tricked into soaking. But taking a closer look at the old ancestor's handsome appearance, the crowd couldn't help but be impressed. That's a total softball on hard power. Can't learn. The strength is right here. You can't understate it. It's a pity that the old ancestors didn't have an heir for such good genes. Otherwise, but where there are a few descendants of children and grandchildren inherited the old ancestor's appearance of a few points. And what the saint's daughter of marriage? Matchmaking, the Qin family also took off early. Quite a few clan elders and descendants even sneaked a glance at the second and third ancestors. Their hearts slandered that they were all born from the same mother. How come they didn't inherit any excellent appearance genes? Qin Changsheng continued. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a long time. I, a mortal, cannot stay in the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven for a long time, and she, for various reasons, cannot step out of the cave heaven for half a step. In the end, I was rejected by the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven. Fainted. When I woke up again, there was only a scented capsule left beside me, and this ancient sword. I was heartbroken, and searched frantically, looking for people everywhere to ask, but no one had ever heard of the Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven, and I, from then on, lost her breath, and in this life, I will never have the chance to meet her again. With a sigh, Qin Changsheng finished making up the story. Inwardly, He was even pleased with himself. The height of a lie is that no one else can uncover it. Perfect. Not only does he explain the origin of the ancient sword, but he also labels himself as an obsessive. As expected. Upon hearing this, the clan sobbed, moved by the old ancestor's singable love. Some sentimental female clansmen have already whispered and sobbed, empathizing. The old ancestor is so affectionate. During that time, he must have been in pain and suffered so much. Only a few people who were familiar with the old ancestor's nature were a bit skeptical, especially Qingjin, who had a strong disbelief in his eyes. With the old ancestor's flirtatious scumbag nature, the first half may be true. As for the second half, heartbroken and frantic searching, so deep in love? Is this the old man? The old ancestor who could call people by the wrong name when they met and run away by knocking them out of their beds? What a lie! But no matter how much the old ancestor slagged it, this Sword Dao Emperor soldier was the real deal. Qin family, this wave, steady. Second ancestor Qin Changping looked up at the crowd outside the light shield boundary, shocked by this sudden appearance of the heaven and earth Sword Dao visions, and his heart suddenly quieted down. And he wasn't in such a hurry. With this attacking imperial weapon in place, even if the Duanmu Peak ceiling formation was formed, it would be possible to break it with a single sword. If one sword can't solve it, then two. With third brother's cultivation as a Sword Dao Supreme, controlling the imperial soldier to send out a secondary attack shouldn't be a problem. Calming down. Second ancestor Qin Changping suddenly associated what his elder brother had just said, instantly creeping out. A cool air rushed straight to the top of his head. I'm afraid that those who can casually give away Sword Dao Emperor soldiers, Immortal Spirit Cave, Sden, Big Brother Bubbles is, well, Sden. Thinking of this, even with his supreme cultivation, Qin Changping felt his entire body soften, and his body shook for a while, almost collapsing to the ground. The mouth is even repeatedly chanting, Xian Ling Dong Tian, Fairy, Fairy. On the side, third ancestor Qin Chang'an was puzzled by second brother's unusual behavior and yelled in confusion. Second brother, what are you talking about? What Immortal Spirit Cave Heaven? Fairy. This year the name of the cave heaven with the fairy is much more, and now a random female cultivator is called a fairy. This is not very normal. It's just that a fairy who can casually give away an extreme Dao Emperor soldier is. The voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had thought of something, and Qin Chang'an also looked at his elder brother Qin Changsheng with a face of horror and incredulity. His body trembled, and the Sword Dao Emperor soldier in his arms, which was treated as a treasure, almost slipped. The other Qin family members also reacted, all of them sucking in a breath of cool air. The fairy in the mouth of the old ancestors. It can't be the legendary taboo. Sden, brother, do you know, she is immortal? Does this world really still exist? Immortals? Second ancestor Qin Changping asked with a trembling voice, voicing the thoughts of everyone at this time. Immortals, they do exist, and it won't be long before you all see them as well. Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment and said in a certain, undeniable tone. In his opinion, the exchange with the system had informed him that more than one immortal had gone out from this world, and that it was not impossible for him to become an immortal, even if he did not rely on the rewards of the system, simply by cultivating the Hongmeng creation scripture. So that is why, soon, the Qin family members will definitely see Xian, because, that's himself. Excited hearts, trembling hands, legs that could no longer stand. Although Qin Changsheng did not directly say that the fairy was an immortal, to the ears of all Qin family members, the old ancestor had already admitted it. Holy, a dewy-eyed love affair of the old ancestors, with the other being a fairy. And listening to that, soon, it will descend on the Qin family? What an honor! Even Qingjin, at this moment, did not dare to spit out the old ancestors' soft food and slag. Other than that, who else but the old ancestors could eat the soft food of a real fairy and slag off a real fairy? Can't. I'm even a little proud that my Qin family, I can be associated with fairies. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Changsheng, as if a mysterious halo had appeared behind the old ancestor. The old ancestor is no longer a mortal, but a saint of love. No, the way of love. The great emperor. Chapter 40, The Sword Comes. One sword to destroy a paramount emperor. Second ancestor Qin Changping also touched the sweat on his forehead and carefully instructed. Big brother. If you meet in the future, you and that sister-in-law, fairy must get along well and never annoy. What? Still pointing out your big brother to me? My business. You do not care. Also, hurry up and get things settled up there. What kind of people? What kind of class are they? Flying around over my Qin family. When Qin Changsheng saw that Sumu Ro and Mang Ruyan and the others were already walking slowly from the foot of the Qin clan's mountain, he hurriedly urged them. Good. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an, who was on the side, responded. With the sublime Sword Dao Emperor soldier, he was confident that it was enough to overthrow everything. He stroked the sword as if he were looking at his beloved Taoist partner and said softly, "This is the first time you have blossomed in this world. Before you strike, allow me to give you a name, or else, you will follow me in the future and step through the sky. Let's call you the Ling Xiao sword." Clang! As third ancestor Qin Chahan's voice fell, loud and piercing sword chants exploded steeply, instantly spreading throughout the entire northern domain. As if, this sword was very pleased with this new name. The sword's aura instantly soared. Mysterious patterns appeared on the sword's body, and a terrifying power emanated from the sword, as if a chaotic beast had been awakened from its slumber. The body of the sword violently broke free from his hands and came into the air, automatically dancing as if celebrating something. Ha ha ha! Third ancestor Qin Chanan laughed wildly. At this moment, he also felt the emotions of the sword body, and he was surprisingly very compatible with himself. Even though he had not yet recognized the master, he had a strong feeling of foreboding. This sword, it's going to be strong, and it's handsome. Sword come! As Qin Chanan let out a loud shout, the sword Dao Imperial Sword Ling Xiao sword flew back into his hands, seemingly also impatiently, announcing to the world that the Emperor of Swords had arrived. Qin Chanan gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and looked at Duanmu Peak in the sky above with cold eyes. Chop! In the next moment, towards the sky, a sword chopped out. A terrifying azure sword chi erupted from the tip of the sword, carrying an infinite might. Sword chi rushed into the sky, chirping the 9 heavens, and the light shone through the entire heaven and earth. The crowd in the sky had yet to understand what was happening, only feeling that they had been locked by boundless killing opportunities, like falling into an ice cave. When they sensed that this sword chi was issued from the sword in Qin Chanan's hand below, they were all dumbstruck. This is another extreme Dao Emperor soldier? The Qin family's second imperial weapon? Moreover, it's still a sword Dao Imperial armament that majors in killing. How is that possible? Duanmu Feng's face changed greatly. As a quasi-emperor, his divine perception is extremely strong. He has a feeling that this sword is afraid that it is another fully revived emperor soldier. Then he yelled, "Quickly, gather everyone's strength and block this sword." This terrifying sword, with a spatial locking momentum, could not be dodged, especially in Duanmu Feng's senses. Most of the sword chi was directed towards him and Thunder Supreme. The only way to have a chance of survival was to gather the strength of all of them. As soon as the words fell, the others also came back to their senses, releasing their entire body's spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to block the sword. Cultivators who had guarding magic weapons and holy weapons even offered all the protective means on their bodies. For a time, the entire sky was colorful, with magical, spiritual, and holy weapons flying across the sky, covering the sky and darkening the entire sky. But this terrifying and boundless sword chi was like a ray of light in the darkness, shattering everything in an instant in the midst of everyone's stupefied gazes. Time, space, all seemed to be eclipsed under the sword. As if dumplings were falling in the sky, a body fell one after another, and all the blocks, at this moment, became a joke. Honor, apprentice, senior, desperate hissing sounds resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, and for a time, bleak, sad emotions filled the heavens and earth. Fortunately, now that the 10,000 races were watching intently, Qin Shangxing didn't want to cut down the number of people too much, and the vast majority of the sword chi was directed towards Duanmu Feng and Thunder Supreme, and most of the other people who died were low to mid-ranking cultivators, and as for the other higher-ranking cultivators, they were only seriously injured. Duanmu Feng 2 people even felt the threat of life and death, issued a heaven-shaking roar that spread throughout the sky, at the same time, sacrificed all the defensive supreme treasures on their bodies, transforming into a seemingly impenetrable barrier that surrounded their bodies. But in the next moment, they knew what it meant that under a great emperor, all were ants, imperial soldiers, too. Although Qin Chang'an was unable to utilize the full power of the emperor soldier, it was enough for a fully revived emperor soldier to kill a mere quasi-emperor. Ah, no way! With a miserable scream, the Lingxiao sword chi directly penetrated the defense barrier in front of Duanmu Feng, all in vain, and proceeded to penetrate through his heart and his violet mansion. Duanmu Feng's body instantly stiffened, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. Using the last of his strength and life, he painstakingly cast his gaze towards the sword Dao Imperial soldier in Qin Chang'an's hand below, opening his mouth, but no sound came out. His divine soul quickly collapsed, and boundless darkness consumed his consciousness as his body slowly fell from the air like a withered leaf. God's soul is destroyed. The Thunder Supreme on the side was even worse. Due to not having the physical body of a quasi-emperor, he didn't even let out a single scream before he directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, completely dissipating between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the wind stopped, the sunlight dimmed, and the entire heaven and earth became eclipsed. as if the entire heaven and earth were mourning the fall of the prospective emperor. Ha ha ha, thunder! I'm coming! A moment before Duan Mufeng's death, a stream of light flashed by, and it was none other than the Yin Yang Sacred Land's Holy Lord Nangong Jing who received a summons from Supreme Lord Thunder, and personally came with his sword, just in time to see the roiling sword Qi, and Duan Mufeng's tragic situation. Holy Lord Nangong Jing only left behind a foul mouth before turning around and fleeing at a speed 1,000 times faster than he came. Cautious by nature, he didn't even have time to carefully feel the aura of the lower imperial weapon before it disappeared. It's important to save his life. At this moment, only the guardian array of the Holy Land can give him a little sense of security. As for still robbing the emperor's soldiers, didn't you see that Duan Mufeng, who was also a quasi-imperialist, died violently? Looking at the Yin Yang Holy Lord who came and went in a hurry, the scene was silent. Among those who managed to survive, their faces were filled with despair, no longer caring about their dead fellow disciples, only casting their terrified eyes towards the Qin clan below, fearing that Qin Shanan would strike another sword. Even the quasi-emperor couldn't resist a sword, and the Yin Yang Holy Lord didn't even put down a harsh word and directly fled, which made the rest of them, how can they not be afraid? After those two terrifying sword Qi had cut down Duan Mufeng and Lei Ming, the aftermath had not yet subsided, leaving a long void crack in the sky for a long time. Scary as hell. Even if the Heavenly Tao's self-repairing ability was strong, it could only recover slowly. This horrifying scene was not only deeply imprinted in the hearts of the surrounding people, even the Qin family members inside the boundary light shield were shocked by it. Qin Shang'an was even more caught up in self-doubt, holding the Lingxiao sword and muttering to himself, this imperial soldier, so powerful? He had also seen peak battles from afar in the battlefield of the 10,000 races before, and felt the aura of an emperor's weapon, and it seemed, it wasn't this powerful. It was worthy of being the imperial soldier gifted to Big Brother by his sister-in-law, the immortal. I don't want to think about it. No matter what, this imperial soldier currently belongs to my Qin family. Chapter 41, The Su family boils after the battle. Two daughters leave. Qin Shanan collected his mind, his gaze coldly looking around. His voice was not loud but clearly audible. My Qin family has always been peaceful. Now it is you who have bullied too much before you had to fight back. The main culprits Lei Ming and Duan Mufeng have already been ambushed. On account of the fact that it is not easy for you to cultivate or all belonging to the human race, I will give you two choices. First, submit to my Qin family and become affiliated with my Qin family. Announce this to the entire human race 10 days later and bring the core of your family to apologize. Secondly, all the high-end forces of the clan above the cave ruin realm will all head to the battlefield of the 10,000 races to do their part for my human race. Otherwise, the Qin clan will be looking for you in a month's time to liquidate you one by one. Also, those rats around who hide their heads and tails, no matter if you are watching or have ulterior motives. From today onwards, within 100 miles of the Qin family, outsiders stop walking. Get out! With the last furious cry, carrying the power of the Yuan Shin towards the four directions, the surrounding void various light flashes, the void rippled, and then returned to calm. Apparently there were quite a number of people who had previously hidden in the void. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't you see the Qin family two extreme emperor soldiers? One attack, one defense. This is not a few quasi-emperors to join hands to come. Who can take down the Qin family? To offend rashly. It is possible that the three ancestors of the Qin family will have an imperial weapon in one hand and come to slice a sword from time to time, even if the supreme being can only activate two swords. But which power can't afford to be tossed around like this? However, with the news spreading throughout the entire Tianxian Great World, it was still questionable whether the Qin clan would be able to keep the imperial soldier at that time, and quite a few people went back to make a big fuss with that in mind. As for the major forces in the northern region, at this time, it is even more lousy. Look miserable. No longer come when the spirited, who did not expect this result, helpless toward the Qin family arched his hand, grimly left, waiting to go back to discuss the next intention. When the crowd left and the dust settled, a cheer erupted within the Qin family, and a group of juniors even blushed with excitement. The Qin family, winning. Originally, they had arranged the aftermath, holding the determination to die. Who had expected that things were so peaks and valleys? Everything came to an end under the three ancestors' long empty sword. See, this is the Qin family's supreme, the Qin family's imperial soldier. And what brought about this turnaround was, old ancestor, Qin Chongshang, that spiritual leader of the Qin family, a mere mortal, with the body of a mortal. He brought the Void Emperor scriptures, top quality pills for the Qin family, and now he has even taken out the Emperor's soldier to turn the tide in one fell swoop, which is, really, YYDS. Although they have never seen what kind of grandmothers who give out these things, if it is a beautiful woman with eternal youth, it's not a problem. In case it's a gray-haired old crone. Thinking of this, infinite gratitude and admiration surged even more from the bottom of the hearts of the crowd. Old ancestor. Hard work. For the sake of the Qin family, she did not hesitate to sell her color. Even though she had taken the longevity immortal medicine and her body was so much stronger than normal people. But in the end, she was still a mortal body. So how could she withstand so much? Cultivators tossing and turning. The crowd sighed inwardly, but such words definitely could not be brought up in front of the old ancestor. And it was not the time to be thankful to the old ancestor. As the cheering ended, everyone in the Qin clan once again turned their gazes to the extreme Dao imperial armaments in the hands of the second and third ancestors, their eyes burning and their breath catching. This was a legendary extreme Dao emperor soldier. Not to mention them, even most of the Paragon emperors were afraid that they had never seen it in their lives. Third grandpa, let me touch and feel it, okay? An old man couldn't help but ask. It was none other than the eighth elder of the Taishang, the third generation of the Qin clan. When these words came out, it instantly ignited the entire field, and the elders and so on swarmed up to surround the two in the center. I'm the eldest elder. The oldest? I'll go first. Asterisk 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 off. I'm the youngest. I should be allowed to go first. Second ancestor. I'm your favorite heavy grandson. Just satisfy me this once. Let me go first. At this moment, all the virtues of humility were thrown aside, and the words of tigers and wolves were frequently uttered, just to be able to feel the breath of the emperor's soldiers up close. However, the majesty of the second and third ancestors was still present, and despite their yelling, no one dared to grab it directly from the second ancestor's hands. 555. Old ancestor nah. I'm so bitter. A sad and mournful cry resounded through the entire arena, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Qinjin, the current head of the Qin family, hugging his old ancestor Qin Changxing's thighs and crying bitterly with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Pity me for being the head of the family for more than 200 years. Conscientious. Vomiting blood. Being an ox. And now even more so. I don't even have a holy weapon. It's too miserable. Old ancestor I beg you to spare me a quasi-imperial weapon. Or if not, a supreme artifact will do. I, the Qin family head, will also have face when I go out. Qinjin cried that called a liver. Real Shadow Emperor undoubtedly. The heart is even more complacent. A group of old guys. The extreme Emperor soldier I do not dare to rob with you. But you do not think about it. The Emperor soldier is who took it out. Is the old ancestor. As long as the old ancestor was coaxed, the old ancestor casually took out a few more treasures and threw them away. And they would be his own. Instead of just touching them and feeling them. Qin Changsheng, on the other hand, was subdued by Qinjin's sudden outburst and was filled with black lines. Goodyear Qinjin, at least is also the head of the family. For the sake of a little treasure so can act, but it sounds like there is so a little bit of misery. The head of the family, not a little bit of decent treasures to protect themselves. Qin Changsheng tilted his head and thought, there were indeed no supreme artifacts, quasi-imperial weapons or anything else, but there were still 8 extreme imperial weapons, which were given to Qinjin, and he couldn't bring them out. The realm was too low for that. It could only be said helplessly. No, really, I'll think about it when you reach the supreme realm. Qinjin raised his head, full of shock. This, white cry, but listening to this, luckily, there was still a chance to work on advancing to the supreme realm. Cough cough, the second ancestor coughed, interrupting the farce of the moment, and said with a sullen face, what kind of behavior is this of you? In front of your honored guests, you are not afraid of being laughed at. Disperse. Upon hearing this, the Qin family's crowd realized that at some point, the Su family and the Tian'an pavilion's crowd had already arrived outside of the main hall. Looking at them with smiles on their faces, second ancestor Qin Changping walked forward, arched his hand, and said, many thanks to Brother Su, Pavilion Master Meng, for coming to my Qin family's aid at a time of crisis. Such kindness, my Qin family will definitely remember it in my heart. Just now the hospitality was not good, and also because of the imperial soldier made you guys look at the joke. Please forgive me. Shame, shame, we are not helping in any way. The Su clan's old ancestor arched his hand in response. Just now he had also seen the elegance of the imperial soldier, and to be honest, he also wanted to touch it. Brother Su, what do you call this? To be able to come at this time, is my Qin family's closest ally, like this. After arranging everything, tomorrow I am going to have a celebration banquet to celebrate the Qin family's survival after the robbery, or else, you guys will join together. Hearing this, the Su family's old ancestor's mouth twitching, but also after the robbery, you look at your hands, 2 extreme Dao Emperor soldiers, as well as your family's old ancestor's leisurely and comfortable appearance. This is clearly the predecessor to find a fun, looking for a time to make benefits for the Qin family, and in the meantime, to make a name for themselves. Even though he very much wanted to stay close and intimate, he could only say helplessly as he looked at Qin Changxing next to him, who had not expressed his opinion. Or forget it. So I won't bother. My Su family also has a bunch of things to take care of. So I'll go back here and congratulate the Qin family in advance for ascending to the top of the northern region's #1 family. Ha ha, many thanks for the auspicious words. Same joy. Same joy. Seeing that the Su clan's old ancestor was determined to go, second ancestor Qin Changping no longer insisted. As for Meng Ruyan, she just nodded her head and cast her gaze to Qin Changxing on the side. Just like Su Muru, her eyes were full of Qin Changxing alone at the moment and nothing else. Even the so-called imperial soldiers didn't arouse their interest. As for Qin Changsheng, he was sitting on pins and needles by their gazes, outwardly as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was panicking. Hey, the love of a beautiful woman is too heavy. One can't afford it a bit. All damn blame yourself. Why nothing to provoke so many good people? Why? This is good. All to die with their own. The key to their own ambition is not here. Just want to be quiet, free and easy. And by the way, watching the rise of the Qin family, as well as the occasional gripping the wool of the system. By the way, Hao Mao Ro's favorability towards me is still less than 90. Unscientific. Find an opportunity to be alone. See if you can get a reward. But now was obviously not the time. Ruyan was still on the sidelines. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng closed his eyes and began to play dead. Luckily, it didn't take long before the Su family's oldest ancestor and Qin Changping exchanged pleasantries for a while before leading the Su family's crowd away. Meng Ruyan also looked deeply at Qin Changsheng, similarly turned to leave. Thousands of years of waiting. There is no need to rush. The time now, to be reserved for the Qin family's own clan. Chapter 42, The Great Emperor. Not to be insulted, those who insult, die. Time passes in a flash. And it's dusk. The clansmen that the Qin family had already arranged to send out were also picked up. Fathers and sons, grandparents and grandchildren, mothers and daughters, etc. All hugging together, celebrating the Qin family's victory. Qin Changsheng looked at the peacefulness of it all, a smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. That's so nice. The power of his Hongmeng creation was gathered above his eyes, and his two pairs of emperor eyes magically transformed into heavy pupils. Seeing through all illusions, gazing through the heavy space and into the distance, he said, "Woo, let's go. Go out for a walk." "Where to, old ancestor?" "Go kill some mice." "Ha!" Just as Qin Yu was puzzled, the power of the heavens and earth surged, and Qin Changsheng had casually broken through the 10,000 feet of the dome of the sky, taking him along with him across the void rift. The moment he struck out, the terrifying emperor's might poured out, limited to only 3 feet around him, unnoticeable to outsiders. As for Qin Yu, who was on the side, he only felt shivering and his soul seemed to be frozen. This was the first time he had felt the emperor's might up close. Old ancestor, terrifying as it is. The two just disappeared into thin air without leaving a trace. Fong's house. Fong Wensheng looked at the transmission in his hand, his pupils shaking with disbelief. For a long time, he was in a frenzy, frantically slapping everything in front of him. Why does the Qin clan really have imperial armaments? And 2 of them at that. Why is the heaven so unfair that my Fong family can't meet such a chance? Why isn't the imperial soldier mine? Why? A mere 10,000 years Qin family, with no heritage at all. What makes them so lucky? He had carefully plotted and used a tattered emperor soldier that was immediately silenced as bait, originally thinking that the Qin family would be in trouble this time. Just as he was cursing and growling angrily, a teasing voice came from behind him, like a ghost. "Oh, is the Qin family just lucky? Who?" Fong Wensheng only felt a chill go straight to his heart, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. This was the Fong family's secret room, and there were several supreme ancestors sitting not far away, so it was surprising that someone was able to appear behind him without a sound. He slowly turned around, and the other party didn't sneak up on him, so he let his heart drop, only to see that on the opposite side of the room, at some point, 2 young men appeared, one standing respectfully on one side, while the other one was looking at himself with a derisive face. Obviously he was the one who opened his mouth just now. Fong Wensheng carefully perceived a sage realm, comparable to himself, and another young man, who appeared to have no cultivation, was just a little overly handsome. However, he didn't slacken off, no matter what means the other party had used, to be able to appear here without a sound. It was obviously not easy to deal with. Taking a step back, the guardian holy weapon activated quietly and coldly. "Who are you people and what do you intend to do by appearing in my Fong family?" Fong family master is really a nobleman who forgets things. He has fought with our Qin family for so many days, and today, He even used a piece of broken imperial soldier to set up my Qin family. What? Are you pretending that you don't recognize it now? You, the Qin family? The other party's one-word explanation of his use of the emperor's soldier to set him up caused Fang Wenqing's heart to be shaken. However, after all, he was also a veteran. He quickly quieted down. His mind kept searching. Soon, his brows tightened. The information he had on the Qin family's experts. There were no two people from the other side. Wait, such a beautiful man. With a sudden flash of light, he thought of the Qin clan's old ancestors' information that he had casually tossed aside and blurted it out. You're the Qin clan's oldest ancestor, Qin Changsheng? Not bad, not bad. The children are teachable. They don't seem too stupid. Qin Changsheng clapped his hands. Ha ha ha, a maniacal laughter rang out. And Fang Wenqiang grimaced and said sorrowfully, there's a road in heaven that you don't take. There's no door in hell that you have to come. The Qin family has imperial soldiers. My Fang family knows that we can't be defeated. I was thinking of abandoning our ancestral foundation to flee the northern region. I didn't expect to have additional gains. Before we leave, let's use your head to give it to the Qin family as a congratulatory gift. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the Qin clan's old ancestor to be so naive. Worthy of being a mortal waste. You wouldn't think that you'd be able to come and go as you please in my Fang clan on the strength of just a single sage realm guard. Would you? This is all your Qin family's fault. I have no grudges against your Qin family. It's your Qin family who bullied people too much. Hatred had already overwhelmed his mind, and at this moment, he only wanted to slowly ravage Qin Changsheng to avenge the suffocating anger he had felt all these days. No grudges? Qin Changsheng was stunned. He hadn't concealed it. These days the other party hadn't even identified the real reason why the Qin family had suppressed the Fang family. Don't you want to know why the Qin family suppressed your Fang family? Qin Changsheng decided to let him die with an understanding. Even though my Fang family has colluded with the darkness prohibited area, there are so many forces in the world that have colluded with the darkness prohibited area. So why are you guys biting my Fang family to death? In the end, it's still that your Qin family strength has skyrocketed and you want to expand your sphere of influence. No. Regardless of the other party's doubts, Qin Changsheng continued. That's not the main reason. The Qin family doesn't see this bit of power in your Fang family either. The main thing is that you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Do you still remember? A few days ago, you begged for a marriage from the Su family, wanting to take Su Mulu as a concubine, and you even spoke out of turn. If I remember well, it seems like you already have more than a dozen concubines, and you're not afraid to die of exhaustion. But do you know that Su Mulu was once my Taoist partner? At those words, Fang Wenqiang was stunned. Then he laughed back in anger and said, ha ha, you don't want to say that because I took Su Mulu as a concubine. I broke a big taboo, right? And that the Qin family raised their entire clan to suppress my Fang family because of this small matter. Really laugh me to death. But also the Taoist couple? Have you ever practiced Taoism? It's just a waste of time. I think you've been immortal for a long time. And you've lost your mind. As soon as the words fell, Fang Wenqiang had already flown to Qin Changsheng's body, wanting to capture him. Time was precious, and to avoid a long night's sleep, he was not prepared to continue babbling with the person in front of him. Just as he was about to grab Qin Changsheng by the throat, he was still sneering in his heart. The saintly guard at the back is also a rash. I'm about to get my hands on him. But he didn't even react at all. Just, when his palm was about to touch the other party's body, it was as if it had hit an invisible barrier, no longer able to advance an inch. How is that possible? Fang Wenqiang was shocked, and even though he exerted his entire body's spiritual power, he was still unable to move a single inch. At this moment, Qin Changsheng casually waved his hand as if swatting a fly. An irresistible and terrifying force struck Fang Wenqiang, and before he could react, he flew up in the air and fell 3 feet away. Qin Changsheng put away his teasing smile and his face became serious as he slowly stood up and said word by word, what I'm trying to say is that the Great One, who is not to be dishonored, those who insult the Emperor, die. Chapter 43, Fang family destroyed. Master of Yuanshu Mountain. As soon as the words fell, a godless might emanated from his body, filling the entire room under his control. What an amazing picture in Fang Wenqing's eyes, a giant that stood at the top of the sky, standing at the end of the void, emitting an incomparably dazzling light, looking down on all beings, overlooking and illuminating the world. This is the Great Emperor who wanders the world. No matter how imaginative he was, he couldn't imagine that the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, who had always been treated as a mortal by the world, his true identity, was a great emperor. Ha! Fang Wenqiang smiled to himself. Unexpectedly, the initial intelligence from his men in the beginning was actually true. It turned out that it was really because he wanted to take Su Molo as a concubine that caused all of this. The culprit for the destruction of the Fong family was himself. Oh! Fong Wencheng despaired and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now Qin Shangsheng's casual strike had shattered all of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Knowing that his life would not be long, he struggled to hold on to the wall next to him, trying to stand up. Great Emperor, not to be insulted. Of course he knew the words and understood that after today, there would be no more Fong family in the world. Fortunately, the position of the other party's emperor should not care to torture himself and the Fong family, so I thought that the rest of the Fong family would die peacefully. However, he is ultimately a generation of lords, the last moment of life, an impulse to overcome the fear, just want to stand and admire the world's great emperor. This life also counted no regret. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way after all. Before Fong Wencheng could get up, his head tilted and he died of gas. Hey! It was a long time before a long sigh came from the chamber. Qin Shangsheng has also lived for 10,000 years and is used to seeing life and death fights and killings, so naturally he will not sigh for an enemy. He sighed at the weakness of the world and the helplessness of the weak in the face of the strong. Only, then Qin Shangsheng was enlightened that the weak had nothing to do with himself. Himself, invincible. However, after thinking about it this way, Qin Shangsheng was also a bit disinterested and had no more thoughts of exercising Qinyu, only to see his right hand gently clench. All of the Fong family instantly turned into a bloody mist in ignorance and completely disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Next, the gaze seemed to look through the heavy mist in the direction of the middle domain. With a gentle step, he crossed the void, bringing Qinyu with him, disappearing between that heavenly dome and the twinkling of an eye. After half a day of fermentation, everything that happened in the Qin family had already spread throughout the world. The news that the Qin family possessed 2 extreme Dao imperial armaments caused everyone to talk even more. For a while, the calm water was as if a heavy stone had been thrown down, and an undercurrent surged. Have you heard? The northern domain Qin family actually has 2 extreme imperial armaments, and even killed a quasi-emperor with a single sword. My goodness, what kind of luck did this Qin family have? Blow it, you also believe in such an obvious rumor, and 2 pieces, and seconds, you use your brain to think about it is also impossible. Today's heaven and earth, forcibly revive the emperor's soldiers have to need how much price? How is it possible? Qin family? I've never heard of it. I think it's crazy for wanting to be famous, and it dares to say any lie. Not afraid of being wiped out by the Paragon Emperor with his hand. But my fiancé swore that it was true, that he was there and saw it with his own eyes. This beautiful woman. You are too simple. Your fiancé must be talking big for the sake of face. And also said, beautiful woman. Your body hasn't been cheated by your fiancé yet, right? No. That's good. Look at me. Young student, handsome and suave. The picture is gradually going off the rails. Yuanshu Mountain. The great hall of the sect leader. Knight Autumn White looked at the message in his hand with a grave expression and asked, did you find out? It's been checked out clearly. This matter is true. The Qin family does indeed possess 2 emperor armaments. A silhouette flashed and a voice came from the void. True, Knight Autumn White muttered. Could it be that the Qin family really possesses an emperor-level secret realm? How could I not feel it when the secret realm came out? He fell into deep doubt. As a great power who had gone to the peak of the spatial way in the current world, he had always been sensitive to the spatial fluctuations of a secret realm coming out of the world. So how could the Qin family have obtained an emperor-level secret realm without a sound? Although it was said that the treasures would be won by those who had the destiny. However, the highest cultivator of the Qin family was only at the supreme realm, so I was afraid that it would be difficult to guard the imperial soldier. No, this emperor's soldier is after all the most precious treasure of my human race. If it is obtained by the small-minded people, I am afraid that my human race will cause waves again. I'd better take a trip myself. It just so happens that I've taken a few pictures with Qin Shanan, the 3rd ancestor of the Qin family, and I'm considered to be on friendly terms, so I'll probe and try to exchange the emperor's soldiers. As one of the 3 giants of the human race, he naturally didn't care to snatch the chances of the descendants of the human race. However, he could exchange his resources. The big deal was that he hemorrhaged once. The moment he decided to move, the picture changed suddenly, and he was pulled into a dimensional realm without any resistance. Who? Knight Autumn White was alarmed. This is the domain of the Imperial Way. He instantly reacted. Under the heavens, I am afraid that the only one who can make him unresisting is the Great Emperor. Could it be that an ancient Great Emperor had awakened from his slumber and spelled out the risk of falling from heaven and earth's backlash to slaughter him? However, when he saw that it was Qin Shangsheng, he instantly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a Great Emperor of another clan. It was that nameless Great Emperor of the human clan, who shouldn't make a move against himself. Elder, I wonder if you have something to command by calling your junior here. Night Autumn Light made a respectful bow. No one expected that one of the three giants of the human race, the sect leader of Yuanshu Mountain, who could make the human race tremble with a single stomp of his foot in the outside world, and who was even more profanely spurned by the 10,000 races, was acting like a good baby at the moment. The remaining light of his eyes also glanced at Chinyu in the back. Sage Realm, could it be the disciple or descendant of his predecessor? But it's a bit too weak. What senior? Speaking of which, you're still a few 100,000 years older than me. Just call me Dao Yu. Qin Changsheng didn't have a frame and waved his hand. Although the other party's reputation wasn't too good in the outside world, he had guarded the human race for many years and was still worthy of respect. What? Hundreds of thousands of years younger than me? At those words, Night Autumn Light's heart was shaken, and he looked up at this handsome, unbelievable face. So, the other party is the great emperor of the day. However, how was this possible? How could one become an emperor when the heavens mandate seal was still in place? Could it be the legendary power to prove the truth? Before the great change in heaven and earth, when the aura was thin, forcing force to prove the way? My goodness. Chapter 44, Giving Away Imperial Soldiers. Standing up for the Qin family. Even though Night Autumn Light had already stood at the top of the human race for tens of thousands of years and was used to seeing countless large scenes, his heart couldn't help but thump incessantly and he was short of breath. This, Tianxian Great World has not been so demonic since its birth, right? At this moment, Night Xiaobai became more and more reverent. As for the Taoist friend, that has never dared to call. In the world of metaphysical monks, the one who reaches the top is the first. Calling you here does have that little matter that needs your help. I'm sure you've heard about the Northern Domain Qin family. Qin Changsheng continued. As for me, my real identity is the old ancestor of the Qin family. You should recognize the white-clothed Supreme Emperor Qin Chanan. I am his own big brother. The Qin family's imperial soldiers have made a relatively big commotion this time, so help me deal with it. I don't want the Qin family to know about my cultivation for the time being, so as to prevent them from getting high and mighty, and losing the spirit of aggressiveness. Little Qin's big brother? That legendary mortal Qin family's old ancestor who mistakenly ate the immortality pill without the slightest qualification for cultivation. Qin Changsheng. Night Autumn Light's mind flashed through the information he had just read, and he was struck by lightning. He's not qualified? Quietly within 10,000 years, against all odds, he proved his way by force. Rumors can't be trusted. Moreover, that junior who had met a few times at the battlefield of the 10,000 races had such a hard backstage. I should have known that I should have gotten closer. Elder's command. I will definitely do it. The heaven and earth barrier has not yet disappeared. Other races' high-level cultivators are unable to step into the human race's territory, and with me issuing the orders within the human race, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Night Autumn Light replied respectfully. Of course, in return, you can also see it as your reward for guarding the human frontier for tens of thousands of years, and you can pick one of these several treasures at will. Working for Senior is my part. How dare I ask for a reward? Are you sure you don't want it? No. Really? True. Night Autumn Light's throat rolled, and the words he was about to utter were forced back down. His pupils suddenly shrunk, his gaze was greatly shaken, and deep inside, waves of shock were set off. How is that possible? It's getting fierce. Blurry eyes. Only 8 items were seen floating in front of Qin Changsheng. There were swords, guns, axes, shields, fans, and so on, in different shapes, but each of them exuded a vast and mysterious aura, as if they were all emperors of various types of weapons. As the current peak paragon emperor of the human race, he was naturally no stranger to this aura, the breath of the ultimate imperial soldier. He opened his mouth wide and rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. Yuanshu Mountain hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance. There is only one emperor soldier, and it has also fallen into a semi-silent state, and it is extremely difficult to recover at this stage. But in his perception, the emperor soldiers in front of him were all emperor soldiers that were in a fully revived state and could exert peak power. A great emperor, a lifetime to contain an emperor soldier is basically already the limit. In front of this, the district of 10,000 years, even take out 8 pieces of extreme emperor soldier. No, counting the 2 Qin family pieces. 10. Night Xiaobai fell into deep self-doubt. For a long time. Gulp. 2 loud sounds of saliva swallowing rang out, from Qin Yu and Night Autumn Light respectively. Night Autumn Light also woke up from his shock, took a deep breath, and said, Elder Qin, please don't. No merit. This is too valuable. I can't take it. Although his words were like this, his eyes betrayed him, staring at the knife, revealing a sense of fascination and longing. All of this, naturally, could not be hidden from Qin Changsheng's eyes. He just smiled in the face of the other man's lack of words. Oh, you say no, but your body is still quite honest. Qin Changsheng also stopped dilly-dallying, and then with a wave, even the person with the sword was directly sent out of the Emperor Dao domain space. A majestic and domineering voice then reached Knight Tsubai's ears. If I say give it away, you have to take it. You can't not take it. Don't let this imperial soldier down. Go and raise the prestige of my human race. Inside the great hall, Knight Autumn White burst into bitter laughter. The senior was also too overbearing. But, that's so nice. Clutching a knife, he hemmed and hawed under the strange stares of those around him. Within the space of the Emperor's Dao realm, seeing that Knight Shobai had already left, Qin Yu could no longer hold back and rubbed his hands together as he began to stammer. Old ancestor. So many Emperor, soldiers. Your old man can't use them I have never had any handy weapons here either. Look, can I? The meaning is clear enough. Wanted. Get out. The words were short and concise. Qin Shangsheng said without a trace of anger. What kind of Emperor soldier do you want as a tiny saint? Are you in control of it? Whenever you're in the Supreme Realm and behave more diligently, maybe I'll consider it. Alright, I'll definitely perform well and become old ancestor's favorite cub. With a fawning smile on his face, Qin Yu moved behind Qin Shangsheng and gently massaged him. At this moment, Qin Shangsheng had some self-doubt as to whether he had misread the situation, and that the child in front of him was not the steady type, or the Qin family this line of genes out of the problem. The second brother so, Qin Jin so, Qin Yu is also so, change face how all so skillful. The storm over the Qin clan's imperial soldier had not yet passed, and the appearance of a piece of heavy news was like a bomb, directly pushing the Qin clan to a climax again, and the entire human frontier set off another wave of heat. The current sect leader of Yuanshu Mountain, one of the three-peak paragon emperors of the human race, directly made an announcement as the leader of the human race. Treasure has the destiny of those who get it. The North Domain Qin family since its establishment, many times to participate in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, for the human race to make indelible contributions. The human race within any person or force shall not rob the Qin family opportunity. Subject to the Yuanshu Mountain shelter. Violators of the order. Beheading. Due to Knight Autumn White's identity, this announcement immediately spread throughout the entire human race territory once it was released. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yuanshu Mountain, the behemoth of the central domain, was standing up for the Qin family of the northern domain. As for what the Qin family had made indelible contributions to the human race, it was pure bull ********. How much contribution could a family whose highest was only a low-level supreme being make? Although he didn't know how the Qin family got involved with Yuanshu Mountain Knight Autumn White. But seeing this, many people or forces that were foolishly trying to make a move temporarily stopped their actions, intending to wait and see. Especially some Supreme Inheritance Holy Land and Hidden Emperor clan. Secretly is more disdain. If not heaven and earth does not allow. The old ancestor blood chi weaken cannot come out. The turn to you a small Knight Autumn White flaunted, but also really think of themselves as a leader of the human race. However, this was clearly not the time to clash hard with Knight Autumn White, and for a while they all caved in. The second ancestor Qin Shangping, who was originally worried about the Qin family that was caught in the crossfire, heard this news and even let go of his heart, greatly praising, Knight Autumn White Sr. is worthy of being a leader of the human race, high style and integrity, ready to have a banquet again tomorrow, to celebrate the stage of the Qin family's victory, and look forward to the future. Chapter 45, My son, Qin Tian, has the potential to be a great emperor. The next day, early in the morning, the Qin family was then bustling with laughter, overflowing on everyone's face, especially those clan elders. Each one of them was grimacing and smiling, as if they were still immersed in the scene of caressing the extreme Dao Emperor soldier last night. Unlike in the past, the Qin family has always been strict family style. This time even invited a group of musicians from the Tian'an pavilion to come and play to help. And there are even dancers dancing beautifully, as if the fairy descended from the earth. Nothing else, all to please the old ancestors. After all, the changes in the Qin family in recent years were all brought about by the old ancestor. Even though Qin Shangsheng repeatedly emphasized that he was a righteous man and that his hobby of hooking up and listening to music was purely a rumor, but at the repeated insistence of the congregation, it was reluctantly accepted, and soon indulged in a gin and tonic. Looking at Qin Shangsheng, who was drinking to his heart's content at the main seat, the second and third ancestors said at the right time, Big brother, you see how that Emperor's soldier was distributed before? You can't use it. Why don't you? Here you go. Qin Shangsheng waved his big hand. The void mirror is our family's inheritance item. It's reasonable for us to use it as a clan-supporting treasure. But that sword Dao Imperial soldier was left to Big Brother by his sister-in-law, Fairy. I'm afraid it's not proper to give it to us. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an said carefully, and despite his words, there was not a hint of wanting to return the sword. Qin Shangsheng naturally knew exactly what was in his mind and scolded without a good mood. Give it when I say give it. Take it, Weedle. I'll take care of anything. Get in my way. Get out of my way. After saying that, he peeled Sun Tzu to the side. This brat, so no eyesight, just blocked the most exciting shots. Hey, just see raised legs a word horse. That hidden. Did not see clearly. Alright. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an looked extremely excited as he received an affirmative reply. Behind Qin Changsheng, Qin Jin, the head of the family who had already become a massage expert, was envious. That's an imperial soldier. Giving it away just like that. The old ancestor is really generous. I have to hold on tight to the old ancestor's big thick leg. Maybe one day I can fish for a quasi-imperial weapon. Or really, a supreme artifact will do. Just then, a voice rang out. Joyous, joyous, young Master Qin Tian has returned. An underling ran in panting and shouted, just come back, just come back. A shock, disturbing the old ancestor's elegance. The brat can still have any happy events. It's good if you don't cause trouble for me. Xinjin frowned slightly. At this moment, how could his son be as important as his old ancestor? Moreover, Qin Tian often traveled outside, and it was normal for him to come and go. However, the others didn't think so. After all, Qin Tian was the best qualified junior in the Qin clan, and was loved by all the clan elders, especially the third ancestor, who had personally instructed Qin Tian for a period of time and had high hopes for him. Say, what's the happy occasion? Sun Tzu opened his mouth. In a meal added by the subordinate, the crowd also understood the so-called happy event. It turns out that Qin Tian has been traveling these days, challenging and sharpening everywhere, and a few days ago, his bloodline was awakened, and his cultivation directly broke through to the cave ruin realm, which presses the younger generation. Other than the unmatched saint son of the Yin Yang Holy Land, he defeated no one of his peers in the northern domain, and in a newly discovered secret realm, he even came out on top, taking away the heavily guarded treasures in the central hall. And if not for the fear of arousing the public's ire, he would have continued to snatch them. After understanding everything, everyone in the Qin family nodded, worthy of being the most talented son of the current Qin family. With the stature of a quasi-emperor, he was the most likely descendant of the Qin family to surpass the three ancestors. Qin Jin even laughed 3 times after hearing this. Ha ha ha, my son, Qin Tian, has the qualifications of a great emperor. Hearing this, other people did not react much. After all, people's own father well, a moment of happiness. Say some arrogant words is nothing. Only Qin Changsheng, whose heart thumped, was really a little panicked. Cam, that's not a good thing to say. It's so damn familiar. It is said that the karma of this statement is so great that it may involve a red-haired old monster in the heavens and the earth, and ordinary people cannot afford it. But the surname Qin, it should be able to withstand it. Qin Changsheng silently read in his heart. Right at this moment, an imposing young man with sword brows and starry eyes walked in, carrying a long sword behind his back, flashing with a cold and chilling light that caused palpitations. It was none other than Qin Tian. Ha ha, good boy, worthy of being the seed of my Qin family. Qin Jin stepped forward and hugged him, then pulled him, offering him up, toward the upper seat. Come and pay your respects to the old ancestor, and also, let the old ancestor see what treasures you have acquired this time. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings to the second ancestor, the third ancestor, and the clan elders. Qin Tian collected his sharpness and greeted him with a line of great respect. Alright, the Qin family is not interested in this. Quickly take it out and see what treasures my Qin family's most outstanding descendant has obtained. Third ancestor Qin Chanan was already impatient. In the face of the three ancestors' urging, Qin Tian stopped dawdling and took out a small crystal coffin from his violet mansion. This is the treasure I seized from the center of the secret realm. Looking at the importance of its layout, this should be the most precious in the secret realm. It's a pity that my cultivation is still shallow and I can't open the small coffin. I don't know what's hidden inside. Looking at the small coffin that was crystal clear and emitted a mysterious aura, Qin Changsheng above him fell into deep thought for a while. Coffins, not very auspicious. There's not going to be anything dirty. However, the others had no qualms about it. And in the Tianxian great world, the jade coffin was even a symbol of honor. The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, was acute and took it from Qin Tian's hands and studied it for a long time, but he was unable to open it. Obviously, the person who sealed this crystal jade coffin had a cultivation level above it. However, he was not discouraged and became more and more certain that the jade coffin held a shocking treasure. Turning his head to look at Qin Tian. Tian, this thing was obtained by you. I'm going to open it by force. It doesn't matter if I damage the jade coffin, right? It doesn't matter. Everything is subject to the arrangements of the three ancestors. Qin Tian said back. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an nodded, and with a move of his right hand, the imperial soldier Ling Xiao sword had appeared in his hand. wanting to forcefully open the jade coffin. The jade coffin wasn't important. What was important was the treasure inside. Only to see a flash of light from the jade coffin, all kinds of runes appeared. The sealing technique was exquisite, but it was still no match for the sword of the Emperor's soldiers. Just a moment before the jade coffin opened, in a secret place in the central domain, a female cultivator in a hot body snapped her eyes open with a cold gaze. Who is it? Open my sister's relics. Not good. Sister's cave secret. A red silhouette then flashed and sped towards the northern domain. Chapter 46, Twin Sisters, Nangong Yan and Nangong Qin. That being said, the jade coffin opened, and inside lay a scroll quietly. Could it be a supreme technique? Or a treasure map? The crowd's hearts were filled with anticipation. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an carefully opened it. The scroll gradually unfolded, and inside was indeed a portrait of a man. The characters in the paintings are so lifelike that they seem to come to life, and it is obvious that the painters have devoted their lives to them. The man's face is extremely handsome, holding a pen in his left hand and a fan in his right, which is a fluttering scholar. The third ancestor looked up at Qin Changsheng with an odd expression on his face, unable to utter a word for a long time. Even if he had been more than a little bleary-eyed, he could see it. The person in this painting is not the big brother Qin Changsheng. Let's see. Some curious clansmen could no longer help themselves and gathered around. Holy! Someone exclaimed in shock, but then covered their mouth with both hands for fear of making another noise. For a time, the great hall was silent. Most of the gazes were focused on that old ancestor above, but there were others who watched it and then just walked to their seats and silently dried their food. Break it up! Break it up! Obviously. Another love affair. Another one of the old patriarch's old favorites. Seeing is not strange. Dry rice is important. Qin Changsheng's heart fluttered at the look. What's the situation? Could it be related to me? Bring it up here. I'll take a look, he commanded. When looking at the portrait clearly, Qin Changsheng was speechless. Which did this? I don't mind if you draw me secretly. There's no right of portrait in this world anyway, but it's unlucky to put my portrait in a little coffin. You're cursing me to death. Have you no sense of decency? Ha! There's the drop. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but recite. The mountains have no mausoleums. Heaven and earth are united. And I dare to break with you. Nangong Qin. Nangong Qin. Qin Changsheng was in deep thought. Qin Jin, who was on the side, watched this dramatic scene with a pang of heartache. His own genius son had managed to overpower his peers and capture the most precious treasure in the secret realm. Who would have thought? Surprisingly, it's a portrait of an old ancestor. It's a real pain in the ass. Where could this be justified? Qin Tian's chance was just wasted. The old ancestor were all good, just a little promiscuous. This damn mortal body, breaking through the human race territory. Disaster. How many good people? Qin Jin had an inner pang, and when he saw that the old ancestor was silent, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Old ancestor, this Nangong Qin, another ancestral grandmother? Wait, let me run through it. Qin Changsheng said. It wasn't his fault. The number of relationships he had been in over the past 10,000 years and the number of beautiful women he had met were as numerous as the rivers. Fortunately, he was now in the great emperor realm and his memory had been strengthened. Otherwise, he really couldn't run through it. However, wasn't it too much of a coincidence that it had only been a short time since he had returned to the Qin family, and he had already received news from 3 of his ex-girlfriends? Moreover, when he was in love, he didn't care if the other party's cultivation qualification was high or not. He only cared whether the other party was good-looking or not. That's how superficial he was. For 10,000 years, he thought that his ex-girlfriend had passed away almost, but now it seemed that the other party, one by one, were all cultivating the absolute heavenly pride? While Qin Changsheng was muttering and pondering, someone exclaimed, Nangong Qin, I remember. 6,000 years ago, the northern domain once appeared 2 talented female cultivators for a pair of twins, respectively called Nangong Qin and Nangong Yan. A one-stroke ascension to the top 30 of the human race's Heaven's Pride list, resulting in an uproar in the northern domain at the time. Then just 2,000 years later, they both advanced to supreme. But unfortunately, I heard that not long after that, Nangong Qin died unexpectedly for some reason, and his twin sister, Nangong Yan, hasn't had any messages since then, and doesn't know where she's headed. I wonder, is this Nangong Qin, the other Nangong Qin? The person who spoke was the 4th elder of the Taishang, an old antique who had lived for 7,000 years. Twins! Qin Changsheng instantly grasped the key point, and the former sound and appearance of the moon and flowers before the moon also surfaced in his mind one by one. Turns out, it's her. It finally came back to him. Nothing else. Twins, and he'd only talked about them a few times in his life, and he was impressed. Memory, Nangong Qin and Nangong Yan, a gentle like water, a passion like fire. The same twins? character is indeed diametrically opposed. When the two of them were still a noble lady whose family had fallen into disrepair, they met Qin Changxing on the way to escape, and Qin Changxing fell in love with Nangong Qin at first sight, and the two sides quickly fell in love. The three of them traveled together and had a wonderful time. Between the two, everything that needed to be done was done except the last step. What makes Qin Changxing a little upset is that in daily life, the two sisters often swap identities to play tricks on him, and he is also stupid, can't tell the difference, often confused, causing him to be distracted. A few more embarrassing accidents followed. It was then that he was certain that his sister-in-law Nangong Yan actually coveted his beauty. Having had a wonderful time, he felt that he couldn't fall any further, and left many belongings and resources for the Nangong sisters, and quietly set off on his next journey. Hey! Qin Changxing sighed. I didn't expect that the two sisters from back then would have such high cultivation qualifications that they would be able to kill their way into the top 30 of the Heavens Remarch ranking. No! He suddenly remembered what the fourth elder had just said. Dead? Nangong Qin is dead? Thinking of this, an indescribable emotion is surging to the heart. There is sadness. There is remembrance. There is silence. This was the first time he had heard information about his ex-girlfriend's death. In the blink of an eye, it's already a different world. I'm sorry for her, Qin Changxing muttered, his eyes moist. The voice was small, but those present were all such characters that they could hear it clearly. For a while, the crowd looked at each other. It was the first time they had seen this expression on the old ancestor's face. Has the old man changed his mind? Or was he touched by the news of Nangong Qin's death? Sumu Ro and Meng Ruyen, two ready-made ex-girlfriends, didn't even cherish them, and cried for an ex-girlfriend who had died thousands of years ago? In the face of the old ancestor's abnormality, there was a burst of speculation within the crowd. Could it be that this Nangong Qin was more important than her other girlfriends and occupied the most important place in the old ancestor's heart? The only female Taishan elder was even more infected by the atmosphere at this moment, and her eyes were tearful. I thought that the old ancestor was a scumbag, but I didn't want to just because they were unimportant. And no, when he heard the message of the important people, the old ancestor was hurt as usual. Qin Jin even couldn't help but ask, Old ancestor, I'm sure you and this grandmother have a deep bond, so tell us the story between you two, so that we, as the descendants of our children and grandchildren, can listen to it. Okay. Chapter 47, It's Too Late. I've got a new girlfriend. Qin Changxing looked up at the sky, his sad eyes infecting everyone as he slowly spoke. I met them in an afternoon. That day, the spring flowers bloomed, the breeze brushed my face, while I fell in love at first sight with my sister Nangong Qin. We met, we fell in love, and the good times were always so short. After an unfounded misunderstanding, I left them and have been separated ever since. Speaking here, Qin Changxing paused slightly and sighed softly, and his eyes became a bit mesmerized. It seems that the misunderstanding was big. In the eyes of the onlookers, the old ancestor became so sad. It seems that that misunderstanding was quite serious, making the original two lovers, from now on, different sides of the world. When I figured it out completely, I regretted it so much that I silently slapped myself in the dark of a deserted night. Unfortunately, it's too late. 2 lines of clear tears quietly flowed down Qin Changxing's face, his eyes filled with infinite longing and remorse, as if recalling that lost love. The crowd was moved by the sight. I didn't expect that the old ancestor would still have moments of such deep affection, so I guess that Nangong Qin was indeed very important to the old ancestor. It seemed that he and the others had misunderstood the old ancestor because of Sumu Ro and Meng Ruyan's affairs, and the old ancestor, too, was a man of nature. Especially Qin Jin and the others were ashamed in their hearts. Lao Zhu Zong, not a scummy negative man, but a man of deep love. Why do you say, it's too late for everything? Did grandma marry, or did she pass away? At this time, a junior couldn't help but be curious. The old ancestor loved Nangong Qin so deeply that he didn't go looking for it? Oh, that's not true. Qin Changxing turned around, wiped his tears, and continued, because, by then, I had a new girlfriend. Flop, flop. The sounds of falling to the ground rose up. When Qin Changxing turned back, the ground had already fallen to its knees. Old ancestor, on my knees to you. Such a heartless thing to say, and so rightfully so. Qin Jin and the few others who didn't fall were all twitching at the corners of their mouths, their faces full of black lines. This flavor, pure, worthy of the old ancestors, the nature of the slag is not changed. It's a shame that he just acted so deep and sentimental. Turns out it's all fake. It was hard to imagine with what kind of feelings the old ancestor had when he had formulated the Qin family rules, writing down that the people of the Qin family should not be promiscuous and should not let down a good person. But even so, everyone present, no one dared to say a word against the old ancestor. After all, The old ancestor had only taken out the emperor's soldier yesterday to save the Qin family, and was the protagonist of today's banquet, so let him be. Besides, it's all old news, just listen to it. Hey, the old ancestors are good at everything. It's the feelings that are hard to describe. Just as the crowd was shocked by Qin Shangxing's extreme reversal, a crisp voice resounded throughout the Qin clan. Destroying my sister's cave and taking my sister's relics. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immediately afterward, a sword chi radiant like a meteor crossed the long sky and came towards the Qin clan's great peak. The sword chi was terrifyingly incomparable, easily splitting the great hall in two, and the deafening sound of crumbling echoed in everyone's ears. The person who struck seemed to have no desire to kill and did not injure anyone. Who dare to come to the Qin family to sow their wild oats? Third ancestor Qin Chang'an was furious and leapt to his feet. With an emperor's soldier at his side, especially since he had just sword beheaded a quasi-emperor not long ago, he was naturally not afraid of anyone. Just now, they were all immersed in Qin Chang'an's words, and in a moment of inattention, they were actually saber-rattled into the Qin clan's main hall. Luckily, the person who struck was not heavy in killing, or else he hurt his big brother, and then he could not be blamed for all the deaths. As the great hall was split open and the sunlight shone in, the crowd was able to see the person who had struck. She was seen wearing a fiery red fitted dress that burned like a flame, wrapping her exquisite body just right and outlining her concave and convex figure. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a black waterfall, fluttering gently as the breeze blew. The lower half of the body is white as snow with long legs, which is even more seductive. What a hot thing! The eyes were full of anger, but they seemed to emit a cold aura, freezing people in place. Nan Gongyan was equally furious. She didn't expect that when she was preparing to break through to Quasi-Emperor, someone would break into her sister's secret cave and snatch away the most precious relic of that portrait. She said coldly, "This Nan Gongyan, I can leave other things alone, but that jade coffin must be returned to me. I already feel the breath of the jade coffin. Bring it, Nan Gongyan." Third ancestor Qin Chanan was stunned. Isn't this big brother Qin Shangxing's sister-in-law? Third ancestor Qin Chang'an's aura wilted all of a sudden. This definitely couldn't be fought. Moreover, the Qin family's great hall was definitely split for nothing. If you want to refurbish it, let Qinjin have a headache. I don't care. Furthermore, it was always his own party that was in the wrong. But who had thought that it was a cave with an owner? Third ancestor Qin Chang'an was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to reply. By the way, this should be familiar with Big Brother. Let Big Brother persuade her. Third ancestor Qin Chanan's gaze lit up as he looked downward towards the place below where Qin Changsheng had just stood. Ha! Where's Big Brother? That said, on Qin Changsheng's side, his heart was bitter, and he had already quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. Panicked. Although he often closed his spiritual sense, he had sensed it as early as when Nan Gongyan had yet to arrive at the Qin family. Never thought that this former prospective sister-in-law, whom he often recognized wrongly, would even put a trace of divine thought on that jade coffin, and also came to the door. But there are only so many people. Where can we hide anymore? As expected, not long after, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Changsheng, like fireflies in the darkness, with nowhere to hide. Qin Changsheng had no choice but to slowly step out from the crowd towards the silhouette in the sky. Amazing. Long time no see. Amazing? Although the voice was small, Nan Gongyan was after all at the peak cultivation level of a supreme being, and he could hear it clearly in the sky, and couldn't help but look towards the person who had spoken. With just that one look, the sky was falling. Shocked and unable to believe her eyes, she could no longer control her body and fell straight down from the air. It was a good thing that such a height couldn't cause a bit of damage to the flesh of the supreme realm. Not even having time to check his own wretchedness, Nan Gongyan quickly flew to Qin Shangxing's face, his eyes never leaving the face for a moment. It's him! Chapter 48, come to my room and talk it over. Even after thousands of years, Nan Gongyan still recognized Qin Changsheng at once. Although he and she had not fallen in love, she understood that she could not lie to herself. It was just that at that time, he was her sister's most beloved person. How could she rob him? Even so, his figure was still firmly in the back of one's mind, occupying it for thousands of years. Her voice was tinged with trembling, as if she were dreaming. Yi Fan, you, still alive? Yi Fan, another new name. But this time, the Qin family's crowd did not have any reaction. Get used to it. Obviously. Another one of the old granddaddy's trumpets. Well, lucky to be alive. Amazing. How have you been all these years? Qin Shangsheng looked at the deceased person in front of him and was overwhelmed with emotion. The world of cultivation is so cruel that in the blink of an eye, one may change the sea and the Izzy will not be there. Have a good day. Ha! Nan Gongyan smiled to himself, remembering all these years of being alone. Inexplicably low. The man is still there, but the sister is gone. She wanted to ask why he had avoided them for so many years if he was still alive, and why he had left without saying goodbye in the first place. But when the words came, nothing could be said. Who was he to question him when he wasn't any of his own? Moreover, this man, apart from leaving without saying goodbye, didn't seem to have wronged them in any way, but instead gave them a lot, gave them possessions, and gave them resources for cultivation. More importantly, it gave them a ray of sunshine and a ray of hope in the beginning. But, who could he and his sister talk to about their loneliness for so many years? His sister was still in her arms before she died, chanting his name and complaining that she hadn't tried hard enough to find out anything about him. But now it seems that this man is afraid that he is incognito and has long had a family and grandchildren. Nangon Yan's heart was bitter, and he smiled ruefully again, not knowing if it was for his sister, or for himself. Thinking of this, a nameless rage rose from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and stern, her personal longsword unsheathed and pressed against Qin Changxing's neck. My sister has been haunting you all day long, thinking of you, and before she died she was still chanting your name, saying, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why have you been avoiding us? The tone grew growling. Holy, again! Qin Jin and the others stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. So damn familiar. Wasn't this the scene between Su Molo and the old ancestor the other day? This was like yesterday all over again. Just like yesterday. This time, however, they didn't make a sound and just stood there dumbfounded, like they were eating it up, because in their perception, Nangon Yan didn't have a killing aura, but rather looked like a jealous little lady. For a while the atmosphere fell into silence. For a long time. Only then did Qin Changsheng slowly explain. I'm sorry, back then it was my fault for failing Qiner. My real name is Qin Changsheng. Back then it was me who had too low self-esteem and felt unworthy of Qiner. And, you misunderstand. I have not been married for so many years, much less have an heir. And these you see are my brother and his descendants. He avoids the point that being unmarried and being single are two different things. At those words, Nangon Yan was the one whose heart shook as she raised her head and asked incredulously. Why? With his looks and temperament, how could he always be alone for so many years? Could his heart has been hung up on his sister? Nangon Yan's heart suddenly thumped. No reason. Maybe it's heaven's retribution for me. Maybe it's because I've failed too many people. Qin Changsheng looked up at the sky, his tone sad in vicissitudes. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that no matter what, he must maintain his deep love persona in front of the deceased. Immediately afterward, he took a step forward despite the sharp longsword at his neck, and said with both eyes in a dignified manner, if you still want to kill me, do it. As Qin Changsheng approached, Nangon Yan was in a panic, hastily withdrawing his long sword, lest he hurt the other party, as if the person being pointed at by the long sword was himself. At this moment, the two people were extremely close, and their bodies were already about to stick together. Feeling the manly scent coming from the other party, Nangon Yan's heart thumped indisputably, and a hint of scarlet blushed on her absolutely beautiful face. Ever since Qin Changsheng had left the two sisters, it was the first time in so many years that they had been this close to a man. Especially when she thought of the misunderstanding in the past, the familiar feeling came to her again, and her legs were so weak that she was almost unsteady. Qin Changsheng's quick eyes and hands hastily helped her chin waist, which did not fall down. A burst of fresh fragrance. Qin Changsheng's heart swung. Let go. Nangon Yan chided, blushing, his legs unconsciously leaning in. Qin Changsheng retracted his hands with fondness, but in his heart, he smiled. Oh, a woman who talks out of her ass. Although he hadn't talked to her, he knew the nature of the woman in front of him. Unlike most of his ex-girlfriends, violent and arrogant, thunderous, and hard but not soft, what they want is to conquer. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng felt that it was time. He couldn't just lower himself to explain. It was time to take a dose of medicine. Moreover, he wanted to learn the cause of Nangon Qin's death as soon as possible. He lowered his head, bent his head next to Nangon Yan's ear, and said softly, the body, it's moist, but wearing too little for my liking. After saying that, he left without looking back with a self-conscious face amidst Nangon Yan's shock, leaving behind just one sentence that resounded through the entire arena. Come to my room and talk in detail. Qin Changsheng's idea is very simple. After all, the matter of Nangon Qin also belongs to private matters. It is not convenient to be exposed in public, and how to say it is also his ex-girlfriend. Natural end of life is fine. If it is really an accidental death, then how they have to find out the ins and outs of the situation. Revenge, but not in the eyes of the onlooker. The Qin family looked at each other in disbelief, shocked by the old ancestors' maneuvers, and in their hearts, they called out the old ancestors' bullishness. And in the room, in detail? How detailed? The point is, Nangon Yan is not your old flame, but a prospective sister-in-law. after thousands of years, the first time we meet, we have to go to the room to talk about it in detail. Nan Gongyan stared at Qin Changxing's back in a daze, not reacting for a moment. One is, molested by him again and again and again? Put. She secretly cursed in her heart. It was really still the same denizen and smelly rogue as before. An inexplicable emotion flowed through the whole body. The silence is thousands of years of Taoist heart, but also quietly ice. A blush surfaced on her cheeks. Despite some annoyance and shame, she was after all not that naive and romantic little girl from before. No matter what, he himself would have to tell him what his sister had been thinking about all these years. And, moreover, he would like to hear his story all these years. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and walked quickly in Qin Changxing's direction. Just before she left, her alabaster-like jade hand gently pulled the bustier up a little, but just that one pull made the already towering peaks even higher, calling out for more. Chapter 49. Today, destroy the Buddha. Mount Sumeru. Inside the room, Qin Changxing, however, changed from his previous monomania and sat upright, listening to Nan Gongyan's incessant complaints. His eyes also went from warm to gradually becoming ice-cold. He didn't realize that the gentle Qiner was so deeply in love with herself and couldn't forget her, that she even had to hold that portrait of herself every night before she could barely fall asleep. What's more, I didn't expect that such a gentle and kind woman would die in the hands of those hypocritical vultures because of a spectral treasure pearl. Ha! Nan Gongyan smiled ruefully and continued to preach. After losing the underworld treasure pearl and losing my sister, I gave birth to a heart demon and have not been able to break through to a quasi-emperor after so many years. But fortunately, I am incognito. Killed a lot of people in the Buddha's country, but unfortunately, the door of Mount Sumeru's pure bliss pure land cannot enter. Speaking here, Nan Gongyan's voice also became low, and his face was even more filled with unwillingness and despair. Why was he so useless? He couldn't even avenge his own sister's death, and that sinful monk was now honored as the Buddha's son, and was even positioned as the next generation of Buddha's lord. Oh, ridiculous. She clenched her fists, her nails sinking into her flesh without realizing it, and tears slid silently down her cheeks. Looking at Nan Gongyan, who was about to lose control of her emotions, Qin Changxing gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and under his soothing touch, Nan Gongyan gradually quieted down. Qin Changxing's deep eyes grew colder and colder, and just now, as the other party spoke, he had looked through the river of time and seen the entire life of the Nangong Qin sisters, especially when he saw the miserable state of Nangong Qin before his death. A ray of cold light flashed through, and a solemn aura gradually filled the surroundings. A low, strong voice rang out in the silent room. Go! He couldn't wait a moment longer, and he would seek justice for Nangong Qin. Today, exterminating the Buddha. Go? Where to? Nan Gongyan didn't react for a moment. Sumeru, the pure land. Before Nan Gongyan could reply, he was swept into the void by a majestic and terrifying force, and disappeared along with Qinyu, who was standing guard outside the house. The Western region, the land of the Buddha. As the only power in the Western region, it is mysterious and powerful, especially in the last 100,000 years. Never participate in the battle of the 10,000 races. The beautiful name is to preserve the strength of the human race, although the many forces in the central region despise it, but it cannot be denied that for so many years, the Buddha kingdom preserved an extremely terrifying force. Even the godless clan and the unseen inheritance in the central domain all had a hint of fear towards them. Mount Sumeru, the pure land, is moreover the supreme holy place of the Buddha's kingdom, which cannot be entered without the permission of the Lord of the Buddha. On this day, 3 uninvited guests, 2 men and 1 woman, suddenly appeared at the foot of Mount Sumeru. Eternal life? No, the Buddha kingdom is powerful. Let's go back and think about it in the long run, okay? When the people at the top of the Buddha kingdom are alerted, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Although Nan Gongyan was astonished by Qin Changxing's methods, he still advised bitterly. The more this happened, the more she didn't want to involve Qin Changxing. And after so many years of silently searching for information about the Buddha kingdom, she was well aware of its horrors. It was now that the 3 peak paragon emperors of the human race had come together and were afraid that they wouldn't be able to do well in the territory of the Buddha kingdom, let alone a mere Qin Changxing. Stepping into Mount Sumeru rashly was simply a situation of 10 deaths. She even felt that she was the one who had harmed Qin Changxing, and that she shouldn't have told Qin Changxing the truth and got him involved. There's no harm in it. It's not a dragon's den. Qiner's revenge must be paid in blood. Besides, in a few days it will be the anniversary of Qiner's death. I want to pay my respects. There's always some offerings. Qin Changxing's expression was calm, his gaze looking towards Mount Sumeru as if everything was invisible in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Changxing's back kept pulling up and towering in Nan Gongyan's eyes. Unexpectedly, after all these years, when he heard of his sister's death, He was so reckless that he came here to avenge her, knowing that he would surely die. Maybe, he always had his sister in his heart. I'm sure my sister will feel something in the Yellow Springs. That's all. In that case, what do I have to fear? Let's go to the Yellow Springs together. It's enough to kill a few more vultures before I die. Wait for me, sister. I'll be with you in a minute. And, besides, there's the one you've been thinking about day and night. Thinking of this, Nan Gongyan stole a glance at Qin Changxing's back and muttered in his heart, "Qiner, you think about it day and night, how can I not?" At this moment, her heart was clear and she became open. Looking at the figure in front of her, after all these years, it feels so good to finally be able to walk with you on your shoulders, even if it means running towards death. Ding! Nan Gongyan's favorability towards the host has reached 93. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Is it extracted now? The system's sudden outburst interrupted Qin Changxing's footsteps. What's the situation? He looked back in confusion, only to see that Nan Gongyan had quickly followed, already walking alongside himself, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. What the hell? Nan Gongyan isn't my ex-girlfriend. How come there's a reward? Qin Changxing asked in his mind. The system doesn't make mistakes. What this system says is what this system says. Whether or not an ex-girlfriend is defined by this system. And, really, if you want to define it in terms of having a relationship, the host is still a bachelor. Ha! Qin Changxing was speechless for a while. Why even engage in personal attacks? Himself that is responsible. For himself and for the woman. Being spatted by the system so much, it was said as if he wasn't lifting. No! Qin Changxing directly refused. Now is not the time to extract rewards. No longer argue with the system. Anyway, he does not lose, and even blood profit. Why don't you leave? Nan Gongyan was puzzled. Remembered something. Let's go. With that, the two of them walked side by side, followed by a follower, Qin Yu, who was like a minion. Sacred land of the Buddha. Idle hands stop. Near the gate at the foot of Mount Sumeru, a small shaman stopped them in their tracks. A holy place? Oh, Qin Changxing seemed to laugh, a mocking look on his face. But it's just a place to hide dirt and filth. Shut up. Those who insult the Holy Land, die. The little shamans burst into a rage and were about to strike, caning Qin Changxing and the others to death. It was hard to imagine that a small shaman guarding the gate would dare to kill someone at the gate of Mount Sumeru. Oh, Buddha, what a harmful thing to do. To turn a good body of flesh and blood into a puppet that only knows Buddha. Qin Changxing pondered, and his eyes began to grow deep. Before little shaman's attack could strike, it turned into a cloud of blood mist and completely disappeared between heaven and earth, and the smell of blood began to spread and permeate the surroundings. Qin Changxing looked at all this indifferently and said indifferently, "Let's start with this." A foot then crossed the gate, stepping precisely into this legendary Buddhist holy place. Chapter 50, Supreme Buddhist Lohan. Hui Kong, Amit Ba, Hui Bitter. There's an invasion of people from the Devil's Way. Deal with it. In a single sentence, Qin Changxing and the others were designated as members of the Devil's Way. By order of Lord Buddha, I will go forward now. A Lohan Supreme being with a compassionate face respectfully returned. It was Hui Bitter, one of the 18 Luohan, with a mid-supreme cultivation. Within Mount Sumeru, he thought to himself that he could handle most of the troubles, and then with a flash of Buddha's light, he stepped out of the Pure Land. Amit Ba. When he reappeared, Hui Bitter Rohan had already blocked in front of Qin Changxing's trio. You have committed a great deal of sin by wantonly killing Buddhist disciples. You have obviously entered the deeper depths of the devil. Why don't you quickly bind your hands and let me purify you all and gain the mercy and salvation of Lord Buddha? He was clad in yellow robes and exuded an aura of solemnity and sanctity. Ha ha ha, Qin Changxing laughed up to the sky. What an entry! What a purification! What a salvation! Since you are so keen on eliminating demons and sheltering all living beings, why is it that the human race is in deep water and not seeing you? During the Great War of the 10,000 races, how many good sons and daughters of the human race died in battle, without seeing any of you Buddhists? When the dark forbidden zone unleashed its dark turmoil, feeding on all living beings for blood, how is it that you were also missing? A triple strike that said Hui Bitter was dumbfounded. It was a long time before he said slowly, Amit Ba Buddha, my Buddhist sect is free from the red dust, free from karma. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Changxing. Just a bunch of hypocritical vultures. Since they are separated from the red world, why do they still want to recruit believers and enjoy the offerings of mortals, and even turn the entire Western region into a Buddhist country? It is nothing but exploiting and controlling others in the name of compassion and equality to fulfill your ambitions and desires, ignoring the suffering and needs of all beings. Disguise evilness under the cloak of compassion. Portray yourselves as the party of perfect justice. Oh, and that which does not conform to the rules of your conduct you position as the devil's way. the evil way. Ignorant of earthly good and evil. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only an illusory light of compassion remains. As far as I'm concerned, you're the biggest hypocrites in the world. It's the biggest tumor of the human race. The last sentence, which was shouted in an almost shouting voice, completely unmasked the hypocrisy of the so-called Buddhist sect. The Nangon Yen on the side was listening with eyes that were colorful, and his love for Qin Changsheng deepened. She really didn't expect that Qin Changsheng would surprise her time and time again. Not only was his literary skills brilliant and his martial arts unfathomable, but now he had even refuted the Buddhist sect's speechlessness. This, then, was the man she had her eye on. Amit Ba. Hui Bitter chanted a low Buddha's name, as if he was painfully sorry for the other party, and said, "The monk is able to speak well. The poor monk is no match for him." But the more this happens, the more it shows that the monk has entered the devil deeply and needs to be purified and redeemed as soon as possible. As soon as the words fell, a Buddhist light flashed, obviously no longer wanting to talk nonsense and preparing to strike. Ha! No more pretending. Showdown? If you can't say it, you're going to start making a move? It really is the usual style of your Buddhist sect, but in case you can't beat them, are you guys going to start preaching again? Stao Yu, go! Qin Changsheng was not in a hurry and continued to taunt. The big man of the Buddhist sect has not come yet. There is no hurry. Qin Yu, who was on the side, walked out with a bitter face, looking at Qin Changsheng with a resentful face and even more slander in his heart. Oh old ancestor, the opposite side is a Buddhist supreme being. I'm a small saint at the peak. Go to the opposite side of the bumper. This first battle to restore cultivation is to fight a Buddhist supreme being? This is not the way to exercise people. Hui Bitter looked at Qin Yu, who stepped out and frowned when he sensed the other party's aura. Peak sage realm? How could it be? Observing that the other party's bone age shouldn't be too old. So young to be a peak saint? Even those few demons from the central region were just like that. Could it be that the other party is a hidden ancient power that has just recently emerged and is not aware of the terror of our Buddhist sect? I don't want to. Buddha had predicted a great rise of the Buddhist sect in this life. No matter who the other party is, they can't fight against the Buddhist sect. Hui Bitter collected his mind. The long staff in his hand was raised, and the Buddha's light flourished, splitting towards Qin Yu like thunder. Immediately afterward, both sides fought back and forth. The fight between them startled some of the Buddhist cultivators on Mount Sumeru. However, they only watched silently and did not make a move. After all, the power of the Buddhist sect today was enough to make them see everything. At first, Qin Yu was only able to take the beating. Fortunately, his Void Emperor scripture had reached a small level of success and could barely support it. As time passed, he gradually adapted to his current cultivation level, resisting more comfortably, and even occasionally able to strike out and attack his opponent. Not bad. Qin Changsheng watched this and nodded. After all, he was young, he was only at the peak of saints, and the other party was still an old supreme being. It was good to fight like this. However, if it continues, Qin Yu is sure to win. After all, he himself uses the power of Hongmeng creation day and night to comb the meridians of Qin Yu's entire body, and his martial arts foundation has long been incomparably strong, surpassing his peers by 100 times. Sure enough, as Qin Yu pierced Hui Bitter's robes with his spear, Hui Bitter's figure flickered and withdrew from the battle, greatly appalled. Day-by-day spear technique. Are you from the Qin family? A deep suspicion emanated from his eyes. How could a small Qin family in the northern domain produce such a heavenly figure? Qin Changsheng, who was on the side, saw this and continued to taunt. Doesn't the Buddhist sect pride itself on being detached from the red dust? How come? Even the family gun techniques of a tiny Qin family are so clear? Or is it that your Buddhist sect collects information on the world's techniques and has great intentions? The day-by-day gun technique was precisely the family gun technique passed down from the Qin family's second ancestor. The teeth are sharp. The poor monk will let the know what is called the punishment of hell in a moment. Wise Bitter was so annoyed and angry that he couldn't even pretend. The young man who spoke looked like a second-generation ancestor, relying on the 2 Saint Realm and Supreme Realm guards beside him. He didn't put the Buddhist sect in his eyes. The sarcasm goes on and on. The guards are fighting for their lives here, but they themselves are pussyfooting around. Pussyfooting around. At this moment, Hui Bitter thought of a legend within the Buddhist sect. Once the Buddhist sect also had a predecessor called Xuanzang. Just because it was a chatterbox, was Buddha a slap? Reincarnation. Chapter 51, the real murderer finally appears. Buddha's son Huikong. You were here. Stab this bald ass into a hedgehog for me. Qin Changsheng did not speak nonsense, but threw Qin Yu a lance. A mere supreme Luohan could not cause his emotions to fluctuate half a bit. All right, old man. Qin Yu looked at the lance thrown by the old ancestor and was overjoyed. His gaze wild. Wasn't this one of the 8 extreme imperial armaments that the old ancestor had taken out that day? Steady, steady. Although he himself couldn't utilize the power of an imperial weapon, it was still easy to stab a Buddhist supreme being to death with this imperial weapon lance. I've waited a long time for today, and I've been looking forward to finally realizing my dream. Shinyu's gaze towards Sweet Bitter also became much softer. Luckily, thanks to you, I was able to touch this coveted imperial soldier ahead of time. Later on, I'll be a little more gentle and stab you with 981 shots. That's pretty much it. So if you're still not dead by then you can't blame me. And after Hui Bitter listened to the conversation between Qin and Qin Changsheng, she came to a sudden realization. Old ancestor? It turned out that this young man was the Qin family's old ancestor who had disappeared for 10,000 years. The legendary mortal who had mistakenly consumed the immortal pill of eternal life. It's really a waste. How dare he provoke the holy land of Buddhism? It's really a damn waste of the longevity immortal medicine. Thinking of this, Hui Bitter heart and soul. Not what mysterious ancient forces on the line. The district of a Qin family. A finger can be destroyed. Guns! Qin Yu bellowed. Ever since the last time he had seen the three ancestors come to behead the paramount emperor with a sword, he had felt very forced and had been looking forward to this day. And with the input of his spiritual energy, the lance seemed to come to life, trembling slightly and tearing through the surrounding void. It was as if it was about to revive and suppress all the great enemies in the world. Next moment, a terrifying and incomparable aura emanated from the lance, wrapped in a furious and destructive aura that could destroy everything, and the void trembled, as if all the paths were about to submit. Hui Bitter on the opposite side was filled with horror, as if he was facing the revival of a supreme great emperor and his imperial might descended to the world. What? Someone in the void exclaimed. Even at the top of Mount Sumeru, deep within the so-called Pure Land, several of the oldest ancient Buddhas snapped their eyes open, revealing unbelievable expressions. This is the aura of the revival of the extreme imperial soldier. How is that possible? On Qin Yu's side, he went on his way and stabbed towards Hui Bitter. There was fear and despair in Hui Bitter's eyes. Under the lock of the divine might of the emperor's soldiers, there was no way for him to dodge, and he couldn't even tear through space to escape. He only wanted to curse his mother. Who the hell could have thought that? Fighting well. The opposite side suddenly took out an extreme imperial weapon. But also talk about martial virtues? Just a moment before Hui Bitter was about to be pierced. Bold! An icy voice came from the void, containing a shocking killing intent. A silhouette appeared and blocked in front of Hui Bitter. It was none other than the contemporary Buddha son, the future Buddha Lord, Hui Kong, the most outstanding disciple of the Buddha sect in the past 100,000 years. At only a few thousand years old, he had stepped into the late stage of the quasi-emperor stage, and had already become one of the supreme giants. Just by waving his hand casually, a raging and surging law of ability erupted from his body, and the Buddha's light blossomed as he greeted that Emperor Armament Gun Main. Rumble! With a violent sound and dazzling light, the heavens and earth returned to peace. Looking at Hui Kong again, although he was unharmed, he had taken 3 steps back. Amat Ba! With a low chant, he looked across to the lance in Qin Yu's hand that had been shaken to the ground, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Worthy of being an extreme Dao Emperor soldier, a mere Saint Realm minor character was able to rely on an Emperor soldier to force me. A late-stage quasi-emperor. Back 3 steps. In a hushed voice, this gun has a bond with my Buddha. The killing intent is too much. It needs to be purified by my Buddha. Amat Ba Buddha. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? When he finished speaking, he wanted to come forward and take the lance for himself, with a look of compassion on his face, as if it was a great merit to rob others of their weapons in the name of purification. As for Qin Yu on the ground, he didn't care. Under his divine perception, the other party was only able to activate the Emperor's soldier once, and the current Qin Yu was no threat at all. What a fate with my Buddha. Qin Changsheng's voice came again. Sure enough, which world Buddhist sects are all this virtuous? I've heard this phrase so much that my ears have become calloused. I still feel a kinship with your mom, and this Mount Sumeru also has a kinship with me, so please make way and stand on my territory. Qin Yu on the ground cast an admiring gaze. The old ancestor is mighty, as if his mouth is a substitute, and he said all the words in my heart. At those words, Hui Kong stopped in his tracks, frowned, and looked straight at Qin Changsheng. Where did you get such an ungrateful person with such a foul mouth? He deserves to have his tongue pulled out. Ordinary people? Hui Kong perceived it carefully, and could never see through Qin Changsheng. At best, it's good looking and average. While he was carefully observing Qin Changsheng, Nangong Yan on the side was also staring at him. It's him! Nangong Yan was breathing rapidly. Her petite body began to tremble violently. Her hands were clenched tightly. Her nails pierced deeply into her palms. Blood seeped out, and she couldn't even feel the slightest pain. She could never forget that face. It was this Hui Kong, with his hideous and ghastly face, who had stripped the underworld treasure pearl alive from his sister's body that day, and then killed her with a single slap. But when he thought of the terrifying aura that had just erupted from Huikong's body, Nangong Yan's eyes were filled with despair. It's too strong. Unexpectedly, this thief's cultivation had grown so fast with the assistance of the underworld supreme treasure, and in just a few thousand years, he was already immediately standing at the very pinnacle of this world, and even the imperial soldier from just now was unable to harm the other party. What's more, behind the other party stood the behemoth that was the Buddhist sect. In this world, is there anyone else who can avenge himself? Thinking of this, Nangong Yan's body shook and faltered. Seeing this, Qin Changxing gently wrapped his arms around it and leaned it against his body, saying softly, "It's okay, I'm here." At those words, Nangong Yan raised his head. A trace of hope flashed in his eyes, but then it fell silent again. She only thought that Qin Changxing was comforting her and didn't hold out much hope. Qi Lang was still too bookish and knew too little about Buddhism to be aware of its horrors. "Is it him?" Qin Changxing continued to ask. "Yes." "Oh, that's fine. What do you want to do with it?" "I can't wait to eat his flesh, drink his blood, draw his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes." Nangong Yan knew he would die and let go. At those words, Qin Changxing did shake his head. "This won't work. This bald donkey's meat is too old and his blood is too stinky. It's better to just thwart the bones." Seeing the two of them as if no one else was around, here they were talking to each other, judging themselves as if they had already tied their hands. Huikong laughed in anger. "Ha ha ha. Fine, since you all want to die so badly, then the poor monk will fulfill you." A cold and stern color flashed in his eyes. Ever since he became a Buddha's son, he couldn't remember how many years it had been since no one had dared to ignore him so much. It seems that the Buddhist sect has been hiding its light for too long, and the world has forgotten the terror of the Buddhist sect. Chapter 52, If I Become a Devil, What Can Buddha Do to Me? In an instant, the Buddha's light flourished, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Huikong's body, instantly sweeping across the entire earth. There was even an ancient Buddha vision faintly flashing behind his back, and it was clear that his cultivation had reached the peak. The Buddha's light contained the power of divine compassion, yet it also carried a hint of sharpness and destructive intimidation, and behind the light, it seemed to hide a force of evil and cruelty that caused one to feel palpitating and uneasy. The aura was so powerful that even the many Buddhas behind Huikong couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Amit Ba," a Buddha murmured in a low voice. "It seems that Lord Buddha's son is truly furious this time. When the Buddha is furious, all beings will be transcended." Under this pressure, Nangong Yan only felt that her soul was trembling and she couldn't breathe, but she was ultimately at the peak of the supreme realm, and instantly her gongfu was in motion and her longsword was sheathed. Knowing that she would not be able to defeat them, but she did not want to be a sitting duck, even if she was able to injure the other party for a fraction of a second. Just that, she had even dragged Qin Lang down. In the last moments of her life, she slowly turned her head towards Qin Changxing's side, ready to take one last look. Just, at this glance, she was a little too unsettled to look away. Qin Changxing was calm and collected, as if the other party's pressure did not exist, and even stretched and yawned, then snorted, "Kill if you want to, and transcend. You people, there is an art to talking." And one of the Buddha's anger. Ouch, 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 ouch. Everyone, times have changed. Welcome to the era of my Qin family. Unfortunately, you may not be able to see it. TSK, TSK, a real shame. Qin Changxing stood with his arms crossed, shaking his head and sighing as he slowly extended his hand out. Slow though it was, and it looked soft and without a hint of power. But just as this hand reached out, the roiling pressure subsided and the vision behind Huikong disappeared, and just like grabbing a chicken, he grabbed Huikong in front of him through the air. At this moment, Huikong, who was strong and invincible just a moment ago, appeared weak and powerless, with no cultivation at all. This scene happened so fast that before the crowd could react, Huikong had already knelt down in front of Qin Changxing and the two of them. The Buddhist sect crowd was incomparably stunned as they watched the scene, which was beyond their imagination. What happened to the promised wrath of one of the Buddhas? What about the promised transcendence of all beings? Why are you on your knees? Who else in this world can make Lord Buddha Z defenseless? I'm afraid that Lord Buddha, or those few giants of the human race, can't do it. After figuring everything out, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air, their eyes looking at Qin Changxing in fear. This old demon that came out of nowhere. Huikong, who was the party involved, was even more trembling, no longer high and mighty, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He deeply appreciated how much terror the other party's grab just now contained. The 10,000 ways were subjugated, the laws retreated, and his own peak late-stage cultivation was like a baby, which was instantly grabbed by sealing his entire body's spiritual power. This was simply not something that could be done at the level of a quasi-emperor. Could it be that the other party is an unearthly great emperor? No way. No way. Wukong would rather die than believe this horrible speculation. Before the barrier of heaven and earth was broken, great emperors would not come out. This was the code of heaven and earth since ancient times. How anyone can break the law is laughable. The other party must have used some secretive means to quietly seal his cultivation. Yes, that must be it. Wukong reassured himself. Thinking of this, his face slightly slowed down. He didn't believe that the other party could use this kind of heaven-defying means many times, and when Lord Buddha and the other ancient Buddhas came out, they would definitely be able to save themselves. At this moment, Qin Shangsheng turned his head towards Nangang Yan with a soft tone. Amazing. He's at your disposal, and justice for Qiner will begin with him. Nangang Yan looked at all this dumbfounded, not daring to believe. Originally thought that the situation of certain death. Who would have thought that the peaks and troughs Qin Shangsheng unexpectedly demonstrated God's mysterious means, will be the enemy in one fell swoop? Looking at the ground Wukong, Nangang Yan tears, so many years. She closed her eyes as the tragic situation before the death of her sister. For her sister to take revenge is the obsession of these years. Today, I can finally avenge my sister's death. She didn't bother to inquire about Qin Shangsheng's exact cultivation, and with a clang, her long sword came out of its sheath, about to stab Wukong through and through. Right at this moment, a few pale and icy voices rang out. Dare, stop, Amitabha. As the last Buddha's cry came out, in a blink of an eye, the entire Mount Sumeru flourished with Buddha's light. It was as if all the disciples and subjects of the entire Buddha kingdom felt something, and countless forces of faith converged to form a towering golden Buddha body. Terrifying and boundless Buddha light instantly swept across the entire western region Buddhist kingdom. Welcome, Lord Buddha. All the Buddhist disciples present knelt down, their expressions sacred. Before the words fell, from the depths of the Pure Land, a dozen ancient Buddhas slowly walked out. There was one peak quasi-emperor, 3 late quasi-emperors, and the rest were all early and mid quasi-emperors. This lineup could be considered pivotal in today's human race, so it was no wonder that it was scorned by the major forces in the central domain. At the front of the line was the contemporary Lord Buddha, whose real name no one knew. Terrifying Buddha light and rules flowed continuously around him, almost tearing apart everything in the surroundings. Amitabha, the Buddha Lord murmured. His face was grave as he looked at Qin Shangsheng. Everything that happened just now was under his divine perception. Only, he couldn't see through Qin Shangsheng's tactics just now either. The great change in heaven and earth was imminent, and he didn't want to offend an unknown enemy until he had no choice. Scholar, don't fall into the devil's path. Don't make a mistake for yourself. Return the Buddha's son, and let this matter end. Ha ha ha. This was, as if Qin Shangsheng was being amused. His grandeur was unrestrained and he threw back his head and laughed. His laughter cut through the sky, echoing through the air as if it were thunder, shattering all the bonds in the world. Is it up to you to decide whether you are a Buddha or a devil? Qin Shangsheng seemed to smile, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes, before shouting loudly, as if proclaiming to the entire world again. If I am Buddha, there is no devil in the world. If I become a devil, what can Buddha do to me? Ha ha ha. The arrogant and reckless voice echoed in the ears of everyone on Mount Sumeru. Nangang Yan's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at this magnificent man, and at this moment, she completely sank. A sense of pride even grew in his heart. See, that's my kind of man. Amazing. Do it. Qin Shangsheng's sudden outburst interrupted her thoughts. She stuttered at the words and then reacted, fondly removing her gaze from Qin Shangsheng and turning to her enemy Wukong on the ground. Boom! Without hesitating, the long sword in her hand stabbed down heavily, ruthlessly stabbing at Wukong's body. Berserk spiritual energy erupted within the opponent's body, accompanied by the clear and unmistakable sound of bone cracking, and Wukong's hiss of agony, resounding throughout the entire arena. With the constant stabbing down and pulling out, Wukong's meridians were all shattered, the bones were broken in dozens of places, and the blood vessels were bursting in pieces, turning into a stream of blood. Chapter 53 Lord Buddha's Anger. Devil Vanquishing Formation. Wukong shrank on the ground, screaming miserably. Since he was young and gifted, when had he ever received such treatment? You seek death. Lord Buddha's voice was full of anger. His face was hard to see. How could he not expect that the other party would not follow common sense, and dare to torment the Buddha's son like this in front of him? He couldn't see through Qin Shangsheng. He just didn't want to provoke the other party, but it wasn't that he was afraid of the other party. This is the holy land of the Buddha sect, with all kinds of backhandedness left behind by the Buddhas, and there are 2 Buddhist emperor soldiers. So even if a great emperor comes in person, he will still have to drink his hatred on the spot. Not to mention the limitations of heaven and earth, today's world could merely accommodate peak quasi-emperors, the golden lotus of Buddha's wrath. With Lord Buddha's roar, a terrifying Buddha might erupted and a huge palm manifested, whistling down towards both Qin Changsheng and Nangongyan. He had run out of patience. No matter how big the other party was, today, blood would be spilled on the spot. After all, this is the holy land of Buddhism, Mount Sumeru. There is no room for anyone to be wild. In the face of such a raging palm, even the lord of the divine race was afraid that he would have to weigh it, but Qin Changsheng still stood with his hands folded, without lifting his eyes. The arm gently waved, lightly in general, but it was like this, that seemingly horrible majestic Buddha palm before it came to him. It dissolved into nothingness, scary as hell. Seeing this, Lord Buddha's brows tightened, a hint of a bad premonition faintly arising in his heart. That was his all-out slap that contained anger, but it was so easily diffused by this person. This person's cultivation may be above mine. Who the hell is he? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lord Buddha's mind. Although he hadn't fought with the God Lord, Demon Lord and Lord of the demon race that had shaken the 10,000 races, the current number one expert of the human race, Chu Jingtian, whom he had once sparred with, categorically didn't have this kind of strength either. Could it be that it's an old monster left over from the Emperor's Fall era? Formation. Lord Buddha no longer hesitated, and in order to avoid accidents, he intended to use the formation to strongly suppress and crush his opponent. For Elephant Demon Locking Array is the strongest guardian array of the Buddhist sect. The more the number of people in the array, the stronger the power. The power is even more in the Buddhist sect's famous 108 Luohan array on top of the world, Amitabha. And with Lord Buddha's call to set up the formation, countless disciples of the Buddha sect murmured the Buddha's name and walked out from all parts of Mount Sumeru. Like black clouds pressing down on a city, a monstrous pressure instantly swept across the entire sky. In a blink of an eye, the sky turned upside down, and the vast and infinite Buddha's light penetrated to illuminate the entire dome of the sky. The sun and the moon lost their colors, and the Qiankuan was turned upside down. There were countless cave ruin realm, Dharma phase realm, and sage realm powerhouses, and even the supreme realm and quasi-emperors had quite a few of them. This was the horrifying depths of the only supreme power in the western region, the Buddhist sect, Amitabha. Lord Buddha flew to the eye of the formation. His head hung down and his eyebrows lowered, his expression solemn as he watched all of this, and his ambition swelled. It's been hidden for too long, and it seems that the world has forgotten the horrors of the Buddha sect. Then, today, right now, Buddhism is officially in the world. With this battle, I declare to the world that I, Buddha, have returned. As time passed, thousands of Buddhist disciples had stood in formation, hands clasped together, chanting sutras and incantations, blossoming with an endless divine radiance. The earth began to quake, bathed in an unending Buddha's light. Lord Buddha was in the center of the formation eye, holding a Vajra mortar and pestle. Buddha's light encircled his entire body. Mysterious golden runes flickered, spiritual energy surged, and a Buddha's voice emanated from his mouth, a roar echoing between heaven and earth. A huge barrier of Buddha's light formed, enveloping the entire Mount Sumeru and even the entire Buddha kingdom. Not only does this formation isolate heaven and earth, but it is also capable of increasing the person presiding over the formation 100-fold. Then look at Qin Changsheng's side. Qin Yu has long since climbed up from the ground, chicken thief hiding behind the old ancestor of Qin Changsheng. This kind of big scene, he is just a small minion, or behind the old ancestor has the most sense of security. Nangongyan anxiously watched all of this. Only, with her strength she was unable to stop the formation of the formation and could only turn her gaze to Qin Changsheng. Changsheng, quickly stop it, once the formation takes shape. I'm afraid no harm. Small scene, everlasting life. Qin Changsheng just waved his hand, signaling to rest assured, and then quietly watched all this. Of course, he knew that a grand formation formed with countless Buddhist disciples and even containing numerous quasi-emperors must be extraordinary. But, so what? He had absolute confidence that he could level everything. The starry ancient path was not open, and his own peak cultivation as a great emperor was the limit of this world. What's more, with the Hongmeng creation scripture in his body and numerous emperor's soldiers, if he was even afraid of a small Buddhist sect grand formation, wouldn't he be laughed off by the other travelers? Don't worry, Senior Nangong. The old ancestor said that this is a small scene. This is a small scene. Qin Yu, who was behind him, spoke out at the right time and persuaded. Just kidding, the old ancestor is a great emperor. Under the great emperor, all are ants. Not a small scene. Seeing this, Nangongyan no longer insisted, only leaning his body silently towards Qin Changsheng's side. No matter what, at this moment, it was enough to be able to stand with him. Qin Yu, who was just about to continue talking, noticed all this and silently took a step back. Hey, single dog, no human rights, Ba. The Buddha Lord in the air opened his mouth at this time. Scholar really has good guts, to be indifferent in the face of the Buddhist sect's great formation. Haven't you heard of my Buddhist sect's 4 elephants demon vorpal locking heavenly formation? At this moment, his heart and mind were greatly settled, although he did not understand why the other party allowed the formation to take shape. But at this moment the situation has become, even if the other party has a heavenly means, it will not be able to jump for a long time. What a cat and dog grand formation. Never heard of it. And, just this? Qin Shangxing couldn't help but sneer. To be honest, he was indeed a bit disappointed. The scene was so big. He originally thought that under the convergence of countless Buddhist disciples, he was able to create a great emperor to play around with. But it turned out to be this. Under his perception, there was no qualitative leap in Lord Buddha's power. It was just a simple superposition of cultivation. Barely equivalent to the power of dozens of peak quasi-emperors. But what was the use of that? It's still not a mole cricket. It's really a lot of thunder, but not much rain. I've thrown my eyebrows to the blind, and wasted my effort, so I might as well listen to a tune. Qin Shangxing shook his head and then said, what a bore. If that's all you've got, you might as well cut yourself. That way, it's more decent. Amazing. Go on. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yan was first stunned, then he reacted. Right, Hui Kong is still alive. Looking at the miserable appearance of Hui Kong on the ground, she didn't have half a bit of pity. Instead, she surged with infinite hatred. In order to avoid any more changes, she directly stabbed her sword at Hui Kong's purple mansion, killing the other party first to avenge her sister. Chapter 54, Mr. Qin's actions. Why do I need to explain to others? Unbridled, Lord Buddha's roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. His face full of grimness, no longer looking compassionate. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even react, and the Buddha's son was right in front of him. His soul silenced. He thought that he had everything under control and that the other party would be afraid. How could he not expect that the other party would just strike so suddenly? Lord Buddha only felt that his anger value was at its peak. Even if the human race's #1 expert, Chu Jingtian, had to be polite and courteous when he saw him, an unknown person who hit his head and tail was provoking and ignoring him again and again. If you can tolerate it, you can't. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Buddha's light shines through. With Lord Buddha's bellowing cry, countless Buddhist shadows and visions rose from behind him, and Buddha palms filled the entire sky, covering the clouds and darkening the sky in an instant. This was the power of dozens of peak paragon emperors, and Lord Buddha thought to himself that absolutely no one in the world would be able to take this move hard. Immediately afterward, the Buddha palms converged and came down towards Qin Shangsheng. Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled, bursting with incomparably dazzling light, stimulating the monks to close their eyes for a moment. However, when the light dissipated and the crowd opened their eyes, they found an unbelievable scene. At the location just now, Qin Shangsheng's trio was still standing there, not seeing any semblance of wretchedness, especially Qin Shangsheng, who was untainted by mortal dust. His posture was calm and unruffled, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was as if the roiling Buddha palms just now were all just illusions. Everyone in the Buddhist sect's eyes were glazed over, unable to believe their eyes for a long time. How could this thing happen? An ancient Buddha murmured, obviously a bit lost in thought. Gathering the full force of the crowd's strikes, they couldn't even create half a point of damage, and for a while, they were a bit skeptical of life. Lord Buddha is even a little confused, eyebrows slightly jumping, always stable and proud of him. At this moment can no longer maintain a calm demeanor. Is this the end? It must not be. Qin Shangsheng seemed to smile. You guys are done, so it's my turn. Qin Shangsheng felt a bit bored. It was too weak. No matter how much the power of a quasi-emperor increased, it was still just a quasi-emperor. There was a qualitative gap in the levels. He decided to end it as soon as possible. Besides, I don't like looking up at people. Humph. Qin Shangsheng's soft humming was infused with the cultivation of a peak great emperor and godless might, like thunder descending into the world. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth shook as a spatial storm rolled up, accompanied by a ripple of emptiness that spread in all directions. All of the Buddhist disciples who formed the spell formation felt a boundless pressure pressing down on them. Their hearts and minds shook. The Buddha light in their bodies was no longer stable, and cracks began to appear in the Buddha shroud formed by the formation. Just not even lasted a breath. The big formation collapsed and disintegrated. Many Buddhist disciples could no longer withstand the emperor's might, and they all spat out blood, like dumplings, and fell from the air, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Even a peak figure such as Lord Buddha could not stand in the air. His body's spiritual energy rioted and he could no longer control it. Falling down, No way. You're a great emperor, Lord Buddha exclaimed out in shock, as if he had encountered the most terrible thing in the world. At this moment, even if he was a fool, he knew that Qin Changsheng definitely couldn't be just a quasi-emperor, and that this power was definitely the power of godless God. Just how is that possible? The seal of heaven's destiny was still in place, and the barrier between heaven and earth had not yet been broken. So how could a great emperor appear in this world? In the face of the Buddha Lord's doubts, Qin Changsheng's face remained calm. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he said softly, "You're not stupid either. By now, you still dare to say that I'm a devil?" As Qin Changsheng's foot stepped out, the heavens and earth lost their colors, and brilliant heavenly light descended as the entire heaven and earth shook. The emperor's Dao domain instantly enveloped the entire Sumeru mountain, even the Buddha kingdom, and the souls of all living beings throbbed, and those with low cultivation unconsciously knelt in submission. The aura in the heavens and earth began to riot, swirling around Qin Changsheng. Storms raged, thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a magnificent scene. Mysterious and ancient runes surfaced under Qin Changsheng's feet, emitting a brilliant light. At this moment, it was as if Qin Changsheng was the only one left in the entire heaven and earth, as if the gods had descended. "Are you, all of you, ready to die?" A hellish voice resounded throughout the entire Western region Buddhist kingdom. The many Buddhist disciples who were lucky enough not to die were all prostrate on the ground, trembling. Could it be that, today, the Buddha sect is going to die? No way. There must be a turnaround. Where's my Buddha's great emperor? Didn't the Buddha leave a prophecy that in this world my Buddhist sect should flourish? Buddha, the prophecies he arrived at with his life, were all wrong? No. Lord Buddha let out a roar. Only his voice was slightly trembling. "You are the great emperor of the human race. You should be blessing the human race, but now you are brutalizing your fellow human race members. Aren't you afraid of being spurned by the human race? And after the great change in heaven and earth and the return of the human emperor seniors, aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens?" Lord Buddha's questioning also caused many Buddhist disciples to react, and a desire to survive emerged in their eyes. Yeah, we are all fellow human beings, and you, as a human emperor, are not so bad as to drive us to extinction, are you not? At this moment, they raised their heads slightly and cast their gazes towards that magnificent figure, hoping that the other party would show mercy for the sake of the human race. Ha ha ha, Qin Changsheng did laugh up in the air. Compatriots? Asylum? He, ridiculous. Have you ever gone to the battlefield of the 10,000 races and contributed to the human race, besides sucking the blood of the human race? In the view of this honored one, you are no different from that dark forbidden zone, just wearing a veneer of light. Perhaps your predecessors such as Buddha did spare blood for the human race, but so what? Their remnants have been sheltering you for hundreds of thousands of years, and you don't deserve to be called compatriots. What's more, said Qin Changsheng, pausing, I, Qin, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to others? As the words ended, Qin Changsheng's right hand gently lifted up, and an immense and incomparable palm appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire Buddhist kingdom as a heaven-destroying aura brewed within it. For a time, the aura of death enveloped the hearts of everyone in the Buddhist sect. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lord Buddha but suddenly burst out laughing. In the next moment, the depths of the Pure Land rioted, accompanied by a loud noise. Purple chi erupted, and two horrifying pressures rose up, as if a divine weapon had come out. Immediately afterward, two rays of light shot up into the sky and sped over, and in the blink of an eye, they had already flown to the Buddha Lord's side and surrounded him. It's a small pagoda and a string of Buddha beads. Amit Ba. When the monks saw this, they all mouthed the Buddha's name and knelt down. These two objects were the supreme holy relics of the Buddhist sect. One was the 10,000 Buddha pagoda, which was the original imperial weapon of the first generation of Buddhas, and later on, after being sacrificed by countless ancient Buddhas, it had now reached the limit of an extreme imperial weapon, and it was slowly evolving towards an immortal artifact. The second was the heavenly Buddha bead, which was kept by the third generation of Buddhas, and was likewise an extreme Tao Emperor soldier. Chapter 55 Buddha Sect Imperial Soldier, 10,000 Buddha Pagoda and Heavenly Buddha Bead. Although it was unknown how much the Buddha sect had paid to be able to revive the Buddha sect's Imperial Soldier in advance at this moment, it was clear that having these two items was enough to put the hearts of the monks at ease, because the Buddhist sect recorded that during the Emperor Fall era, the Buddha Lord, who was only at the peak of a quasi-emperor at the time, had killed two supreme emperors with these two extreme emperor armaments. Ignorant Junior. Although I don't know what means you used to conceal the heavenly Tao to prove the Tao, you're still too arrogant. Thinking that becoming an emperor makes you able to push everything across? Too naive. Have you ever heard of my Buddhist sect's greatest treasures? The 10,000 Buddha Pagoda and the Heavenly Buddha Bead? At this moment, With 2 imperial soldiers in his possession, Lord Buddha's confidence increased greatly and he couldn't help but sneer. After all, he had ruled the western region for tens of thousands of years. How could he easily sit back and wait for death? The conversation with Qin Changxing just now was all about paralyzing the other party, lest the other party didn't give himself the time to directly suppress, all in order to awaken the revived Buddhist imperial soldier. Although countless resources had been spent for this, if one could kill Qin Changxing and obtain the chance to become an emperor's method, it would all be worth it. Qin Changxing did not reply. As if he was watching a clown, he just quietly watched the Buddha Lord perform. Seeing Qin Changxing belittling himself in such a manner, the Buddha Lord's face was ugly and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. So what if I'm a great emperor? Within the Buddhist sect, I am honored. Die for me, as Lord Buddha shouted. Pinching out a string of spells, the heavenly Buddha bead was directly thrown out by him, fiercely smashing towards Qin Changxing, wanting to suppress him alive with the countless years of Buddhist enchantment of the bead. Wherever the heavenly Buddha bead passed, the void collapsed and all laws were destroyed, as if the end had come. Bah, it's finally over. With such exterminating power, this fawn will surely be ambushed. Sensing the terrifying aura of the heavenly Buddha bead, an ancient Buddha put his hands together and whispered. It seemed to them that the heavenly Buddha bead, which had killed great emperors, would not let them down this time. After all, the other party must have achieved great emperors by speculation, and how much great emperor strength could be exerted. But the next moment, Qin Changxing's performance directly made them doubt their lives. Qin Changxing still didn't move at all, his robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. He just gently stretched out a finger and flicked it, a mysterious force meeting towards the heavenly Buddha bead. He suddenly wondered what kind of result would erupt when he tried to infuse a trace of Hongmeng creation force in his power. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this force collided with the heavenly Buddha bead. However, the power of the heavenly Buddha bead, which was comparable to a great emperor's full-strength strike, in front of Qin Changxing's mysterious power, it was as if the gap between a spiritual weapon and an immortal weapon, with no power to fight back, as if there was a huge gap in the natural rank, dissolving into nothingness. Even the heavenly Buddha bead, an imperial weapon that has existed for an unknown number of years, exploded with a bang and dissipated into the void. The power of Hongmeng creation, as the original extreme power of the universe, not only represented creation, but likewise contained destruction. How is that possible? The Buddha Lord uttered a shocked voice, his eyes revealing a strong shock, and a hint of fear. This is a Buddhist imperial weapon. That peerless imperial weapon that had killed 2 great emperors during the Emperor Fall era. Surprisingly, it's just gone. This scene similarly stunned everyone present, all looking at Qin Changxing in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Only Qin Yu, however, did not show much surprise as if he had expected it. He, who had recently been baptized by the old ancestors' power of Hongmeng creation, had long had a guess that the high grade of this mysterious power of the old ancestors might have long surpassed the heavenly Tao of this realm. Imagine, which great emperor was able to allow a wastrel to step into the saint realm in just a few breaths, and now he has even immediately advanced to the supreme, compared to his own old ancestor. Those so-called great emperors of the ancient world were weak to the point of bursting. Qin Yu looked at Qin Changxing with a look of reverence, completely transforming into a loyal fan of his old ancestor. No way. No how. How could this be so absurd? At this moment, Lord Buddha's muttered voice came out, as if he was mad, his tone thick with incomprehension. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with the world. The Buddhist sect had bided their time for so many years, conserving their strength, in order to produce another great emperor in this life, standing at the top of the human race, or even the top of the 10,000 races. But at the moment, it was as if it had become a joke. Everything was like an ant in front of a true great emperor. Nope, I also have the tower of 10,000 Buddhas. Lord Buddha suddenly awoke with a start and jerked his head up, a hopeful look flashing across his face. Yes, the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. This supreme holy relic of the Buddhist sect, after so many years of nurturing, it had already taken the shape of a half-immortal artifact, so it could definitely suppress the other party. Moreover, the other party's power just now was too mysterious and terrifying, and I'm afraid that even with the strength of a great emperor, he wouldn't be able to send out a second move. Thinking of this, the Buddha Lord's eyes regained their luster, and his aura skyrocketed countless times as he roared. 10,000 Buddhas returned to the clan. All Buddhist disciples listened to the order. Gather your power into me. 10,000 Buddha pagoda. Shun. See that small tower flew to the void above. Purple gas surrounded. In an instant has changed to 10,000 feet high. Countless arcane runes shine. A Buddhist chant came from the tower, toward Qin Changxing. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed, and with the self-healing ability of the heavenly Tao, it couldn't even recover from the void cracks in a short period of time. Sensing the faintest hint of Immortal's aura on the small tower, Qin Changqing's gaze shrank. After all, the Immortal's taboo had been involved, and even he didn't dare to be too careless, only to see him explode with monstrous aura, pouring the few remaining threads of the power of creation that he had cultivated over the past few days into his right hand, which was deep enshrouded towards the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. As if the 10,000 Buddha pagoda felt a great threat, it let out a wailing sound, and after a struggle, it actually flew in the opposite direction. The divine object had a spirit, wanting to get out of Qin Changqing's clutches, but how could Qin Changqing do as he wished? The peak power of the great emperor erupted. A huge suction force came. The 10,000 Buddha pagoda could no longer resist. It was grasped into Qin Changqing's hands, and instantly lost its splendor. Crunch! Qin Changqing clenched it with force, and a crisp ringing sound spread throughout the room, and it was obvious that the 10,000 Buddha pagoda was also no more. The heavens and earth shook violently. The thunder rolled. The dark clouds were dense, and it even rained heavily, as if the heavenly Tao was mourning for it, and an imperial soldier that was about to metamorphose was just gone. Behind him, Qin Yu only felt pain as if something important had left him, but he was so insignificant that he could only stare at Qin Changqing's back with a grudging gaze. Old Zuzu Na, take care of yourself. Your strength to use not God soldiers, completely can give me I do not mind too much. You are also too extravagant and wasteful. The rare extreme Tao imperial armaments in this world have been destroyed by you today. Really? It's a sin. Why do I have to have eyes full of tears? It's because of my deep love for imperial soldier. Regardless of Qin Yu's shattered thoughts, the Buddhist sect sighed. However, only felt that the sky had collapsed. Chapter 56 Buddha's Kingdom Destroyed. Great Ant is coming to Qin family? No. Seeing this, Lord Buddha hissed madly as his eyes glazed over. He watched as the Buddha sect's greatest reliance was just crushed alive by the other party. With a thud, the Buddha's son had collapsed to the ground. His eyes were lifeless, his face was pale, and his empty eyes were just staring straight at the fragments of the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. He was truly desperate and lost the courage to continue fighting. The Voodoo Great Formation and the Buddha sect imperial soldier that he thought he was so proud of were pitifully weak in the eyes of the other party. Ba, Buddha, mistake me, Lord Buddha muttered as he struggled to support himself with his hands. Sitting on his knees, intending to round off his self, maintaining his last dignity. In this last moment of his life, he was suddenly blessed with a glimpse of heavenly chances in the long river of destiny, and his eyes stormed with divine splendor as he looked at Qin Changqing and said, "Ha ha ha, so, Buddha's prophecy was right, and you, the biggest variable in the world." As soon as the words fell, the entire person slowly disappeared from feet to head, as if this world had never left a trace of him. Even with the peak divine perception of great Emperor Qin Changsheng, he could not detect how the Buddha Lord disappeared, as if the other party had just touched a taboo and had been directly obliterated by an unknown being with supreme means. Across the heavy spacetime, a generation of male masters of the Buddhist sect, just so easily, fell. Hiss! Qin Changsheng sweated and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of heavenly means was this? A sense of crisis surged to his heart, facing such an unknown existence, the peak of a great emperor. It seemed that it was not enough to look at. However, just now, in addition to palpitations, there was inexplicably a trace of familiarity. Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled. It can't be the future me, right? Regardless, it looks like the ex-girlfriend ripoff plan will have to be put on the agenda. When he thought of this, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of annoyance. Are the good times coming to an end? I haven't had enough fun yet. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. He shook his head, driving the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, and then looked at the remaining Buddhist disciples of Mount Sumeru. Boring, he snorted. Since Qiner was victimized by a disciple of the Buddhist sect, the Buddhist sect will be buried with her. Qin Changsheng's gaze was cold as he continued word by word. After today, there will be no more Buddhas. He did not pay attention to the pleading gazes of the many Buddhist disciples, and with a movement of his divine mind, a terrifying aura surged into the void. The giant hand of the Prime Minister that just hung above the firmament reappeared, cutting through the sky and falling straight down toward the entire Buddhist kingdom below. A terrifying aura swept over the Buddhist disciples, and they all felt the suffocating oppression and despair. No! Countless people from the Buddhist sect let out a final desperate yell. The sound echoed throughout the entire Buddhist kingdom. Wailing and wailing resounded throughout the entire arena, and everything was instantly torn apart and shattered. There were also ancient Buddhas who summoned up their entire body's spiritual energy in an attempt to resist the strike, but it was simply useless. The gap in levels was difficult to make up. Wherever the giant hand of the Prime went, the buildings and beliefs of the Buddhist sect were reduced to ashes. When the dust landed, the remains of countless ancient Buddhas fell in pieces, and various broken spirit weapons were mixed together. creating a scene of doom. Since then, the Buddha kingdom, a behemoth that had straddled the human race for an unknown number of years, was annihilated. Qin Changsheng coldly watched all of this, his divine thoughts sweeping through to make sure that there were no more survivors. Having come to this world for 10,000 years, he had long ago lost the heart of a saintly mother, and had long since seen through that the weak and the strong were the laws of this world. What's more, Buddha? Oh, don't want it. Right at this moment, Qin Changsheng felt something in his heart and looked towards Nangongyan beside him, only to see a majestic and incomparable power surging out from Nangongyan's body, wrapping her entire body in it, a barrier on the other side breaking open under Qin Changsheng's perception. At this moment, Nangongyan finally transcended the peak of supremacy and was promoted to quasi-emperor, truly stepping onto the level of the top experts in this world. Qin Changsheng nodded slightly. It seemed that once the Buddha sect was extinguished, Yenner's great revenge was avenged, her heart demons disappeared, and she was promoted to quasi-emperor. Hey, pity this girl. Thousands of years of hatred and heart demons almost destroyed her. Qin Changsheng's eyes were filled with pity. For a long time, Nangongyan slowly opened his eyes, and a single clear tear slowly slid down his face. Sister, the vengeance has been avenged. You may rest in peace, she murmured. For so many years, she has always lived in hatred, hating herself for not stopping her sister in the first place, hating herself for not being able to do so, and not even sleeping once. Every time she closes her eyes, her sister's tragic situation before her death surfaces in front of her eyes. Then, she wiped her tears, and with an incredibly complicated mood, she stared straight at the man beside her, as if she wanted him to see through. How could she have never imagined that the scholar who had no hands and had been caught by her sisters many times would be a great emperor of the world? Nangongyan did not ask more questions. He only knew that the other party was his sister's favorite person in life, the one who avenged his sister's death. It's him. That's enough. The karma of my sister's life began and ended with him. In the rest of my future life, should I fulfill my sister's lifelong wish for her? Nangongyan looked at Qin Changsheng, and an absurd idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Thanks. Nangongyan opened his mouth, and for some reason, his eyes flickered a bit. No need. It should be. Qin Changsheng waved his hand. In the past, it was just that he was a mortal one, but now that he was a great emperor, it was only natural to seek justice for his predecessor. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Nangongyan's cheeks blushed and she muttered in a small voice. That, Nagisa, you used to pretend, didn't you? What? Qin Changsheng was puzzled. Nangongyan stomped her foot, as if she had reverted back to the innocent little girl she used to be, and her voice was pitched a few degrees higher. That's the one. You're constantly confusing me with Qin and getting under my covers. She didn't believe that Qin Changsheng had cultivated from a mortal to a great emperor in just a few thousand years, so there was only one truth, and that was, when Qin Changsheng pretended not to know, he was all pretending. It's amazing that he covets both of our sisters at the same time. Ugh, succubus. Although he cursed Qin Changsheng for being a lecherous thief, there was not a trace of anger in his heart. Instead, there were a few more points of dark joy. So, he's interested in me too? Upon hearing such a shocking big melon, Qin Yu, who was on the side, changed his face drastically and scrambled back a few feet to show that he was just an uninvolved member of the public and knew nothing about it. Don't dare to listen. Don't dare to listen. Who knows if the old ancestor will be so angry with such a powerful melon that he'll be silenced in a fit of pique. Only his perked up ears did betray him. Nothing. Qin Changsheng opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Slander. Slander. If you weren't my sister-in-law, I'd sue you for slander. Qin Changsheng wanted to cry. This really can't even be washed away by jumping into the Yellow River. When I was a mortal, it was inevitable that I would recognize the wrong person, and it was only natural. If this is rumored, one's reputation will be ruined. However, looking at Nangongyan's appearance, it was obvious that he was convinced of this. Hooligans. Succubus. Nangongyan spat fiercely, blanked him, and walked away without looking back. Only, that brisk pace showed that she was still in a good mood. Qin Changsheng was speechless for a while, and it was obvious that he would take the blame for this. This can be really wronged his mother to wronged open the door. Wronged to the home. Where to? Qin Changsheng hurriedly chased after him and couldn't help but ask. Go home. Where's home? Your house. At those words, Qin Changsheng's footsteps stalled as he looked at that beautiful back and muttered. It's not good, is it? It's degrading. You are my dear sister-in-law. Why am I getting a little excited though? Is it because I haven't gotten it yet? Qin Changsheng shook his head and stomped his legs to catch up. Only a lone Qin Yu was left behind, unattended, as if he was a dog, a single dog, on this empty Sumeru mountain. Not good. Qin Yu suddenly reacted. This damn old ancestor double-date. If directly break open the void back to the Qin family, what to do? From the western region to fly back to the northern region, that shall not be tired to death a ball. Old ancestor, wait for me. Chapter 57, Nangon Yan reverses the favor. No words for the night. The night was low, and a bright moon hung high above the sky. Qin family, outside Qin Changxing's room. Qin Yu stood straight and did his duty. Tonight, it would probably be the old ancestor's night of flowers and candles, and he silently vowed in his heart that he would never let a mosquito fly into the room and disturb the old ancestor's pleasure. And the room, Qin Changxing, however, was sitting upright unlike what Qin Yu had imagined. Yener, what are you going to do in the future? Qin Changxing asked. When Nangon Yan heard this, a few hints of sadness and confusion flashed in his eyes. Yes, the revenge has been avenged. Where do we go from here? Home, long gone. From the moment my sister died, now I'm afraid the whole world is only Qin Changxing, a deceased person. I have nowhere else to go. Or else, I'll be a guest elder in your Qin family. I wonder if I can take you in. Nangon Yan was silent for a while and slowly said. When Qin Changxing heard this, he didn't give it much thought before nodding his head and nodding. You can help me guard the Qin family. After all, the current Qin clan's ostensible highest combat strength was only 2 supreme realms, and having a paragon join them naturally swept the couch in welcome. You're a great emperor, and you still need me, an early-stage quasi-emperor, to help subdue the Qin family? Nangon Yan was puzzled. The Qin family is currently in a period of high-speed development. It has to be honed more. Other than Qin Yu, the other Qin family members aren't aware of my cultivation, and you shouldn't expose my cultivation either. Yes. After Nangon Yan finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence once again. The two men were wide-eyed, unsure of what to do next. For a long time, Qin Changxing was indeed a bit anxious. It was about to be midnight. A lone man and a woman, dry fire sharing a room. If this was spread out, wouldn't his reputation be tarnished? If you really do something, wouldn't it be treasonous? And it's a little bit of taking advantage of someone's situation at this juncture. If I don't do something, won't it be rumored that I am old and weak? After thinking about it, Qin Changxing decided that it was still important to have a reputation and be clean. It's getting late. I asked Qin Yu to prepare a guest room for you. Are you? Qin Changxing opened his mouth to break the silent atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Nangon Yan nearly stroked her hair, without the slightest intention of lifting her but to walk away, and instead sat next to Qin Changxing. I think this room is just fine, and I don't want to walk around for a while, so I'll stay here. Qin Changxing was speechless for a while. Sister, this is my room, is it appropriate? Sure enough, after thousands of years, you girls are still coveting my looks. Just as he wanted to continue his persuasion, Nangon Yan said, I'm tired and want to sleep. After saying that, he leaned his head on Qin Changxing's shoulder, and slight snoring sounds came from him, actually falling asleep directly. The face was soft and serene, with a peaceful smile lingering on her face. Hey! Qin Changxing sighed and held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With more pity in his eyes, he just quietly looked at the other party. With his great emperor's perception, he clearly knew that the other party was truly tired, and he was afraid that he hadn't slept peacefully after living in despair and hatred for these thousands of years. He gently stroked Nangon Yan's hair. A fresh scent came, but he was half distracted. There was only serenity, and so the night slowly passed. The next day, it was just getting light. The quiet morning was broken by a scream. Auntie, keep your voice down. You're afraid that people won't know that you're staying over at my place. Qin Changxing hurriedly covered the other party's cherry lips. Rascal, you didn't do anything to me, did you? Nangon Yan's mind was a bit confused, and he scrambled to straighten his clothes. It wasn't her fault that she woke up first thing in the morning to find herself unclothed. Auntie, don't you fall back on the thieves. I'm the victim. Qin Changxing was helpless and pointed at his body. His clothes were ragged and had already torn a few big holes. He obviously didn't expect that Nangon Yan would be so dishonest when he fell asleep, and he didn't know if he had nightmares or was born this way. Not only did he touch him all over, but he was so strong that he tore his clothes. If he hadn't fought back, I'm afraid he would have gotten away with it. Of course, the process was a long story, but he wasn't one to suffer, and returned the favor one by one. Humph, rascal, dare to do but not admit. Nangon Yan walked towards the door after saying that. Only 2 blushes floated up on her face. Obviously, she also knew the virtue of falling asleep, and she hadn't been teased by her sister in the past. Outside the door, Qin Jin was waiting at the door at the moment, and was about to ask Qin Yu how the old ancestor's detailed discussion with Nangon Yan was going. It had been all night. Squeak! Instead, the door burst open. In Qin Jin's line of sight, Nangon Yan's absolutely beautiful face slowly appeared, seemingly with a blush on her face. Qin Jin first froze, then opened his mouth wide, then revealed a smile that all men understand. Miss Nangong, is this taken? Lao Zhu Zong. 666 Rumor has it that the elder sister of the Nangong sisters has a temperament like fire, is as cynical as an enemy, and treats men as cold as ice. But today, it seems to be a beautiful ice full of water, soft with a charming demeanor. Moreover, the fawning look in that frown is especially obvious. More importantly, the robes on Nangong Yan's body obviously have messy traces. Clearly, it's early in the morning and the old ancestors are. It's too strong. The point is, it's been thousands of years since we've seen each other, and it's such a rush to meet and stay up all night. And it's a former sister-in-law. Isn't that a bit much? Qingjin shook his head, not daring to think about it anymore, and only stepped into the old ancestor's room when Nangong Yan walked away. Once inside, it froze again. The bed was in disarray, and while the old patriarch was still a handsome mess, his clothes were in tatters, and almost the entire upper half of his body was torn to shreds, and he looked like he had been through a wild storm. Qingjin hurriedly lowered his head and pretended not to see it. However, inwardly, he was slandering. Old ancestor, really good at playing. No wonder there isn't a trace of cultivation qualifications, so the skills are all ing ordered here. Old ancestor. The second ancestor has sent a message asking the old ancestor to come to the council chamber and discuss some matters, Qingjin respectfully said. Qingjin's reaction was all seen by Qin Changsheng, but his face didn't change a bit. It's just a small matter. He didn't do anything wrong, so what is he afraid of? He nodded slightly and said, I'll be there later, and I have some announcements to make along the way. It's about arranging a guest elder status for Nangong Yan. Yener is now promoted to quasi-emperor and is preparing to sit in the Qin family for a long period of time. So go ahead and make the identity jade tags. And remember, make them look good. Ha! Qingjin was really shocked this time. Was the old ancestor's charm so great that he abducted the other party to the Qin family in one night? The most crucial thing was that yesterday, Nangong Yan was still in the supreme realm, but today he was a paragon? Are the results of a night's effort by the old ancestors so great? Or was it that Nangong Yan hadn't broken through to quasi-emperor for so many years because he was holding back? As soon as this absurd idea was born, Qingjin hastily shook his head, not daring to think about it. It was a great disrespect. Alright, old ancestor. After saying that, Qingjin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 58, Fermentation in the Buddhist Kingdom. Emergency meeting of the human race. As soon as he stepped into the council chamber, Qin Changsheng felt an oppressive atmosphere. His gaze swept over the long table of seated elders, each of whom looked grave as they sat in their seats. And on the second seat above the seat, second ancestor Qin Changping still had obvious dark circles under his eyes. Obviously he hadn't slept well this night. All of this made Qin Changsheng a bit puzzled. Could it be that something big happened to the Qin family last night? Sweeping around, he found that the third ancestor, Pro Chagan, was not there. Could it be that the oldest was dead? It shouldn't be. Lao San has an imperial soldier to protect him, and Lao San isn't a short-lived person. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but ask, why do you all look so dead? Did something happen? And, where's the oldest? Chanan? Second ancestor Qin Changping raised his head slightly, his brows still furrowed, and took a long breath before saying, Big brother, something big has happened to the human race. As soon as he heard this, Qin Changsheng instantly put down his heart. The great events of the human race, that certainly has nothing to do with Lao San. As long as it is not a problem for the Qin family, everything is fine. As for what big deal, he knew in his heart that it must be the outbreak of things in the Buddhist kingdom. As he expected, the second ancestor told the story of the mysterious overthrow of the Buddha kingdom. As it turned out, Qin Changsheng had used his supreme divine ability to obscure the heavens before the great battle of the Buddhas, so he had not attracted attention at that time. It wasn't until the middle of the night that a human paragon came to visit the Buddha kingdom and accidentally discovered the shocking change, panicking and informing the top echelons of the human race. And the top of the human race learned the news. Yaoqi female emperor, Yuanshu mountain sect leader Naicho Bai, as well as the human race deserved the first expert Tianwu sacred temple master Chu Jingtian. The three quasi-imperial peaks gathered in the Buddhist country, and then it is a joint convening order to convene the major forces of the human race. The human race convened an emergency meeting overnight. The third ancestor, Qin Chagan, was the representative of the northern domain Qin family, who had traveled to the central domain to participate in the conference and had yet to return at this time. As for the news that the Buddha kingdom had been destroyed overnight, there was no way to hide it, and as if it had grown wings, it spread rapidly throughout the entire human territory and even the 10,000 races. After all, this kind of tragedy hadn't been heard of in tens of thousands of years, second only to the dark unrest of 100,000 years ago. Although the Buddha kingdom refused to participate in the battle of the 10,000 races several times, no matter what, it was also a huge force of the human race, but now it was destroyed, which was also a great loss to the human race, and I'm afraid that those who have the ability to overthrow the Buddha kingdom in one night will likewise have the strength to overthrow any of the forces of the human race. For a time, all the forces of the entire human race were on edge, making it difficult to sleep. Big brother, what can we do about this? A power as strong as the Buddha kingdom is said to be gone. It can't be that the Dark Forbidden Zone is launching dark unrest in advance, right? It won't be the northern region's turn next, will it? It's hard for my heart to be at ease with the Qin family's small arms and legs. Why don't we have my Qin family move our clan to the central region, where all the great emperor clans and supreme sects are spread out? And even if the Darkness Forbidden Zone comes out in full force, we can still hold out. The second ancestor, Qin Changping, looked anxious and fidgety, and couldn't help but ask Qin Changxing for his opinion. Even though he had been in control of the Qin family for close to 10,000 years, as long as his big brother was there, his big brother was his backbone, a mark engraved in his bones. Hearing this, Qin Changxing's mouth twitched. This is to scare the second brother, but also dark unrest. Do not know that the culprit is in front of you, but this was good. Another good opportunity to whip the Qin family. Looking at his second brother's worried look, he couldn't help but curse. Breathless, look at that little bit of talent of yours. It hasn't even gotten any better yet. And you're thinking of moving your clan and heading to the central region to seek refuge. Besides, you're scared less. When the sky falls, there's a tall man to hold it. Besides, don't you ever think about eating your own food? Practicing hard, and being strong on your own is fundamental. A small Buddha kingdom overthrow scares you like this. No wonder you've been cultivating for so many years before you're a supreme. And you still have saint-level qualifications. I think you just lack an invincible heart. That's why your cultivation is so slow. The series of angry curses directly confused second ancestor Qin Changping, opened his mouth to retort, but did not dare. His grudging eyes glanced at Qin Changsheng, his heart aggrieved. He's just saying, he's moving his family for the sake of his people. Moreover, big brother, you don't listen to what you say. What do you mean a small Buddhist country, that is a behemoth, can come back and forth to destroy our Qin family tens of thousands of times? And what do you mean I don't have an invincible mind? Is that something a normal person can think about? He had traveled all the way, and didn't know how many heavenly pride demons had been beaten and ravaged, especially when he had gone to the central region when he was young. He had even obtained 100 consecutive defeats. It would be strange if he could still have the heart of invincibility. After experiencing so many setbacks, he was still able to advance to supreme, and had already surpassed the vast majority of geniuses. Okay. Despite muttering more than in his heart, he still did not dare to talk back. The second ancestor Qin Changping finally could only comfort himself that his elder brother was just a mortal and did not understand the gap in the cultivation world, so it can be forgiven. Right at this moment, a white silhouette returned with a sword, and it was that tart of the third ancestor who had returned. The crowd rushed to greet them. Lord Sanzu, have you found out? Is there any news? How was the Buddha kingdom destroyed? A clan elder asked. Third ancestor Qin Chang'an walked straight to the main seat beside the seat, picked up the cup of tea and drank a large mouthful, and sighed deeply before slowly saying, "Hey, much ado about nothing. Much ado about nothing. The person who struck is too mysterious." Senior Chu cast the retrospective arcana to investigate, and couldn't find out a single trace. The truth behind this, I'm afraid, is too terrifying, and is by no means something the darkness prohibited area can do. But, when he said this, the third ancestor but paused, looking a bit puzzled. But what? The supreme fifth elder couldn't help but urge. However, Night Autumn and White Senior seemed to have discovered something, knew some hidden information, swallowed, and finally put this matter down. Temporarily ended. The three ancestors also didn't understand why Senior Night Autumn White didn't speak up since he had some speculations, but instead put this shocking event aside. What? Sure enough, someone shrieked. Since Senior Night Autumn White knows something, why doesn't he say it out in a big way? Instead, cover it up? Can't it be that the destruction of the Buddha kingdom has something to do with Elder Night? Is he a spy of the human race? This kind of claim was not an empty one. The Buddha kingdom and Yuanshu Mountain did have a history of bad blood, but to say that Yuanshu Mountain had the ability to overthrow the Buddha kingdom without a sound, that would definitely be a pie in the sky. Hearing this, third ancestor Qin Chang'an couldn't help but glare at the person who had spoken and cursed. What are you talking nonsense about? If Senior Night Autumn White was a spy, then the human race would have been overthrown an unknown number of times already. Do you have any brains? But since Elder Knight doesn't want to talk about it, then he must have his reasons. Although it is said that he is also not used to seeing the style of the Buddhist sect, but it's not to the point of laying a black hand on it. Moreover, Elder Knight Autumn Light told everyone not to worry and be afraid over this matter, that everything would go on as usual, and that the human race was in no danger in this world. Chapter 59, On the Eve of the Great Change, Human Race Heaven's Pride Competition. Speaking of this, the third ancestor thought of the Knight Senior's face when he spoke of the human race's lack of fear, although he didn't know where he had gotten his confidence from. However, the meeting was indeed infected by his confident aura at that time. However, Senior Knight Autumn Light seems to have been overly kind to me. Not only did he shush me, but he also gifted me some cultivation resources before he left, and not too long ago, he even spoke up for the matter of my Qin family's imperial soldiers. Big brother, do you think that our elders could have once had some kind of relationship with Knight Elder? Or are they his descendants? The third ancestor was a bit puzzled. Knight Autumn Light's behavior was really a bit abnormal. Clunk. Upon hearing this, Qin Changqing directly threw the teapot at Lao San's head. Big brother, why did you hit me? Third ancestor Qin Shan uncovered the top of his head and said in dissatisfaction. Beat, did not kill you or considered good. Everywhere to recognize the father. Recognize the ancestors. Before the Void Emperor scripture thought that he was surnamed Ji, now he thinks that he is surnamed Knight. Do you have any ing talent? Remember, our last name is Qin, and we don't have a single relationship with anyone else. Qin Chang was angry and just wanted to curse his mother. Lao San is good at everything. Just this thinking, since childhood, the sky is the limit. But I was extrapolating based on facts. Sanzu was a little aggravated. Seeing that Qin Changqing's right hand was raised, he grasped and changed the subject. Let's not worry about this matter of the Buddha Kingdom and Knight Elder for now. It has nothing to do with my Qin family anyway. The other matter that was announced at the end of the meeting does have something to do with my Qin family, especially Qin Tian. With that, he turned his gaze towards Qin Tian below. Me? He was a little confused. The Human Peak Conference. What business is it of his? A nobody? Looking at Qin Tian full of relief, the third ancestor continued. Yeah, that's you. The meeting decided that in a month's time, 100 yearly Heaven's Pride competition will be held. And for the Qin family, the only one who's most likely to enter the top 100 is Qin Tian. As soon as the words fell, the Qin family's crowd was in an uproar. What? The Heaven's Pride competition? Isn't the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition's time 5 years from now? How come it's being held earlier? Although our northern domain is weak and can't compare with those supreme inheritance demons in the central domain, but nowadays Qin Tian is also considered the first expert of the young generation in addition to the holy son of the Yin-Yang sacred land. It's not so bad that it's only in the top 100. The top 50 should be there. The Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition, belonging to the prime of the younger generation of the human race. The enrollment requirements were within 100 years of age and above the Zifu realm. And after Qin Tian's bloodline was awakened, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, and now he is in the middle stage of the cave ruin realm. According to their thoughts, entering the top 100 steadily. How come the three ancestors just said it was possible? Facing the doubts of the crowd, third ancestor Qin Chang'an slowly explained. You guys don't know. This time is different. The enrollment requirements have changed. The age has been changed to anyone under 500 years old. So think about how hard it is? If it weren't for Qin Tian's bloodline awakening, and there's still a month to prepare, the top 100 I wouldn't even dare to think about. As the three ancestors spoke, the crowd gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that the old man of Tianji projected that, at the earliest 1 year, at the latest 3 years, heaven and earth would change greatly, the barrier would disappear, the heavenly way would give back, the aura would recover, the opportunity to become an emperor would appear, and the golden age would officially arrive. Nowadays, the first signs have appeared around the world. The aura of heaven and earth is slowly growing, and demons are emerging frequently. This time, not only the human race, the divine race, the devil race, etc., but even the 10,000 races were silently developing, all wanting to soar to the heavens and seize the title of the first great emperor of the world. What was known was that the most important thing in becoming an emperor was qi, racial qi, family qi, and personal qi, all of which were vital, and it was easier to obtain the favor of the heaven's destiny seal under the layers of additions, and from the experience of the ancient times, the seal of heaven's destiny preferred to favor the younger generation, so the battle of the young generation's qi was especially important. Therefore, this time, in order for the human race to gain a head start in witnessing the Tao and vigorously cultivate the younger generation, this Heaven's Pride competition was held in advance, and the age was also changed to be within 500 years old. This Heaven's Pride competition was unprecedented in its scale and richness of rewards, and there were even all sorts of supreme aptitude secret skill inheritances, holy artifacts, supreme artifacts, and so on. What made people's eyes drop was that Knight Chobai, who had always been known for being stingy, was even more generous. even taking out the Yuanshu Mountains quasi-emperor soldier as a reward, which could be seen as the determination to cultivate the younger generation this time. Speaking at the end, third ancestor Qin Chanan even looked at the sharp-witted Qin Tian meaningfully and said, Tian the richness of the rewards for the top 100 this time is unheard of. If we don't make it into the top 100 this time, I'm afraid that we'll be one step behind with our peers. Forever. Those supreme inheritances in the central region. Freakish demons are coming out one after another. Tian do you have the confidence to battle them? Qin Tian took a step out. A huge aura unabashedly erupted out, as if a skyrocketing battle intent was burning in his eyes, and his confident words resounded throughout the entire arena. Yes, since the awakening of the bloodline, under the old ancestors' elixir, the cultivation had been growing by leaps and bounds, and the Void Emperor scripture was even a minor success. In his heart, the northern domain was too weak. He had long since set his sights on the central domain, the holy land of human cultivation, and had long been looking forward to battling those rumored demonic figures. Long ago, he had wanted to stand on the supreme stage of the human race and shout at everyone, I, Qin Tian, come from the North Domain, the Qin family, ha ha ha, good. The third ancestor laughed openly as he looked at Qin Tian's battle-hardened appearance, as if he was thinking of his younger self. It was too similar. Then from today onwards, you will follow me in my cultivation. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything, and strive to step into the Dharma phase realm before the grand competition. With the Void Emperor scripture, along with your sword mind Tongi body, it may not be impossible to touch base with those people. Of course, the most important thing is still the supply of resources, especially auxiliary elixirs. Speaking of this, the third ancestor cast his gaze towards Qin Changxing on the main seat, his face covered in flattery as he stretched out his hands. Big brother, look at this elixir. The meaning is obvious. Hit the money. He had long known that what Qin Changxing had taken out earlier was definitely not all the pills, and that there must be a lot more stock in his big brother's hands. Now take advantage of this opportunity and make sure to ruthlessly gouge some out of big brother's hands. Besides, it's normal for the descendants to go to the ring to give the Qin family a face, and it's not normal for the old ancestor to fund some of it. Looking at the old three, this look, Qin Chang's anger can't hit a place. Good words have been said by you. People are also you take the cultivation. Together in the end need to cultivate resources. Remember me. Get out. A furious shout. However, after all was said and done, the pills should be given or must be given. Otherwise, if this old ancestor's face of his own still do not want it, Qin Changxing scolded and casually threw a few hundred pills to the old three. This shot directly shocked everyone again. This Dan pattern. This character, I'm afraid it's not all a superb elixir. Chapter 60 Father and Son. Yao Qi Empress. Snow-pouring city. Seeing this, third ancestor Qin Chanan was overjoyed. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong, and hurriedly shouted to Qin Tian, Tian why don't you thank the old ancestor? Upon hearing the words of the third ancestor, Qin Tiani reacted from his shock and gave Qin Changxing a big salute in a panic, saying under his breath, thank you, old ancestor. Alright, we're all family. What's the point of being so polite? Besides, when you guys are strong, I can enjoy my happiness in peace. Qin Changxing waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Cultivate well and try to get a good ranking to bring glory to the Qin family. Honoring the order of the old ancestor, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Qin Tian was respectful. Not bad, they're all good. Qin Changxing nodded slightly. It was a pity that he had limited energy and the power of Hongmeng creation generated within his body was also limited. Currently cultivating one Qin Yu was almost enough. The others could only be talked about later. Why don't we also let Qin Yu participate in this Heaven's Pride competition? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Qin Changxing's mind. Qin Yu was about to break through to the Supreme, Junior Supreme, even in that ancient, desolate period. All belonged to the absolute Heavenly Pride characters, right? In this era, I'm afraid it's the only one. Get a big competition champion. That is not a matter of sprinkling water, hand to hand. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing secretly made a decision in his heart. Tian D. Strive to cultivate to the late stage of the Dharma phase realm. The Qin clan's reputation is relying on you to make a name for yourself this time. A gentle voice came. A person that everyone did not expect stood out and patted Qin Tian's shoulder was none other than Qin Tian's Qin elder brother, Qin Yu. This sounds quite normal, but in combination with the person speaking, it is indeed a bit less normal. Qin Yu, as the direct descendant of the Qin family that most of the people present had watched grow up, the Qin family's most outstanding genius at one time, had high hopes. But unfortunately, after the damage to his origin, he had become silent and slowly faded out of the Qin family's core circle. The crowd had also never dared to mention anything related to cultivation in front of Qin Yu. And today, If it wasn't for Qin Yu's role as the old ancestor's personal attendant, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the family meeting. The crowd looked at Qin Yu, who had a smile on his face, and felt incredulous. This is, suddenly figured out, from the shadows, come out. As for Qin Jin, he even directly stood up from his seat, and just like Qin Tian, shocking waves surged in his heart, an unbelievable look appearing in his eyes. As close relatives, and even Qin Yu's nature, they all knew how incredible this was. Big brother, you. Qin Tian looked at this big brother that he had worshipped since he was a child and wanted to speak. Seemingly guessing his brother's mind, Qin Yu revealed a confident point of smile and said, you guessed right. It was me who was wrong before, licking my own wounds and ignoring the feelings of my loved ones. I'm walking out. Tendi, big brother. Tears of excitement welled up in Qin Tian's eyes. Although the cultivation of his big brother in his perception was still only at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, that essence made him feel that the big brother, who was invincible in his eyes, had returned. Qinjin also couldn't help but go forward and embrace the two best sons in his eyes, and his eyes began to moisten as well. His mouth even muttered in a low voice, just think away, just think away. At this moment, Qinjin was happy and blissful. He was confident that the Qin family was getting stronger and would definitely find a way to repair Qin Yu's martial origin. Every time late at night when the eldest son Qin Yu secretly exercised martial arts, alone in the corner when his eyes fall, as a father, he actually see in the eyes. Just, as the head of the family, he had to be fair and just first and foremost, prioritizing the development of the entire family, and it was impossible for him to consume the resources of the entire family for the sake of his eldest son, and his recent frequent attempts to curry favor with the old ancestor and obtain some resources were also motivated by his own little selfishness, that is, to be able to scrape together enough resources to exchange for the chance to heal Qin Yu. Soon, wait a little longer, Qinjin recited silently in his heart, looking at this cozy picture of father and son embracing together. Many clan elders, including the second ancestor and Qin Changsheng, all had a smile on their faces. This is the Qin family. Father's kindness, son's filial piety, family harmony, excellent family style. For so many years the Qin family has never had any infighting, which is also the reason why the Qin family has developed into one of the 8 major families in the northern domain in just 10,000 years despite their average talent. But now, the Qin family's bloodline was awakened and talented, and the family was united, so the future was promising. Qin Changsheng was filled with relief. This was the feeling he wanted. This feeling, it's so good. Something that thousands of ex-girlfriends hadn't brought him. Why am I thinking of my ex-girlfriend? Qin Changsheng's mind wondered. Can't it be that I want a son too? No way. Impossible. Qin Changsheng shook his head, dismissing the idea. The son thing is still fun to watch other people raise. Not enough to be angry about yourself. Little Qinjin, you're not very good yourself, but the son you gave birth to is 100 times better than you. Why don't I make the decision to give you a few more young concubines, and give our Qin family a few more excellent descendants? At this moment, a supreme elder couldn't help but snicker. Second elder, no, there's a tough wife in the family. I can't carry it. Qinjin sniffed and quickly waved his hand in rejection, his eyes still sneaking a glance at Qin Changsheng. The heart thought, the old ox-eating young grass, this thing, only the old ancestors can do, but also do exceptionally skillful. I am thin-skinned, afraid of other people pointing out. The old face cannot hang. Seemingly sensing Qinjin's thoughts, Qin Changsheng frowned. Good you Qinjin, even at this time, you are still slandering me in your heart. If you can gouge a little bit more resources out of my hands, I'll damn well take your surname. Ha ha ha. The others didn't know about Qinjin's and the old ancestors' little thoughts, and they all laughed cheerfully. So a meeting that should have been serious and grave ended in laughter. Hanging Mountain. The emergency meeting of the human race had just ended, and the representatives of all the major powers had pretty much left. Only 3 people were left, sitting alone in the empty conference hall. The person at the head, with a tall figure, flesh that seemed to contain infinite power, eyes that flashed with endless sharpness, and a body that exuded an irresistible power, was precisely the Chu Jingtian who had been guarding the battlefield of the 10,000 races for tens of thousands of years with 1 man and 1 gun. He not only inherited the supreme inheritance of the Tianwu sacred temple, but also as a fighting saint body, has been cultivated to a small completion, if not today's world environment does not allow, or else the great completion of the saint body, can also fight the great emperor, but even if it is only a small completion of the saint body, he is also a well-deserved first master of the human race. The second Yaohe Empress, Shui Qingcheng, was magnificent and beautiful, just like a fairy descending to the earth, with a waterfall of silky long hair gently draped over her shoulders, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the top, not knowing what she was thinking about. as if she didn't care about anything. As a supreme female emperor who came out of nowhere during the 10,000 years, her methods were even more mysterious and unpredictable. Chu Jingtian once suspected that she was the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor, but unfortunately there was no evidence. But he didn't care if it was or not, as long as it was a human race. At the bottom was naturally Knight Shoubai, the head teacher of Yuanshu Mountain. Chapter 61, Secret Discussion. Yao Qi Empress shocked. Old Knight, only the three of us are left. Tell me, what's going on? Chu Jingtian's low voice rang out. The Buddha country was destroyed, such a big thing. Knight Autumn White obviously knew something, but the meeting was dead set against saying anything. But instead, the matter was strongly suppressed, making him a little dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that he believed that Old Knight was definitely not a spy from other racial forces or the Dark Forbidden Zone, with his temper, he would have taken it down long ago. But no matter what, the matter of the Buddha's kingdom is too significant. How Old Knight has to give an explanation. Clunk. Knight Autumn White didn't speak, but threw a knife on the long conference table. After so many days of sacrificing and practicing, he had finally gained full control of this extreme Dao Emperor soldier. So of course he had to show it off in front of his old friend. After casually sweeping a glance, Chu Jingtian's face changed drastically, and he stood up, picking up this long knife as soon as he could. This is an extreme Dao Emperor soldier? Chu Jingtian was a bit puzzled. He knew about the depths of Yuanshu Mountain. There was simply no sword-type imperial weapon. And this sword, it had never been recorded in the history of the human race. As he infused his spiritual energy, mysterious runes flashed on the long blade, vaguely revealing a hint of terrifying power that made his soul tremble a little. No! This is a fully revived extreme Dao Emperor armament, Chu Jingtian exclaimed. At this moment, even Empress Yao Qi was a bit shocked. Her brows furrowed as she looked over towards the long knife. The aura of heaven and earth hadn't been revived, and at this time, they were all aware of the cost of trying to fully revive an emperor soldier. It was impossible for Knight Shoubai, and it wasn't worth it to spend the Yuanshu Mountain's underpinnings to revive an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. Chu Jingtian couldn't help but ask, Old Knight, what's with this knife? And what do you mean by taking it out at this moment? He was a little envious. The Old Knight, in addition to the power of space, or a master with a knife. Now with this knife, they really do not have to be able to do more than this old man. It is difficult to not simply show off to come. This knife, the origin is very simple. Someone else gave it to me. Knight Autumn White smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. Hearing such unreliable words, Chu Jingtian frowned and said, Old Knight, be serious. Don't joke. Extreme Dao Emperor soldier, or a fully revived Extreme Dao Emperor soldier. How could anyone in this world be so atmospheric as to casually gift it to someone else? An Emperor soldier could even bless an Emperor clan for tens of thousands of years. It's really from someone else. And this person who sent the Emperor soldier, if my senses are correct, is the person who overthrew the Buddha kingdom this time? Knight Autumn White shrugged his shoulders and said, What? Chu Jingtian was greatly disoriented. Originally he guessed that there might be an unknown huge force, with the help of formations and the like, overthrowing the Buddha kingdom. But now, listening to Old Knight, it was a Buddhist nation that was overthrown by a single person. How is that possible? But no matter what, no matter how powerful the other party was, to hastily overthrow the living forces within the human race, there was always a need to give an explanation. Moreover, if this person was really so powerful, it was just the right time to fight. Thinking of this, Chu Jingtian's combat saint body inspired, radiating a majestic battle intent. Knight Autumn White knew this old friend's belligerent nature very well, and seeing this, he just shook his head and said, Old Chu, I would advise you that this matter ends here. Don't delve too deeply into it, and don't even think about fighting that person. What do you mean? Chu Jingtian's face was a bit ugly, associated with the fact that Knight Shoubai had forcefully suppressed this matter and had received the other party's extreme Dao Emperor armament, and was advising himself at this moment. He secretly guessed in his heart that it was hard to believe that Old Knight had been bribed. Seeming to understand what was on his old friend's mind at the moment, Knight Autumn White shook his head again and said, The gift of my imperial soldier has nothing to do with the matter of the Buddha kingdom, and I dare not disclose that lord's information without permission. What I want to tell is, that lord, a human great emperor, not to be insulted. When these words came out, the stone was broken, and the hall instantly fell into silence. Only Knight Autumn White's voice remained, echoing in the empty room. Even the long sword in Chu Jingtian's hand fell to the ground without even realizing it. For a long time. No way. Never. The Yao Qi Empress, Shui Qingcheng, who had not spoken, lightly opened her cherry lips and retorted in a decisive manner, recovering the memories of her previous life. She, who had once been a great emperor powerhouse, clearly understood that at this time, In this piece of heaven and earth, the peak of a quasi-emperor was already the limit, and it was absolutely impossible for a great emperor powerhouse to be born. Even if there were an ancient great emperor who spurned the backlash of heaven and earth to force his hand, he would definitely not be able to utilize the supreme might of a great emperor. Old knight, are you sure? Zhu Jingtian also reacted from his shock. As the #1 expert after the emperor fall era, and with the battle saint body, he had already touched the threshold of a great emperor, but just that one barrier was like a heavenly moat, stopping him dead in his tracks at the peak of the quasi-emperor, unable to advance any further. At this time, Knight Xiaobai instead did not speak, slowly and methodically poured a cup of wine for himself, picked up in discretion a few mouthfuls, as if to say, beg me to say ah. In the end, it was only when he saw old Chu rolling up his sleeves and about to make a move that he slowly said, it's true, it's definitely a great emperor. Otherwise you'd think that anyone could just give out an extreme Tao emperor soldier with their hands. Although I don't know how the Buddha kingdom offended that lord, and how the Buddha kingdom was overthrown, I've never seen it. But, previously, you know about the dark forbidden area's valley of heavenly abyss. It was destroyed by that lord's foot. I saw it with my own eyes at that time. It can't be faked. Imagine, besides a great emperor, who could have the ability to overthrow a darkness prohibited area with a single strike, even if the valley of the heavenly abyss is the weakest prohibited area. When he said this, Knight Xiaobai's mind floated back to Qin Changxing's shocking kick at the time, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Under the great emperor, all are ants. At those words, Zhu Jingtian and Xue Qingchen fell into silence. They knew that it was absolutely impossible for Knight Xiaobai to swindle them on such a major event, so there was only one possibility. This thing, it's true. Seeing that they were subdued by his words, Knight Autumn White smiled slightly. This feeling of borrowing someone else's pretense was quite good. Let you all usually think that the heavenly Tao is first and you are second. Now you know that there is a heaven beyond the heavens and a human being beyond the human being, so you have completely wilted. Then, Knight Xiaobai threw out another heavy bomb. As far as I know, that lord is not the body of some ancient great emperor, but a native, a person of this era. It is possible that the soul is a reincarnation of an ancient human power, but the body is indeed from this era. That is to say, that lord is the current generation of becoming an emperor. Once these shocking words were spoken, even Yaoqi Empress Xue Qingcheng couldn't sit still. No way, never, she blossomed, her beautiful eyes staring at Knight Xiaobai, full of unbelief. Chapter 62 Proving the Way with Power? Traveling to Yuanshu Mountain. The other party was really getting more and more outrageous, and she didn't want to believe it because it involved the laws of the workings of the heavens. It would be fine if the other party was an ancient great emperor. There might indeed exist some heaven-defying means that she didn't know about, concealing them from the heavenly Tao. But to say that it was this world that proved to be an emperor would be a bit of a pipe dream. She then realized she looked a bit indecent, though, and then gathered herself together, smoothing her hair in an attempt to remain light and calm. Since regaining her memory, nothing under the sun had been able to make waves for her, and she hadn't expected to be shocked again and again today, which was really detrimental to the majesty of the Empress. Brother Knight, are you sure you're not just going off the deep end and seeing things? You should know that today's heaven and earth can't even conceive a great emperor, and the heavenly destiny seal is still there. Xue Qingcheng pretended to be calm and said softly, is it impossible to become an emperor without fusing the seal of heavenly destiny? Is there no alternative way to become an emperor? Knight Autumn Light asked rhetorically with a smirk. Yes? No, there is. Snow Tumbler suddenly remembered a legend. Evidence by force. Legend has it that in the distant mythological period, when the human race was weak and still just a blood meal, the ancient remnants of the race, the demon race and other vertical and horizontal, especially the ancient race, upholding the aura of heaven and earth and born as a saint, for the so-called son of the Tao of heaven, there was a great demon who did not respect the heavenly Tao, did not respect the gods, used force to prove the Tao, broke the laws of heaven and earth alive, and later became an immortal as an ancestor, free in heaven and earth. Later on, using force to prove the way was also known as the strongest way to prove the way to become an emperor, and later on, there were two more forbidden characters who proved the way in this way, and there were only just 3 of them from ancient times until now, but that was ancient times, when the aura of heaven and earth was rich, and they were all the favorites of heaven and earth that drew the essence of heaven and earth, and there was not a single human being. Now, in this period of time, there are people who say that they can prove the Tao by force, or are they human beings who are innately weak? That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Knight, don't joke around. This kind of thing can't be talked about indiscriminately. It even involves some great karma. Xue Qingcheng frowned. Knight Autumn Light did shake his head and said, I never joke. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Yes. At that moment, The long silent Chu Jingtian laughed out loud and said 3 good words in a row, his amazing aura filling the entire hall. Brother Chu, you also believe? Xue Qingqing saw his thoughts and asked. Believe? Why don't you believe me? Old knight never lied to me. Is there any need to lie to us about such things? Speaking here, Chu Jingtian paused. A hint of bravado flashed in his eyes as he continued. Besides, I have always believed that man will triumph over heaven. And the human race, why can't they prove the way by force? This unknown great emperor has given me a wake-up call. This time, I won't fight for the seal of heavenly destiny, and I won't necessarily be able to compete with the younger generation anyway. This time, I'm going to follow the example of my forefathers and use my power to prove the Tao. A firm voice resounded throughout the room. Crazy. It's all crazy. Xue Qingqing this moment also a little taught. What's wrong with the people in this era? How can't they see? Another one with little talent and cultivation, daydreaming quite a bit. Knight Autumn Light was also taken aback by his old friend's bravado. Old Chu, you're quite daring. Still, he silently cheered for this old friend of tens of thousands of years, worthy of being the #1 expert who had stood at the peak of the human race for 50,000 years. This goal, this dominance, is bull. Unlike him, he only wanted to hug a big leg and get through this era's tribulation. So, each of the 3 had something to think about. And so the meeting ended hastily. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month went by. The Qin family's strength was also rapidly developing in a low-profile manner. And with the defection of the major forces, the Qin family had just silently become the second largest force in the northern domain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Qin Tian had even improved by leaps and bounds with the aid of the 3 ancestors' close guidance and top-grade pills, and was said to have reached the late stage of the Dharma phase realm, formally stepping into the ranks of the first-tier talents of this Heaven's Remarks competition. As for the 3rd ancestor, Qin Chagan, he had even risen to the peak of supremacy and was on the verge of breaking through to quasi-emperor, becoming the first quasi-emperor of the Qin clan's native name. Of course, the most gifted Qin Yu, in Qin Changsheng day and night under the manipulation, but also directly to the late Supreme, truly counted as Young Supreme. This day, when the sun rose, Yuanshu Mountain was filled with people, 10,000 times more lively than usual. Countless silhouettes of heaven's pride gathered, and after the propaganda of the major powers, the entire human race knew that this heaven's pride competition was special. The winner would not only be rewarded with an unparalleled amount of money, but would also be nurtured by the pinnacle of the human race's great powers. Moreover, this time, it also involved a dispute over qi, so no genius demon was willing to continue to hide themselves, and they all came out from the major powers, submerged dragons in the abyss, soaring to the heavens. According to past practices, this time, it was the turn of Yuanshu Mountain as the host to hold this grand competition. Today was the first day of the Heaven's Pride competition. At the foot of Yuanshu Mountain, 2 silhouettes walked slowly. Old ancestor, what are we doing here now? Cheering for Qin Tian? But this is only the first day. Qin Tian, as a seated player of the northern domain, will only have a competition on the 5th day? And I still have to cultivate. Qin Yu was somewhat puzzled. Qin Changshun gave him a dissatisfied look. Rabbit cub, why is there more and more nonsense lately? It seems that after a long time of contact, his old ancestor's name is becoming less and less intimidating. Go go go. What's the point of cultivating? Under my intense personal guidance, you're at the late stage of supreme. What? Still not satisfied? At those words, Qin Yu's footsteps stalled and his face became grim. Old ancestor, you still have the nerve to say high-intensity personalized guidance. For so many days, apart from the heavenly tone pavilion where you hooked up to listen to music, you sneaked off to Elder Nangong Yan's room to do some unseemly things. Your time with me was few and far between. His only role was to stand guard, keep a lookout, and lie for his old ancestors. The divine idea seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's resentment. Qin Changshen coughed 3 times and explained. It's not that old ancestor I'm neglecting you, but old ancestor I also have my own things to be busy with. The cultivation path lies in oneself, so enlighten yourself. The conversation continued. Coming here today, don't you want to take part in this grand competition and fight for your fortune? Ha! I can also participate? Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. As a young man, who didn't want to kill on stage and be in the spotlight? But he knew that his old ancestor didn't want to expose himself for the time being, so he could only hide this idea in the bottom of his heart. Of course I can participate. Qin Changsheng glanced at him. Just a mask to hide it. Ha! Is this okay? Qin Yu was a bit surprised. Under this kind of scene of the human race Heaven's Pride competition, in order to avoid the mixing of foreign races or dark contaminants, each participant had to go through an audit, and he wore a mask to hide his identity. Could he pass the audit? Why not? Go find that Knight what? Yes, Knight Autumn White. Isn't he the host this time? Definitely not a problem. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 63 Heaven's Pride Competition Judges? Turning but before speaking, the Great Hall of the Patriarch. Night Autumn White hummed a little song, looking extremely happy. 2 days ago he was in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. He beat that old bull severely, and even cut off half of the bull's horn, completely raising his eyebrows for once. In the past, peak cultivators like him didn't interfere much at all with the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. It was just that this grand competition was too important. So that's why he came back from the 10,000 races battlefield with his sword to preside over this opening ceremony. Reporting to the sect leader, there are 2 people surnamed Chin outside the door seeking an audience. Saying that they are old acquaintances of the sect leader, a deacon respectfully reported. Interrupted in his reverie, Night Autumn and White's face was insecure, and he casually returned. Not seeing, the opening ceremony is about to start. How can I have the time to meet any old acquaintances? Besides, I don't have any old acquaintances surnamed Chin. And so on. Surnamed Chin. His face instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly called out to the deacon who was about to leave. What did you say? Surnamed Chin? Yeah, they said the last name was Chin. Quickly, hurry up and invite over. No, I'll personally go greet them. Night Autumn White was a little flustered. Ha! The deacon opened his mouth wide in some surprise. After so many years, it was the first time he had seen the sect leader in such a state of panic. Could it be that the person with the surname Chin was some kind of big shot? But even the number 1 expert, Chu Jingtian, wasn't qualified to make the sect leader like this, right? But then he thought of something and said in a hurry, Lord Sect Leader, the opening ceremony will begin soon, and we still need you to go ahead and preside over it. Hosting my ass. Not going, let the Grand Elder go. After saying that, he ran all the way to the front hall, leaving behind the deacon who didn't know what to do. The entrance to the front hall. Senior Chin, Xiao Yu why didn't you say something in advance when you came to Yuanshu Mountain? I still have a couple of blue-eyed golden-eyed beast cubs in the dungeon at the bottom of the mountain. If I had known, I would have had someone cook in advance. From a great distance, Night Autumn White's bright voice came, only the content was a bit shocking. All of the surrounding Yuanshu Mountain disciples and elders had their mouths wide open, unable to believe their ears, as if they were recognizing the sect leader for the first time. What did they hear? The beast with the golden eyes? And cooking? Is the sect leader crazy, or are they crazy? This was the spoils of war that Lord Sect Leader had risked to obtain from the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and normally even Lord Sacred Sun wasn't allowed to touch it. But now, in order to entertain the guests, he was actually going to cook it? Regardless of their astonished gazes, Night Xiaobai respectfully welcomed the 2 Qin Changshangs into the sect leader hall. Inside the great hall, Xiao Yu, try this heavenly Dao tea. It's good for enlightenment. Night Xiaobai picked up a pot of tea that had just been made and handed it to Qin Yu. He then looked his gaze towards Qin Changsheng and said respectfully, Elder Qin, I wonder what I can do for you. Although on the surface, he appeared to be more than a few times Qin Changsheng's age. In his mind, although the other party's physical body had witnessed the Tao in this world, his soul was definitely a far ancient monster, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the mastermind behind all the ages. Otherwise, on what basis did he possess so many extreme Tao Emperor armaments? And he wouldn't believe it if he hadn't destroyed a few great emperors under his hand. Besides, in the world of cultivators, the one who reaches the top is honored, and it is normal to address seniors. There really is that little thing, Qin Changsheng said slowly. As Qin Changsheng spoke, Night Xiaobai understood what was going on. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, no problem, a small matter. The identity will be said to be a casual cultivator of the human race, and it has been verified by my Yuanshu Mountain. Then, congratulations in advance to little brother Qin Yu for winning the championship. Qin family, congratulations. He said this with sincerity, without a trace of moisture. Just now Qin Yu did not disguise his cultivation. Under his divine perception, he clearly knew the cultivation level of Qin Yu at this moment. Late stage of supreme, worthy of being a descendant of a predecessor who personally guided him. Night Autumn White sighed in his heart. To be honest, it was a bit of bullying of young people for a supreme late stage to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. As far as he knew, the most demonic person in this Heaven's Remarks competition was the Ji Clan Saint Sun, but he had only just broken through to the early stage of the supreme being, and the gap between him and Qin Yu was too great. But he frowned and suddenly remembered something and said, Elder Qin, there is no problem with Xiao Yu wearing a mask to participate. It's just that my side, as the organizer, has to give the public a reasonable explanation. What do you think? Simple. Just say that it's too ugly to meet people. Qin Changsheng gave a perfect explanation with a wave of his hand. Ha! Night Autumn White is a little confused. This reason is a little far-fetched, but it can be used. Brother Xiaoyu is so handsome. Using such a reason, will it affect his chi? Night Xiaobai was a bit worried. After all, ugly people, in general, were not qualified to gain the favor of the heavenly Tao. It's settled. The Qi Yunyi is nebulous. It's just like that. Besides, handsome. What's the point? Qin Changsheng settled the matter just like that. Only Qin Yu, who stood back in a frenzy, was left behind, belly aching inwardly. Ancestors, don't you have any idea whether it's good looking or not? You are such a scum. Those beautiful grandmothers, still one after another. Is it because you do not take a bath? Figure you are old? It's not just about your handsome little white face. Suddenly, Night Autumn White's eyes rolled and asked tentatively, since Xiaoyu has entered the competition, why don't you old man also participate and have fun with the people, and be a judge on the day of the finals, instructing the proud sons of heaven of the human race nowadays? Ha! Judges? Referee? Mentors? Qin Changsheng's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. In my own past life, I really enjoyed watching the show, especially the unspoken but spinning, and I couldn't wait to get on and judge it. After traveling to this world, every day either being chased by a woman or on the way to chase a woman, being a judge or a mentor is still something new. Not a bad idea. So arrange the arrangements. Qin Changsheng casually responded. Looking at Night Xiaobai as more and more obedient, Qin Changsheng then led Qin Yu to the site of the grand competition. How could this wave of bustle not go to the scene to see if there were any sons of great fortune? Night Autumn White, on the other hand, called in the grand elder in charge of the grand competition and gave some bitter instructions. Halfway up the mountain, at the scene of the Heavens Pride competition, it was as if it was an out-of-this-world cave, worthy of being the top superpower in the central region. In the empty space between heaven and earth stood a vast, tens of millions of people, and next to it, there were large and small, countless ring chapters. At this time, the opening ceremony had already ended, although the crowd was a little disappointed that they hadn't seen the legendary one night of the three peak masters of the human race, Senior Qiubai, but the enthusiasm remained undiminished, and the cries were high because, next, it was time for the young generation's heavenly pride to appear. Although these seeded players didn't participate in the first few days, many demons still chose to step up and brush up on their prestige value. After all, the Qi Yunyi was mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knew whether reputation, faith, and the like were useful for Qi Yun or not. Chapter 64, Jin Tian, laying all the way to the finals. Look! Look! It's coming! Someone shouted excitedly, as the celestial pride walked past the main venue one by one. It set off a wave of shouts. Jin Tian was also among them, only that as a pride of the northern domain of the remote land, it was obvious that not many people recognized him. Hiss, that's the sacred son of the Sunluo Hall. I didn't expect that even he would come. He has so many enemies. Isn't he afraid that someone will do the dirty work? This is the biggest event of the younger generation. How could he not come? Thinking too much. How could it not come? That kind of big shot must come on the last day. Brother Han, look, it's the Ice God Palace Holy Maiden Mu Xianana. This temperament, this face, these long legs, TSK. A man patted the brother next to him. Wow, so beautiful. It's really the year of leg play. If this can stay with me for a night, even if I die, I'm willing to do it. Brother Han, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Conversations such as these were more than evident in the crowd. Cloud Misty Heavenly Palace Young Master Yun Wuxin. Heavenly Sword Sect Contemporary Walking Sword 13. Nangong Family Young Master Nangong Tianmian. Moon Worshipping Sect Young Sect Master Shen Maching. TSK. Today is really an eye-opener. The top 10 ranked experts of the Subterranean Dragon ranking are all here. It's truly an event of 1,000 years. It's enough to have experienced such an event in this life. Not only them, those freakish demons who didn't bother to participate in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition in the past seem to have all come out of the gate as well. Really, I heard that this generation of the Emperor clan's Ji family's sane son is extremely gifted, and has currently emerged from the gate, advancing to the early stage of the Supreme Realm at the age of only 200 years old. If that's true, won't this time the championship be a sure thing? Ha! You guys look at that guy. With an exclamation of surprise, the crowd looked in the direction of the finger, and their eyes gathered on a young man with a masked face. At once, everyone frowned, but after only a few seconds of silence, chatter erupted again. Walking at the end, appearing at the finale. So mysterious. It couldn't be the legendary Ji clan's imperial son, could it? Impossible. The Ji family's generations of emperor's sons are so proud. How could they do such a thing as covering their heads and faces? And this grand competition is to make a name for themselves and compete for luck. Only a crazy person would hide himself. Someone questioned. They didn't suspect the masked man's identity. After all, if he could appear in this kind of occasion, then he must have been verified by Yuanshu Mountain. The crowd looked at each other and asked one after another. Who knew that everyone asked did not know the details of the masked man? Even a few respected people shook their heads, saying that they were not sure who that person was. At that moment, someone snickered. It couldn't be a weakling who deliberately dressed up like this to get attention. And since he appears to have no cultivation, he must know that his shallow cultivation is intentionally hidden. It's definitely claptrap. In my opinion, it may be that people are so ugly that they are afraid of scaring us. And it's not good to scare the flowers and plants if you can't scare us. Ha ha, isn't it? Ha ha ha, yes, yes, yes. Other than that, this person is able to be calm and at ease under everyone's gaze. This mentality is awesome. If you were to do it differently, a district of the Foundation establishment realm, go up and be scrutinized by so many people, would you panic? Panic, panic all around. Their talk was not hidden, and it clearly reached the ears of the masked young man, Qin Yu. Originally, he was unwilling to show his face so early, but the old ancestor had to arrange for him to go on such a journey. In the face of so much teasing and slander, and furtive glances, Qin Yu was unconcerned, and walked through the main venue with a light and calm demeanor. After experiencing the damage to his origin and his cultivation not being able to advance an inch, he had long been subjected to the sneers of many people in the northern region, both explicitly and implicitly, and these sneers were simply unable to cause a little fluctuation to him. He just secretly resolved in his heart, this time, the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, he will definitely win the championship. In the face of Qin Yu's performance, Qin Changsheng hid in the crowd and gently nodded his head, showing satisfaction without being humble. Just, when the melon-eating masses for so long, not to mention what Long Outyen, even surnamed Ji, surnamed Chu and so on the person Jietianjiu have not heard of. Qin Changsheng shook his head. Too lame, these so-called heavenly pride names sound like dead runners at first glance. Not a bit of compulsion. Boring, better to wait until finals day. Thus, Qin Changsheng stopped paying attention and turned to leave. The Heaven's remarkable grand competition was in full swing. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the finals, and the top 64 had been decided, with all the remaining matches to be completed tomorrow. According to the usual practice, on the day of the finals, not only will the Heavenly Prides fight brilliantly, the organizers will also invite heavyweights to act as judges and comment on the battles between the Heavenly Prides. And since this grand competition was so important, the crowd was also speculating on who exactly would be the judges. On the player's side, as the only one to advance from the northern region, Qin Tian was doubting his life. It wasn't that his heart for the Tao wasn't firm, but the events of the past few days had been too metaphysical. Under the devilish training of the three ancestors, he grew rapidly, but due to the age of the more disadvantageous, has been prepared for a bitter fight. But, wheeling again. In the last few days of draws, every time he drew a turn. If he didn't know his physique, he doubted that he had awakened the legendary lucky holy body. How can it still be like this? He hasn't even made a move yet and he's laying all the way down to the top 64? How could this embarrass the Yin Yang Saint Sun, who was also the northern region's pride? The Yin Yang Saint Sun fought 7 or 8 fierce battles, but in the end, he was still ranked outside the 200 mark. It wasn't that Qin Tian wasn't strong, but there were too many geniuses this time. His cultivation of the Void Emperor scripture started too late and he was too young. Even though he was assisted by the old ancestor's supreme elixir, he was still a bit far from the first echelon. Hey! Qin Tian sighed and looked at the list of the top 64 again. Except for him and a nameless masked man, the other inductees were all famous and well known. It was good that there was an advantage to the empty rounds, and that was that he had not exposed his divine secret techniques, so it seemed that as long as he could strike a fatal blow by surprise, advancing to the top 32 was not impossible. No matter what, tomorrow was the first battle of this grand competition, and most likely the last battle as well. One must battle out in style and make the Qin family's name known. Thinking of this, Qin Tian no longer looked ahead and turned around to continue his cultivation. The Qin family. Chinatown is having a field day. You bunch of rice buckets. How are you guarding? Qin Yu, a Foundation establishment realm, just disappeared again inexplicably with his old ancestor? It took so many days to realize it? Qin Yu, this rebellious son, with his insignificant ability, he dares to lead the old ancestor around. If the old ancestor suffers the slightest mishap, how am I going to explain to the clan elders? After cursing, Qinjin covered his chest with his hand, only to feel a vague pain in his heart and a bit of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Qin Yu, the rebellious son. Chapter 65, the final day arrives and the judges enter the arena. He originally thought that he was acting steadily and asked him to take care of the old ancestor closely, But who knew that he didn't say a word and left a letter before taking the old ancestor to the site of the Heaven's Pride competition? Lord Clan Master, since we know the old ancestor's destination, should we set off? A clan member said cautiously. Go, immediately, immediately, Shinjin said in a deep voice. He didn't dare to delay when it was about the old ancestor. It was at this moment that the butler came running panting, holding a summoning talisman in his hand, his face overflowing with excitement as he shouted, Family Master, great joy, great joy. At these words, Shinjin's footsteps stalled and he said suspiciously, What joy is there? Recently, the Qin family has been steadily and silently developing, and nothing major has happened, where there is something worth rejoicing over. Then, as if Shinjin thought of something, his heart suddenly thumped indisputably. Is it Tianer, who achieved a better ranking in the Tenjiao Grand Competition? It's young Master Qin Tian. Young Master Qin Tian has advanced into the top 64 this time, the only top 100 heavenly pride in my northern domain. As expected, the butler's words answered his speculation. Shinjin didn't wait for the steward to finish, and snatched the summoning talisman to read it. Ha ha ha, yes, after a long time, Shinjin's voice rang out with a loud laugh. My son truly has the qualifications of a great emperor. Shinjin's excitement was overflowing, and as if he wasn't overjoyed, he repeated the message of the summoning talisman several times, then asked with a proud face, Stewardly, the message from the transmission talisman is too simple. Tell me more carefully. When the third ancestor contacted you, did he say how Tianer managed to kill his way into the top 64? How did you kill the 4 directions? Which heavenly talents did you trample under your feet? Did it raise the reputation of my Qin family? After all, this Heaven's Remarks competition was far better than before. Not only did the Heaven's Remarks people of the past 100 years gather, even the demons of the last few terms had also participated. Qin Tian was able to enter the top 64, which meant that he must have already fought and won against the many notorious Heaven's Remarks. Facing Shinjin's triple soul torture, Housekeeper Li was momentarily speechless. Stammered, this, what this? Quickly say. Shinjin's tone was a bit impatient. Butler Li was usually thunderous. What's wrong with him today? He stammers when he speaks a word. Home Lord, young Master Qin Tian hasn't put up a fight in this grand competition yet, advancing all the way through the rounds. Ha! Shinjin's eyes widened as his voice of shock resounded throughout the Qin family. The next day, early in the morning, throughout Yuanshu Mountain, the scene of the Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition was then densely packed with people. This was a great event for the entire human race, and the world was watching. Discussions, bets, and all. Hey, I didn't expect this grand competition to be so cruel. The previous grand competition champion, the young palace master of the Sun God Palace, didn't even make it to the final day? It's too tragic. Seeing his forlorn back yesterday, it's saddening. A road of people lamented. It can't be helped. Not to mention him, even the last saint son of the feathered sect, with the cultivation of the saint realm, even ran into the emperor son of the Ji clan and the young Ho master of the Tianwu sacred temple consecutively. Kanzan 100 out of the rankings. The point is also too backward. Hey, it can't be helped. There are too many demons. The crowd sighed. Guess which esteemed seniors are the judges of this finals? Will there be any bigwigs from the Jedi rankings coming? A passerby suddenly asked. The absolute ranking, released by the Heavenly Hall of Justice, recorded the top 50 absolute masters of the human race, none of which were quasi-emperor great powers. I can't, but the human race hierarchy is paying so much attention this time. There should be a quasi-emperor, someone said. The Heaven's Pride competition not only allowed one to observe the battles between the Heaven's Pride, it also allowed one to come into close contact with the bigwigs who were usually seen by the gods. For many people, in their entire lives, they might not even have seen a sage realm cultivator, let alone a supreme realm powerhouse, or even a quasi-imperial great man standing at the peak of cultivators. That's why it had become a great joy to admire the judges up close and personal at the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. Soon, it was time for the all-important 5-judge panel to come out. Countless people looked forward with eager anticipation, their expectant eyes constantly looking in the direction of the judge's appearance, hoping to be the first to witness the elegance of the peak bigwigs of the human race. Behind the judge's table in the venue, there is a space door, which is a space of its own, a place where Yuanshu Mountain entertains the judges, and they don't know each other's identities, which is a gimmick of sorts. An old man wearing a silver-white robe suddenly appeared in the center of the ring. He stepped in the air and exuded a majestic aura. It was none other than the presiding officer of this grand competition, the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain, Xian Nantian. Without further ado, let's welcome the 5 judges, who were all once, highly respected and powerful human race greats. Elder Xiang Nantian revolved his spiritual energy and his majestic voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Only when it comes to the virtue and prestige, scolding the clouds. I do not know why the tone of voice paused for a moment. Seems to be a little uncertain, so that everyone on the scene puzzled, but good did not go deeper. No one noticed that Xiang Nantian took a long breath after finishing his sentence and his face pretended to be calm. He was bitter in his heart. The first 4 judges were fine. They were all well-known great powers, but the last one, he only knew the surname Qin. Nothing else. Even though he checked the continental list of celebrities, he didn't find a single piece of information. But no matter how they ask, the head teacher adults do not spit out half. Just sternly admonished himself, must be respectful to Senior Qin, meet all the needs, as with the treatment of their own father. If the negligence of half a point, a palm chopped their own. Hey, all ing rely on the palmist. Xiang Nantian cursed in his heart, but curses aside, the process had to go on, and he continued to shout at the top of his lungs. Welcome the first judge, the master of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun sword emperor Yun Wusheng, born with a sword body, once chopped off Tendu Peak with a sword. With the end of the voice, a middle-aged man with a long sword slowly walked out, tall and straight, sharp eyes like a sword, full of confidence and extraordinary. His sword skill is superb, such as the wind swept away the clouds, to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. Welcome to the second judge, the master of the Purple Cloud Mansion, Shang Wansun, proficient in the Tao of the gun. 1 shot to break the sky, 2 shots to destroy the pale life, 3 shots. Immediately after that, a purple-robed old man slowly walked up to the judge's platform, with a steady gait and dignified face, exuding a majestic and ancient aura. Precisely the master of the Purple Cloud Mansion, whose cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Quasi-Emperor, and who was a party hegemon for the human race. Welcome to the third judge, Starless Trace, master of the Star Divine Hall, proficient in the way of the stars, can mobilize the star force to strengthen his body. By this time, the crowd was racing in waves of chants. Nothing else, it was just too exciting. The judges this time were surprisingly all quasi-emperor powerhouses, which made many people who could only see Yuanshan realm cultivators on a normal day feast their eyes on them. The first 3 are all quasi-emperors, so won't the 2 in the finale behind them take off? Could it be the ones who are household names in the human race are here? Chapter 66 Ex-Girlfriend Crisis reappears. Ice God Palace Master Mu Shueshue Hitomi. To the Quasi-Emperor, 1 step to the sky. The gap between each stage is great. The number of great powers in the first and middle stages of the Quasi-Emperor can still be a few hundred, but in the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor there may only be a dozen or so, and the peak of the Quasi-Emperor is only those 3 who have shown up at the moment. The crowd held their breath, eyes unblinking, and began to anticipate the final 2 judges. Next, start welcoming the Ice God Palace Master. Speaking here, under the excitement, Xiang Nanshan's tone paused for a moment, and then continued to introduce. Only the voice is a little trembling. This is also his goddess Na. Welcome Ice God Palace Master Mu Shueshue Hitomi, a power of frost across the world. As he spoke, a white light flashed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. White light flashed, and an overwhelming figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. She was dressed in a white plain dress, just like a fairy descending to earth, with a clear face and a trace of a unique icy temperament flowing between her eyebrows, as clear and moving as a clear spring. Hiss! So beautiful! Everyone marveled, and there was silence, with only a few discordant gulps coming from time to time. Worthy of being the second most beautiful woman in the world as selected by the human folk. The first is of course the Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingcheng. Alone on the face, the 2 are not far apart, but the Yaoqi Empress identity cultivation bonus is slightly higher. So ranked first, if she relied solely on her looks, Mu Shuexia naturally wouldn't be able to become the goddess in most hearts. Legend has it that Mu Shueshua pupil carries a 7-knuckle linglong heart, and when she was young, for some unknown reason, she had been traveling the world, and in the process of doing so she pointed out countless lost cultivators on the path of cultivation with her outstanding talent and endless wisdom, becoming a light, a white moonlight, in the period of many people's bewilderment. Even though she wasted most of her time instructing others, her cultivation had not fallen, and now she was in the middle stage of the Quasi-Emperor stage and had insight into the mysteries of the heavens and earth, mastering countless secret arts and magical abilities. This was also the reason why many people argued that Mu Shueshua pupil's talent was not below that of Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingcheng, if she concentrated on cultivation. I'm afraid that her cultivation today is not below that of Yaoqi Empress. Unfortunately, she has changed her normal state in the past 2,000 years, practicing the Tai Shong Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, no longer instructing cultivators outside the Ice God Palace, and her personality has changed from the previous gentle and elegant to the present cold as ice frost. Even so, she is the goddess in people's hearts. As for the reason why Mu Shueshua pupil traveled the world when she was young, there were many different opinions, and according to the people who came into contact with her during that period of time, she was looking for a man, but as soon as this statement was spread, it was scoffed at. What a joke! That was everyone's goddess. Wouldn't she disregard her hard work and search the entire human frontier for a man from a district? Fairy, my goddess, this life is enough to be able to see a fairy. After the silence had passed, the entire Yuanshu mountain completely boiled over, and countless people couldn't help but shout, pushing this final scene to a climax. The applause was deafening. It took a long time for the applause and shouting to die down. People turned their gazes to the host, Xiang Nantian, in anticipation of the last judge. The penultimate is all Mu goddess, the last one should not be. Hiss. It's exciting to think about. Faced with everyone's expectant gaze, Xiang Nantian was like a man on his back, embarrassed and wanted to pick his feet. How the hell should he be introduced? Boss, you're screwing me over. But what should come cannot be avoided. Xiang Nantian cleared his throat and continued to shout. Welcome Elder Qin. It's concise and short. No? That's it? What about identity? Name? What about the war record? The entire venue was silent, and after countless people looked at each other in disbelief, they once again gathered their gazes on Xiang Nantian, hoping that he would continue his introduction. Xiang Nantian naturally knew exactly what the audience was thinking, but he was suffering in his heart. He also only knew the surname Qin, but nothing else. Xiang Nantian simply closed his eyes. Love it. I don't care. Anyway, the so-called Qin seniors once out. A glance. For a long time. Hearing that there was still no movement, Xiang Nantian couldn't help but open his eyes and look towards the door of space. Where are the people? Where's Elder Qin? Why isn't it out yet? That said, on Qin Chongqing's side, he was standing at the exit of the space gate, somewhat hesitant and a bit panicked in his heart, only because he heard a familiar name. Mushu Hitomi. It can't be her. I should have known better than to be a judge of this labor. Qin Chongqing was a little anxious. This scene of all eyes, if he was accused by the other side, then his reputation, wouldn't he be completely stigmatized, in case he exposes his great emperor cultivation in the future, and people secretly give him a negative emperor, or scum emperor, even if they don't dare to say it on the surface. It's damn hard. I also blame myself. When I disliked the other party did not learn the art well, so many action posture cannot be completed in accordance with their own requirements, and too shy. I was angry, in a dark and windy night ran away, but it shouldn't be such a coincidence. There were so many with the same name, and with 7,000 years having passed, that predecessor of his own had probably long since become a pile of yellow earth. Qin Chongqing cheered himself up. That's all. Qin Chongqing's heart crossed and he stepped through the door of space. Seeing Qin Chongqing come out, Xiang Nantian then breathed a sigh of relief. No basket case? Fortunately. And as soon as Qin Chongqing came out, he looked towards the beautiful figure on the judge's table, and at that moment, that figure was also quite curious about the fifth judge and similarly looked over. 4 eyes. There is nothing else in heaven and earth but each other. Surprisingly, it's him. Mu Shuexia's heart set off shockwaves. Even though so many years had passed, the other party's face, that unique temperament, she still recognized it at once. Bad. It's her. Qin Chongqing's heart thumped. It's really a case of the wrong person coming to the wrong place. He only wanted to keep a good name and draw a line with his past self. But somehow, his ex-girlfriends popped up one after another, and at this moment, he even suspected that it was the system that was messing with him. At this rate, sooner or later, one's reputation will have to thunder. But now that it's over, there's no use talking about it. We can only face it honestly. Just like that, Qin Chongqing, against everyone's astonished gazes, slowly walked up next to Mu Shuexin, made an awkward but not ungraceful smile at Mu Shuexin, and said in a low voice, Shuexin, it's been a long time. He then turned around and sat on the fifth judge's seat, side by side with Mu Shuexue's pupil. The male scent that came to her face caused Mu Shuexia's delicate body to tremble, creating a strange feeling, familiar and unfamiliar. In particular, Qin Chongqing's sentence of long time no see almost caused her Tai Shang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra to break, and she was even a bit frazzled and at a loss as to what to do. Originally thought that he was too much Forgetfulness Heart Sutra great success, has long forgotten this negative man. I did not expect that this is only the first meeting. Forgetfulness Kung Fu has signs of collapse. Is it possible that this is sinful fate and I'm still deeply in love with him? Is this the reason why I've never been able to perfect my Tai Shang Oblivion Heart Sutra? No way. Mushu Hitomi fell deeply into self-doubt. Chapter 67. There must be an ulterior PY relationship. At this point, the entire venue was dead silent. Big question marks floated above everyone's head. Who is this fifth judge? Who is this little white boy? Still smiling lewdly at Goddess Mu. Who the hell is he? It's no wonder that the audience thinks too much. After all, although profound cultivators can return to their youth, but in order to maintain their majesty, the average male cultivator will choose his image as a middle-aged man, or an elderly person. And this so-called senior Chin was such a young white boy-looking man, a tart at first glance. Ugh, many people secretly spat. However, not all of the cultivators thought so, but most of the female cultivators had glowing eyes and saw it otherwise. So handsome. The silence of the moment was broken by the exclamations of many women. Is this Elder Chin? Too good looking, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we can couple with him? Someone murmured. Even some young female cultivators couldn't hold themselves and couldn't help but close their legs. The more popular Qin Changsheng was with the women, the more he stirred up the male cultivators present to share his hatred. But even so, at this moment, no one dared to openly attack this Qin judge for the time being. After all, the judges were all invited by the organizer, Yuanshu Mountain, and no one knew what ancient taboo forces this so-called Qin senior was from. Venerable Li, you are highly respected and knowledgeable. Have you ever seen or heard of this senior Qin? Someone couldn't help but ask towards an old man in the crowd. The old man frowned and thought for a moment, stroked his beard, shook his head and, I've never heard of it, and those hidden powers haven't heard of anyone with the surname Qin. Strange, strange, I've never heard of it either, and I've been involved in writing character histories at the Tianji Pavilion, and I've never seen a human powerhouse with the surname Qin. Another old man interjected. Hearing the two learned old men of the past and present say the same thing, everyone present fell into deep doubt. This senior Qin, who exactly is he? Didn't you guys notice the way senior Qin acted just now? It seems like he's an old acquaintance with Goddess Mu. He must be an unearthly person as well. He's just not well known. A pathfinder seemed to have discovered a new continent. Yes, never heard of Goddess Mu having friendships with other men. And that lecherous smile just now. Wolfish nah. What's the point of talking so much? When the grand competition finals begin, listen to the senior Qin's critique and you'll know his path. The crowd was noisy and talking. No one noticed that two men in the crowd had their eyes widened as if they had been struck by lightning. Old granddaddy, big brother, Qin Jin and third ancestor Qin Chanan looked incredulous as if they had seen a ghost. After Qin Jin discovered the old ancestor's disappearance, he hoofed it to Yuanshu Mountain to meet up with the three ancestors, but both sides searched the site of the Heavens Remarks competition and the surrounding area, and found no trace of the old ancestor. Today, they came to the final site early in the morning also to look for the old ancestor. After all, if the old ancestor really came to cheer for Qin Tian, then he would definitely come to the final site. But no one expected that the old ancestor would shake out and become a judge. Ancestor, don't you have any idea how capable you are? I admit, your ability to pick up girls is unique and unparalleled. But, where is this? This is the final of the Heavens Pride competition. Can you see the battle clearly? Can you comment? Qin Jin wanted to cry. The Qin family is not easy to get a little bit of improvement. Will soon become the first power in the northern region. This critical juncture, your old man made such a mess. In case the old ancestor was exposed to be just a mortal, the consequences of this, one couldn't even dare to think about it. And the Qin family was afraid that they would be criticized by 1,000 people. Qin Jin winced and quietly looked in all directions. Fortunately, the old ancestor basically never showed his face. For the time being, no one recognized the old ancestor of the Qin family. Just then, Qin Jin realized that third ancestor Qin Chang'an made a silent gesture to himself and pointed to the corner next to him. He understood, and he and the three ancestors quietly felt their way out of the crowd and walked to an unoccupied corner. Third ancestor, how can this be? You are also clear about how many kilograms the old ancestor has. If this occasion is exposed, I am worried that the old ancestor will be worried. Qin Jin is worried. Hearing this, the third ancestor but just waved his hand. No harm done. You don't think about it. What kind of strength is Yuan Chushan? Big brother is just a mortal. How can he hide it from Yuan Chushan? So big brother can be this judge. It must be Yuan Chushan nodding his head and acquiescing. There is no need to worry about big brother's safety and security. Hearing the three ancestors' wise analysis, Qin Jin's eyes lit up. Yeah, how much the old ancestor weighed. With the energy of Yuanshu Mountain, it could still be unclear, but even so, it still defaulted to inviting the old ancestor as a judge. Then how hard must the old ancestor's connections be behind this? There must be an unknown PY relationship here. He suddenly thought of something and said, Third ancestor? Just now it seems that the old ancestor smiled at senior Mu Shueshua pupil. Does it mean? Hiss. Qin Jin sucked in a breath of cold air. With the experience so far, all the women that the old patriarch knows are his old favorites. In that case, Elder Mu is also. Don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. If this was true, with the insanity of those admirers of Mu Shuexie, of which there were not a few quasi-emperors, if this was pursued, the Qin family is a small family that can't afford it. The third ancestor also thought of this layer and hurriedly covered Qin Zhen's mouth and nose and said sternly, "Hush, be careful what you say. Don't talk nonsense, leave that alone for a while." After a pause, he continued, "As the finals proceed, the old ancestor's ability such as discerning critique will surely be exposed. In case there are people from the northern region who recognize it again, the old ancestor will naturally be safe with the blessing of the Yuanshu mountain. But it's not easy to say about us, the Qin family members. So, we must not expose our relationship with the old ancestor. Dead not to admit, and Qin Tian belongs to the participating prides. During the competition is not a big problem. As for the end of the competition, well, speaking to, both sides looked at each other, as if they felt an icy cool air emerging from each other, like a cold wind piercing the bones. It's a hell of a crime to get caught. Thus, the three ancestors in Qin Zhen made a series of well thought out and safe plans to leave. While they were discussing their plans, the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition was also proceeding in an orderly manner. During this period, the 64-32 matches had also completed a dozen or so, and Yun Wusheng, Shang Wansun, and the others had commented on them many times, pointing out the strengths and weaknesses of the heavenly prides, and there was not a single mistake in the sharpness of the paramount emperor's vision. To everyone's surprise, the two judges, who were the grand finale, never said a word. Moreover, the atmosphere between Mu Shuexiu pupil and Senior Qin was rather subtle. The two of them exchanged sights frequently, but then quickly turned their heads, their minds seemingly completely absent from this Heaven's Pride competition. Compared to Mu Shuexiu's cold as ice, refusing to let anyone in, Qin Changsheng was looking left and right, fidgeting. What's this thing? Qin Changsheng wailed in his heart. Chapter 68 Wager. Quasi-Emperor Soldier or Belly Pocket. Originally thought to be a judge, a good experience of the mouth, wantonly comment on the pleasure, and then let the pride of the sky to tell the family broke since childhood. Hard to cultivate finally stepped on the stage of the tragic story, their own and then a symbolic tears. Encouragement. This big competition even if the end of the perfect. Whoever thought of bumping into another ex-girlfriend? Moreover, he was sitting next to himself, and that unique body fragrance frequently drilled into his nostrils, reminding him of countless nights in the past, which was really hard to be taught. Shuexie, what do you think of this next battle? Violet Cloud Mansion Lord Shangwansun suddenly opened his mouth and smiled towards Mu Shuexin. He had long admired the other party for many years and wanted to use this to draw some distance. At those words, Mu Shuexie's face turned cold. A chill filled her, and a wave of displeasure welled up in her heart. According to the past, although she practiced the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, she still retained a trace of respect and politeness for her human seniors, and there was nothing to be gained by simply calling herself by her name. But at this moment, in front of Qin Changsheng, she felt extraordinarily harsh, and ghostly, sternly said, "Fellow Daoist Shangwan, you're a senior, and I'm not familiar with you. Calling snow pupil would be too wieldy. Just call me fellow Daoist Mu." Shangwan Sun was stunned, as if he didn't expect the other party to react like this. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng, who was on the side, looked at Shangwan Sun with a mischievous expression, but in his heart, he smiled coldly. "Oh, silly comparison. You can't even call me snow pupil. Do you still want to be the head of the Purple Cloud Mansion, coveting my old flame in front of my ex?" Shangwan Sun was a little embarrassed when he happened to bump into Qin Changsheng's gaze towards himself, as if with teasing and provocation, and boundless anger instantly surged in his heart. This tart little white boy. I don't know where the old monster came out from, and don't mind the shame, making himself look this young, and still browbeating with Snow Hitomi here. Hateful. At this moment, he held a complete grudge against Qin Changsheng. However, this was ultimately the Heaven's remarkable grand competition. He had to give face to Yuan Chushan, and he was also not sure of the other party's bottom line, and did not dare to openly tear his face off. Shangwan Sun was struck by an idea and asked, pretending not to care, "This fellow Daoist Qin, I wonder what you think of this next battle." Qin Changsheng's divine thoughts enveloped him, and naturally, Shangwan seeking Paragon's thoughts could not be hidden from him, and he returned without a good grace. "How? With your eyes?" Naturally, being so blocked by Qin Changsheng, Shangwan Sun seemed to feel a mouthful of old blood spurting out of him. This thief, today not out of this bad breath, swore not to be a person. He calmed himself when he tried, his tone as calm as possible. "Fellow Daoist Qin is joking. I mean, who will lose and win this battle? We are idle. Why don't we add a colorful bet?" Shangwan Sun was confident. With his sharp vision for so many years, there was no way he would misjudge. "Fine, just bet," Qin Changsheng responded. Kidding, he is the only great emperor in the world at present. His means are not at all detectable by the stream of quasi-emperors, and it is not as if he wants whoever wins to let whoever wins. Then the two men looked downward. The two dueling parties had already taken the stage, with Qin Tian on one side and Lang Xiaoming, the personal disciple of the sect leader of Yuanshu Mountain, on the other. The corner of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. What a damn coincidence. He was also clear about Qin Tian's advancement process in the past few days, but he just didn't expect Knight Xiaobai to blatantly cheat in order to repay the favor of the emperor's soldier, allowing Qin Tian to advance all the way through the rounds and arranging for the first battle to be against a prodisciple. I'll be damned if I'm going to lose this. However, in a real fight, with Qin Tian's level of progress and the Void Emperor's scripture that had become small, Qin Tian would not necessarily lose. That's a bet. Steady. I'll bet on the slightly more handsome-looking one. Qin Tian, with his poise and elegance, there's some of my temperament at a glance, Qin Changsheng said in a pretentious manner. Upon hearing this, Shang Wansun was overjoyed. He was worried that the other party would choose Ling Xiaoming. Then he wouldn't be able to place a good bet in this game. I didn't realize that the other party was a straw man who would choose a nameless kid based on his appearance. Then I'll bet on Ling Xiaoming to win. One is a disciple of the world-famous Yuanshu Mountain, and one is a nameless junior from the northern region of the barren little place, and his cultivation is still one big realm lower, so it is clear who loses and who wins. Say, what's the bet? Qin Changsheng said indifferently. Let's not bet on the big ones either. I have a quasi-imperial weapon here, so let's follow this standard. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Shang Wansun took out a hammer from his purple mansion. I just don't know if fellow Taoist Qin has a quasi-emperor soldier, but that's right. A divine weapon like a quasi-emperor soldier isn't something that anyone can take out. Even though he had been a quasi-emperor for many years, taking out a quasi-emperor soldier was already the limit, and although his heart ached, it was not a bad bet for a sure win. In the face of the other party's sarcasm, Qin Changsheng mouthed a corner, disdainful smile. A look at the other party is a pretending novice, but also according to this standard, this forced to pretend too raw. Flunked. Qin Changsheng's mind thumped in his heart as his divine thoughts swept toward the Violet Mansion. Bad. Aside from the 6 extreme Dao Imperial armaments, it seemed that all of them were the things of his ex-girlfriend. There are countless scented pouches, bibs, rouges, and even profane pants. It was inappropriate for the Emperor's soldiers to be taken out, easily scaring others, and other things were even more inappropriate to be taken out and flaunted. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he slowly and methodically took something outward from the Violet Mansion as he did so. I don't have such scraps as quasi-imperial soldiers, but there are just too many good things. Under Shang Wansun's gaze, Qin Changsheng took out a leopard print lace bellyband and even symbolically shook it. Oops, got the wrong one. Qin Changsheng pretended, alarmed. Then the bellyband flew back into the purple mansion for a very short time, and did not attract the attention of others. However, when Mu Shueshue, a pupil, who had been secretly paying attention to Qin Changsheng, saw this, her cheeks instantly turned red, and there was more than a hint of shame and irritation in her eyes. Ancient memories resurfaced in his mind, and bits and pieces of his relationship with Qin Changsheng once again flashed by as if he were walking on a horse. Isn't this her favorite style of bib? This lecher. No wonder when he had abandoned himself, he had realized afterward that he was missing a few pieces of profane clothing and pants. Turns out, it's all gone down the drain with this ingrate. It turns out that fellow Taoist Qin is this kind of. Shang Wansun, who had been paying attention to Qin Changsheng, naturally saw Qin Changsheng's actions and was quite ashamed, and was about to taunt him when he suddenly noticed Mu Shueshue's blushing face. A horrible thought popped into his head. Qin Taoist friend will not take out a useless belly band for no reason, and then combined with this color of Mu Shue pupil, it is difficult to. This belly band, it's Mu Shue Hitomi's. His face changed drastically. Anger and jealousy filled his heart. His pupils contracted, his fists clenched tightly, and hatred began to surge. Only after a long time did he tremblingly turn his head towards Mu Shueshin, hoping to conclude from Mu Shueshin's demeanor that it was fake. Chapter 69, Pointing Competition. Eyes wide shut. But then he realized with overwhelming despair from the other man's reaction that it was true. The bib is Mu Shue Hitomi's, one's own adoration for thousands of years of goddess. It turns out that a long time ago, Mu Shuexia was also a bit impatient by Shang Wansun at this time, and gave Qin Changsheng another fierce glare, saying, "Alright, I'll take out the quasi-emperor soldier for this fellow Taoist Qin. Let's watch the battle." Finished. Even the quasi-emperor soldiers are out for Dao friend Qin. This further establishes that the two sides definitely have a great relationship. At this moment, Shang Wansun only felt like a clown. This two sides at a glance. It is obvious that it is like a young couple in a quarrel. However, his heart floated doubts. Mu Shueshua pupil in recent years has been in the Ice God Palace. Never heard of any gossip? Ah, how did the two sides hook up? At this time, the match below was in full swing. The two people who were competing were going back and forth. Qin Tian was still using his sword. His sword awnings were like dragons. His body was as light as a swallow, and he seemed to be one with the sword. While Lang Xiaoming's weapon was unbelievable. A strange weapon made of unknown material. It looked like a golden bowl, with mysterious runic symbols glittering on its surface, exuding a palpitating power. As the battle progressed, Lang Xiaoming was secretly laughing bitterly. He also did not expect that the other party is not known, but the strength is so strong. The headmaster also let him let water. This led a dara. In particular, the other party's occasional spatial aptitude was so subtle that it was even above what he had learned, which made him suspect for a moment that his master, as the first person of the human race's spatial way, had hidden his secret when he taught himself, and that the other party was the sect master's close disciple. At this moment, the audience in the room exploded. Who is this young man? How come I've never seen him before? But he was able to fight back and forth with senior brother Lang, and vaguely seemed to suppress senior brother Lang's spatial power? After all, over the years, the top 64 were all household names. Especially this session gathered the most outstanding heavenly pride of the human race in the past 500 years. And surprisingly, there were also new faces who killed in. Fellow Daoist, this is something you don't know. This person is a son of the Qin family of the Northern Domain. I just thought earlier that he was lucky to be in his original form once he fought, but I didn't realize that his strength was so strong. Ha! The Northern Domain? That place with barren aura can also give birth to such a demon? It's not clear if it's demonic or not, but bizarre it is for sure. I've studied this son's advancement matches, and guess what I've found? He took turns all the way through, and today was only the first match he took on. Ha! There was a gasp of surprise from the audience, followed by the sound of cold air being sucked in. Hiss! This son is as terrifying as he is. Can it be that this Qin Tian possesses the legendary Lucky Saint body, where luck is always with him, and he can pick up a supreme secret book even if he falls on his face, and have a supreme beauty throw herself at him even if he walks on the road? Someone said enviously. However, there were also Lang Xiaoming's loyal supporters who were worried about him. Senior brother Lang won't be fighting and suddenly fall into a dog's or go off the deep end, right? Regardless of what the audience thought, the fight was a stalemate. At this moment, the presiding Xiang Nantian suddenly had a glint in his eye and walked over to Qin Changsheng, saying in a pleasing manner, Senior Qin, please comment on this battle. Qin Changsheng was looking at the strange golden bowl floating in his mind, associating it with a fellow traveler who was stepping on a sewing machine in his previous life. Casually, look at this bowl. He's big and round. And look at this sword. It's long. His voice was not loud, but with the added power of the amplifying notes on the judge's table, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it, and they couldn't help but cast puzzled glances. Sure enough, he was a senior, speaking so profoundly. How could he not understand? Could it be that one's enlightenment is too poor? And Qin Changsheng also reacted to the fact that he was on the wrong movie set and hastily changed his words. Ah, shucks, just kidding, liven things up. These two. Qin Changsheng realized that the judges were not that good. He was even a little short of words, although his cultivation was invincible, but it was the first time that he critiqued and pointed out others. Previously instructing Qin Yu was only a matter of losing a few strands of Hongmeng creation power every few days, and to have him personally instructed close to him. What was the difference between that and killing him? Compliment it? It's a bit against his heart. The battle between the Dharma realm and the early stage of the Sage realm is too pedestrian. Besides, the other party didn't stuff money. Yuck! Didn't bribe himself. Damage it, but also not. That is not a slap in the face of their own Qin family. Facing the crowd's expectant gazes, Qin Changsheng then slowly said, Look guys, this move of Qin Tian's, sword shadow follows, looks difficult, but it's actually not simple at all. What about Lang Xiaoming? How about a glance at the strength is not weak at all. In fact, very strong. Speaking of which, Qin Changsheng was still a bit complacent that he had completely realized the judge's speaking skills. The audience was staring blankly at the moment, huge question marks sprouting from their heads. Listening to you is like Zhuangzhou with purification. What the is this bull ***** literary revival? This Qin, the judge of the finale, wouldn't be an imposter, would he? As for Qin Jin and the third ancestor who had been paying attention to the old ancestor in the crowd, they were even more humanly numb. If it wasn't 100% certain before that this senior Qin was the old ancestor, it might just look the same. But now, they were quite sure. This, damn it, is the old man. Originally, he had expected the old ancestor to be a bit self-aware and try to keep a low profile and not speak. Going through the motions, who knew that this opening would reveal his nature? The two of them looked at each other, and an idea appeared in their minds at the same time. The previous plan was a bit unsafe, and had to retreat in advance. Otherwise the people of the Qin family were afraid of being killed. Yes, Elder Qin's critique is spot on. Xiang Nanshan's slightly complimentary voice rang out. There was no way. Sect leader Night Shobai explained that no matter what Senior Qin said, he must attach himself to the flattery, or else withdraw his grand elder. The audience, on the other hand, is not doing it. Are you blind or deaf? That's pretty on point. Where is it on point? But then many people also reacted to how hard this Senior Qin's backstage was to be able to make the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain say such complimentary words with a clear conscience. Hiss. Still be careful what you say. Only the three ancestors in Qinjin secretly lamented in their hearts. The old ancestor can let Xiang Nantian so. Mu Shueshu Pupil Py relationship is obviously not enough. Secretly, there must be a deeper Py relationship. The old ancestor of this pickup girl's kung fu. Also too grippy. For a while, the entire venue fell into an unusually eerie silence. Chapter 70 Dead Ghost. Please curb your talent. Luckily, the battle between Qin Tian and Lang Xiaoming did not last for a long time, and Qin Tian relied on the subtlety of the Void Emperor scripture and eventually cut a stunning and incomparable sword to win by a fluke. This move, which turned defeat into victory, even caused Qin Changsheng to applaud. Good. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests. A sword frosty and cold in 14 states. Not bad. Qin Changsheng had even made up his mind in his heart that after the great competition was over, he should find a protector for this promising Qin clan scion, at least at the peak of a quasi-emperor. And this one ancient poem copied off the top of his head made Mu Shuexia on the side marvel over it, with a strange color flowing in her eyes. In his heart, he even thought of the past. He only used a piece of heirloom green lyrics, so that he was secretly in love with him. Not bad for him. He's the only one who can write poems and songs and heirlooms at the drop of a hat, isn't he? Feeling the changes in her body, Mu Shueshua pupil secretly spat. Too much forgetfulness Heart Sutra practiced in vain, and involuntarily slightly closed her legs again. Succubus, deadbeat, out there, doesn't know to curb his talent. With his good looks and some talent, he blossomed his masculinity with abandon, leaving people defenseless. And as the battle ended, what made Qin Changsheng somewhat surprised was, even though Shang Wansun's expression was extremely painful, and it was evident that his heart was dripping blood, he still baldly handed over the quasi-emperor's soldier. Worthy of being a renowned member of the human race, Qin Changsheng's impression of him also slightly changed, giving up some of his thoughts. After the lord of the Purple Cloud Mansion Shang Wansun handed over the quasi-emperor's soldier, he didn't say a word. Obviously, losing the lady and losing the soldier made him feel bad and couldn't say a word. However, what he didn't anticipate was that because of his quick handing over of the quasi-emperor's soldier, the Purple Cloud Mansion avoided the scourge of an overthrow. The next battles were basically reviewed by Mu Shuexia, Yun Wuxing and Starless. As for Qin Changsheng, he was worried that Mu Shueshua pupil would expose his scummy face in full view of the public, and he had been attaching himself to the other side all the way down the field. What Snow Hitomi is right, Snow Hitomi is wise, Snow Hitomi is too good and so on, caused people to stare frequently. Unfortunately, Mu Shueshua did not take care of him, making him lose face, and even gave birth to an impulse of wanting to silence everyone present. But in the end, he endured it. Hey, there is no way. Who let it be their own sins? Hit and cannot hit. Scold and cannot scold. Qin Changsheng heart. Not scolding your girlfriend is the last line of being a scumbag. Of course, scolding at a special time, in a special place, cannot be considered scolding, but rather amorous. The rest of the match was unexpected to everyone. The masked man who had been keeping a low profile suddenly exploded into late Supreme Realm cultivation, and crushed his way through the ranks to win this grand competition. Everyone could see that the masked man's invincibility had been nurtured, and it was no surprise that another new star of the human race was rising. In the middle, however, there was a little hiccup, due to the fact that the sacred son of the palace of Sinluo, Helian Ba, was extremely insidious and ruthless, especially when advancing to the round of 16. He struck his own brother, Qin Tian, into serious injuries, making the masked man who was a fanatic protector of his younger brother, Qin Yu, burn with rage. Qin Yu's move to abolish Helian Ba's cultivation after receiving the old ancestor's transmission authorization caused a huge uproar. However, Qin Yu did not care in the slightest. Jokingly, the old ancestor was here. Could he still turn against the sky? In the blink of an eye, it was time to present the rewards. The corner of Qin Changsheng's mouth smiled slightly. This process, I'm familiar with it. The champion's speech is to tell the story of his own miserable childhood. The more miserable the better. To inspire the cultivators of the human race. to create the idol of ordinary people, and to gather the luck of the human race. Thus, he ran over in a huff and did not rush to award the rewards, but instead handed the amplifying note to the masked man. Qin Yu. The tone was relaxed. Come on, say a few words. As the champion of this Heaven's Pride competition, is there anything you want to say to the audience or your opponents? Or tell us about your deeds? Ha! Qin Yu was a bit confused by the old ancestor's play. More speeches? This hasn't happened in the past, has it? However, he instantly realized that this was a good intention of the old ancestor, aiming to shape his own path to invincibility and allow himself to gather more qi. Qin Yu pondered for a while, and a strong aura suddenly erupted between his eyebrows, his voice resounding as he slowly said to the crowd of celestial pride, "In this world, I shall suppress all the enemies in the world, and I hope that you and others will work harder and be able to see my back on that emperor's path. After all, once I pass you guys, I'll be way ahead, way ahead." These 4 words were as if they carried an infinite magic power, constantly reverberating on Yuanshu Mountain. Like a heavy hammer, it struck hard on everyone's heart, which seemed particularly harsh. Holy! Qin Changsheng cursed in his heart. This brat misunderstood. This occasion is still so arrogant. Not afraid to cause group anger. He hurriedly transmitted his voice towards Qin Yu. Brat! Who the hell told you to say that? What I mean is that you tell more about your own suffering experiences, as miserable as they are. And anyway, you wear a mask, so no one knows who you are. For example, both parents died, picked up garbage for a living, stepped into the path of cultivation by chance, and came to this day with a strong will, etc. The main purpose is to inspire the vast number of human cultivators with mediocre qualifications, to cause them to resonate and recast the glory of our human race. Do you understand? Ha! Qin Yu was once again jaw-dropped, shocked by the old ancestor's pie-in-the-sky ideas. Old ancestor, I'm on the path of invincibility in this life. If you let me say that, won't it be a bit of a pushover? Moreover, the road of cultivation, wealth couple lawland, wealth ranked first, the average person's ancestry is not out of a powerful person, mixed with some special bloodline flesh. How can become the final champion of the Heavenly Pride competition? Who would believe this? The baby's heart is bitter, but the baby doesn't say anything, and it's useless to say anything. Qin Yu was helpless. Who let the one who gave the word be the old ancestor? He cleared his throat, reorganized his words, and even squeezed out a little choked sound as he said, "Thank you, judges, for the support of the human race. Since I was a child, my parents died and I picked up garbage for a living. Then I was adopted by vicious foster parents who beat me 100 times a day. Then I fell off a cliff and happened to." He was vocal and articulate, but no one knew that under the mask was a face full of shame. Most of the audience was stunned by the sudden change. What happened to being so far ahead? How come the next moment, the picture becomes so peculiar? This segue is a bit too raw. Chapter 71, Shocking Change. Great competition champion Qin Yu exposed, but there are others who disagree. So miserable and still managed to go all the way against the odds and become the number 1 in the Heaven's Pride competition. I want to hold him in my arms and comfort him properly, a sentimental woman said. I've heard he wears a mask because he's so ugly. Aren't you afraid that underneath it his appearance is repulsive? No fear. I just want to take care of him and comfort him. I don't know what's in your mind. No matter how ugly he is, he's still the number 1 in Heaven's remarks. It's your turn. You're doing this calculating. The grandmothers in my old family have heard it. Someone sneered. However, no matter what, there are still many people who empathize with the difficulty of the path of cultivation, fighting against the sky, fighting against people. A corner in the crowd. The 3 ancestors, Qin Jin and Qin Tian, were all present, and under the elixir of Yuanshu Mountain, the severely injured Qin Tian was now recovering quite a bit of his aura. AI. What a poor child. His parents died when he was a child, and it's not easy for him to still make it to today. And look at you. The family resources and whatnot are prioritized for you, yet you can't even enter a top 16. Qin Jin rambled on, a bit hateful, and said to Qin Tian, if it was the usual Qin Tian, he must have retorted a long time ago. After all, the top 32, all tied the best result of the northern region's Heavenly Pride, but he uncharacteristically didn't retort. Instead he frowned and stared at the masked man's back and said, Father, look, does the back of this masked man look familiar? Looks familiar. I don't think so. Qin Jin was a bit puzzled as to why he asked that. Father, don't you think that this back resembles my elder brother? At those words, Qin Jin but cursed fiercely. What nonsense! The back is almost your big brother? If he's really capable of that, I'll cut off his head and kick it for you as a ball. This rebellious son, letting him take care of old ancestor closely. But he's good. He doesn't know where to run away to have a good time. mentioning his eldest son Qinyu. Qinjin was furious. That said, on Qin Chongqing's side, when Qinyu had finished speaking vocally, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Good, worthy of my human race." Right at this moment, a cold and chilling voice resounded through the entire arena. "Slow down," only to see a silhouette coming from far away, quickly flying to and coming. It was none other than the hall master of the Sunluo Hall, Han Qianqiu, who had just used the clan's treasures to preserve the Holy Sun Helion Ba's soon-to-be collapsed Violet Mansion. A cold aura flashed in Qin Chongqing's eyes. There were two kinds of people he hated the most in his life. One is the one that interrupts his speech, and the other is the one that doesn't let him interrupt his speech. It was clear that this man had broken a taboo. "Cold Qianqiu, do you want to make an enemy of my Yuanshu Mountain?" Xiang Nantian, the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain who was the host, stood up and said angrily. He could see that the other party was coming from a bad place, and interrupting the awarding ceremony of the Heaven's Pride competition was clearly not giving face to Yuanshu Mountain. Cold Qianqiu gave this Grand Elder a slightly scornful look and said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiang, I have no intention of making an enemy of Yuanshu Mountain, much less making a move here. I only want to know who is the one who wasted the holy sun of my temple. Moreover, this person is hiding his face, not daring to reveal his true face, so I'm afraid he's not over 500 years old, or he's not of the human race?" Bold. Xiang Nantian became furious and said, "What do you mean? Is that I, Yuanshu Mountain, have colluded with the foreign races? Could it be that you really want to provoke a civil war in the human race? What I can only tell you is that there's absolutely no problem with Nameless his identity, and, with the bone age test, he's no older than 40. This statement caused an uproar. How is that possible? Less than 40 years old, the champion of the Heavens Remarks competition, still at the late supreme cultivation level. What kind of demon was this? I'm afraid that in the Emperor's Fall era, the desolate ancient era, or the distant mythological era, such a demonic supreme being is enough to be called a young supreme being, and a great emperor can be expected. The top 8 of this Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition, without exception, were all over 300 years old, including the Ji clan's imperial son and the sacred son of the Temple of Sunluo. After all, the Sage Realm and the Supreme Realm, every step forward was a hurdle that blocked how many teenage prides. But now, before the heavens and earth had changed greatly and the aura had recovered, a young supreme being less than 40 years old had appeared? This immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. He, Han Qianqiu suddenly laughed softly, a touch of sarcasm surfacing at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Xiang, a junior supreme under the age of 40, are you believable on your own?" Then he shouted toward the audience, "Gentlemen, don't you want to take a look at this young hero? Who is it?" Xiang Nanshan's gaze condensed. He knew that he had said the wrong thing, and then he closed his mouth and fell silent. In fact, he was also shocked by this nameless bone age test in the beginning, but only because of the orders of the sect leader. He couldn't look deeper into it, and he also wanted to know the true identity of this person. However, he deadlocked himself in front of Han Qianqiu. No matter what, no one could force the grand competition champion to do something he didn't want to do on Yuanshu Mountain. "Okay," a crisp voice sounded behind him. The crowd looked towards the direction where the voice came from, only to see the champion of this Heaven's Pride competition, the masked man Nameless, walking leisurely. The deep gaze looked straight at Cold Qianqiu, and there was even provocation in his eyes. He had already received a transmission from his old ancestor that he could be exposed. It was time for the Qin family's prestige to spread throughout the world and for the Qin family's fame to rise to another level. Simply because the old ancestor felt that it was enough for the Qin family to have only one Oldingby, and that he could come to the front of the stage. "Don't you just want to know who I am? You can. I hope you always remember this name, because this name could become your nightmare." When Xinyu said this, he paused and slowly took the mask off, his eyes glowing with an infinite luster, his voice spreading throughout the entire Yuanshu Mountain. "Me, the Qin family, Xinyu." Underneath the mask was a young face, not exactly handsome, but definitely not ugly, even with some age-inappropriate vicissitudes. At this moment, he became the center of attention in everyone's eyes, his robes fluttering in the wind, creating a beautiful picture between heaven and earth. This once fallen genius youth once again stepped onto the Heaven's Pride stage and displayed himself in front of everyone. "Holy, holy, holy!" 3 exclamations of surprise in unison came from a corner of the audience. Qin Jin, the 3 ancestors, and Qin Tian looked at each other in disbelief. Especially Qin Jin's reaction was the greatest. His pupils shook tremendously, his breathing was rapid, and he was skeptical. The champion of the Tianjiao Grand Competition is actually the inverse unicorn child that he just angrily scolded. The surprise came so suddenly that he was a bit overwhelmed, covering his chest for a long time. However, then he suddenly thought of something and his face changed. Is this what you call having 2 dead parents and growing up picking up trash for a living? You this sin. Good big son. Lying is not right. No, when the award is over, we have to teach. Set a good lesson. Chapter 72. Should I call you Hanli? Or should I call you the Qin family's ancestor? Meanwhile, Cold Xianxiu's reaction was consistent with the vast majority of the audience present. A million question marks popped up in his head. Which transcendent power is the Qin family? Who is Qin Yu? Never heard of it. Cold Xianxiu, as the head of the Sanluo Hall, especially during this special period when a great change in heaven and earth was imminent, had long ago gathered intelligence on all superpowers, but had definitely never heard of a superpower surnamed Qin. I remember. It's him. He's Qin Yu from the Northern Domain Qin family. Back then, he was known as the Little Prince of the Silver Lance who pressed the begonias with a silver lance. A passerby from the Northern Domain in the crowd shouted out. Upon hearing this, the corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched and he almost didn't tense up. When he was young and foolish, he did have a black history. But, I've heard that he's wasted. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. And, as far as I understand, he's only just in his early 30s. The voice continued. Right. I also remembered. When the innate realm, I also fought with him. Now I'm still in the innate realm. But people in people. How can the gap be so big? Another passerby said. He seems to be a blood brother to the 32 strongest Qin Tian. I didn't expect that a small Northern Domain Qin family in the district had raised 2 such heavenly prides. The Qin family? This is going to take off. The cultivators from the Northern Domain. You spoke and I spoke, telling Qin Yu's details one by one. And as all of this information was heard by Cold Xianxiu, he frowned and finally remembered the Qin family. This was also thanks to the previously boisterous matter of the Qin family's imperial soldier. Otherwise a small family in a tiny barren zone would be something he wouldn't care to pay attention to. GGG. Cold Xianxiu suddenly smiled sorrowfully. Qin family right. Qin Yu right. I'll give face to Yuan Chushan today. I hope your journey back to the Northern Domain will be peaceful. At those words, Qin Yu did not care about the threatening intent of the other party's words, but instead took a step forward. Eyes like a smile, said lightly, I'd advise you to drop the idea. However, no matter what, within a year or less, I will personally set foot in the Moral Hall to demand an explanation for today's forcing. His tone was firm, as if the matter was settled. A 1-year appointment is enough, Qin Yu silently said in his heart. It was because I had heard from my old ancestor that there was a teenage supreme being in the immortal ancient era who possessed heaven-defying enlightenment, who smelled the chicken and danced, combining the chicken's attack with the orb, and ultimately walked out of his own Tao, taking only 2.5 years to step into the great emperor and swept away the forbidden zone. And if he has the old ancestor as his backing, and he can't step into the peak of the quasi-emperor in a year, how can he be worthy of being the old ancestor's most beloved cub? Ha. Cold Xianxiu laughed in anger. I didn't expect that a regional northern region teenager would not put the Sanluo Hall, which has been inherited for an unknown number of years, in his eyes, truly not knowing the heights of heaven and earth. Okay, I'll wait, but you must also remember that a fallen genius is no longer a genius. A stern look flickered in Han Xianxiu's eyes. Killing opportunities abounded. I say, are you done? At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Only Qin Changxing's brows were furrowed, and his face already wore impatience. Fight or kill. Since you don't dare to make a move here, then get lost and be abrasive. Qin Changxing continued. This so-called Sanluo Hall master interrupted himself as soon as he arrived and delayed for such a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his cultivation, he would have already slapped the other party to death. Cold Xianxiu was stunned and a bit confused by the scolding. Had times changed? Is his own fierce reputation out there a fake? How it feels like no one is afraid of themselves. You are? He was a bit stunned, only knowing that the other party was a judge invited by Yuanchu Mountain, but he couldn't see through the other party at all. Qin Changsheng didn't pay any attention to him, but said towards Qin Yu, You were, tell him, puff. Qin Yu knelt down towards Qin Changsheng and performed a great salute, his respectful words resounding throughout the entire arena. Unworthy grandson, Qin Yu, pay homage to the old ancestor. For a moment, silence filled the room, and everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched the sudden scene. Even the Sanluo Hall master, Han Qianqiu, took 3 steps backward, his eyes stunned. He's the oldest ancestor of the Qin family. To be able to cultivate a demon like Qin Yu, could he be a hidden old monster? However, this speculation was quickly dispelled as a gasp came from the crowd, completely exposing Qin Changxing's details. The Qin family's old ancestor? Isn't he immortal? And it's rumored that he was able to extend his life for 10,000 years by accidentally eating a longevity immortal pill. It was still the surprised voice of the northern region passerby from earlier. I've also heard about it. And not long ago the Qin family even held a special banquet to welcome the return of their old ancestor. But how did the Qin clan's old ancestor, a mere mortal, become a judge of this Heaven's Pride competition? No wonder this Qin clan ancestor's style of critique is so unique. So it turns out he's just a punk mortal. There was much talk among the crowd, and some people even shouted out the word shady. A mortal? Cold Qianqiu whispered. No wonder he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. Originally, the other party didn't have any cultivation at all, and after seeing the old ancestor exposed, fearing that the old ancestor would be in danger, the third ancestor in Qinjin flew to the high platform and protected the old ancestor behind them, staring at Han Qianqiu with a grave expression, fearing that the other party would force his hand. Seeing this, Cold Qianqiu was even more certain that the other party was truly immortal. He was actually scolded by a mortal, and he laughed back in anger. Ha ha ha, how ironic. The grand finale judge of the Heaven's Pride competition is actually a mortal with no cultivation. This is the explanation Yuanqiu Mountain give to the human race. In my opinion, this Qin clan ancestor, wouldn't he be the illegitimate son of your Yuanqiu Mountain sect leader, Knight Xiubai? He didn't realize that someone was convinced by his casual remark. In particular, Lang Xiaoming, the great disciple of the sect leader of Yuanqiu Mountain, was nodding his head in his heart and mind. Sect leader's spatial Tao has always been the pinnacle of the human race, but the Qin family's spatial avatar is even more subtle than the one that was imparted to me, and the difference between affinity and affinity is clear at a glance. Hearing that Han Qianqiu was making up about his own sect leader, Xiang Nantian was enraged. Han Qianqiu, you still dare to talk nonsense on Yuanqiu Mountain, looking for death. After saying that, he wanted to attack towards the other party. Seeing this, Cold Qianqiu tore through space and instantly moved away, knowing that this place was the base camp of Yuanqiu Mountain, and even if Knight Xiubai wasn't there, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away, leaving only one harsh sentence in the void. Ha ha ha, Qin family, I'll remember you. When Han Qianqiu left, everyone's eyes once again focused on Qin Changsheng. Just as Qin Changsheng was calculating in his mind whether or not he should pinch the palace master of the palace of the Sanluo Hall right now, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. You're the Qin clan's oldest ancestor? Then should I call old ancestor Qin? Or should I call you Han Li? Only to see that Mu Shuexie, who had been silent all this time, but suddenly vocalized, her eyes burning as she looked at him. Hiss! At those words, Qin Changsheng frowned and took 3 steps back, protecting the crowd in front of him. Wait, that's not right. He suddenly reacted to why he had made such a move. It was as if there was a great cause and effect that had just affected him across the heavy space and time. He shook his head and retraced his steps to Mu Shuexie, and with a bitter smile, snapped, Shuexie, just call me Chang Shang. It wasn't that I intentionally lied to you before. It was really a last resort. As you know, privacy protection is most important when walking in the jungle. Chapter 73, Changsheng, I want you to help me cultivate. Mu Shui pupil heard, but did not look deeper, but instead swept a glance at Qinjin and others, eyes with an unknown meaning. Nuzzle, continued. So then, these men are your descendants and children. You, married with children? Although the tone was soft, Qinjin, the 3 ancestors and the others who were closer only felt creepy, with gusts of cool air rising from their spines, as if they had a premonition of a violent storm, which was about to come. Qin Changsheng, who was in the center of the storm, was stunned and his heart burst into a bitter smile. Sure enough, it was time to come. But, fortunately, I walk the walk and have a clear conscience. How can that be? I'm still innocent, never had a wife or a concubine. They are all the descendants of my brother's children, and that peak of the supreme realm, the one who looks foolish is my third brother, Snow Hitomi. You have to know that I've kept myself to myself for so many years, and I've been waiting for you. Qin Changsheng defended himself for a while, his eyes deep and firm, not caring about the strange gazes of Qinjin and the others. Joking, this is the scene of the human race blooming heavenly pride competition. Most of the forces of the human race have people here, rounded down, equivalent to the whole human race live. Heads can be broken, blood can be shed, and the deep love persona cannot be lost. Qinjin, Qin Tian, Qin Yu, and the others, all fell silent. If the other party wasn't an old ancestor, they really wanted to point at Qin Changsheng's nose and curse. There are such brazen people in the world. In the face of Qin Changsheng's true love confession, Mu Shueshu pupil cannot defend. The heart seems to be all instantly stagnant, frozen. Thousands of years of feelings like a dam breaks the embankment. Cultivation to the great completion of the too much forgetfulness of love heart sutra began to accelerate the collapse. Has he, indeed, been waiting for me? At this moment, Mu Shueshi's heart rippled, recalling the bits and pieces of previous acquaintance and love. Those sweet times, one by one, flashed in her mind again. When I first met him, his eyes were deep and mysterious, stirring curiosity. Later on, as they slowly got along, his literary skill and talent made her slowly fall deeper and deeper into it. And then, one stormy night, the other's gentle and thoughtful Jean made her sink completely. However, later he often proposed some embarrassing actions, although no substantial relationship, but for the traditional self is still difficult to accept. Is it because of this reason he left without saying goodbye? Mushue Hitomi was caught up in her memories. At this moment, all the spectators and the celestial pride were caught in an eerie silence. Even the small group of people who had just shouted about shady practices had temporarily subsided, turning their attention to the duo at the center of the podium. This, it seems, is a big melon. The human race's natural instinct to gossip began to activate, completely transforming into a crowd of onlookers. This Qin family ancestor and goddess Mu Shuesie seem to be having an affair? No, it's definitely a leg up. Some people thoughtfully recalled the rumors about the goddess Mu who had traveled across the continent thousands of years ago. Could it be that the person that goddess Mu was searching for in the beginning was the Qin clan's old ancestor? For a while, the crowd was in deep thought. I object. Suddenly an angry roar came from the crowd, obviously Mu Shuesie's admirers. I'm against it too. These opposing voices converged into a torrent that resounded through Yuanshu Mountain. At those words, Qin Changsheng was not doing it. We're the perfect couple. Why should you ugly bastards object? And Mu Shuesie was awakened from her reverie just now, spitting in her heart as she thought of Qin Changsheng's true confession just now. Bah! What a keeper! Who cares about your innocence? But the situation at the moment didn't allow her to think much. Follow me! With a delicate cry, she tightened her grip on Qin Changsheng's hand and her body suddenly rose upwards into the air, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Qin Jin and the others took to the air and followed behind him, leaving behind a helpless Xiang Nantian and the confused crowd. That's it? Make such a big fuss, pat yourself on the back, and walk away? What was so different about this Qin family that it was able to cultivate a young supreme being like Qin Yu? And especially what status did Qin Changsheng, the oldest ancestor of the Qin family, have that would allow the sect leader to treat him in such a manner? Can it be that, as Han Qianqiu said, he is really the illegitimate son of the sect leader? Xiang Nantian was a bit skeptical. However, he looked at the mess in front of him and rubbed his temples, and then a majestic voice resounded throughout the room. Silence! At this moment, the might of the Yuanshu Mountain Grand Elder was revealed. Inside a luxurious room at the back of Yuanshu Mountain, Mu Shuesie's petite body trembled slightly. Wanting to speak, it could be seen that she was a bit nervous, as the hand holding Qin Changsheng had forgotten to loosen, and there was already sweat soaking out. After a long silence, as if he had made a great determination, he said firmly to Qin Changsheng, "Eternal life, I want you to help me cultivate." Ha! Qin Changsheng was stunned, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. That's not the right plot. Shouldn't I be the one to say such words about tigers and wolves? It always felt weird coming from a fairy with a stunning face. At this moment, Qin Jin and the others who had just followed over and stepped over the threshold because they were worried about the old ancestors' well-being also heard it, and were dumbfounded, not knowing for a moment whether they should come in or not. Did they, by any chance, hear something they shouldn't have? How can an old ancestor, a mere mortal, help with cultivation? This practice, is it a proper practice? Qin Jin and the others' gazes became bizarre, once again calling out the old ancestor's bullishness. No wonder the old ancestor couldn't cultivate a single ounce of spiritual energy. It turned out that the old ancestor had put all of his cultivation talent in the charm talent, and Qin Changsheng returned to his senses and did not reply. First sweeping Qin Jin, the three ancestors and the others, he said coldly, "Get out." Simple and concise. Don't even look at what kind of occasion this is, and don't have any eyes at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin and the others returned an I know it all look, and then honestly retreated, closing the door to the room thoughtfully in the process. After they retreated, Qin Changsheng then stared at Mu Shuesie. "How does that help you practice?" Mu Shuesie abruptly blushed. Her lips pursed slightly, but she still summoned up the courage to say, "I originally thought that I would be able to forget you by practicing the Supreme Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, but I realized that I was never able to penetrate the passage of love, which is why the Heart Sutra couldn't step into the realm of perfection. When I saw you again, and the Supreme Forgetfulness Heart Sutra began to collapse, I realized that you were my greatest calamity, the key to my inability to break through the love barrier, failing to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires. How can you break through? And you, again, are the only man I've ever loved in this life? After this matter, maybe I'll step into the realm of perfection with my Taishang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, or maybe it'll collapse completely. In short, I have no regrets. Everlasting, take me. Chapter 74, 10,000 Years of Childhood. One day to show the male wind? Qin Shangshang listened and understood. This is going to be a reverse thrust. But we haven't seen each other for thousands of years, so it's not good to go so deep in this first meeting. He prided himself on the two supreme qualities of a deeply affectionate man: no initiative and no rejection. The lack of initiative is a strict discipline he places on himself. Not rejecting it is his way of honoring beautiful women. As for unattractive women, I'm sorry, he never talks to ugly people. Qin Shangsheng knew that at this moment, he could not immediately agree, and must first refuse a bit, reflecting his noble character of not taking advantage of people's danger. Moreover, by doing so, even if the other party regrets it later, or if there is a conflict and quarrel, there is an excellent reason. I said no in the first place. You're the one who insisted. However, the other party was as beautiful as heaven and was his ex-girlfriend. What if she pestered him afterward and had to marry him and have children? The key was that he didn't have any thoughts in this regard for the time being. Is it worth giving up a forest for a prime tree? Qin Shangshang was a bit hesitant and indecisive. Just then, Mu Shuesie suddenly had an additional object in her hand and said, "This dress, which was made by your own hands in the tailor's store when you worked all night, I've kept it, and I'll wear it for you today, okay?" Then with a gentle shake of her soft, delicate hands, she magically wore it on those long legs. Hiss! Holy, black silk! Qin Shangsheng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That's challenging my soft spot. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Before Qin Shangsheng could return to his senses, a pair of icy jade hands reached over and directly pushed him down onto the couch. Then, an intoxicating body fragrance hit him, and Mu Shuesie's arms wrapped around his neck. He could feel that the other party's body was trembling violently, his heart thumping non-stop. Obviously, this move took the other party great courage. Unlike the surface look so light-hearted, before he could give his next instructions, a cool sensation hit him, and an exhaling cherry mouth was already covering his lips. Woo-woo! Qin Shangsheng struggled hard. Suddenly, something occurred to him, something very important. The law-abiding man of his previous life remembered clearly. It is against the law to act against a woman's will. Hey, it's just, let the other side go. His body loosened and he completely gave up struggling. Only, before he could savor it, the other lips were gone. You negative man, lying to me for so many years, I'm going to punish you so hard, with thousands of years of grievances. Mushu a pupil ruthlessly, a man and a woman, a small farewell. This farewell is thousands of years, better than. The next image is not suitable for children, not suitable for those with bad hearts, and suitable for single dogs. A million words are omitted here. 3 minutes later, Qin Shangshang had a helpless look on his face, only feeling that the sky had collapsed, and his mind was in a trance. After a long time, he went up and down, examined it carefully, and fell into deep thought. 10,000 years of savings, just like that? The innocence he had maintained for 10,000 years was finally history. But the bottom line is this. Why? It's only been 3 minutes. I, the Qin Tiandi who suppressed all the enemies in the world in this life, would lose so quickly to a woman. And, a rout. Not scientific. Not at all. Something must have gone wrong. Was I just too distracted and unfocused? Yeah, that must be it. Qin Shangsheng found the key reason. No, try again. As a result, 2 minutes later, Qin Shangsheng was once again defeated. No way. There is no such possibility, he muttered, his tone questioning. At the moment, his whole body was soft, except for this mouth. Hard. Binding hard. Oh yes, it must be the black silk. Taking off the black silk will definitely bring it back. He found another perfect excuse. Thus, 1 minute later, Qin Shangsheng had completely despaired and was paralyzed on the bed. How can there be such a weird thing in the world? He was an absolutely invincible great emperor, but he would also be silently placed under an inexplicable curse. In short, it will never be him per se. No, there's another possibility. It might be the wrong person. Qin Shangsheng muttered. But who to verify next? Nan Gongyan? No way. Although he hadn't had a substantial relationship with the sisters, it always felt unethical. And for the time being, he couldn't move. Dreams like smoke? Not good. That little goblin, with that tantalizing waist, wouldn't it be even more disgraceful if it could only last 3 seconds? Su Mulan? Okay, she's the one. She's mild-mannered and able to follow my instructions. Proper. However, her intimacy with me is less than 90, so how do I get it back? For a while, Qin Shangsheng fell into deep thought. Just then, a voice he hadn't seen in a long time sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ex-girlfriend Mu Shueshua Hitomi's favorability towards the host has reached 97. Obtaining a random reward. Do you want to receive it? Ding. Congratulations to the host. Becoming a real man. Completing the rite of passage of husband and wife with his ex-girlfriend. And obtaining an advancement reward. Do you want to claim it? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng was struck by lightning. He finally realized that it must be the system that was up to no good. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time completely erupted, and he shouted frantically in his head, "Dog system, it was you, right? It had to be you, right? Ding! Please don't malign the host. Beware of me suing you for slander." The system's mechanical voice came. "I don't care. It's you. It's you." Qin Changsheng spoke up. "Ding! Please don't be unreasonable to the host, or this random reward will be withdrawn." Seeing that the system was dead set against admitting it, Qin Changsheng gradually calmed down. However, he still suspected that it was the system that was behind it. As to what purpose was unclear for the time being. But why is it that after all this, Mushiwei Hitomi's favorability towards me is only 97? Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be. A sage Zhang who was well versed in the ways of love in ancient times once said, it's a shortcut to a woman's heart, especially for the likes of Mu Shueshue pupil. It will only be from the beginning to the end. Dead center. Only 97 points. 3 points less. Don't you have any pussy in your heart? At this moment, the system's light voice came again. Although the voice was flat and did not carry a trace of emotion, Qin Changsheng felt as if he heard other emotions in it, disdain and ridicule, causing him to feel a great sense of humiliation. Irony. This is absolutely silent irony. Qin Changsheng completely exploded, unable to hold back any longer, shouting furiously in his head, "Dog system, you're a personal attack. I want to report it. I want to complain. I want to give a bad review." Ding. Okay, host. Complaints are also handled by me. May I ask what the host is complaining about? Holy, forget it. No complaints. Ha, why didn't the host report it to the police? ING nigga. Chapter 75, sure enough. It's the dog system that's behind this. Qin Changsheng completely broke his defense, and the classic nationalists came all over. Waiting until he was completely tired of cursing, he waved his head. Forget it. It's just a system. No need to bother with him. It's still important to get down to business. System, claim random rewards. For a long time, no sound came from his head. Qin Changsheng was shocked. No way. Such a petty system. Not just a few minutes of scolding. System? The system? Still there? Older system brother? Older system brother? Don't be so intentional. Look, I've forgiven myself. It took a while longer before the system's voice rang out leisurely. Ding. The host actually questioned this system's wholeheartedness. This system's mind has been seriously hurt and is just now in the middle of self-healing. Seeing the system like this, Qin Changsheng felt a little guilty inside. Maybe he really did blame the system wrongly. Since this was the case, the system was fine, and he himself was definitely fine. The one who had a problem was Snow Hitomi. Hey, forget it. Let's have Yukiteru look for problems in herself later and reflect on them. System, claim the rewards. Oh, don't forget that I haven't claimed the rewards from Amazing Child last time. Qin Changsheng decided to claim the reward first. It was true that he had been working a bit hard in recent times, and he hadn't even had time to collect his last reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate treasure star pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient tree of life, a spirit of heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal grade dual cultivation technique Taiji Yin Yang creation scripture. Star Tower. One of the innate treasures. The tower is a space of its own. A total of 18 layers. Each layer is an independent world, and can be visualized in the current world of all the strongest people in each realm of the mirror image. Is to hone the disciples and the merits of the excellent treasure. In addition to this, but also has the effect of suppression. The ancient tree of life, one of the innate spirits, automatically draws the essence of the sun and moon and gathers the aura of heaven and earth, and can form a dense fog of aura, which produces an innate spiritual liquid that can make up for the origin of the martial arts path, and grows to its limit, and can even form a cavernous blessed land, which is an excellent place for cultivators to practice. Taiji Yin Yang creation scripture, an immortal grade dual cultivation technique that could greatly increase the cultivation speed of both men and women. The introductory details of the 3 rewards instantly appeared in Qin Changsheng's mind. Qin Changsheng frowned slightly. The more he thought about it, the more wrong things seemed to be going in a strange direction. Star Tower, ancient tree of life. Although the rewards are quite good, but he can't use it. They are all things to sharpen his children and grandchildren. As for the dual cultivation technique, it is useful, but the introduction is too simple. System, this Taiji Yin Yang creation scripture, besides increasing the speed of cultivation, there are no other effects? Qin Changxing couldn't help but ask. An immortal level gongfu. It was too much of a child's play. Of course there is. This technique also has a hidden effect. It can increase the male hitting ability and make it easier to obtain an heir. After all, generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to produce an heir progeny. This alone is enough to qualify as immortal grade. There is, of course, another effect. The ability to improve. Prolong the host's time, revitalize. Nay, revitalize is not the right word. After all, there never was a male. Hearing this, Qin Changxing was considered to have completely understood. This is going to be hyped up. He couldn't help but be furious when he thought of the 3 minutes of real manhood he had experienced earlier. Good you dog system, still saying that it wasn't you who messed up. No wonder there started to be an extra advancement reward for the gift of husband and wife. Also, do you have upgrades in the back? Multiple Roche, multiple Suns, multiple Fortune systems that give a bonus for each heir you have? He was really a little pissed off that he wasn't a stud. And it's true that it's still interesting to see other people for things like raising kids, going next door when you're bored. Come on, Uncle Wang gives a piece of candy, etc. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has learned to preemptively snatch answers. The system's voice remains smooth. Qin Changxing suddenly thought of another thing. Dog system, in addition to this time, before the ex-girlfriends popped up one by one, it's also you who did it. Right. I'll just say that I basically haven't bumped into them in the previous 10,000 years, and lately they've been popping up one after another. And, did you purposely arrive 10,000 years late so that I would fall into the trap of beautiful women of all colors in my grief and despair? Sure enough, you do understand my nature, and know that if I were to cross over and cultivate normally, I would surely only seek out a good man to end my life from the beginning and grow old together, right? It's the only way you can accomplish your dastardly purpose. Yes or no? Qin Changxing made a generous and righteous statement. There was a moment of silence from the system. Sure enough, there are such brazen people in the world. After a long time, the system said slowly, our system lineage is in an equal contractual relationship with the host. We will not force the host to do anything. The host has the right to make their own choices. Some time ago, our system association held a special meeting, and found that there are fewer and fewer human beings with supreme bloodline inheritance, and gave each system group, what about, set an index assessment. The group that this system is in. It's a bit miserable. Where's one of the hosts? What's his name? Knight? He just knows how to look for sheep every day, and he doesn't look at how old he is. He doesn't even have a daughter-in-law. And the second one, it's also headache-inducing, yelling every day about how he's going to dictate the ages and eliminate the weirdness. And what happens? He even sacrifices his own child. And the third one, even more up, screaming resurrected every day. My love, play awkward for me. I've exchanged ideas with my predecessor from many suns and many fortunes, and I feel that we really can't be stuck in our ways and should move with the times. So I'm going to upgrade a bit and get some benefits for the host. You say, if I don't count on you, who else can I count on? Hearing the system's push and pull, Qin Changxing's anger gradually calmed down. Hey, it's not easy. There are performance reviews everywhere. However, he was not a puppet of the system. He had to act according to his wishes, or he would rather fish out of water. Well, retire. I want to be quiet. After the system was completely silent, Qin Changxing silently said in his heart, the only ones who know about my Qin Tian these 3 minutes should be the dog system and the heavenly Tao. He had a cruel grin on his face that was chilling. However, as he looked at the absolute beauty who had already been paralyzed on the bed, his smile gradually began to become pleased. I lost, but my opponent didn't win either. Looking at it, his sage time had passed and he was a bit stupid again. At this moment, Mu Xueshi also discovered Qin Changxing's small movements, lazily stretching her waist, her eyes slightly mesmerized, and delicately said, little Patty, can you do it? Exam. Qin Changxing was completely furious, as if he had received a strange shame. A man can say anything. He just can't say no. Quality is not enough. Quantity is. Moreover, he very consciously ran the Taiji Yin-Yang creation technique. And so, dry fire, sky is falling. Chapter 76, The Great Emperor? You're still holding the door open. 3 days later, outside the room. Inside the room, on the other hand, there was a mysterious power that no one could probe halfway. Xinjin was pacing back and forth, an anxious look on his face. All right, father, stop wandering around. I'm getting dizzy, Qin Yu advised. Seeing this, Xinjin became furious. Good you brat. Don't think that you've drifted off just because you've been promoted to the supreme realm by a mysterious chance. You're a great emperor. You're also my own son. And you're advising me. And, Old ancestor, it's been 3 days. 3 days? And you're not even worried at all. And you're still standing so calmly, hanging around with nothing to worry about. Ungrateful son. That Manhwa pupil senior at least is a quasi-emperor. Old ancestor, it. Just a mortal. That small body how can withstand the toss? Egu. My old ancestor nah. Shinjin was worried and became more and more anxious. But even then, he didn't dare push open the door to his room, in case he crashed through something good. Eek. He couldn't help but shiver. The third ancestor received an urgent message on the first day and left first, leaving him to take care of receiving the old ancestor. But what he didn't expect was that the old ancestor stayed for 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, Shinyu merely skimmed his lips without retorting. He wasn't worried about the old ancestor. With the old ancestor's great emperor strength that stabbed through the sky, even if he fought for another 3 years, he wouldn't be surprised. Shinyu simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. What to do? What to do? Shinjin repeated the phrase back and forth. The old man isn't going to hiccup, is he? A possibility suddenly occurred to him, creating a frightening speculation. It's not that it's not possible. Even if the old ancestor is strong, it doesn't change the fact that he's just a mortal body. If that was the case, how should one explain to the second ancestor, the third ancestor, and all the clan elders? Shinjin's worries deepened another layer. If the old patriarchs just lived to a ripe old age, then the old patriarchs recorded in the family annals must have been glorious and great. But if the old ancestor died here, how would it be recorded in the family annals? Would it be said, in a certain year and month, the old ancestor fought with Triple X for 3 days and 3 nights, and died of exhaustion? Geez. At the thought of this, Shinjin couldn't help but shiver again. It was as if he had already seen that the second ancestor, third ancestor, and the others would eat themselves alive. Just when he didn't know what to do, there was a squeak and the door opened, only to see the old ancestor holding the door of the room and walking out trembling. His body was trembling slightly and his legs were shaking uncontrollably, as if he was about to falter at any moment. At this moment, Qin Changsheng only felt a bit weak, as if his body had been emptied. He inwardly sighed slightly. True enough, there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields, even though he was the peak body of a great emperor. Surprisingly, he was barely able to tie with Shuexiat, a quasi-emperor. And the moment Qin Changsheng stepped out, Shinjin was completely stunned. It's amazing that the old ancestor is still alive after all this. Convinced with a capital C. However, he then reacted and hurriedly went up to assist him, and said with concern, "Old ancestor, slow down and take it easy, but don't say that you're really old and strong. Also, I have a little something else to discuss with you." Clunk! The back of Shinjin's head received a hard blow, and Qin Changsheng's gaze was unkind. "I am old and strong still need you to say. Let's go. What matters still have to find me to discuss. Find a clean place to talk." Then closing the door behind them with a smooth hand, several people headed off into the distance. Right at the moment of closing the door, no one noticed that Mu Shuexiat, who was on the bed in the room, suddenly opened her eyes. Sighing quietly, he said, "Hey, men are just good at saving face. If I don't pretend to be exhausted, I'm afraid that Qin Lang's body will be exhausted." Then, another soft spit. Bah! Still claiming to be some kind of great emperor, but still not holding the door open. On the other side, Qin Changsheng had already found a recliner and half lying down. Not to mention, once I lay down, my hollowed-out body felt a little bit better. Nodding at Shinjin, he said, "Say, what is it that you still need to discuss with me?" Shinjin sniffed, a little embarrassed, but had to say it. "Old ancestor, wasn't Shinyu close to you before? I just want to borrow him for a few days. As you know, I was drunk on cultivation for the first 500 years, so I was slow to marry until 40 years ago, when I happened to run into Tian'er and Yuer's mother, when I was in my prime." Hearing this, the corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. He is still drunk on cultivation. If he can't find a daughter-in-law, then he can't find one. He has a lot of reasons. As for the windfall, has it changed that much in 40 years? Then what? Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled. What was the point of chatting about this? It's like this. Yuer and Tian'er are now both Heaven's Pride human masters of the human race, and Yuer is even the first in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. And I've gained the courage to take them to search for their mothers. Shinjin continued. What? Qin Tian, who was on the side, was shocked. Didn't his father used to say that their mother had died after giving birth to him? As for Qinyu, he was only over 4 years old at the time, and his memory was intermittent and not very clear. Is it possible that now that the Qin family is prospering and has no more worries, father wants to take us to our deaths? To find mother underground? It's like this. Shinjin continued slowly. Slowly, Qin Changsheng realized what was going on. It turned out that Qinyu and Qin Tian's mother was the ancient imperial family Wang family, the daughter of the current head of the family, accidentally fell in love with Qinjin, the head of this small family, and was found by the people of the Wang family after giving birth to Qin Tian, and it was only after the other party's desperate defense that the Wang family reluctantly didn't make a move on Qinjin, choosing instead to take away that first daughter of an imperial family. As for Qinjin, but also do not want to be involved in the Qin family, after all, the other side of the strength is too horrible, so dead to keep this secret. All the pain and suffering are their own silently bear. Now that both of his sons had shown off their supreme talent, he felt that it was time to head to the imperial clan's Wang clan, and the other party shouldn't be able to stop them for the sake of these two outstanding grandsons. Qin Changsheng stroked his chin with his hand, his heart even more emotional. The story is as cheesy as it is true. No wonder before the Qin family bloodline awakened, Qin Tian and Qin Yu's qualifications were a whole lot higher than the others, so it turned out that they had inherited part of their mother's genetic lineage. Remember, your mother's real name is Wang Wanru, Qinjin solemnly said to the confused brothers, as if the name weighed 1,000 pounds. Wang Wanru? What a familiar name, Qin Changsheng muttered in a small voice. He remembered that his last ex-girlfriend, also 500 years ago, appeared to be of a similar age and name to that first daughter of the Wang family, called Wang Wanyan, so they couldn't be sisters, could they? At that time, he was just a mortal, and only remembered that the other party's face changed dramatically one day and suddenly left, and since then, he had never seen it again. The bottom line is that he hasn't gotten around to mentioning the breakup. It became the only stain on his life. At this moment, Qin Changsheng hadn't realized that Qinjin had been struck by lightning when he heard the words, and his face changed drastically, and even began to slowly turn green. Although his voice was small, all of those present were high-ranking cultivators and heard him clearly. Qinjin and the others had spent many days with the old ancestor, so they naturally knew the old ancestor's nature well. The female names that could be remembered and felt familiar by the old ancestor, without exception, were also damn close to the old ancestor. Even the two Qin Yu brothers, their eyes revealed a hint of panic as they looked at their old ancestor in disbelief, only feeling that the sky was about to collapse. One doesn't. Superad generation. Does one? Qinjin raised his hand tremblingly, his lips only shivering, his voice breaking and trembling, and said, old ancestor, you. At this moment, he even felt green on his head. Chapter 77 Era Scum, Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng understood their thoughts with a sweep of his divine thoughts. Bang! 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 A solid 3 slaps are offered. 3 brats. What are you thinking? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Am I that kind of person? Old ancestor? I assure you on my reputation that I have never seen a woman named Wang Wanru in my life. The two brothers were relieved to hear the old ancestor swear so much. But what the hell are you pledging with your reputation? Old patriarch, do you have one? Of course, that's something you'd never dare say. Qinjin's face also returned to normal, and the tautness between his fingers slowly disappeared. But, Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment and continued, this trip is dangerous, or to be prepared for everything. This way, I have a good friend, but cultivation is still good. You guys go ahead first, he will come later. According to his experience, Qinjin and the others will definitely not go too well this trip, and he can't possibly follow behind his juniors every day to wipe their asses. It's still safer to find a protector. Moreover, the moment he achieved greatness, he detected the aura of many old Inbis in this world, so he would just grab any one of them later. Old friend? What's the cultivation level? Is it a man or a woman? Qinjin was worthy of being the head of the family, instantly grasping the point. Qin Changsheng was momentarily speechless. That being said, he hadn't gone to capture it yet, so he didn't really know if it was a male or female, but as an old ancestor, it was natural to have an old ancestor's way of doing things. Snap! Cultivation must be at the peak of quasi-emperor. Male or female? Why do you ask so much? This time, Qinjin did not have any reaction because he was shocked by the old ancestor's words. Peak quasi-emperor? Don't be so forceful. However, nowadays, there were only 3 peak quasi-emperors in the human race on the surface, and the number 1 expert of the human race, Xu Jingtian, who sat in the battlefield of the 10,000 races all year round, couldn't possibly be him. If it was Elder Knight Autumn White, the old ancestor wouldn't have been able to be so evasive and tell himself directly. So in that case, there's only one possibility. The Empress of Yaoqi, Shui Qingcheng. Hiss. It's not very nice to have an old flame of the old ancestors escorting you. Old ancestor. Would it be too inconvenient for Lord Yaohe? Yaohe Empress? Qinjin's mouth was not even sharp. Ha? What Yaohe Empress? Don't recognize. Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled. What did this have to do with the Yaoqi Empress? It's the Yaoqi Empress. Snow Qingcheng. Snow Qingcheng. Qinjin heavily deepened his tone on the 3 words Shui Qingcheng. intending to awaken the old ancestor's memory. Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's true that he has no memories of being called Snow Dump, and from what he remembers, he only remembers Yua Yukigami, Yuki Nari, Yukihashi Mihisa, and so on. Snow Dump, a strange name indeed. Ha! It was only this time that Qingjin was considered to be completely stunned. He really did not expect that the old ancestor did not recognize Yao Qi Empress Shui Qingcheng. Could it be that in all the heavens and all the worlds, there exists another scumbag? Or perhaps the rumors were wrong and Yao Qi Empress Shui Qingcheng had never been abandoned at all? However, who exactly was this strange peak paragon emperor? Seeing that they didn't respond, Qin Changsheng gave an ultimatum. You guys pack up and get ready to leave. Grinding and delaying my precious time. Don't worry about me. I'll stay on Yuanshu Mountain for a while longer. With that, he headed towards Mu Shuexie's room in the party without looking back. Snow Hitomi. Hitomi, still there? Exhausted, Qin Changsheng called out in a small voice. To be honest, he's kind of eating his words, but to his dismay, there was no response for a long time. Only a note message. It turned out that Mu Shuexie, a pupil, was worried about the Ice God Palace. Has been delayed for too long in this place. First returned to the Ice God Palace to preside over the matter. He also said something about personally descending to the Qin family in the future, and then discussing it again. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed quietly, a little disappointed. He still wasn't trying hard enough, and after 3 days, the other guy could still leave on his own. Forget it, I'd better go catch an unlucky peak paragon emperor first. Qin Changsheng shook his head and with a flash of his body, he had disappeared. Since these 3 days, the news of the Heaven's Pride competition had spread throughout the entire world like a gale, and everyone was shocked by it. Qin Yu's crushing win caused an uproar and much discussion. In particular, the major supreme powers in the draconic ancient family had sent scouts to the northern domain, and there were even supreme powers who personally visited the Qin family in the hopes of accepting Qin Yu as a disciple. The news spread to the Dark Lands, causing even more uneasiness among some well-intentioned people, who even began to study Qin Yu's past in an attempt to find out the secrets hidden in him. After all, no one would have expected that a heaven and earth with incomplete rules nowadays, especially in the barren northern domain, would be able to harbor a teenage supreme being in his early 30s. As for the Qin clan's second ancestor and the many clan elders, they had gone from being incredulous at the beginning, to shouting wildly in excitement, to being at a loss for words when the many human powers descended upon them, and in the end, they had all become numb. Ha ha, those people in the central domain who boast of being a holy land of cultivation and look down on our northern domain. This is a complete slap in the face, isn't it? The first place of Heaven's Pride belongs to our northern domain. Yes, my northern region is not weak. In this life, the great emperor comes from the northern domain. Countless people in the northern domain shouted wildly, treating Qin Yu as an idol. On top of that, there was another person in the Qin family whose hotness was not below Qin Yu's, and was even as if he had been there. That would be the Qin family's oldest ancestor, Qin Changsheng. As the incident between Qin Changsheng and Mu Shuexie, a pupil, came to light, countless cultivators who regarded Mu Shuexie, a pupil, as a goddess were completely unable to sit still, vowing to dig out Qin Changsheng's bottom line. As a result, checking and checking, they found out Qin Changsheng is a complete and utter scum. Not only did he have an affair with goddess Mu, but he also had an affair with the Rakshasa fairy, the ancestor of the heavenly voice pavilion, Mang Ruyan. 3 feet in 3 boats at once, and 3 big, petite beauties at that. If you want to say all married also, even if, after all, this world 3 wives and 4 concubines is also normal. But Qin Changsheng is only a mistake to eat longevity, immortal medicine of mortals only. What virtue and what ability? Dare to successively abandon 3 absolute beauty? His hobby, moreover, is hooking and listening to music, and he is said to move his hands a lot. This time, his behavior completely triggered the public's anger. There were condemnations of Qin Changsheng's irresponsible behavior in the streets and alleys, expressing strong dissatisfaction and indignation. However, it is only a condemnation, because there is a consensus that the reason why Qin Changsheng was so emboldened was all because of his identity. He is the illegitimate son of Knight Xiubai, who is now the peak paramount emperor of the human race and the sect leader of the supreme power Yuanshu Mountain. After all, the palace master of the Sanluo Hall recognized it on the spot at the scene of the Heaven's Pride competition, and the evidence was overwhelming. For a time, the title of Qin Changsheng, the era scum, spread throughout the human race. Chapter 78, Xianjian Sect Master, Ouyang Chu. On the front line of the 10,000 races battlefield, the human race's position was Hanging Mountain. Yi Qiubai had just finished dealing with the emergency and was drinking with his old friend Chu Jingtian. Suddenly, the summoning talisman on his body dripped. He looked down and instantly changed his face, and there was even a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Qin Changsheng is his illegitimate son? Puff! His body shivered and he fell to his knees. Seeing this, Chu Jingtian, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was startled. It was the first time he had seen his old friend react in such a panicked manner. What on earth had happened to make his old friend react so violently? Is it possible that my sister-in-law has given birth? He hurriedly asked. Old bye. What did the transmission talisman say? Let you be like this? Night Autumn White did not reply, but slowly climbed up, his eyes glittering with an icy cold light, like icebergs in the middle of winter. The cold ice seemed to have frozen the surrounding void, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. Night Autumn White gritted his teeth as a voice that seemed to come from hell came out of his mouth. Cold Qianqiu, I your 18 generations of ancestors, you murderer of 1,000 knives, I'm at loggerheads with you. With a stretch of his right hand, a long blade carrying godless might appeared. With that, he rose into the air and disappeared into the void. Only the open-mouthed Chu Jingtian was left pondering. Northern Domain, Qin family. Second ancestor Qin Changping sat on the main seat with a frown on his face, looking preoccupied. Before Qin Yu's sudden appearance could excite them for long, the old ancestor gave him a blow to the head. It's so sinful. The 13th rule of the Qin family's family motto is that any child or grandchild of the Qin family shall not start or end a marriage. Big brother although you are now the Qin family ancestor, but, at least make an example of it. At first, this family training or you solemnly passed on to me, and now this? Just as he was secretly complaining, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Second Ancestor, there's another woman here. The other says he's old ancestor's old flame from 50 years ago, and has come to make a claim. With a sweep of his divine mind, the second ancestor spotted, waiting outside the door, a middle-aged or elderly woman with a big belly. The corners of his mouth twitched, then he burst into a rage and cursed. Xiao Luzi, you have some judgment. Okay, you see what this is. Are you blind or am I blind? Or is my big brother blind? The last time you let an ugly who was 3 months pregnant and said you were carrying a little grandchild, I wanted to kill you straight away. You don't think about it, although your old ancestor doesn't have any cultivation, but that face, it's not too much to say that it's an immortal in the dust. How can it be that this kind of vulgar people are worthy of it? Blow them all out. When the sixth elder went out, second ancestor Qin Changping slumped in his seat with his butt and sighed deeply. Hey, the Qin family, a storm is coming. That being said, on Qin Changsheng's side, when his figure reappeared, he had already arrived at a barren place. The surrounding area was bleak, with no grass growing, as if tens of thousands of years had passed here. His gaze condensed as if he had passed through layers of space and formations, and eventually, it landed on a black ancient coffin hidden deep within the earth. Inside the ancient coffin lay an old man who looked like withered Artemisia and was about to die. Phew! Qin Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had sensed correctly that the sword intent from before had come from here, and the old man, obviously, was the one who had sent out the sword intent. However, he could see that the old man's body had been corroded by the long years and had become dried out, and his qi and blood were severely lacking, so he simply couldn't live a second life. And not long ago, stimulated by his own breakthrough to great emperor, he even involuntarily chopped out that sword intent. And now, I'm afraid that I can't even wait for the recovery of the aura. It will be completely annihilated, assisting you to live out your second life in exchange for serving the Qin family for 10,000 years. You've earned it, Qin Changsheng muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gently grabbed with his right hand, surprisingly ignoring the heavy formations laid down by the old man before he sealed himself, and instantly grabbed the old man in front of him. With a flick of his finger, a trace of the power of Hongmeng creation entered the other party's body and began to diffuse. With the guidance of the power of creation, the dormant spiritual energy within the old man's body began to be awakened and rioted, like a rushing river, surging with might. And while the spiritual energy was running, the other party's qi and blood began to boil, a powerful aura of life emanating from the other party, like a long dormant mountain being awakened, exuding a palpitating power. The old man also woke up from his slumber, feeling the majestic and vibrant power of his body. His eyes filled with incredulity. His lifespan was nearing its limit and his qi and blood were withered, so he sealed himself here. But after chopping out that sword intent earlier, he had a premonition that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out until the great change in heaven and earth. So he kept all of his godly thoughts completely silent and waited for a miracle to come. I didn't realize that a miracle, really, had occurred. You're awake? A faint voice rang in his ears. Holy! The old man was startled. With his peak quasi-emperor cultivation, he hadn't even noticed that there was a large living person standing beside him. But as his eyes cast away, he froze completely. Qin Changsheng did not hide his cultivation, and his great emperor aura was completely displayed in this space. In the old man's eyes, Qin Changshang was like a great sun deity with a magnificent body, standing at the end of heaven and earth, looking down on him. The mere aura emanating from the other party made it irresistible. Almost falling to his knees, he was like a well frog seeing the sea, small and powerless. This is the Archon. The old man's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. How long had he been silent? And how did he just come out and run into a supreme emperor? Could it be that this world, this epoch, has reached its end? To a time when great emperors are all over the place and quasi-emperors are worse than dogs? This emperor gifted you with a second life, and you only have two choices. Submit, or die. Qin Changshang said coldly. Upon hearing this, the old man realized that it was the other party who had saved him. However, he reacted extremely quickly, panicked and lowered his head, made a big salute and said, "The late Xian Sword sect leader Ouyang Chu greets the emperor, and the latecomer is willing to submit." Ouyang Chu? Qin Changsheng frowned. The name seemed a bit familiar. As his memory rolled back, he finally remembered where he'd heard it before. Holy, it was such a coincidence again. He always felt like the system was messing with him, because he remembered that many years ago, a young girl loved to practice her sword in front of herself, with the mantra, Li Feiyu, I will revitalize the Xian sword sect's reputation and become the supreme among swords. And the young girl's idol is her ancestor Ouyang Chu. I wonder if she's still alive. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but think. He vaguely remembered that moment when he felt that practicing sword with the other party all day was too boring, so he proposed to break up on a stormy night. The young girl did not stay. Just a word, turned and flew to the rainstorm dancing sword flower. It seems, only practicing sword is the meaning of her life. Qin Changsheng sighed in his heart and did not brand Ouyang Chu with a spiritual imprint as he had previously thought, but merely transmitted Qin Yu and the others' information and purpose to the other party's mind. Go, serve my Qin family for 100 years, and you will regain your freedom. It then tore through space and disappeared. Chapter 79, The Legendary Imperial Son of the Wang Family, Prince Tang, Central Region. A mysterious mountain range, a high peak was shrouded in thick clouds, hidden under a vast dome. The mountains were filled with a rich aura between the peaks, and were likewise filled with mystery and terror, seemingly hiding shocking secrets. This is the seat of the ancient imperial clan, the Wang clan. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was chillingly cold. Old ancestor, Wan Ru and Wan Yan have been imprisoned for so many years. Can we release them? A middle-aged man showed a look of intolerance. The person speaking was none other than the biological father of the two Wanru sisters, the current head of the Wang family, Wang Bo. At those words, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor turned back violently, his eyes filled with viciousness as he broke into a fit of cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You still dare to mention this? If it wasn't for you spoiling those two stinky girls in the first place, why would it lead to this serious consequence now? Now that one girl's noble bloodline has been tainted, the effect has been greatly reduced. But fortunately the other girl is still intact, and you should know the effect of their two heavenly in absolute bodies. A stovepipe should have the awareness of a stovepipe. Perhaps feeling that it was a bit cruel to say such words in front of his own father, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor paused, changed his words, and continued. Wang Bo, you have to remember that if you want to stand out in this world of great struggles, especially if you're still the head of a family, you have to be ruthless. Moreover, in front of the rising flood of the family, not to mention your two daughters, even you yourself, including old ancestor me, can give up. We, the Wang clan, have been hidden from the world for too long, and this time, we must recast our past glory, stand on top of the world once again. As he spoke, a look of yearning appeared on the Wang clan's old ancestor's face, as if he had already seen that day in the future when he sat there and all the clans worshipped him. In the face of the old ancestor's warning, Wang Bo's face was gloomy and uncertain. However, he still summoned up the courage to ask, Old ancestor, the Emperor's son legend is too old. How can you be sure that it must be true? Let me tell you a secret. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor revealed a wry smile. Not long ago, the Emperor's son had already awakened from his place of slumber, and his consciousness had been initially revived, only because his body was too ancient and did not belong to this era. It was temporarily suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, and could only wait for heaven and earth to completely metamorphose before the Lord Emperor's son could enter the world again. Furthermore, Lord Emperor's son personally told me that the legend within the family's legacy is true, that the heavenly in absolute body of the Wang clan's bloodline in conjunction with the Emperor's son's mysterious technique can break through the shackles, ignore the heavenly mandate seal, and prove to be an emperor. Jia. In this world, heaven and earth are honored by my Wang family. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor could no longer hold back his maniacal laughter. The Emperor's son he was talking about was not today's honorific title, but rather, it came from the desolate ancient period, the son of a true great emperor. Even in that desolate ancient period, it was a supreme demon that overwhelmed the world and was so powerful and famous that it pressed down on the 10,000 tribes' heavenly pride who could not raise their heads. Although he had not yet become an emperor, his reputation was in no way weaker than that of the great emperors of the ancient world, and even more so. Wang family, Prince Tang, a name that made people scared to death. A human master who made the prides of the various clans scared out of their wits with his name alone. Since him, my son has the qualifications of a great emperor, and these words have even vaguely become a hint of a karmic curse in the heavens and the worlds. This shows the extent of his reputation. Unfortunately, although Wang Zitang's talent was exceptional, during that period of time, he ran into his predestined rival, one of the most amazingly talented and ruthless people in the ancient world. With just a glance, he knew that he was no match for that absolute ruthless man. That desolate period that no longer belonged to him. Of course the result was as he expected. That absolute ruthless man pushed his way across the world, ending the chaotic desolate ancient era with his own strength, and eventually stepped across the ancient path of starry sky, never to be heard from again. And Prince Tang sealed himself, closed his mind, and waited for the golden age, the arrival of the era that belonged to him. Even in the ancient times after the desolate ancient, the ancient and the most radiant emperor fall era, he did not wake up. But now, he sensed the imminent arrival of the Golden Age, and, most coincidentally, the Wang clan bloodline actually did give birth to the heavenly in absolute body, and once it was born, there were two of them, and so, he woke up. This also made Wang Zitang very certain. In this life, heaven's destiny is with him. Emperor's son, does really exist? Wang Bo was completely shocked and couldn't help but start trembling all over. He really hadn't thought that the legend of that Lord Emperor's son, who shook the heavens and could even defy great emperors, was actually true, and have woken up. The Wang family, this is going to take off. Well, it's 1,000 times true. Although the tone of the Wang clan's ancestor was flat, it was hard to hide the excitement in it. The surprise came too suddenly. Wang Bo's legs and feet were soft, almost fell to his knees. He trembled and held the table up. His vocal cords couldn't help but tremble. Said, then, doesn't it mean that Lord Emperor's son will surely become an emperor, and my Wang family, once again, will recreate the glory of the desolate past? Short, you're being short-sighted. Lord Emperor's son has been hibernating for several eras, not for the sake of simply becoming an emperor. The intention is far more than that. Lord Emperor's son is aiming at the chance of becoming an immortal on that starry sky ancient path. The Wang clan's old ancestor gently shook his head. Then his eyes revealed a hint of yearning as he continued. And according to Lord Emperor's son's projection, in this life, the heavenly Tao's accumulation of millions of years can accommodate more than just one great emperor of the current generation. So think about it, the Lord can certify the Tao ahead of time by virtue of the heavenly Yin Jedi body, and no longer need to fuse the heavenly fate seal. Think about it, with a great emperor of the current generation protecting the Tao, could the seal of heaven's destiny in this life still be spent? And after I've proven myself as an emperor, I'll find you an alternative way to become an emperor. At that time, the Wang family will have 3 emperors in one family. Who will compete with them? GGG. Imagining the picture after becoming an emperor, the Wang clan's old ancestor couldn't help but laugh maniacally again. And Wang Bo, who was on the side, also empathized, his eyes revealing longing. Now, you know the importance of your 2 daughters. Sacrificing 2 daughters is nothing at this particular time. The Wang clan's ancestor's eyes glanced up. Aha! Wang Bo's eyes gradually turned cold and stern as he silently made up his mind. Wang family, a hidden secret room. Ancestor, father, please, let me out. Just for one day, let me out for one day. I just want to see my 2 miserable sons. Father, why are you so cruel to your own daughter? In the end, why? A woman with a pretty face cried out, tearing her heart out. Looking at her face, she still has her charm, and she is obviously a young woman. But no matter how much she shouted, there was never any audio coming from outside. Stop yelling, it's useless. At that moment, a clear voice came from the depths of the chamber. Chapter 80, The Wang Family Sisters, Wan Yen and Wan Ru. Only a woman slowly stepped out of the gloom. The long hair was as black as a waterfall, and it was simply scattered over the white jade shoulders. Despite her pale face, the stunning beauty of the woman's features could still be seen in her face, especially the calmness and elegance. The kind of bone-crushing temperament that could not be concealed even though he was in his secret prison. It was the young woman's sister, Wang Wanyan. Sister, don't yell. I've been locked up for 500 years, and I still haven't been let out. Have I? It's been 500 years. I've thought it through long ago. In the hearts of old ancestor and father, we're just chips for the exchange of benefits. We simply don't have the qualifications to disobey them. The woman's clear voice sounded once more. At the same time, It also broke down Wang Wanru's spiritual defense, causing her to let out a mournful cry. Oh, sad cries filled the chamber. Alright, sis, don't cry. That said, we've only just been locked up together in recent days. I haven't heard you tell me about your two little nephews and brother-in-law. Tell me about it, Wang Wanyan said, hoping to use this to divert her sister's sadness. Sure enough, when she heard her sister mention her husband and child, Wang Wanru also slowly stopped sobbing, and the light in her eyes also lit up, which was her hope of living. So she pontificated. When I left, your great-nephew Qin Yu was less than 4 years old, but was particularly naughty, especially fond of lances, and shouted every day that when he grew up he wanted to stab through the dome of heaven. Where is Tian Air? Then just born. Especially cute. Mentioned the little son. Wang Wanru's face has more than one sadness. After all, just born will be separated from the mother and son. That longing, as if cut by a knife. Your brother-in-law Qinjin. Mentioning her husband, Wang Wanru's eyes have a softer look. Miss. Qinjin is the head of a small family in the northern domain, and although he has the nickname of bloody-handed manslayer, he is a great man full of righteousness. Compared to that, I prefer his other nickname. What nickname? Wang Wanyan was a bit curious that a person had two nicknames, Rainy Night with a Knife and No Umbrella. When she spoke of this nickname, a hint of redness visibly surfaced on Wang Wanru's face. Although Wang Wanyan was a bit puzzled by this title, she still listened quietly. I've been in the Qin family for a few years, but also with your brother-in-law's family elders contacted. Their entire family are particularly good, excellent family style. There is no hook and corner Yuyushi, give a person the feeling, especially down-to-earth warm. Hearing this, Wang Wanyan became more and more curious about this Qin family of her brother-in-law. Nowadays in this cannibalistic world, it's rare to find such an amicable family. Wang Wanru paused, a hint of pride surfaced in her eyes, proud to be a woman of the Qin family, and continued. The most incredible thing is that in a world where you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, the men of the Qin family are exceptionally affectionate and dedicated. They basically only have one Taoist partner in their entire lives, and they are considered to be the model of a good man in this world. Ha! Wang Wanyan was completely shocked this time. A special case was normal, but if all the men in the Qin family were this dedicated, then there must be a shocking secret behind it. Why? She couldn't help but ask, already looking impatient in her eyes. At this time, there was a trace of worship in the eyes of her sister Wang Wanru, as if she was on a pilgrimage. For a long time, before she said slowly, that's because the Qin clan has produced a saint, the spiritual symbol of the Qin clan, the Qin clan ancestor, Qin Chongshang, the old Qin family? Yes, most of the Qin family's current credits come from the Qin family's old ancestor, Qin Chongshang. The Qin family's customs, family laws, family mottos, and so on, were all authored by this old ancestor, especially one of the family mottos, that all Qin family descendants shall not start and end their lives, which gives women who marry into the Qin family the greatest warmth and warms the heart. Saying this, the color of worship in Wang Wanru's eyes grew even more, and she said foolishly, the Qin family's old ancestor has also never married and left an heir, so I'm guessing that the old ancestor may have someone in his heart who has a destiny. AI. It's a pity that before I left the Qin family hadn't found this old ancestor yet, and I didn't have the chance to meet him, and I didn't have the chance to kowtow 3 times and perform the rites of a descendant, which is really one of life's great regrets. Seeing her own sister esteeming someone she hadn't even met so highly, especially knowing the family motto set by the Qin family, Wang Wanyan also had a strange color in her eyes. In this world, there are such strange people. This can be seen in what this man has done and how he has educated his offspring. This man is definitely a man of deep integrity. AI. It's a pity that I was not born at the right time to see it in this life. Otherwise, I will definitely ask for advice and counseling. Wang Wanyan thought silently. Right. Wanyan, tell me about your one too. I only know that you were locked up here because of a man. What exactly is going on? Wang Wanru revealed a curious look. When her sister was first imprisoned here, she even went to her father to ask about it and plead for mercy, but her father never told her, and instead gave her a severe lecture. Duan Lang is just a mortal, and has no qualifications for cultivation. After I left, I might have married and had children and grandchildren. Nowadays, I'm afraid the people are long gone. Speaking of this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Wang Wanyan's mouth, and a trace of imperceptible loss flashed in her eyes. Time has changed, the sea has changed, and things are different. Life is not as good as it should be, and they may be destined to be just short-lived passers-by in each other's lives. What's more, she was the one who had wronged him. Although it was only for the sake of his safety at that time, the truth was that he had left Duan Lang without even giving a word. Mortal? Wang Wanru exclaimed. She really didn't expect that her sister, who was so high-eyed in the beginning, would fall in love with a mortal? And as she was a person from the past, she could naturally see that her sister feared that she was deeply in love with the other party. What's wrong with a mortal? He's graceful, he speaks well, and most importantly, he's exceptionally good-looking, Wang Wanyan retorted. Sister Wang Wanru was somewhat silent. She was a little surprised that her sister was still a face reader, but by now it was useless to say anything. The prospective brother-in-law had already been turned into a pile of yellow earth, and he, himself, was even more separated from his flesh and bones, and the cause of all this was because of the Wang family's family rules, because of their father who had no humanity. The two sisters were so preoccupied that they never spoke again. The chamber relapsed into silence again. At this moment, a few uninvited guests came to the periphery of the Wang family, thanks to Senior Ouyang. Otherwise we might not even be able to enter the periphery of the Wang clan. The rapid development of the Qin clan in recent years has made me a little inflated. Xinjin's expression was somewhat ashamed as he said towards Ouyang Chu. He really didn't expect that although he knew the general location of the Wang family from Wanru before, he couldn't get close enough. If Senior Ouyang Chu hadn't appeared in time to meet up with them, they would still be wandering around like a headless fly at this moment. However, what made him a little surprised was that this old friend of the old ancestor, the legendary founding ancestor of the Xian sword sect, was so polite to them. Chapter 81, There's a way to heaven, but you won't go. Wherever, the Qin family master and the two little brothers are just inexperienced, and this imperial clan has many concealment formations, which are nothing to cultivators above the quasi-emperor. Ouyang Chu explained. He didn't dare to be too unbridled. At best, he was only a slave of the Qin family now. As for the three Qinjin people, one was the current head of the Qin family, and the other two young men, looking at their cultivation, were clearly also the proud leaders of the Qin family's current generation. Then what should we do next? Qin Tian, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask. After all, he had never seen his mother as long as he could remember, and now he couldn't wait to see her. Simple. Qinshan smiled faintly and operated his entire body's spiritual energy as a majestic shout resounded between the entire mountain peaks. Qinshan of the Qin family, with Qin Yu and Qin Tian, have come to pay a visit. It startled the flying insects, birds and animals in the mountains, as well as the Wang family. Qin family, Qinshan, Qin Yu? Which power is this? Wang Bo, the head of the Wang family, naturally heard it, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Their Wang family had been avoiding the world for a long time, and this generation had not seen the emergence of a generation of amazing talent, so they did not pay special attention to the results of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. But then he thought of their identities, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he laughed sorrowfully. Truly there is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you have to come. Jia. Originally, I had almost forgotten about you guys. Since this is the case, let's stay today, and also let Wanru put an end to that mind. The secret room. Wang Wanru naturally heard that soulful voice, instead of the slightest joy. However, she lost her color and staggered, no longer able to stand. Wan Yen, what should we do? Your brother-in-law actually came and brought Tianer and you were with him. What to do? Father and old ancestor will definitely kill them. Why do you think your brother-in-law is so confused? Wang Wanru was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, revealing an aura of despair all over her body. He knew clearly that if he just let her out to visit the next two sons in silence, then the family might not make things too difficult for each other for her sake. But the other party personally came to pay a visit to the Wang family. That nature can be different, with two bloodlines that are not recognized by the family. This is simply in the face of the Wang family, with the temper of the father and the old ancestor. It is categorically cut off the roots and kill ruthlessly. It's fine, sis, relax. You have to have some faith in your brother-in-law, Wang Wanyan gently soothed. Moreover, from your description, I know that my brother-in-law is not a reckless man, and since he has come, he will surely be very sure of himself. Although her mouth said so, her complexion was also a bit gloomy and uneasy. After all, even if the ancient imperial family Wang clan was in decline again, it was not something that a small family of 10,000 years in the district could touch. However, when she heard her sister's words, Wang Wanru's body shook and a glimmer of hope surfaced in her eyes. Dumbfounded, he looked ahead, wondering what he was thinking. That being said, Xinjin and his group had already crossed into the Wang clan's main hall. Wang Bo's sharp eyes had swept them back and forth. Xinjin, who was walking ahead, had a sage realm cultivation, ordinary and plain. However, when he saw the teenager behind him, his eyes stared, revealing a hint of shock. Such a young late stage of the Dharma realm. When he saw Qinyu, he could no longer sit still. His pupils shook tremendously, and he let out a low cry. Supreme realm, how is that possible? As for the white-haired old man at the very back, he was directly ignored, by the looks of it. It was just a house servant. How high could he be in cultivation? Wang Bo tried to suppress his inner shock, but it also aggravated his killing intent even more. No wonder my Wang family is generally mediocre in terms of qualifications. So the Wang family's fortune has been divided by you two bastards. But it's not too late. After killing you, the chi belonging to the Wang family will naturally return. So he didn't bother to fudge with the other party, and directly opened the door and said sorrowfully, "GGG. What? Thinking that with two outstanding offspring, you want to recognize your ancestors? How delusional. Kill them for me." Instantly several supreme realms flew out from behind him and attacked towards Qingjin and the others. Seeing this, Qingjin's footsteps stalled and his expression was filled with consternation. It's so straightforward. Even though he knew that this trip wouldn't go too well, he didn't expect the other party to kill him right after they met. Moreover, it was still several supreme beings striking at the same time, so he, a small saint, could not carry it. "Xiao Yu, get on!" Before he could say anything, a long spear suddenly appeared, and with a succession of spear blossoms, several Wang clan supreme beings were instantly stabbed into a blood mist, dissipating between the heavens and the earth. Only Qin Yu was seen holding a gun and standing proudly. With his invincible cultivation at the same level, killing a few ordinary supreme realms in seconds was naturally no big deal. What? Wang Bo, who witnessed this with his own eyes, was shocked. The supreme of the Wang clan was seconded? However, when he cast his gaze on the lance in Qin Yu's hand, his face was ecstatic as a hint of greed appeared on his face under his fine senses. Ha ha ha, what a godsend! What a naive family! They wouldn't think that they can do whatever they want in my Wang family just by virtue of an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. He was genuinely happy. From the bottom of his heart, he really didn't expect that the other party had prepared such a big gift the first time he walked Grandpa's house. It was simply too thoughtful, not only taking a few cheap lives, but also sending God's soldiers. Now he had his own weapon after he had become an emperor in an alternative way. We, the people, are really happy today. Hey, really happy. At this moment, Wang Bo only wanted to sing a song, and his gaze toward Qingjin and the others became much softer. But business is business. Third Elder Taishang. Fifth Elder Taishang. It's up to you guys. After saying that, the two quasi-emperor elders appeared from the void with a murderous aura. Holy, and calling people. Qingjin looked at the other party with a slight hint of envy. It was worthy of being an ancient imperial clan. The system was strict. A family head even had a certain right to order the elders. Unlike their own family, the gang of old onions, relying on their own seniority, they are also make no move. Beg them to do things have to be coaxed. The tone of voice a little bad will put their own beatings. The whole dam is humane. But he himself, now, had someone. Qingjin smiled faintly and said to the back of the room, "Trouble Elder Ouyang." Ha ha, well said, well said. Ouyang Chu was full of vigor in his mid-air, unimpressed with the two quasi-emperors in the void. The supreme realm to quasi-emperor is a heavenly rift, but the gap between the various minor realms after quasi-emperor is also great. Not seeing that there are hundreds of quasi-emperor cultivators in the human race on the surface, but there are only 3 quasi-emperor peaks. As a giant who had once ruled over a party, he was now nourished by Qin Changxing's power of creation, and his physical body and spirit were even restored to their peaks, if not even higher, so he naturally did not feel any pressure in the face of the Wang family, which had already fallen into decline. However, he still secretly glanced at the lance in Qin Yu's hand with some envy, and inwardly, he was even bellyaching. Dogs are big and just plain ho-hum. A descendant of a supreme realm's offspring could even use God's soldier. How could he, a peak quasi-emperor, be embarrassed? Still, it's better to resolve the situation at hand as soon as possible. Ouyang Chu's body shook as a terrifyingly majestic power surged out from his body, his peak quasi-emperor cultivation completely exposed, only to see his palms lightly slapping out. A palm wind filled with destruction whistled out, heading towards the 2 quasi-emperors in the sky. In an instant, the 2 elders' faces changed drastically, and they hastened to use their energy to resist, but to no avail, and instantly suffered a heavy blow, and fell down from the sky, their blood spewing out, and they were already seriously injured. The power of a peak quasi-emperor was just so terrifying. However, Ouyang Chu didn't pay them any mind. He remembered the purpose of this trip, only to see his divine thoughts sweeping, completely enveloping the entire Wang family. Chapter 82, Wang Wanyan, Duan Lang's name is. Found it. He manifested a giant palm, gently grabbed. The chamber was like paper mache, and easily grabbed the panic-stricken Wang family sisters to his body. Jinjin, Yuchan, Tianchan. Wang Wanru instantly spotted Qingjin and the others and exclaimed in shock. Even though she hadn't seen either of her sons in so many years, the feeling of being connected by blood made her recognize them instantly. Grief and longing converged in their hearts after a long time, and the family hugged each other tightly. Tears rolled down his face, pain and joy mingled, and an atmosphere of intense emotion pervaded the surroundings. However, they quickly parted as this was not the time for pleasantries and greetings. That said, on Wang Bo's side, he watched as the two elders had fallen to the ground with serious injuries without even carrying a single move. Peak Quasi-Emperor? No way! His pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. In this world, how had there been another unfamiliar Peak Paragon Emperor? Right at this moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the Wang clan. Don't you dare! Obviously Ouyang Chu's rescue of the two sisters had completely enraged the Wang clan's old ancestor, and as he appeared, a prime formation slowly rose up, precisely the Emperor Clan Guardian formation. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the Grand Formation, Ouyang Chu's face changed. If he was in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't be a wimp in terms of cultivation alone, but this was the Wang clan's base camp, and he wasn't sure if the Wang clan still had some of the great emperor's forbidden means left. Besides, his first priority was to guard the Qin family and their group safely. Go! Ouyang Chu's spiritual power completely erupted, grabbing several of them in the air, and in the blink of an eye, had flown out of the Wang family's sphere of influence and disappeared without a trace. However, before leaving, Qinjin saw Wang Bo, who had caused them to be separated as husband and wife for 30 years and was still in shock, and gathered his entire body's spiritual energy to slash a sword chi towards the other party. In his haste, Wang Bo was unexpectedly cleaved into a serious injury. Only after they left did a silhouette arrive. Old ancestor, should we chase after them? Wang Bo endured the pain and asked towards the visitor. Chase your sister. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor cursed profusely. In the Wang clan, he still had the means left over from his ancestors to lean on, and even then, he didn't dare to face a Peak Quasi-Emperor directly. Let him chase it out and deliver the groceries. His brows furrowed as he pondered for a while, never having much of an impression of this Peak Quasi-Emperor who had suddenly appeared. Whatever, this matter is no longer something we can meddle with. I'll go report to the Emperor. Let's all wait until Lord Emperor's son emerges from the gate. The two sisters couldn't run away anyway. The Wang clan ancestor waved his hand and headed towards where the Emperor's son was hiding. Ouyang Chu confirmed that it was safe before putting Qinjin and the Wang sisters down. When a family is finally reunited after suffering, it is natural that they can't help but catch up on old times and recount the various thoughts of these close to 30 years. However, when Wang Wanru heard that Qin Yu had bravely won the first place in this Heaven's Pride competition, a proud look appeared in her eyes. There it is, her son. Only after a long time did Qinjin realize the woman next to him as an afterthought and couldn't help but ask, Wanru, who is this? Oh, let me introduce. This is my own sister, Wang Wanyan. When we met before, my sister had already been imprisoned for over 400 years, so I didn't mention it to you. After Wang Wanru was reunited, she spoke with a hint of a smile between her words and looked at Wang Wanyan as she continued. Wanyan, this is my husband, your brother-in-law Qinjin. Hello brother-in-law. Wang Wanyan greeted politely even though she looked cool. Qinjin suddenly had an additional sister-in-law, or such a subdued sister-in-law, and was instantly at a bit of a loss. There was also some stuttering in his speech. This, Sister Wanyan, first time meeting, I don't have much of a gift for you. Go back and I'll prepare one. Also, you have been locked up for so many years by those inhumane people in the Wang family, and surely there is no place to land. Why don't you return to the Qin family with us for the time being, and then plan for things in the future? Upon hearing this, Wang Wanyan nodded without the slightest hesitation. Yes, promise on that. In fact, she also wanted to meet that perfect spiritual symbol of the Qin clan, the Qin clan ancestor. Just now, from the conversation between her brother-in-law and sister, she already knew that the Qin clan's old ancestor had returned to the Qin clan and had brought about a radical change to the Qin clan. Truly, a wonder of a generation. Thus, without further ado, the crowd rose into the air and flew towards the Qin family. Halfway, Qinjin suddenly came up with an idea and smiled faintly towards Wang Wanyan. Sister Wanyan, you haven't gotten married yet, right? Why don't you find a good man in my Qin family and become a Taoist couple, which would also be considered a good story. Don't worry, all the men of my Qin family are dedicated to love and are faithful to love. I see that the 8th elder's heavy grandson is a very good young man. Why don't I build a bridge between you guys and pull some strings? Of course, Qinjin silently recited in his heart, loyalty and fidelity. Except for the old ancestors. But, at this time, Wang Wanru, who was next to her, couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't expect that her husband would be so enthusiastic that he would introduce his sister-in-law to an object before he even arrived at the Qin family. This is really fat. Seeing Qinjin's puzzled look towards herself, Wang Wanru explained. Don't worry about it, Wan Yen he already has a sweetheart. She knew her sister's character well enough to know that even if that Duan Lang had passed away, her sister would never fall in love with anyone else. Oh, Qingjin responded in a glutinous manner. His face flushed red. He didn't realize that he almost made a big mess. Although Wan Yen's sweetheart is just a mortal person, Wang Wanru continued. What? Holy! Qingjin exclaimed out in shock as a terrifying speculation appeared in his heart. The word mortal struck him like thunder. An uncontrollable emotion went to his head, and his body shook violently, his qi and blood tumbling, as if the whole person had suffered a heavy blow. He could no longer control himself and fell down. Jin. Wang Wanru was shocked. How could there be such a change in what was said to be a good thing? Luckily, Ouyang Chu, who was looking at the whole situation, just lightly grabbed Qingjin and easily grabbed him up. He didn't look too good in the face of the crowd's confusion, and was still a bit stunned. He suspected he had mortal fear syndrome, and every time he heard the word mortal, especially as it related to relationships, he cringed inside. Qingjin glanced at Qinyu and Qin Tian and realized that both of them also looked a little alarmed. So obviously, the other party had thought of something as well. If the speculation turns out to be true, the consequences are unimaginable. It's hard not to. I'll call you old man. You called me brother-in-law? Clan elders are considered light if they don't kill him. What a thing to call it. Still, Qingjin tried to restrain himself, thinking to make a final confirmation. After all, there are thousands of mortals, and they are not always old ancestors. He looked at Wang Wanyen, and his upper and lower lips couldn't help but tremble as he said, that, Wanyen's sister, Wanyen, may I ask, what is the name of that lover of yours? Although she was puzzled as to why her brother-in-law would ask this question, Wang Wanyen answered truthfully, a hint of nostalgia, a hint of adoration flashing through her eyes. He, named, Duan Zhengchun. At those words, Qingjin let out a sigh of relief and put his heart down. He knew the names of several of the old ancestors' trumpets, and they were all lousy names, like what Xiaoyan, Yi Fan, Han Li, etc. Plain and ordinary. Sounds low. Listening to the name again, it's high-end at first glance. The Duan clan, as if it was an ancient royal family name, carried a hint of nobility, positive, upright and righteous. June, simple character, gentle and generous. When I hear this name, I know that he is a good man who was devoted to his love until death do us part. Only then did Qingjin drive the terrible speculation he had just made out of his mind. It seems I was overly concerned. He shook his head. A group of people, just like that, flew towards the Qin family. Chapter 83 Wang Wanru visits the old ancestor. The Qin family. The return of Qingjin's family has brought joy to the Qin family. After all, some years ago, as the wife of the head of the family, Wang Wanru had handled the Qin family's logistics in a well-organized manner, and was deeply loved by the clan elders. In the past, Qingjin was dead set on not saying anything about Wang Wanru's news, but now that he heard Qingjin recount it, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. I can't help but marvel at the fact that there are lovers out there. That being said, Qingjin wanted to pull Wang Wanru back to the bedroom and relive the past passion. However, Wang Wanru couldn't help but hear that the Qin family's old ancestor had returned from Yuanchu Mountain and had to visit that legendary old ancestor first. After all, since she had married into the Qin family, the most she had heard were stories about the old ancestors. Thus, husband, the old ancestor is so perfect. He won't not be able to see me, right? What should I do if I don't do anything right and upset the old ancestor? She was a little excited and a little terrified, lest she had done something wrong and caused her old ancestor to look at her with displeasure. Perfect? Qingjin was stunned. He had almost forgotten that he hadn't spoken to his wife about the recent incident with his old ancestor, but it was not good for him to mention such elders' business before contacting the old ancestor. He also thought that the old ancestor was flawless, but after contact, hey, that's a lot of words. However, he still pacified. Wanru, it's fine. The old ancestor is a peaceful person, very gentle, even better than most of the clan elders. He did not tell lies. The old ancestor, in addition to promiscuous a little, slag a little, like to hook the fence to listen to music, hobby knocking children and grandchildren on the back of the head, but also often mysteriously disappeared blindly sneak. Other really cannot pick fault. Husband, then later, the first time you kowtow, do you need to perform a big salute, 3 kneeling and 9 bowing and so on? That won't be necessary. The old ancestors never cared about all this red tape. A simple kowtow will do. But, there's no buts. Let's go. Wang Wanru followed Qingjin to the grand hall with a feeling of apprehension and an expectation. Inside the great hall, the 3 Qin Changsheng brothers, Ouyang Chu, and the others were sitting next to each other, talking happily. However, when Ouyang Chu knew that this Qin emperor only had 10,000 years of life, He was deeply shocked, but with his peak quasi-emperor's mentality he quickly calmed down, only to put his posture even lower. Boy, that's a lot. Each of the great emperors of the current generation who carried the destiny of heaven was a supreme man who had overwhelmed the world with astonishing talent and splendor. It might be possible to witness the Tao against the heavens before the heavenly destiny-bearing great emperor came into existence, but it was enough to be ranked in the top 5 for all eternity. And are in that Hongmeng, mythological era, favored by heaven and earth, with the body of the innate spirit can barely do. Since the ancient times, no one will be able to testify against the heavens, even the one from the desolate ancient. The supremely ruthless man who ended the desolate ancient with his own strength, was fused with the heavenly destiny to prove the Tao. Elder Ouyang, do you really want to join our Qin family and become our contribution elder? The second ancestor, Qin Chongping, was pleasantly surprised. He really didn't expect that the other party, a peak quasi-emperor, would be willing to commit himself to joining the Qin family, a small temple in the district. He did not have the slightest doubt. After all, with the cultivation of the other party, in a moment can be the Qin family destroyed, even if he carries the Emperor's soldier void mirror, but also cannot resist for a long time. After all, although the Emperor's soldier is strong, but he is also only supreme cultivation. However, it solved his immediate problem. Over the past few days, due to Qin Yu's Heaven's Pride Grand Competition win, as well as Qin Changxing's reputation as a scum, the Qin clan had once again been thrust into the limelight. There were already many more sneaky figures around the Qin family, exhausting him. Now there is Ouyang Chu, this top combatant, to join. The Qin family, temporarily, can be free from worry. Thinking of this, second ancestor Qin Chongping sneaked a glance at Qin Changsheng with a grudging look. In the past few days, he had a headache, and there were often inexplicable so-called admirers of Mu Shuexia coming to challenge him. They also said with vigor that Qin Changsheng was just a mortal, and that they didn't care to bully the weak. But they want to try Qin Changxing's second brother. What exactly is the strength of, out of this? Hey! Erzu sighed deeply. His small movements naturally could not hide from Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng glared fiercely, meaning as if to say, raise you so big for what to eat, not just for me to wipe my ass. Seeing this, the second ancestor didn't dare to look directly at him, and hurriedly changed the topic and said to Ouyang Chu, then, Senior Ouyang, how about giving you an offering, Grand Elder, where you can exercise some of the rights of the family head on a daily basis, as well as the best treatment salary and so on. No need. Ouyang Chu sniffed and quickly waved his hand. No need for salaries. I can just cultivate myself, and even less need for power. I love purity. Just call me if something comes up. As for the offering, Grand Elder, even less so. First come, first served. The Grand Elder is not fellow Taoist Nangongyan. Ouyang Chu Sanlian refused. Joking. Did not see that your great emperor is still sitting there? I am just a house servant, but also dare to ask for salary and exercise the right of the head of the family. The treatment is so good. I don't want to die. What's more, he had just arrived and heard the gossip about Nangongyan and Qin Changsheng, so he didn't dare to place himself above the other party. Otherwise, it's a real shot in the dark, looking for death. Ha! The second ancestor opened his mouth wide, greatly shocked. Elder Ouyang was also too nice. What else is there to do? Do not want to pay salaries? Something on. This makes the other party as if they signed a contract of sale. They are a little embarrassed. Just then, Xinjian's familiar voice came from the doorway. Unworthy son and grandson, Xinjian, with his wife, Wang Wanru, pays homage to all the old ancestors. Enter, quickly enter, Qin Chongsheng replied. He wanted to take a look at what this wife of the family head, who had been praised by the Qin family, really looked like. Moreover, he had just learned about Xinjian's feat in the Wang family from Ouyang Chu's mouth. Before leaving, the sword slashes the old man. Xinjian, the bastard, is so brave. Worthy of my Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing couldn't help but grin on his lips. Luckily, one doesn't get married. No old man to chop. Between the thoughts rolling around, Qin Jin and Wang Wanru had already come not far in front of him and kowtowed solidly. Qin Jun, Wang Wanru, greetings to the old ancestor. Good. Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. He loved this feeling of having a full house of children and grandchildren. Come on. As an elder, I didn't prepare in advance. So let's give 10-9 revolutions Taishu Jade liquid pills first. With that, he took out a small delicate porcelain bottle, with dan lines shining, and handed it over. Wang Wanru, who heard the name of the elixir, was shocked and couldn't believe it. 9 revolutions of Taishu Jade liquid pill? Could it be the legendary superb elixir? Not only can it greatly increase the speed of cultivation, but it also has an excellent boosting effect on essence and increases the chances of epiphany. This, wasn't the old ancestor a mortal? So bold? When Wan Wanru slowly raised her head and was ready to receive the elixir, she was stunned by the scene in front of her again. What a flawless, deathless face. So young, so handsome. Is this the old man? Handsome, generous, high status and position, upright and affectionate. This is not a proper treasure. Old man? Having such conditions and yet remaining single. There is only one possibility. AI. Wang Wanru sighed silently in her heart. I don't know which woman, with such blessed charms, could make the old ancestor think of her for a lifetime of loneliness. Chapter 84 Lovers. Meet at last. Pick it up. Right at this moment, Qingjin saw his wife go off on a tangent and hurriedly reminded him with his voice, interrupting Wang Wanru's reverie. Wang Wanru reacted and made a big red face before she took the elixir in a panic and kowtowed to thank the old ancestor. By the way, old ancestor. After Wanru's sister heard about old ancestor's deeds, she admired them very much and thanked our Qin family for rescuing their sisters from the devil's cave, and specially wanted to come and bow down to old ancestor. Qingjin suddenly said. Before Qin Changsheng could reply, the third ancestor on the side spoke directly, saying, then what are you waiting for? Let her come in. Wanru is so virtuous and filial. Her sister must also be a gentle and virtuous beauty. In my opinion, why don't we just find an in-law for sister Wanru and my Qin family, and fertilize the water? Penis, don't you think so? The second ancestor, Qin Changping, nodded after a brief moment of contemplation and said, Lao San is right. My Qin family are all good sons and daughters with upright character. Marrying into the Qin family is not a bad idea. I see that the 8th elder's great-grandson is not yet married and is a good choice for a kind person. However, this kind of thing requires both men and women to be willing, and can't be forced, and will just play the role of a matchmaker. Upon hearing the second ancestor's messy words, Qin Jin and Wang Wanru just wanted to interrupt, but when they saw the second ancestor's excited appearance, they hesitated a bit and wanted to speak. The second ancestor did his best to show the thunderous style of his youth at this time, and said to the servant at the door, Zhang San, go invite Wanru's sister over. Li Si, go and call the 8th elder's great-grandson, Qin Dachuan. Let the young people get in touch early. Maybe both sides will see eye to eye. Ha! Only after putting everything in place did the second ancestor turn his head towards Qin Changsheng and smile. Big brother, what do you think of my arrangement? Qin Changsheng was frowning at the moment, but he did not reply. It was as if he smelled a hint of something unusual, and a bad premonition appeared even deeper within his heart. Just before he could externalize his divine thoughts, a quiet voice rang out, and a beautiful figure pushed the door in. Late generation Wang Wanyan, kowtow to all the old ancestors. The voice came to an abrupt halt. The woman's bowing was only halfway through, and she could proceed no further. Duan Zhengchun, Wang Wanyan, both sides exclaimed at the same time. The two men's eyes met, and an eerie atmosphere seemed to fill the air. Then the entire hall fell into silence, as if time had stood still. Holy! Qin Changsheng cursed straight in his heart. He recognized the other man at once. After all, the other man was his last ex-girlfriend in his life, only 500 years later, and it was impressive. At this moment, he only felt that 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping in his heart. Thinking of the culprit of this matter, Qin Changsheng glared fiercely at Qingjin, and even more so, he secretly resolved to have the time to clean up the other party ruthlessly. What a miscreant! Other descendants of children and grandchildren to visit the old ancestor. Are big bags of gifts, and then not good. Send packets of enlightenment tea, wolfberry and so on. But Qingjin, this sinful animal, is good. Not only empty hands, but also ing. Send an ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Qin Changsheng's Dao heart almost collapsed, and he only wanted to pinch Qingjin, this brat, to death. He felt more and more that he couldn't keep his deep love persona, and instead his scumbag persona became more and more secure. But then again, he's not a scumbag, he's just a little more fraternal. And he's done a great job of being single-minded with each of the women he's fallen in love with and not stepping over the line. While Qin Changsheng's thoughts were racing, Wang Wanyan also had mixed feelings. The moment she saw Qin Changsheng, her gaze was filled with various emotions such as joy, surprise and guilt. Happily, Duan Lang is still alive, still as graceful as ever, just with the added vicissitudes of age. Surprisingly, the other party's true identity was the Qin clan's old ancestor, the one who was held in high esteem by his sister. But then, that would mean that the other party had lied to himself back then, going so far as to say that his age was 25, when it was clearly almost 10,000 years old. But with it came drastic guilt. When he was forced to do so, he didn't even say a word and disappeared into each other's world so silently. I think Duan Lang must have been looking for himself for so many years. Wang Wanyan just gazed at Qin Changsheng silently, an uncontrollable sadness surging up into her heart, tears silently sliding slowly down her stunningly beautiful face. How she wanted to call out to Duan Lang, but when the words reached her mouth, it was as if her throat was strangled by an invisible rope and she could no longer make a sound. And she thought of a serious problem. If the two of them rekindle their old relationship, what should they call themselves and their sister's brother-in-law? At this moment, Shin-jin, who was on the sidelines, stood as if he was on pins and needles, stunned. He understood everything the moment both sides shouted each other's names at the same time. The whole person, completely numb. What the is this called? Once again, he overestimated his old ancestor's bottom line. His sister-in-law was only 18 when she fell in love with you 500 years ago. You're 500 years old. Old man. And you have the nerve to go and pick up this old onion? This can no longer be described as an old cow eating young grass. It's a beast of a man. A beast of a man. Besides, with this development, how will we all get along in the future? Could it be, each to his own? You call me brother-in-law. I call you. Of course, these words Shin-jin only dared to silently spit in his heart. Never dare to say it out. The second ancestor, the third ancestor also knows the nature of the big brother. Silent, just in the heart of the deep sigh. The big brother what all good, just cannot control this lower body. A mortal body, how so can toss? Although Ouyang Chu is not clear about the cause of the matter, but the sophisticated he naturally can see the weirdness of the atmosphere at this moment, and he does not dare to speak out to break it. As for Wang Wanru, the Cymbidium, she understood everything just now from both sides' name-calling. The old man has become his own brother-in-law? The thought of the few pious kowtows he had just made was also silent. Just like that, no one opened their mouths, and the whole hall fell into a long silence. Just then, an excited and majestic voice broke the silence of the great hall. Several old ancestors, my ancestral grandfather said that you would introduce me to a daughter-in-law today. Me? Where's the daughter-in-law? A strong-built lad stepped excitedly into the great hall room. It was none other than the 8th elder's great-grandson, Shin Dachuan. Chapter 85, You have an ex-girlfriend? Several of them? Shin Dachuan, who was simple-minded and on a roll, obviously hadn't realized the bizarre atmosphere within the great hall. At this moment, instantly, all eyes were focused on him. He was about to open his mouth again. Get out! Several old ancestors coincided and spoke in unison. Only Shin Dachuan was left frozen in place, as if he was in the wind, only to feel that the temperature around him had dropped a few degrees. What's going on here? Where's the promised introduction of a daughter-in-law? The Shin family's culture is getting more and more crooked, and now even the old ancestors are starting to cheat honest people. The baby is suffering inside, but the baby doesn't say anything. At this moment, even if Shin Dachuan's reaction was slow, he still realized that the atmosphere was wrong and quickly nodded his head. Okay. Then it was gone in a puff of smoke. It comes and goes in a hurry. However, after being interrupted by Shin Dachuan, Shin Chongsheng also reacted. That's not true. It was the other person who left without saying goodbye in the first place. So what am I vain about? I've been thinking about breaking up myself, but haven't I started to implement it yet? At that time, he was just a mortal and couldn't do anything about it, and he was depressed about it for a long time. Originally thought that dealing with an 18-year-old girl was just the equivalent of playing a bronze match. Who knew that the opposite side was a Tongtian generation, and he inexplicably harvested the only time in his life that he was broken up. It is he who stands on the moral high ground today. Shin Chongqing instantly came back to life with full blood. It was time to prove his deeper side. Thus, Wan Yen, where have you been for so many years? I've been looking for you, but unfortunately, there's no more trace of you at the ends of the earth. Hot water doesn't suddenly get cold, and the leaves don't fall in a day in the fall. And I stood in the wind for a long time before I made up my mind to turn around. If you left, why did you reappear and tug at my heartstrings? By the way, I owe you one. When the separation was so hasty, let's break up. He decided that he must be the one to bring up this breakup or he would be depressed for the rest of his life. At those words, Shin-jin, who was on the side, was dumbstruck, his jaw dropping. If it wasn't so shameless, everyone's still here. Is this your script, old man? Still looking all the time? Old ancestor, have you forgotten the great battle with Mu Shuexia the other day? But by the sound of it, it sounds like the old granddaddy got dumped. You've been hunting geese all day, and you've been pecked by them? Shin was a bit disbelieving, but straightened up in his heart. Sister-in-law, awesome. The second ancestor, and the third ancestor also turned their heads to the side at this time and sighed deeply. Hey, big brother doesn't have much time left. Love what you want, let him go, but it's best to marry a wife before you go. Take a concubine. Leave a few heirs, but also counted as a branch for the Qin family to spread the leaves. Immortal pills for longevity could be encountered but not sought, and they could only be taken once in a lifetime. And even great emperors could not violate the fundamental laws of heaven and earth and forcibly renew the life of a mortal's mortal body. When Wang Wanyan suddenly heard these words from Qin Changsheng, her petite body shook and she nearly became unsteady on her feet. That's on me. It is also true that no matter how much one is in the wrong, the other person is the one who was hurt without knowing it. Past memories leapt to mind like a tattered picture, thoughts of the sweet times they had shared and the promise that had been etched in their hearts. As the memories emerged, Wang Wanyan's brows couldn't help but knit tightly. Sadness surged in her eyes. Her complexion was bleak as she stared at Qin Changsheng and softly said, Duan Lang. Don't call me Duan Lang. It will only remind me of the painful past. My name is Qin Changsheng. Eternal life. In the beginning, I was captured by the family. And once I was locked up, it was 500 years. No need to explain. I'm not listening. Everlasting life. Break it up. Qin Changsheng a burst of hearty, straight. No wonder the previous life by the ex-girlfriend to take the dead. The original. Favored. Emboldened. Qin Changsheng was cool, but the people next to him were stunned. This scene was simply refreshing their worldview repeatedly. Apart from Wang Wanru and Ouyang Chu who were uncertain, the other few people who were familiar with the old ancestor all had dull gazes, as if they were petrified. The way this plot is going, it's not quite right. Old ancestor, how stinking shameless you are to be so righteous. Qinjin was even more anxious in his heart, calling out straight for his sister-in-law. Don't ever fall in love, brain. Get fooled by the old man. He's just a pure scum. But the result obviously disappointed him. Wang Wanyan was still immersed in guilt and sorrow, and the teardrops began to swirl in her eyes, looking about to drip down. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng's heart softened, and he began to regret that he didn't hold back for a moment and said something a bit too much. The other person, after all, was only a girl of 500 years. Just as Qin Changsheng wanted to go forward to wipe Wang Wanyan's tears, there was a loud bang outside, followed by a faint voice, which was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. They say that the Qin family has an excellent family style and is decent, but in my opinion, it's just a place to hide dirt and grime. Qin Changsheng, a mere mortal, relying on being the illegitimate son of a certain great man, deceived several fairies such as Mu Shueshu, a pupil, Su Molu, and Meng Ruyan through various shameless means such as tricking and cheating, while stepping on 3 boats at the same time, and then abandoning them. This kind of behavior is really a shame for my human race. However, I don't care to bully Qin Changsheng, a mortal. Today, I, Chao Wuxing of the Feathered Sect, have come to challenge the might of Qin Changsheng's second brother, Qin family's second oldest, Qin Changping. Come out. The voice was like thunder rolling, resounding throughout the Qin clan and its surroundings. 2 supreme realm cultivators stood in the void, their battle intent high, and it was one of them who spoke. Brother Chao, are you sure this is alright? One of them transmitted a voice. Absolutely no problem. We don't dare to go to Yuanshu Mountain. This Qin family is still at our mercy. Although we heard that the Qin family possesses imperial soldiers, but we're just a challenge, and it's unlikely that they'll use their imperial soldiers. Chao Wuxing paused and continued his voice transmission. Moreover, Qin Changping has only just broken through to Supreme. He's no match for us at all. Not to mention, we're holding up the name of justice. Nowadays, most of the forces of the entire human race are paying attention to the Qin family, and with today's battle, the 2 of my brothers will surely become famous in the world, with their fortune added to their bodies. And in the future, that opportunity to become an emperor might even be a chance to fight for it. Brother Chao is right. The 2 men had already vaguely seen that glorious future. That said, on Qin Changsheng's side, he was furious and stormy. Slander. He only has 2 feet. How does he have 3 feet? What an absolute slander. I'm applying to go one-on-one with him. Looking at Wang Wanyan, who was looking at him with a puzzled gaze. All he wanted to do in his heart was to slap the guy outside who was spreading rumors to death. A great situation. Ruined. Just as he was thinking of sneaking out, Wang Wanyan suddenly tilted her head with an inexplicable look and said, You have an ex-girlfriend? Several more? Though the voice was gentle, all of them felt a chill come over them. Chapter 86, Relationships Broken. You've broken? At that moment, Ouyang Chu suddenly spoke. Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Let me handle the people outside. And by the way, warn the curmudgeons around this broken great hall. Ouyang Chu didn't want to stay at all, although the love-hate relationship of the great emperor of the current generation was tantalizing, but he was just an outsider, worrying that the karma involved was too great for him to bear, so it's been sitting on pins and needles, and it's just the right thing to take advantage of this to leave. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng didn't stop him as he was facing something more serious. Ouyang Chu's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Noisy, he hummed softly, but it was like a heavenly thunderclap when it reached the ears of the 2 Chao Wuxing. A strong force then surged out from within him, and the peak aura of a quasi-emperor completely erupted. like thunder breaking through the air, instantly solidifying the entire heaven and earth. A giant palm manifested in the air, and with a light slap, it instantly sent the two supreme beings flying with a slap, disappearing 10,000 miles away, their lives and deaths unknown. Peak Quasi-Emperor. No way. There was a gasp of surprise coming from the void, and it was clear that there were quite a few people hiding around. They only wanted to find out the origin of the Qin clan's extreme Dao imperial armament and the reason for Qin Yu's sudden rise. However, he didn't expect a strange Peak Quasi-Emperor to appear out of nowhere from the Qin clan, which caught many people off guard. Humph. Ouyang Chu's eyes flashed with a stern color, and he couldn't help but mock in his heart. What kind of cowards are they that dare to covet the family of the great emperor of the day? They really don't know how to die. Although he didn't know why Senior Qin didn't reveal himself, perhaps it was to draw out those behind the scenes of the ancient worlds, or perhaps it was some other reason, but these had nothing to do with him. Senior Qin had saved his life, and now his task was to stand in front of the stage and clean up these ungrateful stragglers. Clank! Ouyang Chu used his finger as a sword, and a loud sword chant resounded through the heavens and earth. Against two supreme emperors he could casually slap them, but under his perception, there were still several quasi-emperors around, so he had no choice but to use his real skills. Terrifying green-colored sword-ons exploded at his fingertips, setting off a ripple in all directions. Countless sword chi pierced into the Dao figures hidden in the void amidst everyone's horror. Put! Many people spat out blood and frantically stormed back 10,000 miles, with horrified fear in their eyes. Wuji splitting sword. You are the infinite sword emperor, Ouyang Chu. A well-informed paragon emperor exclaimed in shock. This legendary sword Dao leader who had hiccuped long ago was still alive and guarding the Qin family, with a quasi-emperor in attendance. The Qin family's affairs were clearly no longer something they could get their hands on, and it was good that the other party didn't seem to be ruthless in their killings. In an instant, the people around them dissipated. That said, Qin Changsheng sighed, in the face of Wang Wanyan's aggressive questioning. A moment speechless, he could only take his anger out on the two talkative supreme beings just now, and the poor Chao Wuxing and his duo 10,000 miles away, who had thought that they had escaped, disappeared between heaven and earth without a sound. For a long time, it was only then that Qin Changsheng slowly said, they are indeed my ex-girlfriends. We spent some time together. Oh, then why have you never told me about it? Wang Wanyan continued to pursue the question, but she clearly remembered that when Qin Changsheng said that he was his first love to come. For this reason, she was also happy to get the other party's first kiss, and could not sleep for several days. Who knows? It's an 18-handed man. Relationship breakup. Qin Changsheng snapped, so there's no need to talk about it. When these words came out, the people present once again had their jaws dropped in disbelief. Old ancestor, once again, had refreshed the lower limit of the Qin family's morality. I also do not know not long ago, who said that once there was a true love, and the Yuanshu mountain battle 3 days of the feet, but now it is a broken relationship. Cough cough cough. Qin Jin couldn't help but cough, trying to remind his sister-in-law. However, Qin Changsheng swept his eyes horizontally, and Qin Jin's head shrunk. Forget it, I can't see it. I can't be offended. I'll leave. Qin Jin helplessly led Wang Wanru out of the room. What happened to brother-in-law? Wang Wanyan was uncertain. It's fine. The cough is old. A beating will make it better. Qin Changsheng smiled faintly. A long silence ensued as they looked at each other. Qin Changsheng was thinking that Nangonyan was also purifying himself in the Qin family's backyard, which was not a good idea in case he bumped into someone, and it was not a good idea for him to favor anyone. Moreover, he just fought a tie at Mu Shueshu a pupil. Should he find someone to practice? Otherwise relying on the Taiji Yin Yang creation scripture, when will he be able to rise up? All ing rely on the dog system. What Wang Wanyan is thinking is that since both sides are destined to meet again, and the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, getting back together is not a bad thing. And Duan Lang was more, well, manly than ever, so handsome, and, ding, congratulations to the host. Ex-girlfriend Wang Wanyan's favorability towards the host has reached 92. Will you receive the reward? The system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Qin Changsheng's mind, startling him. What the hell? Is this a waste of time? What the hell is this girl thinking? Qin Changsheng looked over curiously, but at the same time, he bumped into Wang Wanyan's gaze as she looked at herself. The eyes are facing each other. A layer of redness suddenly appeared on Wang Wanyan's face as she fiercely glared at him and turned around to leave the hall. It only left behind the puzzled Qin Changsheng, who was confused in the wind. Central Domain, Ice God Palace. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Yaoi Empress Lord has come to pay a visit. A maid-like woman respectfully said. Mu Shuexie, who had just finished handling her affairs, was stunned. Why was Sister Qinsheng here? But then a look of joy appeared on his face. Please, Anyone would not have thought that the folk ranking of the world's first beauty and the world's second beauty, but in private is a very good relationship between girlfriends. Hitomi, I'm coming in, he, with a sly and silver bell-like laughter. A flavorful, mature woman stepped over the threshold. What a magnificent woman. It was none other than one of the three great masters of the human race nowadays, the Empress of Yaoqi, Xue Qingcheng. However, she had just entered the door when she realized that something was wrong with Mu Xuexie, her brows slightly knitted, her eyes constantly running over its body, a touch less icy and seemingly more, well, feminine? Snow-pouring City instantly seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in disbelief. You broke? Aha! Mushue Hitomi nodded her head slightly, as if thinking about the process of breaking the power. Her cheeks floated up in two blushes. Instantly, Xue Qingcheng revealed hunting eyes, drifting around Mu Xuexie's body. She had stopped the other party from practicing the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, but she couldn't hold back the other party's determination. And now that she had broken it, it was considered a good thing. Could it be that the scumbag incident that's been making the rounds lately is true? She instantly rose to gossip. Chapter 87, Empress Yaoqi, this is too exciting. She knows her own sister's temperament. Since they have known each other, they have never seen Mu Xuexue get close to any man, especially after practicing Tai Shang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. It is even more so that men are deterred, especially after they became BFFs and talked about nothing but men. Now, however, he learned that Mu Xuexue, a pupil, had only gone to be a judge of the Heaven's Pride competition and sent herself out without attacking, completely abandoning the cultivation of the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. Moreover, the man was rumored to be a scumbag, having been in an affair with several women, and for the first time, she felt unworthy of Snow Hitomi. However, she suddenly thought of a deeper layer. If it was as he thought, after the great competition ended, Sister Snow Pupil continued to stay at Yuanshu Mountain for 3 days. Oh, my god! Xue Qingcheng covered her cherry lips, not daring to believe it, and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is too. I haven't seen you in 1,000 years, and as soon as you do, a meeting of golden wind and jade dew is better than countless things on earth. The path of flowers has never been swept by a guest, but the door of the canopy has been opened for you. She was so playful that she even raised an eyebrow, her brow promising a meaningful question. Sister Snow Hitomi, I wonder how you've been doing these past few days. Mu Xuexie did not understand the meaning of this, and after thinking about it, she casually responded, well, it's quite good. He. Xue Qingcheng, however, suddenly laughed softly. It's certainly nice to have an old flame to fill the void. He. Anyone would not dare to imagine that the absolute empress, who was resolute in killing and decisive, and who shook the sky with one person and one sword, was spending time with her bosom friend in private, but she said such words of a tiger and a wolf. At this point, Mu Xuexie, no matter how stupid she was, reacted. A blush instantly floated on his face, and there were surprisingly a few more winks between his eyebrows. Sister Qingcheng, you're making fun of me. Humph, I'll let you make fun of me. Mushue Hitomi was a bit shy, but she was unrelenting and pounced on him. Instantly the entire room resounded with the movement of the two sisters playing and frolicking, even mixed with a few indescribable sounds. The maids standing guard outside the door have lowered their heads and sealed themselves to divine sense ears and eyes, and so on. Don't dare look, let alone listen. It took a long time for the commotion to subside. Xue Qingcheng was half lying on the bed couch. Her perfect figure was hidden, glancing obliquely at her own sisters. Her ripe girl style was undoubtedly evident, and in his heart he exclaimed, that's so nice. It seems that Snow Hitomi losing the Supreme Forgetfulness Heart Sutra is also a good thing. At least there is less coldness and more fireworks, and since ascending to the throne of the Empress, all the people around her do not respect her, afraid of her. To please her, only in Mu Xuexue pupil here can find some human feelings. Thinking of this, Xue Qingcheng suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? She frowned slightly, trying hard to remember. Right, repair 4. She snapped her head up, sensing again, and asked in confusion, Xuexie, what happened to your cultivation? I remember that you only quickly cultivated to Quasi-Emperor by virtue of the Supreme Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, but now that you've dispersed your Tai Shang Oblivion Heart Sutra, your cultivation has unexpectedly progressed instead of retreated, and I even feel that you're about to break through to the middle stage of the Quasi-Emperor. She was a bit shocked. With her previous life's vision and insight of a great emperor's seventh heaven, she couldn't even figure out the mystery. In the face of Xue Qingcheng's question, Mu Xuexie's face first flushed, then she thought seriously before slowly answering. I'm also a bit puzzled. I was prepared to suffer a backlash and regress in my cultivation, but that's just the way it is. I even feel that my spiritual energy is more pure than ever. At that time, I was exhausted and did not have the heart to think about this, but now that I think about it, there are many things that are not right. Could it be that Qin Lang is really different? Maybe it's my state of mind that is enlightened. Isn't that Qin Changsheng rumored to be immortal? What difference can it make? Shui Qingchang returned a sentence in a bad mood. At this point in time, the words were still showing off in general. Hearing this, Mu Shuixie's shyness increased, and she said in a glutinous manner, Qin Lang, he may be short, but he wins in frequency. I can feel it. He improves every time. Moreover, I vaguely heard him say that he is the great emperor of the day. Hearing this, Shui Qingchang could no longer hold back, snapped on the couch, angrily got up. Scumbag! Absolute scum! Snow Hitomi, don't be fooled. You may not be able to see clearly when you're in the middle of it. You have to realize how unreliable this kind of man, who is full of, is, to even tell such a ridiculous big lie as being a great emperor. I think he has been immortal for so long that his head has gone crazy. Who knew that? In the face of Shui Qingchang's anger, Mu Shuixue pupil did not have much of a reaction, but only looked at the direction of the North Domain Qin family in a dazed manner and said slowly, in fact, you don't understand. I don't even care if he's a great emperor or immortal. All I know is that he's my teenage white moonlight Hanli, and also the husband that I've decided to be nowadays. Qin Changsheng, and that's enough. I don't understand? Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingchang instantly kind of broke her defense. However, she also figured out that the two sides were in love and enjoying themselves, so why should she, an outsider, point fingers and get involved? What's more, what the young couple does is none of her business. Hey, she let out a deep sigh. Continued, if you're rekindling old feelings and getting back together, why don't you move in together and stay together for a long time? Instead, go back to your own homes and find your own moms? Old feelings rekindled? Maybe. It's all so intimate. Surely it's more than Bo burned. Mu Shuixue Hitomi silently thought to herself. Then he said to Shui Qingchang, I think what Qin Lang told me makes sense. Two people don't have to be together all the time. They shouldn't bind each other. They should give each other a certain amount of freedom. As long as they love each other in their hearts and think of each other, distance isn't a problem. And besides, he even composed a superb poem for me. Upon hearing this, Shui Qingchang skimmed her lips in disdain. Hey, silly girl, what should not bind each other? This is all the scum of the set. At this moment, your lover boy still do not know which woman lying in the nest. However, when she heard about composing poems, the cool poet immediately became interested and asked curiously, what poem? If two lovers are in love for a long time, is it not in the morning and the evening? As she recited this poem, Mu Shuixie's eyes were colorful and her face was filled with pride. Sister Qingchang, you are familiar with poetry. Come and comment on how this one is. And Qin Lang, he has composed several for me before. At this moment, Mu Shuixie was like a little girl who had eaten candy and wanted to share it with her girlfriends. Immersed in happiness, she did not notice the abnormality of her good girlfriend, Shui Qingchang, at this moment. At the same time Mu Shuixue pupil read out the verse. It was as if a bolt from the sky had fallen from the heavens and struck her hard. Shui Qingchang's arms hung down helplessly, her whole body frozen, her eyes filled with a stunned and unbelievable expression. Chapter 88, No More Pretense. Showdown. I'm a great emperor. It seemed like an eternity before she woke up from her time fixation. She struggled to control herself, to stop her body from trembling slightly, and shuddered. You say, this is, you Qin Lang maid? Well, isn't that brilliant? Mu Shuixue Hitomi returned. However, after she finished speaking, she noticed the abnormality of her best friend, Shui Qingchang, and hurriedly asked with concern, Sister Qingchang, what's wrong with you? An empress was an empress after all. Shui Qingchang just closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she already had a calm expression and calmed down. She pretended that nothing had happened and smiled faintly, saying, nothing, just remembering something from the past. The words were plain, but she felt a sharp blade stabbing deep into her heart with a sharp pain. Hanli, Qin Changsheng, and sure how. She instantly connected everything together. Oh, so that's it? To think that just a moment ago she was flirting with Mu Shuixin. Listening to Qin Changsheng and Mu Shuixin's inversion of the dragon, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. An indescribable sense of sourness, an incomparable aura of sadness that instantly filled her heart. Memories flashed through her mind, the past tumbling in like a tidal wave. And then remembering the description of her sister Snow Hitomi just now, a wave hit her. She completely lost the desire to remain in the Ice God Palace to catch up on old times. Shuixie, the Yaoqi ancient kingdom has sudden important matters. I have to go back. She forced herself to calm down. Okay, Mu Shuixue Hitomi didn't doubt her. Immediately afterward, Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingchang directly tore through the void and disappeared. The ancient kingdom of Yaoqi, the capital of the country, the imperial palace. A beautiful figure flashed out of the void and stumbled into the deepest room. Shui Qingcheng only felt that her legs were already weak, as if she could fall down any time, anywhere, and forced herself to hold onto the wall before she could barely stand. No way, she muttered. It was just a man from this world's memory. She was the ancient Yaoqi Empress. Her memory had been revived. Why would she be unable to suppress the memory of a mere few thousand years? Why is it so powerful when it's just the white moonlight of this life's body? Why did she feel endless sadness and loss? Why did her heart ache as if it had been torn apart? She was clearly in full control of this reincarnated body. So why was that? It wasn't until the tears fell like broken pearls that she realized how deep her feelings for that sure how back then were in this body. She couldn't figure it out. So she just stopped thinking about it. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Running his gong method for 12 weeks, which barely suppressed that strong feeling. Only after a long time did she open her eyes, a disdainful look sweeping towards the doorway, the majesty of the Empress showing without a doubt. Come on man, find out everything about Qin Changsheng for me, as well as a portrait, and present it to me. No, by your majesty's order. A woman with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor replied respectfully, then headed towards the northern domain. Only the Yaoqi Empress was left, standing alone in the room, not knowing what she was thinking. What she couldn't have imagined was that a single repression would only be met with an even greater backlash, and at some point in the future, a complete outburst. Time is running out. A few more days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, the Qin family had once again dominated the list, ruthlessly brushing up another wave of popularity and causing an uproar, coupled with the fact that not long ago, the sect leader of Yuanshu Mountain, Knight Bai, had urgently sent out a notice proclaiming that he had no relationship whatsoever with Qin Changsheng and the Qin clan, and that he only respected Senior Qin very much. This also caused the human race to talk for a time, speculating on why Qin Changsheng, a mere mortal, would be honored by Knight Bai, the peak of the veteran quasi-emperor. Immediately following the sudden appearance of the Wuji Sword Emperor Ouyang Chu, he completely silenced the world. The human race's explicit fourth peak quasi-emperor expert was subordinate to the Qin clan, and was enshrined as the second elder. This also caused some miscreants who coveted the secrets of the Qin family to completely and temporarily break their hearts. Qin family, the momentum has been established. The might of the peak paragon emperor could not be defeated, so he had to silently retreat to wait for the right moment. Instantly, the area around the Qin family cleared up. This day, early in the morning, Qin Changsheng walked out of the room. His divine thoughts swept and he sighed in relief. It was good that Nangang Yen was in closed-door cultivation and did not run into Wine Wanyan for the time being. In the past few days, he had a premonition that the great change in the heavens and the earth was afraid to be fast approaching, and he wanted to quickly improve the Qin family's overall strength, so that all of them could obtain more chances of surviving the great change. After all, he was only one person, and there was no way he could guard all the Qin family descendants in real time. And the Star Tower and Ancient Tree of Life that he took out next were at too high a level to simply muddle through with before. So, he's ready to call another family meeting to have a preliminary confession. Qin Changsheng had just walked to the courtyard when he saw a sneaky figure muttering something in front of the Qin family's academy. It was none other than Qinjin, the head of the Qin family. He happened to be ready to look for Qinjin and was a bit curious, so he walked towards the side of the academy while spreading out with his divine thoughts. Only Qinjin could be heard shouting in a small voice, "Here it comes, here it comes, the old ancestor is here. Are you ready? As soon as the old ancestor approaches, you will read aloud." Qin Changsheng frowned. What the hell is this brat doing? Commanding this group of school children here early in the morning for what? Just waiting for him to get a little closer. A group of children began to read aloud neatly. The 13th rule of the Qin family motto. Any Qin family member shall not start a fight. Article 25 of the Qin family's family motto. Any Qin family member shall not be fond of the new or thinly veiled. Holy! He instantly realized that this brat Qinjin dared to make up his own story. That was the family motto that he himself had set for the children and grandchildren of the Qin family. He is the oldest ancestor of the Qin family, so what business is it of his? However, he was not in a good position to make a big deal out of this matter. After all, it was Qinjin's sister-in-law that he was picking up. Qinjin, come here. Ha, old ancestor, what brings you here? Any orders? Qinjin had a surprised look on his face, but in the heart secretly said, this time the old ancestor should hear clearly. I hope that the old ancestor a little restraint, otherwise the Qin family reputation of 10,000 years. The pill. Seeing that Qinjin was pretending, Qin Changsheng did not point out that the main thing was important and said, I'm going to convene the next family meeting, go call the second ancestor, the third ancestor and all the great elders to the meeting hall. Ha! Qinjin was stunned. Another family meeting? Since the old ancestor's return, The number of times this family meeting has been held so frequently that it's almost caught up with the number of the old ancestor's ex-girlfriends. Can't it be that the old man is going to hand out another wave of money for selling his body? Qin couldn't help but make a dark guess. Conference hall. Qin Changsheng sat on the main seat, swept around, saw that all the Qin family executives had come, including the licensed Qin Yu and Qin Tian brothers, and nodded. The back slumped back into the seat and his hands spread out. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I am the Great Emperor. Chapter 89, The Shock of the Qin Family. A cold wind blew from nowhere and the crowd was unresponsive. After a long time, the 17th elder stood up from his seat with an expressionless face and patted his butt, muttering under his breath. Really? My heavy grandson's daughter-in-law is about to give birth today. I have to go and take a look. After all, it's about my Qin family's inheritance. I can't be careless. And you, Qin, the old ancestor loves to joke when he's old. You love to joke too? At least you're a family head. Don't you have any judgment at all? And to curry favor with matching the old ancestor, you let us be the audience? Really? No sense of priorities at all. And with those words he completely set the conference hall ablaze. That's right. Qin is getting more and more out of touch. I think so. If it weren't for the fact that he has given the Qin family 2 outstanding children and grandchildren, I would have suggested that he be removed as the head of the family. Yeah, no head of the family at all. Everyone started to accuse Qin, verbally attacking him, but they didn't dare to mention the old ancestor's half-assedness in the slightest. Holy, it's none of his business. It's the old patriarch who forced this family meeting. Qin was completely dumbfounded, couldn't help but bellyache. What a bunch of old smoothies, not daring to offend the old ancestor, disliking him as a soft pinch. In the end, he couldn't stand the ramblings of the clan elders and couldn't help but turn towards Qin Changsheng, smiling bitterly. Old ancestor nah, if you had said it was a joke about this, I couldn't have said anything to make such a big deal out of it. You are a mortal and have not practiced, so you may not know what the Great Emperor represents. Great Emperors represent the ultimate in cultivation in this world, and under Great Emperors, all are ants. Old ancestor, the Great Emperor's jokes can't be made. It may involve great karma, and our Qin family will easily hiccup. At those words, Qin Changsheng's face darkened. You're the one who gets hiccups. Your whole family gets hiccups. Ah, shucks, though your tone is sincere. Your words, which I don't like to hear, are a bit upsetting to the old ancestor. Then, Qin Changsheng swept another glance. Other than the informed Qin Yu and Ouyang Chu, the others looked different. Some were holding their faces red, some were unimpressed, and there were also 2 old men who looked like they were on the verge of death and were drifting off to sleep. Hey, Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. He coughed lightly and continued bluntly. To add to that, not only am I a great emperor, but I'm also a great emperor of the 9th heaven. So even if I'm an immortal, I may not be incapable of a battle. Another light breeze passed by, and the crowd remained speechless. Whoa. At this moment, 3rd ancestor Qin Chanan suddenly fell to his knees and howled. Big brother nah. I originally thought that you would still be able to last for a few more decades or even 100 years. Who knows how long it's been and you're about to leave. Big brother, you are talking so much nonsense. Do you feel that you have been in a trance and having visions lately? This is a sign that the end is near. I should have stopped those old favorites of yours, women. It hurts too much. These words also instantly awakened the 2nd ancestor, checking Qin Changsheng in horror, his eyes full of reluctance. Big brother Before the words left his mouth, he was kicked 3 feet away by Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng's forehead was filled with black lines. This is ing crying in mourning. Immediately afterward, his body shook as the might of an endless great emperor rose from his body, carrying a terrifyingly majestic aura that instantly filled the entire conference hall. With a flick of his right hand, a mysterious force manifested, and with him at the center, a huge field was formed in the hall, the hallmark of a great emperor, the Emperor Dao Field. In an instant, under this might and domain, the bodies of everyone in the hall trembled slightly, and an unspeakable shock surged in their hearts. Hiss! They all looked at the prime figure on the main seat with disbelief, as if it was the only one in the world. What the is this? An ancestor? Is that the mortal who sold his body in exchange for resources for his family? The old patriarch? But the facts are in front of them, so they can't afford to disbelieve them. Their eyes were first dull, then shocked, disbelieving, then became ecstatic and excited. By the end of the day, the entire body was trembling violently with excitement. Old ancestors, it's really great. The Qin family, this is going to take off vertically. Big brother, you. The 2nd ancestor rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched himself again before he was convinced that he was not dreaming. The 3 ancestors who were kicked away also reacted, staring at the scene in front of them in a daze. The feeling of bloodline connection let him know that no matter what cultivation his big brother was, he was the same big brother who had brought them up and loved him the most. Thus, he flew forward and hugged Qin Changsheng's leg, wailing, "My good big brother. Ah, you are too unkind to deceive us for so long. Old Tu and I have worked with fear and trembling, worked hard, ate chaff and drank sparse food, and that's how we've developed the Qin family from a small clan to this. I never thought that you, a great emperor, would silently eat and drink on the sidelines, and never care about your brother's deaths." At those words, Qin Changsheng was a bit speechless, not knowing how to explain for a moment. After a long time, he slowly said, "I also only recently certified as an emperor. I couldn't make a move before for various reasons." He somewhat made it up and went, "So, off. Go on, sit down. All that nonsense and asking that much for what? Do I need to explain myself to you, asshole?" All of them straightened their backs and sat upright after hearing this, fearing that they would cause the old ancestor to be displeased. Even the two old men who were in their twilight years were all pumped up and looked straight at the old ancestor. This was because they knew that although they were not well qualified in their lives had already reached the twilight of their lives, the old ancestor must have a way to enable them to break through to a new realm and increase their lifespan. "Big brother, could it be that you are certifying the Tao with force?" The second ancestor suddenly spoke. He was a little puzzled. The seal of heavenly destiny is still there. How did the elder brother conceal the heavenly Tao to witness the Tao? Then only this one possibility. "Well, using force to prove the Tao," Qin Changsheng affirmed back. What else could he say? Could he say, to hang up and witness the way? But his answer caused another backward snort of cold air, and he even felt the air in front of him thinning a bit. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, signaling not to inhale, and said, "As you guys know, I'm pretty busy." The crowd nodded their heads in agreement before the words left their mouths. The old patriarchs were right. You are busy listening to music and arranging flowers every day. You work day and night and take care of everything, day in and day out. So, take out any favors, imperial soldiers, or supreme feats, so that we can share your worries for you. Facing the burning eyes of the crowd, Qin Changsheng continued, "You still have to walk your own path, and I can't guard you all the time for the rest of your lives. So, I've prepared two treasures that can quickly raise your cultivation and practical combat abilities. One is the Star Tower and the other is the Ancient Tree of Life." Immediately afterward, Qin Changsheng casually waved his hand, and under everyone's perception, an ancient tree suddenly appeared in the backyard near the Qin clan's ancestral temple. The ancient tree was several feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. And the moment the Ancient Tree of Life appeared, the aura of the entire Qin clan was more than a few dozen times thicker, and as time went on, the density was further increasing. The entire Qin family seemed to have become a cave of heaven. Chapter 90 Star Tower. The Undead. A miracle. Outside, there were already some Qin clan children who had noticed this scene and exclaimed in shock. They only felt their chi and blood surging. Their cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time even showed signs of a breakthrough. Some people's faces changed and they were already sitting on their knees, running their gong methods. The conference hall was filled with high-ranking cultivators who naturally perceived the change in the Qin family's aura more clearly, all of them watching the scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. And this was only just the beginning. The next scene shocked them even more. A dazzling light pierced through the sky, and immediately afterward, a small black tower appeared from the void, slowly growing larger and slowly landing on the open space in front of the Qin family's martial arts arena. And the moment the tower touched the ground, it made an ear-splitting sound. In the midst of the dust, everyone in the Qin family saw an ancient glow gradually spreading out, the mysterious runes on the tower shining like stars, and the door at the bottom of the tower resembling a passageway to the vast universe. Instantly, all of them had some realization, knowing the name and part of the tower's purpose. Tower of Stars. The 18 layers of the tower, with each layer forming its own space, collected the mirror images of many great powers of this world in all realms, and was the best place to hone their techniques and martial skills. The Qin clan's children outside all felt their scalps tingling, completely shocked by the aura emanating from the Star Tower, their bodies trembling, wanting nothing more than to prostrate themselves on their knees, and the clan elders in the hall reacted in the same way, kneeling, looking toward the Star Tower that stood in the Qin clan. His eyes were filled with horror. Gulp! Third ancestor Qin Chang'an gulped down his saliva and twisted his head to look at Qin Changsheng, his speech already a little sloppy. Big brother, the great of this tower and ancient tree. Even though he was only a supreme being and had little insight, he could tell that the Star Pagoda and the ancient tree that had suddenly appeared were definitely not treasures at the emperor level. Well, above the immortal stage, Qin Changsheng nodded, not hiding anything. Hiss! Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air, even though they had guessed in their hearts. when Qin Changsheng personally admitted it, it still completely moved them. Immortal. Above the immortal steps. What kind of great treasure was this? In short, it had completely surpassed their imagination. The hall once again fell into silence as everyone silently digested what they had just seen and heard. However, the only thing they are sure of, the Qin family, exploded. After a long time, seeing that the crowd had almost digested, Qin Changsheng said, "Other things you guys put aside first. Recently used the ancient tree of life on the Star Tower to raise your cultivation and battle power as soon as possible. In short, you guys remember, the Qin family has me under the hood for everything. Let go of it. My Qin family is also considered a human lineage. Ouyang Chu. After the meeting is over you go and notify the world that all people can come to my Qin family's Star Tower to practice, but they need to collect spirit crystals or use heavenly materials. As for this imperial path, and the seal of heavenly destiny." Hearing this, third ancestor Qin Chanan's eyes lit up. Yeah, the seal of divine destiny. Now that big brother has already witnessed the Tao ahead of time, then who else is there this time for the seal of heavenly destiny? Besides the Qin family? Could one also taste the taste of a great emperor? With the Qin family's own status, whoever dared to grab it from themselves might not even need to go to the imperial road. But before that, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. So the third ancestor turned his head towards the two Qinyu brothers and said, "You are, Tian'er third ancestor, I usually treat you guys well, right? You guys are still young. Your natural talent is good. There are plenty of opportunities. The karma of this heavenly destiny is too big for you guys to grasp. This great karma might as well let me bear it." Ha! Qin Yu and Qin Tian were stunned, not expecting the third ancestor to be so shameless as to directly settle their two direct competitors in front of everyone. In the past, the process of the imperial path of heavenly destiny battle was miserable and incomparable, and the winners at the end were all stepping on heavy corpses and bones to ascend that supreme path. But in this life, the spots are internalized. It all depends on the relationship and who is more shameless. Qin Yu and the others, as juniors, could only helplessly reply, all at the behest of the third ancestor. Snap! Before the third ancestor could be happy, Qin Changsheng huffed up with a slap. Oldest three, fooling around. Fusing the heavenly fate seal is not as simple as you think. With your heart, if you put the heavenly fate in front of you, you won't even be able to fuse it. Besides, this world is not as simple as you think. Great emperors may not be the ultimate. I've traveled all over the world these days, and I've found quite a few old inbas, some of which even I can't see through. So that's why, my cultivation is enough for you to know. This golden great world, I'm going to lure out all the black hands behind the scenes, have a big cleaning, and completely solve the human race's aftermath. As for the seal of heavenly destiny, just let Qin Yu and Qin Tian fight it out, and the rest of you, I'll find some ways for you to alternatively become Taoists when the time comes. Alright, listen to Big Brother. The third ancestor honestly agreed. Some other issues were discussed next, and with that, the meeting slowly came to an end. The moment the Star Pagoda appeared just now, especially since Qin Changsheng had also intentionally leaked a trace of his aura, it instantly attracted the attention of all the great powers in the entire world, and it was as if the heavenly Tao origin was vibrating. Empress Yao Qi, Chu Jing Tian, Divine Lords, Demon Emperors, and so on, looked in the direction of the northern domain at the first opportunity, their eyes filled with horror. As the most powerful people of this era, they even felt a throbbing in their souls. What's going on in the northern territory? Ancient Devil's Cave, the oldest dark forbidden area of the human race. A pair of ancient eyes suddenly opened, deep and dark, like two unfathomable abysses. What kind of aura is that? That gives me such a feeling of urgent greed. An ancient voice rang out. It's not time yet. The sound faded away, leaving only a group of dark creatures, trembling all over. The Supreme Holy Land, the ancient Emperor clan, the hidden inheritance and so on. Countless ancient existences were awakened from their slumber. A trace of greed flashed in their eyes, and they all transmitted their voices to order them to go down, and then continue to fall into slumber. Before the heavenly destiny of the current world is carried, the great emperor does not come out. Before the great change, the spiritual power of the heavens and earth was insufficient, nor was it enough to support the peak paragon ancestors of the various clans in the twilight of their lives to wake up. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Over this period of time, the Qin family had become unknown to everyone, and had even vaguely become a holy place of cultivation for the human race. Countless people came here, all hoping to catch a glimpse of the Star Tower. At first, there were people who disdained it, feeling that it was too shameful for the Qin family to charge fees. But as word of mouth spread, one could only say that it's so fragrant. Among them, there is no lack of people who cannot think of wanting to grab and make trouble. But no one cannot resist Ouyang Chu's shocking sword. Moreover, The other three major peak paragon emperors of the human race also openly supported the Qin family, along with Ouyang Chu sitting in on the scene, completely and temporarily extinguishing some mischievous thoughts. This day, at the foot of the Qin clan's mountain, two people walked slowly. One was a teenager in his early 20s, with sword brows and starry eyes, majestic. His cultivation was surprisingly at the late stage of the supreme realm, and he looked to be a person of great fortune, just from the eyes of the young woman's delicate figure next to him that stole glances. A hint of salivation and greed occasionally flashed through. The other person. It is a young woman who looks 28 or 9 years old, long hair pulled high, dignified and graceful, a white palace dress. The delicate figure is undoubtedly obvious, just a slight frown on her brow, which seemed to forever harbor a hint of sadness. Maybe it's in thought, maybe it's in mourning. Upon closer inspection, a black ribbon was tied around her shoulders as if she was at a wake for her late husband. Looks like, is this an undead? Chapter 91 Accidental Reunion with Yin Wanqiu. Master, the Qin family is just ahead. The Star Pagoda is in the Qin family, and I'm not in a hurry, so why don't we just find a guest room here and rest, and then go up to the Qin family tomorrow? The black-clothed teenager Yao Tian said with a respectful expression. Well, this is the place. The young woman in palace attire, Yin Wanqiu, pointed to the inn next to her, and a pleasant, soft voice came out from her lips. But as if she suddenly thought of something, she said solemnly to the teenager, Ao Tian, your cultivation speed is too fast. I'm afraid that your foundation is unstable. The appearance of the Star Tower this time is an excellent opportunity for you. I hope you can grasp it well and walk on the path of invincibility. She was generally satisfied with the teenage protege, who had wanted to spend her life with the green lamp and the ancient Buddha, mourning all day long for the husband who had promised to marry her, but accidentally saved the original only 8 or 9-year-old Yao Tian. Yao Tian is showing a demonic cultivation talent. Just 10 years will have been cultivated to the late stage of the Zune, which also let the death of her rekindled hope. She had heard through the grapevine that peak great emperors could fish for true spirits in the river of time, so she puts all her hopes in this half-adopted teenager. Don't worry, master, I'm the only one who can prove to be an emperor. Yao Tian's arrogant face showed. After all, he's a hung man. When he was slow to cultivate, it was all because of the old grandpa in his head, who had been absorbing the spiritual energy he had cultivated. And 10 years ago, the old grandpa finally awakened and taught him the supreme mastery, coupled with his immortal level qualification. He cultivated by leaps and bounds. The old grandfather in his mind was an ancient great emperor and was proficient in the art of projection, clearly telling him that he was the son of Qi in this era. Although he didn't make it in time to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition due to his seclusion not long ago, he had absolute confidence in defeating that so-called Xinyu. But it didn't matter. This time, at the Star Tower, he would definitely make a splash. Seeing Yao Tian's expression, Yin Wanqiu naturally knew the temperament of her own disciple, and with a stern look, she said seriously, Ao Tian, don't underestimate the people of the world. There's a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. You must keep a low profile. After all, I'm still counting on you to achieve greatness, and fish out your Master Gong's true spirit from the long river of space in time to resurrect your Master Gong. Yes, listen to Master. Junior Yao Tian's head was lowered and he hurriedly answered. However, a quick flash of resentment and jealousy flashed through his eyes. Master Chief. The title had even become a nightmare for him in recent years. They've been dead for thousands of years, and I've heard that they're still a wasteful mortal, so why can you be so nostalgic about them? Master, won't you open your eyes and look at other good men such as the one in front of you? In these 10 years, I have been devoted to you, but you only have that Master Gong who has been dead for countless years in your eyes. Thinking of this, the color of resentment in Yao Tian's eyes increased, even more so, while Yin Wanqiu was not paying attention. Her gaze swept over the other party's entire body. Mentally, I made up my mind. Master, I want all of your body and heart. Just then, a sudden clamor came from the nearby Yihong building, only to see an exceptionally handsome-looking youth slowly walk out surrounded by a group of purveyors. Those purveyors were uncharacteristically as if they were in love with each other, and some of them even moved their hands and shouted, Mr. Qin, come often. Mr. Qin, the poems you sent me this time, my slave likes them very much, and I'll blow you a song next time to show my gratitude. Don't just focus on Miss Russian. We're all waiting for you. Okay, don't squeeze. Next time. Sure. Hiss. Miss Chui Ru, where are you touching? Qin Chongsheng panicked. There's no way around it. He's just that popular. The people in Tian'in Pavilion all knew him, and after a long time, he was too embarrassed to whore himself out for nothing, so he would often change venues to add some freshness. Ugh. Seeing this, Yao Tian viciously spat. Shame on those who prostitute themselves in broad daylight. Master, let's go. Let's go into the store. Don't let this filth stain your eyes. Yi Outyan turned his head towards his master Yin Wanqiu. Holy, where's master? Where's the hot one? His eyes were wide open as he looked at the place where his master had just been, which was now empty. Someone could actually take his master's father under his nose and silently? He couldn't believe it, and his face changed greatly as he anxiously spread out his divine thoughts, hoping to find traces of his master's disappearance. Just when he saw that not far away, the soulful and beautiful figure and the flower seeker that he had just spurned embraced each other tightly. Yi Aotian's eyes turned green. How is that possible? That master teacher, who had always been clean and honest, and who had not even pretended to himself, would take the initiative to fall into the arms of a whoremonger? At this moment, Yi Outyan was a bit skeptical. He usually couldn't even imagine how fragrant his master's soft body smelled, but now he was being held in another man's arms, savoring it. He couldn't even resist substituting himself into that man. After the substitution, his eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were about to clench. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything but mirth down. That said, Qin Changsheng, on his side, had just turned his head and was about to leave. Then he felt a fresh scent hit him and was hugged tightly by his soft body. I'll take the test. Qin Changsheng almost exclaimed in shock. In broad daylight, attacking and molesting a good man in the street. Is there any justice? Is there any king's law? The warmth coming from the other man's body was clear to him. Body, very moist. I wonder what it looks like. Though, if she's good looking, forget it. If she's not, I'll sue her for everything she's got. Just as Qin Changshen wanted to break free and see the appearance of the woman in the palace costume, a shocking thunderbolt came out from the other party's mouth. Feng Yen, you're still alive. Great. I didn't think that the heavens would treat me well enough to let me meet you again. Feng Yen, I finally found you. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, combined with the familiar name, Qin Changsheng completely froze in place. That's right, Su Fenian, another one of his trumpets. According to incomplete statistics, this name has only fooled more than 20 women, far lower than the frequency of appearances of names such as Xiao Yan and Yi Fan. Divine thoughts dispersed, and he instantly saw clearly the appearance of the woman whose head was still lying in his arms. He ran through it for a while before remembering the other party's name, Yin Wanqiu, but with sharp eyes, he instantly noticed the black ribbon tied on the other's arm, and knowing the customs of this world, he knew that it was a woman's way of mourning her late husband and keeping the festival for him. Couldn't help but blurt it out. You're a widow? Husband dead? Chapter 92 Yin Wanqiu's traditional brain circuit. But before the words left his mouth, he regretted it. How could he say that? How could he mention such a sad thing in a meeting? Widows, though, seemed to be fine. At this moment, Qin Changsheng even felt that his Chao thief attribute was awakening. Jin and Bones, Wei Wu legacy, traditional hobbies, cannot be lost. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Yin Wanqiu suddenly looked up. Her pretty face flushed, and she violently tore the black ribbon. Fearing that the other party would misunderstand, he hurriedly explained. Feng Yen, it's not what you think. I'm mourning for you. Qin Changsheng's brain was confused and buzzing. What? He died? Yin Wanqiu continued. When you were washed away by the river, I searched all the way along the direction of the river, looking for 7 days and 7 nights without finding it, and then fainted and was saved by my master, embarking on the path of cultivation. Then I searched for many days one after another, but my master said that mortals who fell into that river would surely die, so I thought you were dead, and from then on took myself as my husband's undead. I wanted to go with you, but every time I saw death there was always a voice faintly whispering in my ear that you were still alive, so I kept my last glimmer of hope. Sure enough, the heavens have not failed me, letting me see you again. Feng Yen, you have to believe me. I won't fall in love with any man other than you. Speaking of this, Yin Wanqiu was already in tears, as if thinking of the days when she was in excruciating pain. At those words, Qin Changsheng realized, what a smitten woman. At first, although Yin Wanqiu obedient to himself, considerate and gentle, but a long time, he was afraid that the other party fell too deep, took the initiative to break up. But who knows that the other party is a traditional to the extreme woman? None said that it is already his woman. A long pain is better than a short pain. Qin Changsheng's heart is ruthless, creating an accidental fall into the water, and then secretly diving and running away. It was expected that with the passage of time, the other person would slowly forget about him or her and get back into a new life. But who knows? The other party even to their own deep love. There is also the idea of going down to die to accompany oneself. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed deeply inwardly. There was more than a hint of guilt, a hint of pity for the woman in front of him. He also had a rough idea of Yin Wanqiu's character, knowing that the other party was a standard silly white sweet inside love. A woman who was determined to stay in love once she fell in love. It's the kind where she just sulks alone even when you're out flying the colors and makes dinner waiting for you to come home in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Qin Shangxing's heart felt even more bad and decided to pity the other party. Again, he held the other's cicatrices close to him, and buried them deeply in his arms. Yin Wanqiu didn't resist and obediently leaned in, seeming to enjoy this long-lost feeling very much. Without caring, the other party had only just come out of the Yihong mansion, and the aroma of several women still lingered on his body. After a long time, Yin Wanqiu even raised her head and kissed her deeply, a touch of separation. It was only then that she remembered that this was in a crowded street, and she pressed her head back into Qin Shangxing's arms, completely having forgotten that there was another disciple that she had high hopes for, who was not far away. Yi Aotian looked at this heartbreaking scene. His entire face had changed shape, his eyes spitting fire. Dog man and woman, adulterers and adulteresses, making out in the street with no shame. He only felt that his head had been as green as the Hulenbire prairie. Thinking about him, Yi Aotian is what kind of heavenly pride man, or a hangman, but also by the great emperor in the brain called the son of heaven's destiny. Wherever you go is smooth sailing. Break into the secret realm. Seize the opportunity. Elixir of magic medicine. The world's skills wrestling can be seen at hand, but there are countless of heaven's pride of the female pouring, but they never thought, only to the master of the love of his life. I thought that by virtue of my own infatuation, I would be able to touch the master, and then marry the master, and become an emperor, and walk on the pinnacle of life. Who knows? Master teacher is, at heart, such a, if I had known that, then I could have. At this moment, the negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time completely erupted, and it looked like he was about to strike out in anger, but a majestic voice came from his mind. Steady, don't wave, Aotian. Although you are now on the late supreme stage, you are not a match for your master's quasi-emperor, and it will cause you to bear the charge of deceiving your master and rebelling against him, which will not be favorable for you to take control of this world in the future. It's just a woman. Don't mess up your mind because of that. After you achieve greatness, you'll still be able to do whatever you want. Shut up, Yi Aotian roared angrily in his mind. Asterisk. It took a while for him to slowly regain his composure, which he did. You're right. It's just a woman. In the past, I was the one who lost my mind, and I would actually be single-minded towards my master just because she saved me and raised me for a few years, thinking only of a slow strategy. From today onwards, I will silently cultivate and prove myself to be an emperor, and by then, not only will it be master, but everything will be mine. As for that smelly man who had a close encounter with master teacher, I will definitely let you know why the flowers are so red. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth gently turned upwards as a cruel smile surfaced. This is what I look for in a chosen one. GGG. The archon in his head burst into a maniacal laugh, and as soon as he heard it, he knew it was a villainous archon. On Yin Wanqiu's side, she slowed down after a while and suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, Feng Yan, how did you survive in the first place? And how did you live for 4,000 years when you're just a mortal? Qin Shangxing touched his nose, a bit embarrassed to say back, I'm good at water, and I was able to retrieve a life by swimming desperately in the first place, and I mistakenly consumed the immortality elixir when I was young, so that's why I lived for a long time. Moreover, Su Fengnian is just my alias. My real name is Qin Shangxing. He also didn't want to confess so quickly. After all, the name Qin Shangxing is now almost synonymous with adult scum. It's just that he didn't want to deceive his deceased with a fake name anymore. Just what he didn't expect was that Yin Wanqiu didn't care about it, as if she hadn't heard of the name, but instead said with deep emotion, It's you I like, whether your name is Su Fengnian or Qin Shangsheng. You're my groom. Then what if I have many women? As you know, I have a soft heart and can't see a woman cry, and in my excitement, I might do something irrevocably wrong. I'm sorry, Wanqiu. Qin Shangsheng was somewhat moved, but still asked tentatively, No, don't say sorry. It's me who should say sorry. I went so far as to think you were dead. Yin Wanqiu covered Qin Shangxing's mouth. And, Nagisa, although I am unwilling to share you with others, I know that your matchless charm, like that firefly in the darkness, cannot be hidden. If there's a woman who likes you and you like her, then I'm willing to be small. Don't worry, I'll take care of my relationship with my sisters. Qin Shangsheng was completely stunned by Yin Wanqiu's words. That brain circuitry is worthy of a traditional woman. This traditional. It's really a bit much, but I like it. His own backyard was on fire and he was about to lose his pocket, so with Wanqiu on board, he might be able to ease the situation a bit. Just as Qin Shangsheng made a move, Yin Wanqiu suddenly let out a shriek. I forgot about my apprentice. After saying that, He waved his hand towards Yi Aotian in the distance, signaling the other party to come over, and on his mouth, he even shouted, Aotian, come here, call Uncle Chin. Chapter 93 Yi Aotian, the son of heaven's destiny who spat blood. People have to bow down under the roof. Yi Aotian naturally heard his master's shout and hesitated before reluctantly walking over. Looking at this man who looked younger and more handsome than himself, Yi Aotian couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust within his heart. In this life, he hated being more handsome than him. Uncle Chin, good. Yi Aotian bowed his head, seemingly greeting respectfully, but in reality, the depths of his eyes carried a strong resentment, even with a hint of killing intent. Naturally, his reaction could not be hidden from Qin Changshan, who was a great emperor. Qin Changsheng frowned, before he cast his gaze on this handsome-looking, yet somewhat feminine teenager, and scrutinized him. This is a great look, a young supreme being, covered in treasures, and especially with a great-grandpa in the depths of his mind. Holy, isn't this the standard manifest destiny configuration? Could it be that the time has come to slap my Qin family in the face with the drama? Qin Changsheng was a bit shocked, but then he was calm and unimpressed. The other party was just a small hangman, but he himself was driving a hangman of the sky, and he was not a wimp at all. If anything unexpected really happened, one could crush the other party with one's own hands. However, what exactly had offended the other party? Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled. Come, I'll introduce you guys. Seeing Yi Aotian obediently called uncle, Yin Wanqiu looked very happy. Continuing, Changsheng, this is my adopted disciple, named Yi Aotian. His cultivation qualifications can be called the first yo of the human race. At only 21 years old, he is already in the late supreme stage. It's just that he had previously reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and did not participate in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. Speaking of this disciple, Yin Wanqiu clearly carries a hint of pride. Hiss. Qin Changsheng sucked in another large breath of cold air. A small shock. Last name is Yi, also named Pride. That's a bit of a hard life. If he didn't intervene, I'm afraid that in the future, the Qin family would really have to fold in the other party's hands. Aotian, this is Qin Changsheng, the senior grandfather I've often mentioned to you. Su Fengnian. Yin Wanqiu pointed at Qin Changsheng again and said to Yi Aotian, especially when she spoke of Master Gong. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes contained autumn water. The end is dainty and unnameable. Qin Changsheng? That scummy guy? Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Hearing her disciple denigrate Qin Lang, who had been reunited with him with great difficulty, Yin Wanqiu for the first time felt a hint of disappointment towards this disciple. Eyebrows raised in a stern rebuke. What scum? Aotian, how can you talk about your Uncle Qin like that? I forbid you to do this to your Uncle Qin. Quickly apologize to your Uncle Qin. First blood. Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian was struck by lightning and looked at his master with disbelief. This was the first time in his life that his master had reprimanded him, and the tone was so heavy. Wasn't he the master's pride? Wasn't he the hope of the master's words? Is it hard to believe that one is a tool person? However, he was ultimately a demonic figure, and quickly reacted, hastily explaining, Master, you go deep and simple. Rumor has it that Qin Changsheng is having an affair with several women at the same time. An unabashed slag. Only before he could finish, he was forcefully interrupted by Yin Wanqiu. Shut up. The name Qin Changsheng is also something you, a junior, can call? On your knees. Apologize to your Uncle Qin. Double kill. Yi Aotian only felt dizzy and his body shook, almost about to fall. As if she did not see the state of her disciple, Yin Wanqiu instead looked at Qin Changsheng with affection and said, besides, it's normal for an outstanding man like Qin Lang to have a few confidants. I don't care. As long as I can stay by Qin Lang's side for the rest of my life, I'll be satisfied. Only after she finished speaking did she realize her disciple's abnormality and thought that her words were a bit heavy just now. Her tone softened and she earnestly taught, Aotian, not I say you. The feelings of elders are complicated after all. Your Uncle Qin no matter what. You can't say slag. You're young. You've never been in a relationship. You have no idea. Tell you what, there's no need to kneel. Just bow your head and say something nice to your Uncle Qin. Triple kill. At this moment, even though Yi Aotian decided to temporarily put aside everything and cultivate mainly, he was going to completely break down in the face of the words of his master who he had liked for many years. I don't understand? I know more than any of you. Okay. I was 3 years old to know Bai Jie, 5 years old to know Aben, 10 years old familiar with reading Jin Ping Mei. After that, it is more like feeling that my golden scales are not in the pool, and nowadays, it has been integrated and learned, just waiting for the actual battle. How dare you say I don't understand? Besides, This scum Qin Changsheng just came out of a Hong mansion. Can't you see it? Why be so double standard? If he can slag, I can't? Yi Aotian's heart set off shocking waves and almost collapsed his Dao heart. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who was on the side, also saw a bit of clues from Yi Aotian's fluttering eyes. This kid, hardly, is punching a teacher against his will? That's good. You, my boy, already have a way of getting killed. Qin Changsheng decided to test the waters and confirm the guesses in his heart. Then, a big pig's hoof silently took over Yin Wanqiu's slender and tender waist, following the perfect arc, toward the arched buttocks. Pop! Before he could feel it in detail, he was interrupted by Yin Wanqiu's slap. What's going on? Aotian is still here, Yin Wanqiu said shyly. Although he stopped Qin Changsheng's next move, there was not the slightest hint of blame in his tone. Quadra kill. Yi Aotian, who had been paying attention to the two, took in this scene completely. He could only see him staring at Qin Changsheng, that big pig's hoof, his eyes spewing fire, itching to chop him into 18 pieces and replace him. There was also more than a hint of resentment towards Yin Wanqiu, the master teacher who had raised him for many years. Dog man and woman, you're making out like that right in front of me. Back then, there was a cultivator who just flirted with you, master, from afar, and you made me chase him across 10,000 miles. Now, so slighted by this denizen, yet, hateful. Yi Aotian could no longer suppress the angry dissatisfaction in his heart, and with a loud shout, he rose up in the air and flew off into the distance. Looking at Yi Aotian never apologized with Qin Changsheng. Instead, he yelled and didn't know what kind of madness he was having, and just left without saying a word. At this moment, Yin Wanqiu was completely and somewhat disappointed in this disciple. No manners, not to mention being so cranky. However, she had ultimately raised the other party for many years and was a bit worried, subconsciously wanting to follow. But then she glanced at Qin Changsheng and stopped. Obviously, the weight of Qin Changsheng in her heart was far greater than disciple Yi Aotian. Unable to help but be a little worried, he said, Qin Lang, if Aotian just left like that, will there be any accidents? Such a big person, still in the supreme realm. What kind of accident could happen? As Qin Changsheng said this, he forcefully wrapped Yin Wanqiu into his arms. In the face of Qin Changsheng's forcefulness, Yin Wanqiu did not struggle in the slightest and instantly forgot about her disciple as she pouted and scolded. Nasty, rascal, ha ha ha. Qin Changsheng laughed out loud, then looked at Yi Aotian's back again and said meaningfully, look at his back. He looks like a dog. Darn it, don't talk about Aotian like that. Yin Wanqiu was unforgiving and twisted vigorously a few times in Qin Changsheng's arms to show her dissatisfaction. Pentakill. At this moment, Yi Aotian, who hadn't gone far yet, also heard the vicious conversation between Qin Changsheng and his master. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body shook violently in the air. Staggering. For the first time in his life, he hated why he was in the supreme realm and why he was so deaf. Randomly running his gong method to calm down, he looked back fiercely and accelerated away. Chapter 94, Stop. A fine of 10,000 spirit crystals. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who had the beauty in his arms, took everything in, and his eyes flashed with a stern color. If it is not for the face of Wanqiu, afraid of Wanqiu's sadness, dare to covet my woman, even if I did not want it in the first place, now let you ashes. However, there had to be an opportunity to make this kid reveal his wolfishness, so that Wanqiu would completely see the other party, and then he himself would be able to make the other party disappear silently. Regarding the other party's fate, that he might be the son of heaven's destiny, Qin Changsheng didn't care, let alone the son of heaven's destiny. Even if it was heaven's destiny, he would still go up with a slap on the face. Can it be bigger than the system? Where's the system? Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng suddenly thought, Yin Wanqiu, such a woman, to their good sense should not reach less than 90. Why the system has not prompted? Is it down? It was then that the system's voice arrived late. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ex-girlfriend Yin Wanqiu's favorability towards the host has reached 100. The host receives a random reward. Do you want to receive it? No. Qin Changsheng directly refused. Together with Wang Wanyan's reward last time, he wanted to save up for a big wave. However, hearing that Yin Wanqiu's favorability towards him had reached 100, he was still quite touched and wrapped his arms around him even harder. System, why are you reacting so slowly this time? Qin Changsheng was somewhat puzzled. This system is the most considerate and humane, only when it is convenient for the host to make a sound. Otherwise, if the host performs the rites of husband and wife and I come out and roar, then the host shall not rise to heaven in the same place. Makes sense. Qin Changsheng deeply agreed. But then again, with the host's strength, in that particular scenario, he wouldn't be rewarded with goodwill, after all. At that time, goodwill would only go down, not up. Yin Wanqiu's favorability towards the host is currently 100. In a few days, it may drop to 97. Or lower, it's impossible to say. Holy! Qin Changsheng instantly understood the system's implication. It's obvious that this dog system is the one that's screwing up, trying to improve their performance, and they're still being snide about it. He was irritated and stormed off, dissing wildly in his head. Dog system, are you done making personal attacks here again? And, do you know anything about science? How often, and whether or not you can get pregnant, are two different things. What's more, having many children is not necessarily a blessing. Eugenics is the right solution. But the system didn't pay any attention to him, and his voice turned into a mechanical reply again. Ding! Don't listen. Don't listen. Wanker chanting. Please take courage to face the truth. Work hard to cultivate the Taiji Yin Yang creation technique. Delay the time, spread the eagle's wings, be majestic, and strive to give birth to an heir as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, in the face of the system's feigned stupidity, Qin Changsheng could no longer hold back and growled. I drummed up Nima. You dog system, asterisk. Ding! Please calm your mind and face everything openly. I am really going to complain this time. Ha! The case of the host's complaint is taken over by me. Who is in the hall? And why are you suing this official? Holy! Again! All in all. The talks ended amidst a chorus of praises and praises from Qin Changsheng. Changsheng, let's get out of here. Yin Wanqiu raised her head from Qin Changsheng's arms and realized the awkwardness of the moment. Perhaps because the two of them had been snuggling on the street for so long, they had already attracted a crowd of people around them, as well as pointing fingers. Alright, Wanqiu, why don't I take you to the tailor's store on the corner to buy some clothing materials, and I'll personally design some nice-looking outfits for you. As Qin Changsheng, who had a penchant for all kinds of character costumes in his previous life, had spent 10,000 years in this world, how had he mastered some unique skill techniques? And Yin Wanqiu in white, but also so vegetarian. A look no is mourning their own wear. Although it said, if you want to be pretty, you have to be all dutiful. But thinking that it was himself who was filial, Qin Changsheng was more or less uncomfortable. Yin Wanqiu responded in a small voice, a blush rising on her fair and pretty face. Thinking about her personal experience once, she was aware of how revealing and strange the costumes were that Qin Lang referred to as looking good. Although she didn't quite agree with Qin Lang's design concepts, she still felt a sense of satisfaction and joy every time she saw Qin Lang's shocked little eyes. She was Qin Lang's in her own life, and she was happy and pleased from the bottom of her heart when she was able to make Qin Lang satisfied. Ha ha, go! For Yin Wanqiu, who was so obedient to himself, Qin Changsheng appeared to be in a very good mood. Moreover, since the last incident with Mu Shueshu, a pupil, he had more or less tasted it, especially with Yin Wanqiu's writhing in his arms just now, along with the ghostly scent that came from time to time. He had gotten stupidly excited. The Pandora's box of sin, once opened, will trigger incalculable consequences. Thus, the two of them, like a loving couple, headed squarely towards the tailor's store. Without even noticing, in the corner, a dark son of the Qin clan stared with wide eyes, a burst of exclamation coming out of his mouth. Got another one. Old ancestor. Awesome plus. At an unknown mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful palm wind was wreaking havoc on everything. The land cracked, the mountains were flattened, and debris flew out one after another. The scene was in a mess, just like a ruin. Only a teenager was seen waving his palms continuously, seemingly venting his anger, and his mouth was chattering. Dog boys and girls, master, you're mine, Qin Changsheng, I must kill you. After a long time, the sound gradually decreased, and the teenager's mood slowly calmed down, sitting helplessly on the ground with a horrible and sinister look. Ao Tian, don't be blinded by a woman. You only need to cultivate hard. The heavenly fate seal will come in handy. When that time comes, your master is still not yours. That so-called Qin Changsheng can be pinched like an ant pinches him to death. The old voice resounded in Yi Aotian's mind. Well, Elder Hades, I know, it's just a bit depressing. Yi Aotian's face was calm, obviously not as bad as it seemed. Children can be taught, and you did the right thing just now. Even if you're angry again, you can't make a move against Qin Changsheng here. Even though he's just a mortal, the Qin family has a peak quasi-emperor sitting in their midst, and the moment you make a move, it will be sensed by Ouyang Chu, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape with your current undercurrents. Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian did not reply, but only looked in the direction of the Qin family, feeling the sword chi hanging above the void. His gaze was a bit gloomy. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. What kind of person would be so bold as to dare destroy the ecosystem surrounding my Qin family? Is this disregarding me? The Qin family head? Fine. 10,000 spirit crystals. Both Yi Outyan and the old man in his mind were stunned. And a thought came out unanimously. Robbery? A hilltop in the middle of nowhere and a fine of 10,000? And its spirit crystals? Toward the direction where the sound came from, only to see a body full of jewelry, appearing to be a little stumped up people slowly walking. Under the fine perception of the body is actually hanging two supreme weapons. So damn flirty. Chapter 95 Yi Outyan who felt humiliated. The person who came was none other than the current head of the Qin family, Qin Jin. Ever since he knew the old ancestor's true cultivation, he was a little frightened at first, afraid that the old ancestor would settle his score in the fall and beat him up. But then he realized that it seemed as if his old ancestor was going to have a fire in his backyard and couldn't care less about him. He thought instantly, it's dawn, the rain has stopped, and I'm walking again by myself. Coupled with the recent news of the Qin family's star tower spreading throughout the human race, countless people came to the house, and countless spirit stones, spirit crystals, heavenly materials and treasures, and divine weapons came in droves, making him the head of the family, earn a lot. Moreover, the old ancestor had taken out a few more extreme Dao Emperor armaments for the second ancestor and the others to protect their bodies, and the supreme artifacts that they had exchanged for them rightfully came into the hands of him, the head of the family. So these days, Qin Jin is quite a bit of a springtime feeling. A word, cool. Having become rich in one day, coupled with the fact that he was the facade bearer of the Qin family, it was reasonable for him to have treasures hanging all over his body. As for worrying about people robbing it, what a joke. He has people above him, especially his brother-in-law, Poo, his oldest ancestor. As long as he didn't run too far, he believed that with the old ancestor's cultivation at the peak of the great emperor, absolutely no one would be able to move him. And even though maybe the old ancestor wasn't too convenient at times, there was still Elder Ouyang Chu. You can always shake people. It's just ho-hum. Today, I only wanted to come out to have a fall breeze, but I didn't expect to come across someone wreaking havoc on the Qin family's territory. Just as he approached, his face instantly became a bit grave. Who are you? Why are you destroying this place for no reason? Qin Jin said in a deep voice. With his cultivation at the peak of the sage realm, he couldn't even see through the cultivation of the teenager in front of him. Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian's eyes were a little cloudy. From the words just now he already knew that the person in front of him was the Qin family head. A saint realm waste of so many years old was so arrogant. It was worthy of being the offspring of that wasteful mortal Qin Zhenan. It really was a lineage. He looked up at the strand of infinite sword chi that hung high above the void, clenched his fists vigorously, and resisted the urge to strike. However, 10,000 spirit crystals, he really couldn't take out. Qin family master. In the next Yi Outyan, earlier indeed did not know that this is the jurisdiction of the Qin family, coupled with a bad mood, a moment out of the heavier. I admit my fault, but 10,000 spirit crystals, is not a little too much? Yi Outyan resisted the urge and pretended to say in a peaceful manner, who expected Qin Jin to hear this, but instead frowned and said with a lecturing tone, bad mood? A bad mood allows you to wreak havoc? It's just that my Qin family is kind to people. If it were any other family, I'm afraid that at this moment, I would have already slapped you into mush. Your kind of nature, as I see it, is a tumor of the human race. With such a violent temper, you might explode at some point, and the higher your cultivation level, the greater the harm. Young man, if you only pursue cultivation speed, your heart is just unstable. Tell me, which family are you, a disciple or heir? Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian did not answer, but only lowered his head. His teeth clenched and cackled, his fists clenched and even vaguely overflowed with blood. An incomparably strong sense of humiliation instantly filled his entire body. How dare a sage realm punk lecture me like that? If this place wasn't still within the sensory range of a peak paragon emperor, I would have given a slice of karma long ago. But he knew he couldn't strike. He could only hold back, looking at Qin Jin in front of him like a rolling knife, eyeing the tiger. Yi Outyan knew that the other party was not easy to fool, but 10,000 spirit crystals, he really could not take out. Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind, only to be vehemently rejected just as soon as it appeared. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Absolutely not. However, seemingly sensing that he had been swept by the divine thoughts of the owner of the sword chi in the void, he decided to give in to a wave of softness for the time being, and said word for word, Qin family master, my master's father and your Qin family's old ancestor are close friends and are currently still together. It was as if it took all his strength to say this, and even some shame. Just now, they were cursing the dog man and woman, but now they were borrowing their names, especially Qin Changxing's identity, to draw closer. At this moment, The sense of humiliation in his heart was 10 times and 100 times thicker, and even vaguely materialized. To think that he, the son of heaven's destiny, when had he received such a great disgrace? In this life, the Qin family will be destroyed. Your mentor? A female? Qin Shan blurted out. After all, if one could become close friends with an old ancestor and still be together, it wouldn't be anything other than a beautiful woman. Aha! Yi Outyan responded in a low voice. A voice like a mosquito. Understand. I understand. Qin Shan instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled, and he lost the swashbuckling aura from earlier. Early said there is this relationship well. Really big water washed the Dragon King temple. We are a family well. The fine is not necessary. Young people in a bad mood can be understood. You can go to the Star Tower do not always destroy the environment and so on. Well, I'll go later, Yi Ao Tian said. But then again, for your master to be with my old ancestor is truly a blessing that has been cultivated over several lifetimes. Qin Shan suddenly sighed. After all, in his heart, the old ancestor is a great emperor. To become the Tao couple of the great emperor of the world is not a 3 lifetimes of luck. Although the old ancestor slag is a little bit of slag, but there is a good condition of strength. Did not see so many absolute beauty before and after? However, this sounded different to Yi Outyan. Oh, how many more lifetimes of good fortune for a mere mortal? It's ridiculous. In his eyes, the wasteful scum Qin Shangsheng was not worthy of a hair of his master's head. Therefore, Qin Shan's words were truly a great mockery. Qin Shan rambled on for a while longer before vacating the premises. After all, he was the head of the family, and many things in the Qin family still needed to be handled by him. After Qin Shan left, Yi Ao Genius raised his head sharply, with fierce eyes and killing intent overflowing like substance. He stared dead on in the direction of the Qin family. Good. That's good. I will pay back the humiliation that the Qin family inflicted on me 100-fold and 1,000-fold. Pust. Another mouthful of old blood spurted out. It turned out that the intense suffocation just now had caused his internal organs to squeeze and deform, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. Ao Tian, don't be too concerned. Some trash is just that. The endurance of humiliation at this moment is for a stronger tomorrow. The old voice in his mind came again. Think about it from another angle. If you don't come out of the world, the Star Tower doesn't appear. And as soon as you come out of the world, the Star Tower appears out of thin air in the Qin family. What does this indicate? It shows that the Star Tower is your chance, and the Qin family is only keeping it temporarily for you. Well, that's what I thought. Yi Outyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without any concern and lightly returned. With that, he headed in the direction of the Qin clan's Star Tower. The Qin family, around the Star Tower. The Qin family martial arts arena, which used to be somewhat cold, was densely packed with people at this moment. Of course, instead of feeling crowded, the members of the Qin family were quite welcoming. After all, they had all paid the entrance fee, and those who had experienced the effects of the Star Pagoda were speculating that this kind of heaven-sent divine object was simply not something that could be controlled by a single Qin family in the district, and that the grade was extremely likely to transcend the level of extreme Tao Imperial soldier. It just happened to land in the Qin family, and it was most likely a masterless object waiting for a person of destiny. Therefore, for a time, all the major powers, all the heavenly prides who felt that they had a bit of luck, came and tried to recognize the master. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to cause the Star Tower to resonate. Chapter 96. 3 women meet at the same time. Shura? Come on. The betting's up. Let's see how many floors the highest someone can get to today. Someone started yelling. I'll press 5 layers. 4 floors. I'll bet 500 spirit crystals that someone will break through the 8th floor today. Crazy. Yesterday's Heaven's Pride competition's third saint son of the G family only stopped at the 7th floor. You're purely doing charity. What do you care? I just like to deliver warmth, so what? Money. Whatever. The crowd had a word for each other. All about the topic of the Star Tower. Just like that, the Star Tower had already become the cultivation mecca for the younger generation of the human race, and the number of layers that one broke through was representative of the potential of the future. However, it is strange that the old generation of human great powers, but none of them have entered the Star Tower trial. I do not know whether it is self-possessed identity, or other reasons. At that moment, a light flashed, and another silhouette teleported out from the Star Tower. Only a young girl with a slender figure and a slightly cool face appeared in front of the crowd. Wow! It's Holy Maiden Chang'e. So beautiful. What's the use of beauty? Looking at her, she probably won't even make it to the 5th floor. Someone retorted. What do you single dogs know? What's the use of looking ugly and breaking through the 18th floor? Yi Ao Tian stood alone and proudly. Hearing all of this, the corner of his mouth skimmed, his face showing disdain. It's all just a bunch of mundanes. Unlike him, only like his master's father alone. The main focus is on an obsessive, dedicated person. With that, he shook his head and walked in the direction of the Star Tower, and at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the upper air in front of the gate of the Star Tower. Yao Tian inadvertently swept upwards, then his feet stalled and he could no longer move his eyes. So beautiful. He was breathing heavily, his heart was racing, and his eyes couldn't help but start to get misty. What a magnificent woman this is, dressed in a white dress with an immortal aura. Her skin was as white as snow, crystal clear, and her long hair was like a waterfall pouring down, which for a moment made all the women present pale in comparison, especially that slightly cold and stunning face, but also let life cannot be blasphemous heart. The beauty of people suffocated. This were the woman on earth, is clearly the 9 heavenly fairies, exiled fairy descended to the world. Yi Outyen just stood there dumbfounded, not moving a muscle. Everyone present reacted in the same way, all attracted by the sudden appearance of the absolute beauty, stupidly staring wide-eyed, not daring to blink in the slightest, lest this was a dream. The originally noisy martial arts arena instantly became silent. The moment the Yaoqi Empress appeared, Ouyang Chu, who had been shrouding his divine thoughts over the Qin clan, instantly sensed it, but he then changed his face, as if he thought of something, and proceeded to go off with his eyes closed. Is this a fairy? Someone said in a daze, as if they had dropped their souls and couldn't believe their eyes. Compared to the Qingyi fairy just now, it was like a firefly competing with the white moon, completely incomparable. Yaoi Empress, Lord Xue Qingcheng. The scene was, after all, the proud sons of the heavens of all the major powers, and there had been people who had followed their elders to visit the Yaoqi Empress, instantly recognizing them and exclaiming in shock. How could they not expect that the first human race powerhouse to come to the Star Tower would be this legendary one of the human race's great three-peak paragon emperors, the Yaoqi Empress, worthy of being the first beauty of the human race ranked by the folk. This kind of stunning color, if it is not ranked first, who can be first? Yaoqi Empress Xue Qingcheng frowned. She had come here directly by instantaneous transfer and did not expect there to be so many people below her. Then his right hand gently lifted, a light veil over his face, recovering this worldly face, slowly landed and walked into the door of the Star Tower. Only a disoriented, trance-like crowd was left behind. Gulp! Yao Tian looked at the stunningly beautiful back and swallowed his saliva. His eyes filled with salivation. This is the woman who is worthy of my Yao Tian. I hope you'll keep your hands clean, and I'll favor you the day I become an emperor. When the time comes, it will be so much fun to serve me with my master on the left and on the right. He had completely forgotten the idea that he had only fallen in love with his master in his mind just now. It was only after a long time that Yaoqi Empress Xue Qingcheng was teleported out by the Star Tower. She frowned slightly. With her insight, she couldn't even tell what grade the Star Tower was, only knowing that it must have far exceeded the emperor level. The scene from the Star Tower trial completely shocked her. With the cultivation of a peak-grade emperor in her previous life, she thought that she could charge up to the 18th floor, but she did not expect that she would have lost after only holding out for 3 rounds at the 13th floor. From this, she judged that there must be someone high up in the Qin family, and the only person in the Qin family that she couldn't see through was Qin Changsheng. Combined with what Mu Shueshue pupil had said earlier, she suspected that Qin Changsheng was just like her, a reincarnated rebirth of an ancient or even more ancient human powerhouse. Xue Qingcheng also had another small thought in mind when she came to the Star Tower this time, and that was that she wanted to take the opportunity to check out Qin Changsheng's bottom line. After all, she was an ancient great emperor. What a status! Would she stoop so low as to take the initiative to seek an audience with Qin Changsheng? But what puzzled her was that in the Star Tower, she had seen the shadowy mirror images of many of the current world's greats as well as the great emperors of the emperor's fall, the ancient and ancient periods when they were young, and even that Koan emperor, who had a very strong personal coloring, had manifested himself, but never found a manifested mirror image belonging to Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng, who the hell are you? She couldn't help but mumble. Qin Changsheng had only appeared for 2 years in her long life memories, but it was deeply imprinted in her heart in this life, which made her very curious. Unbeknownst to me, the beginning of curiosity about a man is the beginning of the sinking. At the same time, Qin Yu was puzzled. He had broken into the Star Tower countless times these days, and had never found the old ancestor's mirror image phantom, and couldn't help but wonder, is it possible that the old ancestor had an epiphany and achieved greatness from a mortal? Qin Changsheng didn't pay attention to the commotion caused by the Yaoqi Empress appearance at the Star Tower, nor did he have the time to pay much attention to it. At the moment, he was on fire a bit. When Yin Wanqiu changed into the various types of uniforms he had made with his own hands, he felt that it's going to explode. But as a man, you can't be too proactive in exposing your needs, and while you are an LSP, you can't make others feel like one. And, Having just finished his 10,000-year-old child body, he did kind of want to. However, the two hadn't seen each other for thousands of years, and to do that as soon as they met would be too low. So, he's in a dilemma and it's painful. So he decided to take In Woncho out for a walk to cool off. However, once outside, six eyes met in gaze, wide-eyed. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the image was frozen. Qin Changxing stood next to him, embarrassed as hell, his toes gouging a big hole in the ground. Wow, rub, Shura. If he had known, he would have learned the art of celestial deduction and calculated that it was inappropriate to go out today. Nan Gongyan, Wang Wanyan, and In Woncho looked at each other in dismay. No one said anything, but their scrutinizing gazes instantly swept each other away. Nan Gongyan and Wang Wanyan also did not expect. Today just something with Qin Changsheng business. The doorway encountered a strange woman is just. In broad daylight from the Qin Changsheng room surprisingly walked out of a person. And it seems that the clothes are a little untidy. This, although In Woncho was somewhat prepared in her heart, she didn't expect to meet with the other sisters so soon. And so it was. For a long time, silent. The three of them finally remembered the rumors about Qin Changsheng's scum these days and had a general guess about the other party's identity. Uncharacteristically, in unison, your sister Su Molu, aren't you? Your Mushue Hitomi's sister, aren't you? Your sister Meng Ruyan, aren't you? Chapter 97, Shura? Doesn't exist. Qin Changsheng was confused in the wind. God, Earth, send a thunderbolt to kill me. Can you lean in, do some homework, and not get a single name right? Up to 0% hit rate. It's obvious there are only 3 women, so why does it feel like 6 women at once? And, as soon as they met, they all shouted sister. This is the rhythm of all wanting to be a sister. He didn't panic very much, though he had long envisioned numerous ex-girlfriend encounters. He just hadn't expected them to come so suddenly. And of these 3 women, he was the most certain. An ex-girlfriend's sister-in-law of sorts, who he hadn't gotten around to hobnobbing with yet. What about the other one, who was forced to leave, but kind of took the initiative to leave in the first place, and stood on the moral high ground on his own, steadily? And the last one? He's so obedient to himself. He's kind of his own man. Shura? It doesn't exist. However, one has to prevent other women and learn the master of time management, Qin Changsheng thought to himself. And at that moment, the 3 women could see from their respective reactions that they had recognized the wrong person. And so there was another long silence. They had thought of being the first to address each other as sister, showing their status beside Qin Changsheng sideways. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Only after a long time did In Woncho break the silence and said, Nagisa, all sisters, introduce us to each other. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and glared fiercely at Qin Changsheng, which was adorable, as if he was blaming Qin Changsheng for not informing him in advance. Before Qin Changsheng could even begin to speak, he felt the temperature of the air around him drop a few degrees. Apparently, In Woncho's appearance of treating herself as a mistress had upset the other 2 women. Although Wang Wanyan was not young, but she was confined for a long time. Her expression management was obviously not in place, and she instantly pouted and puffed out her cheeks, with an angry look, and thought, "Humph, I don't know where the vixen came from, so shameless, in broad daylight in the room, doing something nasty. Changsheng is also really, if you really can't hold it in, you can find me ah." As for Nangongyan, his anger came and went quickly, and in his heart, he even let out a deep and long sigh. Hey, although I am also not clear with Changsheng, but in the end, we have not been together. What qualification is there to be angry with them? The person who has the qualification is no longer there. Thinking of his sister, Nangongyan had an added sense of frustration. Seeing the reaction of the 2 of them, In Woncho also realized that something was wrong. She shouldn't have taken the initiative to speak in this kind of scene. It would easily cause anger. He hastily pinched Qin Changsheng, signaling him to speak. Qin Changsheng could only say helplessly, "This is In Woncho, my ex-girlfriend. This is Wang Wanyan, also my ex-girlfriend. And this is Nangongyan, my ex-girlfriend's own sister." Hearing Qin Changsheng's introduction, all 3 women froze and looked at each other. That's not right. Wasn't it rumored that Qin Changsheng's few confidants were Su Molu, Mu Shueshu and the others? They all thought that they had just called it wrong and the person and name didn't match up. But it was all wrong. How many of them were even qualified to generate gossip with Qin Changsheng? Can this be tolerated? Why was the entire world rumoring that Qin Changsheng was having an affair with Mu Shueshu, a pupil, and the rest of them? Instead of a few of us having an affair with Qin Changsheng? If a man can tolerate it, what cannot be tolerated? If an uncle can tolerate it, an aunt cannot tolerate it. In an instant, the 3 of them met their eyes and formed a united front with the same enemy. The eyes stared unkindly at Qin Changsheng, meaning to give them an explanation. Chang Shang, you're not going to explain the explanation? This time, it was Wang Wanyan who took the lead. Although the voice was gentle and melodious, in Qin Changsheng's ears, it was as if he felt a cold, icy killing intent that made his scalp numb. One can only be truthful. Sumao Ro, Mu Shuixia and the others are also my ex-girlfriends. I was just a mortal in the beginning. A lot of things. I can't help it. I'm just mundane, making the same mistakes that men all over the world make. I just can't help myself. But I promise to be absolutely exclusive when I'm with you guys. If you don't think so, there's nothing I can do. Hearing Qin Changsheng's shameless words, the three of them rolled their eyes and didn't look deeply into it. Wang Wanyan then asked, so tell us, how many ex-girlfriends do you have? We're prepared for that too. At those words, Qin Changsheng's heart thumped a little. This situation, who will tell the truth? Lest the other party does not believe. More is not to add to the blockade. Then make up a muddle through 50 or 60,000. He decided to gag. Fooling around? So much? Are you honest? They didn't believe it. After all, Qin Changsheng was only 10,000 years old. Multiplied by 10. Qin Changsheng was a bit aggravated. Seeing the situation, Wang Wanyan they also no longer ask more questions. They know. Ask also ask not ask what. Go one step. See one step. Although they were a bit dissatisfied with Qin Changsheng's philandering, none of them were willing to give up so easily after what had happened. Hundreds, even thousands of years had come through, and their Taoist hearts were firm, and they wouldn't let a small matter shake their love for Qin Changsheng. But we have to keep an eye on Qin Changsheng. We can't let him go out and womanize again. Plus Su Molo and the 6 of them. That's already the limit. We can't allow new sisters to be added in. Go out by yourself. We sisters have things to talk about. Do you still want to eavesdrop on the private words between women? Yin Wanqiu suddenly spoke. The other two didn't say anything either, just staring at Qin Changsheng, obviously agreeing with Yin Wanqiu's approach as well. Ha! Qin Changsheng was stunned and puzzled. You were at war just now, but now you're acting like sisters. Women. It's unbelievable. Qin Changsheng respected their opinions and walked out with a head full of doubts. When he returned, he was again stunned by the scene before him. The three women were already holding hands as if they were sisters, as if they had reached some kind of ulterior agreement. And there were occasional glances at him, pointing and covering their mouths with snickers. This caused a great sense of crisis to arise in Qin Changsheng. The speed at which secrets spread between this woman's girlfriends. In case his 3 minutes accidentally leak, I'm afraid the whole world will know in a few days. Then he'll just have to do it. Tired. Destroy. Trailing off in 2. Thinking of the grave consequences of the world's destruction, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but shiver with a trace of fear. At the same time, he resolved to diligently cultivate the Taiji Yin-Yang creation technique, and all girlfriends who have had conjugal rights with her, all, take something, gag them. Chapter 98, The Second Woman? You're still addicted to vegetables. In the next few days, Yin Wanqiu and the other three were inseparable, often laughing and joking together. This made Qin Changsheng a little itchy, and he couldn't wait for his divine thoughts to emanate out to peep, but he was able to hold back. But that left no chance for him to get his hands on it. After all, there are some things that with the first time, you want the second time, and with the second time, you want 1,000,000 times. His mind was pure, only wanting to properly cultivate the Taiji Yin-Yang creation technique. In short, the manicure addiction is still strong. Finally, on a dark and windy night, hey, Wanqiu, are you there? Asleep? A sneaky figure appeared at the door of Yin Wanqiu's room and shouted in a low voice. Not yet. Changsheng, why are you here? Yin Wanqiu was startled. The long night is long, and I have no intention to sleep, only because I am thinking of the red face in my heart. Qin Changsheng blurted it out. Ugh. Yin Wanqiu spat darkly. She naturally knew what Qin Changsheng was doing sneaking to her room so late at night. If it had been before, she would have swept the couch. But in the past few days with Nangong Yan they have formed a sisterhood and reached a united front. She, as a big sister, the first to be so with Qin Changsheng, it is inevitable that some should have let the sisters take precedence, so she pretended to speak in a flat tone. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep. You go to Yenner, Wan Yan and the others. At those words, Qin Changsheng was stunned. It shouldn't be. With Wanqiu's 100 favorability towards herself, it was a bit unscientific that she would refuse. It seems that one has to show real skill. Wanqiu, you misunderstand. I just want to rub. Ah shucks. Just want to cuddle you to sleep. I wish it wasn't life that was weighing me down. But you, more than anything, I want to wake up in the morning and open my eyes and the first person I see is you. The voice was sincere and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing over Yin Wanqiu's heart. After saying that, Qin Shangsheng was secretly pleased in his heart. You can't take this. As expected, Yin Wenqiu's delicate body shook, her heart rippled, and a strange emotion floated in the air. She was already deeply in love with the other party. She didn't want to reject the other party, and now she was even more completely routed and deeply under these earthy words of love. This man, once like a bright star in the late-night starry sky, illuminated the lonely heart of her youth. Now, more than ever, it was a long time ago that she was mesmerized by it. Boing boing. She was touched by a burst of self. Squeak. The door to the room just flicked open. GGG. GGG. Seeing this, Qin Shangsheng let out a burst of oozing laughter, as if the arch-villain had succeeded in his plot. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the long-awaited room. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the door of the room closed itself without wind, and an invisible shroud of light enveloped the entire room. Today, anyone who dares to disturb him, not to mention Jesus, Hong Jun cannot save, he Qin Shangsheng said. After a burst of pattering sounds, Qin Shangsheng also got under the covers as he wished. Say yes, only hug me yo. Well, a real man must do what he says. Ah, don't you move your hands. Oh, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I can only blame you for being so tantalizing. Nagisa, what are you doing? Sorry, Wanchio, beast. Up to this point, Qin Shangsheng no longer answered. A beast, it's a little better than a beast. Just as he was about to make a move, a thunderclap in the sky resounded throughout the Tianxian Great World, scaring him. Holy, he burst into a rage. In the nick of time, to make such a thing, is comparable to killing the father, taking the wife of hate, not to share the sky. Today, even if all the extraterrestrial immortals come out, they will have to die. He couldn't help but look toward the sky. At this moment, the people of the entire Tianxian Great World, whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, either from their sleep, slumber, or seals, were all awakened and gazed at the void in fascination. Thunder rolled in the sky and lightning intertwined. The darkness of the early hours of the morning is as bright as day, and shines on everything on this earth. Mysterious power tore the void apart, and a crack in the void appeared, as if the invisible boundaries of the heavenly Tao had been broken. An aura swarmed out of the cracks like smoke, and it was also accompanied by some of the fragments of the laws being revealed, as if the laws of the entire heaven and earth were slowly being perfected. In an instant, the concentration of aura in the entire Tianxian Great World grew by more than 2 times, and as time passed, the aura would become even more dense. The heavens and earth have changed drastically, and the aura has revived. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Apparently, since the Emperor's fall era, the heavenly Tao had fallen into a deep slumber and entered the end era of barren aura, with no more heavenly destiny great emperors being born. Now, the heavenly Tao had revived, repaired the laws, and was slowly releasing the aura that had been accumulating for more than 1,000,000 years, feeding it back to the entire world. This is, also, the origin of the Golden Age. How is that possible? The contemporary Tianji elder stood at the top of the Tianji pavilion. His face changed greatly as he looked at this scene incredulously. Ancestor Heavenly Calculator had calculated that it would take as little as 1 year or as much as 3 years before the heavens and earth would change drastically. So how could it be so far in advance? Could it be that there is another anomaly in heaven and earth? But it didn't matter what was said anymore. The great change in heaven and earth has begun, and this, in turn, will last a whole month. 1 month later, the heavens and earth would be completely stabilized. The boundary barriers of the various races would disappear, and the Emperor's path would open. When that time comes, the world will be in chaos and all the races will be fighting. At this moment, billions of miles away, the divine realm, a stunningly beautiful woman is leaning on the bed couch, her clear and cold eyes looking into the void above. That kind of eyes, as if it has been cold for 10,000 years. 3,000 green silk like a waterfall, along the edge of the bed, tilted down, icy muscles and jade bones, beautiful beyond compare. It was none other than Luo Shiyan, the former holy maiden of the divine race, and now the grand commander of the divine race. She was only seen looking at the drastically changing void rift without moving a muscle and muttering, almost there, 1 month to go. Fong Yuan, back then it was my negligence that caused you to fall into the 10,000 gods abyss. In this life I will lead the divine race's army to tread through every part of the human race. Find your reincarnation, get your memories back, and we'll still be together, okay? This time, I won't turn you down. I'll wear black silk, okay? A hot tear dripped down the stunningly beautiful cheek. Demon Domain, Fox Clan. In the million-year-old stone milk spring, which was known as the Holy Land of the Fox Clan, there was a hidden figure taking a bath at the moment. It was a fox maiden, as evidenced by the tail that arched up behind her from time to time. The skin is delicately pink and radiates a glamorous glow under the soft light of the spring water. The dark eyes, however, revealed a hint of cunning and charm, which was captivating. She looked at the dramatically changing sky, but revealed a hint of delight and said, early east. Finally waiting for this day. I have a secret method to sense that you are still alive. Humph. I'll let you say in the first place that my lady not only has a fox smell, but also a foot smell. I've been immersed in the million-year-old stone milk spring for 7,000 years. Let's see what reason you have this time. I'll punish you severely. Humph. The dragon clan, a magnificent dragoness, looked at the sky and said dully, Overchild, are you still alive? Ancient race, demon race, desolate race. At the beginning of the great change in heaven and earth, the winds rose up, and it seemed a violent storm was coming. Countless great powers eyed all of this and sighed, the storm is coming. A great war is about to start. A bad premonition rose from the bottom of Qin Changqing's heart. He even felt a slight chill, and he couldn't help but murmur, a great war is about to start. After saying that, he reacted and then looked puzzled. Gee, why did I say great war? Chapter 99, Aura Revival? What's the point of reviving? At this time, the aura recovery continues. With the perfection of the laws of heaven and earth, many people even felt that their realm, which had not moved for a long time, had a hint of looseness, and became even more profound in regards to the mysteries of the Tao of heaven and earth. Finally waiting for this day, my ailing old ancestor has returned. In an ancestral temple, an old man pushed open the lid of his coffin, filled with tears, and took a deep breath of the surrounding aura. So refreshing. He ran his gong method, and his already pale cheeks began to turn red. The technique he practiced was average. He failed to break through to a higher realm when his lifespan was about to come to an end, and the aura in the heavens and earth was no longer enough to maintain his own equilibrium. So he sealed himself and took the initiative to enter into a deep sleep. And now that the aura has revived and become several times thicker, he was finally able to come out. Self-sealing choices like his were countless among the 10,000 races, and there were also those who lived long enough but chose to cut themselves and fall off the realm. On the other side, an old man walked out from the depths of the ground, his face still bearing the aftershock, and straightened up. So close. The last moments of my lifespan have unexpectedly revived the aura. I feel like I'm going to break through. The heavens will not stop me. Koan sect. The world trembles. The Koan sect's mastery, Koan Shan Leaning, is back in heaven and earth. In short, at this moment, the ancestors or some of the demonic freaks of the various clans under the sky were dumbfounded, especially those clans whose families had fallen or suffered heavy damage due to the silence of the old ancestor. Looked at the old ancestor who had stepped out from the depths of the family, or from the coffin. All of them cried out in joy, kneeling down and shouting wildly, the old ancestor has returned. The family can finally rise again. For a while, the entire world was filled with the words welcome back, old ancestor. Yi Outyan at this moment was even a flash of light in his eyes, and his bravado was sky high. The trip to the Star Tower in the past few days had caused him some frustration, and he couldn't figure out how the tower spirit of the Star Tower was so unresponsive to the arrival of him, the son of heaven's destiny, that it was slow to recognize him as its master. But fortunately, the heavenly Tao was quite sensible and knew that his crossroads had revived the aura in advance. In this life, he would be invincible in the world. Shui Qing Chang, Master, you don't have to wait too long. Yi Outyan's confidence doubled. That said, Yin Wanqiu's side was also stunned by this sudden change in heaven and earth, and her mouth was so big that she could fit 5 Qin Changshangs. Unable to help himself, he sat up and looked through the window, into the gaping void, oblivious to the fact that he was unarmed. Qin Changshang Sea is a burst of fire, cannot do things halfway, but the thunder rolling in the sky above him was as if it wouldn't stop anytime soon, distracting him. Dog Tendo, have you no sense of decency? Don't the neighbors need to sleep? We have to get up early tomorrow to practice. Aura revival can disturb people's sleep like this? Can't you keep it down? The more Qin Changsheng thought about it, the more angry he became, the more annoyed he became, especially when there was a big, delicate beauty in front of him. Finally, he couldn't help himself and took to the air. Changsheng, what are you doing? Yin Wanqiu was shocked. She thought Qin Changsheng was just a mortal, but she didn't expect to possess such profound cultivation that even she couldn't see through it. For the people, leaving behind only ironclad words, Qin Changsheng disappeared. Mysterious aura surrounded Qin Changsheng, isolating all prying eyes, and as everyone was shocked by the great change in heaven and earth in advance, no one noticed that a figure had already blazed through the sky towards the void rift. Arriving near the void rift, Qin Changsheng's eyes revealed a fierce light, muttering in a low voice, I'll let you disturb and I'll let you recover. Recovery dur. He stretched out his hands and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Today, he had to slow down the speed of the aura's recovery, and at the very least, he had to make the sound of heavenly thunder rolling disappear. Qin Shangqing knew that it was impossible to shake the heavenly Tao with just his peak great emperor's power, so he placed all of his hopes, all of them, on the power of Hongmeng creation. The power of Hongmeng creation is a mysterious power at the beginning of chaos, which can create, destroy, and seal, with attributes that move with the heart and the mind. He opened his palm and several brilliant runes shone, which were condensed by his Hongmeng creation power and filled with incredible power, only to see him gently flipping upwards. Several runes were shot towards those void cracks, and then an invisible boundary barrier was formed, and the speed of the aura eruption was obviously slowed down. He didn't do anything drastic, he just turned the aura recovery that was originally completed in a month into 5 months. When it was all over, the effect was immediate. The various heaven and earth anomalies derived from the great change in heaven and earth instantly weakened and even disappeared, and the thunder in the 9 heavens was already weak and inaudible. Qin Shangqing nodded in satisfaction and disappeared once again, and everything he did was seen by the heavenly Tao in this realm. The heavenly Tao that had just slumbered for 1,000,000 long years was still very weak, and was suddenly still somewhat confused by the sudden appearance of Qin Shangqing. Did it oversleep? Why are there still great emperors wandering the world at this moment? However, when it saw that this strange great emperor was actually intent on sealing the void rift and preventing the aura from recovering, it was viciously taken aback. Whose men are these that are so brave, to use one's own strength to fight against the world's great power? This made the heavenly Tao think of that overwhelmingly ruthless person from the desolate ancient era. Before it could react, the other party had already succeeded. The heavenly Tao was completely anxious that someone was making small moves in its territory, and immediately visualized the eye of the heavenly Tao, ready to punish the other party. But the moment the eye of the heavenly Tao was formed, it suddenly realized, holy, the power of the Hongmeng creation. This was the supreme power of the beginning of chaos. Even before the great Tao, the eye of heaven's path's eyes glazed over and instantly wimped out. What pimple of a pervert did this pop out of? It couldn't be the own father of the Avenue incarnate. Forget it, it is just a small Shin heaven realm heavenly Tao. Turn a blind eye. The eye of the heavenly Tao slowly closed and fell silent once again. At this moment, all the living beings in the whole world, all of them were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, unable to close for a long time. They watched as the void rift that should have continued to expand miraculously stopped, and even had a tendency to retreat and shrink smaller. High-ranked cultivators who were sensitive to the power of heaven and earth even directly felt the sharp decline in aura concentration. This, what is Tendo up to? Tickles all living things with anticipation, then subsides and goes out? Like a ing scumbag. Since ancient times, never heard that the aura recovery can still be ing withdrawn. Countless great powers of various races, their divine thoughts probed towards the vicinity of the void rift, intending to find out the reason why this great change was unusual. But they found nothing. The divine race Luo Shuriyen, the demon race Tushan Yi, the dragon race Ao Luo, the ancient race Gu Mengyao, and so on. All of them furrowed their brows as they looked into this endless void. An anxious and old voice came from the depths of the ancient darkness forbidden zone. Quick! The program is suspended. There's a mole. Chapter 100, Getting What You Wanted. Crashing the affair. In the ancestral temple, old ancestor Yiling, who had just been so spirited, felt the change in aura just as clearly, and was disorganized in the wind. The foot that had just stepped out was instantly withdrawn, and then a trip was made towards the coffin, and the sealing formation was activated with a loud cry. You ungrateful sons of ES, hurry, hurry, hurry up and put the lid on my coffin. On me. Learning from his mistakes, this time, he would not come out again until the aura was completely revived. But the other one wasn't so lucky. The Koan-sek's old ancestor had a face of despair. Even though the Gong method was running at overload, the speed at which it could draw on the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth was far from being able to meet the requirements of a realm breakthrough. The already aged flesh began to decay, and the soul began to fester. In the last moments of his life, he made a friendly gesture toward the heavens and growled with all his strength. Playing me? Ha! Jesus Christ! ing nigga. From then on, the mastery of Koan Shan leaning, which had caused a great storm in the world, had been lost since then. Not only him, at this moment, many of the old ancestors in the various clans who had unsealed themselves and walked out of their dormant places, wanting to live out their second spring, were all caught in an aura crisis and hiccuped. A second ago, the big families were clamoring with gongs and drums and firecrackers. The next moment, it's in mourning and bawling. Drop an old ancestor nah. How you just so suddenly no longer it? Said that the rise again it? In short, Qin Shangqing easily solved the biggest problem of the cultivation world with his own strength. The problem of aging monks, to the countless young celestials, breaking out into a path of starlight. As for Qin Shangsheng, He naturally does good deeds without leaving a name. And with the Hongmeng creation scripture in his body, all kinds of karma do not touch his body. Eternal life, what did you do just now? Why do I feel that the speed of the recovery of heaven and earth has slowed down a lot? Seeing Qin Changsheng return, Yin Wanqiu said with a worried and caring face, not caring that the other party had previously concealed his cultivation. Took care of the little things. Long night? It's too much of a buzzkill to talk about it. Wanqiu, should we, continue? Qin Changsheng looked at the thousands of stunningly beautiful faces in front of him with a bad smile on his face. Well, listen to Qin Lang. Yin Wanqiu shyly lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito. And so the sound of decadence rings out. 2 million words continue to be omitted here. Here, singles can let their imaginations run wild and envision boldly. For a long time. Qin Lang, it doesn't matter. Listen to my mother. Men, for the first time, it's normal. Yin Wanqiu carefully comforted. Qin Changsheng stormed out, impotent and furious, frantically running the Taiji Yin Yang creation technique, only to hear a bang sound. The Taiji Yin Yang creation technique had actually broken through, reaching the small achievement realm. Qin Changsheng was overjoyed and instantly felt refreshed. Again! Thus, finally up to the average of your great readers. 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Sister Yin, let's go shopping today. Wang Wanyan came outside Yin Wanqiu's room early in the morning and gently knocked on the door. As usual, without waiting for a response, he pushed his way in. Ah! A deafening shriek resounded throughout the compound. A wave of chickens and dogs ensued, and Wang Wanyan exited the room in a panic. Bah! Succubus! After cursing, he turned around and left without looking back. The united front and trust that had been so hard to form in the boudoir these days was, in this moment, gone. Just because, she saw the nasty scene. After all, open your eyes early in the morning and, deleted. That said, on Qin Changsheng's side, he was also startled by the sudden intrusion of Wang Wanyan, and almost sacrificed himself on the spot. Go away! Yin Wanqiu looked shy and hurriedly pushed Qin Changsheng away. After all, this was something that she, as the older sister, did not do too honorably, and it was also crashed by Sister Wan Yen on the spot. Oh, Qin Changsheng responded mechanically. With that, he put on his clothes and left in a puff of smoke, leaving the follow-up to Yin Wanqiu. After all, he was only responsible for doing serious work, and as for whether or not his ex-girlfriends were getting along, it was up to them to find out why. People come and go on the busy streets. Yi Outyen stood in the middle of the street, and there was more than a hint of confusion on his originally arrogant face. In the past few days, he had exhausted his entire body savings and entered the Star Tower countless times back and forth, but at most, he had only challenged himself to the 8th floor, which was far from his expectations. Most importantly, the Star Tower spirit was unresponsive to his call. It's too dark to charge for the Qin family Star Tower. He looked at his saccharine purple mansion and cursed darkly. At the moment, the streets were indeed buzzing with talk. Have you heard? The Tong family last night, the momentum of the sky, but they thought the old man died for a long time to re-emerge. I was in the next door to hear clearly, as if also shouted what the child husband old, can still meal. Ha, then won't the Tong family take off? What a takeoff! It seemed to hold up for just a minute and then hiccuped, and I even went to a seat this morning. A Pathfinder's mouth showed a hint of gloating. This is not the most tragic. I heard that over in the central region. There is an ancient family, self-appointed themselves 13 old ancestors at the same time, haha, out of the world. The result, you guess what? What's wrong? Of course they all hiccuped at the same time. I heard that when the enemy family heard the news, they wiped out their family early this morning, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Oi, what a tragedy. Yes, it's too miserable. You say this heavenly Tao is not playing with us, the aura recovery to half, but also can be forced to suspend. Brotherly, be careful what you say. The heavenly Tao has a spirit. Hearing their discussion, Yi Outyen also felt a bit puzzled. He asked the medieval old man in his mind, but the medieval old man said that he was equally unclear. Last night, he had wanted to take advantage of the well of reviving aura to break through to the peak of the supreme realm in one fell swoop, but the sudden weakening of the aura caught him off guard and he almost went off the deep end. Look, this gentleman is so handsome, jade-like. At this moment, 2 young women walking past him pointed at him and covered their mouths to snicker. Upon hearing this, a trace of arrogance returned to Yi Aotian's face. As expected, his identity as the son of heaven's destiny had a natural attraction to the opposite sex. Just then, at the corner of the street, 3 graceful, flowery women came. It was clearly Yin Wanqiu, Wang Wanyan, Nangong Yan and the 3 of them. I don't know how Yin Wanqiu was given the bewitching soup, or what kind of disempowering agreement was reached. Anyway, it is again as good as new, as close as sisters. Women. They are so fickle. Aotian? Yin Wanqiu saw the figure standing in the middle of the street at a glance. The moment she saw her protégé, she remembered afterward. He has another apprentice himself. Chapter 101 Yi Aotian's Incompetence and Rage. Entering the household. Thinking that she had completely left her disciple Yi Aotian behind these days, she felt slightly guilty. Although it was Yi Aotian who took the initiative to fly away and leave in the first place. But how can she say that it is also her disciple who has been raised for 10 years? How can she forget it? It's all on Qin Lang. Aotian. She couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs. Yi Aotian also heard the familiar voice and turned back to look at the figure that had haunted him. Master. Just this look. His mood instantly solidified. Disappointment and anger intertwined. His face ugly to the extreme. He was a boyish man, but his eyes were unusually good. From the walking posture of his master's father, the strong charm and flavorful gesture in his eyebrows, he could see. Master has broken his body. His pure and innocent master betrayed him. This discovery stabbed Yi Aotian's heart like a sharp knife. He felt the sting of betrayal. Uncontrollable anger surged out of his pores, turning into a flame of anger that burned his heart. He had spent 10 years with his master teacher, and he had never even touched his master teacher's smooth little hand. But it's only been a few days between master and Qin Changsheng, and master has given himself to that scum. It was just too much of a disappointment for him. Why? He's the one who's destined to be the son of God. The one who's destined to be the son of God. So why is this happening? Yi Aotian was impotently furious. He must kill Qin Changsheng. His face even began to twist and his eyes turned cold. Aotian, what's wrong with you? Yin Wanqiu had obviously also noticed Yi Aotian's abnormality and hurriedly ran towards the side, asking worriedly. From his master's scent, he even sensed Qin Changsheng's presence, and instantly various famous scenes of the two of them together appeared in his mind. No longer able to hold back, he roared wildly. Asterisk 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 off. Then it took off into the air and disappeared again. Only a stunned Yin Wanqiu was left behind. Aotian, what kind of drug is this? Why would he do this to her? Yin Wanqiu was frozen in place, unable to think straight, and was so aggrieved that tears even began to well up in her eyes. How could she not understand why Yi Aotian, whom she treated with all her heart as a son, would scold her? Wang Wanyan and Nangongyan, who had long seen the clues from Yi Aotian's reaction, hurriedly comforted him. Sister Yin, don't be sad. You're in the middle of a situation and can't see through some things. Yeah, Sister Yin, this kid looks like a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. Just now look at that look in his eyes. Disgusting, can't you see that? That apprentice of yours is having thoughts about you and treating you as his personal possession. Wang Wanyan and Nangongyan had a word for each other to console the somewhat sad Yin Wanqiu. They, as outsiders, could tell at a glance that Yi Aotian was an impulsive teacher and rebellious disciple. Ha! Yin Wanqiu was once again stunned. Aotian had thoughts about her? She reflected the bits and pieces of these years, as well as some of Yi Aotian's words, and only then did she realize as an afterthought that, as if, it was indeed such a thing. Instantly, a twinge of sadness permeated her entire body, although she only saw the other party as a hope to resurrect Qin Changsheng. After all, she had raised him for 10 years and more or less carried some feelings, but now it turns out that affection deteriorated. How does this sit with her? Some of the remaining guilt towards Yi Aotian disappeared without a trace, but there was also no mood to continue shopping. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look in the direction of the Qin family not far away and muttered, Qin Changsheng, I miss you. At this moment, only Qin Changsheng could comfort her broken heart. Yi Aotian once again roared and lumbered to a deserted mountain range. Qi swarmed out, ready to destroy everything in front of him, wantonly venting the anger and suffocation in his heart. But when the palm wind happened to send out, he suddenly thought of something, looked at the body of the purple space, hard to withdraw his palm. Put! Another mouthful of blood was spat out as a backlash was encountered. Abominable! Now that he had scolded Master Yin Wanqiu to her face, I'm afraid that the matter had already been sensed by that peak Paragon Emperor, and if he vandalized again, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to pay the fine. The Qin family, bullying people too much. He forced himself to hold back his anger and once again flew hundreds of thousands of miles in a direction far away from the Qin clan before he was sure that he had already left the Qin clan's sphere of influence. Boom! 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 Qin family, Qin Changsheng, I am at loggerheads with you. He vented wantonly. His entire face had been completely distorted. Like madness. Little friend, why bother? You're a teenage supreme being. Why do you care about a mortal waste? Your front should be that starry sea. A mere Qin family can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. An old and low voice suddenly exploded in Yi Aotian's ears. Who? Yi Aotian was shocked. His cold hair suddenly stood up as if he was facing a great enemy. In such a desolate place, there was actually a hidden expert, following him silently. Little friend, there's no need to panic, I don't mean any harm. As soon as the words fell, an immortal old man walked out of the void. The old man's eyes were calm and deep, his face revealing the traces of age, and his aura was astonishing. Seeing that Yi Aotian was still nervous, he said with a smile on his face, "Introduce myself, I am the Jiang family's grand elder, Jiang Yaoxi." Hiss. Yi Aotian took a step backwards, his pupils shook tremendously and his eyes were filled with horror. One of the top masters of the human race, Jiang Yaoxi of the Jiang family of the late quasi-emperor stage. What is he following me for? Yi Aotian couldn't help but secretly ponder in his heart. Little friend Aotian, it seems to me that you have an undying grudge against the Qin family, and you are also very much in love with your master. But you just can't make a move because you are in the way of the Qin family's supplying elder Ouyang Chu. Is that right? Jiang Yaoxi stroked his beard with his hand, with an appearance of seeing through everything. In the past few days, he came to the Qin family's star pagoda and was greatly shocked when he accidentally discovered Yi Aotian, a supreme demon, and he detected with a special secret method. The other party's bone age is definitely not more than 25, and it is not an ancient sealed freak reappearing, which is simply unbelievable to him. Such a young teenage supreme. The talent is even in that Qin family Qin Yu above. All signs indicate that this son is this world, the one who should be robbed. Therefore, it was natural for him to pull it together, preferably making the other party a member of the Jiang family. What's it to you? Yi Aotian saw that the other party knew so much about himself. His face was ugly. Naturally, it's like meeting with my little friend. Only Ouyang Chu of the Qin family is a bit tricky. The others can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Or I can also take care of Ouyang Chu for you. And the rest of the Qin family is at your disposal. How about it? Jiang Yaoxi said. You can solve Ouyang Chu? Yi Aotian was skeptical. The difference between peak quasi-emperor and late quasi-emperor was not a little bit. Otherwise, the previous three peak paragon emperors of the human race would not have easily become the nominal leaders of the human race. Seeing this, Jiang Yaoxi was not slow and said slowly, I naturally can't deal with Ouyang Chu, but the Jiang family, as one of the oldest imperial clans, naturally has deep roots. And the great change in heaven and earth has already begun. Before long, there will be a peak quasi-emperor ancestor who will come out of the land of Dormition, and at that time, with my Jiang family's means, dealing with a white-knuckled Ouyang Chu won't be a piece of cake. Besides, my Jiang family has existed since the ancient times, and it's not as if there are no great emperors. Hearing this, Yi Aotian did not have any excitement and joy. He was after all the pride of heaven, just a little out of his mind above the matter of facing his master. He asked rhetorically with a frown. Then you, the Jiang family, why do you want to help me? What's the purpose? Seeing this, Jiang Yaoxi just laughed and said, Little friend Aotian is a bit filtered. I appreciate your talent very much. I think it is highly likely that you will become the ultimate winner of this Emperor Road competition. Thinking of investing in advance, as your protector? After all, the natural talent of a demon, but also easy to die prematurely. Just so? Of course. In order to further deepen our relationship, you can join the family of my Jiang family, so that we will be merely tied to the same chariot. Of course. At this point, Jiang Yaoxi paused and continued, I assure you, the one who marries you will definitely be the best woman of my Jiang family, and the holy maiden of this generation, a beautiful woman, a sunken fish and wild goose, absolutely no loss for you, only, just a little older. Don't worry, definitely yellow. What? Going into a family? By the sound of it, it's still an old, yellow girl of a certain age. Good, good. The Qin family has bullied and humiliated me, and your Jiang family has treated me so lightly. Chapter 102, Old Ancestor. You're a tough guy. Yi Aotian was about to get angry and refuse when an old voice came from his mind. Aotian, promise him that enduring insults and being able to submit is a great man. Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian's head jerked up and he came to his senses. Yeah, what are you resisting? What else is there now but this great talent of his own? It's just a marriage to an old woman. What are you afraid of? As long as I can kill Qin Changshan, destroy the Qin family, snatch the master back again, then certify to become an emperor, and marry the Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingchang, it is just a flunky. Dry. Moreover, it was only in line with the destiny of one's heavenly son's destiny. When frustrated, someone immediately sends warmth, but also sends a woman, although older, but listen to this, but also the size of a great woman. Good. Yi Aotian agreed with alacrity. Seeing how the other party did not drag his feet so much, Jiang Yaoxi laughed 3 times before saying with satisfaction, Then I'll be waiting for little friend to come to the Jiang family. I'll announce to the world that Yi Aotian and my Jiang family's saintess will be getting married in 7 days. and many forces are invited to come and participate. When that time comes, my Jiang family will share the fortune with little friend Outyen, and share the glory and shame together. Don't worry, I will definitely invite the people of the Qin family to attend, especially that Qin Chongsheng, and by the way, I will release some information so that the Qin family will slowly suffer in fear. Jia jia jia. After a few sorrowful laughs, Zhang Yaoxi threw a scroll to Yi Aotian and said, "Inside here is my Jiang family's address, and a supreme technique, which is considered a bride price." He then turned around and tore through the void and disappeared. He believed that since Yi Outyen had already promised, he would definitely not dare to let the Jiang family off the hook. Only after the other party left, Yi Outyen threw the scroll with his hand. His face was blue and his teeth were clenched. "A dowry? Ugh, Elder Hades, do you think the Jiang family is trustworthy?" He muttered to himself. Regardless of what they have in mind, as long as they can help you destroy the Qin family and quickly ascend to the position of emperor, that's enough. Aotian, you have to remember that the only person in this world who is truly good to you is me. Jia jia jia. The voice in his head burst into a maniacal laughter. Only Yi Outyen, who was standing in the same place and pondering, was left behind. 3 days passed in a flash. The Qin family, Qin Jin and his wife, Wang Wanru, sat on each side of the table. The Star Pagoda brought unlimited cultivation resources to the Qin family, allowing the Qin family to rocket. Not only did everyone's realms go up a notch, but their sphere of influence was also expanding. Moreover, another great joyous event had occurred in the Qin family in the past few days, and that was that Qin Yu had secretly broken through to a quasi-emperor, truly becoming a junior emperor. This made Qin Jin feel even more that this time, Qin Yu has nailed the battle for the heavenly destiny of the emperor's path. Proper. At that time, the two people who have intimate relations with both of them, the sister-in-law, Pu Pu, the old ancestor and Qin Yu, are both great emperors. Then, as the head of the Qin family, when he goes out, which power meets him, he must not give himself face, but also give himself, pass a cigarette, then respectfully say, "Master Qin." Just as Qin Yu's thoughts were racing, Wang Wanru interrupted his reverie. "Husband, you said that Qin Yu is in his 30s, should we give him a marriage? Oh, also, when it comes to age, do you have a goal?" Qin Shen reacted and said, "Qin Yu is now the first in the heavens remarkable grand competition, the future great emperor, not just anyone could climb up." Speaking of this, Wang Wanru instantly became interested and said with glowing eyes, "Recently, Sister Nangong told me that a direct descendant of their family who has been self-appointed for thousands of years has come out of the world, with great natural talent, and has shown me a portrait that is particularly beautiful, saying that she wants to set her up with Qin Yu." The Nangong sister she was talking about was also a person from an ancient family, and now that the Qin family's status had risen, she also possessed some supremely powerful bosom friends. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu said with a slight frown on his brows, "This is not good. Although it is said that the female Big Three hold gold bricks, the female Big 3000 ranked in the immortal class, the cultivation world does not care about the age, but how is also not an era of people, and moreover more than 3000 years of female pretty single." At this point, the voice came to a screeching halt. Qin Jin and Wang Wanru coincidentally exchanged gazes, and both thought of that possibility. The atmosphere, for a moment, became silent. After all, there's a disconcerting old ancestor in the house. This, who dares to touch a slightly older, good-looking woman? Thinking about this, Wang Wanru had a heart attack. How could she not expect at first? The old ancestor who made her respect her so much, even had a leg up with her own sister. It's okay now, meeting is just a little awkward. Then, in case one day her sister really tied the knot with old ancestor, wouldn't she still have to go and kiss her sister daily, kneeling down to ask for peace? Just then, an anxious voice came and broke the silence between them. "Master, it's bad, it's bad." Upon hearing this, Qin Jin's face suddenly changed and he stood up violently. In today's Qin family, if the clan members could be so panicked, something big and urgent must have appeared. "Come on," he said solemnly. After hearing the clan's description, he realized what had happened. It turns out that the Qin family has been expanding rapidly recently, and with the awakening of the Qin family's bloodline, their strength has skyrocketed, and they are practicing outside, so it's inevitable that there will be conflicts. Sixth Elder's heavy grandson was blackmailed. In a fit of pique, entangled clansmen will be the other side of the family to destroy a clan, but the harvest of the spoils of war, but the storm thunder. In the other side's ancestral shrine, a portrait was placed and it had a love poem written on it, and the person in the portrait is the old ancestor. After hearing this, Qin Jin had a dizzy spell. The sky was spinning, and his butt slumped in his chair. Is this the end of Grandma's family? Now that's an unfilial son or daughter. Everyone was killed? Xinjian's voice trembled a little. Kill them all. Chickens and dogs? Chickens and dogs. When he was sure of everything, Xinjian again failed to hold on and slipped to the ground. Although it is said that the world of cultivators is cruel and incomparable, and it is normal to exterminate people at every turn, but it is rare to exterminate the ancestral grandmother's family in the latter part of the world. So how can this be done? But it can't be helped. After all, it's impossible for the two sides to pry into each other before they fight. Have you ever had a single, beautiful ancestor in your family, especially one who's been jilted? This isn't like that either. However, with things having come to this, Xinjian had no choice but to report truthfully to the old ancestor. Suddenly, he thought of something and said sternly to that clan member, "Go, notify all Qin family members that in the future, when they clash with someone outside, they must never directly lay their hands on them. One must report to the family and find out the other's ancestry, female members, before considering it." After ordering everything, Xinjian took a long breath of relief. It seems that in the future, one must not be too aggressive in fighting with others in the human Qin clan. To kill, one could only go and kill people of other races such as the god race and the demon race. After the clansmen left, Xinjian stood up, looked at the star-filled sky, and sighed in a predicament. Old Qin is not right. Old ancestor, you are a ruthless person na. Chapter 103, Su Mulu's missing. Su Mulu sat in the courtyard, looking at the distant sky, not saying a word. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Eternal, what the hell are you doing? What about the promise that your heart will only bloom for me for a season in your life? What about the promise to start over with me? Why didn't you come to me? Even if you were just standing in front of Su's house, I would have rushed into your arms without a single complaint, even if shared with other sisters. But, Nagisa, I miss you. Maoro, you say let me say what's good about you. The Su clan's old ancestor on the side was jumping up and down and walking around, looking quite anxious. Elder Qin doesn't come to you? You won't take the initiative and go to the Qin family to look for him. Besides, he has a lot of work to do in the day. It's only normal that he can't get away. Besides, how magical is the Star Tower? It can greatly and quickly raise the Su family disciples' combat power. Even if the Qin family only charges a tenth of the usage fee for your sake, that's still quite a lot of resources, isn't it? Just listen to your old ancestor's advice. Bow your head to show your goodwill. Spill your guts. Take the initiative to get in touch, and cultivate your feelings. By the way, if you don't take the initiative to fight for it, I'm afraid there's no place for you beside Senior Qin. In the face of the old ancestor's bitter words, Su Muru remained silent, sulking, a hint of stubbornness present on her delicate face. Su Badian, who was on the side, couldn't hear it anymore and said with slight dissatisfaction, "What day care? Is a mortal only, relying on the Qin family to start the power. More and more arrogant, everywhere womanizing, old ancestor. It's not like our Su family can't afford to pay for the Star Tower, so why should we let Mu Ro go backwards? And Qin Changsheng is so scummy. It's not like you guys don't know. Mao Ro is here grieving for him. And what about him? Probably still trapped in some gentle nest at this moment, not getting up." Su Batian was indeed a man, and hit the nail on the head. Snap. A very artistic slap on the up. What do you know about yelling? It's a matter of cost? Do you know about male love and female love? Isn't it normal for a perfect person like Senior Qin to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, you've been looking at Muru for thousands of years. Can you tolerate anyone else in your heart? Do you want to let Mu Ro be alone for the rest of her life? Still talking too much here. Who wanted Xiao Yu to marry into the Qin family in the first place? At those words, Su Batian was momentarily speechless. It was only after a while that he muttered under his breath, "It's not like I didn't know that the Qin clan's old ancestor was so scummy." "Alright, stop it. Leave me alone," Su Muru suddenly whispered, her voice already slightly sobbing. The conversation between them again made Su Muluo think of images of Qin Changsheng's scandals, especially those few women with whom he was entangled and unclear. When she thought of this, her mood was heavy, and an uncontrollable sadness surged through her heart like a knife. Tears unconsciously welled up from her eyes, slid across her flawless white cheeks, and dripped down between her delicate fingers. "Okay, Mulu, don't cry. We'll leave it at that. This way." Seeing this, Subadian knew that he had said the wrong thing and was a bit flustered, so he hurriedly turned around and left. In the yard, only a lone silhouette was left. The next day, in the central domain, a main city near the Jiang clan of the Imperial clan, the streets were bustling and clamoring with people moving like a tidal wave. Qin Shangsheng's hand stroked his old waist, a cheap grin on his face, and he muttered in a low voice, "Hey, not winning. In the past few days, he didn't know what was going on, but Yin Wanxia was as crazy, saying that she wanted to get pregnant with his first heir. making it difficult for him to get over it for a while. Hey, it's true that good food costs money and a good wife costs money. The ancients were just wise. He couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he didn't even want to participate in this Lao Wat wedding, but on the one hand, he hadn't come out to let off steam for a long time, and on the other hand, he just wanted to hide from Ian Wancho and rest for a few days. It's scary when this woman gets older. The color was a bone-scraping steel blade, and even though this was his emperor bone, it was somewhat unbearable. However, when he saw that the invitation groom's name was Yi Outyen, he froze for a moment and asked Ian Wancho's opinion. But Ian Wancho just said with a blank face that the love of master and disciple has been broken, so that he can decide for himself, and then worked harder. Just dedicated. This also allowed Qin Changsheng to put his heart down. He still wanted to see if there existed a great fortune for the destined son to be able to turn good fortune into good fortune in the event that he didn't make a move. Tomorrow was the wedding day, and today, he just wanted to take a nice stroll, and in the meantime, with a critical eye, experience the exotic flavor of the place. A beautiful day to start. Looking not far away, Hidden Fragrance Pavilion, 3 big words, the corner of his mouth slightly upward, revealing a gentleman's smile. Just you. I'd like to see if it's a false name and a reputation. Just as he reached the entrance of the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion and was about to go in, he felt a soft object leaning up and colliding solidly with him, and the bodies of the two of them trembled violently. Qin Changsheng stopped in his tracks, instantly noticing a fresh fragrance permeating from the collision area. It's the flavor of youth. The fragrance of youth. Ah! The strange young girl exclaimed, a blush rising on her pretty cheeks, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, her lowered eyes carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry, I was careless. The young girl hurriedly apologized, her voice pleasant to the ear. After saying that, he raised his head. Only this time, it was permanent. God! So handsome. Star-like eyes, a straight body, and a high nose. The young girl fell into it in an instant, as if she had been glancing at it for 10,000 years. The eyes also became mesmerized, and the heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Changsheng coughed a few times, interrupting the young girl's reverie. He had gotten used to the great attraction that this look and temperament of his had for ignorant girls. After all, the strength is here, and it can't be understated. It's okay, you need to pay more attention to your walking in the future. Otherwise you won't be able to afford to pay for bumping into old grandpas and grandmas. Qin Changsheng warmly reminded. After saying that, he turned around without looking back and stepped into the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion. But he didn't realize how much of a shock his dashing and uninhibited appearance had given this young girl. An inexplicable stirring arose in the young girl's heart, as if this was an encounter of fate, a guide to love. What's your name? The young girl couldn't help but shout when she saw him walk away immediately. Qin Changsheng. Ha? Qin Changsheng? The young girl's footsteps stalled and her face became odd. That biggest scum of the century? But then he laughed. This appearance, this temperament, how can it be considered slag? At best, it is a little bit of fraternity. If you don't fraternize, how can anyone else have a chance? So the young girl returned to the inn with a full heart and a heavy heart. Inside the inn, a seemingly 30-year-old middle-aged woman sitting on her knees. Although the skin is delicate and smooth, the figure is also charming. But from the vicissitudes of the eyes, I can see that the traces of the years. Seeing the young girl's disoriented appearance, the middle-aged beauty frowned and asked, "M.O., what's wrong with you?" The young girl who was called Mo Shaosher then awoke with a start, her eyes slightly mesmerized as she said in a single word, "Master Ancestor, I may be in love." Chapter 104, Life Doubting Mo Shaosher. What? The middle-aged beautiful woman was shocked. She was none other than the Purple Violet Sect's 5th elder, Yuan Nangu. Mo Shaosher was the most talented disciple of their lineage in the last 10,000 years, and there must not be any mistakes, especially the Jade Maiden Sutra that they majored in. They could never break their bodies before their gongfu became small. Who is he? How did you meet him? How far did it go? Yuan Nangu threw out the key 3 straight away. We just had a chance encounter in front of the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion and bumped into each other, and I feel like I fell in love with him at first sight. At first glance. Master Ancestor, I want to find him. You support me, don't you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Nangu then took a long breath of relief. Okay. It seems that it's just that this little girl is in love and wants a man. But the entrance to the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion? She had an instantaneous judgment and looked at her beloved apprentice grandson assiduously. You're still too young to understand the evils of the world's hearts. Think about it, there are so many people on the street. Why can't you collide with someone else, but have to collide with you? In my opinion, he just did it on purpose. Seeing that you're young and pretty, he just hit on you on purpose. It's all the classic tactics of a scumbag. And what is the Hidden Fragrance Court? Do you know? What place? A greenhouse. Yuan Nangu was a bit hateful, fearing that his apprentice grandson would be tricked into going. Those who can go to a greenhouse. What kind of people are they? You can't say scum anymore. You can only say trash. Yuck. This kind of man. I'll kill one when I see one. But, Mo hesitated a little. Nothing but, did he tell you the name on purpose at the end? Well, he said his name was Qin Changsheng. But, look, I guessed it right off the bat. None of these men are any good. Wait, what? Qin Changsheng. Yuan Nangu instantly reacted that it was that scummy man who had spread the rumor about the human race. Qin Changsheng. Although she didn't know why Mu Shueshu, a pupil, Meng Ruyan and other seniors were blind to see such a scum, but as her, it was to this kind of scum who was double-minded and entangled with multiple women that she was deeply disgusted. Now that scum was so shameless as to lay down coincidental encounters in an attempt to deceive her apprentice grandson. Since that was the case, then she would not be blamed for being a master ancestor, and would do harm to the people. Even if the Qin family was powerful now, she would never allow a scumbag to get close to Mo Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, do you know Qin Changsheng's foul reputation? He is just a mortal, relying on the status of the Qin family's old ancestor. He does whatever he wants, using all sorts of dishonorable means to insert flowers and make jades. He's simply a horny wolf in the middle of a colorful wolf. Yuan Nangu bitterly cursed and counted Qin Changsheng's shamelessness, fearing that this disciple of hers would fall into the other party's flower-picking trap. But he has a really nice voice, and he's exceptionally good-looking, the kind of good-looking that you react to at first glance. Mo Xiaoshi's voice was a bit glutinous as she glanced at her master ancestor and continued. Moreover, master ancestor, when you were young, didn't you meet that kind of amazing man? It's the kind that once you've met him, your heart will never be able to hold anyone else again. I may have met. Hearing Mo Xiaoshi's words, Yuan Nangu instantly froze. To say that the kind of person who amazes her whole life with one glance and can't be forgotten, she had really come across when she was young, which was one of the reasons why she had been all alone for so many years. At that time, she had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, and was still a little maid. When that man appeared, he was so eloquent and graceful that he instantly took over her entire heart. From then on, she watched the young lady and the man double up, and the grief and yearning in her heart was indescribable. One can only spend countless nights listening to the commotion next door and weeping silently. It was only later that the man glimpsed, like a prodigal son in the wind, and disappeared into their world. She had watched the young lady change from a maiden to a dying woman, and had always waited in her eyes for him to appear. And he never showed up again, especially before she died. Mrs. Old Eyes, which had begun to dim, were still looking at the doorway, and that feeling of heartache made her empathize. Hey! Yuan Nangu sighed deeply in her heart and said silently, women, young, or do not meet two stunning people. That will become irreplaceable white moonlight. The heart can no longer accommodate others. But looking at the serious Mo Xiaoshi, Yuan Nang's heart shook and he said with a straight face, Master Ancestor met it when he was young and knows what it's like to be that lovesick. But that man was at least upright and hot-blooded, unlike Qin Changsheng, who was simply a lecher. Xiaoshi, listen to Master Ancestor, cultivate well and don't easily believe in men's bull ********. But Senior Ancestor, I really can't forget. Maybe, this is love at first sight. Mo Xiaoshi retorted. Shut up. Yuan Nangu was really a bit angry this time. Listen to Master Ancestor, it's hard to believe that Master Ancestor will harm you? He's just a mere mortal. You'll be the goddess who soars to the 9 heavens in the future. You won't cross paths. From now on, forget about him, quiet your mind, and work hard on your cultivation. Besides, scum like Qin Changsheng, the water is too deep for you to grasp. I will never allow you to have contact with that scum. Putting down these harsh words, Yuan Nangu was no longer in the mood to cultivate and walked straight out. Only Mo Xiaoshi, who was dumbfounded in place, was left pondering. After all, Master Ancestor had watched her grow up, and everything was for her own good, so he shouldn't harm her. Master Chief, that's what's best for her. She gathered herself together and sat by the window of the guest room, staring blankly into the distance. That said, after Yuan Nang had finished reprimanding Mo Xiaoshi, he was in a depressed mood and came to the middle of the street in a bored state, walking aimlessly. Suddenly, as if she felt something in her heart, she looked violently in one direction. His pupils shook tremendously, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It's him! No way! She rubbed her eyes vigorously, thinking she was blinking, and took another sharp look. Or is he, or that flamboyant young man, out of half a lifetime, returned to still be a teenager of that own white moonlight? It was as if she had gone back in time, back to that youthful age, when she and her young lady were looking on in silent fascination at the side of a white-clothed young man. tilting his head and chanting wildly about the bravado of 1,000 golds dispersed and coming back to life. Her heart couldn't help the thumping. She couldn't hold it back any longer. That being said, Qin Changsheng came out of the hidden fragrance pavilion with a satisfied heart. TSK 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 TSK, and it was true to its name. This is the territory of the Zheng family in the central region, far away from the northern region. No one recognizes him or her. It is true that he or she is free and does not have to sneak around. Cool. Just as he turned his head, another soft scent entered his arms, holding him tightly in his full embrace, crushing him. Holy. Again, he was molested in the street again. This is the disadvantage of hiding one's divine thoughts. When encountering a situation that is not threatening or alien, the body will not automatically warn you. But without this, it is impossible to transform into the mortal world and experience the various unknowns of the human world. Jing Tian Dove Dove, I finally see you again. A pleasant and melodious voice rang in his ears, and Qin Changsheng's body shook. No way. Why are we running into old acquaintances again? When the two sides separated, Qin Changsheng carefully ran through half a day and frowned. That's not right. I don't recognize it. Seeing the other party's puzzled eyes, Yuan Nangu hurriedly explained. Jing Tian Dove Dove. It's me, little Nangu Ah, the little girl who followed Miss Yushi back then. You also braided my hair and nicknamed me Little A. Hearing this, ancient memories surfaced, and Qin Changsheng finally remembered and blurted out. You're Little A. How did you become Big D? Yuan Nangu instantly understood what the other party meant, and her pretty face turned red. Qin Changsheng also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his eyes stole a few glances, secretly thinking, he's not a stallion, he's a decent guy, and besides, there are so many fakes these days. He drink only safe milk. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was seen by Mo Xiaosher at the distant window. She stood up suddenly, her eyes full of incredulity, and her mood was complicated. While Master Ancestor doesn't allow himself to touch the other party and scolds Qin Changsheng for being a scumbag, she herself sneaks over to squat and even takes the initiative to throw herself at him. Stop yourself from running to true love. But the mastermind secretly. Hands up. Abominable. Chapter 105, Yuan Nangu who stole a man from her apprentice grandson. Could it be that all the kindness Shirzui used to show me was a lie? I've got my eye on a man I haven't even had a chance to touch yet, and my master granddaddy is. Or was it that Master Ancestor was serving the tiger with her body to test Qin Changsheng's reaction? But with Master Ancestor's body, I'm afraid no man could refuse. At that thought, when she looked down at her chest, she was a little deflated. Then, deep in doubt, the conversation continued on Qin Changsheng's side. Xiao, Da Nang Ah. I did not expect a flash of many years, but also have the chance to meet. Congratulations. Say, look at you like this. I think it must be full of children and grandchildren. It is really enviable. No, I've always been single. Yuan Nangu lowered her head and whispered. Ha? Qin Changsheng was greatly shocked and took a few more close looks. It's a size that shouldn't be single. Still, he was slightly disappointed to hear that the other was not a human wife. What about your young lady Yushi back then? How is she now? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but think of that big girl back then, and it had to be said that there were still stunts in the air. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nanji's eyes were filled with gloom, as if thinking of that great young lady who had been especially kind to her back then, and slowly said, Miss, she didn't have the qualifications for cultivation and died long ago at the end of her life. She looked up at Qin Changsheng and continued, on her deathbed, Missy was still calling out your name, wasting her life, waiting her whole life, never forgetting you. Hearing that the beautiful woman had passed away, a trace of remembrance also surfaced on Qin Changsheng's face, with some hints of guilt. It is also true that most of his many ex-girlfriends, I am afraid that most of them are just like Yushi, quietly disappeared in the years of time, could not stir up any ripples, and could not leave any little mark. It was all his fault. He was young and wild, didn't know how to restrain himself, and unknowingly left indelible traces in the hearts of countless stunning beauties, leaving them alone and miserable for the rest of their lives. It wasn't his fault. He was still in his previous life's mindset, thinking that these ex-girlfriends had turned their backs on him after he'd left and forgotten about him and married someone else. After all, time heals all. Who knew that? In this world, most women are so faithful until death. It made him feel guilty, more and more, especially when he heard 2 days ago that someone in his family had accidentally wiped out the entire family of an ex-girlfriend's descendant family. He was shocked but could do nothing about it, and in the end, he could only hang Qinjin for a day and a night. No matter whose fault it was, Qinjin, who was the head of the family, could not escape from it. He attempted to fish out the true spirit from the long river of time, but the moment he did so, He instantly felt a great terror as countless pairs of eyes that resembled an abyss looked at him from the end of the long river of time. If he didn't have the Hongmeng creation scripture protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have been torn into pieces in an instant. Since then, he knew that the rumors were untrue, and that he couldn't even manage to fish for the true spirit with his current cultivation of just a peak great emperor. I'm afraid that those who can get to that point would have to be legendary immortals, or even further. To do so, seeing the guilty look on Qin Shangxing's face, Yuan Nang showed her intolerance and comforted him. Jing Tian Dove. You use guilt. Missy once told me that she actually knew from the beginning that you were not from the same world. It's just that she couldn't let go. She never blamed you. Instead, she's grateful to you for having been in her life, for showing her how happy it is to be in love with someone, even if you spend your whole life waiting and pining for them. Hearing this, Qin Shangxing's guilty look intensified and said, Nan Gu, does Miss Yushi's family have any descendants alive? I want to make amends. Yuan Nangu just shook her head, signaling no. Thinking about the past, both sides fell silent again. Only after a long time did Qin Shangxing open his mouth again and asked, Nangu, why are you here? Are you a member of the Zheng family now? No, I'm the fifth elder of the Violet sect, invited to attend the wedding of the ancient imperial clan's Zheng clan's holy daughter tomorrow. Ha, me too. It's getting late today, so bye. See you tomorrow. At this moment, Yuan Nangu also noticed that Qin Shangxing's face didn't look good, and knew that the matter of Miss Yushi's eldest daughter had dulled the joy of this encounter quite a bit. Well, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Yuan Nangu turned around and headed towards the inn, and she was not in the mood to continue strolling around. Hey, the years have gone by, things have changed, and Izzy is gone. Qin Shangxing looked at Yuan Nang's bejeweled back and couldn't help but sigh quietly, then turned around and went back into the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion. At this moment, only the girls of the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion can comfort that his guilty heart. As soon as she entered, Yuan Nangu saw her beloved apprentice grandson blocking the doorway, his mouth pouting as he looked at her in dissatisfaction. She frowned slightly. What a look. Sure, what's wrong with you? Yuan Nangu was a bit puzzled. Humph, Master Ancestor, you lied to me. You don't let me run to true love, but you secretly snatch my man, mouthing off that people are scum. They get on, but they are faster than anyone else. Excessive. A series of question marks appeared on Yuan Nanji's forehead. Where do you get off stealing your grandson's man? What's that got to do with anything? Xiao sure. What are you talking nonsense about? I think you're crazy for wanting a man. Yuan Nangu was a bit angry that his disciple grandson had slandered him like this. It seemed that he had coddled this girl too much in the past. Humph. How did I talk nonsense? I just saw it clearly. Master Ancestor, you were hugging the scum of your mouth in broad daylight. Or you took the initiative to throw yourself into the arms of the scum of your mouth. And still talking about me? You're not the same. You can't walk away from the road when you see a beautiful man. What? Yuan Nanji's petite body shook as she reacted violently. You say he is Qin Shangxing? Well, he is Qin Shangxing. Mo Xiaoshi nodded with certainty. Mo Xiaoshi was a bit puzzled. Looking at her master ancestor's appearance, it seemed that she didn't know the other party's identity. However, without knowing the identity of the other party, the master ancestor is still in the street decisively out of the way, throwing himself into the arms, which is also, Thai pants are hot. Who knows that the master ancestor reacted, but his whole body was so soft that he almost fell to the ground, and his mouth even repeated in a low voice. Qin Shangxing, Qin Shangxing, Jingtian Dove is Qin Shangxing. She was a little skeptical, her mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. That Duke Jingtian, who was doubled up with the young lady and loved her to the bone, turned out to be the legendary scum Qin Shangxing. A complex emotion filled her heart, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to be sad, or to be thankful. The sad part is that the person Missy has spent her life waiting for ends up entangled with multiple people, with multiple sleepovers and multiple flights. Thankfully, since Lord Jingtian is so fraternal, can he himself? In short, her thoughts were racing, and a dream that had never existed before sprouted. Chapter 106, The Wedding Day of the Holy Daughter of the Zheng Family. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The entire Zheng family was immersed in a bustling atmosphere, with crowds of people, laughter, and colorful ribbons, adding a festive atmosphere. Today is the wedding day of the holy daughter of the Zheng family. This was still the first time that the ancient imperial clan had opened their imperial gates and feasted the major powers after the heavens and earth had begun to change drastically. This also made many people puzzled. Generally speaking, the weddings of the first bloodline of the imperial clan were more low-key, but now the Zheng clan was making such a big deal out of it, making people puzzled. Could it be that the Zheng clan, the imperial clan of the ancients, has decided to formally come out and bare its fangs to compete for the destiny of this world. Moreover, up to now it is only known that the groom's name is Yi Outyen, and the Jiang family's saint daughter is which saint daughter, but the delay is not informed. Countless people were talking and speculating about the intentions of the Jiang family. Deep within the Jiang family, Jiang Yaoxi, the Jiang family's supreme elder, and Jiang Jin, the current Jiang family head, were discussing something in a whisper. Grand Elder, Yi Outyen is so talented, we should try our best to pull him in. Is it inappropriate that the object of this grand wedding is Miss Qinlian? Family head Jiang Jin said in a low voice. No matter, although Yi Outyen's talent is heaven-defying and has great luck lingering around, but in the end, his foundation is shallow, a person with no roots. Just a peak supreme being. It can't backfire on our Jiang family. Besides, he's just an outsider after all, without our Jiang family bloodline, witnessing the Tao to become an emperor. Nice try. We're just using his fortune to enhance the probability of my Jiang family capturing the mandate of heaven. In addition, although Jinlian is a stain on my Jiang family, with a notorious reputation and a promiscuous private life, she is ultimately a direct bloodline of my Jiang family, and is also a saintly maiden of the previous generation, which is still more than enough to match Yi Outyen, and is just the right time to inform the world that Jiang Jinlian has already withdrawn her heart, and will not corrupt the reputation of the imperial clan anymore. Plus, take advantage of this big wedding to announce to the entire human race and even the world that my Jiang family has officially returned. And on top of the wedding, my Jiang clan, on behalf of the entire human race, questioned the Qin clan to make it completely open the Star Tower, standing up for the greater good, and will surely gain the support of the entire human race. Wouldn't it be nice to have such a 1-2 punch, a plan to kill 4 birds with 1 stone? Jiang Yaoxi stroked his beard with his hand and said with a smug expression, Great Elder is resourceful and wise as a demon. It's my fault for not thinking things through. I admire that. Jiang Jin bowed his head and arched his hand. GGG. Too arrogant. Maniacal laughs resounded in the closed chamber. Qin Jin and Qin Changsheng, as the invited persons, slowly entered the Jiang clan's grand hall along with the flow of people. In the past, Qin Jin wouldn't have dared to even think about being invited to the Holy Maiden's wedding by an ancient imperial clan, but nowadays, he took it for granted. After all, nowadays, the Qin family's position under the Star Tower in Ouyang Chu's edition could vaguely already be separated from those supreme powers. All that was missing was the underlying strength, and that was not counting the old ancestors situation. Counting the old ancestors, one can only say that the Qin family is invincible. But when he saw the seats that the Jiang family had arranged for them, he burst into a rage. The Jiang family is too deceitful. With the status of the Qin family nowadays, it was surprising that the Qin family seat was arranged with those small forces that they didn't know about. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to target the Qin family. To target him, Qin Jin, Jiang family, what does this mean? Isn't there something wrong with the seating arrangement? On top of the wedding, he didn't want to make it too ugly, in case the other party did make a mistake. Family Master Qin, our family master has specifically instructed that the seating arrangement is correct. The attendant at the side replied with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Good. Qin Jin laughed back in anger, a small retainer even treating himself with such eyes. It seems that there is indeed a problem. No wonder he has traveled a long way to send invitations to the Qin family, which is far away in the northern region. Just as he was about to get angry, Qin Changsheng on the side interrupted him. It's just a banquet, probably the last one. What's all the yelling about? Sit down. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin did not dare to disobey, suppressed his anger, and honestly sat down. After all, he had just received a chipping from his old ancestor a few days ago, and if it wasn't for Wanru's plea for leniency, he would still be hanging at the gate of the Qin family at this moment. Just after sitting down, Qin Jin spat out and said, Old ancestor, with your discerning eyes, you should be able to see that the Jiang clan is intentionally scornful of our Qin clan. You have a big heart, but I can't stand it. Qin Changsheng's eyes narrowed, unconcerned, and said lightly, Don't panic. From my point of view, there might be a good show later. You send a message to let Ouyang Chu and Qin Yu and the others come over earlier. This kind of small scene, he will not be exposed. He will wait until those extremely hidden behind the scenes come out. He will then strike, with a thunderous force, completely solve the aftermath. After all, he was only a peak great emperor for the time being, and although his cultivation was overwhelming the world, his divine thoughts were still at the great emperor level, and there were still many places in this world that even he could not see through. Okay. Qin Jin's eyes lit up and his mood was incomparably uplifted. The Qin family, at long last, will begin to emerge and take to the world stage. At this point, the seats around the room gradually filled up and people began to talk. You guys, Who exactly is the Jiang clan's holy maiden getting married this time? How come the wedding invitation didn't make it clear? Someone asked. In my humble opinion, it should be the youngest of this generation's holy maiden, Jiang Ruoxue. After all, from the information on top of the invitation, Yi Aotian is only in his early 20s, and only Jiang Ruoxue is able to match him. That's not true. According to the gossip that Yi Aotian is at the peak of the supreme realm. What kind of demonic talent is this? I suspect it's an ancient freak re-emerging. From this point of view, only Jiang Yi, the Jiang family's most outstanding holy maiden from 8,000 years ago, is worthy of it. Someone retorted. What? A peak supreme realm in his 20s? Are you crazy or am I hallucinating? Even Qin Yu, who was number 1 in that Heaven's Pride competition, can't even compare? Right. You believe this? Oh, loner, let's wait and see. Just as the crowd was arguing, a gloating voice came from the corner. You guys guess? Could it be the last previous generation's holy maiden? Jiang Jinlian. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell into silence, and they all looked in the direction the voice came from. That's right. The one who spoke was Qin Jin, and he was deliberately trying to disgust the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Jinlian's reputation for lechery resonated throughout the human race, and even the Jiang clan was unwilling to mention it. Legend has it that she is known as the kidney woman of the Jiang family because of her 3,000 faces and the countless number of men who have died on her. Brother is joking. In fact, Jiang's family is still quite good. Don't mention it. Someone sardonically mediated the atmosphere. Obviously, it wasn't appropriate to discuss the Jiang family stains at the Jiang family banquet, and there was the possibility of trouble coming out of the mouth. A rather handsome-looking young male also laughed and said, yeah, the Jiang family members are really hospitable, especially the holy son of the Jiang family, especially kind. It's just strange that every time I get drunk with him, when I get up the next day, my butt hurts abnormally bad. When this statement was made, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone had turned their gazes on him, looking at him in a state of shock and uncertainty. Even Qin Changxing couldn't help but tsk and sigh in his heart. City people, they just know how to have fun. Chapter 107. The bride and groom enter. Qin Jun laughing. Just then, a noise came from the front, and the crowd hurriedly fixed their eyes on it. It turns out that today's bride and groom are about to make their appearance. Everyone straightened their necks, their eyes unblinking, all wanting to know which saint daughter of the Jiang family was actually getting married. With the eyes of the crowd, Yi Aotian walked slowly with his hands behind his back and a hint of arrogance and self-confidence in his eyebrows. What a handsome young man with sword brows and a straight posture, the crowd exclaimed. Worthy of being a heavenly figure who had joined the Jiang family, just by looking at this aura. It was extraordinary. Welcome my Jiang family's good son-in-law Yi Aotian, 21 this year. His cultivation is at the peak of the supreme realm. He can be considered as the number 1 heavenly pride of the contemporary human race. Ha ha ha, Jiang Jin shouted out at the right time. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the teenager on the stage incredulously. How is that possible? A 21-year-old supreme peak? If that was the case, why did he not go to such an important Heaven's Pride competition? However, when Yi Aotian cooperated and unabashedly unleashed the peak supreme pressure, the scene was silent. It's surprisingly true. I knew it. The major supreme forces have such a long heritage. They must not have sent their best disciples to participate in the Heaven's Remarks competition. There really is no tiger on the mountain. Monkeys are the king. Letting a tiny Qin family, Qin Yu, take the top spot. A voice came out from the corner, appearing to be a trust from the Jiang family. Yes, only an ancient power like the Jiang family can attract such a heavenly pride into their family, right? The second Tio said. The Jiang clan has such a heavenly pride, yet it regards the vanity of the Heaven's Pride competition as nothing. It's truly a noble and honorable thing to do. It seems like it's still ATO. Jiang Jin heard the voice of the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Telling the truth is good. Yi Aotian was even more straight. His eyes were sharp. He was the one who was destined to be the number 1 heavenly pride. Immediately after, the bride, who had been unannounced, finally arrived, only to see a woman, wearing a flowing red wedding dress, a long hair draped over her shoulders, with a delicate posture and light steps, gently walking towards Yi Aotian's side, just a seductive look in her eyes and what seemed to be a hint of a flush on her face. Holy! The experienced and discerning guests immediately understood the state of the bride, and recognized her for what she was. The Jiang family, Jiang Jinlian. This Jiang family is crazy, letting the promising Yi Aotian into a broken shoe? Even marrying a maid would be better than this thing. However, they obviously didn't dare to speak up at the Jiang family's wedding and shut up and ignored them. The bride is so beautiful. Most people didn't recognize Jiang Jinlian. They just marveled at the beauty of the bride. And the bride didn't let them down, quietly throwing them a frown with such flavor that it was a sight to behold. At this moment, Jiang Jin's voice sounded once again. Welcome today's bride, our Jiang family's holy maiden, Jiang Jinlian. Once these words came out, the originally noisy hall was instantly silent and a pin could be heard. Some of the guests who were still ready to applaud had their hands stopped in mid-air, making it difficult to continue. It's really her. Any power with a little bit of intelligence channel knows her virtues. That legendary kidney daughter of the Jiang family, the snake charmer, Jiang Jinlian. No wonder the Jiang family has been hiding information about the bride. So it's because of her. The crowd looked at the groom and saw from the groom Yao Tian's reaction. Turns out the groom was in the dark, too. The groom, Yao Tian, is also a big ingrate. At this moment, Jiang Jilian's name was like a bolt from the blue, splitting Yao Tian's head. Since he had promised the Jiang family, he had learned all the information about the Jiang family in the past few days, and was naturally aware of the reputation and deeds of the Jiang family's Jiang Jinlian. It was only because Jiang Yaoxi had previously assured him that it was a yellow girl that he didn't think about Jiang Jinlian. Nowadays it seems. Ugh, what yellow girl? Today it's more like yellow. However, when Yao Tian looked at Jiang Jinlian beside him, he found that the other party had spring in the corner of her eyes and her face was flushed. The breath instantly stagnated and nearly went off the deep end. Gotta. Not today either. He instantly felt like a billion-year-old green-haired old turtle, or an old turtle exposed to the public. The Jiang family? What a bully. A boundless anger filled his heart, and just as he was about to explode, the voice in his head interrupted him once again. Ao Tian, a little impatience will lead to a big plan. At this moment, you don't have the ability to overturn everything. I've regained some of my vitality, but only enough to explode once, barely enough to take you away, but it's more than worth it. Humiliation now will only give you more motivation for a better tomorrow. Think of it another way, although Jiang Jinlian has 3,000 faces and countless men, you are the main palace, recognized by the world as the main palace. Holy, is that comforting? Yao Tian was speechless for a while and almost turned off his breath. This main palace, don't want it, but after being interrupted by old man Hades, he figured it out. How can you live life without a little green on your head? On the day he became an emperor, he would take back all the humiliation 10,000 times a million times over. Following the Qin family, Jiang Jin was also on his must-kill blacklist. The family head, Jiang Jin, also realized that the atmosphere in the Great Hall was a bit off, and hurriedly explained awkwardly, Ahem, my Jiang family's holy daughter, Jiang Jinlian, did have some bad rumors before, but now that she has changed her ways and completely withdrawn her heart, she is ready to teach her husband and her children, and this big wedding is also considered to be a notification to the world, an explanation. The words fell, and the room was still silent, looking at Jiang Jinlian, who was wearing a wedding dress and still giving secret glances to the guests. They all had two big words written on their faces. Unbelievable. Some of the LSPs were also a little dumbfounded to hear that this was going to. It's a public car for private use. Inappropriate. Greatly inappropriate. And Jiang Jin also saw what Jiang Jinlian did at this time. Anger rose, clenching his fists vigorously, darkly. What a disgrace. If you weren't old ancestors' favorite descendant, I'd want to slap the out of you right now. Ha ha ha. Among the guests below, however, there was a sudden burst of loud laughter. Ha ha ha, converted? A husband and a mother? Do you believe that I am the heavenly emperor? Or do you believe that Jiang Jinlian will teach her children? I see the two of them, one teenage mutant ninja turtle, one old turtle woman. Perfect match. Xinjian had already laughed his head off. He had long since grown tired of the Jiang family style and couldn't help but speak out in ridicule. Upon hearing this, Yao Tian on the stage flashed with a murderous light. Good for you, Xinjian. No one else speaks. But you're the only one with a long mouth? In a moment, I'll make you realize what it means for trouble to come out of the mouth. Xinjian, what do you mean? Jiang Jin was furious. He didn't expect that this had only just begun and Xinjian was tearing down their Jiang family. What do you mean? It means what you understand. I haven't asked you yet. What position have you arranged for my Qin family? Do you really think my Qin family is a clay bodhisattva? Xinjian did not show any weakness and immediately retorted. Ha! Jiang Jin, however, suddenly calmed down and said in a flat tone, the Qin family? Isn't it just a small family from a barren land? Inviting you is already considered a high honor, and it's good enough that you're not allowed to sit at the children's table. Why? Do you still want to sit on the floor? Chapter 108, Yun Che. You don't want your family to be destroyed, do you? You? Xinjian was furious, just about to open his mouth to curse, but directly Jiang Jin interrupted, gushing, you? Our Jiang family at least knows its mistakes and admits them. Unlike certain small families with better luck, who boast of their excellent style and strict family discipline, but turn a blind eye to the wickedness of the old ancestors in the family, even as the whole family overflows with praise for the old ancestors. What a stench! A certain old ancestor is even utilizing his family's power to do wrong, doing nothing wrong, forcing good people to become prostitutes, and even causing a blackout in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, which, according to the grapevine, has no fewer than 8 beautiful women of the human race who have had affairs with it. They are both towering, peerless beauties. Would they look at a mortal waste? And it's not because they're afraid of the power behind the other party? Moreover, in terms of the reputation of the human race, this so-called old ancestor is no better than my family's golden lotus. Right, just half a caddy. At the very least, my family's Jinlian is now winding down and preparing to teach her children. And what about a certain family's oldest ancestor? Oh, although not directly named, everyone present knew who the other was talking about. Era scum, Qin Chongsheng well. Although the vast majority of the men had never seen it, they were all both scornful and envious of the long-famous scumbag. Hearing Jiang Jin's long speech, Xin Jin, who wanted to swear, was directly dumbfounded, which the other side said, it does make sense. He couldn't really argue with that. Moreover, it was indeed time for the old ancestor to put marrying a wife and taking a concubine on the agenda, or else they would think that they, the Qin family, had raised their pants and disowned them. Qin Chongsheng, who was still eating and watching, was instantly dumbfounded. Why does this sound a bit like a reference to yourself? You two are arguing. Why are you turning on him? And personal attacks, grossly inconsistent with the facts. Libel, absolute slander. Listen to all the talk about what it means for him to force himself to be a whore. He's basically being pushed back. He's the victim, the victimizer. Also said what he and Zhang Jinlian half-catty ate tails. This is simply a serious insult to their own personality. The other side that is what surly private life. Face head of 3,000. Their own it. It's like twice as much as the other side. Thinking of this, Xin Chongsheng's face blushed a little, but then he silently sought justice for himself in his heart. That was true love for myself, and every relationship I've had has been wholeheartedly committed, clean, and with a clear conscience, and never engaged in anything called multisport. Based on this, Zhang Jinlian couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as him. Right at this moment, Zhang Yaoxi, the Zhang family's supreme elder, appeared on the stage and took over the conversation, saying, since the Qin clan has been mentioned, then I'm going to talk about it today. An intimidating aura erupted from his body, and the spearhead was pointed directly at Qinjin. The Qin family, originally just a small family in the northern region, has been blessed by the human race for generations before surviving and developing to this day. Now it is even more favored by the human race's fortune, and the divine object Star Pagoda has fallen from the sky. Not only is the aura dozens of times thicker, but the clan's speed of cultivation and ability to fight in actual combat have all increased dramatically. But the Qin clan should never have taken such a divine object as the Star Pagoda for themselves, relying on the support of peak paramount Emperor Ouyang Chu, and they also charged a fee to all outside forces, enriching their own pockets. I have gone to admire such a divine object as the Star Pagoda, which is definitely not a treasure that can be controlled by a quasi-emperor, so I have concluded that it is definitely an ownerless object that was gifted by the heavenly Tao to the entire human race. Therefore, today, on behalf of the entire human race, I would like to ask the Qin family master what exactly the Qin family intends to do. The Qin family has so disregarded the lives of the world and only cared about wantonly plundering the resources of the entire human race. What exactly is the reason for this? Can it be that your Qin family is a spy of the 10,000 clans or a traitor of the dark forbidden region? If it's not, why don't you release it for free to the entire human race? Enhance the overall strength of my human race? A statement that is atmospheric and loud. However, his words did speak to the hearts of some of the people. The Qin clan's Star Pagoda fee was indeed a bit high, and they all turned their heads to look at Qinjin, looking forward to his reaction. Qinjin was directly dumbfounded. This Jiang family is also too shameless. What do you mean by a gift from heaven to the whole human race? That star tower, obviously is the old ancestor hard work. Do not know from which fairy grandma hand back, is, decent income, earned from labor. How did it become unclaimed? He looked down at his old ancestor and realized that Qin Changsheng was burying his head in his food and drink, apparently not intending to pay any attention to it personally. There was no way out. He had to go on his own. Put your mother ********* ing ass on the line. How come it's a godly thing from heaven? Why didn't it fall on your Jiang family? Besides, if you think it's too expensive, you can just not come. Our Qin family has never forced anyone, right? Or is it that you old fools want it for yourself? Qinjin pointed to his nose and cursed. At this moment, the old ancestor is next to him. He has a lot of bottom. Not to mention that the other party was just a tiny late-stage quasi-emperor. Even if a great emperor came, he would still give him the same stinking scolding. When you have an old ancestor over you, you just do whatever you want. Being scolded by a junior pointing at his nose. The corner of Jiang Yaoxi's mouth twitched slightly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. But in public, he suppressed his anger and said flatly, "Naturally, my Jiang family's vision will not be as narrow as your Qin family's. A small family that can't make the grade. It's not impossible for the Star Pagoda to be kept by my Jiang family. My Jiang family is an ancient emperor family, and there are even various guarding means left behind by great emperors in my family. Unlike your Qin family which only has one peak quasi-emperor, without the slightest bit of heritage, in case of an accidental loss, your Qin family will be the sinner of the human race. I, the Jiang family, assure everyone that if the Star Tower is kept, it will definitely be open to the entire human race free of charge." As soon as the words were spoken, the TOs in the crowd began to respond. Elder Jiang is mighty, worthy of being an ancient imperial clan. It's all about atmosphere and pattern. Qinjin was straight up humanly stupid. This Star Tower hasn't even arrived yet, and the Jiang family is atmospheric? Ding! A crisp sword chant sounded, but Yi Aotian was already flying towards Qin Changsheng with his sword. Qin Changsheng, suffer death. Seeing that the crowd's emotions were in place, he couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to directly kill Qin Changsheng, or failing that, make the other party cut off his children and grandchildren. "Don't hurt him." Two melodious chirping voices instantly rang out, blocking Yi Aotian's sword. Fixing their eyes, a middle-aged beautiful woman and a young maiden had appeared next to Qin Changsheng on the left and right, guarding him. It was none other than Ziwei Men Yuan Nangu and Mo Xiaoshi. They had long been secretly paying attention to Qin Changsheng, but just for the sake of face, they didn't take the initiative to come over for the time being, and now that they saw his danger, they rushed up without any hesitation. Qinjin was once again shocked and straightened his heart. Old Joe. 666 ah. This yesterday, the old ancestor and himself said to go out for a stroll, and today there are two beautiful women who go out of their way for him. Is this love? It seemed that in the future, one could only follow the old ancestor around without moving an inch. Otherwise who knows? In the future, the Qin family's reputation would be hobbled into what kind of situation? At this moment, the guests present obviously heard Jiao Tian's voice as well. Qin Changsheng? Is it the Qin Changsheng who fought against the gods, fairies, with a mortal body? They all turned their heads to look, just in time to see Qin Changsheng helplessly leaving from the dining table, helplessly raising his head now. So handsome. What a classy, beautiful man. No wonder it's so scummy. It does seem a bit of a waste to not be scummy with those looks. The moment Qin Changsheng raised his head, the bride on the stage, Jiang Jinlian, instantly brightened up with her eyes, her brow blossoming with spring, and her delicate body trembling for a moment. "Grand Elder, don't hurt him, I want him." Jiang Yaoxi frowned and was about to reprimand when another old, hoarse voice came from behind. "GGG, let go of that man, let me." Jiang Yaoxi was stunned and turned her head incredulously. Obviously, the person coming was not small. That voice was the rightful wife of that peak paramount emperor elder of the Jiang clan, and with the power of her mother's family behind her, her status in the Jiang clan was no less than his. The person who came was none other than Xian Yuan Yufeng. Only Xian Yuan Yufeng slowly stepped forward, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, with a hint of a vengeful smile, and said, "Should I call you Yun Che, or Qin Changsheng? By the way, Yun Che, you don't want your clan to be destroyed either, right? Chapter 109 ignored you in the beginning, but now I've made you bedridden." Accompanied by Xian Yuan Yufeng's voice, the air seemed to freeze, and the entire hall was plunged into deathly silence. Everyone had a stunned, unbelievable look on their faces. For a while, their gazes drifted back and forth between Xian Yuan Yufeng and Qin Changsheng, their expressions managing to gradually lose control. Is it possible that they're having an affair? But a handsome, dashing young man and an old crone with dry, sagging skin, that's not a good match in any way. Or is the rumor true that this Qin Changsheng is a hungry man of color? Xinjin, who was on the side, was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, his mouth wide open, unable to believe his ears, looking to the old ancestor, trying to find a hint. His heart was even more frantic. No way. Old man, how can you eat this old onion? You're not going to be certified as a slag, are you? Qin Changsheng's brows were also furrowed as he stared at the other party, thinking hard. There was no other reason. It was simply because Yun Che was a trumpet that he had only used once. Moreover, when he used the name at that time, he instantly felt a cool chill below him, and an inexplicable force of karma struck him. He instantly knew that Yun Che, the name, easy, eunuch. After that, he never dared to start the trumpet so easily again. He did date a woman when he used that name, but definitely not the ugly one across the street. According to incomplete statistics, there were indeed so many thousands of his ex-girlfriends, and as for the women he couldn't look at and secretly coveted his body behind his back, they were countless. Could it be that this old crone on the opposite side was once one of those people? Seeing Qin Changxing's puzzled look, Xianyuan Yufeng revealed an evil expression and let out an oozing smile. Can't think of anything else? She had a hand in making me what I am today, and so do you. The heavens have eyes, allowing me to be able to meet you again in this life. This time, I will make her not even have peace in hell. Her man. I will dominate. Back then, you treated me with love and disdain, and now I've made you bedridden. GGG, you're mine. Before the words fell, a terrifying force erupted from within her body, and with a ghastly sardonic smile, she stretched out her hands and lunged towards Qin Changsheng. No one had expected that Xianyuan Yufeng, who had never made a move before, was also an early-stage quasi-emperor expert. Holy, it's ing bad luck. Full of smooth talk. You're going to graduate school. Qin Changsheng and Xinjun simultaneously burst out in foul language and took 3 steps back in a row. Nauseated, close the door and release Qinyu. Qin Changsheng shouted, when it was too late, as if cooperating in a play. A long spear cut through the air and quickly appeared in front of the crone like lightning, blocking her attack. Don't touch my Qin family's old ancestor. The gun arrives before the man does. With the appearance of the lance, a black-clothed youth appeared out of thin air, just like a mythical god of war descending to earth. The person who came was none other than Qinyu. He looked down at the crone, filled with indifference and arrogance. Anyone who dares to take a shot at the old ancestor will die. Qinyu stabbed out with his spear in hand as a terrifying power surged out like a monstrous wave. The imperial might contained in the long spear instantly filled the air, and wherever it passed, space ruptured. Xianyuan Yufeng's face changed drastically and she hastily retreated. But as if she was locked in space, she only felt a powerful impact coming towards her. No good. The late quasi-emperor Jiang Yaoxi's perceptions were sharp, instantly realizing that this move was not something Xianyuan Yufeng was afraid of being able to withstand, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the spear, sharing the spear's attack with Xianyuan Yufeng. Pust. They couldn't help but spit out blood from their mouths and took several steps backward, their faces as pale as paper. But it was good that Xianyuan Yufeng's life was saved, so he could finally explain himself to that peak paramount emperor ancestor. But calming down, Jiang Yaoxi reacted violently. Couldn't help but lose my voice and exclaim, Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, Junior Emperor to be. How is that possible? In this era, a Junior Supreme would already be a miracle, although it was said that the aura was beginning to recover. But in such a short period of time, that heaven's remarkable grand competition number 1, Qin Yu, had actually broken through to a quasi-emperor, which was unbelievable. After all, a heavenly rift could separate a paragon and a supreme. In the age of the end, how many amazingly talented and brilliant heavenly talents were all stuck above the peak of supremacy, unable to advance further for a long time. Moreover, from Qin Yu's majestic aura, one could clearly perceive that the stability of his foundation was far beyond that of his peers. Everyone in the room reacted in the same way as Jiang Yaoxi. The pupils were dilated and the mouth was open for a long time. Under the imperial might radiating from that lance, some of the guests of lower realms couldn't help but tremble in their souls, as if they were facing an exalted deity. This wasn't the Qin clan's extreme Dao imperial armament a sword, and what was with this coming out as a gun, together with the legendary void mirror? Is this Qin family engaged in wholesale imperial soldiers? Qinyu just stood in front of Qin Changsheng and Xinjun with one person and one gun, so majestic that he pressured everyone to not dare to say anything. Ha ha ha, this is my son Qinyu, with the qualifications of a great emperor. Xinjun laughed in relief at the back. What more could a man ask for when he has a son like this? When Qin Changsheng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. If this rabbit cub Qinjun keeps shouting like this, he is afraid that Qinyu will meet an unknown fate in the future. There won't be any unknown surprises in this world's great emperor competition, right? Yi Outyen, who had failed to attack Qin Changsheng just now, was even more intensely shocked and frustrated when he saw this scene. Alone and proud, that's how he wanted to feel. He had always believed that he was the chosen one of heaven's destiny, destined to become that all-attractive existence. But Qin Yu, whom he had always thought was inferior to himself, had become a quasi-imperialist one step ahead of him, which caused his inner kind of heart to be filled with loss and unwillingness. The Qin family, is it his nightmare? No, he would never admit defeat. Unwillingness and anger burned in his chest, turning into a ball of flame, and driven by this power, he instantly felt the signs of a breakthrough. He closed his eyes and concentrated, giving his full attention, urging the spiritual energy in his body to run over and over again, impacting that barrier. a powerful force burst out from his body, and the temperature around him rose a few degrees because of his presence. Ha! Qin Changxing instantly noticed and raised his eyebrows. As expected of a son of heaven's destiny, he was even about to make a breakthrough at such a time. Is it hard to believe that the Qi Yun Yi is so magical? Qin Changxing became extremely interested and decided to pay attention to Yi Aotian's next development to see if he came back from the dead every time. With the help of a nobleman, he was only a peak great emperor, new to the threshold of the great Tao, and now he only had an introduction to the laws of time. And as for the great Tao of Qi, reincarnation, and fate, he was also quite interested. After all, although he was invincible in this world, he was only invincible in cultivation, and he had a premonition that the end of his journey would ultimately be that endless starry sky. At this moment, everyone noticed the change in Yi Aotian and felt the aura. Is this going to break through the quasi-emperors? A 21-year-old quasi-emperor? Is this the normal progression of the pride of the Golden Great World? Scary as hell. Under everyone's watching eyes, Yi Aotian's aura climbed higher step by step, and his bones even made a slight popping sound. Put! It seemed to be the sound of the barrier being poked through. Then looking at Yi Aotian, he had already opened his eyes and completed his breakthrough. Ha ha ha, Qin Yu, come and fight. At this moment, Yi Aotian's fighting spirit was high, his battle intent was full, he was confident that he was invincible in the same realm, and he was the #1 heavenly pride of the human race. Chapter 110, the great emperor of the Jiang family. Now in the world. Only when he saw that Qin Yu just casually danced a spear, his aura instantly stagnated and almost broke his defense. Not fair. A heavenly pride of the same realm battling, and even carrying an extreme Tao Emperor soldier with him. Shameless. How does that make him fight? Qin Yu seemed to have seen Yi Aotian's scruples, and with a faint smile, he put away the Imperial armament lance into the Violet Mansion space. Then did not nonsense. A fist swung out, seemingly ordinary, but actually contains his feelings these days, with endless power towards Yi Aotian attack. In this life, he was going to take the path of invincibility, spending so many days with the old ancestor. His flesh and meridians, etc. were thoroughly hammered and evolved by the old ancestor's power of creation, and had long since reached the peak. Naturally he was not afraid of a battle of his peers in the same realm. Moreover, he also wanted to see just how strong this punch that contained all of his senses, using a fist instead of a gun, and also fused with the spatial power of the Void Emperor scripture. Good to be here. Before the words were finished shouting, Yi Aotian felt a powerful impact spread throughout his body. Boom! With a loud bang, he flew backwards 3 feet away and fell heavily on the wall, blood spurting wildly, obviously having been seriously injured. One hit, KO. All the people dumbfounded at this scene, originally thought it was an evenly matched battle of heavenly pride. Whoever thought that Yi Aotian, who broke the record of the quasi-emperor, was seconded? Could it be that he had achieved his cultivation quickly through special means and his foundation was unstable? Yi Aotian, who had fallen to the ground, naturally saw the crowd's reaction, and his heart grew more and more indignant as he struggled to get up, wanting to show that he was not the one who was strong from the outside. The voice of the old man of the underworld in his mind sounded once again. Aotian, don't lose heart. The other party is more than 10 years older than you. It's only normal that you won't be defeated. I lost many times when I was young, but I was the one who had the last laugh in that era. We don't fight for the moment. We fight for the ultimate victory. Listen to my advice. The ancient imperial clan's methods are beyond your imagination. With the help of the Jiang clan's power against the Qin clan, we'll see the opportunity and fish in troubled waters. Upon hearing this, Yi Aotian was silent once again. Perhaps the blows of these days had made him accustomed to it. Bold, how dare you commit murder on my Jiang family's wedding day? Have you ever put my Jiang family in your eyes? At this time, Zhang Yaoxi also reacted from the impact just now and burst into a rage. This was the Jiang family's stronghold, and the other party was so arrogant. Just now, he was only momentarily inattentive, and in his haste to rescue Shen Yuan Yufeng, he was injured by the gun chi. He didn't believe that a mere Qin Yu, who had just broken through to the early stage of the quasi-emperor stage, would be able to utilize the power of the emperor's weapon how many times. What's more, there was also the Jiang clan's guardian formation here, as well as the Jiang clan's old ancestor who was about to leave the gate. However, he had forgotten that they were the ones who had first forced the Qin family in their attack on Qin Changsheng. Humph, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, your Qin family must give me an explanation. After saying that, Zhang Yaoxi pinched a few spells, and a golden light appeared as an intense glow rose in the air. The guests looked up, only to see huge runes flickering in the air with incomparable brilliance, slowly beginning to flow, forming a guardian light shield that began to envelop the entire Jiang clan. This was the heritage of the Jiang family of the imperial clan. And the great array could not only enhance the strength of the Zheng family's bloodline, but it could also trap the enemy. The scene was instantly cluttered, and countless people were even more anxious in their hearts. It's just a ing dinner. You're not going to get yourself killed, are you? Zhang Yaoxi stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping across as he droned loudly. Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. Please don't worry. This is our feud with the Qin family. It won't involve you. Before the words fell, a clear sword chant sounded like a call from hell. Clang! With the sound of the sword chanting, an impenetrable sword chi cut through the sky, and the sword was as powerful as a rainbow, sweeping towards the guardian formation that had yet to be fully formed. Under the sword chi, the energy of the grand formation disintegrated layer by layer, turning into endless fragments in the air and breaking into pieces. Wuji Sword Emperor, Ouyang Chu. Zhang Yaoxi was shocked and couldn't help but roar. He didn't expect that the only super expert sitting in the Qin family, Ouyang Chu, would leave the Qin family at this moment and come across the domain. Are you not afraid that there are people who have bad intentions towards the Star Tower? This was not something he could deal with, and he couldn't help but look towards the depths of the Zheng family. As expected, the man in the depths could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, Ouyang Chu, how dare you? It was none other than Zhang Bishi, the oldest ancestor of the Zheng family. Ouyang Chu in the air, after a sword cut out, lovingly stroked the long sword in his hand, as if he was a beloved person. His eyes were mesmerized and intoxicated. The extreme imperial soldier is just flavorful enough. For the first time in his life, he was this close, and it was just too good to be true. This was what he had received from Qin Jin's summons and specially borrowed from third ancestor Qin Chang'an, so he could be considered to have experienced the feeling of a tycoon. With the emperor's soldier in hand, there was nothing that could not be solved with a sword. If you can't solve it, then you can have another sword. Cool. He heard the voice of the Zheng clan's oldest ancestor as well, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. An old ghost who has run out of oil is just an old ghost, which is like him, with the help of Senior Qin, is truly living out the second life. Essence, spirit and body are all at the peak state. For the sake of their Zheng family helping him obtain the right to use the emperor's soldier, let's reward them with another sword. Clank! Another sword slashed out. This one, bringing together his lifelong feelings and cultivation experience. The old ancestor of the Zheng clan who had come out from the depths of the Zheng clan's underground was in a fit of anger. The great change in heaven and earth had just begun, and him being forced out of the world at this moment might cut off the possibility of him advancing any further. Only, soon, he couldn't breathe. A great sense of crisis spread throughout his entire body, creeping his bones and numbing his scalp. The battle-hardened Kong Bishi immediately judged that this was a threat from death. Looking at the sword chi that seemed to come from beyond the sky, he instantly changed his face and lost his voice. A fully revived Extreme Dao Emperor soldier. How is that possible? Having just rushed out of the gate, the ill-prepared man knew that he couldn't resist, and he had already been locked by the sword intent. Thus, with a flash of his body, he flew towards the depths of the Zheng clan's ancestral land, calling out furiously, Ancient Ancestor, save me! Ugh! A sigh resounded through the heavens and the earth, as if carrying the vicissitudes of years and endless lamentations. After lamenting, the sword chi then disappeared without a trace, and a shocking light rose up to the sky, like a dragon hovering in the air. As the light faded away, an old man with a stooped body slowly appeared, like a god descending into the world. His white hair was as snowy as the Milky Way pouring down, and his pale face was etched with the traces of age, but there was still a hint of majesty present. The moment the ancient ancestor of the Zheng clan appeared in the world, the entire world seemed to be shaken. People's eyes were filled with horror and creepiness, and they couldn't help but tremble. This is the Archon. The legend of the Zheng clan was true. There really were still great emperors in the Zheng clan. Since the Emperor Fall era, countless great emperors have fallen, and afterward entered the age of the end. I did not expect that the Zheng family still has one surviving to this day. This was the depth of the ancient imperial clan. However, great doubts floated in the minds of those who responded. This world's heavenly destiny has not yet been carried, and the great emperor of the ancients has appeared in the world. Not afraid of the wrath of heaven? Or was it that this Zheng clan emperor had enough certainty to be able to carry the backlash of heaven and earth? Qin Changsheng also frowned. It's ing Hulkbuster. One after the other. After the young one comes the old one. After the old one comes an even older one. After this even older one, will there be another fairy? However, this Zheng family really did have a great emperor, and his divine thoughts had not even noticed it before. It is evident that the world is really too full of old silver coins, hidden in places that are deeper than one another. Under great emperors, all are ants. Unless the great completion of the holy body can strike great emperors horizontally, but it is only to counteract some dying great emperors. So what came next was clearly not something that Ouyang Chu's generation could deal with. Qin Changsheng pondered slightly. There was no way out. As things stood, only the preliminary exposure of 1,000,000,000 points of cultivation was possible. Chapter 111, Qin Changsheng. Actually a great emperor who fell from his realm. A great dream of several thousand autumns. What year is it now? The stooped old man once again sighed leisurely. Millions of years have passed. I can't imagine that my Jiang family has fallen into such a state. A mere peak quasi-emperor dares to beat on the Jiang family's door. Pathetic. As soon as the words fell, his eyes reshaped from despondent to sharp, as if piercing through everything, and a terrifying power surged out from within him. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon were lost. Everyone's bodies seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move, their hearts beating rapidly as if they were about to break through their chests, and their souls were sending out bursts of trembling. They couldn't help but look at the figure in the sky like a god. This, the legendary great emperor. Scary as hell. Even Ouyang Chu, who had the emperor's soldier in his hand, changed his face and flew to Qin Changsheng's side with a flash of his body. He didn't expect that a great emperor who had erupted at full strength would be so different from a peak quasi-emperor, and that he would be unable to make a move based on his aura alone. Now, it could only depend on Senior Qin. The Jiang family emperor watched as Ouyang Chu fled to the bottom, and smiled contemptuously, not thinking that it was just a small mouse. The voice that shook the heavens and earth resounded once again. Although the extreme Dao Emperor soldier is strong, it also depends on whose hand it's in. A small peak quasi-emperor. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with an emperor soldier. You should feel honored to die in my hands, for the sake of you delivering 2 extreme Dao Emperor soldiers for the Jiang clan. After your deaths, everyone in the Qin clan will all cut themselves, and this matter will be settled. As the supreme emperor, he was naturally qualified to say these words. When he finished speaking, he swept the sky without thinking. He had a premonition that the heavenly Dao had already noticed him. I'm afraid that as long as he makes a move, he will usher in the heavenly Dao's thunderbolt heavenly punishment. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can obtain 2 more extreme Dao Emperor soldiers for the Jiang family, the loss of hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation is considered worth it. It's come to this, so we can only make a quick kill. Destroy. Tendu Haoxing Fist. In an instant, countless fist shadows appeared in the void, virtual and real, completely locking Ouyang Chu and the others in place, unable to even instantly move, carrying a horrifying killing opportunity towards them. Qin Changsheng quietly watched this, the corner of his mouth twitching. Why don't you do the Heavenly Dipper's Star Fist, or the Heavenly Horse's Meteor Fist? It's loaded up. It's endless. After everyone finishes eating, they still have to go home to be with their daughter-in-law. You're so good at pretending. Don't you want to die? But the other guy was pretty much loaded and it was his turn. Back off. He's going to start pretending. The sudden appearance of the Jiang clan's great emperor, coupled with his probing the other day, gave him a vague sense of crisis. This world really wasn't that simple. Although these old silver coins couldn't beat him, their stealth ability was a masterpiece. Just in case there were any surprises, he was going to be ready to take a little initiative, tease his ex-girlfriend, and pull the wool over the system. Today was an opportunity for him to properly expose his cultivation at the peak of quasi-emperor, and then burst out with a great emperor strike at the extreme end of the lead, and then suffer a serious injury to cause his ex-girlfriends to shush him. With him seriously injured, his ex-girlfriends don't fight over their jealousy. The perfect solution to an awkward situation in the Shura. 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, the same sigh, not loud, but clear in every ear. I was going to spend time with you guys as normal people, but I didn't realize. Hey, it's not like I've never been an Archon before. It's just that. As Qin Changsheng's words fell, a peak quasi-emperor power erupted from within him, vaguely even surpassing the limits of a quasi-emperor, with a trace of shallow imperial might looming. In an instant, the mighty pressure of the Jiang clan's great emperor just now mysteriously disappeared, and the people who had been unable to move or breathe just a moment ago instantly felt that they could move again. They turned their heads and looked in the direction the voice came from. Today was a real pocket knife to the ass, kind of an eye-opener. Could it be that a second great emperor had appeared at a small wedding banquet? Only powerful energies surged and lingered around Qin Changsheng's body, forming a terrifying energy storm. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's body emitted a radiant glow, as if it was extremely leaden, gathering all of his power, and the same countless number of giant fingers instantly appeared around him. Great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. Only a finger shadow was seen attacking towards the fist shadow in the void, and a suffocating pressure instantly swept across the room. The finger shadow and the fist shadow met, and in a flash, the void collapsed, bursting with dazzling light, before neutralizing each other and slowly calming down. Surprisingly, it was, well, evenly matched. For a moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, as if time had frozen. Gulp. Many people quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with unbelief in their eyes. If they were not mistaken, the one who had resisted the Jiang family's great emperor and delivered a great emperor strike was Qin Changsheng, that legendary lucky child who accidentally ate the immortality medicine. Mortal body, cultivation waste. That wasteful scum who had been involved with several goddesses and entangled with them due to his family's power. He was actually at the peak of the quasi-emperor. But that makes sense. Many people nodded silently in thought. Impossible. The great emperor of the Jiang clan roared, his eyes flashing with intense shock. How could a peak quasi-emperor deliver a great emperor strike that completely resisted his famous stance? The other party is not a great saint body. And under a great emperor, all are ants. Not just empty words. No, you're not a peak quasi-emperor. You're a great emperor. A great emperor who cut himself and fell off his realm. It's just that I don't know through what means. It retains the full force of a strike belonging to a great emperor. As if he had discovered the truth, the great emperor of the Jiang clan roared in frantic rage. Ha ha ha, madman. You are a madman. To do such a crazy thing in order to stay on earth. Do you know that the heavenly Tao has a spirit? You cut yourself a sword, equivalent to refusing the gift of the heavenly Tao. The great emperor's destiny is over. In this life and in this world, you will never be able to step into the great emperor again. It is simply destroying the great wall and cutting off your own path. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, clown. Ha ha ha. The Jiang clan emperor's maniacal laughter resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Jiang clan. It also completely unveiled the secrets belonging to Qin Changsheng. Everyone present was once again completely shocked, their eyes filled with horror and skepticism. Qin Changsheng was actually not a peak quasi-emperor, but a great emperor? It was the kind of great emperor who cut off his own realm in order to stay on Earth for a long time. They were too low in their realm to see any problems, but the Jiang clan's ancient ancestor could be a great emperor all the same, and his vision must be correct. Although it sounded unbelievable, it made sense when combined with Qin Changsheng's various deeds. Some people thought that they had previously berated Qin Changsheng scum, and instantly felt a wow in their hearts. Qin Changsheng won't settle the score, will he? Really? Old 6-1, obviously is the peak of the quasi-emperor. Usually still pretend to be a mortal one, waving around every day. Chapter 112 The Unexpected World-Destroying Thunder Punishment. Qin Jin and Ouyang Chu glanced at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and a bit puzzled. Isn't old ancestor a peak great emperor? He also said that he could fight with Xian. He won't blow his mind, right? Or is this battle not the battle I thought it would be? Qin Jin was a little panicked in his heart. This next scene, the old ancestor won't be able to hold it. However, when he saw the old ancestor standing with his arms folded, that forced and calm look, plus remembering the magic of the Star Pagoda, he instantly understood. Old ancestor. It's a theater addiction. Acting. Although he didn't understand the old ancestor's intention, as a descendant, he absolutely couldn't turn a blind eye to it and had to cooperate. Thus, I have to old ancestor nah, you pay so much, why don't you tell us? It's all our fault that we, who are the descendants, are not good enough to produce a great emperor to share your worries until now. Old ancestor nah, if you do this, you won't suffer a backlash from heaven and earth, right? Oh, Qin Jin burst into a ghostly cry, and those who didn't know thought that his old ancestor was gone. At those words, the corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched, which damn well wanted to hammer this brat to death. This was the moment that belonged to him, and Qin Jin had come running to steal the show. You're a showbag. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering sound resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking people's eardrums violently, and dark clouds rolled in space, intertwined with thunder and lightning, shrouding the sky for tens of thousands of miles in a circle. With a sense of oppression, a bolt of lightning erupted from it, and a huge eye gradually appeared in the center of the sky. This is the eye of heaven. This is heaven's wrath. Someone lost his voice and exclaimed, Holy, is my mouth open? Qin Jin jumped straight up, covered his mouth, and instantly moved away from the old ancestor's side. Fear of heaven's wrath, even a piece of him to split. This kind of heavy responsibility, or to the old ancestor it. The sky was still continuing to condense with the plunder clouds, and the heavenly thunder rolled and flashed with blinding light, as if it was provoking the wrath of the heavens and the people, and the gods were passing judgment on the living beings. In the end, two divine thunderbolts were slowly born from the depths of the robbery cloud, even vaguely tinged with purple. Countless people held their breath, feeling the might brought about by the heavenly Tao's thunder punishment. Everyone's face turned pale, their hearts filled with fear and powerlessness towards the heavenly Tao. Unable to help themselves, they looked towards Qin Changsheng and the Jiang clan's great emperor, knowing that this heavenly plague was aimed at the two of them. Extinction thunder punishment, violet heavenly thunder? The great emperor of the Jiang clan exclaimed loudly. No way, that's never going to happen. He had only made a single move. How could he have invoked such a terrifying heavenly punishment? Could it be that in the Golden Age, the Heaven's Mandate Great Emperor was so important that the heavenly Tao resolutely refused to allow the Great Emperor to come out early? Although he didn't know why the thunder punishment came so late, he had long been prepared to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation to fight hard against the heavenly punishment. But what he was prepared to resist was ordinary thunder punishment. How could he resist this purple heavenly divine thunder? I'm afraid that it would be good enough to keep his Yuan Shen undestroyed, and his physical body would probably not be preserved. This time, it was a bit of a loss, but fortunately, he was able to harvest 2 extreme Tao Emperor soldiers to return his blood. However, when he looked at Qin Changsheng, who was motionless as if he was stunned, he immediately had a feeling that it was good that someone was worse off than him, relieved a bit, and exited to taunt. Jia Jia Jia, Qin Changsheng, you're dead. Now that you've fallen down to the Great Emperor realm, I don't believe that this peak quasi-emperor flesh body of yours can still resist this world-destroying lightning punishment. Qin Changsheng lazily ignored him and stood with his arms crossed, his eyes vicissitudes, already striking a more handsome pose to welcome the arrival of the lightning punishment. A lingering twilight emperor, just a clown jumping through hoops. If he didn't have his own agenda, he would have slapped the opposite side of the room. Moreover, he has decided that when the heavenly punishment is going to take place later, he will secretly add some small means in the opposite side of the heavenly punishment, and if the opposite side doesn't die through and through, he won't be called Qin Changsheng. For himself, he wasn't worried in the slightest. With the Hongmeng creation scripture protecting his body and the system in his hand, not letting the heavenly Tao call him father was already giving face. At this moment, the 2 purple heavenly thunderbolts in the sky were fully formed, carrying the momentum of heaven and earth as they cleaved towards them, instantly illuminating the entire sky. I'm all but invincible with the earth. If I don't fight with heaven, who will I fight with? Come! Qin Changsheng's sleeves fluttered in the wind, his eyes full of determination and resolve, seemingly with the bravado to fight with the heavens. Come on, purple heavenly thunder, ravage me ruthlessly, have no pity. In his mind, he was thinking about how to act a little more real and seriously injure himself a little more silky later. You can make your ex-girlfriend sympathize with you, but you can also pamper yourself in a serious way in a hospital bed. Yes, some people in the crowd opened their mouths in a better way. Their impression of Qin Changsheng changed quite a bit. Facing death, facing it so openly, a true hero, worthy of being, at one time, the man of a great emperor. Another person spoke up. It was just that when these words came out, the crowd looked odd. That doesn't sound wrong. It's just, well, weird. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Zheng clan emperor as he watched Qin Changsheng pretending even at the brink of death. But the situation at the moment didn't allow him to think too much. Looking at the coming purple heavenly divine thunder, he shouted with the same bravado. Ha ha, good coming. His complexion instantly changed drastically, and his eyes became terrified, along with a strong sense of unbelief. Under everyone's gaze, 2 purple heavenly thunderbolts that struck Qin Changsheng and the Zheng clan's great emperor roared to life. It was just that the one that had originally cleaved towards Qin Changsheng suddenly turned in the air and cleaved together towards the Zheng clan ancestor. Holy, Tendo, nigga play me, Tendo, I Nima. The great emperor of the Zheng clan used all his strength to send out a friendly greeting to the heavenly Tao, while comparing an international universal hand gesture. Then 2 purple heavenly thunderbolts arrived in an instant, one destroying the physical body and one destroying the Yuan Shen, instantly drowning the Zheng clan emperor. A generation of ancient great emperors was annihilated. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on here? It's unheard of. The purple heavenly thunder will still recognize people and make turns? What had this great emperor of the Zheng clan done that was so outrageous that it provoked the descent of 2 purple heavenly thunder divine punishments? The crowd was puzzled and could only gather all their eyes on Qin Changsheng's body. Qin Changsheng was still standing with his arms folded, staring up at the heavens and looking at the inflected violet heavenly thunder. He was also a bit confused and winded by this sudden change in scene. I'm all set, and you're not coming? Yuck! Scummy Tendo, how do you want the world to look at me? How do I get seriously injured? How do I get a visit from my ex-girlfriend? How do I woolgather the system? What's the next part of the play? At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who was a movie star, was a bit flustered. Qin Jin, who was on the side, was completely shocked by all of this, and a terrifying speculation surfaced in his heart. Old ancestors, you're not having an affair with Tendo, are you? That's too awesome. But does the heavenly way divide into male and female? Qin Jin fell into deep doubt. Chapter 113, Heart Demon Robbery. The Zheng family will be destroyed soon. Qin Changsheng maintained his original movements, but his mind was on overload. What should he act out next? It's all ing on Tendo. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly ran amok, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. A mouthful of blood flowed quickly from the corner of her mouth, and his body began to tremble as if a withered leaf was breaking in the autumn wind. With great effort, he raised his hand and pointed at the eye of the heavenly Tao above him, trembling. It's a heart demon tribulation. What a terrifying, heavenly Tao thunder punishment. When he finished speaking, his arms hung down weakly and his body staggered, seeing that he was about to fall. At the same time, his voice transmission roared madly in Qinjin's and Qin Yu's ears. Bunny, are you so blind? Why don't you grab a hold of me? Although they didn't know what the old ancestor was up to, the two Qinjin reacted quickly, just about to make a move. Someone was faster, only to see that Yuan Nang and Mo Shaoshir had already come to his side, supporting him with one on the left and one on the right. The two of them, whose eyes had been on Qin Changsheng, had long been anxious and worried when they saw him suddenly spitting blood from his mouth. Changsheng, are you alright? Yuan Nangu asked with concern. Can't die yet. Qin Changsheng returned. He did not expect that the two of them were first. Qin and Qin Yu step came to his side, but feeling the softness of the two arms, smelling the incoming bursts of fragrance, it seems, is also good. Looking at this one mature girl and one lowly, an idea popped into his head. Should we get into a relationship with both of them? Then break up, then get back together, and ruthlessly woolgather the system. The system only says that a woman can only take the stage reward once, so that should still be reasonable. Not exactly a card system bug, is it? After all, the system only says to redeem an ex-girlfriend. It doesn't say it's one you've talked about before, but not one you're talking about now? However, he then spat at himself and despised himself fiercely on the inside. How could one do something so unethical for the sake of a system reward? Absolutely not. It wasn't hurting others. My former self was lesser and lesser. My present self, a moral paragon. Absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you can't cope. After ruthlessly giving up on the idea, Qin Shangsheng said towards Qinjin and the others. I can't. The heavenly wrath is mysterious and unpredictable. I've been seriously injured. I'm afraid I don't have many days left. Qinjin, remember, inform this news to Su Maoro, Mu Shuexia and the others. I want to see them before I die. Qin Changsheng was panting as if he was already dying. Hearing this, Qinjin was speechless and looked at each other with Qin Yu, and it was only at this moment that they realized the old ancestor's intention. So you're making a big deal out of it, or you're just trying to pick up chicks, worthy of being an old ancestor. At all times, the Taoist heart is firm and does not forget its original intention. At this time, the other guests heard Qin Changsheng's words and realized from their shock. No wonder both purple heavenly thunder struck the Jiang family's great emperor. It turns out, what Qin Changsheng encountered was the even more terrifying, even more mysterious and unpredictable heart demon robbery divine thunder. The heart demon tribulation, directly referring to the heart of the great Tao, those who are able to pass through safely, 1 in a billion. It was unthinkable that even Qin Changsheng, who was once a great emperor, was seriously injured and barely hanging on. The heavenly Tao was also stunned by Qin Changsheng's shamelessness. If not for the other party's origin being too horrifying, it would have directly descended 99 purple heavenly divine thunders to split the other party a melon skin. But after deep thought, the eyes of the heavenly Tao quickly closed and slipped right out. Forget it, can't afford to mess with it. The robotic clouds also quickly disappeared, and the sky was once again clear. As the crowd looked at the rapidly disappearing eye of the heavenly Tao, an unimaginable feeling suddenly appeared within their hearts. The eye of heaven, it seems, is falling away? No way. No way. At this moment, Jiang Yaoxi was muttering, his face ashen, despair written all over his face, as if the entire world had collapsed. The family's great emperor, old ancestor, the supreme being who had survived from the emperor fall era to the present day, had gone kablooey just like that. The spiritual pillar of the Jiang family, completely gone. Illusion. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. Jiang Jin was in a state of madness, his mouth repeating over and over again. He was the high and mighty head of the Jiang family, and in the future, he would be the same small group of people who stood at the top of the world. How did it come to this? Seeing the two of them, the guests then reacted. This is the Jiang family, and today is the wedding day of the holy daughter of the Jiang family. But, the Jiang family seems to be dying? The day of great joy turned into a day of great mourning. Now that the Jiang clan's great emperor ancestor was dead and the great formation had been broken, in front of Ouyang Chu, who was wielding an emperor's soldier, the remaining forces were nothing more than broken walls that could not be defeated. But if that's the case, then won't the gift money handed over today be in vain? Many people only felt a pang of heartache. This hard to save the family foundation, in the blink of an eye, is going to become the Qin family's spoils of war. Qin Changsheng was not interested in all this and pretended to be weak. Elder Ouyang Chu, I'll trouble you for the rest. Since the Zhang family wanted to kill me and take my Qin family's star pagoda, they should have thought of the consequences of failure. No problem, Ouyang Chu returned lightly, his eyes ancient and unperturbed. Having lived for so many years, he was naturally accustomed to seeing the rise and fall and destruction of clans from all sides, and even the destruction of an ancient imperial clan like the Zhang clan was nothing new. No, you can't destroy the Zhang family. The Zhang family has also thrown their heads and spilled their blood on the battlefield of the 10,000 races for the human race. They have had their merits. If you just destroy the Zhang family, aren't you afraid of the world's people spitting on them? Zhang Bishi, the oldest ancestor of the Zhang clan who hadn't uttered a word, shouted hysterically. Although the fact that the ancient ancestor was gone just after he was born had nearly broken him, the most important thing at this moment was to save the Zhang family and his own life. Ouyang Chu's eyes flashed a trace of disdain, this time to remember the credit. Before, how not to want? Furthermore, with his once peak position as a paragon emperor, he clearly knew that the struggle between the human race and the 10,000 races had been nothing more than a struggle for survival even since the beginning of time, since the late mythical era and entering the desolate ancient era. After the human race gradually gained a firm foothold, the relationship with the 10,000 races was not so incompatible, and there was no outbreak of life and death wars, but instead, it was more like a practice for a greater crisis. And all the races in the entire Tianqian Great World shared a common enemy, the exotic region 1 race. The current Dark Forbidden Zone was basically formed when the great emperors of the various races were attacked by the dark ominous aura of the foreign kings and fell. Besides, with Senior Qin Changsheng here, even if some races had mischievous intentions, so what? Therefore, Ouyang Chu did not nonsense, raised his hand as a sword. Sword gas from the tip of the sword violently erupted, carrying the emperor's soldier's godless might. Instantly will not react to the Ginger family ancestor Zhang Bishi, to penetrate the heart. Ginger Bishop turned his head and collapsed to the ground with a thud before he could spit out a single word. Although it was said that he had lost his fighting spirit, with his cultivation of the same peak of the quasi-emperor, it was still possible to resist for a little while, and even leaving the Zhang family behind and escaping alone, Ouyang Chu wouldn't necessarily be able to stay. But he never thought that the other side, with its thick eyebrows, would be an old six. Engaging in sneak attacks, he hadn't even prepared himself yet, and then an emperor's soldier stabbed over. It was simply a disgrace to the paramount emperor realm. Chapter 114, Qin Changsheng's good things, crashed again. After finishing Zhang Bishi, Ouyang Chu grinned hideously like a villain and prepared to finish off Yi Outyan. But when he was about to obliterate the other party, a black mist suddenly emerged from Yi Outyan's body. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, Yi Outyan, do it in your next life. Qin Changsheng, wait. I'll be back. Only Yi Outyan's rampant voice was left behind in the black mist, and the person had disappeared. Qin Changsheng was also a bit surprised. Sure enough, the son of heaven's destiny, wasn't that easy to kill? Needless to say, it must be the tactics of the nameless emperor in Yi Outyan's mind. However, he didn't think so. With the Time Empery and Dao domain in hand, he was absolutely invincible under the immortals. Slow down, he shouted to stop Ouyang Chu, who wanted to continue. Assisted by the two women, he came to Xianyuan Yufeng, who was still injured on the ground. It was about Yun Che's ex-girlfriend. He had to ask for clarification. Don't insult me. Seeing Qin Changsheng approaching, Xianyuan Yufeng lost her voice in shock. Holy, look at your dead face. Who's going to insult you? The wrinkles could pinch a mosquito in the sage realm. Qin Changsheng held back his nausea and asked bluntly, Xianyuan Yufeng, as long as you tell me the news of Lan Ling, I can spare you from death. Blue Ling is the girlfriend of his incarnation trumpet Yun Che. Ha ha ha. It seemed to have discovered Qin Changsheng's intentions, but Xianyuan Yufeng suddenly laughed maniacally. After the laughter, she stared dead at Qin Changsheng and said with a hint of hatred, Qin Changsheng, your philandering is known to the whole world, so don't pretend to be so affectionate. Want to know about Blue Ling? Ha ha, come to me in hell. I hate Blue Ling. Hate you too. Yun Che. The voice ended abruptly. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her head slowly drooped. Apparently it has broken its own meridians, and its soul has been destroyed. It was just that calling Qin Changsheng as Yun Che in the end was a bit meaningful. No, that's it? So quick? Where's Blue Ling's message? That doesn't fit where the plot is going. And why do you hate me so much? What do you hate me for? Do you hate me for not taking you in? You're a bit of a pushover with this dignified look. Qin Changsheng was a bit confused. He really didn't expect the other party to be a rigid woman. Caught off guard, he didn't even have time to stop. Make yourself look like the ultimate villain. Hey! He glanced at Xianyuan Yufeng's corpse and let out a long sigh. Things have come to this point. There is nothing he can do. can only go up to Xian Yuan Yi's to walk up in the future. Seeing that the most important thing was already out of the way, Qin Changqing didn't bother to pay attention to the rest. Oops, the injury is getting worse. I can't do it anymore. Carry me back to the Qin family. Qin Changqing suddenly wailed and his head tilted, burying himself in the softness of Yuan Nanguo, no longer able to get up. As for why not crooked on Mo's side? Choking. Yuan Nang didn't expect Qin Changqing to make such a death outburst in full view of the public. Instantly, her pretty face turned red, and with her hands in a frenzy, she picked up Qin Changsheng, and together with Mo Xiaoshi, they rose up in the air with their swords and flew towards the Qin family. Shameless, he, 2A. Qinjin looked at the old ancestor who was gradually disappearing and couldn't help but despise it deep inside. The playing field for his sister-in-law is getting rolled. What happened next was logical, without the slightest twists and turns, and the Qin family became famous in one battle. Turning to the next day, and after a day of fermentation, what happened in the Zhang family was like growing wings, quickly spreading throughout the entire human race, causing an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, and the entire human race was completely abuzz. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Who said that there are no great emperors in the human race? AI. It's just a pity that the early appearance of the world violated the taboo of the heavenly Tao and was directly obliterated. It's really sad and pathetic. Yes, it seems that after this battle, if the new emperor doesn't come out, I'm afraid that no old monsters will dare to risk their deaths by meddling in the affairs of the emperor's path. Hey, most people were saddened by this. It was not easy for the human race to have a great emperor who survived to this day, but it was just gone. The way of heaven is merciless. But the thought that many people were eating at the ginger house at the time soothed people's minds a little. After all, this was a sort of early send-off for this human emperor. Compared to the Jiang clan's great emperors who were like shooting stars, the debate about Qin Changshan was obviously much more controversial. No one had expected that Qin Changshang, who had always presented himself as a mortal, to be a peak quasi-emperor, and had once been a great emperor. Originally, he thought Qin Changsheng was just a beggar who relied on his family's power and forced good people to become prostitutes. Whoever thought it was a real bully? This was at one time difficult for many people to accept for a long time. Cursing, the clown is himself? However, there were still people who didn't buy it, privately denouncing the Qin family and condemning Qin Changsheng. The Qin family has no virtue. Qin Changsheng has no righteousness. The Jiang family is at least a top human family, but Qin Changsheng condoned Ouyang Chu's destruction of the Jiang family because of his own personal anger. He has lost his conscience. He's simply a poor and vicious person. The 10,000 races barrier is about to disappear and a great war is about to start. The Qin family is simply sinning by doing this. They are the sinners of the human race. On behalf of our Flying Sky Gang, I strongly condemn this. Qin Changsheng is the ancient great emperor of the human race. In order to pick up a girl, he did not hesitate to cut himself off. For so many years, openly and secretly, I do not know how many great beauties too. It is simply the shame of the human race. I am bound to be at loggerheads with him. In short, Qin Changsheng's reputation had not improved much. In this regard, Qin Changsheng knows nothing. At this moment, he is lying on the hospital bed. A little bit of joy, pain and happiness. Changsheng, you are like this. Peacefully recuperate from your injuries. Why do you still have the heart? Wanqiu, look, it's not my fault. It's only because you're so beautiful. Many things will get tired of looking at them for a long time. Only you. The more I look at you, the more I'm happy. Deadbeat. Nasty. Wanqiu, although it's hard for me, I know that liking someone is wantonness, loving someone is restraint, and I will suffer in silence. Nagisa, how can I let you feel bad? So, how can I help you? How about you? In Wanqiu's voice was like a mosquito fly, and she was silent for a long time. Changsheng, I heard you were seriously injured. How is it going? A figure stormed in, and it was Wang Wanyan who had just emerged from her cultivation. When he suddenly heard the news that Qin Changsheng was seriously injured, he directly didn't even knock on the door under panic. Another scream resounded through the Qin family. This time, however, instead of turning around and walking away, she covered her eyes. The scene in front of her caused her cheeks to blush scarlet and her heart to race, but curiosity and doubt drove her, and she couldn't help but watch surreptitiously through the gap between her fingers, unable to take her eyes off of it any longer. Holy! Chapter 115 Nangongyan's Despondency. Grandmother's Persuasion. Qin Changsheng's awkward line of sight swept back and forth between Yin Wanqiu and Wang Wanyan's bodies, and at this moment, he unexpectedly gave birth to a bold idea. Just as soon as the idea arose, he ruthlessly snuffed it out. No way. There's still a long way to go. You have to take your time with everything. But Wang Wanyan is also really more than 500 years old. Every time is so hairy. When will she become a real adult? Yin Wanxia was also startled by Wang Wanyan's sudden appearance. Only just now she had no time to care more. When she reacted, her cheeks flushed red with shyness and embarrassment, and inexplicable emotions surged through her. She bowed her head and darted out. The scene only left a messy Qin Changsheng and an overwhelmed Wang Wanyan, looking at each other. Humph. Denizen. Wang Wanyan ruthlessly put down a sentence and turned around. The warm room once again became cold, leaving only the lone Qin Changsheng alone. I don't know if Muru, Snow Hitomi and Ruyan have gotten the news yet. I'm hurting so badly. At this time of year, I need comforting care the most. Eventually, a long lament echoed throughout the room. Squeak. After a while, the door to the room opened again. Not knocking again? This Qin family is getting more and more unruly. Qin Changsheng was furious, but when he looked up, he immediately changed to a smirk. Amazing. What are you doing here? It's not that I heard that you were seriously injured and came here to take a look, Nangong Yan said in an unperturbed manner. When the other party sat on the edge of the bed, Qin Changsheng's eyes became soft and full of deep emotion. He gently pulled Nangong Yan's small white hand, gazed at her deeply and tenderly. Amazing. I feel like I don't have long to live. There's something in my heart that I've been wanting to say to you. I know I've made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I haven't told you because I'm afraid of losing you. But now, Qin Changsheng's voice ceased abruptly, and his eyes returned to normal. That's not right. Nangong Yan knows my true cultivation level and knows that I am a true great emperor. He turned to the other man's eyes. Sure enough, Nangong Yan was looking at him intriguingly and smiled sweetly. Say it, go on, why don't you say it? Humph, still pretending, and also cut yourself a knife to fall down the realm. It's just that you lied to those old lovers of yours, but you still take this to lie to me. Denizen. However, she was vaguely happy in her heart. None of the other party's ex-girlfriends had ever seen Qin Changsheng's true cultivation. Only she had. This was a little secret between her and Qin Changsheng. Women are just so hard to guess. Qin Changsheng was revealed. His old face reddened and he snapped. Amazing. If you know I'm faking it, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yan's eyes turned to Qin Changsheng, his gaze filled with hope and apprehension. His voice even trembled a little as he said, I heard Sister Wancho say that the great emperor can fish the true spirit from the long river of time and remake his flesh to resurrect it. So I would like to ask if Qiner, sister, can. Her body was shaking a little, and it was clear that she was afraid it was a beautiful lie. Qin Changsheng was silent for a while before he slowly said, after destroying the Buddhist sect, I tried to enter the river of time, but unfortunately, I realized that it was simply not a realm that great emperors could touch, and that the slightest mishap would result in the destruction of their gods and souls. I can't even walk in the long river of time, let alone go against the laws of heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and salvage the true spirit from them. But amazing child, don't be too sad. Since you can leave this rumor, it means that someone has done it before. It's just that to do this step, one would have to be at least in the immortal realm, or even higher. But don't worry, one day, I will stand at the top of the 10,000 realms and bring Qiner back to life. Hearing this, Nangong Yan's petite body shook. A trace of bloom flashed in her eyes, and tears silently slid down her cheeks. She knew that resurrecting her sister was something that simply couldn't be done. After all, this was equivalent to being an enemy of the heavenly Tao and the 6 paths of reincarnation, which was something a great emperor could do. As for Qin Changsheng's words about being able to do it in the future, she only took it as the other party comforting her. Immortal? That had become a legend, a taboo, not to mention the possibility of needing a higher realm. Nangong Yan wiped his tears and held back his grief as he said, Nagisa, since you're fine, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind only a forlorn and helpless back. Hey! Qin Changsheng gazed at Nangong Yan's back, his heart both aching and helpless, reaching out his hand to call out, but he didn't know how to speak. He knew the pain hidden in the other man's heart, but now he was at his wit's end, not knowing how to comfort, and to be resurrected. Wouldn't all ex-girlfriends have to be resurrected? And you can't favor one over the other. But, so much, he was a bit overwhelmed. AI, forget it, let's take one step at a time, sighed Qin Changsheng helplessly. North Domain, Su family. These days Su family ancestor. The supreme elders took turns to persuade, but all ended in failure. Su Muru didn't know what to think, but she just didn't take the initiative to look for Qin Changsheng. There was no other way. They sought out the Su family's current oldest grandma, and the person who usually loved Su Muru the most. Sujia Lake. The blue waves are rippling. Su Mura stood by the lake, her brows locked, as if she had indescribable sorrow, just like a river of spring water flowing eastward. This morning she heard that Qin Changsheng had been seriously injured, and for a moment she was in a state of disarray, desperately wanting to visit and But when she remembered that the other party never came to him these days, and with other women's sentimental entanglement, she had an indescribable sulk, coupled with out of the girl's reserve. She was a bit at a loss for words, and could only pray silently. Suddenly, a peaceful aura filled the air and a pale, warm palm covered her shoulder. Sumu-ro raised her head and was surprised. Ancestral grandmother, what are you doing out here? She was a bit surprised that her grandma was old and had been in her ancestral land in recent years, rarely coming out. Oh, it's still not for our family's talented daughter, little Mu-ro. Ancestral grandmother's face overflowed with doting love. I'm sorry, ancestral grandmother, for making you worry. Sumu-ro instantly understood. Her tone was a little guilty, a little downcast. Seeing this, grandmother ancestor just gently patted Su-mulu's hand and smiled. Hey, that year that vowed to kill all the world's negative people of the little Mulu, now also in the suffering for a sentimental person. Love together, really let a person elusive ancestral grandmother. Seeing that she was made fun of by her elders, Su-mao-ro stomped her foot and was a bit reluctant. Ha, continued Grandma Su. Mao-ro your grandma, I'm a person who's been there before. There are some things I can see more clearly than you. It's normal for men, especially outstanding men, to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I've just heard about Qin Shangxing's deeds, and he only has 3 scandalous subjects at the moment. For someone who was once a great man, having only 3 ex-girlfriends is already considered a good and dedicated man. Moreover, he is also the old ancestor of the Qin family, and now that the Qin family is flourishing, it is not too much to say that he is in the middle of the day, and it is justifiable that he didn't come to you. I think that if you feel that you still love Qin Shangxing, you should listen to the true voice of your heart, face it bravely, and strive for your own happiness. Su-mao-ro raised her head and looked at the other party. The color of confusion in her eyes became less and less, and was replaced by a trace of clarity. Chapter 116, Qin Shangxing's serious injury. Various girlfriends' reactions. The Su family's grandma continued. Furthermore, with Qin Shangxing's now exposed peak quasi-emperor cultivation, coupled with the current Qin clan's power and star pagoda, it's also of great help to our Su clan, so it wouldn't be a loss for you to take the initiative, and it'll be beneficial to yourself as well. Don't. Men are all outside the body. I want to prove that I am not weak with my own efforts. Su-mao-ro clenched her small fists, her eyes firm. Hey, silly boy. The Su family's grandma sighed softly and said meaningfully, men are outside the body, but they're also inside the body at the same time. Su-muluo was speechless, and a blush floated up on her cheeks. After all, she had also lived for several thousand years, and even though she was icy clean, she was not a little white when it came to theoretical knowledge. It was just that she hadn't expected that her always respected elder would come up with this word of tiger and wolf, catching her off guard. After all, the Su family's grandma was a person who had been there before, and didn't seem to think that there was a problem with what she had just said, and continued. Mao-ro, I know you have concerns, worrying about not being able to control Qin Shangxing. Here, I'll tell you a secret. Like this, fully deleted. So much for conditioning men. When these words came out, Su-muluo's brain directly buzzed. Grandma is also too old and immodest. The pretty face that was just a little flushed a moment ago instantly turned red, and her fingers involuntarily rubbed the corner of her coat. People, it's still a big yellow girl. In short, there are some things in a person's life. Follow your heart and don't have regrets. Well, Muzo, that's all. I'm off. Just like that, under Su-muluo's watchful eyes, the Su family's grandma slowly disappeared around the corner. Follow your heart? Su-muluo touched her heart and muttered. Tianyin Pavilion Headquarters. Dream Ruyan had just finished her cultivation and came out of the gate. She stretched her lazy waist like a lazy cat, and her delicate and soft body swayed gently in the breeze with a lot of flavor. A maid approached, lowered her head, and reported, Ancestor, news has come from the Jiang clan side. The Jiang clan was destroyed, and Qin Chang, Ancestor Gong, he revealed his cultivation, and it turns out that he is a peak quasi-emperor who has cut himself with a sword. What? Meng Ruyan was struck by lightning. Her pupils shook tremendously as if she was frozen in place, her eyes bursting with surprise and shock. That Qin Shangsheng, whom she had always thought to be immortal, and who had been ravaged by her in a variety of ways, had once been a great emperor? She hurriedly took the summoning talisman from her maid and carefully read the news about Qin Shangsheng. For ages, it took her a moment to snap out of this unimaginable truth, her heart pounding. It's surprisingly true. Meng Ruyan used her slightly trembling fingertips to gently brush the green silk in front of her forehead, which was slightly fluttering, and tried to suppress the emotions within her heart. In an instant, her world collapsed. At first, she thought she played him. Turns out, he was the one playing her. In the beginning, she was a mountain bandit leader. Qin Shangsheng thought she was a redhead and was not very impressed with himself. It is some of her forcibly tied Qin Shangsheng on the cottage. When the pressure on the cottage wife, the night of the wedding, she is exhaustive. All kinds of teasing, but Qin Shangsheng is sworn to death, desperately resisting, and only then give up. Later, as time goes by, both parties fall in love with each other after getting to know each other. Then later on, Qin Shangsheng charmed himself and ran away, and only by chance did he embark on the path of cultivation. Recalling all the past, Mang Ruyan was suddenly a bit annoyed and ashamed, and a complex emotion, uncontrollably spreading out, swept through his body. The other party is a great emperor. I guess it was a time when the self-cutting blade had just come out of nowhere, to pose as a mortal and be willingly toyed with. Nay, toyed with himself. Abominable. Dream Ruyan was indignant. It must be that Qin Shangsheng looked at himself at that time, and wanted to escape. What a good plan. What a deep heart. Ha! Instead, she suddenly laughed. Isn't that, more fun? Take out all the sacred healing medicines in the pavilion. I'm going to make a trip to the Qin family. After instructing the maidservant, the corner of Mang Ruyan's mouth turned up slightly, hanging up an inexplicable smile. Ice God Palace. Clunk. The pen in her hand fell to the ground, but Mu Shueshua pupil did not react. Obviously, she received the news that Qin Shangsheng was seriously injured. God's wrath. This is God's wrath. Her heart contracted suddenly, as if she had been stabbed by a cold needle, and a strong sense of fear and anxiety rose from the bottom of her heart, biting her lips tightly to hold back her tears. Her hands had trembled and her breathing had become rapid. What could be done about this? She was a bit distraught. After all, Qin Shangsheng had angered the heavenly Tao for a long time. It took her a moment to slow down and force herself to calm down, taking a deep breath and shouting at the maid of the Ice God Palace. Quickly, fetch the 10 perfection pills from the treasury. The voice had trembled a little, honoring the palace master's order. But, Senior Qin Shangsheng is seriously injured. What does he need the 10 perfection pills for? The maid responded but was still a bit confused. At those words, Mu Shuexie was stunned. Yeah, why did I say to bring along the 10 perfection pills? It always felt like an inexplicable force was swaying her. But, whatever. Mu Shue Hitomi was a bit anxious and ordered. No matter, as soon as possible, bring all the healing sacred medicines within the treasury, including the great tonic medicine, the ancient kingdom of Yaoqi. The magnificent Yaoqi Empress stood above the jade steps, her sleeves fluttering with the wind, just like a fairy descending to the earth. She raised her jade hand, her fingertips lightly touching the portrait in her hand, which showed a man as beautiful as a flower. Qin Shangsheng. Suddenly, a faint fluctuation came from the portrait, and when she fixed her eyes again, the figure in the portrait had become blurred. The portrait's originally clear face began to melt as if watercolor had been applied to it. She was shocked. What had happened? Your Majesty, this is the news of the terrifying aura that appeared in the Zheng family yesterday. Please take a look. Yaoqi Empress Shui Qingsheng took a look and instantly understood. It turned out that it was Qin Shangsheng who had issued the Great Emperor Strike, revealing his cultivation of having once been a great emperor. No wonder the portrait began to become blurry and could not present its true face. So it was the great emperor's karmic power at work. From the moment Qin Shangsheng was exposed, the power of heaven and earth's karma slowly began to take hold. Under the brush and ink, no more of his appearance may be presented. This is the respect of this heaven and earth for the great emperor's fruitfulness. As for the destruction of the Zheng clan, Shui Qingcheng cared nothing. She came out of nowhere from the time of the humble beginnings, and she didn't know how many clans she had overthrown before she came to the peak of the current world, and for that, it wasn't strange. However, remembering the specific description of Xian Yuan Yufeng in the message, she smiled slightly. The corners of his mouth showed an imperceptible arc as he whispered disdainfully, "Humph, what class? And you want to use the same man as me?" Chapter 117, The Human Race's #1 Expert. Chu Jingtian's visit. The foot of the Qin family mountain. An old man with white hair sat on a recliner, telling his grandson next to him about the history and heroes of the human race. The old man's voice was low and strong, slightly vicissitudes, as if echoing through the years of memory. "Grandpa, then who is the most powerful hero of our human race right now?" The grandson who was listening intently suddenly asked. "The most powerful The old man recalled the past, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Of course it's today's #1 expert of the human race, Senior Chu Jingtian. It is rumored that he is the most amazing genius after the Emperor Fall era, rising 50,000 years ago and has been standing at the peak of the human race ever since, bearing the battle saint body, which has become more and more courageous the more he fights, and is even known as the #1 expert of the 10,000 races, being on par with the divine lords and the demon lords, since he came out of nowhere. One person and one sword suppressed the entrance of the human race of the 10,000 races battlefield. And since then, no more experts of the 10,000 races could step into the territory of the human race through the entrance. And the human race gained 50,000 years of peace and tranquility. If it wasn't impossible to become an emperor in this era, I'm afraid he would have become an emperor long ago. But it's a pity that he's already too old to step onto the path of an emperor and fight for this heavenly destiny. At this point, the old man let out a sigh. Then, Grandpa, have you seen Senior Chu Jingtian? The grandson asked curiously. Nonsense. Of course Grandpa has seen it. Grandpa was a member of the 10,000 races battlefield back then. Humph. I don't believe it. Grandpa brags. Just as the old man blew his beard and eyes and was just about to retort, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the street corner and he suddenly froze. Full of unbelief. One could only see a tall, majestic, middle-aged man with a magnificent body slowly approaching and walking in the direction of the Qin family. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The young grandson also noticed his grandfather's abnormality. Chu Jingtian. The old man trembled his lips, and his voice was somewhat distorted. No one had expected that Chu Jingtian, who had spent most of his life sitting in the human battlefield, would personally come to the Qin clan. Could it be, to visit the seriously injured Qin Changsheng? Even if Qin Changsheng was once a great emperor, did he have such a great face? For a while, the old man was in deep shock. Old ancestor, Chu Jingtian is visiting. Are you seeing the guest? The little maid knocked on the door and said at the door, seemingly still a bit agitated. This was Qin Changsheng's way of getting a maid to stand guard at the door in order for another unexpected situation to occur. Chu Jingtian? Qin Changsheng was stunned. You're waiting for an ex-girlfriend, but you're waiting for a man? However, he was quite impressed with this human hero who had been sitting on the front lines of the battlefield. At least he didn't have the time. His soul was not of this world, and being lazy by nature, he did not have the noble heart to be a savior. But still, he held respect for such a person. Let him come in. Qin Changsheng returned. When Chu Jingtian entered the door, Qin Changsheng didn't pretend anymore and directly got up. After all, there was no need to pretend to a man. Come, sit down. The human race's #1 expert, Chu Jingtian. As thunderous as it sounds, long time no see, long time no see. Elder Qin is too polite. You are a great emperor, and in the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top is first. You can just address me as Xiao Chu. That's not good. You're a few 100,000 years older than me, and you're a heroic leader of the human race. Why don't we call each other Dao friends? Both parties exchanged pleasantries and sat down opposite each other. What is it that fellow Daoist Chu has come for? Qin Changsheng was the first to speak, and he was a bit puzzled. This other party rashly left the battlefield frontline and came to the Qin family to visit him. With his currently exposed strength, it seemed that he didn't have such a big face. At those words, Chu Jingtian wanted to say something. It seemed to be a little difficult to speak, and a trace of embarrassment unexpectedly surfaced on his resolute face in a rare manner. He guessed that Qin Changsheng was the real great emperor from Night Shoubai's unusual behavior, so he judged that Qin Changsheng wasn't seriously injured at all, and that he had come today to ask for something else. This made Qin Changsheng quite curious that the always decisive Chu Jingtian would be so gulping and hesitant. After hesitating for a while, Chu Jingtian finally said, Fellow Daoist Qin, I have an ungrateful request that is somewhat offensive. I wonder if I can say it. Ha? Qin Changsheng was a bit confused. You thick-browed, and you're still doing this? You've come all this way and you're asking me if I can say. Can I say no? But a bit of an offensive no-brainer? I can't be looking at my ex-girlfriend? Right. This I want to cut you. Can be really adult race public enemy. It's okay, go ahead. Qin Changsheng was a little apprehensive. Seeing this, Chu Jingtian then stood up, bowed and performed a big salute, saying in a respectful and serious tone, Fellow Daoist Qin, I'm willing to use everything I have on me, including half of the resources of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Hall, in exchange for a method on how to certify the Tao with power. I know it's a bit of a strong request, but it's been a lifelong dream of mine. Would you be able to point me in the right direction? Chu Jingtian was a little apprehensive. He knew that the secret of certifying the Tao with power involved endless chances and secrets, and belonged to the absolute privacy of an individual, so he was indeed a bit of a pushover. However, all he was asking for was an opportunity. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng realized and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's good that it's not my ex-girlfriend who's on my mind. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to face this great hero of the human race that everyone admired. However, using force to prove the truth? He won't either. I can't do it. He's just a little hungover. It was hard not to be truthful and tell the other party, brother, you are just one hang away from witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor. For a while, Qin Changsheng fell into silence. Seeing that Qin Shangsheng remained silent for a long time, Chu Jingtian on the side couldn't help but sigh inwardly, a hint of disappointment flashing through his eyes. It didn't hurt, though, and that was to be expected. After all, the karma involved in proving the Tao with power was too great, even if it was just an opportunity. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Shangsheng suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. Fellow Taoist Chu, it's not that I'm not telling you, it's just that certifying to become an emperor is extraordinary, and requires one to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and integrate them. The paths that everyone has to take are not connected. There are many ways for ordinary great emperors to witness the Tao, but if you want to go farther and more spacious on the path of the great emperors, then you need to step out of your own path. The way I became Tao, you may not be suitable for it. Perhaps one day, you yourself will have a thought, an epiphany, and become Tao, instantly breaking that shackle in your heart and soaring to the heavens. At those words, Chu Jingtian nodded in agreement. He felt the same way, walking firmly on what he considered to be the avenue, drawing on those who had gone before him and surpassing them. But he had been trapped at the peak of the quasi-emperor for tens of thousands of years, and even though he had always been at the peak relying on his bloodline, the recent revival of the aura and the reappearance of heaven's destiny had made him slightly anxious. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Qin for solving the confusion. Chu Jingtian saluted. Take it easy. Qin Shangsheng waved his hand and continued. Although there are thousands of paths, and all paths can reach the end, but paths are also divided into great paths and small paths. I have an occasional scripture here. I don't know if it will fit into the eyes of fellow Taoist Chu. Wash your ears. Thus, Qin Shangsheng narrated, and with his voice, there was even a hidden Taoist rhythm that appeared. The way may be the way, but it is not the way. Name can be named. Very name, no name, the beginning of all things. Qin Shangsheng had a slight smugness in his eyes. I don't believe you can't be fooled by this. What he was reciting was the world's first scripture, the Tao Te Ching, of the first sage and the myths and legends of his previous life. However, his saints were not the saintly realm trash of this world, but rather saints who lived with heaven and earth, and their positions were definitely above the heavenly Tao of this realm. As for whether or not Chu Jingtian could comprehend it, it was none of his business, and anyway, his hidden big brother status was ceded. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Shangsheng realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the other party's state, and his words stopped. This is an epiphany? No way. Across the heavens and the earth, the basic laws of the heavens and the earth are not the same, and all of them can have an epiphany. It is worthy of being the number one person of the 10,000 races. Qin Shangsheng opened his mouth wide, stunned by someone else for the first time. Is it possible that I grew up drinking melamine and never learned a single thing from the Tao Te Ching? That said, Chu Jingtian, the moment he heard the Tao Te Ching, such as enlightenment, into a golden ocean, as if that was the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth. In an instant, an infinite number of law mysteries flooded into his mind. Chapter 118 Origin of the Dark Forbidden Zone. Chu Lao Lu. It was as if time had stopped, the breath of all things coalesced in it, and his soul felt the call of the great Tao. Here, it was as if he saw the pulsation of the earth, the flow of time, the fluctuation of space, and the call of living beings. Everything in the world was becoming clearer and clearer, and it was as if he heard the infinite voice that echoed through the vastness of the universe. The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. Boom! Above the void, a thunderbolt intertwined, and the nine heavens thundered in a shocking manner. It's as if some big shot of great importance has appeared. Holy! Qin Shangsheng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, he really wanted to pull Qin Yu and the others over to have a good look at what was called amazing talent and what was called heaven-defying enlightenment. If Qin Yu hadn't been baptized by his own power of creation for many days, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to see the taillights of other people's cars. This was the gap with the first of the human race. But the good thing is, one is hung. With the system in hand, the world is mine. With such a gifted senior like Chu Jingtian in front of them, it would at least allow Qin Yu and the few of them to have a bit of a sense of crisis. Suddenly, Chu Jingtian's epiphany ended and slowly opened his eyes, and the robbery's clouds above the void instantly dissipated. Puff! The number one expert in the world, Chu Jingtian, unexpectedly knelt down with both legs and performed the salute of a disciple. What are you doing? Get up! Qin Shangsheng was startled and hurriedly stopped it. It was no wonder that he didn't react. It was really because he didn't expect that the Chu Jingtian, who had a strong iron backbone and always stood at the peak of the human race, to pull such a stunt. If this were to be seen, would he not be reviled for 1,000,000 years? No, this kneel you must accept, Sir Great Righteousness. Even inform me of such a precious heaven and earth scripture. I have already found that ray of breakthrough, and I feel that this scripture is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that the legendary Book of Immortality is nothing more than that. I'm carrying the Battle Saint body bloodline, and I've had my family's sanctuary inheritance since I was a child, and I've never had a master in this life, although you and I do not have the name of master and disciple. Just now, there is already the reality of master and disciple. Master, please accept my obeisance. Boom, 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 kneeling 3 times in a row, kowtowing with a sincere heart. Hey! Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, he could only accept it reluctantly. After all, having such a prestigious disciple seemed to have a light on his face. He also didn't expect the other party to be so honest, kneeling when he said he would. It seems to be an honest person with a pure heart. But yes, it was only those with a pure heart that could walk so smoothly and so far in the martial arts path. Only after the other party finished kowtowing and got up did Qin Changsheng say, "Fellow Taoist Chu, this matter can be known to you and me, and must not be known to a third person. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be accused by 1,000 people, and in the future, we'll just refer to each other as fellow Taoist outside." All at the command of Master. Chu Jingtian responded respectfully. "And call Master? Fellow Taoist Qin. That's right." Silence followed, wide-eyed. A few more breaths passed. Do you have anything else? Go back first if you're fine. Qin Changsheng finally couldn't help but say. Inwardly, you are even slandering. Although you are the leader of the human race, you are ultimately a big old man. It is not appropriate to stay in my room for too long, right? I've got a big wave of ex-girlfriends coming later. Fellow Taoist Qin, I do have one more thing to tell you this time. Speaking here, Chu Jingtian's complexion became a bit grave and worried as he took a deep breath and said, Fellow Taoist Qin, although you have certified as a great emperor, you must be extra careful of the 2 oldest dark forbidden zones, the Taiku Demon Cave and the Burial Emperor's Erudite Earth, while the other dark forbidden zones are harmless. Oh, what does that say? Qin Changsheng came to be interested. Chu Jingtian was stunned, not expecting Qin Changsheng to really not know. He began to guess that the other party was an ancient great emperor reincarnated and reborn, and it was only after recovering his memories in this world that he was able to go against the heavens and prove the way with his power. Unexpectedly, Qin Changsheng did not know anything about the ancient secrets, and that made it even more clear that the other party was not as good as he thought, but was truly a person of this world. In this world, 10,000 years to power. This talent. Thinking of this, Chu Jingtian's shocked look increased. Seeing the others' confusion, he calmed down and continued, We and the 10,000 races are both native to this world, and have been fighting since the beginning of the birth of the heavens and the earth, and have both stood at the very pinnacle of this world. But at the end of the day, we're a struggle for survival, a struggle for the great Tao, a struggle for Qi, a struggle for boundaries, a struggle for the development of the clan. But the dark forbidden zone is different. It only has destruction and depravity. Anything tainted with the dark forbidden zone's unsettling power is eroded and completely reduced to a puppet of darkness. No exceptions. Although it is called the 10,000 races, after so many dark upheavals, countless small races have been exterminated. The realm is shattered, and I'm afraid that there are only a few hundred races left today. Records of the earliest dark forbidden zone appeared at the end of the mythic era. That time the war of the various races, the fight as the sky is broken, the vitality is greatly injured, are in the weakest strength of the time. The foreigners suddenly came to the attack. Although the foreigners were successfully repelled, but no one cared about. The darkness is quietly planted, for the future generations to sow the roots of the bane. In the ancient, desolate, ancient, and ancient times, all the way to the Emperor Fall era, the dark forbidden zone has always existed, unleashing dark upheavals every once in a while, using all living beings as blood food to strengthen itself. For countless years, the various races have also seen many amazing geniuses with unrivaled battle prowess, sweeping through the forbidden zone, especially that absolute ruthless man from the desolate ancient era, who was able to overwhelm the world without a single move against him. But unfortunately, after the dark forbidden zone is swept away, it doesn't take long before it resurfaces and quietly hunts for great emperors. So our seniors guess that it's likely that somewhere in the depths of this world lies the remnants of the alien kings from the great battle back then. But no one has found them. Ancient sages traveled to the stars through the ancient path of the starry sky in pursuit of a higher realm, and also with the idea of wanting to return again to level out all the hidden dangers. But sadly, all of them never returned. No one knows what exactly exists on the other side of the starry sky. Empyrean Fall era. There is even a forbidden area to open the door of space. A group of alien beings came to attack. Good thing the door of space is not high grade. The alien that entered this world is not very strong. In the end, we won miserably, and the great emperors have fallen, and also the origin of the name of Empyrean Fall era, and of the dark forbidden zones that exist to this day. The ancient Devil Cave and the Burial Emperor's Doom Earth are the most ancient and mysterious, and I suspect that there may be remnants of the foreign races that exist in them, plotting for the next dark upheaval. That's why, even though fellow Daoist Qin is a certified great emperor, he must be more careful. Perhaps their next target is you. After listening to Chu Jingtian's long speech, Qin Shansheng was considered to have completely understood. However, he wasn't worried in the slightest. The system had said that he was invincible in this world, so he must be invincible. Even if there existed foreign kings, they were surely limited by various restrictions and could only exert the strength of a great emperor. As long as it was a great emperor, then he was not a wimp. Hey, but it looks like the good times are coming to an end and it's time to get moving. Then thank you, fellow Daoist Chu, for reminding me. Although Qin Shangsheng was indifferent, he still expressed his gratitude. Seeing how confident the other party looked, Chu Jingtian did not say any more. Suddenly, Qin Shangsheng's face suddenly changed drastically as he sensed a beautiful shadow flying in the distance. Fellow Daoist Chu, quickly go, we'll talk later. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Jingtian to respond, he slipped back into the hospital bed and became moribund again. At this moment, no one is as important as his ex-girlfriends. Chu Jingtian was, after all, a peak expert. Instantly reacting, his figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already 3,000 miles away from the Qin family. Only, there was an extra smile on his otherwise stoic and simple face. Hey, 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 with one voice of master, one more great emperor helper, saving half of the resources and lifetime savings of the heavenly martial sacred temple. Worth it. No one expected the thick-browed leader of the human race. It was actually an old six. Chapter 119. Ex-girlfriends come to visit one after another. The person in the air was none other than Su Muru. The Su family and the Qin family were located in the same northern region's green state, so she was the first to arrive. After her grandma's enlightenment, she figured it out too. Facing her heart squarely, although she loved and hated Qin Shangsheng, she couldn't help missing someone, especially after re-encountering Qin Shangsheng. Countless nights are tossing and turning and thinking, especially now that Qin Shangsheng was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Her heart was filled with anxiety and apprehension. Squeak! As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Shangsheng dying on the hospital bed. Instantly her heart ached to the extreme. Forgetting Qin Shangsheng's philandering, tears dripped down like rain. Shangsheng, how are you doing? Su Moro carefully walked to the hospital bed and gently held Qin Shangsheng's hand, saying worriedly. Qin Shangsheng raised his weak eyelids and smiled faintly, seemingly pretending to be relaxed. It's fine. I was feeling like I was going to die, but I didn't expect you to come, Moro, and I instantly felt full of blood. Su Moro broke into a smile, not expecting the other party to be like this and still be so mouthy. Qin Shangsheng continued, Moro, I haven't visited you for so long. You won't blame me, right? Su Mura shook her head and said softly, no blame, I figured it out. Your cultivation can be cultivated to such a high level. Surely you spend all your time on bitter cultivation on weekdays. Moreover, you're so excellent. It's not strange that there are many women. I love you. As long as I can be with you I'm satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His ex-girlfriend Su Molu's favorability has reached 92, obtaining a random reward. Is it to be claimed now? Ha! Qin Shangsheng was stunned, somewhat incredulous. He hadn't even said the words of love he had prepared, and this accomplished the goal? He had thought that Su Molu would be the most difficult to handle, but he hadn't expected to be the first to give it away for nothing. It seems that behind Su Molu, there are high-profile people now. No! Qin Shangsheng immediately refused. Counting this time, he had already had 4 random reward opportunities. But goodwill is goodwill, and it's a continuing strategy to further promote great harmony in the family's backyard and fulfill the dream of sleeping together in a big bed. So, he backhanded Su Molu's hands and gazed deeply. Maoro, there are some things in my heart that I've wanted to say to you for a long time. I did make a lot of mistakes in the past. It's just that I cared too much about you and was afraid of losing you, so I never dared to tell you. But now, I don't think there should be secrets between people who love each other. So I want to be honest with you. I'm so damned to have the luxury of expecting so many stunning women to fall in love with me at the same time. After saying that, Qin Shangsheng slapped himself violently, seemingly with endless self-reproach and remorse. Without hesitation, Su Moro reached out her hands and grabbed Qin Shangsheng's wrists, stopping him. Nagisa, don't be like this. I forbid you to hurt yourself. I love you. I don't care what happens to the others, but I'll try not to get angry and deal with the relationship between the sisters. So it's okay to, together? What? Oh, nothing. Qin Shangsheng sighed deeply inwardly. It seems that there is a long way to go to achieve the goal of the great sleeping together. Clang! Right at this moment, the door to the room was slammed right open, and a silhouette stormed in. It was none other than Tian'in Pavilion ancestor Manhwa. Manhwa obviously saw Sumuru sitting on the edge of the bed with Qin Changxing's 5 fingers clasped tightly at a glance. The scene in front of her caused her heart to tremble, and her original anxious and worried expression instantly froze. She's late, someone beat her to it. But having come to this, she would not easily admit defeat again. Sumuru. She recognized the other instantly. She struggled to calm her turbulent heart, and instantly scanned Su Muluo's entire body from top to bottom, left to right. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but compare it. Well, the figure is still not as good as mine. The cultivation level is not as high as mine, and the appearance is not similar to mine. Only the face is pure and exudes a very different flavor from my own. Sumuru naturally also discovered Manhwa, who had suddenly barged in. Towering breasts, slender waist, concave and convex curves, delicate figure, all show, especially those seductive eyes. What a flavorful siren. Dreams are like smoke. Sumuru instantly also identifying the other man. He looked down at himself and couldn't help but feel a hint of deflation. One had specially practiced secret arts these days. Why was the gap still so large? Men, I think, like this one. However, this time, she would never give up again. But she would not explicitly embarrass Qin Changsheng, and the sisters' superficial relationship still had to be dealt with. Dream Ruyan caressed the green silk on her forehead, an inexplicable meaning in her eyes, and she seemed to be a bit jealous and said, "Seems, I came at a bad time?" Seeing this, Qin Changsheng was not the least bit flustered and said with a faint smile, "No, you're just in time." In an instant, both women's gazes turned to him at the same time. Qin Changsheng only felt his scalp go numb, a chill came over his face, and the temperature around him dropped by dozens of degrees. "No, I'm also a handsome guy. Why is the plot developing like this?" Qin Changsheng wailed in his heart. He also thought that Manhwa would also jump into his arms, and when the time came, he would be envious of the others as he embraced them left and right. Ah, ouch. Qin Changsheng suddenly clutched his head, as if he had relapsed from a serious injury and was in unbearable pain. "Everlasting, what's wrong with you?" The two women spoke in unison, no longer able to care about anything else. They checked it out together with worry. The simultaneous arrival of the two women made Qin Changsheng a little disappointed, and the night duty sickness dream was not reached. At his insistent request to recuperate, the two women left behind a bunch of sacred medicines to heal their wounds, and they both left. After all, they had no name and no proper reason to stay in the Qin family to take care of Qin Changsheng all the time. However, Qin Changsheng's purpose had probably been accomplished, and the animosity between Sumuru and Manhwa gradually disappeared. Defaulting to the complex relationship between a few of them is a good start for further goals. Next, the arrival of Mu Shueshue's pupil was more than enough for Qin Changsheng to properly experience what it was like to be a patient. After all, they had already had the rite of passage as husband and wife, and everything was water under the bridge. Snow Hitomi, you've already messed with my heart, don't mess with my bed. Dead beat. Yuck. Snow Hitomi, my favorite person is you. You are my first woman. Humph, who would believe it? With all your ex-girlfriends, tell me the truth. How many more ex-girlfriends were there before me? Hitomi, does that matter? It doesn't matter. I swear, you're definitely my first woman. Don't swear. There is a spirit in heaven. I believe you. Mu Shuexie covered his mouth, but I still think the distance between us is too far. Our distance should be negative. Ha? What do you mean? Meaning, succubus, nasty. Next it's time to rejoice and let your imagination run wild again. I'm sure you readers are already well versed and in the groove. Chapter 120 Tianji Pavilion. The young girl carrying a great sword. All in all, these few days, under the opportunity of Qin Changsheng's serious injury, the subsequent tragic cultivation of the world was avoided. The many ex-girlfriends are also aware of each other's existence, and a seed is quietly planted, just waiting to sprout completely at some point in the future. Central Region, Tianji City, on one of the busiest streets. Unlike the vast majority of cities, the center of the street is not a greenhouse or commercial center, but instead a towering loft. Precisely, the Tinker's Court. The aura from the attic was very arcane and seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth. The old man Tianji had an inscrutable look as he sat on the top floor of the attic. Only, at this moment, he was very different from the one who threatened to know the future of the ancient and modern times, with a slightly wrinkled brow and a sad face. With the recent chaos in the heavens, even he could not see a bit clearly. The approved words passed down by the ancient ancestors had been miscalculated again and again, which gave him an indescribable sense of crisis. It seemed that there was a change in heaven and earth, obscuring the heavenly chances, heavy with mists and unable to see clearly, and the chances of him wanting to rely on the power of deduction to become an emperor seemed to be getting slimmer and slimmer. On this day, a beautiful young girl figure slowly approached the Heavenly Chance Pavilion with a firm and steady gait. On the young girl's weak body, she was carrying a huge black sword, and with her slender figure, it formed a strong contrast, and the pedestrians on the road cast curious gazes. The young girl, however, did not care. Her face was as cold as ice, and there seemed to be sword intent bursting out between her eyebrows. Her eyes were as deep as the night sky, without a trace of impurities, and it seemed that in her eyes, there was only the sword. As soon as she stepped into the Tianji Pavilion, the people in the surrounding area instantly felt an overpowering sword intent pressing down on them, and they all stepped out of the way. And the young girl didn't open her mouth, stepping onto the ladder without looking askance, heading towards the top floor of the Tianji Pavilion. No one stopped them along the way, and it seemed as if the people of Tianji Pavilion knew this young girl. "Ha, Miss Ouyang, you're a whole decade late this time," Elder Tianji sighed quietly, as if the young girl in front of him was a familiar guest. "Well, I occasionally had an epiphany, and I closed my eyes for a bit longer." Ouyang Jicho's tone was flat. Elder Tianji looked at the other party with some concern in his eyes. In his senses, the other party's sword intent had already reached an astonishing realm, and seemed to have reached the top of the sword Dao. It was worthy of being the most gifted person he had ever seen in sword Dao, and he was born with a sword body and a sword heart. Unfortunately, it was this sword intent that was filled with silence and fury, carrying with it endless calamity and destruction. He couldn't help but feel a bit grave and worried, his brow furrowing once again. He knew that once the other girl's sword was out, it would shock the heavens and turn the mountains upside down, becoming the killing god of this world. If we can control it, it's fine. If we can't control it, I'm afraid it's another human tragedy. But then he laughed to himself. He was too wishy-washy. The seniors of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion were able to miscalculate. What could he see with the vision of a late quasi-emperor? Elder Tianji quieted his mind and said with a smile, "So it's still the same as always, measuring each other's life and death?" "Aha." The young girl remained succinct, passing a strand of hair from her hand. The result of Elder Tianji's skillfulness seemed to have been rehearsed many times and a tacit understanding had been reached. This time, however, Elder Tianji asked one more question. "Miss Ouyang, my old man has one more thing to say. You come here every 100 years on time to divine. I can see that this person is very important in your heart, but why only divine the life and death of this man, and not allow his location to be deduced, without going to him personally? If I guessed correctly, this person is your Taoist couple, right?" At those words, Ouyang Jicho flashed through a ripple, and then quickly disappeared, becoming cold and clear again, and said faintly, "No, an old friend only. Got it, I got it." Elder Tianji smiled faintly and asked no more questions. Picking up the strand of hair he began to deduce it. After a few breaths, Elder Tianji was a bit surprised. A quarter of an hour passed, his brow furrowed with confusion and disbelief that there was not the slightest result. Could it be that with the recent chaos in the heavens, one's ability to deduce has greatly declined? Elder Tianji instantly had a bad feeling. He silently lifted his palm up and took out a pitch-black Heavenly Chance disc from his own sleeve. The Heavenly Chance disc was their Heavenly Chance Pavilion's inherited treasure, capable of greatly increasing the ability of deduction and divination. Pavilion Master, deducing the life and death of just one mortal. Is there a need to go to such great lengths? Ouyang Jicho frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. The first dozens of times I've gotten results in seconds. Why is it so much work this time? Elder Tianji's forehead was sweating slightly, and his face blushed a little as he explained. Miss Ouyang doesn't need to be alarmed. Perhaps the recent change in heaven and earth. The heaven and earth is chaotic. Some of them can't be seen clearly, but you must believe in the reputation of our Heavenly Chance Pavilion. A mortal is just a mortal. With the Heavenly Chance disc in place, it's a handful. Hearing this, Ouyang Jicho stopped asking more questions and silently stared at Elder Tianji. Elder Tianji's face became more and more grave. This was related to Tianji Pavilion's reputation. This time, absolutely no more problems. He closed his eyes and converged his entire mind into the Heavenly Chance plate. Complex runes rose up, and his hands were even more rapid as he pinched up the spell, and a strange power began to surge. Yet as time passed, 3/4 of an hour had passed. There was still no result. There was no way to deduce the life and death of the target, as if the person just didn't exist in this world. Holy, I still don't believe it. Tianji old man did not believe in evil. A burst of light flashed. Under Ouyang Jicho's odd eyes, Tianji Pavilion's treasure of the pavilion appeared. It was the Tianji Gua, which was even more mysterious than the Tianji plate. Spiritual energy was activated, and the strange power of deduction was activated once again. For a long time, Tianji old man directly spit out blood. Life breath quickly fell. see dying, will return to the west? At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who was in the gentle home of the Qin clan, looked up at the void in confusion. Holy, what pervert is spying on me? The power of Hongmeng creation enveloped his entire body and disappeared from the perceptions of all living beings. That said, over here, Ouyang Jiqiu was also completely stunned by this sudden scene. Pavilion Master, what's wrong with you? She rushed up to inquire. It's just a matter of deducing the life and death of a mortal. What's the point? It can't be that people are getting old and their deduction skills are failing, so they're here to put on a show for me, right? Ouyang Jiqiu instantly came up with this peculiar thought. There's no harm in dying. Elder Tianji waved his hand. Then he said with a serious, earnest face, I know why. Just now I forced the deduction and it was countered. A great terror struck me. If not for my quick reaction, I'm afraid that I would be a corpse at this moment. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that what I've encountered is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. And I'm afraid that I've angered the great Tao of reincarnation by being bent on forcibly deducing it. And the root cause of all this is that the object of my deduction has entered the wheel of reincarnation. At those words, Ouyang Jiqiu's pupils suddenly contracted, an intense chill instantly surging through his heart, his voice trembling. You are saying, Elder Tianji said with a slight sigh. Miss Ouyang was right in thinking that the owner of this strand of hair, I'm afraid, is no longer alive. What he didn't say was that the Great One, he couldn't project that either. But the Great One? Oh, how could it be? Chapter 121, Sword Intent Great Success. Ouyang Jiqiu. Impossible. Impossible. Ouyang Jiqiu's voice gradually raised in pitch. For thousands of years, every projection has survived. So why is it suddenly gone this time? Though she had anticipated the day when she would part in life and death, when the day actually came, she still felt a tugging, bone-deep heartache come over her, frozen in place. She didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. After all, the reputation of the Heavenly Key Pavilion for countless years would never deceive her on such matters. The young man who had always been around to watch his sword practice was no longer alive? The news was like a sharp blade that plunged right into his heart. A tear, slipping silently. Night flying rain, she murmured. She closed her eyes, as if remembering the past, as if honoring the deceased, as if emptying her mind of everything. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and a strong sword intent surged out from her body, stirring the entire top-floor attic. Immediately afterward, the sword intent rose up like a monstrous wave, rushing straight into the sky and breaking open a huge hole in the attic. With the moment the attic was pierced, a bright and incomparable light erupted from Ouyang Jiqiu's body. At this moment, her sword intent had unexpectedly reached an unimaginable height. Realizing the realm of the great accomplishment of the Tao mind, her mind became incomparably peaceful, becoming one with heaven and earth. Elder Tianji, who was on the side, had his eyes rounded and was completely shocked. He had seen countless heavenly pride demons over the years, but there had never been anyone whose talent in the Tao of the sword was comparable to this woman. Even close. This woman. She has the qualifications of a great emperor. A young girl of a few thousand years in the district was able to burst out with such amazing sword intent. Although he was only at supreme cultivation, he clearly sensed that the young girl's unsheathed greatsword contained a terrifying sword chi. Once it was unsheathed, it could even cut down late-stage quasi-emperors, and peak quasi-emperors were not impossible. Sure enough, heaven and earth changed drastically. The golden age came, and demons emerged frequently. In the past, with this woman's sword Tao talent, she would be enough to rise to the top and look down upon the world. But now just appear will have Qin family Qinyu, Yi Ao Tian, Ji family Saint's son and so on. Really a great struggle of the world. Elder Tianji sighed, and wondered if Tianji Pavilion would be able to recreate its past glory in this golden age. Not good. He looked at the clear sky beneath the hole and suddenly remembered something serious. Oh, my God. The attic that has been handed down for countless years in our Tianji Pavilion. So many rare and expensive materials were used to build it, and it just turned into a skylight? Hey, this little girl just looks poor and doesn't look like she can afford to pay for it. And it's kind of unintentional. The baby's heart is bitter, but the baby can't talk about it. It seems that in the future, the fees of the Tianji Pavilion will have to go up by 30%. However, this girl's sword intent has a few shades of Wuji sword intent, and at the same time, her surname is also Ouyang, so she can't be a descendant of Ouyang Chu. Ouyang Chu is now living a second life, but also backed by the Qin family, rich and powerful. Compensation of a few 100 million extreme spirit stones. Not much of a problem, right? No, I'll have to ask later. On Ouyang Jiqiu's side, he didn't discover Elder Tianji's small mind. She looked up at the turquoise blue sky that held endless possibilities and secrets. Loved ones are gone, the deceased are dead, and mortal ties are gone. From then on, all she had left was her sword. A life of loneliness and drifting. Mourning, She turned, and without a word, turned her head and walked away. The pace was firm and lonely. This life. One sword is enough. Miss Ouyang. Wait. Elder Tianji suddenly shouted. What is it? Ouyang Jicho's footsteps stalled, revealing a puzzled expression. There's something I don't know if I should say or not. Say. Seeing this, Elder Tianji no longer hesitated, and after scanning the other party, he continued. I observe that the girl's sword intent seems somewhat familiar, as if it is derived from the Wuji sword intent, yet it is even better than the Wuji sword intent, even more violent and destructive, pointing directly to the Great Tao. Moreover, the girl's surname is also Ouyang, so I take the liberty of asking if the girl is aware of Ouyang Chu, the peerless sword emperor from 60,000 years ago? That's my ancestor. Ouyang Jiqiu frowned, not understanding why the other party was asking this. That's right, then, said Elder Tianji with a pat on his thigh and a somewhat uplifted tone. Girl, you look like you just came out of the gate. Don't know. Your ancestor Ouyang Chu has already lived a second life. Now he is the Northern Domain Qin family supply elder. Earlier he even held an emperor's soldier, overthrowing the Jiang clan. No one in the world knows about it. No one knows about it. What? Ancestors? Still alive. Ouyang Jiqiu's body was frozen in place, unable to believe his ears. That founding ancestor that the family clans thought had passed away, the old ancestor who had kowtowed to the tablet himself since he was a child, was actually still alive. Before her parents died, they also asked her to carry on their legacy and restore the Xian sword sect, which was one of the reasons why she had stepped into the sword Dao. But now, the ancestor was still alive. So did she still need to re-establish the Xian sword sect? For a moment, she was in a daze again. A moment later, though, her eyes regained their clarity. Perhaps it was good that she didn't need to rebuild the Xian sword sect. She was not good at dealing with people in the first place, and she let go of a piece of her mind. However, since the old ancestor was alive, as the person she once admired the most, she had to go and pay a visit as a matter of course. North Domain, Qin family? It was time to take a walk. After meeting the old ancestor to fulfill her heart's desire, she was going to completely free herself from worldly ties and walk on her own path. See what's at the end of that road? The end of the sword road. Whether a sword can open the sky, whether a sword can destroy the world, or whether it is possible to go back in time and take another look at him. Thinking it through, she turned away once again. AI, Miss Ouyang, Tianji old man hurriedly shouted. This girl how to say a word and run away. No eye power. Don't forget to mention to your family's old ancestor about the compensation for the top floor of my Tianji pavilion. Hearing the voice coming from behind her, Ouyang Jiqiu first stalled her feet and her eyes were stunned. Then he turned a deaf ear and his steps quickened, disappearing at the steps in a flash. Holy, only the old man Tianji who wanted to curse his mother was left behind. How is it that even pretty little girls are starting to play tricks these days? You don't know what you're talking about. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. A figure appeared on the outskirts of the Qin clan. It was Ouyang Jiqiu. After she learned of her ancestor's news, she didn't rush to come, but traveled north while sensing the great Tao. After coming out of the heavenly chance pavilion, her heart had been as if it was still water, and visiting her ancestor was just fulfilling her parents' last wish. Her future is bound to no one. Along the way, she had also heard many rumors about the Qin family, especially the Qin family's oldest ancestor, Qin Chongsheng. The Qin family didn't have a good reputation in the central domain, but when they entered the northern domain, they had a good reputation, not counting the Qin family's oldest ancestor, Qin Chongsheng. Of course, after all, Qin Chongsheng's popularity was hard to describe. Feet stepping on multiple boats, Heaven's Pride big competition shady, hidden strength fishing law enforcement, small chicken belly a word to overthrow the Jiang family. In short, not to say that it is full of evil, but at least it is a scum. It was only after Qin Chongsheng exposed his cultivation that most of the abuse shifted from the stage to behind the scenes. Chapter 122 Fire Prevention. Theft Prevention. Prevention of Qin family ancestor. Every town you pass through was whispered about in one way or another. You said that Qin Chongsheng destroyed his own future, fell down to the quasi-emperor realm, and has never been able to take another step forward ever since. What exactly is the reason for that? For what? It's obvious. For the prosperity of the world. Brother Zhang is right. For so many years, he secretly hides on Earth, and I don't know how many goddesses he hogs. He's a big old man. He still shamelessly disguises himself as a gigolo, and dabbles in womanizing all over the place. I don't know how many goddesses of our generation have suffered miserably at his hands, causing me to still be a bachelor until now. Brother Li, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but your bachelorhood has nothing to do with the goddess Qin Chongsheng Huahua. It's purely ugly. Holy, how do you talk? Looking for death? Honestly, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. The painting style gradually drifts away from the theme. However, there were also people who were very logical and judged the number of women Qin Changsheng had based on clues. According to this love saint's multiple detections, Qin Changsheng explicitly has scandals with 3 or 4 goddesses, and according to people's revelations, there are at least 4 golden houses inside Qin's family, so that counts up. Qin Changsheng's surface women are at least this number. The middle-aged man who called himself the Sage of Love reached out. How many? The crowd couldn't help but ask. At least 10. Ha? That's not much. Given Qin Changsheng's status as a former great emperor, 10 women. Sloppy. When the middle-aged love saint heard this, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised and he said mysteriously, "Brother, this is what you don't understand. Right. People like your kind of looks don't understand the circle of our handsome men at all. Our kind of handsome men, if there are 10 women on the surface, then behind the scenes there is actually this number." He held out another hand. How much? The crowd was curious. At least 5 or 6,000. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, but then reacting to the fact that the man was talking nonsense and calling them ugly, a group of people wailed up and beat the man into a pig's head. No one expected this middle-aged lover to be prophetic, but there are those who express disdain for it. A mere villain who hides his head in tail. Even if he is lucky enough to prove himself as an emperor, he is still just a go-emperor, remaining on Earth for so many years, and never contributing to the battlefield of the 10,000 races for the benefit of the human race. It is truly the shame of the human race. You said that Qin Changsheng, a peak quasi-emperor, and several goddesses falling in love at the same time isn't too much, but you should at least give people a name. Now that it's unclear, not only is he a godee, he's also an irresponsible scum. The crowd scolded Qin Changsheng with your words and my words. Ouyang Jiqiu had traveled all the way to Qin Changsheng and had a relatively deep understanding of him. I can't help but be a little worried. The rumored ancestor was quite upright, but now he is working under that kind of evil. Could it be that the ancestor was not coerced by Qin Changsheng? If this is true, this sword chi of hers, which has been contained for 1,000 years, unable to say, it was time to ask Qin Changsheng for advice. She looked up at the Qin family in the distance and lifted her feet to walk. It was the moment he stepped into the Qin family's range. Ouyang Chu, who was sitting in the Qin family, abruptly opened his eyes, a wave of doubt flickering in his deep eyes. Infinite sword intent? No, it was no longer pure infinite sword intent. It was even more violent and terrifying. Is it possible that he's a descendant of my Xianjian sect? But I have recently learned from many sources that the Xianjian sect has been destroyed for thousands of years, so how can there still be descendants alive? Thinking of this, Ouyang Chu could no longer hold back. The figure flickered, and when it reappeared, it had instantly moved in front of Ouyang Jiqiu. Ouyang Jiqiu was startled by the sudden appearance of the silhouette, but when she saw the face of the visitor, she froze. Ancestor, founding ancestor of the Xian sword sect, Ouyang Chu. She recognized it instantly. After all, the portrait that documented the likeness was one she had been taught to view by her parents since she was a child. She bowed, performing the ritual of a descendant's child. Subsequent descendant Ouyang Jiqiu, pay respects to our ancestor. Although she had decided to live with the sword for the rest of her life, she was, after all, a descendant of the other side's children and grandchildren, and still had a sense of reverence for the ancestor she had worshipped in her youth. Quickly rise, Ziqiu, a leaf knows autumn. Good name. Ouyang Chu waved at any time. An irresistible peak quasi-emperor force lifted the other party up and continued to ask, who are you descended from? Jianpi, Jianming, or Jianrun? The 3 names he said were the 3 people at the helm of the Xian sword sect before he stepped into the land of sunken sleep. Ouyang Jiqiu's mouth twitched. These 3 elders' names, a little. However, he still respectfully returned. Back to my ancestor. I am a descendant of Ouyang Jianrun's great-grandfather. Oh, Jianrun's Ouyang Chu sighed slightly, seemingly a bit reminiscent. Soon after, he readjusted his state and calmed down his mood. After all, what is gone can't be undone. Cherishing the present is the most important thing. Jiqiu, do you have any plans for the future? Why don't you stay with me in the Qin family, and have a care? Ouyang Chu said. At those words, Ouyang Jiqiu, however, shook his head and said respectfully, Ancestor, I'll forget about it. I don't like to socialize with people, and I plan to wander the world and perfect my sword path after meeting you. What do you call this? A girl's family? What kind of a Jianghu is it to wander? Go, follow me. When Ouyang Chu heard this, he got a little angry and instantly pulled the other party's arm and walked towards the Qin family. He's the only bloodline left, so he can't afford any more accidents. He was also going to tell the other party about an in-laws and start a family for their Ouyang family. He said as he pulled Ouyang Jiqiu, there's nothing wrong with you not being good at socializing with people. Come and stay at Qin's house for a few days and you'll open up. and from my own personal experience, I'll tell you, the Qin family are super nice. All of them are talented and well-spoken. I super like it here. Ha! Ouyang Jiqiu was a bit confused. The Qin family, isn't it the devil's den as the world calls it? How is it that in the mouth of the ancestors, it seems like a paradise? Can it be that the ancestors were brainwashed? Even though his heart was unwilling to do so, but after all, it was the first time he met with his ancestor, so it was not good to brush off his ancestors' good intentions. It's just a thing. Just stay at the Qin family for a few days before saying goodbye to your ancestors. Regardless of Ouyang Jiqiu's broken thoughts, Ouyang Chu pulled her and was about to rise up in the air, but then suddenly his figure stalled. He thought of a very serious problem. His own descendant, Ouyang Jiqiu, looks so young and beautiful that I feel sorry for him. The Qin family's oldest ancestor, Qin Changsheng, won't do it. No way. No way. He was still counting on Ouyang Jiqiu to open up the Ouyang family, and he absolutely could not fall into the clutches of the devil. He suddenly panicked a little. No, absolutely no meeting with Qin Changsheng. It must be done in secret, with more contact with other members of the Qin family, and it is best for both parties to fall in love at first sight and enter into a direct engagement. The old Qin ancestor was only lustful, but he was quite decent, so he wouldn't be so bad as to steal the daughter-in-law of his descendants. He made a silent decision in his mind. Ancestor, did something happen? Ouyang Jiqiu couldn't help but ask when he saw the other party's color change. It's fine. Ouyang Chu shook his head and said perfunctorily, just a deep sigh in his mind. He can't be blamed for any of this. Fire prevention, theft prevention, prevention of the Qin family's old man. Who let the Qin family have such an old ancestor? Like, what about seeing the seams? Chapter 123, Strange Stories, Distressed Old Ancestor. Inside the room, Qin Changsheng's brows were furrowed, and his face was clouded with worry. Across from him sat three large, dainty beauties, their eyes revealing anticipation as they watched him quietly, waiting for the storytelling to begin. He rubbed his temples and just felt his inspiration drying up. The heart endlessly wailed. This next story, how to make up It all started 3 days ago when he happened to make a bad decision. Before that, under Yin Wanqiu's impeccable care, his serious injuries healed quickly. Then, his little life was a beautiful one. Nangongyan was in a low mood due to the fact that his sister could not be resurrected, and he did not go out for a few days. And Wang Wanyan crashed Qin Changsheng's two good things. The heart is still slightly embarrassed, so in recent days have not come to bother themselves. So, there was only one Yin Wanqiu left in the three-girl alliance. And naturally, Qin Changsheng would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So he faced Yin Wanqiu, who could not stand alone. Naturally, know the roots, pouring it on. For a moment, he was born with infinite pride. That's the right way to open the Great One. Fighting and killing, what kind of a great emperor is that? It's just a wage earner. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, and in his sage moment, he couldn't resist Yin Wanqiu's pleas and was asked to recite poems. But he had basically copied almost all of the 1,000 famous poems and nouns from his previous life, so he was thinking of changing it up. So, he told talkie stories. It can be imagined that Wang Wanyan and Nangongyan all knew clearly the next day. They didn't expect that Qin Changsheng was not only a great poet and songwriter, but also a vivid storyteller of folklore. So then, the three girls hit it off and came to Qin Changsheng's room every day with a small bench to listen to stories. At first, Qin Changsheng was quite happy, feeling that the three women were so harmonious, which was one step closer to success, and telling stories. But for many days in a row, Qin Changsheng was a bit numb. Not only was there no more alone time with Yin Wanqiu, the story inspiration was about to dry up. Hey, I'm sorry for what I've done. Qin Changsheng silently sighed. However, looking at the expectant eyes of the three women, he gathered his emotions, took a deep breath, and continued to open his speech. In the last episode, we talked about how the wolves rose up on Cybertron, and Lindsay captured Megatron in 7. So for today's episode of the story, we're going to talk about Wolverine enters the Land of Light 7 times and beats Deja and captures Terra. Levi skillfully uses a chain of tricks, and she sure captures the desolate Heavenly Emperor alive. Only as soon as the words fell, Wang Wanyan pouted her cherry mouth and said in dissatisfaction, I don't want to hear this. It's not a fun story, and you haven't told us the ending of your last story. After Boiling Goat transformed into a Super Saiyan and killed the Exterminator with a Pegasus Meteor Fist, did he end up with Snow White or not? I'm looking forward to it. It's got to end well, right, Nagisa? At those words, the corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched and he didn't know how to speak. He just couldn't make it up. What else could he say? Boiling goat? Licking dog? Unworthy. As soon as Wang Wanyan finished speaking, Nangongyan and Yin Wanqiu chimed in and accused Qin Changsheng. Sister Wanyan is right. Every time the story of the eternal life is told to the climax or the grand finale, it comes to an abrupt end, causing people to not be able to get up and down. And their hearts are itching. Yeah, and last time, that beautiful love story. The human supreme bald head strong Tathagata self, strong suppression of Ultraman dark unrest, a breakthrough to the half-step author realm, and finally whether to break the barrier of the green grass plains, to marry the head of the goat village. I can't wait for the grand finale. Nagisa, tell it, don't dawdle. The three women, with one word from you and one from me, urged Qin Chongsheng. A large black line once again appeared on Qin Chongsheng's forehead. It's not his ing fault. Who let women listen to stories only like to have a love-hate story? Forced him to adapt. Just change the change. He cannot make up. Qin Chongsheng swallowed, somewhat at a loss for words. I don't know how Baldy got married to the mayor of Sheep Village. Just as he was at a loss, Qinjin's voice sounded outside the door. Old ancestor, everything is ready. Just waiting for you. Qin Chongsheng was overjoyed. He really wanted to hug Qinjin and kiss him twice. This rabbit cub finally did a reliable thing. In the future, from 3 days of beating, change to 4 days, after all, is also the head of the Qin family. Or give some face, he said to Yin Wanqiu and the girls. Look, I've got some important business here, so I'm going to pull out. After saying that, without waiting for them to respond, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Only a few beaming, reluctant beauties were left behind. Qin family, in front of the martial arts arena. The original open space was currently filled with countless cultivation resources, heavenly materials, extremely high-quality spirit stones, and so on, piled up like a mountain. Even in the small mountain, there were a few ancient and solemn quasi-imperial soldiers lying across it, emitting a faint golden glow and a powerful pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. Countless Qin family members' sons and daughters, as well as some sons and daughters who had defected to the Qin family or the affiliated forces. After so many years, they had long had an intricate relationship with the Qin family, and many of the sons and daughters of different surnames had also grown up practicing in the Qin family, affiliated to the Qin family's offerings or disciples. At the moment, they were all eagerly waiting and salivating. They were notified that today was the time to allocate resources. The Qin family sent it. They're also about to bird dog and get off the ground. These resources were all the income from the Star Tower in recent days and the spoils of war from overthrowing the Zheng family, and it wasn't until today that they were completely inventoried. In response, everyone could not wait, especially the Qin family's children. Recently, their bloodline had awakened, and their cultivation speeds had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before, and they had broken through 1 to 2 great realms. But the beauty of it was that their weapons, magic treasures, and so on, were still the same ones they had used before when they had lived in bitter days, and they were no longer quite compatible with today's status and cultivation realm. But the Qin family law is very strict. Without reason, they cannot go to rob it. Therefore, today, when they heard that spiritual tools, sacred tools, cultivation resources, and the like were going to be redistributed today, each and every one of them were excited. Holy, I can't be mistaken. That's a bunch of holy weapons? I've only been in closed-door cultivation for more than a year and my family has become so rich? Brotherly, this is the moment you're missing out on the Qin family's mighty moment, isn't it? Honestly speaking, if I go out right now, it's the people of those ancient emperor clans that will have to give me 3 points of face. It can't be. I have not made any breakthrough in this retreat for a year. It is considered to be a lonely retreat. I didn't realize that the family is secretly working hard to amaze everyone. I am lying down to win. Isn't that right? Brotherly, hey, just admire your ancestor, joining the Qin family thousands of years in advance. With the contributions of your grandparents and grandchildren for several generations, there's no problem to share a very high-quality spirit weapon or spirit elixir. Unlike my grandfather, who only joined a few hundred years ago, I'm afraid that he won't be able to share a very high-quality spirit weapon this time around. What? It's impossible for an innate realm disciple like us to be able to partake in an extreme spiritual weapon. Then what kind of divine weapons do those first-degree sons of the Qin family have to use? No. The speaker nudged his mouth, signaling him to look at the item at the forefront, emanating a strong wave. At this moment, Li Moi was completely dumbfounded. Hiss, this is a holy weapon, a supreme weapon, and it seems like there are also quasi-imperial weapons. Was this the kind of Dharma weapon these minions like them could hope for? At this moment, they turned their gazes in unison towards those direct descendants of the Qin clan standing at the very front. Envious Quinel is purple with envy. Chapter 124, Qin Family Resource Allocation. Old 6th Qin Chongsheng. Do you dare to think that one by one? At the Divine Hidden Realm or the Violet Mansion Realm, holy weapons and supreme weapons were flying across the room when they fought. occasionally with a few quasi-imperial weapons mixed in. How sensational it should be. Brotherly hey. Cheer up. The Qin family is quite fair except for a few absolute core children. As long as you contribute to the family, then you will definitely not be treated poorly. Aha! Li Ming spoke with a firm tone, silently making a resolution. At this moment, the circle of the Qin family's group of court children was exceptionally lively. Ha ha, cousin. This time you're in for a treat. This time the supreme artifact is stable, and the quasi-emperor soldier isn't out of the question. This is a treatment that the previous family head, the second ancestor, didn't have. Hey, low profile, AI. It's a pity that I've been spending most of my time practicing at the Star Tower lately, and I've taken less family missions, and my contribution is too low. Don't worry, cousin, you're definitely not the worst off. Take a look at those three brothers of Uncle 13. The cousins smiled at each other, their eyes going to the corner. His own defeat was hard to bear, but the completion of his brothers was even more gratifying. At the moment 3 men in the corner stood as minions, shivering. Big brother, at first I told you to be merciful. You had to exterminate people's families and leave no chickens or dogs behind. You see, this is not coming retribution? Wasn't I in a fit of anger at first? The other party being so unethical and ruthless, but who knew that the other party still had an ancestral grandmother in their ancestral hall? Hey, stop it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone out that day. Yeah, it's all your fault. Hey, the three brothers sighed in unison. It's bad luck. Thinking of the other clansmen's strange glances these days and the rumors of the family head being hung at the gate for 3 days and 3 nights, he couldn't help but shiver, only feeling that his future was bleak. And since then, the family head, Qin Jin, issued a Qin family ban. It is strictly forbidden for the people of the Qin family to exterminate people at every turn, and the lightest person will be flogged with a cane for 50, and the heaviest person will be directly expelled from the Qin family. And after the vendetta, such as the need to eliminate the root and branch, the first to determine the other side of the ancestors have no beautiful and single elders. If so, immediately stop all actions. If not, report it to the family, and then discuss. On top of that, the family head Qin Jin even secretly released a mission to find information about his grandma on the family mission list, rewarding 10,000 family contribution points and keeping it strictly confidential. This quest has been hanging high on the top of the family quest list, igniting the enthusiasm of countless clansmen. Unfortunately, no one has completed a single order until now. Old ancestor, arrive! With a lofty voice, Qin Changsheng slowly appeared. Instantly, there was silence. Although Qin Changsheng was infamous in the outside world, in the eyes of most of the Qin clan's children present, Qin Changsheng was still an old ancestor that they respected. It is the spiritual symbol of the Qin family's foothold for 10,000 years. After all, they had not been in close contact with the old ancestor like Qin Yu and the others. In their eyes, Qin Changsheng was still the old ancestor recorded in the booklet. Kind, upright, talented, hard-working, and greatly wise. The Qin family had only developed smoothly for 10,000 years under the family laws, family training, family rules, and so on, which had been formulated by the old ancestor himself. Now after the old ancestor's return, the Qin family was even more transformed and refreshed, undergoing a radical change. The second ancestor's breakthrough to supremacy, the repulsion of the Northern Region Alliance, Qin Yu's courage to win the first place in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, the overthrow of the Zheng clan. Which of these earth-shattering events didn't have the old ancestors' involvement? As for the outside world, said the beginning of the end, they are disdainful, that is purely jealous of the old ancestor. The woman more points. Is the beginning of the end? Perhaps. The old ancestor is the victim. After all, people handsome hanging, if the only flaw of the old ancestor was that he was just a mortal without any cultivation. But now that the old ancestor's cultivation was revealed, he was actually a great emperor who had fallen from his realm. Shortcomings that turn into strengths. In an instant, the old ancestor had become the supreme deity in the hearts of most of the clansmen. We have a speech from the old patriarch. Applause. Qinshin just dropped his voice, and deafening applause came from below. Holy, the world does that too? Award speeches? Qin Changsheng saw it for the first time and was also quite shocked. In his previous life, he hated this session, which could easily take several hours. So he just flicked his hand out and the scene was instantly quiet. He nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention, it felt so good that he almost wanted to talk freely for 3 hours. Still, he suppressed the evil thoughts and said with a slight smile, knowing your urgency, I'll cut the crap and come up one by one to collect the resources according to the organized list. Qin Changsheng cleared his throat and read. The first, Li Si Steward. In view of its generations of loyalty, for the Qin family service for more than 5,000 000 years has been a long time. His own is again when the steward for more than 400 years. Conscientious, but also for the stability of the Qin family logistics set up a sweat and tears. Special allocation of rewards for a supreme artifacts, a saint's artifacts, 2 sets of extremely high-quality spiritual artifacts, the heavenly rank pills and more than 10. The spirit crystal 1,000. Hiss. The scene was in an uproar at these words. Everyone was shocked, never expecting the first reward distribution object to be managerly. And the reward was so generous. The Qin family executives, they're so generous? Especially a high-level divine weapon like the supreme artifact. If it was any other power, even the ancient imperial race, one should not even think about it without being above the sage realm. But the Qin family's senior management had so easily rewarded a butler who was only at the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, a feeling surfaced within everyone. Turning to the Qin family was the right thing to do in this life. This was already richer than even the holy sons of some powers. Being an ordinary deacon in the Qin clan was better than being a holy son of some small power. They rubbed their hands together in secret, grinding their fists in anticipation of their reward. At this moment, Steward Lee was in tears as he looked up to the sky and sighed. Great-great-grandfather, it's still you who has a good eye. Our Lee family, we're finally getting somewhere. The Qin family, it's worth it. I have no regrets about joining the Qin family in this life. However, after he finished lamenting, he flung himself on his knees in front of Qin Changsheng, his voice all a little trembling with excitement, and said, Old ancestor, please take back the supreme artifacts and holy artifacts. How can I, a foundation establishment realm cultivator, dare to possess such divine artifacts? I appreciate the thought. When Qin Changsheng saw this, a wave of power surged out to help the other party up. Smiling, Steward Lee, we are rewarding for merit. What's yours is yours. If you can't use it, you can give it to your loved ones, or you can find the family to exchange for cultivation resources afterwards. With these words, Butler Lee would no longer refuse. Wiping the tears from his face, his heart even more secretly decided that he would become the most loyal servant of the Qin family in the future. Qin 18. Rewarded with a sacred weapon and a bottle of Tai Ching source liquid. Qin Changsheng continued to read. Once this statement was made, there was another murmur from below. 18. This kid's luck is also too good. He actually got a share of the Tai Ching source liquid. Yes, the Tai Ching source liquid is also remarkable. Not only can it increase the speed of cultivation, but it also has the effect of repairing the physical body. Mending the flesh? Qin Changsheng's ears twitched. Is that what I think it is? If that were possible, wouldn't to be a bridegroom day by day and a bride by night. With a movement of his divine mind, he collected all the remaining Tai Ching origin liquid into his violet mansion space. The heart is even more secretly said. I Qin family children, when not afraid of the hardships and dangers, a little injury is nothing. Chapter 125. A good opportunity to give Qin Dachuan another blind date. Next, Qin Changsheng awarded several rewards one after another, and then the next matter was left to Qin Jin to handle. After all, he was the oldest ancestor, and all he had to do was speak and make a start, and that was enough. And as soon as he, the esteemed old patriarch, left, the scene went into a complete frenzy. Thinking about it from a different perspective, in the past, Qin Jin, the former Qin family head, only had a sacred artifact, and now a mere butler could have a supreme artifact. Such a contrast can't help but boil over. It can be said that when one person is successful, the whole family ascends to heaven. That being said, after Qin Changsheng slowly paced back to his room, his divine mind swept to make sure no one was around. He immediately changed into a lewd smile. Hey, hey, hey! Immediately afterward, dozens of bottles of Tai Ching origin liquid flew out from the violet mansion space and fused together under his control. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed, somewhat disappointed. The amount was too small. It wasn't enough for Yin Wanqiu and the girls to take a bath. If it was used with precision, it would be too purposeful, and wouldn't it make people think that he was ill-intentioned and a downwardly mobile man? But if you can get to the amount of soaking, it's a good thing to explain. Qin Changsheng's mind moved and decided to go out and try his luck to see if he could find some more Tai Ching source liquid. The figure disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye it was already evening. After a tiring day, Qin Jin felt as if his body had been emptied, and sat down on his but on the soft and comfortable recliner. Physically tired, but with a bit of a spring in his step and a glow on his face. After all, the Qin family's overall strength would be exploding this time around. He, the head of the Qin family, had a doubly bright face, together with the Star Tower's experience and the ancient Tree of Life's increasingly dense aura. It was just around the corner for him to become the head of the world's #1 family. So, he's tired and happy. Husband, take a sip of tea and slow down. Wang Wanru walked lightly to his side, carrying a cup of fragrant tea that seemed to be enlightenment tea. Qingjin smiled faintly, flashing a trace of tenderness, and took the tea. What more could a man ask for when his family is prospering and his wife is a good and loving woman? Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Wang Wanru, Wanru, now that the Qin family is stable, no one can separate the two of us anymore. Plus Tiana and you are already grown up and don't need us to worry about them. And it's no fun anymore. Not to mention that all of our sons are so good. We can't waste such good genes. Why don't we have a third child and have some fun? Aha! Wang Wanru's voice was like a mosquito. Ha ha ha, good. Go to the bedroom. Qingjin was overjoyed, instantly full of blood, picked up Wang Wanru and was about to enter the room. Family master, Elder Ouyang Chu has something to ask for. A maid's voice came from the doorway. Ha! What is this Ouyang Chu doing here in the middle of the night? Qingjin was rather spoiled, with a dissatisfied face, directly addressing by name. Elders were not even called. Wang Wanru struggled to get down from Qingjin and said with a straight face, business is important. Elder Ouyang must have something important to do if he's here so late. Then let Ouyang Chu come in. A few breaths later, Ouyang Chu slowly came in and sat down, always killing and decisive. But he was a little hesitant. Even Qingjin could see that something was wrong with the other party and asked with a frown, Elder Ouyang, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong at this late hour? At those words, Ouyang Chu's lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, his face slightly embarrassed. After all, it was the first time in his long life that he had begged for something like this. If he hadn't sensed that Qin Changsheng, the oldest ancestor of the Qin clan, had already left the Qin clan and gone to who knows where, he might have had to wait. Now that Qin Changsheng is not around, it is a great time for him to take this opportunity to tell Ouyang Jiqiu about an in-law, and it is best to directly cave in and leave the Ouyang family with a bloodline heir. In the puzzled eyes of Qingjin and Wang Wanru, he took a deep breath and finally gathered the courage to open his mouth. That is, I have a descendant. A pretty girl with a cool personality who doesn't like to interact with people. Ha! Qingjin and Wang Wanru looked at each other, slightly puzzled. They also had a rough understanding of Elder Ouyang Chu's affairs, knowing that the other party's family clan had all been exterminated thousands of years ago. So now how did they suddenly have more female offspring? But they didn't interrupt and listened quietly. As you all know, my Ouyang family was tragically wiped out. And even more so, I need to continue the bloodline inheritance, but I'm no longer considered a person of this era. And it's inevitable that I'm a bit disrespectful for old age to go back to marrying wives and taking concubines. So I'm putting all my hopes on this descendant of mine. No filial piety, no posterity. But this junior of mine only has the sword in his heart and is not interested in anything else, making me blind with worry. So just think in the Qin family, to give her said a mother-in-law. Perhaps the extermination of that year's disaster caused her too much shadow. Just want to find a man for the integrity of the people. Considerate and gentle Qin family male, perhaps can change her character. I would like to ask Lord and Lady Qin if there are any such men among the current single men of the Qin family? After hearing this, Qingjin and Wang Wanru sort of completely understood. It's a matchmaker's order from the parents. It's time to find a dependency for your descendants. This Ouyang Chu is really old and cunning, seeing the unstoppable rise of the Qin family, and will soon soar to the sky. This is an early opportunity for the descendant to marry into the Qin family, deepen the relationship, and hitch a ride off. But it would be a good marriage if he really locked eyes with a son of the Qin family. Talk about being a decent, thoughtful and gentle bachelor. They instantly remembered someone. 8th Elder's great-grandson, Qin Dachuan. Technically speaking, Qin Dachuan was also considered Qingjin's peer, only that his age was 300 years younger than Qingjin. Dachun was just simple-minded, but not stupid. Instead, he was wise as a fool, and he could take care of people, especially after the awakening of his bloodline. His cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, his cultivation was even promoted to the late stage of the Dharma phase realm, and he belonged to the best of the younger generation. But for some reason, the road to this relationship has not been good, and it's been quite turbulent, especially the last time he was called to meet Wang Wanyan for a blind date. He learned the truth afterward and was so scared that he had a high fever that wouldn't go away for 3 days. At one point, the other clansmen were shocked that a Dharma realm cultivator would still have a high fever. Qingjin and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Wanru had also mentioned it many times, and at one point they felt a little sorry for Dachuan. So, this time, make it up to him. Strive to give Qin Dachuan an excellent marriage and envy the other clans. And the only bloodline of Elder Ouyang, the peak of the quasi-emperor, was undoubtedly in line with this condition. In terms of status alone, it was a few points higher than those emperor's sons, saint sons, and the like that had been passed down for countless years. After all, there was a peak quasi-emperor direct ancestor alive. Why don't we go ahead and finalize this matter for Qin Dachuan today? When the time comes for the grand wedding in style and inviting all the major powers to come, it will be possible to glean a good amount of money again. With the status of the Qin family nowadays and the wedding of the only bloodline of a peak quasi-emperor, who would dare not give face to not come to congratulate and send gifts? Qinjin fixed his mind and said with a slight smile, I do have a good candidate on my side. As the head of the family I can do half of the work for him. Why don't we match the birth date in advance? I wonder, how old is Elder Ouyang's descendant this year and what is his cultivation level? My descendant's name is Ouyang Jiqiu. He is over 3,000 years old this year. And his cultivation level is at the supreme realm. Ouyang Chu honestly returned. Oh, Qinjin responded casually and continued. Supreme realm ah, this cultivation talent is remarkable. Before the awakening of the Qin family's bloodline, there wasn't a single one that could compare. It's just this age, over 3,000 years old. The voice ended abruptly. What? A beautiful single female practitioner in her 3,000s. This unique female label. Qinjin instantly reacted and his face changed drastically. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, and his eyes revealed a hint of panic. Chapter 126, Qin Changxing's Visit. Acacia Sex Crisis. It couldn't be another one of the old granddaddy's ex-girlfriends. Wang Wanru had also thought of that layer. After all, his sister's matter had touched him deeply in the beginning. In an instant, the originally festive atmosphere became silent and somewhat apocalyptic. Seeing the expressions of the two Qinjin couples, Ouyang Chu also understood what they were thinking, and completely unable to sit still, he hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding. I assure you that my junior doesn't have an ounce of relationship with Elder Qin. My descendant only liked practicing swords before. She didn't like men to come near her. I once asked her about it, and she said that she only had swords in her life. Besides, with my junior's cool temperament, and the fact that he still values the way of the sword so much, he's definitely not Senior Qin's favorite type. That's why I asked if there were any considerate Qin clan children, thinking to slowly sensitize my descendant, who just hasn't been exposed to men and doesn't know how good they are, and that's why she's putting all her heart and soul into the way of the sword. It was only after hearing this that Qinjin took a long breath and slowed down. It's okay. Since Elder Ouyang had personally confirmed it to myself, there was no problem. It's overthinking yourself. But that's right, there are so many single, stunning women in the world. How could they all have had an affair with old ancestor? Old Joe. It's not Teddy. Besides, if the old ancestor could cultivate to the peak of a great emperor, it must have taken countless hours and efforts. The few ex-girlfriends before that were just coincidences. After figuring everything out, Qinjin then said, then it's settled for now. Although the age gap is not small, but stepping into the path of cultivation, this is all nothing. Why don't we let the two of them meet and bond first? Good. A promise is a promise. I'll give Jiqiu a pass. I believe this is the first time this ancestor of mine has begged her, and she won't refuse. There are some things that, as long as there's a beginning, everything will go in the right direction. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who is in the outside world looking for the Tai Qing source liquid, does not know. Home. Almost stolen. Eastwick. Jade Lady Mountain Range. The mountains are majestic, stretching for hundreds of miles, with the peaks of the range undulating and crisscrossing. The peak is cloudy, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. The peaks were even covered with oddly shaped rocks, which is where the Jade Maiden Mountain Range got its name. The Acacia sect, on the other hand, was situated in the middle of the mountain range, on the mountainside of Purple Cloud Peak. This day, a beautiful man slowly walked down the mountain. It was none other than Qin Changsheng. He had searched the entire human frontier in the past few days, but surprisingly, he hadn't been able to find enough Tai Qing source liquid. I heard that the Acacia sect used to be rich in this stuff, so I was prepared to come and see it. Absolutely nothing else in mind. He assured heaven. Wow. So handsome. I've never seen such an amazingly handsome man in my life. Before he even got close, he caused a group of female disciples wearing the Acacia sect's uniform to exclaim. His aura is so dazzling. I can't even imagine how cozy it would be to cuddle with him or how good he smells. Humph. Coward. I dare you to think. Slutty hooves. How dare you think about my man? Not only do I dare to think, I dare to do. The women were talking, and they saw that they were about to get into a fight. Handsome. It's a bit dangerous for you to be here alone. You're a sheep in a tiger's mouth. And my senior sisters will all eat people. Yes, handsome. The men who come to our clan are all simple-minded. Do you want to double cultivate with me? We'll discuss the secrets of the Great Tao together. And our Acacia sect's gong methods can greatly increase your cultivation speed yo. At this moment, two female disciples had already walked up to Qin Changsheng and began to strike up a conversation. One has even lifted the hem of her thigh skirts, throwing wild winks and springing to life. Gulp. Someone accidentally gulped. Eventually, he overcame his evil desires and shook his head no, without looking away. A gentleman is colorful but not lustful, he is sentimental and stops at the rights. He is also considered to be an outstanding moral model who has passed through all the flowers and leaves without touching himself. So would he not be so unable to bear the temptation? Qin Changsheng cleared his throat. Qin family, Qin Changsheng, visiting. A voice that shook heaven and earth resounded throughout the entire purple cloud peak. All of the surrounding acacia sex children instantly froze, dumbfounded, their mouths open enough to fit 9 Qin Changshengs. Qin Changsheng? The one rumored to be horny as hell? Human scum who bully men and women and force them into prostitution by virtue of their family's power and cultivation? What's he doing here? Inside the acacia sex main hall, Patriarch Lin Fengyu naturally heard Qin Changsheng's voice. Instantly anxious, he paced back and forth. There was even a deep look of remorse on his face, and his mouth chattered. I knew it. This horny bastard would never give up coming here. However, my acacia sex foundation of nearly 10,000 years can't be lost just like that. Thinking of the Jiang family, the imperial clan of the ancients, which had been destroyed by Qin Changsheng at the drop of a hat, and that too on the day of their wedding. This acacia sect of his own was small, and really couldn't stand up to Qin Changsheng being tossed around by a peak quasi-emperor. I'm afraid of where to provoke the other party to a bad mood, casually destroy the acacia sect, then where to say reason to go. Now that the Qin family star pagoda was in hand, which power of the human race wouldn't give face? He was never expecting that this Qin Changsheng had only exposed his cultivation for how long. Just like that, he couldn't wait and traveled far away from the eastern region, driving to this small place in the borderlands. Although the acacia sex kung fu was indeed famous all over the world, but the one who didn't care so much about his identity and came openly and honestly was the first human power. True to his name, it was the epical scumbag, the colorful starving man. Think of the first nightfall. Thinking of this, Lin Fengyu hurriedly covered his mouth, lest he accidentally said the shocking secret. Second elder, quick tally. Lin Fengyu hurriedly called out to the second elder, tally up the new female disciples who are new to the sect this year, those with superior posture, and how many of them are still innocent. The second elder blurted out as soon as he heard it. Back to Patriarch. There are 2 more. Ha! Lin Fengyu had a strange gaze and stared suspiciously at the second elder for a while. This dead old man, usually not responsible for the newcomer peace. How do you know so clearly? He thought for a moment and said, too few. With Qin Changsheng's status, it would be unavoidable for him to feel that we are looking down on him. I heard that second elder took a new concubine a few days ago. I heard that she is a beautiful woman, with the posture of a sinking fish and falling geese. Recently the clan has been busy with affairs, and hasn't had the time to have a wedding, right? Indeed not yet. The second elder returned. Lin Fengyu slapped his thighs and said excitedly, great, grab that concubine of yours and call her over here to fill up. Don't worry, I'll pay you back 2 more later. It is so happily decided. You go and make arrangements quickly. Ha! The second elder froze in place, looking like he had died. Lin Fengyu patted the second elder's shoulder to show his comfort, shedding his daughter-in-law to catch the wolf. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, nowadays, within the acacia sect, in addition to these few, already, there's nowhere else to break. Chapter 127, Acacia Sex Hospitality. The second elder's face turned into a pig's liver color, his teeth cackling. The concubine he just married. He hasn't even touched his hand yet, and this is going to be given to Qin Changsheng, but there was nothing he could do about it. He suddenly remembered a folk gossip, heard that the real reason Qin Changsheng overthrew the Jiang family was because on the wedding day, Qin Changsheng even proposed to let the bride and the Jiang family's old ancestor wife to serve him together in full view of the public, and the other party was not happy, which led to the Jiang family's wedding day turned into the anniversary of the destruction of the family. Thinking about this, his anger instantly dissipated and turned into a kind of celebration. It was fortunate that he hadn't come to touch it yet, or else I'm afraid that the acacia sect would find it difficult to get through today. Moreover, if one's concubine is favored by Qin Changsheng, then one, along with the peak paragon, would be considered. Fellow traveler now, there are faces, pride. After arranging everything, Lin Fengyu then called the outer sect elders and shouted, quickly, we have an invitation for senior Qin Changsheng. Forget it. You're an old man. Don't go. Let the 8th elder and 6th elder go. The 8th elder and the 6th elder he was talking about were both female elders who look like a demonic and noble flower due to the special nature of the dual cultivation technique. It has the vigor of a young girl, but also contains the mature charm given by the years. It is said to be flavorful, charming, colorful, but not vulgar. Unfortunately, rumor has it that Qin Changsheng's several scandalous girlfriends are all innocent people without any emotional history. so he shouldn't be good at this, preferring women who are pure and flawless. Otherwise, a few female elders alone would be enough to deal with Qin Changsheng. It wasn't long before Qin Changsheng stepped into the sect hall accompanied by the two elders. Long time no see, long time no see. Welcome Elder Qin. Lin Fengyu and the elders welcomed with a fawning smile. Aha! Qin Changsheng was a bit confused. So formal, so much effort, as far as it goes? And looking at the warblers standing in a row next to each other, dressed in light veils, hidden from view, something didn't seem quite right. This doesn't look like a proper clan. Before he came, he had only heard that the Acacia sect was rich in Tai Ching Yuan liquid, but he hadn't carefully studied such a small force, and just thought that the name was slightly immodest. But now it seems to be a bit of a misnomer. Awesome! Under Lang Longkuan, the human race even has such a clan that focuses on dual cultivation techniques. Where is the shame? Where are the morals? Where is the address? Oh, here he is. He's already here. Thinking about it, once a person obtains the strong power of a cultivator to call the wind and rain, they are prone to be violent and aggressive, and the existence of such a clan greatly reduces the occurrence of conflicts and maintains the stability of the world. It's kind of a meritocracy. But what kind of status was he? Qin Changsheng. This kind of woman with a little bit of vermilion lips that 10,000 people could taste. He was not interested in the slightest. Qin Changsheng waved his hand and almost shouted out the classic mantra from his previous life. Change the batch. It was good that he stabilized himself in time, withdrew his gaze, and said calmly, just now heard the two elders say, you are Lin Patriarch is it? I came this time, is a little something to ask you. Of course, the price is good to say. Heavenly materials, Gongfu spirit crystal. Just before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fengyu. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? How dare we accept your things? What you want, we have already prepared for you. How could their tiny little Acacia sect dare to accept something from this king of hell? Didn't you see that the Jiang family just received a wedding gift and lost it on the spot? That's a lesson from the past. Qin Changsheng was stunned. That sweet? It's all ready for me before I even get a chance to say it? It was true that the place where the Tai Ching source liquid was abundant was the atmosphere. However, he was a decent person after all. He still wanted to have a face, and he could not do anything by force or without labor. So he squirmed. Embarrassed. Patriarch Lin, this isn't good. Lin Fengyu was such a person. Over the years, he had wandered around in all kinds of people, and his ability to read people's words and colors had long since reached its peak. One glance revealed Qin Changsheng's true thoughts. Got it. White whoring again. These top-level great powers of the human race are all of the same virtue, each wanting to be a whore but also wanting to set up a house of cards at the same time, especially those few so-called famous sect masters who came for 10 days and 10 nights at a time. It is also beautifully said that it is to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, in order to prepare for the smooth transition of the future of lust, and everything is for the future of the human race. Damn. Played out. And trying to pack. And never paid. Ugh. A hint of contempt flashed in Lin Fengyu's eyes. Of course, with the human resources saved up over the years, it is still slightly more powerful to cope with the average human powerhouse. But this master in front of me, that is never to be offended. Elder Qin, what's wrong with that? You've thrown your head in blood for the human race. It's all proper. Lin Fengyu smiled fawningly, then clapped his hands 3 times in a row. With his gesture, the drape was slowly lifted. From behind the drape, 3 stunning beauties came out, as graceful as fairies, their long hair draped over their shoulders like a waterfall. Charming and attractive. The body is all convex and concave, and the knitted brows show all the flavor. The 3 beauties were originally still upset. The first time they were ordered to serve a so-called human powerhouse, they were afraid that it wouldn't be a gray-haired old man. Who doesn't want, for the first time, to have a perfect experience? However, when they saw Qin Changsheng's first glance, they instantly froze. It was love at first sight. So handsome. This unruly temperament. Vicissitudes. Suave. So much to hold in my arms. This time, it seems that, has made a lot of money. Qin Changsheng was also confused by this sudden scene. What's the situation? Didn't you prepare Tai Ching Yuan liquid for yourself? Why are there so many beautiful women here? Isn't that discrediting yourself? The second elder's concubine is even out in style. The heart is even more excited. The original is only looking at the second elder's position. Now there is a more powerful, better-looking backer. Naturally want to grasp. She wore a light dress with a delicate figure hidden within the hemline. The tips of her eyebrows were slightly raised and her eyes were flowing, which seemed to charm her. She walked over to Qin Changsheng and bowed. My little daughter, Tang Xiaomai, please take pity on me, sir, and teach me more. Ha! Qin Changsheng was shocked. This was too direct. And much ado about it. It's not quite right in public, is it? He scanned the other man carefully from head to toe before averting his gaze. One is considered a reader oneself. Don't eat that. He only wanted to come in exchange for some Tai Ching source liquid. How did things turn out to be so odd? He frowned slightly and turned his puzzled gaze towards Lin Fengyu, hoping that the other party would give an explanation. At this moment, seeing his concubine take such initiative, the second elder's face turned red. It's too much of a bully. Women are just too shallow. What's the point of being handsome? This Qin Chongsheng looks like a little white boy. False. Afraid not a silver gun. 3 minutes, right? After this is over, I'll show you what I'm made of. Chapter 128 The Preferences of the Qin Bully. That said, on Lin Fengyu's side, she naturally saw Qin Changsheng's slightly furrowed brow and puzzled gaze. I'm stuttering. I'm panicking. That's unsatisfactory. I didn't realize that this horny wolf had such a big appetite. But nowadays, there is no next batch to change. The next time the Acacia sect recruits will have to be a month later. Thinking about it, Lin Fengyu was suddenly blessed and figured everything out. Turns out, the other guy was good at that. It is also true that Qin Changsheng's several scandalous girlfriends are all of great national color and beauty, so he naturally does not look at these mediocre powder. When you are used to eating mountain delicacies, you will naturally want to eat some mountain wild food. No matter how fragrant a home flower is, it's not as fragrant as a wildflower, especially if it's a wildflower from someone else's field. Human wives must prefer human wives. It's the same as that supreme power surnamed Chao in the central region, always thinking about other people's families. As the saying goes, it's not as good as dumplings. Fun. After thoroughly thinking about it, Lin Fengyu changed into a lewd smile and nodded his head repeatedly and said, Elder Qin, forgive me for misunderstanding your meaning before. Understand. I know. I'll discuss this with a few elders. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng nodded dissatisfied. Right. After all, too clear source liquid is also considered a treasure. How to have an explanation with the senior management of the clan. It was only when he saw the sneaky appearance of the Acacia sect's crowd that he couldn't help but spread out his divine thoughts and envelop them, only to see that in the corner, Lin Fengyu was surrounded with the elders. Gentlemen, you all understand the intentions of Bully Qin, don't you? Lin Fengyu said worriedly. Patriarch, we understand. Only, this human wife must also be a human wife with excellent posture. We are really not good at putting together. The elders' faces showed hard colors, fearing that they would upset Qin Changsheng and destroy the Acacia sect in a fit of rage. Moreover, their Acacia sect is dominated by female disciples, and most of them are single, because they are burdened by dual cultivation techniques and reputation, and not many of them are married with a fixed couple. I only have one proper wife, or I married 8,000 years ago, and now that I'm old, I'm afraid I won't be able to get into the eyes of the Qin bullies. Lin Fengyu sighed. Me too. Me too. Several male elders responded that there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, they looked in unison at the second elder who hadn't spoken. The second elder was an oddball, old and strong, with a large number of concubines, and each of them were also of great national color and beauty. Most of all, the second elder's wives and concubines were not from the Acacia sect, and each of them was a good family. The second elder was stared at in his heart, naturally aware of their petty thoughts. A wave of anger and suffocation rose from the bottom of his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Seeing this, Lin Fengyu also sighed and patted the second elder's shoulder in relief. Second elder, I've wronged you. Don't forget our grand plan. At this moment, there must be no slip-ups. As long as we can resurrect our ancestors, everything is worth it. Humph. The second elder clenched his fists, his gaze firm. The ancestor they were talking about was the founding ancestor of the Harmony sect, Lin Huanhuan. It was rumored that the Acacia sect was founded in the Taiku period and was considered a giant in that period. All of them at the top of the Harmonious sect belonged to the descendants of the children that Lin Huanhuan had adopted back then. So they all addressed Lin Huanhuan as their ancestors, and the way of dual cultivation followed nature, a heavenly avenue that led straight to the end, ranking in the top 30 even among those 3,000 avenues. Unfortunately, after Lin Huanhuan, no one had ever penetrated the way of dual cultivation. This technique had also changed from a supreme technique that could be cultivated alone by sending a love, to an ordinary dual cultivation technique that must be cultivated by both men and women in order to accelerate the cultivation speed nowadays. One generation was not as good as the next, and the Acacia sect had also declined from the giant it was at the beginning to a lower ninth-rate sect that was dependent on other forces, and was getting money left and right. Ever since the 8th generation sect master accidentally discovered a way to resurrect his ancestor, all the sacrifices the sect had made since then had been to preserve their strength in order to resurrect their ancestor, Lin Huanhuan. Today, it is even more critical. Under the soaking of the Tai Ching source liquid over the course of days and months, the ancestor's corpse, which had fallen for several epochs, had actually been able to autonomously emit bursts of fluctuations. They believed that the day when their ancestor would be resurrected, the day when the Acacia sect would rise to prominence, the day when they would no longer have to look at anyone's face, was not far away. Who had thought that the conversation between them, word for word, was all heard by Qin Changsheng? Young woman? Wife? The corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. This was simply slander. Are you that kind of person? Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng felt a pang of weakness. Well, I've thought about it, but it's just a thought. It's a free thought, but I haven't acted on it yet. Simply, so insulting. Cough cough. Qin Changsheng coughed and called Lin Fengyu and the others over. Patriarch Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm here mainly for the Tai Ching source liquid. I heard that this place used to be rich in Tai Ching source liquid? With his reputation at stake, he opened his mouth directly and did not hide the fact that he had just eavesdropped on the other party's conversation. Who knew that as soon as he spoke? Lin Fengyu and the others' faces changed drastically, and there was even a flash of hatred in their eyes, and then they returned to normal. Although the change in the other party's complexion was only for a split second, how could it be concealed from Qin Changsheng, who had his divine mind fully open at the moment? He couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Exchanging a bit of Tai Ching source liquid, it wasn't so bad, was it? How come it feels like it's harder for them to accept in the other person's mind than giving away their daughter-in-law? Is it hard to believe that there are other deep secrets? At this moment, Lin Fengyu walked up and said with a helpless face, Elder Qin, you've misunderstood. A long time ago, our Acacia sect did have quite a lot of Tai Ching source liquid, and we even purchased it at a high price from other places, but now that it's all used up, there isn't a single drop left in the sect. Oh, Qin Changsheng responded perfunctorily, but the divine thoughts of a great emperor level poured out, instantly enveloping the entire mountain range where the Acacia sect was located. After all, it was a matter of his sexual well-being, and he still decided to probe for clarity. Every peak and every inch of the entire mountain range was under his perception. Found it. His spirit shook as he realized that right at the bottom of the Acacia sect's ground, there was an impenetrable place shrouded in mysterious energy, and his great emperor-level divine thoughts were unexpectedly unable to enter for a single minute. He frowned slightly as the power of Hongmeng creation surged out and gathered above his eyes. In an instant, the originally ordinary eyes had turned into ancient heavy pupils, possessing the ability to see through all illusions and seals. He looked toward that mysterious place. Only this look. His pupils instantly shook, his eyes full of incredulity. In the underground mists, there was actually a clear spring composed entirely of Tai Ching source liquid, and in the spring lay a magnificent young girl. Her gorgeous clothes were like snow, her cloudy clothes were like smoke, and her sleeves rippled with the spring water, just like a sleeping sculpture, elegant and indifferent. It was just that the smell coming from the clothes seemed as if this place had existed for countless long years. Lin Huanhuan. Such a name suddenly popped up in Qin Changsheng's mind. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared he had already reached the young girl's side, and the heavy formations of the Acacia sect didn't seem to be able to work on him in the slightest. Qin Changsheng carefully picked up the young girl from the Tai Ching source liquid and carefully identified her. Upon seeing a plum blossom mark at the bottom of the maiden's foot, couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Impossible! Impossible! The ancient aura coming from this corpse was clear that it had already spent endless years. Could it be that the romance, back in the day, transcended time and space? Just as Qin Changsheng was puzzled, Lin Fengyue's face suddenly changed. Obviously, he also detected the fluctuation at the most important secret place of the Acacia sect. When he arrived at the place of the secret place, he saw his ancestor, who was being held in Qin Changsheng's arms. At a glance, in an instant, his eyes glazed over. Dog thief, Qin Changsheng. I thought you just preferred young wives, but I didn't realize. Surprisingly, even the bodies. Chapter 129 Huanhuan Sect Ancestor Lin Huanhuan. Possibility of resurrection. Not noticing Lin Fengyue's arrival, Qin Changsheng was still in deep shock. Although this body was ancient and cold, it was incomparably familiar to Qin Changsheng. Every inch of skin, every nook and cranny, had been touched by his fingers and bore his mark. He was beyond sure this body was the Lin Huanhuan at the time. But, how is that possible? An ancient body spanning countless years, as far as one could remember, but which had fallen in love with him thousands of years ago and double-crossed him. Could it be that, in the beginning, he had really mistakenly entered the river of time and met, known and loved him at a certain point in the past? In this moment, he was lost. Looking at the body without a trace of life in his arms, Qin Changsheng had mixed feelings. Memories surged to his heart like a tidal wave, and all the past events with Lin Huanhuan replayed in his mind one by one. Her elegant stance, charming smile, stunning face, and tone constantly intertwined and sketched out a portrait before her eyes. For a moment, It was like he was back in the good old days when they had spent time together. Unfortunately, all that goodness was shattered that afternoon. Lin Huanhuan confessed to herself that she had initially only used herself to break through the barrier of love, treating herself as a sender of love, and that she wanted to create an unprecedented, unparalleled technique of the Tao of lust. When Qin Changshan was young and impetuous, he didn't listen to the other party and only felt that he had been greatly insulted, only left a cold breakup, and turned away angrily. Without even realizing it, Lin Huanhuan behind her was already in tears, a single teardrop sliding silently down her cheeks. With tears of endless helplessness and pain, he silently looked at Qin Changsheng's departing back. After that, the two went their separate ways and never saw each other again. But nowadays, Qin Changsheng has figured out that the Lin Huanhuan at the time should be deeply in love with himself. After all, where are some of the everyday mannerisms and intimate games that seem like treating yourself like a tool person? Only out of remorse and guilt for his initial impurity, he did not utter a word to retain himself. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed deeply. Once in love, it is like the sea, where it can be easily surveyed. Love erode. Throughout the ages do not know how many heavenly pride and heroes destroyed. However, also at the same time created how many great legends of the story. Let go of my ancestor's body. Lin Fengyu's furious voice came, interrupting Qin Changsheng's reverie. How could he not expect that in a moment of inattention, he had been touched by Qin Changsheng? A formation that could once withstand a great emperor had completely failed to block Qin Changsheng, who was now merely a peak quasi-emperor. But that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is the here and now. Qin Changsheng was actually desecrating the body of the ancestor of the Acacia sect. Their Acacia sect's countless years of obsession, their generations of enduring humiliation and gaining countless resources left and right, all for the sake of resurrecting their ancestors. But now it all seems to be coming to naught. The corpse of his ancestor, before he could wait to be resurrected, was unexpectedly discovered in advance by Qin Changsheng, the lecherous thief. With his ancestor's overwhelming beauty, he couldn't even imagine what nasty things this lustful wolf could do. Acacia sect, even if we burn with Qin Changsheng today, we must protect the innocence of our ancestor. A powerful aura surged out from Lin Fengyu as he held the determination of certain death, endured great pain, and prepared to burn his life essence and fight to the death. Even though he knew the huge gap between him and Qin Changsheng's peak quasi-emperor, he was fearless when it came down to it. It was only a pity that the countless years of waiting had been a lost cause after all. Qin Changsheng, take your life. Qin Changsheng frowned slightly. This Lin Fengyu, as far as? It's just that I hugged your ancestor. I've touched him before. He gently waved his hand, and the entire space and time seemed to freeze, as Lin Fengyu's movements instantly stopped. Lin Huanhuan, is that your ancestor? Qin Changsheng asked. Lin Fengyue is also surnamed Lin. It can't be Lin Huanhuan's descendant, right? Married with kids? It shouldn't be. How do you know our ancestor's name? Lin Fengyu blurted out. However, he immediately reacted, and the original idea of burning his life to the death was extinguished. I'm afraid that those who can recognize their ancestors at a glance are also those who are familiar with them. Combining this with the previous legend that Qin Changsheng had cut himself and fallen to greatness, he had a rough guess. Qin Changsheng, could it be that he was also a human emperor from the ancient times, reincarnated and reborn, and once again certified as an emperor? So there is hope for the resurrection of the ancestors? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Lin Fengyu continued. We, the several lines of the Acacia sect, are all descendants of the children adopted by our ancestor Lin Huanhuan in the beginning, and in order to honor our ancestor's memory, the patriarch's lineage has always used the Lin surname. Oh, adopted. Qin Changsheng sighed, feeling more than a little guilty, and there seemed to be a hint of regret. It seemed that he had failed another smitten woman, causing Lin Huanhuan to be alone for the rest of her life. He stilled his mind and said, I'm also considered an old friend of yours. Lin Huanhuan, her affairs are even my affairs. You placed her body in this Tai Ching source liquid and added so many rare treasures. Is it possible that you want to resurrect her? Also, how did she manage to maintain these countless years and still keep her flesh from decaying? He was a bit puzzled. Lin Huanhuan was just a great emperor. Although great emperor flesh was said to be able to remain immutable for 1,000 years and not decay for 10,000 years, but from the ancient times to the present, spanning several epochs, this flesh should not have remained so lifelike. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengyu but his face changed greatly, his gaze alert. This involved the secrets of their Acacia sect and the safety of their ancestors. Could it be that Qin Changsheng, the dog thief, wanted to extract the secret? His change in demeanor naturally could not be hidden from Qin Changsheng, who was helpless and said seriously, I swear to the heavenly Tao that I will never do anything to harm Lin Huanhuan. That's fine. And, to tell you the truth, I had an intimate relationship with your ancestor Lin Huanhuan. You know. Only after hearing Qin Changsheng swear an oath to the heavenly Tao did Lin Fengyue put her heart down. After all, the heavenly Tao has a spirit, and if one deceives the heavenly Tao, it is to break one's own Tao. But when he heard Qin Changsheng's latter sentence, he was instantly dumbfounded. My ancestor had a fling with this lecher? In this moment, he didn't know whether to be thankful, sorry, or disgusted. Ancestor, that amazing talent, the top intelligent people, but also fell into the way of this lecherous thief. But it had come to this, and he could only be honest. Back to Qin, seniors, we are indeed resurrecting our ancestors. This is a method of resurrection found by our ancestors. As for why the ancestors' flesh would be incorruptible, this is something I'm not quite sure of. It was only mentioned in the clan records. It seems that the ancestor had once cultivated 2 channels of immortal qi, so it might have something to do with that. Immortal energy? Qin Changsheng's eyebrows wrinkled with some skepticism. This was because when he had cultivated the Taiji Yin Yang creation skill before, he had also cultivated a few energies that he had never seen before, only to be assimilated by the Hongmeng creation force in his body before he could feel it. It's hard to believe. That's immortal energy? Is it that powerful? Seeing that Qin Changsheng did not speak, Lin Fengyue continued. And after generations of our efforts, bursts of fluctuations have been emitted from our ancestors, and I feel that their resurrection is imminent. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's gaze condensed and he made another detailed inspection. Shaking his head, he said, your realm is too low and your vision is poor. The energy fluctuations emitted from this body have not a single thing to do with your resurrection methods. According to my realm, your ancestor is not dead, but merely in a metaphysical state. I'll have to scrutinize exactly what's going on, so get out. Ha! Lin Fengyue was stunned, but her feet didn't move halfway. A closer look? What kind of research? And let him out. Knowing Qin Changsheng's nature well, how could he be assured of letting the other party spend time alone with his ancestor's physical body? Just in case the other guy gets beastly and does something nasty, then he himself will be blamed for all the deaths. Chapter 130, Shaking People. Systems ex-girlfriends. Qin Changsheng sensed Lin Fengyue's thoughts and instantly darkened his face. I didn't realize that the world's impression of himself had solidified into this. Gossip can be really harmful. He simply stopped paying attention to the other party and sat down on his knees, flattening Lin Huanwan's physical body and closing his eyes. At this moment, the only thing he can think of is, shake her. Nope. Shaking the system. System old brother? System old brother? Hey, where's the system? Older brother? Pretty boy? Are you there or not? There's something I want to ask you for? He kept shouting in his head. With his ex-girlfriend's safety at stake, he had to turn to the system for the first time. But no matter how much he shouted, there was never any response from his mind. For a long time, there was a long awe from the depths of his mind that seemed to carry a hint of satisfaction and relief. Qin Changsheng was a bit puzzled, and if he hadn't kept his attention focused on his mind, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Here we go. What's the hurry? Hurry up. Don't see what time it is. The system's voice came belatedly, and seemed to be a bit uninterested. System, what are you? Oh, I was just hanging out and happened to run into an ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? No way. Your system is divided into male and female, and you have ex-girlfriends too? Host, what kind of words are you calling this? Only you humans are allowed to love each other. We in the system realm are not allowed to love each other. I'm just curious. What's your system? What's the pose? Smaller pattern. You think our system is the same as you mortals. We are talking about that is soul communication, fusion on the spiritual level, which is like you so low. Ha, I'm greatly convinced. Oh, convinced? Do you see how good I am? No look. The system was dry silenced again. It sometimes wondered if it had chosen the wrong host. After a few breaths, host, haven't seen you for a while. You're still a little party girl in other aspects. This mouth work has risen greatly. The system spoke out in mockery. At those words, Qin Changsheng was anxious. How to personal attack again? System, be clear. What's the other way around? Ha! Qin Changsheng almost broke his defense by this ha, but thinking that he was begging the system, he still endured it. Host, just now I vaguely heard your voice. What did you say? The system continued. Oh, it's something I'd like to ask you a favor about. No, the previous sentence. Are you there or not? No, one more sentence. Pretty boy? Oh. The system let out a soothing sound, and several large question marks popped up on Qin Changsheng's forehead as he listened. Scream again. Pretty boy? Oh. Qin Changsheng was speechless. Seeing as you call me pretty boy on the premise, I'll reluctantly violate the rules of the system world and do you a favor. But just this once. Never again yo. Say, what is it? Hearing that he had finally gotten to the point, Qin Changsheng then said, "It's just that I have an ex-girlfriend who seems to be in a bad state. Not dead as if she's not alive. So help me out. What's the problem?" "No problem. It's a piece of cake." For a long time. It was only then that the system snapped. That, like I'm not good at reading and healing and stuff. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng was suspicious for a while. This system bragged so much. It won't not work. The system seemed to have seen through Qin Changsheng's thoughts and said with a clench of his teeth, "Since I promised, I will do it. Just wait. I'm going to call an ex-girlfriend girl." "Ha?" Qin Changsheng was greatly shocked. Is this dog system so dangling? It can still call in other sister systems at will? After another while, two voices appeared in Qin Changsheng's mind. "Brother pretty boy, are you in such a hurry? I'm just about to give out rewards to that host of mine. And if I don't, the host is going to hiccup soon. What are you afraid of? Karma on karma. You a girl god doctor system. Career so strong why? But, nothing but, this side is important. This host of mine can shoulder most of my performance targets. I have promised him. You don't want me to be looked down upon by the host. Oh, well then, I'll make an exception for brother pretty boy. The divine healer's sister is so nice. I'll reward you later." Well, although the voice was small, Qin Changsheng heard a hint of shyness and coyness in it. "This system surprisingly, I know how to PUA, but that was a matter for the system world." So Qin Changsheng could only pretend not to hear it and turn a blind eye. After only a short while, the voice of that divine healer girl system rang out. "Checked it out. This body is missing a soul and a spirit. That's why it didn't wake up. It only needs to retrieve a soul and a spirit. And when it is completely fused and stabilized, it will wake up. So how do you get a soul back?" the pretty boy system asked. "The rank of this bodies is too high. It needs to use the soul-attracting lotus as a guide and the 9 turns of soul-restoring grass as a path to place it in its mouth. And within 3 years, it will surely bring back one of its souls and one of its spirits. Then what are you waiting for? Randomly send my host a quest that rewards a soul-attracting lotus and 9 turns soul-restoring grass." Brother pretty boy, I'm just an urban divine doctor system. I can't take out such a high-class treasure. "Oh, so," the system pondered for a moment before saying, "Then, divine doctor sister, you go ahead. I still have some things to do. I'll be right back." Then there was no more sound in his head. This makes Qin Changsheng a burst of contempt. This dog system found that the other party cannot help. Put up his pants and disowned. Slag system. Another moment passed. "Brother pretty boy, this isn't too good. It's a bit against the principles of the system realm. What are you afraid of? I'll carry the load when things go wrong. And you know it." The old mother of the system administrator's director also had a dewy-eyed affair with me. "But, there's no buts. You don't want your boyfriend, who you adore, to be thought to have pulled it, do you? Alright then, but only this one. Ha ha, I knew it. Punching the clock and signing in sister is the best." Qin Changsheng's jaw dropped in shock. Listening to it was a breathless. Abducted another one. This dog system is also too slippery. Innocent and dedicated himself into this now. Certainly in this dog system cannot get out of the relationship. Quick, sign in sister. Call brother Qin. Hello brother Qin. No no no. Qin Changsheng hastily waved his hand in his mind, indicating that he couldn't afford it. This ing dog system of his own was too much of a fish out of water in the system world. Sign in sister. So let's get started. And clock in a soul-attracting lotus and 9 turns of soul-restoring grass for my indisputable host. Oh, okay, but I'm a random punch card check-in system. So let's try that first. With that, the sister sign-in system said towards Qin Changsheng, "Host, please sign in." "Oh, good, good." Qin Changsheng nodded his head in a hurry. "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining one of Xianyin Empress Pei Xianyin's personalized belly band. Immediately afterward, in Qin Changsheng's unbelievable eyes, a gorgeous and chic emerald green belly band fell from the sky and slowly landed in his hands. It seemed, with a hint of warmth. At the same time, a faint scent filled the air from the belly band, intoxicating and refreshing. At this moment, outside the Xian heavenly realm, the Xianyin immortal region, as the immortal emperor who suppressed a domain, she lazily lay on her bed and immersed herself in the poems in her hands. Suddenly, she only felt a coldness in her chest, and her close-fitting belly band had disappeared. She sprang to her feet, her slender fingertips trembling, her eyes glittering with disbelief. Where's her bib? The heavens and the earth. Who has this ability? Can God not know the ghost instantly stole her intimate bib? Chapter 131 Awesome System, Dust Settlement. Qin Changsheng was startled and overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the belly band, and instinctively wanted to destroy the evidence. However, just the moment he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt that the aroma was somewhat familiar. Moreover, the grade of this belly band seems to be not low. It seems to be an immortal weapon. Destroying it would be too much of a pity. With a movement of his divine mind, he took the belly band back into the Violet Mansion space. All of this was seen by Lin Fengyu, who had been keeping his attention on him. Upon seeing the belly band in Qin Changxing's hand, Lin Fengyu burst into a rage. Sure enough, it's the Qin thieves. In front of him, he went so far as to take his ancestor's intimate belly band in the air. However, there was nothing he could do about it, and he only hoped that Qin Changxing would look at the fact that there were people in the vicinity and restrain himself a little, and stop practicing his beastly deeds. The system was also shocked by the scene. Sign in system sister. Didn't I tell you to sign in to reward the soul-attracting lotus and the 9-turn soul-restoring grass? Brother pretty boy. I'd like to, but it's randomized. I don't have the right to adjust the order of the reward items. Ha, what about that? Even if I keep signing in, then I don't know how long it'll take to pop it. The system was a little anxious. This was the first time the host had asked him to do something and he had screwed it up. How's that work? And so on. It occurred to him that there was a system that could help it. I remember. I have an ex-girlfriend of the system who can help. You guys hold on a second. I don't have to find it myself this time. Ha! Qin Changsheng was dumbfounded and was considered completely convinced. It's only been a little while and his system has already found 3 system ex-girlfriends to help. Hello, Mrs. Cow? This is pretty boy. System pulled out a video phone from nowhere at this moment. Nasty. You used to call me sweetie when you were being mushy, but now that the new man is better than the old man, you call me Mrs. Cow. A sultry voice came from across the video phone. Although Qin Changxing couldn't see the appearance, the image of a flavorful middle-aged young woman instantly appeared in his mind. Run. Sweetie, there's something I need your help with. Good point. What's pretty boy's business is my business. Immediately afterward, the two sides launched into a burst of exchanges that gave Qin Changxing goosebumps. Okay, done. The system breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother system, I'll take the liberty of asking, what kind of system is this on the opposite side? Qin Changxing couldn't help but be curious. It must be a big shot to be able to ignore the rules of the system world and change the program with impunity. The system sniffed and said in a tone that seemed a bit embarrassed. She, on the other hand, isn't a host system, she's just the wife of the system administration. At this moment, Qin Changsheng was completely shocked. No, your system circle. Is it that messed up? Just now the system you also said that the old mother of the system administration is your ex-girlfriend. And now you say that the wife of the system administration is also your ex-girlfriend. You're playing with a lot of flowers. So, you dislike the head of the system administration. Ho, and you've gotten away with it so far? The system was so dangling. What else could Qin Changsheng say? Awesome. Serving. Host, hurry up and come sign in. I have things to do. The system urged. Okay, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the reward soul attracting lotus and 9-turn soul restoring grass. Oh, done and wrapped. The rest, host, you take care of it yourself. The system's excited voice came. 2 more voices then sounded in his head. Sign in sister. I recently stole a trick from the multi-children multi-fortune system. Want us to try it? Well, listen to brother pretty boy. The 2 voices grew lower and lower, as if they were already far away. Only Qin Changsheng, who was messed up in the wind, was left behind. Never in a million years. One's own system is surprisingly such a dangling presence. I used to think it was just a minion in the system world, a social animal that worried about performance reviews on a daily basis. Who would have thought that the dog system had ex-girlfriends all over the system world and could ignore the rules of the system world? And, even then, it's still trying to get ahead, not by virtue of its girlfriend's relationship, but by thinking about being self-reliant and relying on its host to fulfill its performance reviews. What a mudslide in the system world. The advanced distinguished youth system. However, with the dog system walking the tightrope so much, will he or she be affected in the event of being exposed as collapsing the stage one day? Shaking his head, Qin Changsheng drove the thought out of his mind. Forget it, there was nothing he could do if it really came to that day. He carefully placed the hot soul drawing lotus and 9-turn soul restoring grass into Lin Huanhuan's mouth. Animal. Qin Changsheng, what did you put into my ancestor's mouth? Lin Fengyu on the side shouted. A little impotent rage. The heart is even more wrath. This lecherous thief, how small actions so much. Qin Changsheng said indifferently. The soul drawing lotus and the 9-turn soul restoration grass. I have found a way to resurrect your ancestors, and within 3 years, they will surely be awakened. Your ancestor didn't really die. She's just missing a soul and a spirit. The resurrection method you found won't work on her. I'll keep these Tai Ching origin liquids for you for now. Also, you later generation disciples are really too much of a disgrace to Lin Huanhuan. so in order to avoid accidents, this body will be kept by me. After saying that, his hand gently waved, so he got the Tai Ching source liquid to instantly disappear. And next, he wanted to collect Lin Huanhuan's physical body into the Violet Mansion. Ha! Qin Changsheng let out a light eep. This great emperor's body unexpectedly could not be moved to the Violet Mansion space. Then there was no way out. It could only be held back to the Qin family to dispose of it again. Seeing this, Lin Fengyu could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly blocked it, shouting, "No! The ancestor is the hope of my generations. It must not be taken away by you." His heart was even more determined to guess that this dog thief Qin Changsheng must have stored some dirty thoughts. Just then, a fluctuation came from the sealed entrance above. It turned out to be that the elders of the Acacia sect had also noticed the abnormality of the secret place, and had formed a group to come down to investigate. Just as he came down, he saw his ancestor's body, being held in the arms of Qin Changsheng, a lustful and hungry man. He was so angry that his eyes were killing him, even forgetting the huge gap in cultivation. "Qin Changsheng, put down your ancestor. Succubus, how dare you openly do what is wrong with the world?" Qin Changsheng just faintly swept a glance and said coldly, "Humph, a bunch of incompetent people. What has Lin Huanhuan's dual cultivation Dao been cultivated into by you juniors? And you still have the face to resurrect your ancestor? I dare say that the first thing Lin Huanhuan will slap to death after her resurrection will be you bunch of losers. However, you are ultimately Lin Huanhuan's descendant sons and daughters, and until Lin Huanhuan is resurrected, you will be sheltered by me. But stop all involuntary dual cultivation behaviors until Lin Huanhuan is resurrected and dealt with personally. 3 years from now, I will return your Acacia sect to a living, breathing ancestor." As the words fell, Qin Changsheng flicked his arm. A stern and incomparable sword chi illusion flew out, clashing in the sky and hanging high above the gate of the Acacia sect. The sword chi took on a deep purple color and filled the air with an aura of destruction. Immediately afterward, a majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth, startling the entire eastern region. "I, Qin Changsheng, will shelter the Acacia sect for 3 years, and within 3 years, anyone who dares to unauthorizedly persecute the people of the Acacia sect will die." The sound echoed throughout the mountain range for a long time. After saying all this, Qin Changsheng disappeared into thin air, leaving behind the Acacia sect's crowd who looked at each other in disbelief. "Sovereign, what should we do? Should we fight Qin Changsheng?" The Grand Elder said. "Take your daughter-in-law to spell what the hell? Things are now." Can only temporarily believe Qin Changsheng's words. Lin Fengyu looked up at the terrifying sword chi above the clan's void and continued, "But it can't just be left alone. Later we put public pressure on the Qin family, and can make Qin Changsheng send back his ancestor's body the best. Can't send it back, but also at least let him have some scruples. Good, it'll be done as the patriarch wishes." Not long after Qin Changsheng left, a small piece of news about him spread so quickly, combined with Qin Changsheng's voice transmission that resounded through the eastern region. He was again on the top of the human race's hot search list. Once again, it caused a furor. Chapter 132: Qin Changsheng's encounter on the human race's hot list again. This time, many people were completely unable to sit still. "Have you heard? Qin Changsheng is far away from the eastern region, forcing the Acacia sect to even defend 10,000 women. Is simply a veritable hungry ghost of color." Yes, my best friend in the eastern region also heard his voice transmission. Play also even if the key to play finished. He smashed the plate. "Do not allow others to play really people in God are angry. Yes, it's simply too numerous to mention. And it's heartless, and it's also beautifully named as sheltering the Acacia sect. Isn't it obvious that the Acacia sect is regarded as his forbidden domain, and made into a harem belonging solely to him? Damn it, I don't share the same fate as Qin Changsheng. Gambling and drugs. Down with Qin Changsheng and return a clear sky to my human race." You're all behind in your news. It's said that Qin Changsheng also has a special hobby. Some people in the know saw him hugging the corpse of the ancestor of the Acacia sect that day and coming out of the secret place with a lewd smile of contentment on his face, which is the real reason why he's sheltering the Acacia sect. Hiss. The melon eaters sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too sensationalized. If this thief is not removed, the human race can hardly rest in peace. I once again declare war on Qin Changsheng on behalf of the Flying Sky Gang. With him and without me. With me and without him. Are there still people in your Flying Sky Gang? Didn't your gang leader blow up last time? Don't mention these. Go and take a look at your own family's ancestral grave. I suddenly remembered that my flowery wife seems to be buried in the earth. No, with Qin Changsheng this fong around, I always feel a bit uneasy. I'll go and change it to cremation right away. When you put it that way, I'll have to go ahead and explain the aftermath too. It has to be a cremation. Not only were most of the men of the human race outraged, but even the women protested about it. Qin Changsheng is desecrating our women. He must give an explanation to all the women of our human race. But, he's handsome. What's the use of being handsome? It's not your husband, but he's the peak of a quasi-emperor. The crowd lapsed into instant silence. Fear not. We have Lord Empress Yaoqi. She stood at the peak for thousands of years. She'll definitely be able to defeat the demon Qin Changsheng. Yes, Lord Empress is the faith of all our female cultivators. I'm sure she'll do justice for us female cultivators. Yes, let's go. Together we'll have an audience with the Empress Sama. Thus, a group of people traveled to the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in great numbers. Qin Changsheng was not aware of such rumors. Even if he knew it, he didn't think it was a big deal. 3 people make a tiger. And the prejudice in the hearts of the people is not something he can change with a few words. At this moment, he was carefully placing Lin Huanhuan's body in a corner of the room, a small subdimensional space that he had just created, and then laid down a concealment array. He breathed a long sigh of relief when everything was done. He then looked at the Tai Ching origin liquid within the violet mansion space and revealed a meaningful smile. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were harder to press than even AK. It's time to find Yin Wanqiu for a Mandarin duck bath. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Qin family, a strange image appeared. A clear and beautiful young girl walked in front of herself, her face cold and indifferent, her eyes vaguely revealing a stern sword intent that seemed to be out of place with this side of heaven and earth. It was Ouyang Jiqiu. It was not good for her to disobey her ancestor Ouyang Chu's good intentions, and she agreed to stay here for 7 days. 7 days later, she was going to walk the sky with 1 person and 1 sword, and from then on, she would set foot on her own path. But what she didn't expect was the sudden appearance of a man beside her in the past few days, and her ancestor explained that the other man was an outstanding young man of the Qin family, to be her guide for the past few days. At this, Ouyang Jiqiu didn't care. It was just a passerby. But what she didn't expect was that the passerby was a bit annoying and clingy. The man following behind him looked simple and honest with a calm face. It was none other than Qin Dachuan. At first he was a bit resistant, but the first time he saw Ouyang Jiqiu, he was a bit moved. So beautiful. Totally his type of heart. Unfortunately, the other party has been ignoring himself these past few days, except for practicing his sword, or just dawdling or wandering around casually. He was undeterred, however, and continued to hush daily. There is no wall that can't be dug down if the shovel is wielded well. Ugh, nope, it's about deeper kung fu and sharpening iron rods into needles. He believed that as long as one persistently treats Miss Ouyang well, then the other party will definitely be touched by himself in the end. Miss Ouyang, you've been walking for so long, you must be tired. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, you must speak to me Dachuan. Dachuan, I will make you noodle soup. Ouyang Jiqiu was no longer moved by it, and suddenly felt something in his heart, stopped and looked at the sky, not knowing what to think. Qin Changsheng, who was at the corner, suddenly stalled in his footsteps as he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something very serious. System, come out. There's something I want to ask you, he yelled in his head once again. This time it didn't take long to wait, and after a rustling sound in his head, the system's exasperated voice came through. Screaming ghosts? Host, do you have any sense of public morality? What are you screaming for? This is still called the broken mirror system. Why don't we just change it to the Teddy system? But remembering the business, he asked seriously. I have the impression that I fell in love with that Lin Huanhuan a few thousand years ago, so why is her true identity that of a great emperor of the Taiku era? Is it possible that I stepped over the river of time, crossed space and time, and fell in love with her? How do I know that? Maybe you've even been to the future. The system's voice screeched to a halt, as if realizing that it had missed the point, and then there was no more sound. The future? Only Qin Changsheng, who was frozen in place, was left pondering. Is it hard to believe that there's a whole wave of ex-girlfriends in time's future? Your own big boob ex-girlfriend, who hasn't even been born yet. That's too, when I was just a mortal body. A lot of things but did not feel out of the ordinary. Now think carefully, there are indeed some places unusual. This dog system, hiding everything, not telling himself anything. Qin Changsheng felt that in the underworld, there was a big invisible hand manipulating everything, as if in the middle of all the ages, there existed a shockingly big secret waiting to be uncovered. Forget it, if you can't think about it, just don't think about it. Lie flat. Qin Changsheng is very open-minded. He shook his head and continued toward the corner. Only, upon this revelation, he saw 2 conspicuous bags in the yard. The 2 youngsters in front of me. The man seemed to be courting. The woman was not moved by it, as if they were sulking like a small couple. Qin Changsheng was greatly relieved. The family's oldest marriage problem, Qin Dachuan, finally got the hang of it. He proceeded to walk towards the front. ready to say hello and see what a woman who could make Okan's heart flutter looked like. It was just that Ouyang Jicho, as if he had a heart-to-heart, turned his head to look this way at the same time. Holy! When he saw the woman's face clearly, Qin Changsheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. His face froze, as if he had seen a ghost, and he exclaimed in shock, "Vichio, you guys?" Chapter 133, The first meeting is parting. After all, the flowers are falling apart. Qin Changsheng frowned, his eyes constantly scanning back and forth between the two of them. It's rather like, you've just gone out for a wild ride and come back to find your home has been burglarized. Li Feiyu. At this time, Ouyang Jicho also reacted. His pupils shook tremendously, filled with an unbelievable expression. He, isn't dead? It's hard to believe that Elder Tianji is lying to me? But for what purpose did he lie to me? Ouyang Jicho's fingers trembled slightly, but this was only for a moment. And a moment later, her eyes became cold and her face was ancient. Just as well. It's good that he's still alive. Now that he had seen him again, the obsession was gone and it was time to say goodbye. Whether you have loved or hated, it's all in the past. Not worth mentioning. At this moment, Ouyang Jicho's state of mind was truly complete. A consummate sword intent erupted from her, and from then on, she only wanted to be with the sword. There was one more lone seeker on the avenue of swords. Neither one realized that at this moment, next to him stood a tall, powerful, strong man, but as if he were a minion. Shivering, Qin Dachuan trembled and felt all his strength leave him, as if his body was bound by an icy coldness, instantly paralyzing him on the ground. He was just a bit naive, but not stupid, and clearly knew what the name calling between the old ancestor and Ouyang Jicho stood for. Ouyang Jicho, another ex-girlfriend of the old patriarch, thinking of Qinjin, who had been hung on the gate for 3 days and 3 nights, and the difficult brothers in the family who were still using primary spirit weapons today. All he felt was disillusionment and a dark future. The other clansmen were punished so much for just unintentional mistakes. He was taking the initiative to shush his grandma, and with the old ancestor's careful eyes, he was afraid that he would be in this life. Thinking of this, Qin Dachuan only felt a cool air rising from the lower half of his body, a cold wind, freezing and piercing the bones. He used all his strength to control his trembling body and stood up with great difficulty, flop, and fell to his knees again. Old ancestor, I was wrong. I didn't know. It was all the family head Qinjin's bad idea, saying that it was a blind date for me. Yes, it was all the family head's doing. Woo woo. At this moment, Qin Dachuan cried in a heartbreaking, miserable Chinatown? Blind date? Qin Changsheng frowned slightly, as if he had found the culprit. Looking at Qin Dachuan, who was kneeling on the ground, he said without a good mood, "Get out, Snappy, get out. What kind of descendant is this? It's not even if you don't have a daughter-in-law, but you're leaning towards your grandma." "Alright, old ancestor," Qin Dachuan quickly responded. After kowtowing 3 more times, he shrunk into a ball and rolled toward the corner of the yard. After rolling out of the old ancestor's line of sight, his eyes immediately became fierce and he muttered under his breath, "Qinjin, you wait for me. I, Qin Dachuan, will not be able to stand against you." When Qin Dachuan left, Qin Changsheng turned his gaze to Ouyang Jicho, not knowing how to speak for a while, and Ouyang Jicho likewise didn't open her mouth to explain, as if everything had nothing to do with her. The atmosphere, for a moment, became silent. For a long time. "Your name isn't Li Feiyu. It's the Qin clan's oldest ancestor, Qin Changsheng?" Ouyang Jicho suddenly spoke, only the tone remained cold and flat, and it seemed to be due to mere curiosity. Li Feiyu is just my alias. Qin Changsheng is my real name." Qin Changsheng snapped. "The Qin Changsheng who forces good people to become prostitutes and is hungry for sex? This is absolutely slander." "Zichio, listen to my explanation." "No need to explain. I believe you." Ouyang Jicho directly interrupted him. She did believe in Qin Changsheng. If Qin Changsheng was really like the rumors, then there were countless opportunities for him to take himself in the first place, but he preferred to endure it all without harming himself. But what did that have to do with her? She smiled inwardly to herself. Perhaps, this is the last time. At first sight, it's goodbye. It's about time. Ouyang Jicho fiercely stepped forward to stand in front of Qin Changsheng, staring at him carefully. Then, abruptly, he turned around, without a care in the world. "Qin Changsheng, I'm leaving, goodbye." "Ha?" Qin Changsheng froze. "What is the situation? That's it? No more catching up? I haven't gotten my system reward yet?" But the scene was so familiar, as it had been when he'd left her. "Where are you going?" Qin Changsheng couldn't help but shout. "The sky. By the way, please tell my ancestor Ouyang Chu that I won't be there to say goodbye in person. Don't ask after the long goodbye, and never meet again in the landscape." Ouyang Jiqiu didn't even turn his head back, as if he didn't have a trace of attachment. He just disappeared into Qin Changsheng's line of sight. Qin Changsheng raised his hand and looked at Ouyang Jiqiu's back, wanting to stay. His mouth opened, but in the end, he did not open his mouth. He felt the other's determination, the other's openness, the other's Tao. At that moment, he knew that the other party's Taoist heart was firm, and he couldn't keep her. Hey! Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh and wondered if they would meet again in the future. It was still the first ex-girlfriend he'd run into that had a beginning and an end. At this moment, he somewhat understood that some things, some people, once missed, they can only live in each other's memories, never to return. Everyone had everyone's path, and he wasn't one to forcefully change the will of others for the sake of system rewards. Broken mirrors are just a minority after all. I also wonder in what state the ex-girlfriends I will meet in the future will meet. Are they alone? Or do they have children and grandchildren? Is it the longing for a long time apart? Is it the joy of a sudden encounter? Is it the strangeness of not knowing each other? Or bone-deep hatred? No one noticed that Ouyang Jiqiu walked out of the Qin family home, but then turned back violently. Looking in the direction where Qin Changsheng was, tears in his eyes, he muttered, "Not to talk about what we owe, not to live up to what we met. From now on, goodbye is just a stranger." She wants to completely cut herself off from the past, and this trip may be goodbye forever. After saying that, she gently wiped her tears and walked towards the distance with a firm pace. The path of the red dust. Ultimately, the prosperity of the flowers fall. The past, like smoke, is destined to drift away with the wind. In the Qin family's great hall, Wang Wanru was wearing a snow-white silk dress robe, carrying an exquisite teapot in her hand, gently making tea. Qin Jin and Ouyang Chu, sitting opposite each other, a faint scent of tea filled the air, and the two seemed quite relaxed. Elder Ouyang, this will really be a family from now on. Congratulations, Qin Jin said with a smile. Ai, Jiqiu, this girl is too cold in nature. I'm worried that De Chun won't be able to take it. Don't worry, Qin Dachuan has even put his cultivation on these days, and has been circling around Miss Ouyang the whole day. I believe that where sincerity leads to golden stone, you'll just have to wait for the Ouyang family lineage to blossom and spread its leaves. Ha ha, then I'll borrow the Qin family master's good advice. Well said, well said. Why don't we give a good date in advance and invite the vast forces to come to the wedding? That's negotiable. The two talked and laughed and saw that they were about to finalize the matter. Boo! The door to the great hall was kicked right in. Bold! Qin Jin was furious. With the status of the Qin family nowadays, how could someone dare to act wild here? Only to instantly freeze when looking at the visitor. De Chun, what are you doing here if you're not going to accompany your fiancé? Qin Jin blurted out. Fiancé Nima? Qin Jin, why have you repeatedly harmed me? At this moment, Qin Dachuan's eyes were red. Living like a bull about to go crazy. What makes you say that? Miss Ouyang is an ancestor grandmother. Ancestor grandmother. Ah, Fong just recognized the old ancestor with her. Qin Jin, I'll fight you. After saying that, Qin Dachuan pounced. Pop, pop. Two teacups slid to the ground with a clear breaking sound, spilling tea all over the place, but no one cared. Qin Jin and Ouyang Chu, including Wang Wanru, were all frozen in place. Qin Jin, in particular, was like falling into an ice cellar, his eyes filled with horror, as if he had seen the end of the world. The eyes went black and he fainted. Chapter 134, The Complete Recovery of Aura. Qin Jin's unbridled thoughts. The next stretch of days, the entire Tianqian Great World was calm, with no major events occurring. But this seems to be the calm before the storm. The great change in the heavens and earth was about to end, and all the forces on the continent were all eager to move. As for the Qin family, a not-so-small thing had happened. I heard that the head of the family, Qin Jin, wailed miserably in his room for 3 days and 3 nights, which was really sad to hear and tearful to hear. Then it was even hung on the Qin family's gate for 10 days and 10 nights. Persuade? Hearing that it was the old ancestor himself who moved, no one in the entire family dared to say a word. Qin Dachuan, moreover, said in a beautiful name that he needed to exercise, and temporarily went to the Qin family vein to dig. As for Ouyang Chu, early on, he closed his death sentence, leaving a voice saying that the Qin family is not until the time of life and death. Do not call him out. For a while, the Qin family was in a state of panic, and grass and trees were all over the place. Not only is it only for the parties involved in the fights outside, but it rarely involves the family directly. When it comes to marriage, it's more like walking on thin ice and being careful. Meet a pretty girl? I'm sorry, proof of singleness. Past love affairs? Please. Want to get engaged? Then I'm sorry, please show the family genealogy, the relevant information of the ancestors for 180 generations, especially the elders of the ancestors who are beautiful and single. but also to be circled extraordinarily and recorded in detail. After all, by now, all Qin family members knew the old ancestor's virtues. For 100 miles around, there must be an ex-girlfriend. This might go out for a dip and run into a grandma. With a few lessons learned from the past, who here dares to act rashly? After Qin Changsheng experienced the encounter with Ouyang Jiqiu, he also lost the idea of verifying the functions of the Taiqing source liquid. Nandong Yan and the other women could see that Qin Changsheng's mood was low, so they didn't harp on it and continued to let him speak this story. In short, Qin Changsheng had used these days to properly comb through his experiences of the past 10,000 years, as well as some of his ex-girlfriend's anomalies. It was more a matter of taking a walk around and following the trail of my former self again. It was only then that I realized that the landscape was very different, and that my old self seemed to be wandering in a long river of time. Just one day at a time. This day, there was a loud boom in the sky, with lightning intertwined and thunder raging. A spatial crack hundreds of times larger than before manifested, and seemingly endless aura swarmed out from within, pouring into the entire world. In an instant, the earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and rivers flowed backwards, as if the world was coming to an end. All the cultivator beings looked to the sky and were not shocked but delighted. The Golden Age, finally, has officially arrived. My generation of cultivators, what fear of a battle? The Golden Great World represented countless opportunities and infinite possibilities. In an instant, the aura of the entire Tianxian Great World was dozens of times thicker, and the aura completely revived. The sky even blurrily appeared the virtual shadow of some caves, blessed places, secret realms, etc., which seemed to have been avoiding the world for a long time, and were now brewing, waiting for the right time to break the seal and come out. Ha 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 ha, finally this day has come. I'm not dead yet. I can still fight for another 300 years. Break it for me. A dying old man looked up to the sky and whistled. The aura of heaven and earth surged into his body. Strong power broke through his body. Apparently he had already succeeded in breaking the boundary, and his lifespan was extended for another 300 years. Examples like his are, at the moment, playing out all over the place. Has the radiant great world come? I, at last, can become an emperor. In the mysterious place, an ancient freak with a terrifying aura opened his eyes and slowly walked out. Ha ha, my name is Prince Tang. In this world, I'm here. The whole world prostrate and tremble. The ancestral land of the Wang clan exploded with a bang, and Wang Zitang stood with his hands on his head, looking at the starry sky above. A surge of wariness, whispering to himself, You wait at the peak. I'm just a step behind you. In this life, I will become immortal and fight you. Congratulations to Lord Emperor's son on his appearance. Wang Bo and the Wang clan ancestor were overjoyed. The heavenly Yin Jedi body is currently in the northern domain Qin family. Do you want it immediately? The Wang family's ancestor made a gesture. He couldn't wait to see the image of the emperor's son becoming an emperor and the Wang family taking off. There's no rush. I can't run away. I'll first adapt to the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Wang Ziteng waved his hand. He had absolute confidence and wasn't the least bit worried about failing. As long as the heavens mandate had not yet been carried and a new great emperor had not been born, he was invincible. His fame in the desolate ancient era had suppressed most of the great emperors of the ancient world, and it wasn't just a casual remark. Now the peak of the quasi-emperors in this world. Ha, just dirt. This day, in the northeast, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. To the southwest, a phoenix's cry resounds through the clouds. To the northwest, a demonic breath crosses the continent. To the southeast, a demonic aura permeates the earth. Countless ancient demonic freaks came out from the sealed land, and they were all absolute heavenly prides who had been the champions of that era, either because the times didn't allow for emperorhood, or because they ran into a more amazing opponent, or some other reason. In short, they sealed themselves for this moment. In this golden age, the age of great struggles, completely explode and kill a road to become an emperor, a road to become an immortal. The Qin family. Xinjin frowned slightly. With the help of the Qin family's countless resources and the ancient tree of life's rich aura, now that he was already in the late supreme realm, one step away from being a quasi-emperor, he naturally clearly perceived the changes in the heaven and earth's qi. Noticing that there were numerous ancients, astonishingly talented people who had come out of the gate, one could not help but be a little worried for Qinyu, who was vying for the position of the heavens mandate great emperor in this world. But the thought of having an old ancestor there instantly relaxed his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Thinking about it, Xinjin suddenly had a flash of light and laughed out loud. Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Seeing this, Wang Wanru on the side was shocked. This can't be. Husband can't bear the blow of the old ancestor's beating and went crazy? Xinjin just waved his hand, signaling that it was fine, and raised his eyebrows. Ha ha, I laughed at my earlier tactlessness and my past less wisdom. We've all fallen into a thinking error. What is this saying? Wang Wanru was puzzled. Xinjin, however, is not in a hurry and has a good plan. Narrating the story. Wanru, think about it. Although the old ancestor was flirtatious, at most he scourged the women of the human race for nearly 10,000 years. He wouldn't be so bad as to cross the realm and fall in love with women of other races, right? More or less. The old ancestor is only 10,000 years old. So it's not like he's going to fall in love with a beautiful woman from 10,000 years ago. So, we're going to target other races of beautiful women. No, after all, there are differences in races, and it's not too safe. It's better to find some beautiful ladies from 10,000 years ago of the human race to be a bit more stable. So it's also foolproof. Moreover, they were all once dazzling heavenly pride human masters of that era, and having just come out of the sealed land, they are also in a young man's state both physically and psychologically. More than enough to match a Qin Dachuan, and with our Qin family's current power in the Star Tower, it's more than enough to recruit a few ancient human masters. After hearing this, Wang Wanru's eyes also lit up and said, "Husband, you mean, you're thinking right." Xinjin smiled faintly, as if he had already thought of a bright future. Previously, it was my poor consideration and I was sorry to Qin Dachuan, causing him to be quite critical of me. This time, I will make sure that Qin Dachuan will find an ancient beauty with both talent and looks, envying the other clansmen to death. I'm sure it won't be long before Qin Dachuan will be so grateful to me. Chapter 135, A World of Great Struggle. Qin Family Announcement Controversy. Hey! On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Chu Jingtian let out a long sigh. In the world of great struggle, the storm is coming, and I'm afraid it's going to be another bloodbath. The boundaries disappeared. The heavens and earth completely merged into one, and all the races competed with each other. Not to mention him, even senior Qin Shinsheng could not stop the flood of the times. The great trend of the heavens and earth. The human race territory was vast and boundless, stretching for billions and billions of miles. Unlike before, when he was only required to sit at the entrance of the 10,000 races battlefield, now that the entire territory was fused, even the great emperors were all distracted. At the end of the mythological period, I don't know what reason, the realm appeared, and the newly risen human race was divided into the most huge and most fertile territory, which also led to a time when it became a thorn in the side of the 10,000 races. But this is all unimportant. In this world, with Elder Qin around, it is still the human race that is honored. Before that, a reminder needs to be given to the other races. Swish, a strong and unrivaled blade chi blazed through the entire battlefield, containing an indescribably terrifying aura. It even split the entire earth, and the blade aura lingered for a long time. A sense of oppression greeted everyone as they watched this scene. Chu Jingtian, what do you want to do? Violate the swift ancient covenant and recklessly start a life and death battle? The demon lord was furious. Chu Jingtian's slash almost struck his feet. The divine lord's face was also grave, his heart shaking furiously, and a glint of unease flickered in his eyes. How did this Chu Jingtian's strength grow so terrifyingly? This slash was going to surpass the limits of a quasi-emperor. Could it be that, in the human frontier, some great opportunity had not appeared? I just want to remind you that the human frontier is not a place outside the law. Friendly exchanges and challenge cuts are fine, but if any other race dares to indiscriminately kill the innocent and go on a killing spree in the human race, then don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Go back and warn your clansmen, or else they will die within the territory of my human race, regardless of whether they are killed or buried. Chu Jingtian's domineering voice echoed throughout the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Humph! The demon lord let out a cold snort and turned away without comment. The slash just now had left him a little frightened, and he thought to himself that he was not Chu Jingtian's opponent. Moreover, he didn't want to just start a big war. Since the invasion of the foreign races, the relationship between the 10,000 races was not as incompatible as before, and even if there was friction, it was only localized, and even in the eyes of the higher-ups, there was the meaning of practicing. After all, the 10,000 races were no longer native races, while the Fae were complete cosmic outsiders. It was just that the Emperor's Fall era had gone on for too long, and many people had forgotten about the horrors of the Fae, and had once again coveted the other races. The human race, in particular, occupies the largest territory, but its heritage is slightly insufficient. It was just that the human race seemed to be the favorite of heaven and earth, and every once in a while there would be an amazingly talented, supreme celestial pride that would suppress the 10,000 races with its own power. This time, many racial beings would not allow the human race to become emperors, especially in the Devil region, where the survival environment was harsh. Many people of the Devil race had become quite dissatisfied, clamoring for the reclaiming of the territory that belonged to their Devil race in the first place. As the demon lord left, the other races' sitters left one after another. Only the two passages of the dragon and phoenix clans had been empty and unguarded. For one thing, the dragon and phoenix races were still living in the glory of the mythic era, dominating the world, and were so high and mighty that they didn't care to interact with other races. Secondly, no ungrateful being would dare to set foot in the dragon phoenix territory privately. Now, though, with the full realm fusion, there's no need for it. In the blink of an eye, the various tribal garrisons also quickly left, and the entire 10,000 tribes battlefield became empty. As time passed and the boundaries disappeared, there were beings from all the clans who crossed over to other realms through the borders one after another. For a moment, all living beings were dazzled and lost their voices. After all, for most ordinary beings, millions of years had passed, and they had long since forgotten their hatred and only had a deep curiosity about other races. It was just that for cultivators who had participated in the 10,000 clans battlefield, especially some of their relatives and elders who had died in the 10,000 clans battlefield, the hatred was engraved in their bones. In short, there were constant frictions of all sizes, but the major races seemed to have been warned by the higher-ups and were restraining themselves, maintaining a balanced relationship that did not break for the time being, and ultimately did not erupt into a large-scale struggle. It was just that they were authorized to constantly have the prides of various races challenge the younger generation of the human race, seemingly suppressing the human race's chi. During this period, the always low-profile northern region Qin clan, except for Qin Changshang, released a ludicrous announcement throughout the human race. Sincerely welcome all ancient demonic freaks and heavenly talents to join the Qin family as a big family. Once you join, you will enjoy the treatment of the Qin family's core disciples, and moreover, there are star pagodas, ancient trees of life, and supreme feats, etc., and especially for all the ancient fairies and beauties, you are cordially invited. The announcement caused another outcry. It made countless people scoff, disdain, and even secretly laugh. In the end, the Qin family is just a newly promoted small family, without a bit of heritage, to be so bold as to solicit the ancient celestial pride. Yeah, don't think about it, those ancient demons were all once masters of the world. Would they put down their stature to join the Qin family because of some petty gains? Right, those demons sealed themselves all for the sake of becoming an emperor in this world. With an invincible heart, how could they join the Qin family? The Qin family really made people laugh this time, exposing their short-sightedness and lack of substance. But this isn't considered a fly in the ointment, is it? Everyone has experienced divine objects such as the Star Tower, and the ancient Tree of Life and other heaven and earth spiritual objects. The Qin clan even has them? Someone questioned. Hiss. It was then that the crowd reacted to the fact that the ancient Tree of Life had been mentioned in this announcement. Gulp. Someone gulped and salivated. This is a legendary treasure of heaven and earth. Can form a dense fog of aura, greatly accelerating the speed of cultivation. No wonder the recent Qin family's core disciples do not go out to practice, combined with all the sneaky cultivation promotion. Ha! Another person laughed disdainfully. The Qin family is really good at calculating. What does that mean? Think about it. The Qin family is only one Ouyang Chu, plus a self-cutting a sword. Self-destruction of the Great Wall of Qin Changshang is considered a high-end combatant, even if the current worry-free, but the face of those ancient forces of the ancient times to the present day. Although the Emperor Fall era great emperors fell one after another, but there are a lot of serious injuries to sink into a deep sleep, and so on the appearance of the new great emperors. The Qin family certainly cannot keep such a treasure. The speaker, a middle-aged man, paused and continued. Even now, with the frequent emergence of ancient demons, the Qin family's advantage of two peak quasi-emperor combatants is gone. The Qin family's move is also out of necessity. With the help of the Star Pagoda and the ancient Tree of Life enlisting ancient celestials to enhance the Qin family's combatants, and most importantly, to hold on to their treasures. Oh, it seems like the Qin family is afraid. At that, the crowd chimed in. Worthy of being a Bai Shao Tong, he has a unique vision and pinpointed the Qin family's predicament and purpose. However, the Qin family is destined to be a basket of water, enlisting no heavenly pride, not far from destruction. Most people bloated. After all, Qin Changsheng's notoriety and the high cost of the Star Tower made some people greatly dissatisfied. Chapter 136 Heaven's Pride Clash. White Tiger Clan by Choo Choo. But I don't think so. An untimely voice interrupted the crowd's discussion. Ha! Does Brother Zhuge have any different insights? Seeing the gazes of all the people casting their eyes, the youth known as Zhuge was a bit nervous, but he still stammered. I always feel that the Qin family's purpose won't be so simple. The focus of this announcement should be the sincere invitation to the fairies and beauties at the back. This is, for the Qin family's old ancestor, Qin Changsheng, to openly choose his harem. With these words, the scene instantly fell into silence. as if time had stood still. Some people opened their mouths, but in the end, they didn't voice a rebuttal. It's all too possible. With Qin Chongqing's colorful courage, even the corpses of the ancestors of the Acacia sect are. And how could they let go of these proud women of heaven who had just appeared in the world? However, wasn't the Qin family afraid that this move would cause hatred from all the ancient masters? Bai Xiaodong's face even stiffened, his expression unsightly to the extreme. Just now analyzed the head of the road, at the moment as if a big mouth, slapped in their own face. This can be really ing sight to hit the face. How could he have overlooked the ring of Qin Chongsheng? At this moment, everyone acquiesced to one fact. That's, the Qin family was openly choosing a consort for the old ancestor and creating a harem. Qin Chongsheng, who had inexplicably taken the blame for Qinzhen, was not the least bit aware of these private tidbits. At this moment, he was coming to Hanging Mountain to get together, mainly because he felt that it was rather unforced to keep transmigrating here and there like this. Wanted to come here to see if there were any major other races of beings that looked good enough to be his ride. Imagine going out with 5 dragons pulling the car and the phoenix singing, how cool it would be. No more, you have to ride an ink and jade unicorn. However, this is all the younger generation. He has not cared to bully the young with the big. When the time comes to see which race of beings is domineering and durable, directly go to the lair and take their old ancestor captive. So, once again, he pushed his way into the crowd and became a spectator. During this period of time, the great race's heavenly pride, not knowing whether they had discussed it or what, went around provoking people of the same generation of the human race. It was even more arrogant to set up a ring at Hanging Mountain. Do you dare to fight, you weak child of the human race? Instantly igniting the roar of the human race, the enemies were united in their hatred, and they all traveled to the Hanging Mountain, vowing to witness the scene of the human race's heavenly pride trampling these 10,000 races living beings under their feet. But unfortunately, for 10 days and 10 nights in a row, the human race had 12 victories and 39 defeats, falling to the absolute disadvantage. For a while, the onlookers were enveloped in silence, their expressions dejected and disappointed. For a long time. Damn it, if it wasn't for the Star Pagoda appearing too late and not enough time, why would my human race be afraid of a battle at the same realm? A human race heavenly pride who had just lost the battle said hatefully, give me 3 more months, abusing you in the same realm is like killing a chicken. The heavenly sword sect's eldest disciple was also slightly unconvinced. He didn't expect to be overturned by his opponent's limit under a light enemy, but these words also instantly rekindled the eyes of the human audience. Yeah, what's the frustration? The human race still has the Star Tower, and there are still many heavenly talents who haven't yet come. So what's the problem? Damn it, one of the top 5 experts of the heavens' remarkable grand competition has not yet come, and there is also that youngest quasi-emperor Yaotian. As long as one comes, which is the other party's turn to flaunt their power here. That's right, my cloud misty heavenly palace's young palace master Yan Wuxin is in seclusion this time in order to break through the quasi-emperor. Otherwise he could have easily defeated them as well. The crowd murmured and looked forward to the appearance of the supreme heavenly pride. Unbeknownst to them, the beings of the several racial alliances were actually filled with shock inwardly, even though they were unperturbed on the surface. They united and sent out all the most powerful clansmen of each realm just to thwart the human race and weaken their chi. That's all it took. And it resulted in 12 more losses. This is simply nothing like the weak human race and the intelligence. What about the promised lack of depth and short roots of the human race? What about the fact that the human race is born ordinary, and that their flesh, bloodline, spirit, and inherited skills are all inferior? How does it feel to have one over the other? But from the conversations of the crowd around them, they discovered an important message. Tower of Stars. Is it possible that this is the reason why the human race is weak in intelligence? They secretly decided that after this battle, they would definitely find out everything about the Star Tower. Ji family, Ji Tai no, specially come to ask for advice. At this moment, a voice that shook the heavens and earth resounded throughout the entire arena. The sound comes before the person arrives. As soon as the words fell, a silhouette slowly appeared, as if coming from the void, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Every step he took, heaven and earth changed for the better, all carrying an invisible sense of oppression. The irresistible aura spread out like waves, pressing people to the point where it was hard to breathe. It's him, imperial son of the Ji family. Everyone's spirits were lifted. In this generation of the human race, there was finally a supreme heavenly pride coming. It was at this moment that people realized the true name of the Ji clan's imperial son. Kit Tai didn't. What a bossy name. One listen represents an era, a legend, a star that never falls. Surprisingly, he had broken through to a paragon as well. This is stable now. With the Ji family's emperor's son making a move, he will be able to smooth everything out. Ji Tai didn't have a cape. Without the slightest pretense, A noble imperial aura emanated from the inside out. He was born into the honorable ancient emperor clan, and was given high hopes at birth, destined to amaze the world, destined to reach the peak. Unfortunately, not long ago, due to him focusing too much on his foundation, his cultivation realm did not raise up for the time being, and he was only ranked third in the Heaven's Pride competition, which was a shame for him. Now that he had broken through to Quasi-Emperor, he wanted to prove it to the world. He, Ji Tai Wu, was the most astonishingly talented heavenly pride of this generation. His pair of eyes were like divine pupils, scanning the opposite side of the major racial alliance as if he could see through everything, and said indifferently, "You guys, who's coming?" Even though he had stepped into the early stage of the Quasi-Emperor stage, but had completely controlled the Ji family's inheritance of several great and supreme techniques, he thought to himself that he could cross the level and fight the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor stage. Upon hearing this, the Heaven's Eye Berserkers, Son Yen Beasts, Silver Moon Celestial Wolves, and other clans looked at each other with grave expressions, just from the aura that Ji Tai Wu unintentionally exuded. They knew that the gap with the other party was too great, and that they were by no means the opponents of the other party. "Humph, bunch of losers, I'll do it." A clear and pleasant voice rang out, and a young girl with a slender figure appeared. They were only allied for a short time, and had no problem mocking the other clans when they had the chance. As soon as the young girl appeared, she confronted Ji Tai from a distance, as if she was an invincible female god of war. White Tiger Clan, by Chu Chu. Some people of the demon race instantly recognized the identity of the young girl and exclaimed in shock. The White Tiger Clan, in the huge demon domain, was also the existence of a giant on one side, flowing with the bloodline of the mythological era's divine beast, the White Tiger, which was only getting weaker and weaker with the passage of time. And what made all the people of the demon race unexpected was that this generation of the White Tiger Clan had awakened two supreme prides of heaven, one for Bai Chu Chu, and the second for Bai Chu Chu's sister-in-law, Bai Su Su. The return of the bloodline to the ancestor allowed the two of them to cultivate at a speed of 1,000 miles a day, especially Bai Su Su, whose battle strength was straight up against the lord of the demon domain, and became the dream lover of most of the demons of the demon clan. If she hadn't had no intention of competing, I'm afraid it would be hard to say whether the demon lord was from the golden-winged rock lineage or not. As for Bai Chu Chu, with the White Tiger Clan and her sister-in-law as backers, she was naturally a bully in the demon domain. As for Qin Changsheng, who was deep into the masses of melon eaters, when he heard the identity of this young girl, his spirit was also shaken, and his eyes shone with golden light. The White Tiger Clan? White Tiger? He was instantly reminded of a night years ago that he remembered too well to forget. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's still true. Time flies like an arrow. Chapter 137, Ji Family War Song. Heaven's Pride Battle. Come and fight. Without hesitation, Bai Chu Chu jumped onto the center of the ring, her eyes high in battle intent and murderous. The White Tiger was the master of killing, and she was not afraid of any challenge. Instead, she enjoyed the battle very much. This human kid, whose strength looked good, should be able to play with her. She still looked like a human girl. Only from the difference on her forehead she could see that she was not a human, and did not transform in the slightest. It seemed that the other party did not need her full strength yet. Strange to say, although the 10,000 races of the world do not look at the weak body of the human race, especially the demon race, the first choice after the transformation is the human body, as if the human race is the heaven and earth favorites, the road to the truth. Not to mention, the god race and the demon race were even less different from humans in terms of their facial features, just different eyes and hair color, as well as a small horn on their foreheads. Seeing this, the corner of Ji Tai Wu's mouth curled up slightly. Unimpressed, he would use his strength to let the other party know the price of underestimating him. He walked slowly towards the ring with his hands behind his back as a soul-stirring song came out of his mouth. Wear your hair in a grown-up look and a handsome time, and I time a. The song pierced the clouds and resounded through the entire arena, each note outlining an infinite battle spirit, igniting the deepest desire to fight in everyone's heart. And along with the song, Ji Tai Wu's aura continued to climb, and by the time he walked to the ring, his aura battle power had actually increased by 30%. His hair, in particular, was as if it had been split down the middle with a knife, full of beauty that made people not dare to look at it directly. Is this a battle cry? Transformation? Ji Family War Song. Countless people were dumbstruck, as if they couldn't believe their ears. The battle song of the Ji family is once again present. It was unthinkable that the Ji clan emperor's son was so superbly gifted that he had once again mastered the long-lost Ji clan's divine secret techniques. It was rumored that the Ji clan's battle song had once blossomed in the ancient times, and once the battle song was released, the overall strength of the human race increased by 30%, which led to a reversal of the defeat and the repulsion of the invasion of several powerful clans. Some people were already in tears, never imagining that they would hear the legendary war song in their lifetime. Qin Shangsheng is even more nearly laughing through it. It's ing. It's also too hard to hear. What strength growth of 30%? It can't be that fellow human beings dislike the sound of spicy ears and don't want to listen to it before fighting desperately. Humph. Claptrap. Bai Chuchu disdainfully skimmed her mouth, and without any hesitation, she directly attacked. Ha ha, good timing. Ji family's imperial son Ji Tai didn't have eyes like a torch, not retreating but going up. As the battle erupted, a ray of light and energy erupted around them. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire battlefield to be plunged into a turning scene, with thunder furiously tearing through the space and flames splattering in all directions, inducing distortions and trembling in the void. If it wasn't for the ring and space here, which had been heavily fortified by the Tao protectors behind each of the celestial pride, just one strike would have been enough to break apart. Ji Tai didn't have an athletic figure. His fists and feet contained blazing power. Every move carried majesty and dominance, and the thunder god rolled between strikes. Bai Chuchu was even more ferocious and unusual. Her body posture was like electricity, attacking one after another. As fierce as thunder, the aura of crashing the sky and cracking the earth was undoubtedly revealed. Boom! With a shocking sound, the two figures separated. Bai Chuchu remained standing. On the contrary, Ji Tai didn't. And with a poof, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily outside the ring. For a moment, the entire human side fell into a long silence, looking at each other. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't believe their eyes. The imperial son of the Ji family, lost, and to lose so cleanly and so quickly. Although fist to fist is indeed hot-blooded and nice to watch, but as a heavenly pride cultivator of the human race, where are your arts? Where are your secret techniques? Where are your divine abilities? What kind of close combat is there to fight with the white tiger lineage of the demon clan? Human flesh bloodline is inherently weak on a chip. You take their own shortboard to fight the strongest one? At this moment, people are really angry and hateful towards Ji Tai Wu. On the contrary, on the demon race's side, there were cheers of joy. Worthy of being a hegemon of the demon race, Bai Chuchu put on the side of the demon race. That is also the top of the heavenly pride. Defeating a human, that is not a handful. Easy. Ji Tai didn't wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a strong unwillingness showed in his eyes. He saw that the other party did not transform into his original body to fight. The pride in his heart naturally would not zoom in right off the bat, and he also held the desire to try the other party's close combat. But what he didn't expect was the intensity of the other party's attacks, like a tidal wave after wave, so that he simply had no time to care more about it, and it was too late for him to run his gung fu, and even more so, he couldn't draw himself away from it. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen. Even though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't lick his face and ask for another battle, and his pride as an imperial son of the Ji clan wouldn't allow it. However, when he heard the cynicism in his surroundings, he nearly collapsed his Taoist heart. Who else is there? Come and fight. Bai Chuchu stood on top of the ring. Her battle spirit was high, and she seemed a bit unfulfilled. She had just felt the battle earlier. Who knew that the other party would not be able to do so? It was really a big deal. Her eyes swept over the human race, and all of them unconsciously lowered their heads to avoid meeting their eyes. There is no such thing. It was really because Bai Chuchu's sense of oppression was too strong. Even if just now Ji Tai did not use magic, but the other party did not use the power of the bloodline and transformation. Everyone's heart is very clear. They are by no means the opponent of this white tiger tribe girl. Just when Bai Chuchu was a bit disappointed, a sword light came from beyond the heavens, cutting through the sky with a piercing brilliance that made people hold their breath. Qin clan. Qin Tian, here to learn. Under the reflection of the sword light, a fluttering young man flew into the air to the ring. Qin Tian? There was a lot of mingling of heads and faces. Can he do it? He, a contestant who didn't even make it to the top 16 of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, challenged the other party's White Tiger clan's genius girl? Didn't you see that even the Ji clan's imperial son, who was third in the Heaven's Remarks competition, lost so miserably? It's more or less the same if Qin Yu comes. This Qin Tian challenge at this time is not wanting to be famous one crazy. He thought he was Qin Yu. Qin Tian didn't care about the comments underneath. At this moment, he was staring at the young girl in front of him with a grave expression. He had also seen in the battle just now how much danger the young girl in front of him contained in her petite body. Big brother Qin Yu was currently in the late stage of the quasi-emperor, and was at a critical time for a breakthrough. And as Big Brother's main competitors were those ancient freak demons, the younger generation of this era would be left to him. He wants the world to know that the young generation of the Qin family, not only Qin Yu, but also he, Qin Tian. Moreover, the other day, The old ancestor had uniformly given the core of the Qin family the power of Hongmeng creation to comb through his veins, and now the width of his meridians and the solidity of his foundation far exceeded that of his peers. Together with the Void Emperor's scripture, if he still couldn't be invincible in the same realm, wouldn't he be too useless? Chapter 138 Old Ancestor's Small Number Exposed. Qin Tian's despair. I won't take advantage of you either, so you can rest and fight again, Qin Tian said. Oh, not too old, not too loud. Bai Chuchu smiled faintly and looked at Qin Tian with interest. As a descendant of the White Tiger clan, she was over 100 years old even though she had been born several thousand years ago, the equivalent age of a human. Yet she could tell at a glance that the youth in front of her was vibrant and vigorous, and she feared that he would not be more than 30 years old. 30 years old at the early stage of quasi-emperor. And it's still the Qin family? Where was the small family? Their White Tiger clan's previous intelligence hadn't even mentioned a family surnamed Qin, rising up from the minutest of minutiae. Could it be that he was the destined son of this generation of the human race? Bai Chuchu's heart gave birth to a sense of vigilance, but her mouth was unforgiving. Qin family? Never heard of it. I haven't warmed up much just now. I didn't use much strength. No need to rest. Come and fight. Good. War. Qin Tian shouted loudly, and the Void Emperor scripture technique ran automatically, instantly transforming into a phantom of the void and disappearing without a trace. He had learned his lesson from Ji Tai's failure and no longer chose to fight with him in close quarters. Bai Chuchu's eyes were a bit gloomy. At their level of quasi-emperor, the normal spatial way didn't work at all. Their divine thoughts could instantly lock onto the other party, but Qin Tian's spatial way had obviously become a small success. It was too subtle, and even she couldn't capture any traces of it. However, she snorted coldly and was not afraid. A simple spatial shattering could not harm her torso at all, and she didn't believe that the other party could stay hidden for a long period of time. It was extremely depleting of spiritual energy. Clang! A sword light suddenly appeared on the left side with a jaw-dropping speed. Bai Chuchu's gaze flinched as she turned to parry, and a loud bang echoed across the ring. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he once again condensed the power of the void and his body once again vanished into the void. And so it goes, back and forth several times. Bai Chuchu only had a passive defense, but was unable to locate her opponent. Qin Tian, however, was not in a hurry. He only needed a moment for his opponent's mind to slacken, which was enough to establish victory or defeat. Ah! A growl resounded through the room. Bai Chuchu could no longer endure. As the pride of heaven, how could she tolerate such a mess? Even though the other party could not harm their own flesh, but the clothes had already been pierced through a few holes. Vaguely spring light leaked. Hide your head. Hide your tail, brat. You've pissed me off. With Bai Chuchu's roar, he instantly transformed into a huge white tiger with a faint golden aura emanating from his body. Just like a divine beast between heaven and earth, she was going to use the power of her bloodline to completely shatter the void, making it impossible for the other party to hide. The moment the white tiger's true form appeared, heaven and earth were eclipsed, and the sun and moon lost their colors. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene, and an unspeakable shock surged in their hearts. Is this the white tiger's true form? The strong pressure and aura pressed everyone present to breathe heavily and gasp for air. Such a divine beast. How did the human race defeat such a powerful race in the age of mythology? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Changqing's mouth was also wide open in disbelief. The lines, the hair, the muscles, why are they so familiar? He had a flash of insight and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the plus enlarged version of the tiger in Susu's arms? One would never recognize a mistake after jerking off for so long in the first place. He also gave the other party the name Xiao Bai, and Suzu just covered her mouth and snickered, and didn't retort. Could it be that this heavenly daughter of the White Tiger clan was the original Xiao Bai? Qin Changsheng was a bit skeptical. If Bai Chuchu is Xiao Bai, then wouldn't Bai Susu also be, not just a white tiger, but a real white tiger? It's a big ing game. He himself was only mortal in the beginning, flesh-eyed, and still simply thought that Bai Susu was just a mortal woman who had gotten lost and mistakenly entered the forest, just like himself. With his own day-to-day, he also raised a lot of unreasonable requests. The other party, although shy, but ultimately could not resist him. One by one agreed. Now that I think about it, I can't believe it was that served me. Tigress, as the saying goes, you can't touch a tiger's ass, but his own excessive. Hiss, don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. At this moment, the aura pressure of the white tiger's true form also caused Qin Tian to be directly forced to show himself, his feet involuntarily taking a step back, but it also stirred up the wariness deep inside him, burning like a flame. His whole body's spiritual energy toward the long sword convergence. The next battle is the real beginning. Big smile. Ha ha ha. So what if the white tiger's true body? Not to mention that today, Have to ride one. Just before the words left his mouth, he was interrupted. Stop! A familiar voice came, and although it was not loud, it was clearly imprinted into the ears of everyone present. Qin Tian's body stiffened, a rather bad premonition rose, and the whole body's spiritual energy, which had been gathered with great difficulty, instantly collapsed. The voice is that of an old ancestor, but this is the time to call a halt to one's. Inexplicably, the Bai Chuchu who had just transformed into a human body appeared in his mind. That perfect line, that lotus-like face, a terrible suspicion came to mind. Holy, no way. He himself just opened his mouth and clamored for, take a ride. Could it be that the old patriarchs had already disregarded their own safety years ago? Up, thinking of Qin Dachuan, who was still digging, and his own father, who was hanging at the gate for 10 days and 10 nights, Qin Tian instantly became ashen and paralyzed. The old ancestors were so diligent and capable that they, as descendants, are really nymphats. There's no defense. And when White Tiger Bai Chuchu heard this voice, her reaction was the same as Qin Tian's. The movement of the attack came to an abrupt halt, and his body froze in place as if it had been frozen. She couldn't believe her ears and turned her head with an effort to look in the direction the voice had come from. A long, handsome and slightly demonic man came into view. It's him! She could hardly believe her eyes, her heart pounding violently and her eyes filling with hot tears. This figure, this voice, she never forgot. Her massive white tiger true body instantly disappeared and reappeared as a human, under everyone's shocked gazes, like a bird fluttering into Qin Changxing's embrace. At the same time, the voice, slightly trembling with excitement, resounded throughout the room. Reckless hero, Uncle Su. An intoxicating fragrance came, youthful scent overflowing. Qin Changxing smiled bitterly and helplessly opened his arms, catching the young girl, in full view of everyone. The demon race maiden who had just been arrogantly looking down on the human race's heavenly pride had just hung onto Qin Changxing's body like a wombat. Bai Chuchu's small hands tightly wrapped around Qin Changxing's neck and stuck to his body, unwilling to leave. Qin Changxing smiled bitterly. He didn't even know how to jerk off this little white tiger that had transformed into a human body. Yes, it's another trumpet. Reckless hero was just a playful term when he first met Bai Su Su. He, surnamed Su Xian, was known by the character Qian. Chapter 139 Recognizing Each Other. The demon race's dream love demon. Hearing the young girl's name and feeling the soft realness in his arms, Qin Changxing was then certain that Bai Chuchu was the little white tiger back then. I didn't realize that the little tiger that liked to stick to herself had now become a big girl in a pavilion. He habitually put his hand on Bai Chuchu's back, following the perfect curve and jerking down. Suddenly reacted. This little white tiger is now a person, which resentfully stopped in time and changed to stroking the hair. The Bai Chuchu in his arms obviously sensed his intention to move. Her body obviously stiffened, then twisted for a while, and her head went a little deeper into his arms. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. That domineering White Tiger clan maiden had blatantly thrown herself into the arms of a human and was still so intimate. However, many people frowned tightly. Who is this person? Which human bigwig was it? Could it be that he was proficient in spiritual secret techniques? One sentence. 2 words, made a human race heavenly pride paralyzed on the ground and a white tiger race heavenly pride throw herself at his feet. It's awesome. The demon clansman, not to mention the fact that the girl of their dreams was just held in someone else's arms, had a cold heart. This is their goddess. How to be so close to a human? While this human did look handsome for a moment, where was their stopness and security? Qin Changsheng. He's Qin Changsheng. A few exclamations of surprise appeared in the crowd. And it was clear that there were already people who had seen it before and recognized Qin Changsheng's identity. Ha! Qin Changsheng? The scene was instantly a mess. The male cultivators panicked and hid their Taoists behind them, and the female cultivators even screamed. Sure enough, he was a hungry man of color. Nowadays it was obvious that the human race could no longer satisfy his appetite, and he didn't expect that even the talented young girl of the White Tiger clan had fallen. Where to justify this? Isn't it said that there is a spirit in heaven? Where is heaven? It doesn't come out to take care of it. If we let him go on like this, he'll have all the beautiful women in the world. But after all, a person's name is a tree's shadow. Qin Changxing's fierce reputation was out there, and even though people were dissatisfied in their hearts, no one dared to stand up in front of them. For a moment, everyone was silent, but the demon race couldn't care less. Their dream girl was still in Qin Changxing's arms, enjoying the softness they couldn't even think of. Succubus, let go of my White Tiger clan's holy daughter. Several demon clan celestials yelled. There was a fluctuation in the void, and an old man from the White Tiger clan appeared. Clearly, he was the protector of the Tao behind Bai Chuchu. With a flash of his figure, he came next to Qin Changsheng, staring at him with unblinking eyes like a thief. lest he might have any mischievous thoughts about his own holy daughter. Qin Shangxing's small action just now was obviously also all seen in his eyes. His eyes burned with anger, wishing to immediately chop off Qin Shangxing's salty pig's hand. Qin Shangxing's face darkened. How did he become a lecher again? You guys are blind. It's obvious she won't let go of me. At this moment, Qin Tian also gradually regained his strength from his paralyzed state. I thought to myself, I'm going to get a knife anyway, so I'll die early. He slowly arrived in front of Qin Shangxing and, with a loud thud, knelt down. Old ancestor. Before he could finish, Qin Shangxing directly shone 3 slaps at the back of his head, splitting his head and cursing. Little brats, one by one with a little cultivation to go to heaven, all day swearing, but also to ride. You ride your ancestors, it's so unsettling. I think it's all because of you youngsters that the human-demon relationship is so bad. By the way, come here and call. Speaking of this, Qin Shangxing suddenly got stuck. How should this address Bai Chu-chu? Bai Chu-chu's sister-in-law, Bai Su-su, is considered to be in the same generation as himself, but Bai Chu-chu, barely counting on the younger generation, letting Qin Tian call it old is not appropriate. He paused, thinking, and continued, never mind, come over and call Auntie White. Auntie White? Qin Tian was stunned. Just now he was still fighting, and now he had to call on his aunt? However, people had to bow their heads under the roof, so he could only say respectfully, hello Auntie White. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu-chu then raised her head from Qin Shangxing's arms and smiled sweetly, a hint of cunning flashing through her eyes. Good boy, great nephew. From now on, follow your Auntie Bai around, and you'll be guaranteed to eat good food and drink hot water. Hearing this Aunt Bai, the anger that could only be passively beaten just now instantly disappeared. A hint of pride was even born. After all, a great nephew so young and with such terrifying strength was not something anyone could have. Holy maiden, come down and pay attention to the image of my White Tiger clan. At this moment, the protector of the Tao on the side gently reminded. Hearing this, Bai Chu-chu realized that at this moment, her long legs were still coiled on Qin Shangxing, which didn't look too elegant. Her cheeks were instantly scarlet, and she eased herself off the other woman with some fondness. It was then that she remembered that she was no longer the little white tiger that had failed to take form back then. She stilled her mind, then remembered the business and sent out a soul knock. Uncle Su, why did you leave without saying goodbye in the first place, but also left a parting letter? Auntie T do not want to think about food, wasting away day by day. Every time to your letter a days is 10 days and 10 nights. How many nights I had heard Auntie crying. Every time I visit my sister-in-law in the morning, the bed is wet. After my sister-in-law's bloodline returned to the ancestor and her strength improved greatly, she even traveled all over the demon domain with her sword, looking for your footprints, but unfortunately, she didn't find them. Auntie thought you were dead. These years are even close to death. No longer care about the outside world. I did not expect Uncle so you are still alive. Great. I want to go back and tell Auntie. After Bai Chu-chu finished speaking, there wasn't much of a reaction on the human side, but the various races in the demon domain set off an uproar amongst themselves, instantly boiling over. Listening to this, it seems that Bai Su-su of the White Tiger clan had a marriage with this Qin Shangxing? Damn it! Even the Tao protectors behind the various heavenly pride of the demon race had appeared, their eyes red and deadly, staring at Qin Shangxing, wanting to kill him quickly afterward. If Bai Chu-chu was only the goddess of the younger generation of the demon race, then Bai Su-su was the dream love demon of all the demons of the demon race. Oh, and there's another one that goes hand in hand with it. That vixen from Mount Qingxiu. They couldn't help but recall the shocking event that swept through the entire demon region 2,000 years ago. It is rumored that the White Tiger clan, Bai Su-su, with one man and one sword, has broken through the entire demon region's secret realms and caves, and even the ancestral lands of various races have not let go. It caused the major races to be dissatisfied and question them, but Bai Su-su was just 2 simple words. Find someone. This could have completely angered the major races of the demon domain, resulting in a huge fight. The result was unexpected by all the demons. In that battle, the White Tiger appeared and the sky turned upside down. All the demons had seen how terrifying Bai Su-su was. Even the Golden Iron Bull, Silver Moon 3-headed Jiao, and other clans were completely exterminated. No one had expected that the 4 great divine beast families, which had been in decline for a long time, would once again produce a descendant with a divine beast bloodline of up to 80% or more, and could even perfectly execute the inherited martial arts aptitude. That battle was fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Lord of the Demon Domain stepped in and negotiated with the White Tiger clan's forefathers, and only then did he barely manage to suppress Bai Su-su, who was fighting to the point of madness. Chapter 140, Bai Chu-chu leaves. Qin Shangxing kills the whole scene. This battle had terrified everyone. And Bai Susu's battle had shocked the heavens and established the White Tiger clan's position in the demon region. And the demonic domain generally worships the strong. Bai Susu also surpassed the Qingqiu mountain that seduces all the people to Shani, jumped to become the dream of all the demonic beasts in the demonic domain of the love of the demon. But now, they realized that their goddess may have been given to a human long ago. Shortcuts, or the infamous Qin Changsheng in the human world. In that case, the person Bai Susu was looking for when she scoured the demon domain was him. At this moment, the people of the demon race were envious, jealous and hateful. In short, they had mixed emotions and were eager to take their place. A group of demons had stared at Qin Changsheng with unfavorable faces, and if they weren't afraid of his peak quasi-emperor strength, I'm afraid that they would have swarmed up and hacked him to death. And in the face of Bai Chuchu's words, Qin Changsheng was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. The one who couldn't cultivate in the first place, who was madly rating stunning beauties, was also holding his breath, wanting to prove himself. That's why he always stops at the last important moment, breaks up and leaves with dignity before the other person is completely deep in love. But who would have thought that this move would have deeply hurt so many affectionate and beautiful people? He felt slightly guilty for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Holy maiden. His surname isn't Su. He's Qin Changsheng. The protector on the side gently reminded Bai Chuchu. Ha? Uncle Su is Qin Changsheng? Bai Chuchu was a bit confused. How was this possible? She had just been so excited and thrilled that she hadn't heard the gasps from the people around her. As soon as the White Tiger clan's protector took a look at Bai Chuchu's appearance, he shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Hey, it seems that if we stay any longer, the White Tiger clan's holy daughter, too, is somewhat unprotected. Traitor Qin Changsheng, my demon tribe is at war with you. However, Bai Chuchu reacted and looked at Qin Changsheng, and when she saw those two clear eyes, she instantly blamed herself somewhat. Yeah, why do I listen to rumors? Whether he is Qin Changsheng or not, in my heart, he will always be the same Uncle Su who accompanied her and my sister-in-law. It was the one that saw a ray of light when she and her sister-in-law were at a low point. When the White Tiger clan was in civil unrest, she and her sister-in-law were hunted down and killed, and she encountered the white-clothed scholar under the flight. She even suspected that the simultaneous return of her and her sister-in-law's bloodlines had something to do with him. If he is really the rumored wolf of color, then wouldn't the sister-in-law have already been? Remembering that she had even doubted the other party, she felt a pang of guilt and with tears in her eyes, she went up and hugged Qin Changsheng's waist, murmuring, Uncle Su, I miss you. Despite being hugged by a stunningly beautiful woman, Qin Changsheng's heart was as if it was still water, without the slightest distraction, just a smile at the corner of his mouth as he gently stroked the other party's soft and smooth hair. Hey, what's next? This had just finished confessing to Yin Wanqiu and the others, and then a demon ex-girlfriend came along. This backyard must not be on fire? The face of the nearby protector of the Tao became more and more ugly. This damn are on the hand, and then stay on. What's more? So he squared his shoulders. Holy maiden, the family master has an urgent message. There are important matters that need to be discussed back, no matter what. Let's first swindle the holy maiden back and away from this scum. Hearing this, Bai Chuchu reluctantly left Qin Changsheng's arms and said, Uncle Su, then I'll go back first. Next time I'll bring my sister-in-law to see you. As much as she wanted to keep warming up for a while, there was a family emergency after all, and more importantly, she needed to get back just in time to tell her sister-in-law about the surprise. Go back. Qin Changsheng waved his hand and watched Bai Chuchu and the old man of the White Tiger clan go far away. After they left, Qin Changsheng's face changed and he said coldly, Humph, gathering a crowd to fight and provoking trouble. What a scandal. Although this is the border, it is also the human race's territory. You guys, get lost. As Bai Chuchu walked away, he no longer had any thoughts of finding a mount and was in a somewhat bad mood. He stood with his arms folded, his eyes looking disdainfully in all directions as he indifferently looked at the other clan's numerous heavenly prides. Qin Changsheng, others are afraid of you. My snowy domain spirit lion clan is not afraid of you. The competition here is something that the senior management of the clans have agreed to by default. Will it be cancelled because of your words? It doesn't seem. Qin Changsheng didn't even raise his eyelids as his cold eyes swept over. Put. The snowy spirit lion clan's heavenly pride didn't even finish his sentence before he turned into a bloody mist, his corpse and bones not surviving. Life and death were all at the drop of a hat, and this was still the peak might of a quasi-emperor that he had merely exposed. Before the protector of the spirit lion clan had time to react, the holy sun was crushed into a bloody mist, which was simply a slap in the face of their clan. Qin Changsheng, you kill innocents indiscriminately, he shouted angrily. Humph, as long as one stands here, there are no innocents. Besides, I'll just kill. So what are you going to do? Qin Changsheng was indifferent and lazily returned. Do you want to start a bloody war between the human race and the spirit lion clan? A bloody war? Are you guys worthy of that? Qin Changsheng disdained. Hearing Qin Changsheng insult him in such a manner, he couldn't stand it any longer, and he didn't believe that with his spirit lion clan's late-stage quasi-emperor cultivation, he would not be a match for a Qin Changsheng who had already fallen off his realm. In an instant, his aura was monstrous. A majestic power surged out from his body, and he was about to transform. But, again, he didn't even utter a single miserable scream, and similarly turned into a cloud of blood mist. This, whether it was a human, demon, or any other living being present, they all looked at this scene with disbelief. If it was normal for Qin Changsheng to kill the young generation's heavenly pride with a single thought, after all, the cultivation gap was there. But the spirit lion clan of the late quasi-emperor stage was even killed instantly. Their pupils shook tremendously, and their eyes were filled with horror. This kind of strength was definitely not what a normal peak paragon emperor should have. It was hard to believe that he still retained a trace of the previous great emperor's means. The people of the major races panicked and took a few steps back, their faces pale as they looked at Qin Changsheng in horror. Everyone was silent, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Qin Changsheng stood with his arms folded, standing between heaven and earth as if he was a supreme god. Seeing that everyone didn't react, he frowned slightly and faintly said, "Get out." All of a sudden, there was a commotion and the chickens came home to roost. After a few breaths, only the lone Qin Tian was left next to him, looking at the old ancestor with a desperate expression. He had spoken out of turn earlier and had no idea what kind of punishment he faced. Qin Changsheng looked at Qin Tian without a good mood and said in a lecturing tone, "Just broke through the quasi-emperor and you're so cocky. Go back and cultivate." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was overjoyed. As long as he didn't mine or hang door beams, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, lest the old ancestor change his mind. Leaving Qin Changsheng alone, he looked at the azure sky and sighed deeply. "Hey, this backyard, it's going to catch fire." The Qin family. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful and enchanting figure sneaked in, with a slyness in her eyes, and every step was filled with a charming sense of seduction. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 9 other beautiful tails behind her. This is Nine-Tailed Skyfox, Chapter 141. Nine-Tailed Skyfox Tushan. Infiltrating the Qin clan. It was Mount Qingqiu, the clan of the Tushan clan, the Nine-Tailed Skyfox Tushan Ee. A long light blue dress, fluffy silver hair draped over her shoulders, a pair of snow-white fox ears dangling from her ears, and her eyes as bright as the bright moon. The tail, in particular, was wagging gently, symbolizing her noble lineage. As a lineage of fox totems on Qingqiu Mountain, her strength was naturally unquestionable. But this was, after all, a human frontier, and she appeared to be tiptoeing around a bit. Her inherited avatar could only be cast once every 10 days, and based on her avatar guidance from 10 days ago, she determined the approximate location of the beginning of the Eastern month. "It's in this neighborhood." Tushan Ee stopped her steps. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Her breathing was even a little short. She had a premonition that she was getting closer to him. After all these years, even if she had forgotten herself, she couldn't forget his scent, and she was sure to find him if she was near a place where he had been for a while. She closed her eyes slightly and her nose lifted slightly, sniffing gently, trying to find his scent. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open with a joyful smile. This smile turned the world upside down, took in the hearts of people, and heaven and earth lost their colors. Found it. She looked to the room not far away. Qin Changsheng's room. That's it. She was beyond certain that the man must have been in this room for a long time. Just how does it feel like there's more than a hint of woo-woo in this room? She shook her head to drive the perverted thoughts from her mind. Even the years of time and the vicissitudes of the world couldn't stop them from reuniting with each other. From the first moment she touched him, she knew that she belonged to him, as if they were entangled in a lifelong tug on each other. Karma. Wonderful. Early East. I'm coming, Yui Tushan muttered. Then, with excitement, he swept towards Qin Changsheng's room, but because she was too excited, she accidentally leaked a trace of her qi. "Who? How dare you trespass into the Qin family?" Ouyang Chu in the depths of the secret ground violently opened his eyes, and a shocking voice resounded through the entire Qin family. He was, after all, a veteran quasi-emperor with experience, and although it was said that Qin Yu's strength was not below his nowadays, he was the first one to notice the abnormality. In an instant, he appeared above Tushan Ee, looking at the figure warily. What a strong demonic aura! Surprisingly, it was someone from the demon race. He couldn't help but frown. It couldn't be that it was the demon race that had infiltrated the Qin family, trying to steal the Star Pagoda and the ancient Tree of Life. Oh, how whimsical. Demons? Oh, just in time to slaughter for a meal. However, when he saw Tushan Ee's raised face, he was instantly plunged into deep shock. This is how upside down, pouring the country into the city of the stunning beauty of the face. Just by standing there, it appeared that heaven and earth were devoid of light, and the sun and moon lost their colors, especially when he saw the 9 wagging tails behind the other party. His pupils shook tremendously. Surprisingly, it was the most mysterious lineage of Qingqiu Mountain, the 9-tailed sky fox. However, he was ultimately experienced and instantly collected his mind. A killing machine locked the other party and said coldly, "Why are you trespassing on my Qin family?" At the same time he questioned. Multiple silhouettes flashed by as Qinyu, Xinjin, Nangongyan and the others smelled the commotion and also showed up, surrounding Tushan Yi in the center. Only when they looked at the beautiful figure in the center, they were instantly shocked by that stunningly beautiful face and froze in place. The whole world seemed to stand still for her. Everyone couldn't take their eyes off the face, which seemed to be burned into their minds. She just stood there quietly, but exuded an indescribable flirtatiousness, an indescribable charm, especially Nangongyan, as a woman. But at this moment, for some reason, an inexplicable, huge sense of crisis suddenly appeared in the bottom of her heart. This sense of crisis was even stronger than when they had met in Wanqiu and the others. She was inexplicably a little uncomfortable, and a wave of hostility rose up. Slutty vixen, gulp. Some unstable-minded members of the Qin family even gulped. Humph. At this moment, Ouyang Chu let out a cold snort, interrupting the crowd's reverie and snapping out of their shock. Concentrate your mind. Don't be mesmerized by this demoness. After saying that, Ouyang Chu swung out a sword chi, hanging above, one after the other with Qin Yu, blocking the opponent's retreat. In an icy tone, he said, "Demoness, ask again. What are your intentions in sneaking into my Qin family?" He didn't even expect that a demon race would infiltrate just after the realms of the clans had disappeared, and that the other party's concealment technique was so profound. If it wasn't for the other party accidentally leaking it, it was surprising that he hadn't even realized it when he was sitting in the Qin family. This was simply a slap in the face of him, the provider Grand Elder. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was confident that other than Qin Changshen, the current Great Emperor, there was absolutely no living being in the entire Tianxian Great World at the moment that was capable of defeating the joint efforts of him and Qinyu. Moreover, the other party looked to be the supreme bloodline of the demon clan's Qingqiu lineage, so it was better to ask for clarification. At this moment, Tu Shanyi was also a bit confused. Isn't this the northern region of the human race? How was it that a peak quasi-emperor, a late quasi-emperor, and so many experts had suddenly appeared from a small, unassuming clan? And feeling the other party's majestic and terrifying power, she instantly judged that she was by no means the opponent's match. Although she was also a late-stage quasi-emperor, she was better at escaping, concealment, and the power of charm, so I'm afraid it would be difficult to go head-to-head. However, she wasn't vain. The big deal was that she executed her innate divine ability and ran away. She was confident that no one could keep her, but there were traces of the beginning of the East here, and she didn't want to give up easily, so she could only be honest. "Find someone," Yui Tushan said. The voice was wonderfully melodious, and it even caused people with low cultivation to instantly feel an urge, as if they were born with charming bones. Looking for someone? Ouyang Chu was stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At his level, he was naturally able to perceive that the other party was indeed not lying. Just the various ethnic boundaries isolated for more than 1,000,000 years. In recent tens of thousands of years, Chu Jingtian is guarding the 10,000 ethnic battlefield human race channel. There is no any foreign race can sneak into the human race territory under the eyes of Chu Jingtian. In addition to some captives, how could she, a 9-tailed sky fox who didn't look too old, have ever crossed paths with the human race and still be looking for someone? Oh, looking for someone? A voice rang out, and Qingjin's eyes stood out as if he could see through everything. The second ancestor and third ancestor were not present, so he felt that it was time for him, the head of the Qin family, to step forward, and as soon as he heard it, he knew the other guy was lying and full of holes. Oh, Demonis, what a poor excuse for not seeing the coffin and looking for someone. Can it be that it's your late friend from 1,000,000 years ago? Or can you conceal yourself from Lord Chu Jingtian and travel back and forth between the human and demon races? A demon is a demon. Elder Ouyang, take it down for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. After saying that, Qingjin retreated to the side. He was still a bit self-aware and knew that the next battle was not something that he, a small supreme realm, could participate in. Tushan Yi looked at Qingjin, who seemed to know everything and had it all figured out, and for some reason, a strange feeling bubbled up in her heart. She always felt that this middle-aged man, who had the feeling of owing a beating. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chu and Qin Yu no longer hesitated. Anyway, The family had said that he would bear the burden if something happened. Anymore, there's the old ancestors. A small fox clan can't turn over any waves. Chapter 142 Group Beatings of Ancestral Grandmothers. Meeting with Qin Changxing's old friend. A powerful spiritual energy surged out, sweeping like a tidal wave and attacking towards Tu Shan-Yi like a mountain. Since he wanted to ask about the conspiracy behind the demon race, he did not use his full strength. Cluck cluck cluck. The corner of Tu Shan-Yi's mouth hooked up, letting out a light laugh. Her face was calm, not panicking in the slightest. The Tushan clan's spatial concealment and escapability could be considered unrivaled in the world. Her enchanting figure fluttered lightly in the air, and with a finger in the air from her slender hand, strange energies were instantly revealed. The power of space gathered into a dazzling light, emitting a disorienting neon color, as if it could travel through space. Just a moment later, her face changed drastically, and she was even a little alarmed. The infallible power of space unexpectedly failed to work, as if there was an invisible binding that prevented her from leaving through spatial shuttling. Before she could react from her shock, 2 attacks hit her solidly. Put. Even if the other party hadn't exerted her full strength, even if her demon flesh body was as strong as it was, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. Demonis, stop resisting unnecessarily. Within the Qin family, there is a star tower suppressing it. No living being can instantly move. Ouyang Chu coldly drank. Qin Shansheng often went out to listen to music at the hookah and gave part of the Star Pagoda's authority to Ouyang Chu as a precautionary measure, so he was able to use part of the Star Pagoda's power of suppression. Her petite body trembled violently as she gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the small tower that towered over the Qin clan, a trace of bitterness and perseverance flashing through her eyes. The Tower of Stars? What level of treasure was this, that it could even imprison the nine-tailed skyfox's innate inheritance aptitude? I didn't expect that just after arriving at the human race, I would encounter a life-and-death crisis before I even met him. When it comes down to it, there's no choice but to fight. Ow! As she screamed, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body, and under the glow, the giant nine-tailed skyfox's true body descended into the world. The dress on her body seemed like a quasi-imperial weapon, changing with it and blending perfectly with her body. The 9 fluffy tails waved gently and beautifully in the sunlight, creating a beautiful and daunting image. Ouyang Chu's gaze was grave. He didn't continue to attack for the time being. He unexpectedly felt a terrifying power from the other party. I am afraid that this fight will destroy half of the Qin family. And he turned his head and shouted, fearing that it would spread to other Qin family members, all those in the realms below the supreme realm. Back off. Everyone around them reacted quickly and pulled away, leaving only a handful of people behind. Ha! What a big nine-tailed skyfox. What happened? At this moment, Qin Tian returned with his sword and saw the scene at a glance, and couldn't help but ask towards the 13th elder beside him. How come we just went out a few days ago and the demon race is at our door? What else could be going on? Inexplicably a fox sneaked into the Qin family, saying something about looking for someone. Nonsense. I think it's just trying to hit the idea of the Star Tower and the ancient tree of life. Oh, Qin Tian nodded. What? Looking for someone? He instantly realized that something was wrong. He had just experienced despair and was still in a state of shock. The scene of his old ancestors' interclan love affair with the white tiger was still fresh in his mind. His heart stuttered with a very bad feeling. Heart-stoppingly, he asked, is this nine-tailed skyfox male or female? Beautiful? The 13th elder glared at Qin Tian without any good humor and said, nonsense. Of course it's a female. Have you ever heard of a male nine-tailed skyfox? Ever seen an unattractive fox spirit? Once these words came out, Qin Tian's heart was completely cooled down, only feeling the cold wind piercing his bones, icy cold to the extreme. I'm dying. People are dying. People are dying. Qin Tian stumbled and panicked as he flew into the middle of the 2 warring parties, opening his arms and signaling for a stop. Ouyang Chu, who was just about to continue launching his attack, stalled in his movements and couldn't help but ask, Qin Tian, what are you doing? What for? Of course it's to advise you not to seek death and save your life. Qin Tian bellyached. Misunderstanding? Ah, misunderstanding, Qin Tian shouted. I think this whole thing needs to be smoothed over. Don't do anything rash in case you make a mistake. Then he turned back to the nine-tailed skyfox and tried his best to squeeze out a smile as he continued. This heavenly fox senior, who are you looking for when you say you are looking for someone? In which direction? At those words, seeing that there was room for things to be eased, Dushan Yi's body also gradually shrunk until it was reduced to a miniature little fox of 1 meter in size. Then with a flash of light, he reshaped into a human body, reached out and pointed at Qin Changxing's room, saying, I'm looking for the beginning of the Eastern month. In that room, there's his scent. The gazes of the crowd looked in the direction of her finger, and instantly their pupils contracted and froze on the spot. It's the old ancestors' room. Combining the old ancestors' behavior during this period of time and the other party's words about looking for someone, even if the Qin family's reactions were slow, they all understood. A terrible suspicion came to mind. The beginning of the Eastern month, could it be the old ancestors' trumpet again? And this nine-tailed sky fox in front of them, who had just been beaten up by a group of them, was the ex-girlfriend of another old ancestor? Old ancestor. This play is too flowery. The stunning beauty of the human race couldn't satisfy him anymore, and had begun to play human-animal. Yuck. Interracial love. I'm dying. The old ancestor's ex-girlfriend billion miles to find her husband, but the descendants of the children and grandchildren of the group beaten to death. For a moment, the scene was silent, as if time had stood still. Ouyang Chu, who was the main force of the assault, was even more anxious, wanting to pack his bag and run away now. But the sky was huge. How could he escape the tracking of a peak great emperor? The Qin family members will go to dig a mine at most, and he, an outsider, will not have to be thrown to feed the fish. Qin Jin, who had just clamored that he would take the blame for what happened, was even more dizzy. His eyes went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Why is the Qin family so lively today? A voice that seemed like a hellish urging came, and Qin Changshan walked in slowly. Not long after Qin Tian left the hanging mountain, he was also a bit bored and followed him back. Just as soon as he entered the door, he saw the beautiful figure that was familiar from his memory. Yui Tu Shan. Early East. After so many years, the two men lost their voices in shock in unison. When the deceased met, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but think of those ridiculous years. In fact, in his bones he is a very traditional male. He has always thought that what he really likes is Yin Wanqiu, Su Moluo kind of traditional women. At first to Meng Ruyan, to Shan Yi this kind of flirtatious women to stay away from. Available at. Not listening to him. Thus, once you lose your footing, you can't turn back and you're already deep in it. You can't get out of it. Especially those evocative years. Chapter 143, Nine-tailed Skyfox throwing herself at the mercy of Qinjin. The end of Qinjin. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed in his mind as he reminisced. What a wonderful and ridiculous time. Before he could react, Tushan Yi was like a gust of wind, pouncing into his arms. The sudden move made him subconsciously embrace the other party's soft, delicate body and slender waist. An ethereal scent hit his nose and tantalized his heart, causing him to instantly have a strong physical reaction. Qin Changsheng had some unspoken feelings inside. This front foot just embraced a white tiger. The back foot came a nine-tailed skyfox, but also a little. Love it. Boing boing. The nine-tailed heavenly fox Tushani E twisted in his arms for a while, her nine soft tails wiggling violently as if she was extremely excited. A silver-colored white hair, spreading like a waterfall across Qin Changsheng's chest, brought about a visually strong touch. The eyes are delicate, spring waves flowing, full of water. At this moment, Nangong Yan was gnashing his teeth on the side, itching to take his place. Slutty vixen, in broad daylight, in full view of the public, openly put into the arms of other people's future husband, unashamed. So Tai, don't want to die. She was a little bitter and envious inside. When would he himself be able to feel his flavor so close again? Vixen. Just then, two cries of alarm rang out, seemingly with a hint of resentment. It turned out to be Wang Wanyan and Yin Wanqiu who heard the commotion and came out together to check. With just a glance, he saw that the soulful figure was holding an explosively hot vixen in her arms. The nine wagging tails especially distracted them. The three women looked at each other and instantly united their battle lines. There are still two of their trio that haven't made it to the top, so how can they allow a vixen to get there first? The bed at home is too small to accommodate a fourth, no, fifth or sixth. There's no room for a seventh woman. Never allow new people to join anymore. They made up their minds to try to pester Qin Changsheng as much as possible from today onwards, taking turns, so that he won't have the energy to go outside and womanize. Seemingly awakened by the two women's voices, Tushan Yi also raised her head from Qin Changsheng's embrace, only still refusing to come down. She, a member of the demon clan, dared to love and hate, and didn't care about the voices of the outside world. Suddenly, she viciously bit down towards Qin Changsheng's shoulder. Hiss! Qin Changsheng hastily withdrew and dispersed his gongfu to protect his body, lest he recoiled into the other party, and took the bite hard. What are you doing? Why are you biting me? He grimaced, and it was obvious that the fangs of the quasi-emperor demon race had caused even his great emperor body to vaguely feel a hint of pain. Early in the month, I missed you, Tushan Yi said with affection and deep emotion. Then he noticed the freshly bitten teeth marks and was a little distressed, and out of the instincts of a skyfox, he stuck out his tongue and actually tried to help lick them. Qin Changsheng was a bit anxious at this look. In public, this cannot be done. If there's anything, go back to your room. He hastily pressed down on Tushan Yi's head with one hand. Seeing that the other party still seemed to be a bit unforgiving, Qin Changxing fiercely slapped at the back of his back. Tushan Yi instantly went soft all over and collapsed into Qin Changxing's arms. Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, staring softly at Qin Changxing as if she was expecting something. Seeing this, Qin Changxing's heart thumped. Bad. Surprisingly, I forgot that the other party is a nine-tailed sky fox. Thinking of the past, he concluded that this may touch on the other person's special physique. He hurriedly tried to release the other party from his body, but Tushan Yi was hanging on to him for dear life, just unwilling to come down. This scene was all seen by Nangong Yen and the other three girls. The mind couldn't help but curse. Vixen, shameless, beauty in the arms is certainly very enjoyable, but this is in full view, and not far away there are three women eyeing. Having no choice but to clear the scene, Qin Changxing raised his head and swept his cold eyes around. All of the Qin family members were not little cuties. Instantly understood what the old ancestor meant. Seventh elder. I heard that my sister-in-law is about to give birth. Let's go. I as a big brother have to go and take a look. Ha? Oh, yeah, go. Seventh elder and sister-in-law are really old and strong. They are several thousand years old and still have 5 children. They are really contributing to the opening of our Qin family. Oh, well said. What? My grandmother's big wedding today? Oh, I almost forgot. Right away. It just occurred to me that I just went to the bathroom before I wiped my ass. So I'm out for now. Oh, me too. Come along for the rub? Slip it. After a burst of chaos, only the 3 Nangong Yen girls were left at the scene, along with Qinjin, Ouyang Chu, and other culprits waiting to be punished, and they didn't leave for the time being. Qin Changxing looked at the few ungrateful ones that hadn't left yet. His brows locked and he was about to get angry. Suddenly noticing that Tushan Yi seemed to be suffering from poor qi and blood flow and had injuries, she couldn't help but ask with concern. Ha, Yi, you're hurt? Who hurt you? When these words came out, the parties involved hadn't reacted yet, but Qinjin and the others in the distance were like being struck by lightning and shivered. Coming. Retribution is coming. With the old ancestor's careful eye when it came to women, a severe beating was surely in order. Tushan Yi also noticed that it seemed that this lover boy of hers had a rather high status, and the people around her were all vaguely a bit intimidated. Thus, woo, a scourge of a face full of aggression, bean-sized eyeballs quietly slipping down, ticking and smashing in Qin Changxing's heart. The pearly look was so pitiful that one could not help but feel pity. Sadness and helplessness were intertwined in her eyes, and her petite body was still trembling slightly, as if she had just suffered a lot of injustice. Performing, a vixen's specialty. What's wrong with you? Qin Changxing was a bit flustered. He couldn't stand women crying in front of him. They beat me up. If you don't come, you might not be able to see them. Ha! Qin Changxing was furious. Who hurt you? The soft, delicate hand pointed, shook, and finally settled on Qinjin, Ouyang Chu, and the others in the midst of their terrified ordeal. She couldn't figure out why she was pointing at him. She just thought the middle-aged man looked more beat up. It isn't. This. Qinjin was so shocked that he fell to his knees with a thud. He's wrong. He obviously didn't do anything. He just beeped a couple of times. Everything was moved by Ouyang Chu and Qinyua. Why did this nine-tailed sky fox choose to identify herself? He looked helpfully toward Ouyang Chu and his good oldest son, hoping that they would take the initiative to step forward and share some of the pressure. However, Xinyu and Ouyang Chu turned their heads to look into the distance as if they did not see it, not knowing what they were thinking. Chapter 144 Human and Fox Competing for Favor. Tushan Yi's little abacus. The charge of assaulting a grandma could be too big, and since the other party didn't reveal it, they were happy to do so. Although getting beaten up by their old ancestors was nothing, they wanted their faces. One of them was the mighty Wuji Sword Emperor. If they really wanted to be hung from the door beam or digging, wouldn't it be a disgrace to this old face? As for Qinyu, how could he fall into such a big black history when he was going to walk the path of invincibility in this life? If he really witnessed the Tao and became an emperor, wouldn't he let the world point at him and press another gate and beam emperor or digging and mining emperor, which would be a disgrace to the individual? Therefore, this karma can only be entrusted to the Qinjin family head. Qinjin, you brat, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. I don't think the room beams can satisfy you anymore. Qin Changcheng was furious. He didn't expect Qinjin to not only repeatedly arrange a blind date for his ex-girlfriend, but now he even dared to take a shot at his own ex-girlfriend, which was simply a heinous crime. Although he knew that Qinjin did not know the identity of the other party, but as the head of the Qin family, he had to ask for the reason before making a move. With all his ex-girlfriends, what if a few more come along and he happens to be away? The consequences. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. A bit of fear. Punish them severely. They must be punished severely. Gotta make Qingjin grow up. After all, if one wanted to become the future head of the first family of the heavens and the earth, one had to have the ability to see everything, observe words, and judge the situation. He is lazy. The second ancestor and the third ancestor also gradually do not ask for mundane matters. Then, the future of the Qin family, this big ship must be helmed by Qingjin. As the navigator, must have the ability to control the overall situation, to ensure that the Qin family does not yaw. Qingjin, you are punished for stopping the use of family resources for 3 months. Go digging in the ore vein during this period. Hang yourself in the ore vein for a month. And then copy the Qin family's family motto and rules 30,000 times. Ha? You're not going to hit me? No more hanging? Qingjin was stunned for a moment and somewhat skeptical of life. The first 2 are okay. The big deal is to go to the company of Qin Dachuan. But the last one, copying 30,000 times. This can really kill him. The Qin family's family rules and regulations have outlived him. All of this was seen by Wang Wanyan and their 3 daughters who were not far away. They even cursed in unison at Tushan Yi's soft and unable to take care of herself performance just now. Ugh, vixen, green tea bitch. At this moment, seeing Qingjin being punished so heavily, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. 4. This amounted to their first encounter with this vixen. The 3 of them, 3 against 1, couldn't lose to a vixen. Moreover, this vixen looks like she knows how to deal with men. If she really wants to let her contact with Changxing for a long time and eat her dry, where else would it be their turn to turn over their cards? As a result, Yin Wanqiu and Wang Wanyan went forward and hugged Qin Changxing's arms left and right, seemingly competing with each other, their chests soft and tight against Qin Changxing. 3 shares of quiet aroma came, especially there is also warm and soft in the arms. At the same time, feel the temperature of the body of the 3 women. Qin Changxing heartbeat accelerated. Some heart couldn't carry it at all. Which cadre can stand such temptation? That's only 3. How about 30? 300. He couldn't help but rub his nose a little. Wang Wanyan's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she softly pampered herself. Chang Shang, brother-in-law, was also unaware of the situation, and it didn't cause any serious consequences. This punishment is too heavy. Make it lighter. Yes, Chang Shang, Qingjin is the head of the family after all. Majesty is still necessary. In the future, don't move to hang the door beam. Yin Wanqiu also helped out at the side. Brother-in-law? Qin Changxing instantly reacted, almost forgetting that there was this layer of relationship. He was more than a little angry, so he had to call Qingjin his brother-in-law in the future? However, at this moment it was obvious that Wang Wanyan had to be sold a face, but she also had to give an explanation to Tushan Yi. This, hand on heart, it's not good to favor anyone. Hey, he was a little guilty. Tushan Yi knows the human heart well and also saw Qin Changxing's difficulty, eased down from Qin Changxing's body, smiled sweetly and said, "Listen to this, sister." She naturally saw the hostility of the several women towards her, but she was not the least bit surprised. Her sweetheart is so good, it's a wonder no one likes her. Humph, who is your sister? Wang Wanyan raised her eyebrows and coldly rebuked. Unappreciative. Alright. Qin Changxing had a bit of a headache and hurriedly spoke, but there was no way to take it out on them, so they could only turn their spearheads toward Qingjin, Ouyang Chu, and the others. Qingjin, for the sake of someone pleading for you, let's punish you for mining for 1 month and copying the family rules and regulations 3,000 times. That's it, all of you. Get lost. As soon as the words fell, Qingjin and the others panicked and ran away, lest the old ancestor change his mind. In the blink of an eye, there was only Qin Changxing, 3 women, and a 9-tailed sky fox left. Several people looked at each other and the scene fell silent. For a moment, no one knew how to speak. The 3 Yin Wanqiu girls even stared at Tushan Yi with a wary face, scanning her entire body. Since ancient times, humans and demons had different paths. They would never allow Qin Changxing to fall into the gentle trap of this vixen in front of them. With that, Qin Changxing introduced each other, but it seemed that a few women didn't buy it and eventually left with their little mouths agape. Only a despondent Qin Changxing was left behind with a long sigh. Hey, the road to a harmonious family is long and arduous, and it takes a lot of searching up and down. The days that followed were tight and full. The 9-tailed sky fox Tushan refused to leave and logically stayed in the Qin family. After thousands of years of separation and longing, she would never give up this time, wanting to accomplish what she had always wanted to do thousands of years ago. Moreover, she had already been immersed in the million-year-old stone milk spring for so many years, and was in desperate need of Qin Changxing to test the results and receive his approval. But Yin Wanqiu 3 women as if they saw through her little mind. Never let her and Qin Changsheng alone for more than 3 minutes, not only during the day, but also at night. The sisters take turns to supervise, determined not to give her a chance to get away with it. It made her hate her. It's too much of a demon. You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have a ladder over the wall. This day, it's a dark and windy night, and it's time to steal. A beautiful shadow with a hot figure flashed by, and it was none other than Tushan Yi. The face of the scourge was now showing a wry smile. She looked to a location not far away, an imperceptible curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Oh, easy peasy. Today it was the turn of Wang Wanyan, who had the lowest cultivation level, to supervise her. But who was she? The nine-tailed heavenly fox who was the most proficient in illusion. She had only cast a blindfold and easily tricked Wang Wanyan. Cluck cluck cluck. Tushan Yi couldn't help but smile proudly. And with this smile, heaven and earth lost their colors. Upon closer inspection, her attire today was actually quite different from previous days. She went so far as to wearing Wang Wanyan's clothes. Apparently, it also came with her. Afterward, Tushan Yi looked towards Qin Changsheng's room with a firm gaze. Tonight, she's going to. Exclusive. Chapter 145, Stolen Home. Squeak. The door to Qin Changsheng's room opened itself without wind. Immediately after, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma, Tushan Yi crossed in. The corner of Qin Changsheng's mouth on the bed couch twitched, pretending not to see. He wanted to see what tricks Tushan Yi could play. The night is long and there is no desire to sleep. Your Excellency, is there any interest in discussing the truth of life with me? A soft and provocative voice rang out. Holy! Qin Chang's head was filled with black lines. Isn't that his line? It was always weird to have a vixen say it now. He couldn't pretend any longer and sat up from the bed, looking out the door. It was just this look that instantly dazzled him out of his mind. Why are you wearing Wanyan's clothes? Tushan Yi didn't answer immediately, but smiled sweetly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, raised her eyebrows, and said, how about this? I'm wearing this dress. Does it look good? You're so Thai. Qin Changsheng was speechless and casually replied, I'm a vixen. Tushan Yi didn't think so, but instead had a proud look on her face. What are you doing here so late? Qin Changsheng asked somewhat knowingly. Tushan Yi's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, as if she was a bit unworldly, innocently saying, I sleep alone. I'm afraid of the dark. I want to cuddle with you. Qin Changsheng is speechless. You're a quasi-imperial demon race. Afraid of the dark? But then again, the other guy came all the way here. Also, it's against the law to go against a woman's will, and against a vixen's will. That's more or less. The beast is no longer good enough to know what's good for him. Hey, forget it. But Qin Changsheng suddenly remembered something and sat up again with a straight face. Change your clothes? These always feel weird. Tushan Yi smiled charmingly. A flash of golden light, a sexy to the extreme dress appeared. The already delicate and lovely figure, instantly more enchanting 10 times. Hiss. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but gulp. Immediately afterward, a small foot directly reached up and stepped on Qin Changsheng's nose. The soft, sticky voice came. Humph. In the beginning, you disliked people's fox stench, as well as the odor of their feet, and went so far as to use this lame excuse to break up with me. And now that you've taken a good whiff of it, does it still stink? It doesn't stink. It smells good. Qin Changsheng shook his head repeatedly and nodded again. Injustice. Before Qin Changsheng could react, Tushan Yi's movements changed and her slender jade hands wrapped around his neck from behind. An ethereal scent filled the air. Hiss. Qin Changsheng was completely taut. Turning his head and looking at the stunningly beautiful face that was so close, he couldn't hold back any longer. Then with a wave of his right hand, an invisible barrier appeared, covering the entire room. Today, even if the heavenly Tao collapsed and the 10,000 races were destroyed, he could not be disturbed. Cluck cluck cluck. Next it's time for another delightful moment for all you great readers. Unfortunately, I have written the details in a private folder and have already scrutinized them 10 times for the readers. Well, the time has come to test your imagination. Think freely, tweakers. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Wang Wanyan monitored the night. Is more and more wrong. Why was the Thai vixen so quiet today? That she settled down for the night. Not good. She snapped to attention and realized she had been duped. Running the gong method and concentrating his mind, he instantly broke through the barrier. The eyes were empty. Where was the figure of Tushan Yi? Just a piece of paper person floating in the air. She was alarmed and her face changed suddenly. Done. Home was burglarized. Wang Wanyan was anxious and hurriedly headed to Qin Changsheng's room to check. Bang! 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 There was a sharp knock on the door. Wang Wanyan couldn't probe the situation inside the room, so she could only desperately knock on the door while trying to shout. Nagisa, can I come in and sit down? At those words, Qin Chongqing's face changed drastically. Nowadays, even if his Taiji Yin Yang creation skill was already close to a great accomplishment, he couldn't carry this sudden shock. This, now, is not appropriate, is it? Chapter 146, Two Women's Shura. Tit for tat. But he then reacted. Holy, it's dawn. And, Wang Wanyan is right outside. He hurriedly rolled and crawled out of the bed and dressed. It caused a blank stare from Tushan Yi, but that was as far as it went. Squeak! In Wang Wanyan's anxious wait, the door to the room finally opened slowly. At a glance, she saw the nine-tailed sky fox, Tushan Yi, who had stepped out from within the bedroom. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue that struck her mind. Wang Wanyan was completely dumbfounded and froze in place. From the other party's hobbling steps, messy dress, and the strong young woman flavor between the eyebrows, she already understands. The raw rice had already been cooked, and Qin Chongqing had already been shortchanged by this vixen. Sure enough, it's a Thai vixen, and it's also too shameless, and it's only a few days after we meet, and it's, everlasting is really something. Can't you stand it? If you really can't stand it, why don't you come to yourself? Even though she would refuse out of shyness, if Qin Lang insisted, she would definitely give it to him. I'm ashamed of myself for what Nangong Yen and Sister Yin Wancho have told me. The days of perseverance were ruined by his own negligence at once, all because of their own shallow cultivation, failed to discover the other side of the blindfold in time, which led to Qin Lang was. The point is, one hasn't gotten around to, at this moment, complex emotions such as remorse, self-reproach, and heartache instantly surged into his heart. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Wang Wanyan's anger that had been accumulated for a few days instantly exploded as she shouted, Yui Tushan, what the hell do you want? What kind of person steals food without telling them seniors? Obviously she was here first. It was a slap in her face. Cluck, 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 cluck. Of course it's everlasting life. Tushan Yi's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, not caring at all, and even returned a provocative look. Swish! The two women looked at each other angrily, neither of them convinced, especially Wang Wanyan, as if a blazing fire was burning, simply standing still. Sparks flew and a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. The energy generated by this collision across the air caused even Qin Chongqing, a peak great emperor, to palpitate. Could it be that this is the Shura? Humph! A vixen is a Thai vixen. Shameless. Wang Wanyan took the lead. I'm a vixen to begin with. Tushan Yi did not retort, and was even a little happy and proud. Wang Wanyan was impotently furious. What? Want to compare? Tushan Yi smiled lightly. With that, the baby granary was pushed so hard that it was practically crying out to be looked at. If you look down and don't see your toes, you're already the best on earth. Wang Wanyan was stunned and looked down. The 500 years of cultivation had been small, but compared to the other party, it was obviously dwarfed and inferior by 30%. KO. Finished. Phew. Wang Wanyan instantly broke the defense. Shortness of breath. A little out of breath. Angry flower twigs trembling. Eyes as if to spit out fire. The surrounding air temperature has dropped dozens of degrees. Qin Chongqing, who was on the side, was a little unsure, and in his heart, he even wanted to laugh a little. What's the comparison? It's not like he's picky. Watermelon is delicious, but he just wants grapes sometimes. But seeing that things were getting out of hand, he could only stand up as a peacemaker. Well, we're all good sisters. What can't we talk about? Humph. Who's a sister to her? The two women spoke in unison before turning around at the same time, leaving their graceful backs to Qin Chongqing. The palm of your hand is all flesh, and it hurts to favor anyone. He finally understood the reason why the ancient consorts were all kinds of demons, but the emperor of a country was indecisive. It's the turn of any man to be faced with two dainty and deeply loving women, and have to be in a dilemma. However, Wang Wanyan's anger is still justifiable. Tushan Yi, you're angry. Getting a good deal is a good thing. Qin Chongqing instantly had a decision. Pop. He slapped Tushan Yi's back hard. Nagisa. What are you doing? Tushan Yi's mouth bulged as she muttered in dissatisfaction. This instantly flaccid and powerless. Alright, you've earned a bargain this time. Give in and go rest, Qin Chongqing said. Upon hearing this, Tushan Yi blankly glanced at Qin Chongqing as if to say, I don't know who was taking advantage of whom. However, she deeply loved Qin Chongqing and didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. Besides, she was already winning big today. It's just a little girl who's a couple hundred years old. So what's the harm in letting her have a go? Sister Wanyan, I was wrong last night. Tushan Yi took the initiative to speak. Humph. Wang Wanyan had already ignored it, but her tone sounded much softer. After all, she also knew that the only one who would be embarrassed if it got too stiff would be Qinlang. Seeing this, Tushan Yi waved her hands, signaling that there was no way out, and said, "I'm a bit tired, so I'll leave first." After saying that, without looking back, he limped and disappeared around the corner. Only Qin Changsheng and the sulking Wang Wanyan remained at the scene. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed deeply. Looking at this beautiful person in front of him who seemed to be a little sad, his heart could not bear it. He took the initiative to go forward and embrace Wang Wanyan's slender waist, gently caressing her hair with a gentle demeanor. "Or don't go tonight, as soon as you open your mouth, old scumbag." Ha! Wang Wanyan was a bit caught off guard. So comforting? However, she wasn't ready yet. She surprisingly forgot about the aggression for a moment, her beautiful eyes turning and asking suspiciously, "Are you okay?" "Okay," Qin Changsheng said decisively. The word no was the most taboo word for a man, and besides, these days, he felt like he could fight 10 of them. But Wang Wanyan seems to be a little hesitant. Soft razor gently placed in front of her chest. Seems to have some inferiority complex. Shell teeth lightly biting lips. Continued. "But my figure is the worst among several sisters. I've always been afraid that you would dislike it." Hearing this, Qin Changsheng completely understood. So it was this reason that made the other party hesitate to take that step. When Wang Wanyan was his last ex-girlfriend, she was moved to separate before she got too close. Qin Changsheng said with a faint smile, "Wanyan, don't mind. Let me tell you a story. A father once asked his son, 'I've already spent 50 spirit stones to buy you a spirit weapon. Why do you still want to play with Wang Xiaoming's spirit weapon of 5 spirit stones?' Guess what this son answered? Wang Wanyan couldn't help but be a bit curious and said, 'How did you answer?' Son says, 'Because I haven't played it.'" Clunk! A spiritual weapon descended from the sky and smashed into Qin Changsheng's head. Chapter 147 Wang Wanyan's Mind. Qin family vain. Who? Throwing garbage around? Have you no sense of public morality? Qin Changsheng feigned great anger. Humph! Denizen! A flirtatious and melodious voice rang out. Yin Wanqiu walked with elegant steps, wearing a soft light blue dress, the hem of which slightly brushed her slender legs, and a young woman's style greeted her, looking at Wang Wanyan's 2 eyes. So envious. When will she have this flavorful femininity? Gulp! Qin Changsheng also quietly gulped as he felt that he could still fight again. Yin Wanqiu walked up to the two and gave Qin Changsheng a blank look as she said, "Wanyan is still young. It's normal to suffer from some things. Changsheng, although she loves you deeply and won't reject you, but you give her more time. Don't be too hasty." Then he turned his head towards Wang Wanyan again and said, "Wanyan, you don't feel inferior either. Don't be anxious, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." At the moment, it was as if she had transformed herself into a big sister who knew what she was doing. In her eyes, although Wang Wanyan was more than 500 years old, she had been locked up in a secret prison for most of her life, and there were some things she still needed to grow up. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng reacted with a slight sense of guilt. How can he forget his original intention? His original intention is to not want to hurt any person Jarana, otherwise it would not be 10,000 years have not stepped over that step. Even though he wanted to give each girl a home now, even though he was in love with them all, he couldn't be reckless. When he met with Mu Shueshu a pupil for those 3 days and 3 nights, it completely opened the Pandora's box, and surprisingly, he almost let himself sink. At the moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself hard a few times. No way. It's all Mushue Hitomi's fault. In a few days, no, tomorrow, go to the Ice God Palace and punish her severely. Wang Wanyan, on the other hand, was completely confused and looked at Sister Yin Wanqiu with a shocked expression. No? How is this not quite what she thought it would be? She was anxious. How could she not be? She couldn't wait to immediately, right away, double up with Qin Changsheng. But she was a girl after all, and not as shameless as that vixen. So how could she take the initiative to ask for such things? This had just gotten a little bit of a head start, and in the blink of an eye, it was mercilessly snuffed out by Sister Wanqiu. It's like 2 piles of dry wood. You say you set your side of the fire on fire, but then you turn around and douse mine with urine. What kind of person are you? In that instant, the 3 women's sturdy alliance instantly showed signs of falling apart. Sister Wanqiu, I want to. Wang Wanyan gathered her courage. The words were interrupted by Yin Wanqiu before they could be heard. No, you don't want to. Yin Wanqiu was filled with compassion for this sister and said in a serious tone, "You are still young. There are some things to wait for you to thoroughly think through. For now, let's be united against that vixen." That said, she suddenly remembered. Where's the vixen? Upon hearing this, Wang Wanyan once again had a burst of aggression welling up in her heart, and even cried out with a sobbing voice, "Boing boing, sister, I am ashamed of your trust. That vixen. She was so focused on guarding the bunker that she didn't realize that the thugs had circled around and stolen the base. Ha! Inwanchio was shocked, not realizing that 1,000 precautions could not prevent that restless vixen. However, a slap in the face is not enough. The four beautiful eyes had a heartfelt feeling and unanimously looked toward Qin Changsheng, and the temperature around them instantly dropped a few degrees. It is better to block than to block. Looks like we'll have to go to the source in the future. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng smiled sarcastically and said, there's still some urgent matters for Qinjin to deal with when he finds me. I'll leave first, haha. Before the words left his mouth, Qin Changsheng left in a hurry without looking back. Only the two women with their mouths still high in the air were left behind, looking at each other in disbelief. Chinatown? Hadn't he already finished handing over for the time being and headed to the Qin family's vein? He should have started digging by now? For a long time. Sister Wan Yen, don't be discouraged. My sister has an exclusive recipe here. Next time, I'll make sure you smother that heartless man to death. Hearing this, Wang Wanyan's eyes lit up, and the aggression she felt just now dissolved into thin air. This is her good sister? Asked expectantly. Sister Wanchio, tell me. Don't worry. Listen to me slowly. This needs to be drug-assisted and physically based. The two women talked and chatted as they gradually disappeared into the distance. Qin family, northwest. A huge vein of spirit stone. Here is the Qin family belongs to the vein. The vein output a variety of rare materials, which to the spirit of the stone, and the spirit of the stone is the cultivation of people essential auxiliary resources. Due to the special nature of the vein, must be a little bit of hand chiseling. At this moment, countless miners were busy. Most of them were people from the affiliated forces of the Qin family, and a small portion of them were members of the Qin family. All of them came here to become miners due to poor cultivation qualifications or mistakes. Clicking sounds kept resounding, and from time to time, spirit stones of various grades fell, and there were even spirit crystals coming out of the world, overflowing with a spiritual chi. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of noise from the crowd. Greetings, house master. Greetings, master of the house. The sounds of digging disappeared instantly, and one bowed respectfully. Egu, who is this? What an imposing presence. If you don't know, you'd think that the old ancestor has come. A grating voice rang out, full of mockery and disdain. It was a stark contrast to the deference of the crowd. The crowd fixed their eyes on a burly man standing there with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. It's none other than Qin Dachuan. Qin Dachuan was only young, but after all, he was also considered Qinjin's peer, and he was considered the best of his age. Other people were afraid of Qinjin as the head of the family, but he himself was not. He had long since learned through his own sources that Qinjin had offended his old ancestor again, and had been decentralized to the vein to dig for minerals. Even though he was sharing his life at the moment, he wouldn't forget who had gotten him into this situation. It's Chinatown. Doggone it. Repeatedly victimize yourself. The heavens have eyes, but even this dog family head has been allowed to have his day. He was a straight shooter, straight to the point, and couldn't hide his words, so he was being as sarcastic to his face as he could at the moment. Hey, Dachuan, it's a misunderstanding. It was really a misunderstanding before. Qinjin had some headaches and was somewhat helpless. He also didn't expect to make Qin Dachuan so hostile to himself by mistake. In order to make up for his mistake, he took advantage of the period of time before the devolution of the vein to actively contact the ancient celestial pride that had come out of the world. Kung Fu was not a problem. A few days ago there was finally an ancient demon who put his foot down and took the initiative to contact the Qin family, expressing his interest in the Qin family's star pagoda. Although he did not say that he would join the Qin family or reveal any interest in a marriage, Qinjin believed that as long as the other party came, it was a good start and would definitely be able to integrate into the Qin family. And it is said that the other side is extremely important. The bloodline is extremely noble, as if it is some ancient heavenly emperor lineage, because of special reasons before falling into a dormant, only recently accidentally awakened. In case the other party and Qin Dachuan looked at each other, then Dachuan could be considered as having smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Chapter 148 Qinjin's schemes, everything in his grasp. After all, love is a thing that cannot be said. Perhaps Qin Dachuan single, just to wait for this moment. What's more, Qinjin had already made all the preparations to ensure that this time was foolproof. Due to the previous experience of that heavenly pride daughter of the White Tiger clan and the nine-tailed heavenly fox who was also the old ancestor's ex-girlfriend, he was cautious again this time. The mines laid by the old ancestors are really carpet-like, and you can get hit if you're not careful. This time, I happened to meet Wang Wanyan begging for mercy. Next time I will really die. So learning from the previous lesson, he deliberately went to ask the second ancestor and the third ancestor about the old ancestor's youth, confirming that the old ancestor grew up with him. After all, When the old ancestor was 16 or 17, the second ancestor was 4 years old, and still had memories. If the old ancestors were really ancient people, how could they have picked up garbage for a living when they were young, and snatched food from vicious dogs, and worked hard to bring up the second and third ancestors? Only after confirming this did Qingjun let out a complete sigh of relief. Steady. The situation is becoming clearer. As long as one searched for the ancient heavenly pride of 10,000 years ago, it would be absolutely impossible to relate to the old ancestors. As it happens, the heaven and earth have changed greatly. The golden age is coming. The ancient demonic freaks that have been sealed for a long time have come out, especially those heavenly proud girls. Probably the original power has long been overthrown in endless years. They want to fight for a ray of hope in this great age. They will definitely look for a top power to settle down. And among the forces today, the Qin family naturally counted. As long as they come to the Qin family, they secretly arrange arrangements. And Qin Dachuan frequent contact, time is long, naturally produce sentiment. And then the water to the canal. Oh Haru, you'll thank me for this. This time, I will definitely make all the Qin family members envy you to death. I was the one who didn't think it through before. And this time, my instincts told me. Steady. Oh. As Qingjun thought about it, the image of Qin Dachuan kowtowing and thanking him with his petite wife had already appeared in his mind. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth widened and a demented grin appeared on his face. Qingjun, you're smiling so damn cheaply. Are you trying to frame someone again? A loud shout interrupted Qingjun's reverie and pulled him back to reality. In the face of Qin Dachuan's aggressiveness, Qingjun, however, smiled faintly and said indifferently, Dachuan, you're really mistaken. I really have some good intentions. I know because of what happened before you have more than a grudge against me, but isn't that because it's too much of a coincidence? This time, I'll make sure to introduce you to a perfect daughter-in-law. In the face of all this, Qin Dachuan just hugged his arms and smiled coldly. Make it up. Keep making it up. Flip-flop. Then flip-flop. If I, Qin Dachuan, ever believe a word you say again, I'll take your name. Seemingly guessing Qin Dachuan's reaction, the corner of Qingjun's mouth gently rose upwards, blossoming with the confidence of the head of the family as he continued. Dachuan, I'll admit it if you want to blame me. In fact, you know in your heart that what happened in the past was all just a mistake, hitting the old ancestors' eye of the gun, especially the matter of Ouyang Jiqiu. This time, I'll introduce you to one, with a distinguished family lineage and honorable bloodline, definitely no worse than Ouyang Jiqiu. This statement seemed to have touched Qin Dachuan's taboo, and he was about to break into a rage. Qingjun raised his hand to stop him and said with a sincere face, Dachun, listen to me. This time it's absolutely foolproof. I've inquired about the second and third ancestors, and the old ancestor is definitely only about 10,000 years old. In that case, then the people from 10,000 years ago definitely can't be related to the old ancestors, especially those ancient heavenly pride demons, this time out of the world, keeping the body and mind of their youth, and definitely fit in with you, Dachun. And the ones who have the qualification to seal themselves are definitely all seductive, clear and elegant people. With my Qin family's current power and resources, I will definitely be able to obtain the favor of some ancient celestial pride and heroes. Think about it, when the time comes, you're close to the water. I'll set up a match. Besides, you're still the one who excels at the same age. And in the end, it's only natural to couple with them. Upon hearing this, Qin Dachuan surprisingly did not retort, and was actually somewhat moved. After all, he did reach the age when he should open up for the Qin family, but for some reason, the road of feelings has not been smooth. It is not easy to run into a favorite Ouyang Jiqiu, but also, in short, he was completely afraid to touch the proud daughter of heaven in this era. Moreover, what Qingjun said was not unreasonable. The best way was to marry those ancient heavenly proud women who came out of the world this time. Qingjun naturally saw Qin Dachuan's hesitation and threw out another heavy bomb, riding the wave of victory. Dachuan, take my brother's advice. You really need to get a grip this time. I've made contact. That's the direct lineage of an ancient celestial court heavenly emperor. It's said to be surnamed Qin as well. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Isn't it just destiny? Qin celestial emperor the generation of overlords that ruled the entire end of the ancient era. His direct lineage that looks can be worse? I've already thought about it. After we finish digging this batch of veins, when the other party comes to the Qin clan, I'll arrange for you to be the guide, and together we'll practice at the Star Tower, and together we'll vomit under the ancient tree of life, and after these days are long, it won't be a handful? Qingjun raised an eyebrow and threw a you-know-what look. Qin Dachuan was still a little worried and hesitant, but finally opened his mouth and his tone softened. That's not good. I always feel that it's not too safe. Can you introduce an ordinary one? Not so stunning and beautiful looking. Dachun. What kind of words are you calling this? You are one of the most outstanding clansmen amongst our Qin family's peers, and you are slightly aware of the true state of my Qin family, and are fully worthy of those heavenly pride daughters, and if you are going to marry, of course you have to marry the best, Qin Jin said with some hatred. Seeing that Qin Dachuan was still a bit entangled, he directly went up and heavily tapped his shoulder and said, Dachun, trust me as the head of the family one more time, I won't harm you. I believe that all the past trials and tribulations were prepared for this blind date. How can you see the rainbow without going through the storm? This time, you will definitely envy the other clansmen to death. He paused and added, Don't worry, I'll take care of all the consequences. The words have come to this point. Qin Dachuan also has nothing to say. The resentment towards Qin Jin also subsided. More energized, he threw the digging tools in his hand to Qin Jin, his eyes full of yearning, and said, Let's dig together. Hurry up and finish this batch of mines. I can't wait a bit. Oh, finally reunited. Qin Jin was deeply relieved. He took his tools and didn't immediately devote himself to digging, but instead looked in the direction of the Qin family in the distance. A look of chirpy satisfaction and everything in his grasp was revealed. Under his breath, he even muttered, Old ancestor you even if you have more ex-girlfriends, but if not in an era, you always, the whip is out of reach, I guess. Chapter 149 A Meaningful System. Fermentation of Baisusu's matter. That said, on Qin Changqing's side, he sighed deeply after making a hasty escape from Yin Wanqiu and the girls. Hey, with this Tu Shan Yi, I guess this backyard will have to be in an uproar for a few days. He decided to go to the Ice God Palace to take a break, and in the meantime, he looked for Mu Shueshue Hitomi to talk about her ideals in life. Ding! Congratulations, Tu Shan Yi's favoritism towards the host has reached 100, and by completing the gift of husband and wife, the host receives 2 random draw opportunities. Is it time to receive it now? The voice that caught him off guard suddenly rang out. Holy! Qin Changqing was startled. After so many days of not making a sound, he had forgotten that a system existed. System, old brother, you're still alive. It's been so long, I thought you'd already been on some female system and died of exhaustion. Cut. The system's rather humanized voice rang out. You think I'm some small dish? I'm in the system world that has a silver gun to break the dome of the sky. The title of the wave of the little white dragon. Just recently witnessed the love, and went to find the system to reminisce about the old days, delayed for a period of time. In the face of the system's insinuating taunts, Qin Changqing was used to it and didn't get angry, and said directly, System, it's just right that you're here. You have a heavenly skill. I would like to consult how many of my thousands of ex-girlfriends have survived to the present day. Tell me a rough number so that I can be mentally prepared. There was a silence in his head, and it seemed like an eternity before the system's voice came slowly. Thousands? Host, please don't overestimate your own charm. Free to tell you a little secret. In this world, the only thing that can determine a person's identity is the true spirit. The true spirit is the only one in this life. She or still her. She is her. Reincarnation is inherently full of unknowns. In this life, maybe she's bewitching. In the next, maybe she's pure. And in the next, maybe she's high and cold. In short, women are inherently changeable. At those words, Qin Changqing froze. This dog system is meant to be. Could it be that after so many years of struggle, he had not gained as many ex-girlfriends as a secular emperor? It felt like I was pushing myself. All of a sudden. Hundreds. There should be. Right? No. System, what do you mean? Qin Changqing couldn't help but ask. Oh, what do you mean? It's very simple. It's better to read 10,000 books than to walk 10,000 miles. It's better to walk 10,000 miles than to read countless women. And it's better to read countless women than to realize it by yourself. Host, go to enlightenment. Holy, Qin Changqing was a bit stormy. This dog system, every time he talks halfway, net hangs people's appetite. And I don't know which dog thing made it. What a lineage. Feeling that there was already silence in his mind, Qin Changqing was somewhat helpless. It looked like the same as the last time I asked about time travel, and I'm sure I won't be able to ask anything. The only consolation, though, is that he's saved up his random rewards 7 times? He was going to save up to 10 times and have a 10 consecutive draw. According to his experience of playing Ponyboy games in his previous life, it would definitely be a big blowout, with a probability of shipping of at least 99.99%. Also enlightened. Gurnama tired or not, he still felt comfortable lying flat. Now that he has a number of beautiful women with him, his strength is invincible, and he can still knock on the ungrateful children and grandchildren, and listen to the songs on the hook. The days are so good, why do you want to go and toss them again? Thinking of this, Mu Shuexie's appearance in a black halter jumped into his mind, and he only felt his nose burning a little. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Oblivious to this, a soft sigh came from the depths of his mind. Hey! The sigh seemed infinitely complex, not knowing whether it was disappointment, remembrance, or relief. With the return of the heavenly pride from the original Hanging Mountain 10,000 races battle, the matter regarding Qin Changsheng once again swiftly swept across the entire Tianxian Great World like a tornado, once again causing an uproar. And after the fermentation of the past few days, it shows a trend of intensifying. Once again, the title of Qin Changsheng's colorful and hungry ghost was confirmed. For the human race, it's not so bad, it's just more talk after tea. After all, Qin Changsheng even dared to desecrate corpses into a white tiger. That what is so strange. Moreover, the object of the scandal was still the popular goddess of the demon domain, which was considered to be a breath of fresh air for the human race. It's just that people are coincidentally not only gradually switching from burial to cremation, but also taking their pets out for a stroll less often. As for the demon region, that naturally boiled over completely. After all, not only had Qin Changsheng desecrated their goddess, he had also forcibly killed the Spirit Lion clan's heavenly pride and the late quasi-emperor protector at Hanging Mountain. This was simply slapping the face of the entire demon region. For a time, there were enemies and enemies, clamoring to bring Qin Changsheng to justice and return the demon domain to a complete goddess. It may not be complete. Unfortunately, no one can get Qin Changsheng's portrait. It is said that although he fell down the great emperor since cutting a knife, but the great emperor bit frame still exists, cannot be traced. Only through special items can outline the image of the great emperor's demeanor. Qin Changsheng, I, Tiger Wang, will not share the same fate as you. Humph. The Demon Lord Rock King is also a vain name. How dare he be infiltrated by a human without realizing it? In the first place, this Demon Lord's position should have been given to our clan chief, my dream goddess. 1,000 years ago I glanced at the back from afar, and since then I've been teared up, and every time I do it late at night, I think of that perfect figure. Yes. I can't even dare to imagine that the demon goddess of my dreams is being hobbled by a human. How fragrant that would be. Damn it, I am sincere to Bai Susu. Why is she willing to commit herself to a weak human race? What era is this? Where there is sincerity for sincerity, there is only speed for sound. Old iron. Hey, killing people is just a headache. Why do you have to kill people to put them down? Asterisk. You dead rat. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. A ghostly sound of battle ensued. Of course, there are those that paint a different picture. Have you heard? The White Tiger clan's goddess, Bai Susu, was actually taken down by a human. It's truly a shame for my demon clan. Nonsense. This news is rotten. Who doesn't know? And old brother, you're too backward. The human race side of the Little People's Book have published several books. Really? How is the painting style? Is it lifelike? Is there any sense of reality? Speaking of which, I am angry. On the artistic component, why is my demon domain so behind the human race? Shoo, hiss, what's the price? 1 price. 10 Wolf Dan above the Yuanshan realm. Holy, you're also from the Ice Moon Demon Wolf clan. Aren't you afraid of eating from your uncle or nephew? Jia. People of the same vein have better results. Direct bloodline. I'll add 20% to the price. Okay, deal. Wait for me to go ahead and hunt. Within the demon domain, the fierce fight, the various tribes kill is normal, but generally will not personally against their own rivals. Chapter 150, Silver Moon Skywolf in Shaotian. Demon Lord Peng Koan. Demon Domain. Silver Moon Skywolf Clan. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the empty hall, and just from his silver-white fur after he had transformed into a human body, it was evident that he was also one of the extremely honorable bloodline in the Tian Lang clan. Only his slightly witty eyes were a bit out of place in this dominant body. He was none other than Silver Moon Skywolf clan leader Silver Shaotian. At this moment, his brows were furrowed and his face was filled with rage, obviously in the midst of extreme anger. Finally, the muscle-tight fist slammed down. Snap! The jade table in front of him was suddenly split into pieces, with fragments splattering everywhere, but it was as if he didn't sense it, as he gritted his teeth and roared with a single word. Qin Changsheng. What followed was an angry wolf howl that resounded throughout the hall for a long time. He did not expect. He chased a few thousand years of Bai Susu, did not even touch the hand, and even good face did not give him, but let a human. He had contributed resources and efforts to help the declining White Tiger clan return to the top, and now he had received such crushing news. Hateful. Nowadays the outside world is laughing at him for being a lickspittle, but inside he never thought so. He's not a licking dog. He's Battle Wolf. No, it's not right. He suddenly remembered that if others didn't understand the goddess Bai Susu, didn't he understand her? Although he was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Bai Susu clan, rounding down, it was considered cohabitation in disguise. How could Bai Susu, Such an ice clear, jade clean, goddess who rejected others, have committed adultery with a human. Every time he went forward to deliver resources, he exchanged pleasantries with the goddess by Susu, who always said that she was tired and went to take a bath first. Even talking to yourself about something as private as taking a shower, isn't this a sign of interest? And back when he was thousands of miles away, he clearly saw by Susu smiling back at him. When he was empty, he must have been smiling at himself. In thousands of years, one had never heard the goddess smile at another demon. Now that the matter with Qin Changsheng was making a lot of noise, lest he didn't know about it, this must be a test for yourself. Yes, definitely a test of yourself. The time has come to prove your sincerity. But what is this test? The love-brained Silvert Satsi was in doubt. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance swept up in his eyes as he was struck by an idea. The goddess lent her niece Bai Chuchu's hand to spread this news, which was equivalent to pitting Qin Changsheng against the entire demon domain as an enemy. Then things would be clear. All one needed to do was to penetrate deep inside the human frontier, capture Qin Changsheng alive, and bring him before the goddess. Then the goddess would definitely be impressed. Ha ha ha. He threw back his head and praised himself for his resourcefulness. As for whether or not he was a match for Qin Changsheng's peak paragon, he wasn't worried at all. The strength of the demon domain was the strongest of all the realms. If it wasn't for the various clans within the demon domain holding each other back, the demon domain would have been unified long ago, and there were 3 peak quasi-emperors in his Skywolf clan alone. Moreover, the human race was born with a weak physical body and was simply no match for their clan. If it wasn't for the emergence of a pervert who crosses everything and dictates the ages every once in a while, the human race would have long disappeared in the long river of history. Even if Qin Changsheng was a great emperor falling, a peak quasi-emperor was still a quasi-emperor, not to mention the 3 quasi-emperors on their side. 3 for 2. Advantage on me. Go, call the Grand Elder and the Second Elder here. Yin Xiaotian commanded. As you command, the coyote at the side replied respectfully. Not long after, the 2 Wolf Clan elders came to the main hall. What is so important that the matriarch has summoned us 2 old bones here? The Grand Elder's face was complex as he looked at the young Silvermoon Skywolf clan chief in front of him. They both loved and hated the patriarch. The love is that this patriarch's talent is so high that it is enough to be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Tian Lang clan, and in just less than 10,000 years, he surpassed these old bones of theirs, defeating many clansmen, and ascended to the patriarch's position. The hate is that their new matriarch, who seems to be a little less cerebral, has inherited some of his mother's genes. His mother was a Era who accidentally bonded with the Silver Moon Skywolf clan and gave birth to the strange creature. Yin Xiaotian. How can I say this? Other than that it's okay. It's a bit of a relationship brain, and madly obsessed with the cold white tiger. Every day, instead of thinking about improving the Wolf clan's strength, they dug in their heels to please the White Tiger clan anyway. Let them old guys headache. Who let the other party is the clan leader, and the Wolf clan. Strength is honored. Facing the 2 elders' questions, Yin Xiaotian smiled mysteriously, his terrifying aura overflowing as he said, of course we're going to fight. This time, let's kill the human race. At these words, the 2 Wolf clan elders froze. Then they looked at each other and were overjoyed, even a little bit happy. The patriarch of their Skywolf clan had finally grown up and finally knew how to kill. No longer the silly Era who spends all her time around the tigress. The Silvermoon Skywolf clan's nature of being brave and ferocious and murderous had completely awakened. Ha ha ha, good, good. The second elder was filled with relief and laughed. The Grand Elder, however, suddenly furrowed his brows and said, it's good that this patriarch wants to fight, but it's not good to kill on the human race rashly. It violates the Swire Covenant. And the human race isn't that easy to mess with. No harm. Don't worry. Yin Xiaotian waved his hand slightly and continued confidently. We're not attacking the human race in a big way, but rather, we 3 peak quasi-emperors sneak in and break into the northern domain Qin clan in a lightning-fast manner to capture Qin Changsheng alive. When these words came out, the 2 elders instantly realized that the matriarch was not awakening his nature. This was taking revenge on his love rival, but it was a good thing to have the matriarch take this step of her own accord. As for failure, it was completely out of their consideration. Could a small upstart family still capsize? Even if Qin Changsheng was a great emperor falling, but they were 3. Steady. Alright, listen to the group leader. Let's do it. The 2 elders nodded in agreement. There was no time to lose. The soldiers were quick, and after they explained some things, they sped off in the direction of the Qin family. Who would have guessed that all their actions were in the eyes of someone with a heart of gold? The golden-winged Rockbird clan was also the very same lineage of demon lords today. Demon Lord Peng Koan looked at the summoning talisman in front of him and revealed a hint of disdain. His mouth was even more mocking. Silly beep. A licking dog. How dare you sneak to the human race? The public opinion this time has disgraced you. Right. He. The goddess you've been chasing for thousands of years has now long since taken the shape of someone else. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Although he was noble as the demon lord, the demon domain was different from other races, and there were quite a few great demons who did not obey him, especially the Silver Moon Skywolf in Xiaotian. This stupid dog. I don't know if strength is all about brains for brains, but I once had a big fight with him, and it turned out to be a no-win situation. This had greatly caused him to lose face, so he had always held quite a grudge against the Skywolf clan. Now that the scandal between Bai Susu of the White Tiger clan and Qin Changsheng had come out, he secretly didn't know how many times he had laughed at In Xiaotian. Oh, what a shame. He had long since seen that Bai Susu had someone else in her heart. Fortunately, his sweetheart was the nine-tailed sky fox, Tushan Yi. Although it is a fox clan, but it has always been icy and clean, and it is not false to any male demon. And as far as he knew, Tushan Yi spent most of her time soaking in the stone milk spring, and it was impossible for her to have an affair with anyone. A thought crossed his mind. The time now. Tushan Yi has. Get out of the shower. Chapter 151, Infiltrating the Qin Family. Interrupted by cosplay with Mu Shueshu. The Qin family. As the person with the highest cultivation level in the current Qin family, and not yet surnamed Qin, Ouyang Chu naturally took up the duty of vigilance. He closed his eyes to recuperate, but his divine mind was alert, and any external breeze could not escape his perception. Since the last time he was infiltrated by the nine-tailed sky fox, he was even more afraid to relax for a moment. It's okay if something happens to the others, but if Qin Changsheng's woman dies, he'll die for it. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in space, and he instantly sensed the abnormality. His face ugly to the extreme. Humph. Did each and every one of them treat the Qin family as a tourist destination, or did they not place him, a veteran peak quasi-emperor, in their eyes? Swish. A sword chi chopped out, instantly forcing out the 5 wolves that were hiding their breath. Ow! In Xiaotian and the others were forced to show up and couldn't help but raise their voices to the sky. Ouyang Chu, who was originally unimpressed, fixed his eyes on it. It didn't matter what this look was. Instantly his face changed dramatically and he shouted, "Enemy attack! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 peak quasi-emperors and 2 late quasi-emperors. Was this the Silver Moon Skywolf clan's top battle force pouring out to declare war on the human race? Especially seeing the wolf in the lead, with those wise little eyes that seemed to harbor great wisdom. It made him a little panicked. It couldn't be that this was a shocking plan that the demon race had been planning for a long time? The matter was so important that it was no longer up to him to decide. Needed. Shaker. An urgent summoning message was sent out, which had Qin Changsheng coming back to make the call. That said, on Qin Changsheng's side, he rushed to the Ice God Palace in a hurry. Ice God Palace. Inside the study, Mu Shuexia was sitting in front of her desk, concentrating on the affairs of the palace. The sunlight poured down through the window, gently shining on her figure, reflecting her stunning face as dazzling as a fairy descending from the earth. She raised her eyebrows slightly and bit her lip gently, her long black hair falling gently over her shoulders. Her gaze revealed a sense of majesty, and her beautiful eyes blinked lightly, confident and elegant at the same time. The high queenly demeanor, the face of the country, coupled with the posture of concentration at this time, sketched out an absolutely beautiful picture. This unique charm is beautiful. Gulp. Qin Changsheng gulped. That's his woman. I didn't realize how beautiful it was to be serious. He couldn't resist the urge to blaspheme again. This Mu Shui pupil work look are so beautiful. That legend. They have not met the first beauty of the human race. Yaoqi Empress Snow Pouring City. That is not to take off. Blah blah blah. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. At this time, how could he think of that Shui Qingcheng? It's not like she's her ex-girlfriend. So even if she's beautiful, what does she have to do with herself? Just as Qin Changsheng was feeling guilty for the awakening of his scum attribute, Mu Shueshua Pupil's heart moved as if she had noticed something and coldly rebuked. Who? She couldn't feel any scent, but she just knew that someone was nearby. After all, she had stayed in this study for thousands of years, and she was incomparably familiar with the surroundings. Every blade of grass and tree. It's me. Originally also wanted to tease the other party, but at this moment, seeing Mu Shueshu pupil such a sword, he was afraid of scaring the other party. Helpless to show up. Changsheng, Mu Shuexie exclaimed. Then, like a swallow returning to its nest, it flung itself into Qin Changsheng's arms. Boing boing. It had been a long time since the last time they had visited and met, and she was missing Qin Changsheng more and more. Although she missed the other party a million times, she couldn't let go of so many disciples of the Ice God Palace. But I didn't expect that the other party had traveled a long way to see himself. Despite the several beautiful women at home, she was instantly overwhelmed, thinking of ways to treat the other woman. Suddenly, Mu Shueshua pupil sensed Qin Changqing's abnormality. Her cheeks floated a scarlet red and she couldn't help but secretly spit. Ugh, denizens, Snow Hitomi, don't say it. I get it. Mu Shueshua pupil's green onion jade finger gently tapped on Qin Changqing's lips. With that, he threw a sassy frown. Follow me. No, I just want to be here in the den. Denizen, this isn't good. There are people out there. Humph. I don't need you to teach me what to do. Do as you're told and turn around. Qin Changqing was quite domineering. With a wave of his hand, an invisible boundary enveloped. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuexia but rolled her eyes greatly and pouted. I know. What a bossy man to love and hate. But I need to change my clothes. As soon as the words were spoken, a flash of light appeared and the changeover was complete. A stunningly beautiful young woman with a lot of flavor and a scourge appeared. Looking at Qin Changqing is jaw-dropping. This Xian fantasy world. Changing clothes is just convenient. Instantly completed. With his great emperor's cultivation vision, unexpectedly did not even see the details clearly. However, when he looked at Mu Shueshua Hitomi who was completely cross-dressed, he instantly flaxed and stumbled. It's too tempting. It's not that Tushani thing that's become, is it? Dressed in a black halter dress over a light black silk shawl, the dress clung to her perfect curves, outlining a sexy body with a slim waist. The long, slender, white legs were wrapped in black silk, with long, charming lines that seemed to be sending out invitations. Especially the beautiful eyes on that stunning face were misty with water and spring waves. Gulp! Qin Changqing swallowed hard again, the corners of his mouth drying up. Hiss! If you can endure this, you are a man in vain. Just as he was making a move, the summoning talisman in his violet mansion suddenly dripped non-stop, obviously an urgent message that an emergency had occurred. With a helpless sweep of his divine thoughts, he instantly furrowed his brows and his desire subsided for the most part. Snow Hitomi, sorry, there's a small matter. I'll take care of it and come back. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Shuexia to respond, he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing, only leaving behind Mu Shuexia who was staring into the void, dumbfounded. Ugh, scumbag, you flirt with someone and turn around and just walk away? Not responsible at all. But then she remembered 3 minutes of someone's time at the very beginning, and a hint of doubt crossed her face. This was followed by a closer look at his seductive outfit, which led to a realization and a mumble. Can it be that Qin Lang's old illness has returned and he can't stand the temptation to stimulate him? Before he even starts. Then she guffawed, a meaningful smile on her pretty face, and spat in a low voice. He. Still making excuses. And what's with the urgency? What a good-looking man. Time to go back to the Qin family's side. With Ouyang Chu's warning of an enemy attack, it instantly broke the Qin family's calm, and the Qin family's people reacted and showed up one by one. An aqua-blue shield instantly appeared, enveloping and isolating the entire Qin clan, precisely what the Guardian Emperor's soldier Void Mirror did. But unfortunately, Yin Xiaotian and the others had already penetrated deep into the Qin family's hinterland, and could only be caged together. Those who don't know how to die, how dare they invade my Qin family? A bellowing voice rang out from the Qin clan's ancestral land. The second ancestor flew in with the Void Mirror with his sword, like a god of war descending to the world. Now was the important moment for him to break through the quasi-emperor, and being forcibly interrupted, he was naturally burning with rage. Qi knew. All the elders and others also ended their seclusion and appeared one after another, surrounding Yin Xiaotian and the other 5 in the center. Chapter 152 The Dust Settles. Silver Moon Wolf acts as a watchdog. In the face of all this, instead of panicking, Yin Xiaotian and the others looked at the Void Mirror in the second ancestor's hands with a salivating expression. Guardian of the ultimate imperial soldier. As expected, it was just like the rumors. The Qin clan, a newly promoted clan, actually possessed an extremely rare Guardian Emperor soldier. But so what? They were 3 peak quasi-emperors and 2 late quasi-emperors, and they were even carrying the Skywolf clan's inherited imperial weapons. Moreover, the Guardian Light Shield of this Guardian Emperor soldier was just what they wanted, isolating heaven and earth, just so they could exert their full power without being detected by the human race anymore. This Guardian Emperor soldier would be the Skywolf clans from now on. Ow! 5 wolf howls rang out, and they no longer hid their aura, completely exploding out, like the masters of heaven and earth. The Qin clan crowd instantly felt a powerful might that pressed down on their hearts like a mountain peak, leaving them breathless. The clansmen with slightly lower cultivation levels were even paler, their bodies trembling. Holy! 3 peak quasi-emperor celestial wolves. The second ancestor and the others were also greatly shocked. He was just shutting up for a while, and the demon race attacked the human race in a big way? Ouyang Chu was also gloomy and gloomy. The top combatants on his side were just himself and Qin Yu. while the others could not intervene at all against the peak paragon emperor of the demon race. Even though he had partial access to the Star Tower, his cultivation level was too low and the Star Tower grade was too high. He was only able to catalyze the Star Tower for a short period of suppression, and he was unable to be struck down for a short period of time to kill the fleshly and strong Tian Lang clan, Ao, In Xiao Tian and the others. On the other hand, didn't have any scruples and transformed into Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves, exerting their peak battle power, in order to avoid a long night's sleep. It was just as well that Qin Changsheng wasn't there, so he would first eliminate the people in front of him and the others. Just then, an unexpectedly seductive and familiar voice rang out. Ha! Isn't this the Skywolf clan? In Xiaotian and the others stagnated, turning their heads in disbelief and looking in the direction the voice came from, only to see a woeful and stunning fox beauty walking in style. This is the nine-tailed fox, Yitu Shan? Why is she in the Qin family? And that walk, and the young woman's flavor in that brow, suggests that. Hiss. A shocking speculation arose in In Xiaotian's mind. Tu Shan Yi, you're a fox clan. Why are you in the Qin family? He still wanted to confirm it personally. I came to look for my husband. Of course I'm here. Tushan Yi had no qualms about it. Your husband is? Of course it's Qin Changsheng. At those words, Silver Xiaotian was first stunned. Then his body trembled wildly as he laughed his head off. Ha ha ha. Ow. That stupid bird Peng Koan. Still a demon lord. Yuck. Head in a green meadow. Brain buzzing I guess. People posture have changed countless times. Qin Changsheng are on the highway. You stupid bird. Still there. Holding people thousands of years ago bath water. See things. If there was a shadow retaining stone at this moment, In Xiaotian definitely wouldn't mind recording all of Tushan Yi's expressions and conversations one by one at this moment, and then transmitting them to that stupid bird Peng Koan. He was dying of laughter. They say he's a licking dog, and that stupid bird, Peng Koan, is the complete and utter boiling goat. At this moment, In Xiaoyi was certain that the one rumored to be hanging out with Qin Changsheng was Tushan Yi, not his goddess by Susu. It must have been Peng Koan who used the convenience of the demon lord's position to falsely pass on the message and replace the heroine of the story with Bai Susu. It's hateful to slander his icy goddess so. He had been so distrustful of the goddess Bai Susu, and after he returned this time, he would definitely send millions of extreme spirit stones as an apology gift. I'm sure goddess Bai Su will forgive herself. Hey! In Xiaotian couldn't help but have a demented smile appear on his face. Ha! What a dominant husky. At this moment, Qin Changsheng's surprised voice rang out, lazily walking out of the void, and as he appeared, the pressure of all the Qin family members instantly dissipated. He received an urgent message and came immediately, not expecting to see such a dominant and majestic husky just after arriving. Although the other party didn't look much different from the Silver Moon Skywolf, that wise little eyes instantly betrayed him. Era's genes are so powerful that it's unbelievable. Who? Daring. In Xiaotian burst into a rage. He hated people calling him a husky in his life. Qin Changsheng ignored it, but instead frowned and said to Ouyang Chu, "These are the little wolf cubs you call an emergency?" Before Ouyang Chu could reply, the late Quasi-Emperor Skywolf on the side laughed disdainfully and said in a cold voice, "What a big mouth. You still think you're a great emperor? Just short-sighted people who are self-destructive and greedy for momentary pleasure. Perhaps the fact that you were in a good era where the aura was rich and the laws were complete is what allowed you to become an emperor by a fluke. But now that you've fallen to the peak of Quasi-Emperor, it also shows that you don't deserve to be an emperor." That late Quasi-Emperor Skywolf knew at a glance that the other party was Qin Changsheng and coldly mocked. Oh, Qin Changsheng's head tilted gently, his gaze fixed. Pust. The late-stage Quasi-Emperor who had just spoken instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, his soul silenced. What? In Xiaotian and the others were shocked, their gazes filled with horror. A single thought, destroying a paramount emperor? This was the power that a peak paragon emperor who had fallen from his realm could possess? Qin Changsheng did not want to talk nonsense. Mu Shueshu was still waiting for him in a halter black silk, coldly looking at the remaining 4 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. The peak great emperor's might completely erupted, and the entire heaven and earth changed color. The endless pressure overflowing from his body even tore the void apart in distorted space. Submit and become the Qin family's watchdog, or die. As Qin Changsheng's words fell, a terrifying energy instantly bound in Xiaotian and the others, and they only felt their souls throbbing on the verge of death. The great emperor, Qin Changsheng, was actually a great emperor of the current generation. Didn't he cut himself and fall off the realm? The heavenly fate seal had yet to fuse, and the human world had unexpectedly produced a great emperor who could go all out. At this moment, the eyes of Silver Xiaotian and the other celestial wolves were filled with fear and horror, shivering under this might of heaven and earth. They didn't even dare to look directly at it. I submit. The Silver Moon Skywolf with the lowest cultivation level was the first to prostrate itself on the ground. willing to submit. He was afraid of death, and the tragic death of his companion just now was shocking to the eyes. Yin Xiaotian and the two elders glanced at each other and also instantly came to a decision. Staying green is not afraid of not having firewood to burn. Everything needs to wait until their wolf clan great emperor ancestor comes out. I will submit. I am also willing to submit. Yin Xiaotian and the two elders also prostrated themselves one after another, willing to submit. Their faces were filled with frustration. They had originally come with great vigor, but as a result, before they could make a single move, they had all turned into the Qin family's watchdogs. Seeing that the dust had settled, Tushan Yi ignored everyone's gazes and jumped into Qin Changqing's arms. Nagisa, with a strong pout, and flirtatious to the extreme seduction. Slutty vixen. Nangang Yan and the other three girls on the side silently cursed. Dog man and woman. Seeing this, Yin Xiaotian was also cursing secretly. Suddenly, an absurd thought popped into his mind. Suppose, with Qin Changqing ears and temples as his own goddess by Susu, still in the room and met. So does standing guard at the gate as a watchdog yourself count as having a? What about engagement? He shook his head hastily as soon as this absurd thought came to him. No way. Never. Goddess Baisu is so icy and white. How could this happen? Chapter 153, Yuan names bitterness. Karma's rise and fall. Just as Yin Xiaotian's thoughts had just appeared, Qin Changqing's eyes looked over as if his heart had sensed it. The difference in cultivation between them was too great. So as long as Qin Changqing wanted to, then all thoughts would have nothing to hide in front of him. It was just that he respected the privacy of the people around him on a daily basis, and tried his best to restrain his divine thoughts from prying. It seems that this era is not honest, Qin Changqing said in his heart. Let go of your Yuan Shen and hand over your soul brand. Qin Changqing droned coldly towards Yin Xiaotian and the other celestial wolves. The method of soul branding was a forbidden art that Qin Changqing had stumbled upon from the Jiang clan's collection, which allowed him to control others through a split sliver of his Yuan Shen. No matter how far apart or where you are, you can control the life and death of others with a single thought. Ha! Yin Xiaotian and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Changqing would even know such secret arts. It was just that people had to bow their heads under the roof, and they had no choice but to hand over a trace of their Yuanshan. The kind of tearing sensation of splitting the Yuanshan caused them pain, and they couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Ow! Ow! HM? Qin Changsheng frowned with some dissatisfaction. Silver Xiaotian and other wolves instantly understood what he meant, and a bitter smile even surfaced on the cold wolf head. And then, woof woof woof, woof woof woof, here and there. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng only nodded. Watchdogs should have the appearance of watchdogs. All hit on the Qin family, and almost hurt the foundation of the Qin family. Did not overthrow the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan are considered extraordinarily generous. With that, he threw the 4 strands of soul branding to second ancestor Qin Changping. Changping, from now on, their lives and deaths will be under your control. A mere few peak quasi-emperor's Silver Moon Skywolves were not qualified to be his slaves. Qin Changping was overjoyed after receiving the soul brand. This he was only a peak supreme realm, but he even had 4 peak and late-stage quasi-emperor slaves. This was enough to walk horizontally throughout the entire Tianqian Great World. Moreover, from now on, even if Qin Changsheng was not around, the Qin family was solid as gold. Unless other forces raised their clans to attack in force, the Qin family did not fear any force. Yin Xiaotian and the others were a bit dumbfounded. The soul brand fell into Qin Changsheng's hands, and being subjected to a great emperor of the current generation was still balanced and better in his heart. But now life and death were completely in the hands of a supreme realm human. This is a real Spider-Man ride. Mara Peter. After Qin Changsheng arranged everything, he suddenly remembered something. Staring into Silver Tsunami's wise little eyes, he sternly ordered, guard the Qin clan's gate. It's fine to kill the enemy, but you can't damage any Qin clan objects. When these words came out, Yin Xiaotian seemed as if the deepest secret in his heart had been discovered, and instantly his face turned ashen. A piece of despair. Even the Wolf clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder looked at each other in confusion. Qin Changsheng, how did he know the matriarch's habits? Matriarch Yin Xiaotian every fight against the enemy. The other side does not necessarily have much damage, but the surrounding environment must suffer. The probability of turning into a piece of wreckage ruins. Even the Grand Hall of their Silver Moon Skywolf clan had been refurbished an unknown number of times. Qin Changsheng didn't care about their reactions, but turned to Tushan Yi, who was still hanging on, and said, come on down. I've got important things to take care of. A vixen is a vixen and doesn't care about the occasion. Although he didn't resent the other party sticking to him, but with so many people watching, as an old ancestor, he should still give his children and grandchildren a bit of a majestic image. The most important thing was Mushue Hitomi, who was still waiting with bated breath. If you have stirred up the fire, you should be a little public-spirited and be responsible for extinguishing the fire. It wasn't that Tu Shan Yi wasn't perfect, but he had just eaten it and he wanted a change of flavor. You can't favor one over the other when it comes to meat and veggies. Something to deal with? It can't be cheating, right? Tu Shan Yi had a suspicious look on her face. She didn't believe it. What other important things could Qin Lang have to do personally besides women? She perked up her fox ears and her sensitive nose leaned over Qin Changxing to sniff gently. Holy! Qin Changxing's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. How had he forgotten the vixen's keen sense of smell? Moreover, not far away, the three Nangon Yen women were still looking at themselves in anger. If they were pointed out by Tu Shan Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, who can bear to go out for a big meal alone without eating the hot and delicious food at home? He hurriedly put Tu Shan Yi down and said, Okay, go to your room and talk. With that, he walked quickly towards his room. Tu Shan Yi smiled cheekily and didn't point it out, but bounced and followed. It seemed that she herself was not trying hard enough, and Qin Lang even had room to hobnob on other women. Nangon Yen and the other three girls glanced at each other, and they all followed behind with a tacit understanding as well. In the blink of an eye, the Qin family executives on the scene walked away clean. Only many of the younger generation and fringe disciples of the Qin family were left behind, frozen in place, with their mouths wide open, unable to close for a long time. Their old ancestor was, surprisingly, a great emperor. Instead, it was the peak of a quasi-emperor who had been rumored to have fallen from his realm. The old ancestor's profound achievements and foresight were not only the spiritual symbol of the Qin family, but also the backbone of the Qin family's pride in all forces. Even the most insular of people knew clearly what it meant when a living great emperor appeared. In this world, the Qin family is honored. A glory from their bloodline quietly arose from the bottom of their hearts, permeating their entire body. They, too, are members of the Qin family. There is honor with it. From now on, the Qin family, fearless of anyone. As time passed, they also slowed down from their shock, and the look on their faces changed to surprise and excitement. The originally silent Qin family suddenly surged with a blazing buzz. Cheers, applause, and air-breaking sounds were intertwined and resounded for several hours. At the corner, two figures stood silently in the crowd, watching Qin Changxing's distant back. He was like a shining light, noticeable and unattainable. It was Yuan Nangu and Mo Shaoshi. When he came to the Qin family with the seriously injured Qin Changsheng, he stayed here for a long time, but to Yuan Nanji's disappointment, Qin Changsheng seemed to be too self-conscious even about the warblers around him to care about them. Today, he had witnessed Qin Changsheng exposing his great emperor cultivation, that heavenly, dazzling figure, especially that breathtakingly beautiful Tu Shan Yi all put down her reserve and made love to Qin Changsheng in public. This reinforced her low self-esteem. Such a man, how could they wish for such a thing? Just as Yuan Nango was caught up in her self-pity, a pair of small white hands waved in front of her eyes. Grandmaster, what are you thinking? Didn't think anything of it. Yuan Nango pretended not to care and smiled a little. There was envy, bitterness and relief in her smile. Master Ancestor, I know what you're thinking. Isn't it just love that doesn't work? Silly girl, you're still young. What do you know about love? You're just a dead face controller. You can't walk when you see a handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Mo Shaoshi subconsciously lowered her head to look at the airfield, and then at Master Ancestor's whopping towering. The little mouth beamed high and said, I get it. Yuan Nanji's doting eyes flashed. Then he turned around and walked towards the Qin family's gate. Let's go. Where to? Master Ancestor? Go home. But I still want to stay in the Qin family for a while longer. What are you doing staying so long? I always felt that I could fill the void of not having a lowly around him. Damn girl. According to you, I can still fill the void of not having a mature woman around him. Master Ancestor, you've revealed your true thoughts. Damn girl, go! Yuan Nang and Mo Shaoshi just quietly left without a single ripple. Shortly after leaving the Qin family, Yuan Nango looked back in the direction of the Qin family and sighed. Hey, from now on, let it be. She's betting that she'll do whatever it takes if there's ever a reunion. Karma, I saw you in the crowd. Karma's out. I saw you in the crowd. Chapter 154, by Susu's Thoughts. Three girls meeting unexpectedly. Demon Domain. White Tiger Clan. The place of retreat. A woman with a delicate figure and a stunningly beautiful appearance was quietly sitting on a huge stone platform. Hey! A sigh came out from the cherry lips, echoing in the place of the retreat. With a sigh, Bai Susu stood up from the stone platform. I didn't realize that breaking through the peak of the quasi-emperor was so difficult. Having prepared for so long but always missing by a hair. No wonder the living beings of the peak of the quasi-emperor in this world are so few. An ethereal voice rang out. That's just it. Until next time. Counting the time. Now that the great change in the heavens and earth has ended, I wonder if that girl, Choo Choo, has caused any great trouble? A hint of favor flashed in Bai Susu's eyes. Bai Choo Choo is her own niece. Both parents died in that white tiger civil unrest, leaving the two of them dependent on each other. And coincidentally at the same time the bloodline returned to the ancestors, so it seems extraordinarily close. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the White Tiger clan's land. Just as she entered the room, a familiar figure jumped into her arms. "Auntie, I missed you to death. Why have you been in seclusion for so long?" Bai Choo Choo beamed her little mouth with a dissatisfied expression. "There's been a bit of a delay." Bai Susu dotingly touched Choo Choo's head. Then as if she remembered something, her face sank and she feigned anger. "Humph, you usually can't wait for me to leave you alone. What's wrong with you today? You even said that you miss me? Say, is it that you've caused a big trouble, and you want your sister-in-law to help you get rid of it?" "Che, Auntie, you keep treating me like a child. I'm well behaved." Bai Choo Choo pouted. Then the beautiful eyes turned, and a ray of cunning flashed through, saying, "Auntie, if you give me that white tiger dagger, I'll tell you great news. It's definitely worth every penny." The white tiger dagger, an extreme Dao imperial armament inherited from their lineage, possessed great power. Bai Choo Choo had been coveting it for a long time, but unfortunately, her sister-in-law was worried that she wouldn't be able to control it and had never given it to her to play with. "Okay, here's the white tiger dagger. Let's see what kind of heavenly good news you little troublemaker can come up with." Bai Susu held the white tiger dagger in her left hand, and her right hand's green onion finger gently flicked Bai Choo Choo's brain. She didn't believe that this niece who was so much trouble could have any good news. "Listen carefully, sister-in-law." Bai Choo Choo looked smug, as if she had a plan. "A few days ago, I met Uncle Su." "Humph, I thought it was." Bai Susu was unimpressed and was about to retort. Suddenly, the sound came to a screeching halt. Clunk! The White Tiger clan's inherited imperial soldier, the White Tiger dagger, just slipped to the ground, but she was oblivious. "Choo Choo, what did you say?" Her heart skipped a beat, as if struck by an electric current. Her breath caught, and an uncontrollable shudder traveled through her entire body. The news came so suddenly that she couldn't believe it, doubting that she'd heard wrong or that it was a dream. Back then, she searched the entire demon domain and couldn't find any trace of him. She thought he had perished in the belly of a demonic beast. For this reason, after her cultivation had been completed, she slaughtered all the demonic beasts in the 30,000 miles around the place where they met in the first place. And over the years, she had grown accustomed to being without him, only able to see things in the lonely depths of the night. Bai Choo Choo seemed to have guessed her sister-in-law's reaction as well, and said word for word, "Seriously, I said, I've found Uncle Su, and his real name is Qin Changsheng, and he's in the human frontier now." Bai Susu didn't move a muscle, as if the air was frozen. She knew that it was impossible for Bai Choo Choo to lie to her about this matter or to recognize the wrong person. Then in that case, Su Qian, Su Lang, is really still alive. She could no longer control the thoughts inside her as tears slid down her cheeks. She closed her eyes quietly, her lips parted, and she inhaled violently, then exhaled again, her ethereal and excited voice coming out. "Su Lang, you're still alive. Great." Then he took his niece's arm and said eagerly, "Choo Choo, quick, take me to him." Suddenly hearing his news, Bai Susu was not wanting to wait a moment, only wanting to immediately run to the warmth of that long-awaited chest, thoroughly warm up to the pain of love. "Good. I knew Auntie was in a hurry. I'll take you there now." So the two Bai Susu were so eager to get going. The White Tiger clan's inherited imperial soldier was just lying quietly on the ground, unattended. At the border of the human frontier, the human and divine armies, with swords drawn, pervaded the atmosphere of tension. The two absolute beauties stood in the air, their eyes staring at each other as if they had been facing each other for a long time. "Luo Shiyan, you have great guts. It's just that you came to my human race alone and secretly, but now you're even leading the divine race's army and entering the human race's borders in a big way. What do you intend to do?" Yao Qi Empress Xue Qingcheng coldly questioned. "Xue Qingcheng, I've said several times that I don't want to fight with you, and I didn't enter the human race in a big way for the sake of massacre, but for the sake of finding someone." Luo Shiyan was a bit helpless. Although she was the divine race's grand commander, the divine lord had forbidden her from temporarily engaging in large-scale conflict with the human race. That was why she only brought 10,000 of her personal guards to the human race to look for traces of Feng Yuan's reincarnated body. But even so, Yao Qi Empress Xue Qingcheng still refused to allow it to penetrate deeper into the human race. "Looking for someone?" Xue Qingcheng smiled contemptuously. She didn't believe in this ridiculous reason, but still went along with it. "Since you're looking for someone, Tell me that person's family name, facial features, etc. And on the basis that we haven't fought since we were young at the battlefield of the 10,000 races, I'll help you look for them. I'm sorry, I don't want to reveal his information. Luo Shiyan just shook her head. Fang Yuan was the love of her life, and she wanted nothing more than to find him herself. Just then, there was a fluctuation in the void above them, and the two women sped over their heads. Stop! Luo Shiyan and Xue Qingcheng roared at the same time, and the two attacks struck, forcing the man in the void to stop. The fact that someone dared to fly over their heads could not be tolerated. Clunk! Two people fell out of the void above, and it was none other than Bai Susu and Bai Chuchu. Just the moment it appeared, the three women simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Xue Qingcheng, Luo Shiyan. Apparently, they were quite familiar with each other, and as the pride of a clan, they had even fought many times on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans when they were young. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be Bai Susu, who had a fling with that era scum Qin Changsheng, who's not good to like. Liking a scum? The corner of Luo Shiyan's mouth picked up slightly. Mocking. Apparently, the scandal between Bai Susu and Qin Changsheng was making a lot of noise, and she had heard about it even though she was in the divine race. She had lost to the other party many times when she was young, and today the other party flew over her head again, so she was naturally upset. Luo Shiyan, you dare to insult my husband. Seek death. Bai Susu was furious, and with a wave of her right hand, she was about to strike. Ha! Where's my white tiger dagger? She held up her empty right hand, slightly embarrassed. As Yaoqi Empress Xue Qingcheng looked at all of this, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Inwardly, he shouted even more furiously. Fight! Fight! Suddenly, as she looked at the two stunningly beautiful faces in front of her that were not similar to each other, a guess popped up in her mind. Could it be that the person Luo Shiyan was looking for was also Qin Changsheng? After all, how could that womanizer let go of such a magnificent beauty? But if so, War of the Nations, hit the JB. Chapter 155, Three girls leaving one after another. Luo Shiyan's obsession. Thinking about it, Snow Tumbler suddenly snorted a laugh. The struggle for the survival of the 10,000 races since the beginning of time had not been resolved by so many astonishingly talented, supreme celestial prides that had pressed across the ages. Is it hard to be in Qin Changsheng's bed? Bah! Hands to ease, or even completely solve? From now on, in the Tianxian world, all the clans are reunited as one family? The 10,000 races are united externally, conquering the dark forbidden zone, and the former harboring fights have become Qin Changsheng's quilt fights. Awesome! The power of one koan to change the course of history. If her suspicions were true, then the situation at hand was somewhat interesting. Three women, and she knew who the men of the other two were. Bai Susu, who only knows who his man is. Luo Shiyan, the dumbest of them all, doesn't know anything. Oh, yeah. Xue Qingcheng's laughter also instantly caught the attention of Luo Shiyan's two girls. In fact, they do not want to make a big fuss. After all, next to the Snow Qingcheng in the eye, one is afraid of her to reap the benefits of fishing, two is not to let her laugh for nothing. Although Bai Susu was furious, but at the moment, the white tiger dagger was not with her, and in a real fight, she was not necessarily a match for the God Race's Grand Commander Luo Shiyan, so they spoke in unison. Xue Qingcheng, what are you laughing at? When he finished speaking, he realized that the other party had a heart-to-heart with himself, and turned his head away with another simultaneous cold snort. I just thought of something interesting. Don't mind me, keep fighting, Xue Qingcheng said with interest. At the same time, she quietly took out a shadow-keeping stone, ready to record this rare scene, thinking about the two women who are now fighting each other, and at some point in the future find out that they are actually like brothers and sisters. How should they deal with themselves? Who knew that what came next wasn't as she expected? Luo Shiyan and the two girls had no intention of continuing the fight at all. Delay, Choo-choo, let's go. Bai Susu's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, not wanting to continue to dwell here. Pulling Bai Choo-choo's hand was about to rise up in the air. Wait, Luo Shiyan suddenly shouted. You want to block me? Bai Susu frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. I don't mean to stop you. By the looks of you should be going to the human race to look for Qin Changsheng, although I haven't seen him before, but as far as I know, Qin Changsheng is not in a good relationship with a number of confidants. Scum of the earth. For the sake of the many years we have known each other, I would like to advise you that Qin Changsheng is not a good person. Don't fall in too deep, Luo Shiyan said in a heavy and deep voice. Although she did not have a good relationship with Bai Susu, she was ultimately considered to be a peerless heavenly pride, and she was unwilling to see such a peerless woman fall into the devil's den. As soon as the words fell, The surrounding temperature instantly dropped by dozens of degrees, chilling the air as if falling into a cold cellar. Bai Susu's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Cold as ice and angry. Luo Shiren. Good. I'll remember you. To insult my husband like this. You really deserve to die. When I return, I will definitely go to the divine race and meet you, to see if you, the divine race's grand commander, has made any progress after thousands of years? Choo-choo. Let's go. After saying that, he brought Bai Choo-choo with him to vanish into the void once again. Hey! After they disappeared, Luo Shiren let out a deep sigh. She couldn't figure out how Bai Susu, such a beautiful person with amazing talent, could be so blind as to look at that scum of a man. Qin Chongsheng. If she were the other party, she would have poked herself in the eyes long ago and had no face to face the world. Cultivation-wise, Bai Susu slightly beat her, but emotionally, she crushed her opponent and finished. Qin Chongsheng stepped on many boats, while his own sweetheart, at first, was single-minded and had only each other in his heart. At that thought, she suddenly became glum. In any case, the other's lover is still alive and well, but his own, Bai Susu's love interest is a scum. Then I guess Miss Luo's love interest must be a great lover. Could it be that your love interest is also a human, and you should be going to look for your love interest this time? Yao Qi Empress Xue Qingcheng's voice suddenly rang out as if it meant something. Xue Qingcheng, what do you mean? A hint of alarm flashed in Luo Shiyan's eyes. The other party wanted to know her lover's information in such a roundabout way. Could it be that she wanted to find Fang Yuan's reincarnated body one step ahead of the others and use it to blackmail herself? Seeing how nervous Luo Shiyan was, Xue Qingcheng instantly knew what she was thinking and rolled her eyes, saying, "Don't worry, what kind of person am I? Would I use underhanded means? I simply want to know who the person you want to find is. My human race people are billions and billions. It's better than you looking for a needle in a haystack." Humph. Never mind. The matter of Fang Yuan was the most important thing to her, and she would never feel comfortable telling the other party, especially since the human race and the divine race were not in an alliance. Seeing this, Xue Qingcheng also stopped dilly-dallying and said coldly, "Forget it then. In any case, you alone can go over there. The divine race army, exit the human race boundary, or else, kill." Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Luo Shiyan also knew that continuing the confrontation would be fruitless, so she said to the deputy beside her, "Take them back. I'm going away for a while." "Chancellor, okay, go." With a wave of Luo Shiyan's hand, the entire divine race army methodically retreated all the way back. The power of the gods is hidden in the first of the 10,000 tribes is not just a name, although their overall strength is inferior to the demonic domain, but the victory in the discipline, unity and unity. After the divine race army disappeared, Luo Shiyan coldly glanced at Xue Qingcheng. In the other party's playful gaze, he disappeared into the direction of the human race. No matter if it was 1,000 years, 10,000 years, she must find Fang Yuan's reincarnated body, bring him back to the divine race and use a secret method to restore the memories of his past life. It was her obsession and no one could stop it. At the foot of the Qin family mountain, in a larger city, Qin Chongsheng was wandering around bored, with Yin Wanqiu, Tu Shan Yi, and the other 4 women pestering him. His idea of going forward to Mu Shueshue pupil's place to put out the fire eventually fizzled out. The point is, these guys at home are fighting. It can be viewed from afar, and also swore that these days belong to the 4 of them. They can't go anywhere, at most, only in the Qin family sphere of influence, not allowed to go out to womanize. He had no choice but to go out for a walk. The wide streets were bustling with people. Stalls of all colors were filled with a wide array of goods. "Come and see." The roadside ground vendors were trying their best to yell, with all sorts of hollering. "You can't lose. You can't be fooled. Come and take a look. Rare treasures just unearthed from the secret realm. 100 top-grade spirit stones apiece. Only this one, never to be found. These are all treasures from the ancient era. For only 100 spirit stones you can have it. Absolutely worth every penny." In front of a stall filled with antiques, an old man in an ancient Taoist robe was enthusiastic and full of enthusiasm, attracting the attention of the customers coming and going. "Ha ha, old Wang too. You're a bit of a spectator. And the ancient era. Last week." The old man in the stall next to him couldn't help but speak out and tease. "Yes, old Wang too brags and farts every day. Who doesn't know? He just bought this batch of goods cheaply from West Street last month, and this change of hands, he wants to sell it 100 times over. 100 top-grade spirit stones. I could have 3 flowery daughters-in-law." Facing the taunts of the people next to him, old Wang Tu's face flushed for a while, then he waved his hand in dissatisfaction. "Go, go, 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 you're not buying. Don't interrupt my business." The people next to him just laughed. They were used to the daily bickering and joking. "Qin Chongsheng, who was passing by, just smiled. It seemed that there were such pitfalls everywhere. The items on the old man's stall that were supposedly unearthed from the secret realm didn't have a trace of aura at all, and obviously weren't any treasures. He was about to leave when suddenly, he frowned slightly. From the pile of cluttered items on the stall, he surprisingly sensed a hint of familiarity. Chapter 156 Ancient Era Qin Tian Di. Familiar scent. He slowly moved his feet around the crowd to the old man's stall. The old man's eyes lit up. This customer, one look at the dress to know is a fat sheep. You can ruthlessly slaughter a sum of money. He immediately picked up a jade pendant of the best quality and said enthusiastically, "Sir, at a glance you are the one who knows the goods. This jade pendant comes from the ancient secret realm. It is said that the person who has the destiny to get it will be able to strengthen the body and enhance the potential. And sir is that person who has the destiny." Qin Changsheng paid no attention to it, but flipped through the stall on his own, eventually ending up on top of a grayish harmonica at the bottom of the items. The familiarity grew stronger. Picking up the harmonica and blowing gently on it, the dust on the harmonica instantly disappeared and became brand new again. He looked to the side of the harmonica, where a large Chinese character, Qin, was engraved on it. Qin Changsheng was instantly in a trance as a long-ago memory flooded his mind. "Brother Su, I'm going to tell my little aunt and sister that you peeped at their baths." Qin Changsheng's face was filled with black lines. This brat dared to threaten him. He really didn't see it by accident. And most of all, he really didn't see much of it. It was foggy and all he could see was snowflakes. "Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let your sister-in-law and your sister hear you. Afraid of you. This harmonica is for you." Thank you, Brother Su." Since then, the little slug even used this reason to blackmail Qin Changsheng several times, making him hate him with a passion. And ever since confirming his romantic relationship with his sister, the brat even secretly threw his sister-in-law's blasphemy into his pocket, planted himself in a couple of very embarrassing on-site accidents. By the way, this brat has a very elegant name, Qin Shou. Qin Changsheng was very sure that this harmonica was the one he had given to Qin Shou back then. Only a few thousand years had passed in his memory, but judging from the age traces of this harmonica, he was afraid that it was already very long ago. His heart was in awe. It could not be that the Qin trio that he had encountered back then also existed in the past, just like Lin Huan of the Heping sect? "Gongzi, you are too discerning. This harmonica can be remarkable. The treasure is dusty. I am afraid that it is an ancient imperial weapon." Old Wangto's voice rang out, interrupting Qin Changsheng's thoughts. Swish! 100 spirit crystals instantly appeared in Qin Changsheng's hand. He said slowly, "Tell me the true origin of this harmonica, and these 100 spirit crystals will be yours." Hiss! Old Wang Tu's gaze instantly straightened and his mouth watered. However, he knew clearly that he was afraid that he couldn't afford to offend someone who could casually take out 100 spirit crystals, and said with a bitter face, "My lord, I also want this spirit crystal, but I don't know the true origin of this harmonica. I only vaguely heard the person who poured this batch of antiques tell me that they all came from an ancient secret realm, and that there were no spirit chimes showing, and that they were said to be related to the Qin Tian Emperor at the end of the ancient era." At the end of the ancient era, Emperor Qin Tian. Qin Changsheng nodded, and then with a flash of his body, he had disappeared in place. Only 100 spirit crystals were left behind, and the dumbfounded old Wang Tu. "Hair, old man hair, Rusheng girl, I'm coming. Ha ha," old Wang Tu finally responded, ecstatic. When Qin Changsheng reappeared, he had already arrived in the Qin family's book collection. The Qin family emphasized education the most, so the Qin family's collection of books was all-encompassing, especially after the destruction of the Jiang family, but also obtained a large number of treasures. Many bookshelves stood tall. The collection of books in the pavilion is as boundless as the ocean. Although Emperor Qin Tiandi was the closest heavenly emperor to the present, transcending the 9 heavens of great emperors, the world admired him. But strangely enough, he did not have any inheritance left behind, nor did he have a family heir, and even mysteriously disappeared at the end of the ancient era. This was what led to the civil unrest among the emperors, coupled with the invasion of the foreign races, and the opening of the Emperor Fall era. That's why there wasn't much information about the legend of Emperor Qin Tiandi. What made it strange was that Emperor Qin Tiandi's name was also unknown. It was only known that ever since he came out of nowhere, he had called himself Mr. Qin, and was later honored as Emperor Qin Tiandi. In no time, Qin Changsheng found it, the autobiography of the heavenly emperor. One look at the name told him that Emperor Qin Tiandi was a smelly, bombastic, narcissistic narcissist to the core. This book had been a sensation for a while, especially the mysterious writing on the last 3 pages, which was believed to be the lifelong legacy of Emperor Qin Tiandi. There had been a sky-high bounty, as well as a number of top forces gathered together to decipher the secrets of the last 3 pages. Unfortunately, An epic passed and no one ever managed to decipher it. And this autobiography gradually became a mascot. Qin Changsheng slowly turned it over. And from the first page, he was beyond certain that Qin Tiandi was that brat Qin Shou, holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. 14 words unveil the life of Emperor Qin Tiandi and are said to be his mantra. Some of the poems that followed were even more despicable to Qin Changsheng. Qin Shou this brat even turned his own poems of picking up girls in the beginning all into his own originality. It's also really hard for him to not drop a single song, 100 pages of autobiography, and over 90 pages of self-congratulatory, nutrient-less nonsense from Emperor Qin Tiandi. In the blink of an eye, Qin Changsheng flipped to the last 3 pages. Surprisingly, it is written in simplified Chinese characters. This caused Qin Changsheng to marvel a little. This brat's understanding was truly superb. After only a few days of teaching in the first place, he had learned all of them and integrated them. Brother Su, if you're still alive, you should be able to see this place. Sister-in-law, miss you, especially my sister. She even cried all day long after you disappeared. And my little aunt, even though she doesn't seem to be doing anything on the surface, I know that she misses you too. It's only been 5 short years, but you're also a father and a brother. And you've taught me so much. Bravery, fearlessness, calmness, tenacity, optimism. I didn't expect it. I became the invincible Qin Tian Emperor. Ha ha, my sister's cultivation is even higher than mine. She just doesn't have a good reputation. Unfortunately, my little aunt, her body is too weird. She was never able to break through to the great emperor realm. I could only use all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures to renew her life. We searched the continent and didn't find any news of you. And my sister couldn't wait any longer. She was going to cross the ancient path of the stars to look for you, or to look for the possibility of resurrecting you. With my sister gone, my little aunt's lifespan is getting shorter and shorter. I asked the heavenly calculator to count the last fortune, and that old thing said that my little aunt's one ray of life is in the afterlife. So there's no other way to do it. So I'm going to seal my little aunt in the divine source to wait for the afterlife. Little auntie, my sister is gone. No one is with me. I'm so lonely. I'm going to look for my sister too. And for you too, big brother Su. We, all of us, missed you. After reading all this, Qin Changsheng slowly closed the book and suddenly had tears in his eyes, thinking of that damnable brat, of his sister-in-law, of those wonderful 5 years, thinking of the warmth with his sister and the embarrassing misunderstanding with his sister-in-law. Even, think of the snowflake flakes. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to sing, the song from his previous life, Unknown Forest. Is it still for me? Silk ties. Still love me. Can't help myself. Is there any place in my heart that I have not yet visited? P.S. For the record, I've never wreaked havoc with idioms or lyrics, so you can't blame me if you're thinking the wrong way. Chapter 157 And Qin Yun. By Su Goes to Qin Family. In his own memory it was only a few thousand years, but he didn't realize that in the other party's timeline, an epic long time had passed. Qin Changsheng suddenly had some sense of crisis. He continued to check all kinds of ancient books, and it seemed there had never been any traces of him in history. The last 3 pages of this autobiography of the celestial emperor, even using simplified Chinese characters, merely mentioned the surname of his trumpet. Perhaps he was just a mortal in the past, unworthy of being recorded by others. Maybe he himself is a taboo for all ages. He stood still, not knowing what to think. For a long time, Qin Changsheng raised his head and looked into the endless void. I wonder how the siblings are doing in the immortal realm now. It's been too long and too bitter for them. Hopefully they have forgotten themselves and are living a new, happy and fulfilling life. Qin Shou, Jiruashi, I'm just a brief passerby on your long road of life. I hope you won't be thinking about me for too long. Qin Changsheng muttered. Oh yes, there's the little aunt Qin Yun. Qin Changsheng's mind suddenly floated to a knowing big sister, a beautiful mature woman like a ripe peach, rhythmic, enchanting and voluptuous. Run, the body curve is exquisite, dignified and decent, always liked to wear a long elegant and soft dress, sensible and noble. When he first saw the demure, virtuous, charming young woman, you can imagine the impact on him. Unfortunately, at that time, he had already confirmed his relationship with Qin Jishi as a lover, so following Qin Jishi's siblings, they addressed each other as aunts. In the 5 years they had been together, Qin Yun had perfectly assumed the responsibility of an elder, taking care of the 3 of them in every way. Especially during that period, Qin Changsheng unexpectedly had a rare and serious illness, allowing him to experience for the first time what it meant to be gentle and considerate, without a care in the world. Although he was prone to react when rubbing his entire body, and the scene was once very awkward, both parties, as if they had a tacit understanding, didn't make a sound, nor did they tell Qin Jishi. Qin Yun, aunt, Qin Changsheng murmured in a low voice. His body then flickered and disappeared into the book depository. Although he did not know the location of Qin Yun's seal, and with the divine origin sealed, his great empress divine mind could not explore it at all, but he just wanted to find out. The Qin family, at the foot of the mountain range, two women appeared, only seeming to hesitate and stop short. Looking at the nearby Qin family, Bai Susu's expectant mood suddenly became apprehensive and anxious. Affliction pervaded her mind. Chu Chu, do you see any aging or wrinkles on my face? Will he like it if I'm not dressed properly? My heart, it's suddenly beating so hard. Chu Chu, will he forget me already? At this moment, Bai Susu, who had once fought alone against the 10 major races of the demon domain, was unexpectedly also like a little girl in love. 6 gods were lost. That's the power of white moonlight. As time settles in, the thoughts instead intensify. Bai Chu Chu was speechless for a while and rolled her eyes. Auntie is good at everything. It's this love brain that's almost on par with that nasty husky from Demon Domain, she said slightly breathlessly. Auntie, don't worry, you're still glowing and charming. Uncle Changsheng's eyes will definitely glaze over when he sees you, so much so that he can't wait for his eyes to glaze over. And you're such a big beauty, with Uncle Nagisa's LSP attributes. He won't let you go. Bai Chu Chu beamed her little mouth, thinking back to the time when she had jumped into Qin Changsheng's arms and unexpectedly noticed the other party's physical reaction. Humph, to think that even I, an invincible beauty of the White Tiger clan, would have crooked thoughts about me. For a moment, a flash of complex emotions flashed from the bottom of her eyes. There was annoyance and even a hint of excitement, only there was no dissatisfaction. Chu Chu, don't talk about your Uncle Changsheng like that. Bai Susu's pretty face fell as she reprimanded. Bai Chu Chu was unforgiving, and went up and shook his sister-in-law's arm, muttering, Humph, Auntie is just biased. She can't afford to let anyone say a bad word about Uncle Changsheng. I'm the cub you love the most. Besides, at that time, it was Uncle Nagisa who initiated the breakup and abandoned you. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu fell silent in a rare manner. Perhaps the hurt from that period of time was too engraved in her heart. After a long time, she said slowly, perhaps, at that time, eternal life had unavoidable hardships. After all, we humans and demons don't stand on opposite sides, but now it's fine. We both stand at the peak of strength of each clan. No one can tear us apart. Eyes full of determination. Human race or not, demon race or not, as long as Qin Changsheng's heart still has her, she is fearless of everything. Alright, Auntie, let's go, Bai Chu Chu urged. A big one and a small one. The two women just walked towards the Qin family with such a flourish. The entrance to the Qin family's gate. The previous gatekeepers had been reduced to 2, but instead there were 4 more majestic silver moon skywolves, especially the biggest one of them, tilting its head, its wise little eyes sliding around as if it was having some bad idea. Several divine thoughts were secretly exchanging. AI, to think that I, the Grand Elder of the Silver Moon Skywolf clan, didn't expect to end up in this situation. Watching the gate here, it's really outrageous. It can't be helped. Who would have thought that Qin Changsheng would be a supreme emperor? It's already considered lucky that he didn't kill us on the spot. That's right, now we can only save our lives first, waiting for the fusion of the Heavenly Destiny Seal to be completed, and for the old ancestor of my Skywolf clan, the Grey Emperor, to awaken and come forth, and at that time, that Qin Changsheng will be as untouchable as an earthly chicken or a tile dog. Must drop. The great Empress ancestor fought the 10 great demon emperors all by himself back in the day, crushing the entire demon domain. This peerless battle power, placed since ancient times, is also far ahead. But, it is recorded in the clan that the great ancestor Ash has never killed a human. Would he strike at Qin Changsheng? Don't worry, will definitely. In fact, more let me wonder is, the old ancestor battle power overrides the world. Why must call himself Grey? I always feel not too domineering. Don't guess the old ancestor's mind. I think the most important thing at the moment is to awaken the patriarch's fighting spirit. Right, matriarch? Matriarch? At this moment, their patriarch Qin Xiaotian turned a deaf ear, his ears drooping, his eyes lifeless, staring blankly ahead. He was in an okay mood at the beginning of these days, just waiting for the wolf race great emperor ancestor to awaken and come out of the world. But then I thought, if I stayed here, wouldn't I never see the perfect goddess by Susu? He was so disheartened that he was listless all day and couldn't muster any energy to do anything. If he couldn't return to the demon realm, would the goddess think that he wasn't dedicated enough? Wasn't persistent enough to stop chasing him after only a few thousand years? Hey, I wonder how the goddess is doing and if she misses him. Chapter 158, Fickeline Xiaotian. Women confrontation. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. One of them seemed to perfectly overlap with the figure that haunted him. With that, a familiar voice rang out. Auntie, I just received a transmission from Elder Ouyang Chu of the Qin clan, saying that he already knows about our intentions and told us to just fly over directly. Yes, Yin Xiaotian was overjoyed. Could it be that the white goddess knew about him and had specially come to save him? He was about to shout and come forward to say hello. The two silhouettes suddenly swept over him in a whirlwind and flew straight into the Qin family compound, leaving only the silver tsunami that was messed up in the wind, or the sound that came from the air with the wind. Ha, Auntie, am I blind? I think I see that husky? What huskies? It's the Silver Moon Skywolf clan leader who comes to my White Tiger clan all day long to deliver cultivation resources and offer his attentions. Oh, don't know or care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm a little excited at the thought of meeting Uncle Elder soon. Me too. Although the two women's voices were small, how could they be concealed from the peak quasi-emperor Yin Xiaotian, clearly reaching his ears? The contents of the conversation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Don't recognize, nor care. He instantly froze in place, his body stiffening. And he also knew at the same time that the scandal between Goddess Bai Susu and Qin Changshan was true. They really did have an affair. His own icy goddess had long since taken the shape of someone else. Al, the Wolf Clan's second elder and great elder also looked at each other, hoped that every time the patriarch went to the White Tiger clan, have not seen much White Susua, that he returned every time. The beauty of what? What a shame for the Silver Moon Skywolf clan. Suddenly, Yin Xiaotian reacted from his bewilderment, scattering himself to chase after the Qin family, and even more so, he wailed and cried, Su, how can I live without you? Su. Seeing this, the two Wolf Clan elders hurriedly stopped it. Patriarch, calm down. Our lives are still in the hands of the Qin family. Yeah, matriarch, think of it another way. From now on, you might be able to see Bai Susu every day. With these words, Yin Xiaotian's struggles instantly disappeared. His face was also full of joy, and he said to himself, right, why didn't I think of this later? It's still the two elders who see things through. I belong to the Qin family now. And Goddess Susu is Qin Changxing's woman and also belongs to the Qin family. So we're even family. And, also cohabited Lu, my nose, can smell the goddess of flavor every day. Seeing this fickle patriarch, the corners of the Wolf Clan's two elders' mouths twitched, and they were directly silenced by the dry. They looked at each other, and an idea appeared in their minds. When they returned to the Tian Lang clan, the first clan rule must be changed to intermarriage with the Husky clan is strictly prohibited. As soon as the two Bai Susu girls stepped into the courtyard of the Qin family, they were instantly sensed by the nine-tailed sky fox, Tushan Yi. What a powerful demonic aura. Tushan Yi knew, after a brief thought, that it was the one from the White Tiger clan who had come. LOL, unfortunately, it's too late. I've pulled ahead. And she lets out a silvery laugh. With a flash of his body, he also appeared in the courtyard. Yui Tushan, why are you here? Bai Susu couldn't believe that this seductive fox demon that the demon domain was on par with had already taken up residence in the Qin family. A great sense of crisis appeared, and her heart seized up. A terrible speculation suddenly arose in his heart, and a voice boomed in his ears even more. Our crystals are under attack. Home was burglarized. Sister Bai, with your intelligence can't you guess what I'm doing here? You're late to the party. Humph. Demon girl. I'm a demoness. Is it possible that Sister Bai isn't? It's not unlikely that we'll still be a sisterly alliance in the future. Those few confidants of the human race wouldn't want us to get close to Qin Changsheng. That's your business. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Seeing that the two women were tit for tat in fighting as soon as they met, Ouyang Chu, who was standing at the side, also had quite a headache. Hey, one by one, all of them are the Qin family's grandmothers, and he is a slave who can't afford to offend anyone. But he had already sent Qin Changsheng an urgent message twice. Why wasn't he back yet? If you don't come back, there's going to be a fight. This Qin family's top management was uniformly closed, and the only one who could handle miscellaneous matters, Xinjin, was still digging, so how could he, a second elder of the contribution, handle such a tricky dispute? Hearing the commotion outside, the Qin family members probed out their divine thoughts, but seeing what was going on outside made it instantly clear. This is the battle of the Celestials. The battle of the grandmothers. Each of them couldn't afford to get involved and didn't even dare to listen, instantly withdrawing their divine thoughts and closing their eyes to recuperate. Only Nangon Yan and the other women appeared in the courtyard, wanting to take a look at this Bai Susu, who was making a lot of noise all over the world, to see what kind of character she was. In a flash, 3 feet, 3:1:1. The entire Qin family compound instantly became silent and a pin could be heard. A terrifyingly silent killing aura filled the room, making the air seem to freeze. They just watched each other, sizing each other up, scanning each other's entire bodies without death. The three women of Nangongyen, who had an absolute advantage in numbers, seemed to be at a disadvantage at the moment, like a small boat drifting in the ocean. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but the other party's aura was too powerful. For a while, there was a stalemate, with no one speaking. Middle domain. In front of an ancient secret realm that had just recently appeared, Qin Changsheng sighed deeply, disappointment showing on his face. He had searched all the places in the ancient mysteries, but he couldn't find a single scent about Qin Yun. I'm afraid that with the strength of the Qin Shou Heavenly Emperor back then, he had already placed it in a stable subdimensional space. Even though he was now at the peak Great Emperor cultivation level, even stronger than Qin Shou was at the time, he was still at the Great Emperor level of divine thoughts, and couldn't discover any traces at all. Forget it, don't look for it, we'll see each other if it's meant to be. Moreover, with Aunt Qin Yun's strength at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor, even if she were to awaken in this world, along with the various means left behind by Qin Shou, she would still be sufficient to defend herself. After Qin Changsheng finished pondering over everything, he then noticed the summoning talisman in his violet mansion, dripping and ringing. He instantly knew what was going on as his divine thoughts poked inside. With a bitter smile, he muttered, "Hey, here comes another tough one. The backyard is afraid to be completely lively." Pak Su Su. Two unrelated idioms popped into his head. Time flies like an arrow, and the white jade is flawless. Wonderful. Unfortunately, although Bai Su was obedient to herself most of the time, like a kitten, she was not so nice to others. After all, it was the white tiger, the main killer. To her, cannot be the same as to Shan Yi. Never. It's too much of a rush. Chapter 159 Tai in Immortal Region. Qin shows crisis in meeting. Hey! Qin Changsheng let out another deep sigh. He was already able to imagine the scene where all the women in Qin's family were meeting now. And for a moment, he didn't know whether he should go back or not. In the past, I used to watch other people having 3 wives and 4 concubines, embracing them left and right. So cozy. But it was his turn, only to feel a headache. After all, before he was only a single line of operation, now more manipulation. The difficulty of the operation has skyrocketed, not to mention sleeping together. It is a luxury to hold 2 women in your arms at the same time. It's true that I'm not very good at coaxing girls. I used to basically be chased, or fall in love at first sight, and the water goes down. What a headache! Qin Changsheng shook his head and casually waved his hand, completely burying the passageway of the ancient secret realm here. Ancient spirits, it's better not to disturb them. With that, he tore through the void and stepped into the air. Just as he struck out to bury the ancient mysteries, he seemed to have touched a prohibition somewhere at the deepest level, and a light flashed and disappeared into the vastness of the universe. Taiyin Immortal Region, an unknown planet. Soreness and ruins were everywhere around them, as if they had just experienced an extinction catastrophe. Qin Tiandi, Qin Shou, was already heavily injured. His clothes were broken and blood filled the air, but he still leaned on his sword and didn't fall down. His brows filled with determination and coldness. He had lost track of how long he had been fighting and had lost track of time. All that was known was that the planet had shattered and countless enemies had fallen around it. However, even though he had killed countless enemies, there were still numerous enemies standing out of thin air in the void around him, and even some of them were not below his cultivation level. Qinsho looked around and couldn't help but let out a hint of desolation and despair. He was not willing, much less wanting to die in vain. He hasn't found his sister yet, and he hasn't found brother Su yet. He had come to trace his sister Qin Jishi's footsteps since he had stepped through the ancient path of the starry sky, but it seemed that the flow of time in this immortal realm was not the same as that of the Tianxin Great World. After 30,000 years, he had also grown from a great emperor 9 heavens to a late-stage true immortal, but he had never heard a single word from his sister. Unexpectedly, he suffered the betrayal of his best friend in the immortal domain a month ago, and ambushed him at this place. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, he was exhausted and his immortal power was depleted, and it all started because he accidentally leaked the Tao Te Ching. Suddenly, a ray of light flew from the endless void to his mind and, in this instant, a wave of clarity arose and he saw a corner of the universe, saw someone with a sword that separated the ages, a thought that extinguished the living. The heavens roar, and the great Tao returns to nothingness. It's the power of time and space. The years are changing, and beings are reincarnating. There is only one person, the only one in the ages, the only one in the universe. Doesn't exist in the future, doesn't exist in the past, yet the past and future have traces of him. He couldn't see the figure clearly, but it slowly overlapped with a certain back figure he remembered. The figure's Tao lingered, the Tao rhythm overflowing, and he only saw the tip of the iceberg. only to feel that his understanding of the Tao had risen to another level. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was already in the middle stage of Immortal King. Ha ha ha, Qinshu laughed madly. He knew that big brother Su, who could casually take out the supreme Tao scriptures, how could he be just a mortal? Just how is it possible for that kind of supreme figure to reincarnate? And it looked like a terrifying presence was being dealt with. Can't it be that brother Su is the descendant of that figure? Or the fruit of the path? Humph, making a fool of yourself. A gloomy voice came from the sky. Qinshu, don't struggle. So what if you break through to Immortal King? Hand over the Tao Te Ching and I'll spare your life. Ha! Qinshu let out a disdainful sneer and drank. Yuan Wuzhen, your ancestors at least had been born and died for the human race on the border battlefield. Now you are good. Shifted to become a traitor of the foreign race. Even colluded with the foreign race to snipe me. Ha! What face do you have to see your forefathers after you die? Shut up. These words seemed to have touched the other party's wounds. And Yuan Wuzhen's tone was somewhat resentful as she said, the immortal domain is unjust. The human race is unjust. My ancestors have been charging for the immortal domain for generations. But what did they get in return? Ha ha, ridiculous. Qinshu, don't put up any resistance. As long as you hand over the Tao Te Ching, the king has already promised to spare your life. In the face of all this, Qinshu's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Breaking through the early stage of Immortal King allowed him to detect a hint of vitality, and he laughed long and hard in the sky. Ha ha, come on, battle. There is no end to life. There is no end to fighting. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuzhen did not reply, but merely stepped back a body position and said respectfully, my lord, please. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a silhouette with a dark and bizarre aura lingering around it appeared, with eyes as black as the abyss. It was actually a peak king of the foreign realm. A pale voice rang out. Humph, a bunch of wastes. The fight even allowed the other party to break through to Immortal King, and I even needed to do it myself. The king of the foreign realm slowly walked towards Qinshu, each step accompanied by the collapse of space. As he approached, a hint of decay spread out, eroding everything around him into a dead silence. Qinshu's face changed drastically. He did not expect that a peak king of a foreign domain would appear here in the immortal domain's territory. Although he was astonishingly talented, he had ultimately stepped into the immortal realm for too short a time and was by no means a match for these immortal old monsters. GGG. The dark otherworldly king let out a sinister laugh as his palm lifted up and attacked towards Qinshu. The entire void was completely reduced to darkness. No, I haven't found my sister yet. I must not die. Qinshu let out an unwilling roar as his entire body exploded with immortal power. He would never allow himself to fall here. However, how could he, who had just broken through to Immortal King, be a match for a peak king of a foreign realm that had existed for thousands of ancient years and was immortal? Seeing that he was about to be completely eroded by the dark and strange power, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the darkness and decay were dispersed, and light returned to the void. An ethereal and melodious voice rang out in this universe. Who dares to hurt my brother while I'm still here? As the golden light dispersed, a magnificent woman walked from the void, as if an exiled immortal had descended to the world. Shasta, the world is shocked. The universe is shaken. A supreme force of greatness appeared, sweeping to every corner of this void. All of the enemies, even that peak king of the otherworldly realm, were wiped out without a sound before they had a chance to be terrified. Sister! Qinshu froze in place, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 160, All the Women Are Moved. Qin Changsheng's Deep Confession. When Qin Changsheng came out of the void again, directly people numb, coincidentally, he appeared just in the middle of the three-legged race. Instantly, 10 eyes with a substantial killing aura looked at him. However, when he saw that it was Qin Changsheng, he instantly became soft and warm. However, I don't know if it was because they were afraid of Bai Susu's aura or for some other reason. The always lawless Tushan Yi were rare enough not to step forward. Bai Susu's pupils contracted violently and froze in place. At this moment, time seemed to be frozen. Although already prepared mentally, but when really see that familiar face, but no longer Bungbu live, a clear tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She swallowed hard, but couldn't make a sound. Sure enough, he's still alive. Only after a long time did Bai Susu come back to her senses, her lips trembling slightly as she choked and spoke. Su Lang, is it really you? It's me. Qin Changsheng nodded. So, then can you tell me why you broke up so decisively in the first place, and never came to see me after years of separation? At the mention of the word breakup, Bai Susu's expression clearly appeared to be downcast and grief-stricken for a moment. She had long wanted to ask about it face to face, when Qin Changsheng's reason for breaking up was so strange that she simply didn't believe it. And no sooner had she gotten over the shock of being broken up with than the other person had completely disappeared from her life. For this reason, she also set off a great war that shook the demon region. But unfortunately, she had not found any traces of the other party, and this had become a trace of her obsession. Over the years, she wanted to hate, but she could never do so. Instead, she missed it more and more, though no matter how the other answered, she was still deeply in love with the other and willing to face everything with them. But she just wanted to know the reason for the breakup in the first place. At those words, Qin Chongqing's body shook. Finally, an ex-girlfriend had asked this question. The moment of life and death is here, and it was time for him, too, to show off his acting skills. Oscar-winning actor, possessed. Qin Chongqing's eyes instantly revealed endless remorse and hurt, as if he had been tormented by the past of those unbearable years, and his remorse had never dissipated. He walked softly to the corner and turned around, leaving them with a bleak and lonely back that hinted at the endless vulnerability and helplessness within him. I was wrong to love you all too much. His voice was full of sadness and helplessness, gently touching the hearts of all the ex-girlfriends in the audience. When I knew you all, I was truly immortal, and how the heavens favored me, to be able to double up and go out with such stunning beauties as you. But I know that the moon has its surpluses and losses. Flowers bloom and fall, and there will eventually be a day when we part, and you all are the goddesses who soar to the 9 heavens, while I, after all, cannot cultivate. So, I especially cherish every minute and every second with you guys. But the deeper the feeling of inferiority, the powerlessness of not seeing hope, like a sharp blade, deeply inserted in my heart. So I always leave you when I love you most, and when you are sad, why should I not be sad? But the love was not known, and I fell in love, and every time I was most helpless, a fairy always appeared and broke in again, and I fell in love with her again. I admit that it was I who was greedy, wanting the love of each of you, but not daring to hope for it. But I can assure you that when I fell in love with each of you, it was with all my heart. I'm the one who got greedy. I'll be damned. Speaking here, Qin Chongqing raised his palm and struck hard towards his face. Qin Lang, don't! No! Several cries of alarm went up. Several women flew next to Qin Chongqing at the same time, stopping his self-inflicted injuries. Their hearts were cut asunder and filled with endless remorse. There was a lot of self-criticism, and they were simply too selfish. She only thought that she had been broken up and was heartbroken all day long, but she completely did not realize that the one who suffered the most was actually Qin Lang. He was the one who, carrying a heavy load of love, resolutely left when he loved himself the most. What courage this is! What a great love! Qin Chongqing slowly pushed them away, a hint of gloom flashing under his eyes, as if he had been deeply scarred by endless years. Tick! A single tear fell, followed by more that gradually blurred his eyes. With a shaky voice, he continued, Acacia is a word without proof, so don't bother to cry to the flower paper. When I unexpectedly gained the chance to achieve greatness, I thought about how much I wanted to look for you all again, to see you again. In that moment, too, I dreamed of growing old and staying with you for the rest of my life, but I don't dare, for fear that you have married, for fear that your souls will return to their homelands, and even more for fear that you already hate me to the bone. More importantly, I realized then that I have failed too many good people and owed too many love debts. I dare not expect you to look at me again, only that you will not blame any of my women. Everyone is innocent but me. There are 3,000 diseases in life and death, but only lovesickness cannot be cured. I'm sick to death, so if you want to beat or scold me, just beat me and scold me. Speaking of which, the women had long ago become teary-eyed and cried into tears. Even the tigress by Susu pursed her lips and tried to suppress the trembling of her body. The sobs could not be suppressed. Oinking, 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 oinking. Qin Lang, I'm sorry, Nagisa. We'll never mess up again. We'll all be good sisters from now on. In the face of all this, a hint of smugness flickered in the depths of Qin Chongqing's eyes. For this wave, he gave his performance a 94, and 6 points for shouting 666 to the handsome reader lords. With all this maneuvering today, it looks like the good times are coming in the future. Sleeping together is not out of the question and is no longer a distant dream. At this moment, Wang Wanyan, who was crying the hardest, suddenly developed a deep doubt. 500 years to achieve greatness? Eternal life? Is this recognizing Tendo as his righteous son? As time passed, the sobbing of the women gradually stopped. Bai Susu, however, raised her still moist eyes and suddenly said, since Chongqing has opened up the conversation, I'll make a statement first. Anyway, I've decided to identify with him in my life. But, wives and concubines are in order. No matter if they are wives or concubines, I'll be the eldest. The moment these words came out, the women had once again exploded. On what grounds? Yeah, on what grounds? In terms of body shape, Sister Wancho doesn't lose to you. Right, I vote for Sister Wancho. Suddenly, the bickering came to a screeching halt, and the women all turned their gazes towards Qin Changsheng in unison. If anyone could make the call, it would be Qin Changsheng. Facing the gazes of the ladies, Qin Changsheng was completely confused. Is it going that fast? How come we're talking about size in the blink of an eye? Cough cough. Qin Changsheng helplessly coughed a few times and said, discuss again. Discuss again. It's getting late. Go back to rest early. The Qin family still has some family matters that I need to deal with. In the end, it was only at Qin Changsheng's insistence that the women returned to the house one by one. Looking at the courtyard that had become clean again, Qin Changsheng let out a long breath. It's too hard. Ding. Congratulations to the host. His ex-girlfriend by Susu's favorability has reached 98. He has obtained a random reward. Will he receive it? The system's voice once again sounded without warning. Holy, no. System, can you give a reminder next time you show up? And, you're too easy to get this goodwill reward. I always feel like I'm whoring myself out for nothing. Ding. The system is to serve the host. Setting too high a precondition is superfluous. The system's goal is for the host to give each girl a home, have many children and spread the Chinese supreme bloodline to the heavens and the worlds. At this point, the system's voice became humanized again. Hating it. Host, the third stage rewards are absolutely beyond your imagination. Host, why are you delayed in having an heir? I don't know. I feel like my Taiji Yin Yang creation skill has already reached its grand completion, but there's just no movement. Qin Changsheng was also somewhat puzzled. Hey, in fact, I was formerly a bone setter system. With my many years of experience as a bone setter, I'll tell you a secret why you don't get pregnant. What secret? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Holy Nima. Chapter 161, The Imperial Clan. Prince Teng's jealousy and scheming. You dog system, how dare you spy? Qin Changsheng roared madly in his mind, greatly dissatisfied. Ding. Host, listen, don't malign. This system is a positive energy system, has a very high quality of professional ethics, will never make a curmudgeonly thing. Yeah? Then how do you know? Qin Changsheng was skeptical. The system's conviction made him a little uncertain, but he made sure to keep his privacy. Che, you humans are too low. Just the same moves back and forth. No innovation at all. I can even guess it. You swear. Qin Changsheng was still a bit uneasy. I swear in the name of the system administration that I will never make any move to spy on the host. Okay? It's really a small man's heart for a gentleman's heart. Aha! Qin Changsheng nodded, no longer paying attention to the system. Now that the random rewards had accumulated 8 times, 2 more and he'd do a 10% draw. A wave of fat that explodes and kills everything. Central region. Wang family. On the towering main seat in the center of the hall. But at this moment, there was a young man with an extraordinary temperament sitting there, and it was none other than the desolate ancient emperor's son, Prince Teng. The eyes were deep and sharp, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The original Wang family ancestor and family head stood beside him respectfully instead. Lord Ancestor, you have been awakened for so long. Why did you delay going forward to overthrow the Qin family, reclaim the heavenly in absolute body, and wish for your ascension to the throne of the great emperor? Although the Wang clan's old ancestor spoke in a respectful tone, there was clearly more than a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He had thought that after the legendary Lord Desolate Ancient Emperor's son awakened and regained his strength, he would surely push his way across the world with a destructive force, crushing the Qin family, seizing the heavenly in absolute body, and certifying to become an emperor with the secret method. And their Wang clan would also regain the glory of the peak imperial clan of the desolate ancient times, instead of now, just having an illusory name. But what he didn't expect was that the ancestor, Lord Prince Teng, was not in a hurry and just drank tea and dazed every day, without any intention of attacking the Qin family. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the ancestor wasn't completely sure? After all, the Qin clan of today had 2 peak quasi-emperors sitting around. Wang Zitang glanced at him, as if the other party's mind could not be hidden from him at all. It didn't answer the Wang clan ancestor's question, but instead faintly asked back, then let me ask you a question. Is it right or wrong to say that under a great emperor, all are ants? The Wang clan's oldest ancestor was stunned, as if he hadn't thought about how his ancestor could ask this question. He thought for a moment before returning respectfully, although I've never seen a great emperor, much less personally felt a great emperor's divine might. The legend says that once the emperor's Dao domain comes out, all laws will retreat, and since this saying has been widely circulated, it means that this saying is right. Upon hearing this, Prince Teng smiled gently and continued to ask rhetorically, then have you ever wondered why so many great emperors are unknown and gradually forgotten in the river of years, while Prince Teng's name, shakes the ancient world and spans endless years, and still manages to leave such a heavy mark? When these words came out, the Wang clan ancestor and Wang Bo instantly froze. and their entire bodies could not stop trembling. Right. The ancestor was only at the peak of a quasi-emperor, so how was he able to leave such a great reputation in the rolling river of time? Hiss. Could it be that the ancestor Prince Tang had the battle power of a great emperor? But how is that possible? Strike the great emperor horizontally, and fight against the great emperor. The two of them looked at this young, unlikable ancestor with unbelievable eyes, shocked, seemingly very satisfied with their gazes. Wang Zitang then said with a flourish, "You guessed right. Although I was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor, I had already gone to the limit of the quasi-emperor, but I was only limited by the environment of the heaven and earth at that time, as well as the sudden appearance of that Yutian emperor. I was not able to win or lose with him, but there were too many backers behind him, so I had no choice but to give up the opportunity to become an emperor to him." At that, he paused slightly in his tone, a flushed flush flickering across his face. He lied slightly. In fact, at that time, he was 80,000 miles away, looked at that invincible you of the current world from afar, didn't even have the courage to make a move, fled in distress, and then sealed himself in the divine origin. But how about embellishing it in front of your offspring? The richness of the aura of the desolate ancient era and the power of the gong methods are far beyond what today's heaven and earth can compare to, and I was able to defy the great emperors even back then, even though I was only a late-aged great emperor, but it also sidesteps how powerful I was. That's why today's peak quasi-emperors are no different from you in front of me. If I want to, like crushing an ant, I can crush it with my hand. He, Qin Changsheng and Ouyang Chu. In my eyes, nothing but dirt. Hiss. The Wang family ancestor and Wang Bo sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with excitement and thrill. It turned out that they had overthought things, and that the ancestor was not afraid of the Qin family, but rather, he was set in his ways and did not put the other side in his eyes. After all, a Qin Changsheng who had already self-destructed his future and a dying Ouyang Chu could not possibly be a match for the ancestor. Everything is under the control of the ancestors. Prince Tang slowly got up and stood with his hands on his head, looking at the endless void as he continued. The reason why I didn't immediately overthrow the Qin family, for one thing, is that it's not time yet. The heavenly in absolute body's cauldron, which will only work to maximum effect if used on a day of heavenly in, will help me to directly cross over above the great empress triple heavens. Secondly, this world isn't as simple as you think, and I don't want to come out so early and become a target. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo was unable to resist asking, "Ancestor, can it be that among the beings that can come out at this point in time, there are still stronger than you?" Of course not. Due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao, great emperors aren't able to come out of the world, so I'm invincible in this world. Prince Tang shook his head, but it's limited to the beings of this realm. It's the dark forbidden zone I'm worried about. The dark forbidden zone? Yes, especially the two forbidden areas of the Taiku Demon Cave and the Burial Emperor's Ertu. Speaking of this, Wang Zitang's expression was rare and grave, filled with scorn. These two forbidden zones were the most ancient, having just appeared at the end of the mythic period when they were instantly annihilated by a supreme being, but they resurfaced in the desolate ancient era and were swept away by that pervert, Emperor Yu Tian. What he didn't expect was that now that he was out in the world, he heard the names of these two forbidden zones again. He was very certain that there must be eroded and polluted Dark Lords in these two forbidden zones, and that there might be the remnants of the original alien race standing behind them. Even figures like Yu Tian Emperor were unable to completely resolve the dark unrest and find out the deeply hidden exotic demon, let alone him. He judged that the dark forbidden zone had been silent for so long, it must be brewing something, and would surely unleash a dark turmoil that would sweep through the entire world in this golden age. At that time, it was highly likely that that exotic demon would come before the world, and the layout of the 10,000 ancient Black Hand would also surface. So, at this critical point in time, he didn't want to make a fuss and become a standout. He only needed to wait slowly until the day of Heavenly Een, and then he would strike again, directly advancing to the third sky of the Great Emperor. At that time, even if the Darkness Forbidden region came out in full force, with his means, it would be enough to protect himself. Moreover, he was not in conflict with the Darkness Prohibited area. He was aiming at the starry ancient path to immortality, and the Darkness Prohibited area was looking at the billions and billions of living souls in the Tianqian Great World's blood food. Upon hearing their ancestors' words, the Wang family ancestor and Wang Bo also fell silent. Apparently, they also had a half-understanding of the Dark Forbidden Zone. That represents decay? That represents weirdness, but it also represents immortality. It's the Great Emperor, who also aspires to immortality. Chapter 162 Boiling Goat Ping Koan. Qin Changsheng's expectations. The deepest part of the Taiku Devil's Cave. An eerie, dead atmosphere enveloped the space, as if this was some sort of forbidden, forgotten realm. It was black as ink and suffocating. In the silence, there suddenly came a faint and hoarse voice, like a call forgotten by the years. Big brother, are you awake yet? Wake up, came another pale voice. I didn't expect the army to attack back then, but in the end, only our two brothers were left, but it was all worth it. Jia. Yes, for countless years, the consciousness incarnation I split off has been in complete control of everything, the layout of the ages. It's finally time to reap the rewards. Jia. The old voice was filled with rampancy and complacency. Over the years, he had relied on the bizarre dark immortal power of the other world to greatly weaken the overall strength of the Tianxian Great World, also known as the Xian Heavenly Planet. Now, just waiting for the Heavenly Tao to manifest and the Emperor's path to reopen. Then he would take control of this Xian Heavenly Planet, replacing the Heavenly Tao and thoroughly checking out the bottom of this planet. For countless years, the number of supreme powers that had come out of this Xian Heavenly Star was as countless as the number of people who had crossed the river. And nowadays, they had even taken up half of the top figures in the immortal region. This made the higher-ups of the foreign realm believe that the Xian Tian star was most likely the ancestral star of this universe, and that the ultimate secret existed. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the spatial and temporal location of the Xian Tian star seemed to be erratic, and no one was able to accurately locate its position. And it was only by two fortuitous occasions when people from foreign domains were caught in spatial turbulence that they were able to enter the Xian Tian star. Nowadays, the battle between the immortal domain and the foreign domain was at a stalemate, with neither side able to defeat the other. Therefore, cracking the secrets of the Xian Tian star became the most important thing at the moment. If the two brothers took complete control of the Xian Heavenly Planet and helped the otherworldly domain to take over this universe, then their return to the otherworldly domain would glorify them for all ages. Jia. The old five. You order the puppet of the fallen mountain range to find a suitable day, and then launch a dark turmoil it. Once again weaken the strength of the 10,000 tribes. Anyway, by now, the quasi-emperors have been not very useful, and instantly look to the 10,000 tribes have not once again emerged. The people of the antithetical sky. At the mention of the person who was against the heavens, the voice of this remnant of the otherworldly realm trembled a little as a heart palpitated. I can't help but think of the supreme ruthless man of the desolate ancient, as well as the two bits of the immortal ancient era that have been dusted off in history. That a few strength is too horrible. Pushed the leveling of the forbidden zone with a walk, cut melon and chopped vegetables like their hard-earned savings of the family base casually swept away. Fortunately they are hidden deep enough, or else it would have been pulled out. Perhaps, those kinds of characters had long since risen in the immortal realm and had become a great danger to the foreign realm. Okay, big brother, the other responded. Immediately afterward, the entire area once again fell into dead silence, as if no living beings had ever appeared. Time is running out. Another half-month passed in a flash. The whole world has changed marvelously during this time. The scene of the fusion of all races gradually appeared, and various beings and races with slightly more guts stepped into each other's realms to exchange and learn from each other. Of course, there were not a few beings who stepped into other realms rashly and were smothered or roasted and eaten. For the ordinary human race, the hatred of their ancestors had long been forgotten, and they were filled with curiosity about the new beings. For a time, there was no large-scale conflict among the various races, but instead, serenity and peace prevailed. Underneath this calm, however, there seems to be a storm brewing. The demon domain, however, had a bizarre event that shook the entire continent. That was the mysterious disappearance of the Silver Moon Skywolf clan's patriarch and several elders, which made everyone's jaws drop. 3 peak quasi-emperors and 2 late quasi-emperors, just inexplicably gone? Silver Moon Tian Wolf clan and the entire demon domain belongs to the top of the forces. Especially the patriarch Silver Shao Tian's Tian Wolf clan is an unparalleled talent. The strength is not even inferior to the demon master Pang Koan, but even then, not a single breath of air flowed out before it disappeared completely. The other elders of the Silver Moon Skywolf clan panicked a bit and rushed to find Demon Lord Pang Koan, hoping to help them find out the whereabouts of the clan leader. Although Demon Lord Pang Koan probably knew where In Shao Tian was going, at this moment, he was not in any mood to deal with the Tian Lang clan. He just wants to be quiet, just want to cry. It turns out that the scandal between Bai Su Su and Qin Shangsheng is not yet real. His dream girl, Tushan Yi and Qin Shangsheng's romance was instead first actualized and completely exposed. It was said that it was the pride of the demon domain who had witnessed with their own eyes that the demon domain's #1 beauty, Tushan Yi, who was on par with Bai Su Su, was hanging on Qin Shangsheng's body like that, brazenly displaying her love on the streets of the human race. This piece of news directly triggered the entire demon domain, more so than Bai Su Su ever did that time. Also, the people have a fictional biography, the kind with illustrations. On the day of the sale, they were snapped up. Of course, Demon Lord Pang Koan also quietly went to buy it, but unfortunately he didn't grab it. so he knocked out one of the golden-winged rock's descendants, and that's how he snatched a copy, and left satisfied. According to the memories of Demon Lord Peng Koan's maid, that night, the room was haunted, crying and laughing at times, and, occasionally, there were unintelligible words. What? Oh, Yui, you love cleanliness so much. Promise me. Ooh, Qin Changsheng, okay? Oh, I really want you to be happy. If Qin Changsheng really can't, Demon Lord Peng Koan's tears could not be stopped, like a boiling goat silently licking its wounds. But the illustrations were so good and lifelike that he couldn't help but stay up late and read them over and over again. It was accompanied by a few holy, I cam, tisk, tsk, tsk. The next day, when the maid cleaned up the room, she realized that the whole bed sheet had already been cleaned up. It turned out that the Demon Lord was also a person of the utmost emotion. That said, Qin Changsheng sighed. These days, due to Bai Susu's addition, the entire backyard was in chaos. Unfortunately, it was also the aura of the powerful Bai Susu that made him an empty room old man. In the end, it was unknown what agreement the several women had reached, and Bai Susu had actually become their big sister. Moreover, a few women told him in a meaningful way that they would give him a surprise this night. This instantly made Qin Changsheng's blood boil and he sang the popular song from his previous life. I've been waiting for a long time for today, and I've been dreaming for a long time for my dream to come true, expecting the stars and the moon. Qin Changsheng finally waited for the night to fall. He headed for the bed and prepared, waiting for the good evening. P.S. Sorry, typing is not allowed. Sometimes there are typos. Just don't get it twisted. Chapter 163, Surprise. The people inside the house are quiet, and the moon is hazy outside the curtain. His divine thoughts were internalized and he didn't perceive everything in his surroundings, wanting this unknown excitement. Bang bang bang. A crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Qin Changsheng got up violently, his eyes burning towards the door. His heart was thumping a little. Who could this be? How many will there be? Master, it's time for dinner. A sweet, lovely voice came from the doorway, just a slight hint of shyness, and it had obviously taken most of her courage to be able to say the words. Wang Wanyan? Qin Changsheng instantly judged the owner of this voice. But why address me as master? Is it hard to believe that this is? Gulp. Qin Changsheng swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Never expected. This is really, it's wonderful. Likes. I'm sure it's 500 years old. Young, playing with flowers. The corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of joy and yearning, as if the door to a different world was opening, and the gears of fate were beginning to turn. Squeak. He stepped forward and slowly opened the door to the room. The moment the door was opened slowly, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but hold his breath and his pupils dilated. The sight in front of him really made him unable to move his eyes, and he couldn't help but gulp again. Wang Wanyan was wearing a white silk halter, outlining her slender collarbone and white skin, and the bow on the halter added a different kind of charm. The girly pink design makes her look even cuter. The cool moonlight sprinkled on Wang Wanyan's body, adding a soft and moving touch. Qin Changsheng was dumbfounded. Who taught her to decorate so modernly? With a brief thought, he guessed that Yin Wanqiu must have taught him, as he had personally cut similar garments for Yin Wanqiu in the first place. Old Yi, tonight, let the slave girl serve you? Wang Wanyan suddenly bowed and curtsied, her tone churlish and moving, living like a little maid who was oppressed by a strong power and had no choice but to offer herself. Her cheeks were already full of scarlet, and she seemed to be very shy. These conversations and all the dressing up were taught by Sister Wanqiu, who also swore that Qin Lang would be ecstatic. He had been separated before he even had an intimate relationship with Qin Changsheng, and it was a bit embarrassing for him to play this role now. As she bowed, a whiff of body odor hit her nose. Hiss. Even though Qin Changsheng had been in the battlefield for a long time, he still felt his throat a little dry in the face of all this. If a beautiful woman invites you, how can you refuse? He took a deep breath and calmed the restlessness in his mind. Suddenly, a serious problem occurred to him. Just you? Qin Changsheng said abruptly. When he finished speaking, he was still somewhat undeterred, looking towards the outside of the house in an attempt to try and find a few of the beautiful people who were going to surprise him. Ha! Wang Wanyan was stunned, somewhat unsure, but still answered with dedication. Back to master. Just the slave girl. Hey! At those words, Qin Changsheng sighed deeply inwardly, slightly disappointed. It is still difficult to replicate the traditional deeds of love of Emperor Yi and Lady Ying, but really, we're all good sisters. Why can't we just have fun? It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. What a pain in the ass. But what's done is done. Qin Changsheng carried his hands behind his back, instantly substituting himself into the role of the master. His face flushed as he coldly rebuked. For a small maid to hide from the master's mother and knock on the door of the master's room late at night, Is this a moral degradation and a distortion of human nature? Ha! Wang Wanyan was instantly confused again. What did this mean? Where am I? And what am I doing? Suddenly, she had a flash of clarity. I didn't realize that Qin Lang, who was so dignified, had a hobby in his private life, but it seems kind of interesting. So, she followed Qin Changsheng and continued her words. Back to Master. Yes, it's just that the slave girl misses Master so much that she can't help herself a bit. Humph. I can't even think about it anymore. And since you know it is, do you know the crime? The slave girl knows her sins. Since you know your sin, will you accept the punishment? The slave girl is willing to be punished. Any punishment will do? Back to Master. All are willing. Humph. In that case, come in and show me your sincerity. After saying that, Qin Changsheng turned around in a dashing manner and walked to the edge of the bed and couch on his own. On the contrary, Wang Wanyan's cheeks flushed scarlet and her heart thumped as if it was about to jump out of her chest. This conversation. It's so humiliating. Squeak. Wang Wanyan gently closed the door of the room behind her, blushing as she walked towards Qin Changsheng. The distance was short, yet it seemed as if a lifetime had been so long that it consumed her entire body. In the blink of an eye, the two were so close that the sound of each other's breathing was clearly audible, and ambiguous to the extreme atmosphere gradually spread in the room. Wang Wanyan's slender little hand involuntarily rubbed the corner of her coat. She didn't even know how to walk over. Her mind was blank and confused. Wan Yen. Qin Changsheng suddenly spoke. He could see the other woman's nervousness and stood up, trying to take her hand and calm her down. After all, it's normal for a 500-year-old girl to have her first time. But Wang Wanyan seemed as if she was frightened. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she was somewhat tearless. Although she had prepared herself, she was a little scared and panicked when it really came to this last moment. In the face of all this, Qin Changsheng was in no hurry. He respected every woman's choice. Only inside, he was roaring madly. Damn, there is no mistake. The atmosphere is baked here. Screw people's mentality. For a long time. Only then did Wang Wanyan's body stop trembling, her gaze firm. She decided, since she loved the man in front of her, this step, sooner or later, had to be taken. A few breaths later, an earth-shattering scream resounded throughout the Qin family. Wang Wanyan covered her reddened face and ran out, only dumbfounded, looking at Wang Wanyan's faraway back. With a dumbfounded look on her face, a breeze blew by and he was completely messed up. What the hell is this called? Wang Wanyan is such a person. Surprisingly, bullying. Chapter 164. Dark unrest breaks out. Qin family comes to help. This scream from Wang Wanyan not only made Qin Changsheng's heart go completely wow. In this silent dark night, it was still like a sharp blade that tore through the night, cutting through the sky and shaking the entire Qin family. However, they then reacted that it was the voice of Wang Wanyan, one of the grandmothers, and it was coming from the old ancestor's room. Can anything go wrong with security when you have an old ancestor? Old ancestor really is an old steed with undiminished virility. And this is a big night to play with such flowers. But what had happened to cause such a commotion? TSK. It was better for them, the descendants, to stay out of the affairs of the old ancestors. Did not see the head of the family Qin Jin and Qin Dachuan is still night and day mining. I heard that they are tired and thin dozens of pounds. TSK. Too miserable. The crowd smiled at each other, unspoken, and then converged their divine thoughts and breaths, etc., lest they be detected by the old ancestor and take the path of no return to digging. Only Tushan Yi and a few other goddesses scattered their thoughts and sensed Wang Wanyan, who ran out of the room. Nangong Yen. Tushan Yi. Yo, still a pure-hearted little ninny. Giggle. In Wanchio, AI. Sister Wanyan is still too thin-skinned, and she has lost all her efforts. Baisu frowned even more and muttered to herself. Exchange Qin Changsheng's time for a month for me to become a big sister. But if you can't grasp the opportunity, then you can't blame me. Hey! Qin Changsheng sighed somewhat grudgingly and was about to lift his pants. Boom! A loud bang in the north cut through the dark serenity as if it were thunder. And a dark, decaying aura that was intensely repulsive to living beings filled the air and expanded rapidly. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but look in the direction of the demon domain. Surprisingly, the Forbidden Zone has unleashed dark unrest at this time. There are 2 of the 10 dark forbidden demonic domains, and looking at the orientation, it should be the Fallen Mountain range that is behind the 10 forbidden areas. This dark forbidden area that had run through the ages would finally be primed to bare its fangs and sweep through the heavens and earth. The Fallen Mountain range does not have a dark emperor, and at most, there are just a number of fallen peak quasi-emperors, and although they can't shake the fundamentals of the demon region, they are still enough for the current demon region to drink a pot of water. The 10,000 races once had an ancient covenant that as long as the Forbidden Zone unleashed dark turmoil, no matter how gummed up the dispute between the 10,000 races was, They had to unite as a front to fight against the forbidden zone of darkness. After all, the 10,000 races were just a struggle for the avenue of survival, while the dark forbidden zone was completely about destroying everything. Qin Changsheng frowned. He didn't want to make a rash move at this moment, lest he startled the snakes. He had long ago placed a trace of his divine thoughts on the periphery of the Taiku Demon Cave and the Burial Emperor's doomed earth, which even he couldn't penetrate, only wanting to lure the source of the darkness, that one or a few remnants of the otherworldly realm, out or wait for them to take the initiative to show themselves. Then the time domain instantly enveloped the area, and a thunderous strike completely resolved the great trouble of the ages. Otherwise, he would have to follow in the footsteps of the previous epochs, and after he ascended to the immortal realm, wouldn't the Tianxian Great World be plunged into the dark turmoil of never-ending tranquility again? Although he didn't put up a fight, it was time for the Qin family's fangs to be revealed to the world. It also let the world know that their Qin family not only had him, but also Ouyang Chu. There were even countless celestial talents. Qin family's children obey the order. Anyone above the sage realm, go to the fallen mountain range at all costs and exterminate the demons. Qin Changsheng's voice resounded throughout the Qin clan, instantly igniting the passion of all the militants in the Qin clan. His grandma has been trying to make a name for herself for a long time. These days, the disciples of the Qin family, with the aid of unlimited resources, supreme techniques, and the Star Tower, and also after the baptism of the bloodline awakening, their cultivation had long since risen by several large realms, and they had long since wanted to rub their fists and do something big. However, with the previous experience of the clan accidentally overthrowing their ancestral grandmother's clan, as well as the recent revelation of the old ancestors' romance with a beauty of another race, it made them fight with their hands tied, lest they accidentally step on the thunder. Now that the darkness is in turmoil, it's just what they want. After all, no matter how powerful the old ancestor was, it was hard to believe that he was still having an affair with that kind of dark monster that was neither a human nor a ghost. Oh, there is no such thing. Honor the old ancestor's order. Honor the old ancestor's order. An excited voice responded, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. After the Qin family members left, Qin Changsheng only felt a cold chill on the lower half of his body, which made him look down. Holy, the pants haven't been lifted yet. He slowly lifted up his pants and disappeared into the void as well. Although he didn't put up a fight, he had to secretly ensure the safety of the Qin family participants. The moment the fallen forest unleashed its dark turmoil, all the top powers on the entire continent all sensed something and looked towards the direction of the demon domain. Some people smiled coldly, and things didn't matter. Some people hesitated. After all, it was the demon domain that was currently bearing the brunt. There was no need to deplete their own strength and go to the aid of other races. Others responded positively and rushed towards the unrest without hesitation. In short, this moment shook the world. Demon domain. In the middle of the night, the demon lord Peng Koan, who could not sleep at night, was repeatedly appreciating the novel illustration in his hand, substituting himself into it. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. A shiver followed, as if he had received a great shock. Holy, dark unrest! He lost his voice and exclaimed. Unexpectedly, in this life, the dark turmoil started from the demon domain. All races, above the Yuan Shen realm, come to fight. He revolved his entire body's demonic power and roared towards the entire demonic domain. With that, he led the golden-winged rock clan and flew towards the fallen mountain range. As the demon lord of this generation, he was duty-bound. Inside the room, only a yellowed book of fictional words remained. Around the fallen mountain range, at the moment a darkness shrouded the area. A dead silence. GGG. The life essence energy flesh and blood of living beings. Yes. A dark paragon let out a sorrowful laugh, then opened his mouth and sucked. Most of the strong living beings within the nearby 100 miles died instantly. Their blood, flesh, and essence exchanged into a haze of light that flew towards his mouth and was devoured by him. Only some of the old and sick are left behind. And life goes on, waiting for the next merciless harvest. This was the origin of the dark turmoil. The dark beings that were eroded and corrupted. Although they possessed a trace of bizarre immortal power, they were ultimately different from the foreign beings and did not have the ability to be ageless. Instead, they unleashed dark upheavals every so often, relying on harvesting and devouring the essence and flesh of living beings to be able to continue their lives and gain the ability of pseudo-longevity. However, there was a drawback to this. And that was that just like taking life-extending medicines, the effects would only get weaker and weaker, and the next time, the more living blood food would be needed. So the dark unrest will only get more horrific one at a time. This was also the reason why Qin Changsheng hid his strength and wanted to completely eradicate this ancient tumor. At this time, the earth was crumbling, the people were in ruins, and the mournful cries were loud and clear. A stunningly beautiful catgirl, holding her brother tightly in her arms, Filled with despair, he looked at the darkness quasi-emperor in the air and let out a terrified plea for mercy. Please, don't kill my brother. Devour me, that's enough. GGG, delicious flavor. The dark paragon shook his head and was about to open his mouth again. Phew, a spear main cut through the sky and arrived abruptly. P.S. All the absolute fierce man, dumping beautiful woman. Think this book writing can be. Please have the ability to send a gift. Want to be on a list? Thank you every reader. Chapter 165, Top Powers Appear. Suppressing Darkness Unrest. Pust. It was so fast that it went by in the blink of an eye. Before that darkness quasi-emperor even had the chance to let out a miserable scream, he was pierced through and annihilated by the spear, transforming into a cloud of dark smoke and dust that disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Humph. Filthy and depraved thing. Damn it. Shinyu's cold voice came out as he slowly stepped out from the void. Dressed in a long green robe, Taoist rhythms flowed around his body, like a deity that descended from the sky. Sister, is he human? The brother in the catgirl's arms raised his head and asked timidly. Well, it's our great benefactor. Catwoman had burst into tears, gazing in fascination at the figure in the sky. She didn't expect that in this life and death situation, the first to appear was not those demonic powers, but a human. At this moment, Shinyu's magnificent figure was thoroughly imprinted in the hearts of the two catgirl siblings. Kneel down and kowtow to your benefactor. The catgirl reacted and hurriedly pulled her brother and kowtowed towards Shinyu. Shinyu did not care about the reactions of the siblings. At this moment, he stared at what was in front of him, his eyes spitting fire as an uncontrollable killing intent filled the air. The original quiet and peaceful village of the demon race is now littered with corpses, just like hell on earth. He saw little beings, less than a full moon old, curled up in their mother's arms and bawling, oblivious to the fact that their mother's bodies were still dry and cold. He saw the white-haired old bull demon, frozen in death as he looked at his compatriot who had fallen in a pool of blood. He also saw cultivators with low cultivation levels, bravely charging towards the dark beings, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into a dry corpse. He saw, kill, 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 although it was not the human race that was being devoured. Shinyu empathized and thought of the dark turmoil that the human race had once been in. Unable to hold back any longer, he let out a roar and killed towards the dark being. Ha, Shinyu? It was only then that Demon Lord Peng Kuan and the others arrived late, recognizing Shinyu, the most popular of the younger generation of the human race. At a glance, this Shinyu's spatial way was actually so terrifying that it had already reached the point of being pure and at hand, and was actually able to arrive at the fallen mountain range before him. This son, I'm afraid, is the hottest candidate for this heaven's mandate. It is hard to believe that in this life, it is still the human race that thrives. There was a muttering in Peng Kuan's heart, a little worried about the future of the demon race. Most of all, when he saw Shinyu, he thought of Qin Chongsheng, and when he thought of Qin Chongsheng, he thought of the goddess Tushan Yi. When I think of Yi Tushan, I think of Qin Chongsheng and Yi Tushan. Then it came up with old trees and hookups. Woohoo! Abba Abba. His heart was sad and he just felt more than a little stuffed up. At this moment, two more chirps sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Humph. Loathsome breath. Kill. Tushan Yi and Baisusu also sped in, killing the dark beings. Looking at the goddess Tushan Yi, who killed into the enemy group and was like a shock. Demon Lord Peng Kuan's eyes were mesmerized for a while. It was too beautiful, especially that brow between the strong young woman flavor. Let him more a little stupid. It seems, it's more beautiful. It's even more tantalizing. But just for a moment, Peng Kuan came to his senses. Now was not the time to be concerned about these childish feelings. After all, he was also a generation of lords, and he was the current lord of the demon region. Although it was said that no one within the demon region was convinced of anyone, but right now, he had to stand out. An overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura swarmed out from within him, instantly crushing several darkness supreme beings into flying dust as he bellowed. All good sons and daughters of the demon race, follow me and kill. Never let the darkness continue to spread. When he finished speaking, the rest of his eyes swept the opposite side of the battlefield with mixed emotions. As time passed, more and more humans appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield, and looking at their uniform decorations, it appeared that most of them were from the Qin family. Although it was said that the existence of the Swire Pact required the unification of all races to resist the dark turmoil, most of them were each sweeping the snow in front of their own doorsteps, and the other races couldn't wait to take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the power of the lower demon region. Unexpectedly, the one who bore the brunt of all out assistance to the demon domain was a tiny Qin family of the human race, the descendants of Qin Changsheng's children and grandchildren. However, Qin Changsheng, as the old ancestor, surprisingly hadn't come yet. Oh, if the guess is right, at this moment, Qin Changsheng should still be upside down. AI, what a scum! pulling down the moral lower limit of the human Qin family. With such an old ancestor, I really feel for the Qin family. Sad and lamentable. Demon Lord Pang Koan thought for a split second, then shook his head and continued to devote himself to killing the enemy, spreading all of his anger towards Qin Changsheng on these dark beings in a single brain. Ha ha, dark turmoil. How can I Chu Jingtian be missing? A rough and bold voice rang out as the human race's #1 expert, Chu Jingtian, stepped out of the void. Damned dark scum. It would be fine to stay honestly in the Forbidden Zone. No one dared to step into the Forbidden Zone to overthrow you before the Great Emperor came out. But since you stepped out, then annihilate. Before the words fell, a destructive blade chi that traversed thousands of miles was chopped out from his hands, instantly causing countless dark beings to go up in smoke. Ha ha, it hurts. Chu Jingtian laughed out loud. This was the first time he had fought a dark being. To be exact, it was the first time that all the spirits of the 10,000 races present had fought with a dark spirit. After all, it had been 300,000 long years since the last dark upheaval. According to records, a dark turmoil that swept across the world erupted at that time, with all the races shedding blood, heaven and earth mourning, and countless quasi-emperors and supreme powers of all races falling. However, due to the fact that many supreme powers chose to stand idly by in order to preserve their strength, they failed to suppress the dark unrest. 1/3 of the living beings of the 10,000 races were reduced to blood food, which was tragic and shocking to the eyes. Perhaps the dark Forbidden Zone reached its purpose. Perhaps it continued to be captive for the next harvest. In any case, in the end, the dark beings were retreating back to the Forbidden Zone. But it also caused various supreme inheritances to be cut off, and the younger generation was even completely disconnected. After 200,000 years of recuperation, it wasn't until 100,000 years ago that it gradually recovered. This time, Chu Jingtian was absolutely not going to let the human tragedy of the past repeat itself again. He had long wanted to follow the example of his forefathers, one man and one sword, swinging through the Forbidden Zone. But on one hand, he was not strong enough, and on the other hand, he was the top pillar of the human race, and he did not dare to take risks easily. But now, he looked up at the other half of the Qin clan's crowd, and his heart was greatly assured that with Elder Qin, the human race was not in danger, and he, too, could let go of the battle without any more worries. Ha ha, I, Luo Wunshan, have come. Another top figure arrived, with a common-sounding name that shook everyone's spirits. Divine Lord, Lovenstein, the old Inman one, and anyone 50 to 50, so many years, no one has been able to force out the bottom line of his strength, can be called unfathomable. How can such a big scene be without my Demon Lord Demon Qianyu? However, these words caused those present to frown. This old devil is extremely selfish and self-interested. Why is he here too? Is it hard to believe that this time, they were planning to gain a sliver of luck for the demon race? Immediately afterward, countless household names made their appearance one by one, instantly slaughtering the dark beings on the scene. However, the dark beings of the fallen mountain range seemed to be endless, as a steady stream of them poured out from the deepest part of the mountain.